Once, the four campus beauties who used to treat you as a poor beggar are now kneeling and begging you to be their husband, even giving their first time to you without reservation. It's all because the apocalypse has arrived, with 90% of the global population turning into flesh-eating zombies. You, relying on your athletic physique as a sports student, survived and were blessed by the heavens, awakening the many suns, many blessings system. By having more children to contribute to the continuation of humanity, you can receive generous rewards. At this moment, a stunning girl in an ice blue uniform was screaming for help in fear. Her college sports teacher, looking like a madman, viciously attacked her, banging on the door of the sports equipment room. A strong arm, covered in black veins, reached in through the door crack. She desperately used her body to block the door, barely managing to trap the arm and prevent it from advancing further. Unfortunately, the already fragile wooden door was now on the verge of collapsing under the relentless assault of the crazed sports teacher. Just as she was on the brink of despair, a loud noise came from outside the door. After a few struggles, the physical education teacher outside fell silent. Then, a deep voice said, "Shut up, stop screaming, or you'll attract more monsters." Hearing this, Chen Lixia stopped screaming. However, she was still very scared, nervously asking outside the door, "Lu Yang, what's happening?" Next, you push open the door and enter the equipment room, quickly locking the door behind you, and calmly say, "The apocalypse has broken out. Many classmates and teachers have turned into zombie-like creatures, and have started attacking others frantically. What should we do? Oh, we can call the police for help." Chen Lixia was startled and quickly took out her phone to dial the emergency number, but all she heard was the busy tone. She also received a text message, "Urgent notice. The Blue Star has been hit by a global zombie virus, and most humans have turned into zombies. Please close all doors and windows, do not go out, and wait for official rescue." Upon seeing this message, Chen Lixia burst into tears. Upon seeing this scene, Yu said, "Most people have turned into zombies. I suppose the police station is no exception. They are too busy to take care of themselves, let alone have time to save us. If we want to survive, we can only rely on ourselves." Then, Yu went to the window to observe the situation outside, only to find chaos among the classmates on the playground. The nauseating smell of blood permeated the air, while the agonizing screams of the students outside were incessant. Upon seeing the situation, Chen Lixia was truly frightened. She couldn't help but hold on to your sturdy arm, her voice trembling as she said, "Lu Yang, you must protect me next. You are a boy, and also an athlete. It is your responsibility to protect your female classmates. Indeed, you are 185 meters tall, and an athlete with a strong and powerful body. Ordinary people wouldn't stand a chance against you even if they came at you in groups of 2 or 3. In this post-apocalyptic world, you are truly a strong ally to have." But when you heard what Chen Lixia said, a cold smile appeared on your face. "How did you respond when I confessed to you back then? You publicly insulted me in front of the whole class, calling me a physically fit but simple-minded pauper, saying I was a toad lusting after swan's flesh. I just saved your life, and you not only fail to thank me but also have the audacity to ask for more." With that, you heartlessly pushed the other person's hand away. Chen Lixia didn't expect you to say that, and she was instantly furious. "Can't you be more magnanimous? Can't you show some manly responsibility? No wonder a waste like you can't find a girlfriend. You'll just have to rely on your right and left hands for the rest of your life." Hearing Chen Lixia's words, you immediately showed an angry expression and said, "Don't think I will still abide by the rules of peacetime, do you? If you keep nagging at me, I'll throw you out to feed the zombies." Seeing you in a towering rage, Chen Lixia was taken aback and stood frozen in place. She never expected that the person who had been rejected and mocked in front of the whole class after confessing before, would now become so domineering and overbearing, and you no longer pay attention to her, but instead observe the surroundings. There are many sports equipment in the equipment room, all of which can be used as weapons. It's a pity that outside the equipment room is the playground, with over 100 zombies on the open ground. Once discovered by the other party, you will be surrounded. Even with weapons, it may not be possible to break through. The difficulty is really too great. It seems that you are really going to be trapped and die here. Just when you were on the brink of despair, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in your mind. Ding! Zombie virus outbreak detected. Over 90% of the global population has turned into zombies. Human numbers drastically reduced. The multi-child system has been activated. Simply rescue the young girl. Make her submit to you to receive rewards. Please host, strive diligently, and contribute to the continuation of humanity. Upon hearing this prompt, your eyes lit up instantly. As for the first person you saved, your gaze fell on Chen Lixia not far away. This class beauty had a tall and slender figure, with beautiful curves, definitely a good candidate for having children. but you didn't know how to persuade her. Although they say forcibly picking a fruit won't make it sweet, it can still quench your thirst. However, in the end, you shook your head and thought, forget it, let's think of another way. It's not yet time to resort to desperate measures. Early the next morning, Chen Lixia woke up feeling parched, hungry, and with a dry mouth. So far, Chen Lixia had gone a full 24 hours without food or water. You had also been awake for a while, holding a javelin in one hand and a bow and arrow in the other, staring straight at Chen Lixia. Seeing the look in your eyes, Chen Lixia's heart trembled, and she asked fearfully, Lu Yang, are we going to starve to death here? Staying in this gym equipment room, we will undoubtedly die in a few days, so I don't want to waste away here. While I still have strength, I want to break out. As for you, just wait here to die. Upon hearing this, Chen Lixia became anxious. Lu Yang was her last lifeline. If he really abandoned her and left, she would undoubtedly meet her end. She hurriedly said, no, you have to take me with you. You have to protect me. Lu Yang revealed an expression of light laughter and said, who are you? Who am I to protect you? What's in it for me to bring along a drag queen like you? In the past, you scolded me for being limber, but in the end of the world, being limber just became the biggest advantage. Old me only needs 11 seconds for 100 meters. Even the zombies outside can't catch up. But with you, it's different. Chen Lixia hurriedly said, didn't you like me before? Didn't you confess to me? As long as you take me with you and behave yourself. Listen to me in every way. Take care of me. Go east when I tell you to go east. Go west when I tell you to go west. And find me more food. Maybe I'll agree to be your girlfriend. Chen Lixia thought that she had thrown out a heavy bomb. In her opinion, this Lu Yang must be like herself. Just because she was rejected. So she was annoyed. As long as he agreed to be his girlfriend, he is not immediately obedient to come over as his own a licking dog. At his own disposal, Chen Lixia has delicate features. Beautiful body. In the class is the class flower. Like her not 100 also have 80. Inside the fish pond to raise dozens of licking dog. For her, it was simply too easy to pin down men. Men, is to hang his appetite, from time to time to give him a little sweet. It is easy to be able to lull into the saddle, like the boiling sheep. Like sheep, casually listen to their own manipulation. That's why she said that there was a possibility of being Lu Yang's girlfriend, instead of just agreeing straight away. After all, it's what you can't have that will always be stirring. However, it was not expected that the cold smile on Lu Yang's face became even thicker after hearing her words. Chen Lixia, you don't think that you are really a fairy that mesmerizes people, do you? Since the moment you rejected and insulted me in public, my love for you has vanished. I am a poor man, so the most expensive thing in me is the little dignity left, and you have reduced it to nothing. Do you think I will still have feelings for you? After saying that, Lu Yang picked up his equipment and was ready to go out directly. Seeing this scene, Chen Lixia is really anxious. She did not expect Lu Yang so desperate. This person really changed. No longer the previous little lick dog. He used to be his girlfriend as a condition he refused to take himself away. She rushed over and pulled Lu Yang's arm. Lu Yang, you don't go. What will I do if you leave? What happened in the past was my fault. I apologize to you. What do you need to be willing to take me with you? Please, take me away. I don't want to die here. Woo woo. I'm so thirsty. I'm so hungry. I don't want to die. I want to live. I'll do anything you want me to do as long as you take me away. Hearing these words, Lu Yang had a satisfied expression on his face and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve up. He reached out his hand to touch his chin and looked Chen Lixia up and down. Top-notch appearance and body. Not a bad wave. Seeing Lu Yang's expression with evil, Chen Lixia instantly reacted and immediately covered her chest and backed up 2 steps, saying, Lu Yang, you. What are you looking at? Lu Yang said with a sneer on his face. Gu, didn't you just say that as long as I take you away, I'll let you do whatever you want, but now you can't even look twice? Since that's the case, there's nothing to talk about. You continue to stay here. As soon as she heard Lu Yang's words, Chen Lixia immediately became anxious again and quickly said, don't go. I don't mean that. Lu Yang smiled and said, it's good that it's not that. As long as you submit to me and behave, then I can protect you and take you with me. Chen Lixia finally understood the meaning of Lu Yang. It seems that they want to pin down Lu Yang is unrealistic. This guy is not see the rabbit does not spread the eagle. Just think of yourself as a class. Countless boys to pursue the beautiful class flower. But by Lu Yang this a limber sports student to get to the hand. She thought of thinking about the eyes are red. What? Still unwilling? Lu Yang sneered. Chen Lixia wiped her tears and said with a sobbing voice, no. Well, I'm willing to submit to you. You don't want to back out. You must protect me and take me with you to rush out. Don't bargain with me. You think you have a choice? Death or submission? Choose one for yourself. Good. then I am willing to submit to you. At this time, Liu Yang received a system prompt. Ding! Detected that the other party has voluntarily submitted to you. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing the beauty queen. Receive a novice reward. Rookie reward, 1. Body strengthening. 2. System scan. 3. Storage space. 4. Virus immunity. 5. Super gene. Seeing the 5 options, Liu Yang froze. 5. It's a bit hard to choose. These 5 rewards are obtained as newbie rewards packaged at the same time and are not multiple choice. The system's voice came again. Liu Yang was instantly surprised. What the hell? 5 at a time? That's no way to hang out, is it? This system is awesome. Even in the system world, it was an extremely bombastic existence. He rushed through the instructions for using the 5 rewards. 1. Physical strengthening. The host's basic physical attributes have been strengthened and doubled. While every 10 zombies the host kills, he will receive 1 point of strengthening. 2. System scanning. The host can use the system to scan others and obtain their basic information. 3. Storage space. The host has gained a level 1 storage space, which allows him to store anything at will, with a space size of 10 meters x 10 meters x 10 meters. 4. Virus immunity. The host is immune to the zombie virus and will not turn into a zombie even if bitten. 5. Super gene. The host's genes have been greatly enhanced, and have broken through the genetic limitations of Yi. Chapter 3. Women only affect the speed of cutting down zombies. Seeing these few descriptions of the rewards, Liu Yang was simply overjoyed. At the same time he felt his body filled with power. Is this the ability that comes from doubling the base attributes of the first bonus? It's too strong. I feel like I'm able to blow someone's head off with 1 punch right now. Basic attributes include strength, speed, spirit, and stamina. These 4 basic attributes were all doubled, and they complemented each other, directly leading to Liu Yang's strength increasing several times. At this point in time, it is entirely possible to say that I want to play 10 this sentence. Seeing that Chen Lixia had brought herself such a good reward, Liu Yang was very happy. Liu Yang looked towards Chen Lixia, who was curled up to the side, with teardrops still hanging from the corners of her eyes and an aggrieved look on her face, and realized that the other party's information instantly appeared in his mind. Name, Chen Lixia. Age, 18. Height, 165. Weight, 45. Appearance score, 88. Body score, 95. After trying the second reward, Liu Yang put his mind on the third reward. A 10m x 10m x 10m storage space did appear inside his mind, and with a slight movement of his mind, the bow and arrow in his hand instantly disappeared and appeared in his storage space. Immediately after that he had another thought, and the bow and arrow appeared instantly in his hand again. Liu Yang's face showed a surprised expression. This skill is good. With this skill, I can collect countless supplies. 10 meters x 10 meters x 10 meters. That's 1,000 cubic meters. It's equivalent to a 3-story, 100 square meter house. And there are no walls in it, no pillars to take up space. It's definitely a mega warehouse now. If you use it for water, it can hold 1,000 tons. It can also hold a lot if I use it to hold food. If I can fill up all of this storage space, it'll be enough to feed me for at least 10 years. Liu Yang then looked at the remaining 2 rewards, virus immunity and super gene. Virus immunity is well understood. Can immunize zombie virus? Even if bitten will not be infected. This is also in the end of the world in urgent need. With this ability after Liu Yang and zombie fighting, do not have to be so careful. Even if it is not injury-free pass will not become a zombie. And super genes are even better. Ignoring genetic hindrances and being able to branch out with any suitable species? Liu Yang thought to himself, as long as it is a suitable species, it can branch out? What kind of range is this suitable species? It is well known that there is reproductive isolation between organisms and animals. For example, tigers and lions give birth to ligers and tigers. And horses and donkeys give birth to mules, although they are able to produce offspring. The offspring are not capable of reproduction. Cats and dogs, on the other hand, don't even have the possibility of producing offspring. Liu Yang thought, I've broken reproductive isolation. Does that mean I'm okay with tigers, lions, horses and donkeys, cats and dogs? In the end Liu Yang shook his head and said, I guess it's not that fierce. After all, the system added the restriction of a suitable object. If there's really no restriction at all, then wouldn't I have tens of thousands of offspring if I take a shot at an ant's nest? After reading the rewards, Liu Yang was already full of confidence at this point. He waved his hand and everything within 10 meters was collected by him into the system space. He didn't keep a single weapon inside the sports equipment room. Even if he didn't use them himself, he couldn't leave them for others. After all, I'm afraid that the survivors inside this school are not only one. In the era of peace, Liu Yang is not as well received inside the school. He understands the indifference of human nature. The end of the world is no longer the constraints of the law and morality. Then it will be even more reflective of human nature's coldness and cruelty. In the end times, even couples who used to love each other may kill each other. After doing this, Liu Yang put his eyes on Chen Lixia and said, "Get up. It's time to set off. Don't cry there, as if you were aggrieved just now." Hearing Liu Yang's words, Chen Lixia climbed up with a wooden face. Liu Yang ignored her, directly threw a javelin to her and said, "Take this weapon. When you encounter a zombie, stab him in the head. Although I promise to take you away, but I do not dare to 100% guarantee your safety. The end of the world. Everything can only rely on themselves. And no matter what happens, don't make too much noise, or else you'll attract more zombies. And listen to me when you get out. Got it?" "Understood." Chen Lixia nodded. At this moment, she was completely resigned to her fate. So Liu Yang prepared for action. He first observed the playground and realized that there were less zombies outside than yesterday. Maybe because the living people on top of the playground were eaten up. So the zombies were attracted by the living people elsewhere. And now there were still 30 to 40 zombies left, wandering around with nothing to do. Liu Yang's ability has been enhanced. Running and fighting, using kite tactics, taking out these zombies shouldn't be a problem. And even if I really can't beat them, escaping is absolutely no problem. After all, my speed has also been doubled. As for Chen Lixia, anyway, the reward has already arrived. It's certainly best to take her, but if it really comes to a desperate situation, Liu Yang will not hesitate to give her up. After all, it's important that you stay alive. Women? It would only affect his speed in cutting down the zombies, and the last thing the post-apocalyptic world needed was women. At this time Liu Yang has already thought of the tactics. He said to Chen Lixia, "Wait to rush out, you don't need to care about the zombies. Just charge forward. I will break off the back. Our destination is the infirmary." Because the infirmary is very close to the cafeteria and the school's mini supermarket, only a few tens of meters. Next we will use the infirmary as a landing point, and then collect the food from the cafeteria and the mini supermarket. Got it? Good. Chen Lixia nodded, while some confidence began to appear on her face, because she felt that Liu Yang was very calm and a man with a plan. This kind of man would surely live a long time in the end times, and one's life would not be in danger as long as one held on to his thighs. After taking a deep breath and calming down, Liu Yang quickly opened the door of the sports equipment room and directly rushed out with Chen Lixia. The zombies on top of the playground, when they saw Liu Yang and Chen Lixia appear, their eyes seemed as if they were about to emit green light, and they instantly roared in anger and directly rushed towards the two of them. Seeing this scene, Chen Lixia was frozen in fear. Liu Yang shot an arrow through the head of a zombie, and that zombie instantly fell to the ground. Then he let out a low roar. "Don't freeze! Hurry up and run!" Oh! Only then did Chen Lixia react, towards the direction of the infirmary, pulling her legs and running. Behind her, Liu Yang kept opening her bow and drawing arrows, one zombie per arrow. Chapter 4, Going out for supplies. However, due to the number of zombies is too much, Liu Yang's bow and arrow, there is no way to solve so many at once. See the zombies closer and closer to himself. Liu Yang directly put the bow and arrow into the system space, and then took out the javelin, and directly began to fight with the zombies in close combat. Liu Yang was originally a sports student. His strength was much stronger than ordinary people. The system then doubled it, which made him even more powerful. A javelin stabbed through, and the zombie's head was instantly penetrated. After finishing off a dozen or so zombies, Liu Yang looked back and found that Chen Lixia had already run out hundreds of meters, and only then did he decide to stop fighting, lifting his weapon and turning his head to run. As a sports student, Liu Yang's previous speed of 100 meters only took 11 seconds. That means his average maximum speed reached 100 divided by 11 is equal to 9.090909 meters. Now double that, and that's 18 meters a second. In a few seconds he caught up with Chen Lixia. Soon the two arrived at the infirmary, the door to which was not closed. There was a doctor and a nurse in there. However, at this point they had been turned into zombies. Liu Yang, without saying a word, directly rushed in. A javelin one instantly killed two zombies, and then threw their corpses directly out of the infirmary, and then closed the door. After doing this, that's when the walkers that had been chasing them above the playground had just chased them here. After seeing Liu Yang and the others close the door of the infirmary, the zombies unexpectedly lost their target and instantly became quiet, standing still and doing nothing. Liu Yang observed the zombies through the window and came to the conclusion in his mind. The zombies are not strong fighters. They have the maximum speed and strength that they had when they were still human, and they don't know any fighting skills. They just lunge forward and bite with their teeth, which is really dangerous for ordinary people who don't have the virus immunity to be slightly scratched and bitten and turn into zombies. But for me, I'm not afraid of the virus. This kind of unintelligent zombie can't do any harm to me at all. With my current strength, I can at least fight against 30 of them at the same time. If you give me a good weapon, it's just like mowing the lawn against 100 of them. At the same time these zombies chased us here and clearly saw us enter the infirmary. But the moment they closed the door, they lost their target, which means that they don't have any intelligence at all, and will only act on instinct. And as long as they don't make any noise and aren't seen by them, they won't attract their attention. Inside the infirmary, Chen Lixiao was panting heavily. Just now from the playground to the infirmary, this distance of several hundred meters. She had used up all her strength in running, that feeling of getting out of nervousness and death, so that she had not come back to her senses even now. Lu Yang, on the other hand, began to observe the situation in the infirmary. There were many medicines in the infirmary, which were very useful in the end times, as well as saline, glucose water, etc., which could replenish the elements and energy needed by the body. With a wave of his hand, he received all of these things into the space. Lu Yang tried to turn on the lights and found that there was still electricity in the infirmary, while there was still water in the faucet, which indicated that although the end times had broken out, the water and power supply had not been cut off. He lamented, "Luckily for us, Haichang is on the southern coast and uses wind power and hydroelectric power. These generating sets can still be used for a long time even if there is no one to maintain them, as long as they don't have any problems. And as long as there's going to be electricity, the water from the waterworks won't stop." Lu Yang then opened his cell phone and looked at the time, and found that it was now 11 o'clock in the middle of the day, and the cell phone actually still had a signal. It seems that as long as there is electricity, the signaling base station can still operate temporarily. He opened the class group and found that the class group had already blown up inside, with 99 plus messages appearing. Lu Yang flipped upwards and realized that the 99 plus messages were the same ones sent by those 10 or so people, and the others were probably already turned into zombies. Lu Yang checked their messages and realized that most of them were asking for help. "Li Ning, help help help. Somebody help me. What's going on? Why is there a zombie virus outbreak? I was almost bitten to death by my classmate yesterday. Luckily I ran fast. Now I'm hiding in the men's restroom on the first floor of the first school building. Someone help me. Chen Ting, Li Ning, I'm in a school building. The women's restroom on the first floor, just one wall away. We're both very close. There are several zombies inside the restroom. I don't dare to move or make a sound now. Zhou Zixuan, help. My leg was scratched just now, and now the wound is black. What should I do? Am I going to turn into a zombie? I don't want to die. I don't want to turn into a zombie. Shinzi, I'm hiding in a big tree in front of a school building. There are a dozen zombies down there. They don't know how to climb trees, but they've been surrounding there and yelling at me. This attracted more zombies, and they're gathering more and more. Somebody help me. I can't hold on much longer. Most of these messages are pleas for help. Lu Yan looked and felt a little like laughing. Most of these people used to be rich second generation in the peace era. One high up, as a fatherless and motherless, can only rely on hard work and thrift to be able to maintain life. Lu Yang, after the confession was rejected, became the laughingstock of them, often discussed behind their backs. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't beat Lu Yang because he was a sports student, maybe Lu Yang would have been bullied to death by them. Now looking at them starving and afraid, Lu Yang felt a little bit of pleasure in his heart. You also have today After straightening up, Lu Yang decided to start heading straight to the mini-mart in search of food. It is up to you to minimize your own competition before these classmates have a chance to slow down. Nowadays, with the existence of system space, he could completely scrape all the food inside the supermarket. As for the cafeteria, the inside of the cafeteria is too empty. There were too many zombies, and even Lu Yang, now, didn't dare to rush in. Others would be even more afraid to do so, so Lu Yang was in no hurry. He looked at his attributes first. Name, Lu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185. Weight, 80. Power, 100. Stamina, 100. Spirit, 100. Speed, 100. 18 meters per second. Possesses abilities, attribute enhancement. Storage space, system scanning. Virus immunity. Super genes. Note, since the host just killed 18 zombies to gain 8 attribute points, you can choose to add points. The note at the end caught Lu Yang's attention. Killing 18 zombies gained 8 attribute points. So if he killed all the zombies inside the school, wouldn't he be able to gain several thousand attribute points? Wouldn't he be able to crush everyone with his physical body alone by then? That's a good system. Lu Yang was full of confidence and carried his bow and arrow to the window. There were a dozen zombies outside the door, but Lu Yang didn't put them in his eyes at all now. What's the difference between a zombie without intelligence and a target? He opened a window slit to point the arrow straight out. Brush! A zombie instantly fell to the ground. Lu Yang methodically killed a dozen zombies in less than 20 minutes. Only then did he start out the door. ready to head to the mini-mart. Chapter 5, Picking Up a Schoolgirl. Along the way Lu Yang encountered a few more zombies roaming around. As soon as they saw Lu Yang, they quickly rushed over. But at this time, Lu Yang's basic attributes had already doubled. A few zombies in the district. He hadn't put it in his eyes. 2 were killed with bows and arrows. And then 3 more were stabbed with javelins when those walkers got close. Soon he was in the school's mini-mart. In the small supermarket, the boss at the cashier's desk has been turned into a zombie. And there are a few gnawed skeletons on the ground. While there are still a dozen student-looking zombies standing and roaming around inside. Lu Yang shot the boss and a few student zombies in the distance with an arrow. And then picked up a javelin and started to fight with meat. And after a few minutes, the zombies in the small supermarket were cleaned up by him. So he began to gather supplies as fast as he could. The sounds of the battle here could potentially cause zombies to converge from afar. So it had to be quick. Lu Yang began to look at the things inside the mini-mart. A dozen bags of rice, several boxes of noodles, a dozen barrels of cooking oil? Take it away. Take it all. Bread and chicken legs and instant noodles and all kinds of snacks? Take it away. Milk, oranges, mineral water, all kinds of drinks? Take it away. Snacks, candy, chocolate gum? Take it away. Toothbrush, towel, toothpaste, wash basin? Take it away. Soon the entire mini-mart was ransacked by Lu Yang. Regardless of the usefulness of the useless, he all took away. And even the mini-mart inside the sale of a number of stationery supplies, household goods he did not let go. At this time, his space is only loaded with a large part of it. After all, there was no need to organize things inside the storage space. Every place could be stuffed in, and when he wanted to use it, he was able to take it out with just a thought. There was also no need for anyone to go in and rummage around. It was very convenient. Soon the supermarket was left with only empty shelves. Lu Yang was also ready to leave. With these supplies, there was no problem living through several years. And just as Lu Yang was about to leave, a large cardboard box inside the supermarket that was upside down on the floor moved. Seeing this movement, Lu Yang was startled, instantly gripping the javelin in his hand. His whole body was on alert, and he walked over gingerly, and with his javelin, gently poked at the large cardboard box. Yet there was no more movement inside. Could it be that I heard it wrong? Lu Yang revealed a puzzled expression. Then he directly lifted the cardboard box with a javelin. A petite, wearing a JK uniform, with a pair of white translucent knee-high socks on her feet, a double ponytail on her head, a sweet-looking beauty with white and tender skin appeared in front of Lu Yang. That pretty girl's whole body was startled when she saw the cardboard box suddenly lifted up. Instantly, he curled up on the floor, covering his eyes and not daring to look. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang was confused. What's going on? A beautiful woman hiding in a cardboard box? She hasn't been hiding in a cardboard box since yesterday, has she? And the IQ of these zombies is so low that they can't even notice when they're hiding in a cardboard box? Lu Yang asked directly. Hey, who are you? After hearing Lu Yang's words, that beautiful young girl dared to open her eyes, only to see that there were still teardrops hanging from the corners of her eyes and her eyelashes were wet. In a trembling tone, he said to Lu Yang, you're not a zombie? Scared me to death. It's too scary. It's just too scary. Woo woo. That beautiful girl cried outright. At this moment, Lu Yang also recognized the other party. Somewhat surprised, he said, aren't you Li Mengyao from class 2? Li Mengyao was one of the 4 major school flowers and was known as the cutest school flower, with a petite but plump and sexy body. Her features were perfect and extremely pretty. It was also because of her smaller stature that she was able to hide in a cardboard box. Li Mengyao nodded, her face still scared. It's me. Who are you? Did you come to save me? Lu Yang shook his head and said, no, I am called Lu Yang. I'm a sports student inside this school. I'm just here to search for substances and happen to run into you, but I can take you with me. As long as you listen to me, I'll keep you safe. As soon as she heard these words, Li Mengyao's eyes immediately lit up, and with some surprise, she hurriedly nodded her head and said, aha, okay, no problem. I will definitely be obedient. So the two quickly made their way back to the middle of the infirmary, luckily not encountering any walkers on the way. Lu Yang also received a system prompt once again. Congratulations to the host for taking out a total of 32 zombies this time, gaining 2 attribute points, and currently possessing 5 attribute points. After seeing this tip, Lu Yang was very satisfied. This time out in search of food was really rewarding. Not only did he scavenge an entire mini-mart of food, but he also gained 2 attributes and brought back a child goddess at the same time. That's fantastic. These 5 points of attributes of Lu Yang are not useful for the time being. He hasn't figured out exactly which one to add. At this moment, when Chen Lixia saw Lu Yang coming back with Li Mengyao, a surprised expression appeared on her face. At the same time, She also recognized Li Mengyao and said, one of the four major school beauties, the childish school beauty Li Mengyao. Li Mengyao was petite, but had an incredibly cute face that was so recognizable inside the school that almost everyone knew it. Hello, I'm Li Mengyao. The childish schoolgirl smiled somewhat shyly and said politely. However, Chen Lixia's face showed a somewhat unhappy expression. What did this Lu Yang say this morning? As long as he was his woman he would protect himself. But now, not even a day had passed before he brought a new woman back. Isn't it obvious that you don't care about yourself? And here comes a schoolgirl. This is not the first time to make their position clear. Later when the schoolgirl stood firm, can still have their own position? This instantly made her upset, and she directly set her face at Lu Yang, saying, Lu Yang, what do you mean? Didn't you say it in the morning? As long as I am the woman you will protect me. But now, the food didn't see you bring it back, but you brought back a woman. What are you thinking about? Isn't having me alone enough to satisfy you? Don't you have anything else in your head but that? Listening to the other party's words, Lu Yang instantly frowned, and the expression on his face went ice cold. He said in a cold voice, What? Who gave you the qualification to talk to me like this? Do you have a problem with that? If you have a problem, you can get out immediately. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will throw you out and feed you to the zombies. Now it's who can't stay away from who. You should know it in your heart, right? Don't think that just because you had a fling with me that you've become the mistress of this place. I'm telling you, you don't deserve it. Hearing this sentence, Chen Lixia came back to her senses. Looking at Lu Yang's icy expression, she finally realized that this man was now not something she could hold. Had to bow my head and admit my mistake and say, okay, I was wrong. I shouldn't have talked about you. Lu Yang coldly grunted without saying anything. When Li Mengyao, who was next to her, saw this, her entire body was stunned. This man is so bossy, but amidst the dominance, there's a bit of handsomeness. Chapter 6, Schoolgirl, you don't want to be eaten by zombies, do you? Li Mengyao reference chart. Lu Yang also used his system to scan Li Mengyao at this time. The other person's information appeared inside his head. Name, Li Mengyao. Age, 18. Height, 150. Weight, 40. Bust, a pair of E's. Appearance score, 98. Body score, 88. Never had a boyfriend. 0 number of interactions. After seeing this system description, Lu Yang was instantly taken aback. Good lord. The appearance score is a surprisingly high 98. And the body rating is 88. Presumably because height pulls the score down. The fact that she can still rate a high 88 at 5 feet 5 inches speaks volumes about how good the rest of her setup is. Looking at Lu Yang's unblinking eyes, staring at his own chest, Li Mengyao's face showed a somewhat shy expression. That has a stunningly beautiful childlike face. Instantly red, like 2 ripe apples, looking at people want to bite. She said with embarrassment, Don, T, look at it. I'm embarrassed to look at it, La. Give me something to eat. I'm so hungry and thirsty. Lu Yang smiled and said, sorry, my food can only be given to my woman. Do you want to be my woman? Ah. Li Mengyao was taken aback by Lu Yang's words. Although looking at the way the other party was looking at her, she had already guessed that the other party was craving for her body, but this guy was also a little too direct. Li Mengyao, as one of the 4 school beauties, there were countless boys who liked her inside the school, and there were dozens of them who had been rejected by her alone. There were even super rich kids, schoolboys with superb academic performance, and even the sons of school leaders. All of these people had their eyes on Li Mengyao's petite yet perfect body, but it was a pity that in the face of their strong attacks, Lin Mengyao was oil and salt, and never agreed to go out with anyone. Now this unnamed sports student is directly asking himself to be his woman. Looking at the other party's surprised expression, Lu Yang didn't care and directly said, no matter what you think. Anyway, if you want food you have to be my woman. I'll give you 1 night to think about it, and give me an answer tomorrow, because tomorrow if you still don't agree, you'll have to leave this infirmary. It's my base camp. Li Mengyao felt aggrieved and said, this is not good, right? We are all alumni of the same school. Shouldn't we help each other? How can you be like this? Lu Yang said, yeah, I help you get food and you help me get cool. Isn't that called helping each other? Ha? You're so cheeky. Can't we just make friends? Li Mengyao was simply speechless. Lu Yang said, what's so good about making friends? If you want to make one, just make a girlfriend. After all, there's a saying that a friend is a friend who can give you a hand up, and a girlfriend is a girlfriend who can give you a few hand ups. It's hard for me to fully trust you if you don't be my girlfriend and talk to me in depth. Besides, you're so pretty, with a perfect child's face, but with a body that makes people salivate. Which man in the school doesn't want to get you? Now there's a good opportunity in front of me. Of course I won't give it up, otherwise wouldn't I become a eunuch? Don't you think so? Li Mengyao was rendered speechless by Liu Yang. This guy is so thick-skinned and a bunch of quackery. It messed with her so much that she didn't know how to retort. Liu Yang stopped talking nonsense and said directly, "Think about it. If you don't climb into my bed tonight, roll up and get out first thing in the morning." My Liu Yang side does not raise useless people. After saying that, he directly took out 2 loaves of bread, a box of pure milk, and a sausage, and handed it to Chen Lixia, saying, "This is your food for today. I'm going to take a break next, so don't bother me anymore." After saying that, Liu Yang directly laid down on the only hospital bed in the infirmary, and as Chen Lixia got the food, a happy expression instantly appeared on her face. "Okay, thanks, Liu Yang, you have a good rest. I won't bother you." After saying that, she directly took the food that Liu Yang gave her and immediately took a big bite. Obviously it was just an ordinary bread, but eating it in Chen Lixia's mouth was more flavorful than even mountainous delicacies. She hadn't eaten in almost 30 hours. And the satisfaction in her mouth at that moment made her feel like this was the happiest moment of her life. And Li Mengyao was likewise starved for so many hours. At this time, looking at Chen Lixia's big mouthful of food, the whole person enviously can only cover their stomach, gurgling, constantly swallowing saliva. Taking another look at Liu Yang, he realized that the other party was already lying on the bed, as if he really didn't care about himself anymore. What a ruthless man! Ah! Li Mengyao's eyes revealed a touch of sultriness, while a tearful expression appeared on her face. Liu Yang lay on the bed and took out his cell phone to look at the messages inside the group. It was found that those classmates were still chatting inside, and unlike the distress messages at the beginning, they seemed to already know that no one would save them, so instead they began to gossip inside the group, in a bittersweet manner. "Yang Tianchang, damn, I've been trapped for more than a day. I'm about to die of thirst. Just now I drank some of my own urine, and I found it a bit salty and a bit bitter, and now my mouth still has a foul taste. Li Ning, luckily I'm stuck in the toilet. There's water in the toilet tank to drink, but I don't think I'll be able to hold out for a couple of days. I'm so hungry and sore right now. I can't be bothered to flush the I've taken down the drain, and I guess I'll have to produce my own at the end of the day," said he. Also took a picture of a direct poop. The others instantly spat. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Just say it, don't post a picture. Sick. I was already hungry, and when I saw this picture of you, I almost didn't spit out my bitter water. It's a little thin. You've had a bad stomach lately, haven't you? You step on the horse and give me a live feed when you have the guts to eat. God damn it. You're posting this kind of picture too. Li Ning was too scolded to speak and hurriedly withdrew the disgusting picture. Chen Ting, oh, what should I do? I'm so scared. The zombies outside are still walking around. I'm sitting on top of the toilet. My butt is numb. I'm so scared. Chen Zi, I can't hold on any longer. There are more and more zombies under the tree. I don't know when I'll fall. Once I fall, I'll immediately be gnawed into a pile of white bones. Woo woo. Zhou, if you really can't hold on anymore, I advise you to better commit suicide first. I personally saw a classmate being emptied of his stomach guts and intestines by a zombie. He didn't even die yet. He kept screaming. That picture was just too horrible. Being bitten to death by a zombie is not as painful as killing yourself early. Chen Zi, oh, don't scare me. I'm already scared. And when you scare me again, my legs are all weak. Woo woo. And it was at this time that a picture of a pair of white hands holding 2 loaves of bread, with a sausage and a carton of milk on the table, was posted to the group. It was a photo that instantly caused a furor in the group. Chapter 7, Schoolgirl Compromised. My God. Bread. Fragrant bread. And sausages. And milk. Class monitor Chen Lixia, where are you? Can you come and save us? You're the class president. Can you bear to see our classmates starve and suffer? It's over. I'm so hungry. I can't see these. I was able to hold back my hunger, but now I really can't hold back at all when I see these pictures. I'll do anything you want me to do as long as I get a little share of the food. Lord Squad Leader, please. Class teacher Mr. Lixia, are you getting rescue? Can you come and save the teacher? Teacher is trapped in the classroom dormitory. There are several other teachers who have turned into zombies inside the corridor. I don't dare to go out. Chen Lixia was also a bit surprised, not expecting that this one picture of herself had shocked the class teacher. Mr. Li, a proud expression appeared on her face and she replied in the group. I'm also trapped. I'm just lucky that I met Liu Yang and was saved by him, and then we just happened to have some food. I saw that everyone is so miserable, so I'm posting a little bit of pictures to encourage everyone. Hang in there, you'll definitely be rescued. Those classmates listened to the words spoken by Chen Deban Chang, and each one of them despised them in their hearts. Who doesn't know that Chen Lixia is one of the greenest tea in the class? What do you mean by encouragement? It's just to show off. However, they were still very shocked after hearing that Liu Yang had saved Chen Lixia, so immediately said the group. Li Ning, Liu Yang is still alive too? He's the only sports student inside our class. He's a fierce man. Brother Lu, come and save me. Brother Lu, Li Zihao, Lu Yang. We are all in the same class. Come and save us. I'll give you 100,000 if you save me. You're so poor. You must be in need of money, right? I'll give you $100,000 if you save me. Yang Tanchang, I'll pay $200,000. You came to my rescue first. I'll give you $200,000. My family is very rich. As long as you save me afterward, I can also arrange for you to work in my family's company. Let you rise to the top. Chen Ting, Lu Yang, come out and say something. Can you come and save us? Please, help me. Class teacher Mr. Lu Yang. You're really alive, aren't you? Come to the teacher's dormitory first to save the teacher. The teacher can give you extra points. Lu Yang looked at the record of the chat inside and did not say anything. Just a cold smile on his face. He realized that there were a total of 9 people left who were bubbling inside the group now. Zhou Zishuan, who said he was scratched by a zombie yesterday, was no longer speaking, and had presumably turned into a zombie. Of the 9 remaining people, one of them is a teacher and 8 classmates. And of the 8 classmates, only 2 are female. One was Chen Ting, who was trapped in the women's restroom on the first floor. One is Zi Chen, who was trapped in a tree. These 2 students can be saved. After all, these 2 classmates are not bad looking, although not as good looking as the class flower Chen Lixia, but it is also considered to be 1 in 100 big beauty. And there is no scandal in the school. Did not have a boyfriend? It is a good object to open the branch and spread the leaves. As for the boys, women stay ID, men empower themselves. These male students used to look down on themselves inside the class, relying on their own family's wealth, and didn't put him, Lu Yang, in their eyes ever. Lu Yang had long since gotten used to their people's cold eyes. Now they will have to rely on themselves. Lu Yang believes that they will be able to save themselves successfully. But Lu Yang is already tired enough after collecting food from the supermarket today. So let's talk about saving people tomorrow. Let these 2 female students suffer some more first. After all, these female classmates hadn't laughed at themselves in the past when they had failed to confess their love. They say that they are downwardly mobile men, toadstools trying to eat swans. As for Mr. Li, let him fend for himself. The one who used to despise himself the most was this homeroom teacher, because Lu Yang is a sports student. In addition to good sports results, in addition to nothing, the family is also poor, cannot be less by this teacherly care. Besides, having to fight dozens of walkers every time you save someone is not an easy task. You have to get your energy up before you can do that. Soon, Lu Yang slept until midnight, when a tiptoeing sound rang in his ears. Lu Yang instantly opened his eyes with alertness. Then from amongst the dark space, he took out a fruit knife collected from inside the mini-mart and held it in his hand. At this time his ears came Li Mengyao's soft and sticky voice. Lu Yang, I want to stay. I don't want to be kicked out by you, so I'm willing to submit to you, and you can tell me to do anything. So, Lu Yang instantly put the knife into the space, said to Li Mengyao, well, why make a high attitude? Early to see the reality is not good. Li Mengyao nodded. He received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. Detected that the other party has submitted to you. Successfully gained a reward. Storage space upgraded by 1 level. After receiving this tip, Lu Yang was pleasantly surprised. I didn't realize that succeeding in saving a young girl again would also increase the level of an existing ability. He read the description of the storage space. Storage space. Level 2. You have a 20 by 20 by 20 meter storage space to put away items as you please. Lu Yang was instantly surprised. This boost is so big. 10 times 10 times 10 is equal to 1000. 20 times 20 times 20 is equal to 8000. Boosted a full 8 times. Awesome. Originally, he had already taken up half of the storage space when he had finished collecting everything from a small supermarket, but now that it had been boosted by 8 times, the supplies inside had surprisingly taken up 1/16 of the area. Nice guy. This was going to require a lot more gathering of things, otherwise the space was just too empty. Must search for more supplies to fill her up. Lu Yang smiled and said, then take a good rest. These are your food. Eat them later when you have time. After saying that, he took out 2 loaves of bread, a carton of milk and a sausage from the middle of the dark space and gave them to the other man. Her stomach had indeed been overly hungry, so to speak, and now that there was food, she had to get up and eat it even if she was tired. Chapter 8, Husband to the Rescue. Early the next morning Lu Yang woke up refreshed, looked at Li Mengyao. This kind of absolute beauty used to be the object of countless people's pursuit inside the school, and it was estimated that they wouldn't even look at themselves. But now that the doomsday has broken out, they are actively submitting themselves. Reality is always more magical than even the movies, because movies still need logic. Reality doesn't. Lu Yang climbed up and then got up for breakfast. There is no bed to sleep. Can only sleep on the chair of. Chen Lixia saw Lu Yang up instantly revealed a pleasing smile. Said to Lu Yang, you woke up. Today's breakfast. Lu Yang didn't say much and directly gave her a bread with a bottle of milk. Seeing this food, Chen Lixia immediately brightened up and said in a hurry, thanks, Lu Yang. You're so kind. She then picked up the food and began to wolf it down. Looking at the other party's pleasing smile, Lu Yang couldn't help but sneer in his heart. In order to pursue Chen Lixia in the peace era, he once came to the door of her dormitory at 12 o'clock in the noon sun, waiting for a whole hour, just to send her a cup of milk tea. Once in the rain when the rain ran back to the dormitory to get umbrellas, soaking wet to Chen Lixia, for fear that she would get wet. But, at that time everything one did was called licking the dog. Nowadays a loaf of bread makes the other person grateful. Oh, it's true that since ancient times, deep love can't be retained, and it's always the heart of the set. Licking a dog. Licking it is really nothing at the end of the day. Men, you have to be tough to get women to submit. Lu Yang ate breakfast while taking out his cell phone to look at the class group. At this time the messages inside the group had started to become less and less. Apparently, on the third day of the apocalyptic outbreak, everyone was starving to the point of losing their strength. But then Chen Lixia posted the photos of the bread and milk to the group, instantly making the atmosphere of the group hot again. 3. Zhou, my stomach is so hungry. Class president, don't send it. It's really the more I look at it, the hungrier I get. Who will save me? I'm about to starve to death. Chen Ting, what am I going to do? I'm not going to be stuck in the toilet, am I? Class monitor, come and save me. Yang Tiancheng, I'm almost done. I can't even pee anymore. I don't even have anything to drink if I want to. I'm going to die of thirst. Li Ning, I am also about to be starved to death. Although there is water to drink, but the hunger is just too strong. Do I really have to produce my own? My cell phone is about to die and turn off too. And people are really close to holding out and turning off. Chen Lixia replied to the group. Everyone hold on. We must wait for rescue. I believe you will be able to. That one sentence instantly blew up the group again. Believe a hair. Squad leader. Don't make snide remarks. You've got food and are in a safe place. Of course you can say that. We're all trapped one by one with no food and no water. It won't be 2 days before we starve to death and die of thirst. That's right. We're starving and scared. But you're enjoying life as it is. And you have the nerve to say so. And refusing to save us and posting all this food in the group all day. Isn't that a deliberate attempt to seduce us? Woo. Class president. You're so bad. In the face of the crowd's messages in the group, Chen Lixia, however, had a smug smile on her face. A strong sense of superiority came over me as I watched these people suffer while I had food to eat. It wasn't in vain that he had committed himself to Lu Yang, a sports student. Although he was tossed around by Lu Yang for more than an hour, what he got in return was safety and food, and the ability to act like a bully in front of the other survivor students in the school. It was worth it. Just then, Lu Yang spoke in the group. I can save you. As soon as he heard this, instantly the inside of the group exploded once again. Li Ning, come and save me, come and save me. Good brother, come quickly. As long as you save me, you'll be my birth parent. Yang Tiancheng, Lu Yang, I can give you money. $500,000. As long as you can save me $500,000. Immediately. Zhou, Dad, I'll pay $1 million. Dad, you save me first. Chen Ting, Lu Yang, come save me, I'll warm the bed. As long as you come and save me, I'll do whatever you want me to do. I can be your wife. Chen Zi, hubby, come save me first. Not only can I be your wife, I can also be your dog. Class teacher Mr. Lu Yang, you first come to the classroom dormitory to save the teacher out. The teacher usually bring you not thin. You these students also do not compete with me. Understand to respect the teacher? Seeing the replies inside this group, Lu Yang smiled. In the past, each of these rich second-generation classmates was high and mighty. They never gave themselves a proper look. Nowadays, when begging yourself to save them, one by one, the men call themselves dads and the women call themselves husbands. Why don't you guys continue to be awesome? How come you're not proud of yourselves at this time? Lu Yang did not continue to reply. Inside the group, however, there was a rush. Zhou, Dad, why don't you say anything? Who are you saving first? Anyway, Chen Ting, Lu Yang, please, come and save us quickly. Chen Zi, hubby, come on, hubby, I really can't hold on much longer. Class teacher Mr. Lu Yang, as long as you can save the teacher, after the teacher is safe, I guarantee that I will ask for connections to let you enter a foreign company. From now on, you'll be at the top of your game. In the face of these people's pleas for help, Lu Yang still didn't say anything. and only after slowly finishing his breakfast did he start preparing to go out. When Chen Lixia saw Lu Yang preparing to go out, she quickly asked, "Lu Yang, where are you going? You're not really going to save them, are you? That would be too dangerous. And there wasn't a single person inside the class who looked up to you in the past. All of them were calling you a poor bastard behind your back, calling you a waste of limbs. Don't you dare be fooled by them." She didn't want Lu Yang to go to save people, because Lu Yang might be in danger if he went to save people. And once Lu Yang was in danger, her future food would be cut off from her source. And how could he show his superiority in front of these classmates after getting them back? Will they blame themselves then? Will they ostracize themselves? The more people Lu Yang had around him, the lower her Chen Lixia's status would be, so she couldn't wait for Lu Yang to have only herself by his side. That way the food would be shared by fewer people and Lu Yang would have more energy to protect himself. However, in the face of Chen Lixia's words, Lu Yang gave her a cold glance and then said, "Do I need to report to you for what I do? Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Understand?" Seeing Lu Yang's icy expression, Chen Lixia instantly trembled and quickly bowed her head and said, Okay, I know. I'm sorry. Humph, stupid woman." Lu Yang snorted coldly, then went straight out the door. Chapter 9, Son of Heaven's Destiny. Successful rescue. After going out, Lu Yang instantly released the bow and arrow from amongst the system space and held it in his hand. Lu Yang did go out this time to save people, and already had a candidate to save them. That would be Ziyi Chen. This beautiful classmate trapped in the tree has called her husband directly inside the group, and it's a bit hard to say if you don't save her. And with a girl trapped in a tree for 3 whole days, Lu Yang felt that the first person who couldn't hold out should be her. As for Chen Ting, she was trapped inside the toilet cubicle and was still safe for the time being. Because of the low IQ of the zombies, the childish school beauty Li Mengya was able to hold out for a day even if she hid in a cardboard box. Chen Ting had water to drink in the toilet, so she would be able to hold out for at least 2 or 3 more days. But Chen Zi is not the same. Climbing in the tree cannot rest properly, have to always pay attention not to fall, and there is no water and nothing to eat. The night may also be bitten by mosquitoes. Today is estimated to be her limit, and then do not go to save her. Will soon fall down to be eaten by the zombies. Lu Yang started walking straight in the direction of a school building. Along the way, he was lucky that he didn't encounter any zombies. When he came to a few dozen meters away from a school building, he really saw a large group of zombies surrounding a tree. Those zombies stretched out their claws and kept clawing at the tree trunks, which were scratched out with countless claw marks. But their IQ was so low that they couldn't even climb the tree, so they were only able to raise their heads under the tree, grimacing, and roaring angrily at the tree. Observing the behavior of the group of zombies, Lu Yang came to a conclusion in his mind. I guess that's the tree where Chen Zi is. There are more than 40 zombies under the tree. No wonder I haven't encountered any zombies along the way. It's probably because the zombies were attracted by the commotion over there. Lu Yang continued to approach, coming to a distance of about 20 meters and hid behind a tree. At this moment, the zombies' attention was all attracted by Chen Zi on the tree and did not even notice Lu Yang's arrival. Lu Yang opened his bow and drew an arrow to instantly shoot an arrow. Brush! Immediately afterward a walker instantly fell to the ground. Even as they saw their companions fall to the ground, the other superiors did not react in any way, continuing to look up at the tree with their teeth bared. Lu Yang was happy. These zombies' IQ is really low. In the post-apocalyptic game are belong to the novice level of difficulty. Have the system to enhance my in this post-apocalyptic world. Is simply like a fish in the wind and water. Cool. Lu Yang once again shot an arrow. Brush. Another walker fell to the ground. A few minutes later, half of the zombies under those trees were already lying down. Chen Zi on the tree was originally scared to sit on a tree branch, holding tightly to the trunk of the tree. Do not dare to look down, but kept hearing the sound of a zombie falling to the ground. She finally gathered the courage to look down, but found that the zombie has already been lying down half. Then her face showed an expression of surprise, took out her cell phone to take a picture and sent it to the group, with a text that said, "Oh my god, all these zombies are down. What's going on? Could it be that God is favoring me? Are the zombies also starved?" Joan, zoom in on the photo and look at it. There's an arrow sticking out of the head of every zombie that fell. It was taken out. Chen Ting, holy, someone went to save you. Chen Zi, someone saved you. Could it be Lu Yang? At this time, Chen Zi also zoomed in on the photo, and sure enough, she found that each zombie's head was pierced by an arrow. She also showed a surprised expression. It's true that people shoot them to death. Ha ha ha, saved, finally saved. Lu Yang, is that you? Hubby, is it you who came to save me? Ha ha ha, hubby, cheers. Keep shooting, don't stop, I love you. The others inside the group were straight up envious, have said in the group. Joan, Dad, come and save me. Dad, Dad, you look so handsome when you shoot the zombies. Come save your son. Yang Tianchang, Daddy Lu Yang. Come save me first. As long as you save me, I'll give you all my family's money. Chen Ting, Lu Yang. Hubby. I'm stuck in the women's restroom on the first floor of building 1, which seems quite close to Chen Zi's place. Save me too. Hubby, come quickly. I'm waiting for you. You must come. At this moment, Lu Yang was not aware of the news inside the group. He was fully concentrating on shooting. After a few more minutes, Lu Yang had already finished off all the zombies. At this time, Chen Zi's entire body on the tree had revealed an extremely excited expression as she sent the picture of all the zombies lying on the ground to the group. Said the man, ha ha ha, all taken out. All the walkers under the tree. So fierce. Hubby, you're so fierce. I love you so much. Come save me. My legs are numb. I can't climb down. Others inside the group expressed their envy and congratulations. At the same time, he sold another wave of misery, hoping that Lu Yang would come to his rescue soon. At this time, Lu Yang saw that the zombies had all been finished off by himself, so he walked out from behind the tree, and came under the big tree where Chen Zi was, and looked up, and found Chen Zi's pale and thin face, while her face was even more excited and surprised. She took her cell phone and took a picture of Lu Yang holding a bow and arrow with a javelin on his back and sent it to the group. Said, my husband is so handsome, too awesome, ha ha ha, finally safe, finally saved. I'm so happy, class, I'm out of the misery first, so hang in there. Lu Yang said to Chen Zi on the tree, come down, the zombies have all been killed by me. Chen Zi's excited face revealed a touch of embarrassment and replied, my legs are numb, I can't climb down. Lu Yang said, it's fine, you jump straight down. I'll catch you. After saying that, he directly put the bow and arrow on his back. Stretching out his hands, he made a catching gesture. So high. Can you catch it? Chen Zi revealed a somewhat fearful expression. The height she climbed was a full 3 meters. This was going to be a direct jump. The impact was so strong that even if Lu Yang was a strong gym student, he wouldn't be able to catch it. Lu Yang said indisputably, it's fine. Don't worry. Jump directly. Trust me. Seeing that Lu Yang had said so, Chen Zi could only nod her head. Then I'll jump. You must catch me. Oh, good. Lu Yang said. Chen Zi then closed her eyes and took a direct vertical leap. Lu Yang stepped forward and instantly did a princess hug, holding her steady, wrapping his arms around the other party's thin waist that was less than a handful. Lu Yang felt Chen Zi's figure. It was found that although this Chen Zi was a little bit worse in terms of looks compared to Chen Lisha, but her figure was even better. Her waist was thin and wide at the hips, and her bust was also proud and erect. Seeing that Lu Yang had caught herself very steadily, Chen Zi leaned against Lu Yang's solid chest, and a happy expression appeared on her entire face. This feeling of coming back from the dead is so delightful. During the last few days in the tree, she was scared, freezing and starving, thinking she was really going to die. I did not expect Lu Yang's appearance to save himself from despair. In Chen Zi's opinion, Lu Yang is simply the son of heaven who stepped on the 7-colored auspicious clouds to save himself. Barf! She kissed Lu Yang's resolute face with a mouthful of kisses, and with a shy expression on her face, she said, hubby, thank you for coming to save me. Really love you. You lost. Chapter 10, what's his specialty? Lu Yang just nodded calmly, then took out a bottle of water and a bread and handed it to her and said, eat something first, replenish your strength, next I'm going to save Chen Ting. You follow me and don't make a sound. Listen to me in everything. Hearing Lu Yang's words, Chen Zi nodded obediently. Aha. Okay, I will be obedient. Since Lu Yang had rescued herself from the tree, Chen Zi at this moment regarded Lu Yang as her gaijin. She had already said in her heart when she was trapped in the tree that if anyone could save herself, even if it was with her body, she would still be grateful to the other party. So at this point she had long since taken Lu Yang as the man she wanted to follow. Seeing that the other party was so obedient, Lu Yang didn't say anything more and led her towards the women's restroom on the first floor. On the way, he ran into a few wandering zombies, all of which were taken out by Lu Yang. Soon they came to the first floor outside the women's restroom. Lu Yang walked in with his javelin, only to see several female zombies in the restroom. Lu Yang, without saying a word, one by one, stabbed them to death ruthlessly, immediately after checking out one toilet cubicle at a time. On checking out the second cubicle, Lu Yang realized that the compartment was surprisingly not open. This meant that someone inside had unlocked the door, so he knocked gently on the door, said, open the door. I'm here to save you. The walkers have been taken out by me. Ka-ching! Lu Yang heard the sound of the toilet door latch popping open, and then the door was opened a crack, and from the crack he saw the budget, as dazzling and lovely as obsidian eyes. After that I saw Lu Yang. A color of excitement instantly appeared in its eyes. and then it finally opened the entire door. When he saw the other party's appearance, Lu Yang was taken aback. This person was not his classmate, Chen Ting. Instead, it was a beautiful young girl who looked even prettier, with more delicate features and whiter, softer skin. Moreover, to looking at the other party, Lu Yang felt a bit familiar. Soon he recognized the other party and said, "Aren't you Li Mange, one of the 4 major school flowers, known as the most supercilious school flower?" Li Mange nodded. Then to Lu Yang, he asked, "Has the disaster passed? Are you here to save us?" Lu Yang said, "The disaster has not passed. The end times have come. I am just a student of this school. My name is Lu Yang, so I can take you away next, but you have to listen to me and don't get me into trouble. First of all, first thing, no matter what danger you encounter, don't make too much noise or else you'll attract more zombies if you do." Aha! Li Mange nodded. Lu Yang then proceeded to start looking at the other toilet cubicles. When he was in the last compartment, he realized that the door of this compartment was also unlocked. So Lu Yang whispered to the inside, "Open the door. I'm here to save you." Hearing Lu Yang's voice, the door of the restroom was quickly opened. Because Chen Ting was in the same class as Lu Yang, and the person she was able to hear was Lu Yang. When she saw Chen Zi and the group being rescued in the toilet, she had already been looking forward to the arrival of Lu Yang, and now when she heard Lu Yang's voice, it was as if she had heard a voice from heaven, making her excited and thrilled. As soon as he opened the door he saw Lu Yang's angular and resolute face. Chen Ting instantly pounced over and directly hugged on Lu Yang's body, exclaiming excitedly with tears in her eyes, "Hubby, you finally come to save me. Great! Finally! I'm expecting you to come." Seeing this scene, Li Mange beside her couldn't help but show an envious expression. What a scene of pure love! The fact that the boyfriend even went to the toilet to save his girlfriend in spite of the danger when the end times came could be a book. Even Li Mange couldn't help it, being touched a little bit by the nose. At this time, Lu Yang pushed the other person away and said, "Alright, this is not the time to celebrate, follow me. Remember, no matter what happens along the way you can't yell." All 3 beautiful girls nodded knowingly. He then followed behind Lu Yang and walked out of the restroom together. At the door of the restroom, Chen Ting pointed at the men's restroom and said, "Lu Yang, Li Ning seems to be trapped in the men's restroom, right?" Lu Yang nodded. "Aha." Then continued to walk without looking back. Chen Ting froze. She thought Lu Yang would save Li Ning, but did not think that it seemed like he did not intend to care at all. But soon, she reacted. It's better not to save. There might be more zombies inside the men's restroom. She doesn't want to follow Lu Yang in to face the threat. Besides, do men need to be saved by others? Don't you know how to save yourself? So Chen Ting peacefully followed behind Lu Yang. The 3 of them quickly returned to the infirmary. As soon as they arrived at the infirmary, Chen Ting and Chen Zi both, the people then saw their class president, Chen Lixia. An odd expression immediately appeared on their faces. This class president, after the outbreak of the end times and his own rescue, completely disregarded the other students inside their class, and instead, he was still bragging about his food and safety inside the group. It's an abomination. If it wasn't for Lu Yang's kind heart, they might have really been trapped to death. The 2 of them said to Chen Lixia, "Gu, Lord Class Leader, it's good to see you at last. We thought we'd never get out again. Thanks to Lu Yang. Otherwise, we would only be able to watch Lord Class Leader eat and drink incense in our cell phones. Ha ha, we are all in the same class. I also want to save you guys, just that I don't have that strength." Sending food photos inside the group is also to encourage everyone. "It's really great to see you 2 alive and not come back," Chen Lixia said with a smile. Her face was covered with an awkward expression. And at this moment, Li Mangyao also saw Li Mang and said with a somewhat surprised expression on her face, "Mang, you were also saved by Lu Yang?" Li Mange was also a bit surprised and said, "Childish school beauty Li Mangyao, you're here too?" Both of them were one of the 4 school beauties, and they had naturally interacted with each other. Now he saw that the other party had been saved by Lu Yang, so he felt a little shocked. The 2 chatted with each other some more about the horrific episodes when the apocalypse broke out, and all the fears and worries they had been trapped in, expressing to each other how lucky they were to have been saved. As for Chen Zi and Chen Ting, the 2 of them didn't pay any more attention to this hypocritical class president. At this time Lu Yang also received a prompt from the system. The host killed a total of 55 zombies and gained 5 attribute points, and currently has 5 attribute points. Seeing this tip, Lu Yang was satisfied. Every zombie you kill makes you a little bit stronger. It's like an infinite growth skill. Sooner or later, he or she will be able to become number 1 in the world. At this time, Chen Ting looked at Lu Yang with a hopeful face and said curtly, "Hubby, I'm so hungry. Can I give food?" Chen Zi also said, "Yes, hubby, I've been trapped in the tree for 3 days. That stomach, which already had a pronounced waistline, is now even flatter from starvation. After saying that, Chen Zi even licked her seductive red lips, showing a face full of bad smiles. The face was full of indescribable charm and movement. Hearing the words of these two men next to her, Li Mange was confused. I don't know. She instantly wore the look of an elderly subway dweller looking at his cell phone. What the hell? These two are Liu Yang's girlfriends? At first, when she was saved inside the toilet, she thought Liu Yang's girlfriend was only Chen Ting. She was also touched by the fact that her boyfriend was not afraid of danger to save his girlfriend in the end of the world, and thought that Liu Yang was a pure love god of war. Now it seems that the other party is not a pure love warrior, but instead a master of time management, having two girlfriends at the same time, and these two girlfriends still know each other and aren't angry at all. Nice guy. Is this too much of a surprise? Apart from being a little taller, a little more muscular, a little more angular in his face, a little more resolute in his eyes than others, and from a distance, a little more like Chris Pang. What other strengths does this man have? What are his specialties? Why does he have two girlfriends? Chapter 11, Moral Kidnapping? Unfortunately, I have no morals. For this matter, Li Mange said he did not understand and was greatly shocked. She really does not understand. Liu Yang, this guy is exactly what is special. Actually able to make two women his girlfriend, and live peacefully with each other. Seeing the two Chen Zi and Chen Ting directly call themselves husband with their mouths open and shut, Liu Yang's face revealed a happy expression. Still, these two have eyes. You don't even have to hint at it yourself. You just call it hubby. Liu Yang decisively took out 2 loaves of bread, 2 sausages, and 2 bottles of milk from inside the space and gave them one each. As soon as they saw the food, both of their eyes lit up. Chen Zi was trapped in the tree for 3 days and was on the verge of despair. Liu Yang not only saved himself, but came back and gave himself so much food. This is simply his destiny. Chen Ting had been trapped in the toilet for 3 days and was so hungry that she was about to eat. And now that she saw Liu Yang giving herself so much time, she was also touched. Thank you, hubby. You're so nice, hubby. When I'm full, I'll serve my husband well tonight. The 2 men thanked him and went straight to their food. Chen Lisha beside her, listening to the words of these two, directly skimmed her mouth and whispered, "What 2 prodigal goods? Opening and closing their mouths as their husbands. Shame on you." Li Mengyao also expressed some shock, but she didn't spit. While Li Mange watched this scene from the side, a puzzled expression appeared on her entire face. What the hell? Where's your share? She clearly saw Liu Yang pulling out 2 portions of bread, 2 portions of sausage and 2 portions of milk from somewhere in her arms. But weren't there 3 people he rescued? Where's my share? How did you ignore me? As the most super-cooled school flower inside the school, Li Mange, wherever she goes, she is the center of attention in the crowd. And in the school, the people who like her don't have 1,000 but also have 800. And how many lickspittles, even in the sun, the rain, the wind and the snow, have come to offer themselves, to send this and that? But this Liu Yang, even ignored himself? She was instantly offended. Cough. She pretended to cough lowly twice, trying to get Liu Yang's attention. However, Liu Yang was holding his cell phone and ignoring himself. It turned out that Chen Ting and Chen Zi had already sent the photos of the food to the class group, which immediately caused another uproar in the group. And Liu Yang also began to check the chat records. Zi Chen, picture, eat a bread, drink some milk to suppress the shock. I'm so happy to be saved at last. My husband is so helpful. Chen Ting, it's still Liu Yang's husband. Originally I was going to eat, but I didn't realize that the darkness of the willows would make me feel so good to eat food again. Chauvan, holy, you've all been saved? Daddy Liu Yang, there's me too. Come save me too. I want to eat bread, sausage and milk too. At Liu Yang. Li Ning, at Liu Yang. Chen Ting is trapped in the first floor women's restroom. I'm trapped in the first floor men's restroom just a wall away. You saved Chen Ting but didn't save me? Dad, don't you love your son anymore? Classroom teacher Mr. Li, at Liu Yang. Teacher has been trapped in the classroom dormitory for 3 days now, and the food in the dormitory has run out. Hurry up and come save teacher. Yang Tiancheng, at Liu Yang. Liu Yang's father. I don't even have water to drink here. People can only live for 3 days without water. Today is the 3rd day. My son's big day has come and gone. He can't even pee. Dad, please save. The group is full of 8 Liu Yang. Liu Yang looked at these messages and a light smile appeared on his face. Oh, these guys are hilarious. Each one looked down on himself in the peace era, and now each one is fighting to be called his father. What a laugh. He directly in the group back. Before you are not so say not one scolded me as poor. Said I have 4 limbs developed, born to move bricks material, deserve to do a lifetime of hard labor, a lifetime to do the bottom of the social layer? Now why are you all fighting to be my son? Seeing Liu Yang finally speak, The others in the group immediately came into the spirit. Yang Tianchang said, "Father Lu Yang, it was all our fault in the past. It's us who are dog-eyed, so please forgive us once. From now on, you're our dad. You're our real father. You're our new parents. As long as you come to my rescue, my family's money is all yours." Zhou Wen said, Right. It was all our fault before. We know it's wrong. Papa Lu Yang, hurry up and come and save us. From now on, we will be your little brother. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west. Li Ning, Father Lu Yang, don't say so much. If you don't come, we'll really die. We really know we were wrong in the past, so don't get entangled. As long as you save me, I'll go to the bottom of a mountain of daggers or the bottom of a sea of fire if you ask me to. I won't frown. We really know that we were wrong, so be generous and don't take it personally. Lu Yang said, "Oh, you guys don't know that you're wrong. You just know that you're about to die. If the disaster disappears now, you'll immediately become the former high and mighty rich second generation again. Since you guys didn't give me any goodwill in the era of peace, why would I want to save you after the end of the world breaks out? So, you guys just fend for yourselves." As soon as they heard that Lu Yang wasn't going to save himself, those people immediately became anxious. Yang Tianchang, Lu Yang, we are all in the same class. We should help each other. Don't be so desperate. 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river. Don't go too far. Zhou Wen, that's right. If you see death, are you sorry? Can you sleep at night? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Li Ning, I could tell before. You kid is not only poor, but also psychologically dark. Not a good person at a glance. Now that the end times have come, you have seen death to your classmates and teachers, so you have verified my previous opinion. There is indeed a reason why people like you don't have a future in a peaceful age. Class teacher Mr. Lu Yang. In the past, in times of peace, I taught everyone that we must help each other, we must love each other, and we must respect our teachers. And now that you have the ability to do so, you don't save everyone. Can you justify it? Do you have any morals? Let me tell you, it's against the law to see death and save people. Seeing that their pleas for mercy were not successful, they began to morally kidnap Lu Yang, but they underestimated Lu Yang's psychology. As long as I have no morals, you can't kidnap me. In times of peace, why don't you guys talk about helping each other? Why do you see poor people and want to despise them instead of helping them? Seeing a shorter classmate and wanting to bully instead of treating them kindly? Is it possible that your moral abductions never demand of yourselves, but only of those who are better than you? Lu Yang no longer cared about them and directly exited the class group. There were no longer any surviving female students inside this group waiting to be rescued by themselves, so there was no longer a need for it to exist. Seeing that Lu Yang had withdrawn from the group, Chen Lixia, Chen Zi, and Chen Ting, the three of them immediately withdrew from the group chat as well. After all, Lu Yang is now a complete thick leg. Lu Yang's attitude towards himself determines whether he can live or not. They certainly want to show their followers of Lu Yang with their actions. Ha ha ha. Chapter 12, Chatting with Chen Zi. Chen Zi reference chart. Seeing that Lu Yang, Chen Lixia, Chen Ting, and Chen Zi had all withdrawn from the group, the others inside the group were dumbfounded. Originally they were prepared to morally kidnap Lu Yang for a bit, forcing Lu Yang to come to their rescue. Who knew that they had overplayed their hand and directly forced Lu Yang out of the group? Asterisk. Lu Yang ran away, and the class president and the girls backed out. What should we do? Hurry up and talk to him privately. Who would friend him when he used to be a poor bastard? I just added it and he didn't agree. It's over. It's really over this time. By the way, go to the school's big group and AIT him. Don't be silly. At that time Lu Yang confession failed. The big group inside are all mocking him. He has long since retired from the big group. At that time we also mocked him, was scolded as a shrinking turtle. This is really over. After retiring the class group, Lu Yang scanned Chen Zi and the others with the system scan. Information about the three of them instantly appeared inside his mind. Name, Chen Zi. Age, 18. Height, 1 meter 68. Weighs 50 kilograms. Appearance score, 85. Body score, 94. Lu Yang nodded. Well, it's very good. The appearance score reached more than 80 points. It's considered to be a big beauty in 100 miles. Only 3 points worse than Chen Lixia's 88 points. Only 3 points worse. But with a body rating of 94 out of 1 meter 68 and a pair of D+S proudly erect. The key is 0 charge counts. Definitely a good girl for having children. Lu Yang looked at Chen Ting again. Name, Chen Ting. Age, 18. Height, 166. Weight, 48. Appearance score, 86. Body score, 92. Seeing this evaluation, Lu Yang nodded his head once again. He and Chen Zi had won and lost against each other. and the number of charges was 0. It was fine. It was very good. In the end, Lu Yang placed his eyes on the most beautiful and coldest-looking Li Mange. She was known as one of the 4 most aloof schoolgirls, and there was no telling how high the system would give her a rating. Soon, the information of the other party appeared in his mind. Name, Li Mange. Age, 18. Height, 1.70 m. Weight, 52. Bust, a pair of D+. Appearance score, 95. After seeing this message, Lu Yang immediately brightened up. Nice guy, with a double 95 rating for appearance and body. Definitely the best of the best. And at 1.70 m, she was the tallest of all the women here. So it was no wonder that this pair of long white legs was so eye-catching. It was a perfect match for his own height of 5 feet 85 inches. I don't know what kind of performance such a perfect schoolgirl is like in bed. Will it be a contrast to her current appearance of being so high-strung? It's really something to think about and look forward to. At this time Li Mange also felt Lu Yang's gaze. This guy, finally noticing himself. I told you, with my beauty, every man would be my licking dog. Li Mange just coughed twice. But Lu Yang was looking at her cell phone and didn't pay attention to her. She was instantly very disappointed in her heart. And now she saw that Lu Yang had finally put his eyes on her body. Her chin instantly lifted up in a high and proud manner, restored the confidence of the high cold jokes of the past. Then her red lips lightly opened and she said to Lu Yang, "Classmate Lu Yang, where is my share of food? These 2 classmates you rescued have food. I won't have none, right?" Lu Yang smiled and said, "Didn't you hear what they called me? My food will only go to my women. So you have to become my woman as well for that to happen." As soon as she heard these words, Li Mange instantly changed her face, revealing an unbelievable expression. And in that unbelievable expression there was a hint of contempt. She glared at Lu Yang with a pair of beautiful eyes. "My God, did I hear you right? You actually want to buy my body with just a little bit of food? Don't you know how many rich second generations have spent hundreds of thousands of dollars chasing me in the past and I didn't even agree? You want me to be your woman with a sausage and a little milk? Are you brainless or am I brainless?" Li Mange looked like she had heard a big joke. When she was the highest, coldest and most difficult to chase the goddess inside the school. I don't know how many top rich second generation to send her attentions. Send bags to send brand name clothes. Are commonplace, and even some send sports cars. However, Li Mange didn't even look at it. Now this guy with all his limbs and a simple mind wants to make himself his woman with a little food? What do you take yourself for? Oh, then you're very good. Oh, but since you're so good, why don't you go and ask those rich kids who are chasing you to give you food? And see if they treat you as food or give food to you now that they've turned into zombies. After saying that, Lu Yang no longer cared about her, directly lay down on the bed and rested. Chen Ting and Shen Zi have already finished pretending to send photos of the real thing inside the group, and at this moment began to unpack the bread, as well as the sausage, and ate it one bite at a time. Things like this vacuum bread, this starchy sausage, were simply junk food in times of peace. Li Mange's family is rich this kind of food. She would not even look at it before. But now that she saw Chen Ting and the others eating sausages, eating bread, and drinking milk one bite at a time, that aroma slowly drifted into her nose along the air, stimulating this high and mighty schoolgirl's stomach that had already been starved for 3 days. Gobble gobble. Her stomach made a frog-like growl, so she had to go to the kitchen faucet and gulp down 2 gulps of water. Seeing this scene, the corner of Lu Yang's mouth curved. No one can stand the hunger, even the most high-strung people. Sooner or later, this so-called high-strung schoolgirl would come begging for herself. Lu Yang is lying on the bed resting. Soon it was dark. In the darkness, Lu Yang felt a person come to his bed. Soon the other party's voice also came from the ear. "Hubby, I'll sleep with you tonight." Oh. Hearing the voice, Lu Yang realized that it was Chen Zi. That's good. Lu Yang likes this kind of understanding. Without having to say much to yourself, you will come to yourself and save yourself a lot of nonsense. Come on, get into bed. We'll both have a nice chat next. Chapter 13, Acquiring New Abilities. Early in the morning of the second day, Lu Yang woke up refreshed and looked at Chen Zi, who was sleeping next to him. He reached out and pinched the other party's blown face. Since last night, Chen Zi had already agreed to be his woman. He looked at the notification from the system inside his mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing a beautiful girl and gaining a new ability, invisibility. Seeing this tip, Lu Yang was taken aback. Is this little nymph Chen Zi so powerful? Surprisingly, she brought herself such a powerful ability? He hurriedly read the description of the ability. Skill name, Stealth. Skill level, Level 1. Skill effect, after using this skill, you will enter a state of invisibility where your entire body becomes transparent and blends into the environment. Cooldown, 1 hour of invisibility within 1 day. Seeing this one system description, Lu Yang was very excited. But after the excitement, he was a little puzzled. You can be invisible for an hour in a day. So does that mean you have to use up the hour all at once? Or can you use it separately? It would be awesome if you could use them separately. If I'm invisible for a minute at a time, wouldn't I be able to be invisible 60 times? Looks like I'll have to try this skill out sometime before I get a chance. However, this skill can only be used once a day. It can't be used to experiment with waste. It must be tested in passing during actual combat. The skill of stealth is simply too much of a dream for men. How many of you have fantasized about being able to stealthily run to the girls' dormitory and the women's bathhouse to watch others shower? It's a pity that Liu Yang got this skill too late, and now that the end of the world is coming, he can only use it to see the zombies. After reading this skill description, Liu Yang thought in his mind, the rewards gained from rescuing female students are too generous. If you want to get stronger quickly in a short period of time, you have to save more female students. Today it seems that you have to hurry up and continue to save people. After all, today is the 4th day of the end of the world's outbreak. If you don't rescue them back again, in 2 more days they might all going to starve to death. And now that Liu Yang had a stealth skill, he would be able to save people better next. Even if he faced more zombies, he wasn't afraid. After all, Wen Li Mengyao, hiding in the cardboard box inside the zombies cannot be found. Now they have a stealth skills. Those zombies will not want to find themselves. With this skill, it would be easier to save yourself. Liu Yang began to take out food from amongst the dark space for breakfast. When the women saw that Liu Yang was eating, they suddenly leaned over one by one with a pleasing smile on their faces. Said, Liu Yang, you're awake. Is that bread? Good. Liu Yang nodded. Delicious. Don't worry, you won't get less. After saying that, he took out a breakfast directly to them. Seeing this scene, Li Mange, the high-spirited schoolgirl next to her, couldn't help but cover her stomach with her hand. Yet even as she covered it with her hand, her stomach made a froggy cry. Gobble gobble gobble. Hearing this voice, Liu Yang's mouth curved and ignored her. After another night of starvation, I guess she can't take it anymore? But since she wants to be a high-cool schoolgirl, then it is good to continue to be high-cool. Liu Yang wasn't in a hurry. I just talked to Zi Chen last night, and I'm talking to Tina Chen tonight. I have to rescue new female students, and after that, I have to talk to them. So I'm very busy every day, okay? I don't have time to care about this so-called high-cool schoolgirl. After eating breakfast, Liu Yang directly prepared to go out. Today these women are finally afraid to say something else, especially Chen Lixia, relying on the fact that Liu Yang had pursued her before, always thought that she was able to pinch Liu Yang, and after being scolded by Liu Yang yesterday, she finally knows to learn from her mistakes now. Before going out, Liu Yang had already made plans for the day. A building on the first floor, a female, inside the toilet yesterday saved 2 female students. One is Chen Ting, a high cold school flower Li Mange. That means the odds are good that there are survivors in the restroom, because the outbreak of the end of the world is exactly the time of the classroom. Class time. In addition to physical education, class students are outside the school. Other students are in the classroom. The classroom once the zombies appear. Other people want to run, have no place to run, but not in the restroom. Every toilet has a cubicle, and once you hide inside a cubicle, the walkers can't find it. It can be considered a natural refuge. Therefore, the chances of a female survivor in a women's restroom are very high, and there are 10 school buildings inside the school. Each one has 6 floors, and each floor has a women's restroom. Even if there aren't survivors in every women's restroom, can we at least take in 10 or so? Moreover, the number of zombies in the toilet was small. Liu Yang's strength had now doubled. It was still easy to take out those few zombies in the toilet. So today's plan is to check all the toilets in the 10 school buildings. If you find any female survivors, bring them back. So Liu Yang started to come to a school building. Yesterday he had already saved Chen Ting and Li Mengyao inside the restroom on the first floor of the first school building. So from today onwards, he was going to search for the second floor to the 6th floor. Among the women's restrooms on the 2nd floor, there were still a few zombies roaming around. However, these zombies were not Liu Yang's opponent. He quickly settled them with his javelin. He then knocked on the door one compartment at a time. All the compartments in front of him were not unlocked, and in the last compartment, Liu Yang found that the door was unlocked. But once he knocked on the door, the people inside actually let out a roar, and even began to keep banging on the toilet door. Liu Yang revealed a somewhat puzzled expression. Could it be that what's in here is a zombie? He kicked the door open. As expected, there was a cloaked female zombie hiding inside, and that zombie roared and directly rushed towards Liu Yang. Yet in response she was met with a sharp javelin. Put! The female zombie's head was instantly stabbed through. Liu Yang pulled out his javelin and said, "It looks like this female student was bitten by a zombie and then hid in the toilet, then turned into a zombie in the toilet. How sad. I'm kind of sending her on her way." After checking out the restrooms on the 2nd floor, Liu Yang started to head to the 3rd floor. in the middle of the women's restroom on the third floor. After Liu Yang took out all the listings, he found that one of the cubicles was unlocked, so he knocked on the door and said, "Is anyone there? I'm here to save you guys." As soon as the person inside heard Liu Yang's voice, he immediately responded in surprise, "Someone! Someone! Finally someone has come to save me." The other party said directly opened the door and a clean face was revealed from inside. The moment he saw Liu Yang, the other party's face revealed an excited smile and said, "Great, really great. Has the disaster ended? Are you a police officer?" Liu Yang shook his head. "No, I'm just a student inside the school. My name is Liu Yang." After hearing Liu Yang's words, the girl on the opposite side revealed a somewhat disappointed expression. Liu Yang continued, "But I'm here to save you. The disaster isn't over yet. Follow me and I can feed you, but you need to listen to me and not make a sound along the way." As soon as she heard that Liu Yang would also save herself, the girl began to regain a little bit of her vigor again and quickly nodded her head and said, "Aha, okay, I will definitely not give you any trouble." Chapter 14, Saving 25 Schoolgirls. Immediately after, Liu Yang took this female student and began to go to the fourth floor. The fourth floor, Liu Yang did not find survivors in the toilet, followed by a survivor in the fifth floor, found 2 in the sixth floor, so a total of 4 survivors were found in a school building. With these 4 people, Liu Yang began to go to the 2 teaching buildings. 2 teaching buildings, 1 floor of the women's restroom. Inside there is no survivor. In the 2 teaching buildings, 1 floor of the women's restroom. After emptying the 2 teaching buildings, let them in the women's restroom among the wait for their own, and then go to the upper floor to look for. When he 2 teaching buildings, after all the 6 toilets searched, a total of 3 women brought out the existence of the. Immediately after that, he began to search the 3rd teaching building, and Liu Yang brought out 5 female students in the 3rd teaching building. The 4th school building brought out 2, and the 5th school building brought out 3. After Liu Yang had searched all 10 school buildings, he realized that he had rescued 25 female students behind him, and most of these female classmates were very good looking. A few of them were even not inferior in looks to the likes of Chen Lixia. It was just a pity that the other 2 of the 4 school beauties hadn't appeared yet, which made Liu Yang a little disappointed. But with these 25 female classmates, his own strength could still increase greatly. Today's harvest was already more than enough. As for the school flowers and whatnot, he had already gotten 2 of the 4 major school flowers, which was already lucky. The other 2 couldn't be forced. So Liu Yang took these 25 female students and started to rush to the infirmary. Along the way, due to this team is too large, attracted a lot of zombies, Liu Yang let those girls hurry to run, their own in the back of the break, to see them almost reach the infirmary door. At this time, Liu Yang has also killed a dozen zombie glasses. Gathered over the zombies are more and more. He is no longer in love with the war, and hurriedly ran toward the infirmary. After everyone had entered the infirmary, Liu Yang then closed the infirmary door. At this time there were already 24 zombies following outside the door. It was a pity that these zombies did not have intelligence, and after seeing Liu Yang and the others close the door, they instantly lost their target. The infirmary let him 25 new female students, all of whom were breathing heavily. That feeling of being chased by dozens of zombies is just too scary. Luckily there is Liu Yang patting back. After coming back to their senses, they both looked at Liu Yang gratefully and said to Liu Yang, "Student Liu Yang, thank you for saving us. Originally we thought we were going to be trapped inside the toilet, but we didn't expect your appearance to free us. Thank you so much. By the way, when you saved us you said you had food for us. Is that true? We're hungry. Can we have some food?" Hearing the words of these female classmates, at the side, Li Mange, who couldn't help but sneer, said, He, wanting his food isn't that easy. This guy is wanting food to buy our bodies. He'll only give food if you're his woman." As expected, this sentence immediately caused a furor within the crowd of 25 girls. One by one, the girls showed unbelievable expressions. Looking at Liu Yang, he asked, "My God, is she telling the truth? I recognize it. Isn't this person Li Mange, one of the 4 school flowers with the highest coldness? This Liu Yang is just craving for someone else's body. Right, so he wants to buy someone else with food talk without looking at who they are? We can all be college girls. How can we sell ourselves out just because of a little food? Humph, you're kidding. I've really never seen a man like this before. A downer for sure." One of the strongest looking, fattest and ugliest girls in the group said, "So disgusting. I really regret being saved by him. I would rather die in the toilet and be bitten to death by zombies than to be saved by this lower head man. Sisters, why don't we work together to catch him and force him to take out the food? There are 25 of us. How can we be afraid of him?" Some of the girls actually agreed after hearing this. Liu Yang looked at the other party and couldn't help but frown. That woman looks bullish, stout, fat head, like a pig, originally in the toilet to see each other. Lu Yang was thinking about whether to save her, then hesitated for a long time, and ultimately thought that maybe starve her a little thinner, maybe look past it. After all, there is a saying that every fat person is a potential stock, so Lu Yang is ready to gamble on the other side of the rescue. But I didn't expect this ugly fat to do something to me at this time? What an ugly man, Lu Yang said in a cold voice. Rather be bitten to death by a zombie than to be saved by me, right? Very well, there are more than 20 zombies right outside the door. You can go out now. You have at least 200 pounds in this body. Enough for those zombies to have a full meal. Upon hearing these words, the fat woman was instantly infuriated and her face was distorted, pointing at Lu Yang and cursing. What are you? Why do you let me feed the zombies? Why don't you go yourself? Bringing us back, but not giving us food, and trying to buy our bodies with food. What are you if not a lower head man? Still trying to weasel your way out of this? Disgusting. Besides, didn't you collect your food from inside the school, which belonged to everyone in the first place, so why should you take it for yourself? Sisters, we're going to band together to get back what's ours. Make him give us an equal share of my food, or else we'll take it by force. After she finished speaking, she looked at Chen Lisha, and a few other old people who came first, and asked, do you want to abandon the darkness and join us as well? Chen Zi said, what are you guys talking about? It's obvious that Lu Yang saved you guys. It's not even if you don't appreciate him, but you even want to rob his food? If you don't want to stay here you can roll. No one is stopping you. Chen Ting said, that's right, as if who forced you to stay here? And you want Lu Yang's protection, and you want Lu Yang's food, and you don't want to pay? What are you guys thinking? Is there anything in the world that falls from the sky? You guys don't think you're still the little princesses that everyone holds in their hands, right? Li Mengyao said, if you guys don't feel comfortable staying here, you can leave on your own, but asking others to give you an equal share of the food you've worked so hard to collect is a bit too much of a moral kidnapping, isn't it? If you want food, you can go and find it with your own abilities, instead of acting in a superior manner and ordering others to give it to you. Chen Lixia said, that's it. Why should I share it with you? Chen Zi, Chen Lixia, and Li Mengyao all had relationships with Lu Yang, so Lu Yang shared the food with them. If these women come here and get food without having to pay for anything, wouldn't the previous efforts of them, the elderly, be in vain? So their resolute defense of Lu Yang's interests was tantamount to defending their own values. At this time the fat woman saw Li Mange again and asked, hi and cold schoolgirl, aren't you going to join us too? Let me tell you, there are 25 of us here, and when we get the food from you, the lower head man, we won't share the food with you if you don't join us. In this fat woman's opinion, they were outnumbered. Even if Lu Yang is fierce, he can't fight 25 women at the same time, right? Li Mange had an expression of unconcernedness, as if the person who had arched the fire in the first place wasn't herself. She has seen the scene of Lu Yang killing zombies. One shot one. No mercy. If these women really messed up, Lu Yang can still one shot one. I guess it is easier to kill than to kill zombies. She does not think that these women are Lu Yang's opponent. Therefore, she directly ignored the fat woman's words and lowered her head to the side, playing with her white jade-like fingers. The fat woman snorted coldly. The 5 of you have simply disgraced our girls. There are still 2 who are school beauties. Yuck. The prettier you are, the weaker you are. The school flower is also conquered by that lower head man? Disgusting. Chapter 15, Punching? Looking for death. Listening to this fat woman's words, Lu Yang's Cold War revealed a sneering expression. He took one step towards them, with a height of 1.85 meters, plus having killed so many zombies. At this time, Lu Yang's body was full of oppression, and even had a vague and fearful killing aura. Those 25 girls, except for the fat woman, the others couldn't help but take a step back and lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Lu Yang. That fat woman loved boxing in the peace era, and when she found out that Lu Yang was the only man here, she of course wanted to unite with the other girls to replace Lu Yang as the person in charge of this place. Therefore, in the face of Lu Yang's proximity, although she was afraid in her heart, she still clenched her fists and stood her ground, raising her head proudly to contend with Lu Yang. The mouth threatened. What do you want? There are 25 of us here. Lu Yang didn't say anything and continued to smile as he walked over. The fat woman is finally afraid. Back a step and said, you do not come over again. You come over again. I may have to do it. Lu Yang continued to walk over, finally walked to the front of the fat woman, condescending to look at her. Facing Lu Yang's oppressive size and that icy cold eyes, the fat woman said with trembling lips, what do you want? I am not going to give in, trying to buy my body with a little food. Nice try. Lu Yang still didn't say anything, but raised his hand, followed by a heavy slap. Pow! That fat woman was instantly slapped to the ground by Lu Yang, and blood began to flow from the corners of her mouth. A look of incredulity appeared in her eyes, followed by this incredulity, which turned into fear and anger. She climbed up and screamed, "Aha! You dare to hit me! How dare you hit me! You actually hit a woman! Damn you! I'm going to beat you to death! Sisters, everyone together! How dare this down-headed man hit someone! Men should all go to hell! Men are the most disgusting creatures in this world, all lower-headed men. The end is near. This world belongs to us girls. Banish all the men. Let them all become zombies." Unfortunately, her frantic yelling didn't get the other schoolgirls behind her to help her, but instead attracted the zombies outside the door, who began to roar and bang on the door over and over. It startled all those female classmates, and one of them showed a horrified expression. Turning to her, he advised, "Ruhwa, stop screaming. The zombies are going to come in when they hear the sound." Yeah, stop arguing. We're all going to die at this rate. Just shut up. We'll figure out the food next. The first thing to do now is to survive first. Stop attracting the zombies' attention." Hearing that these female classmates even started to accuse themselves, the fat woman called Ruahua instantly became offended, and the shouts on her mouth became even louder. "What do you guys mean? I'm fighting for your rights and you guys are speaking for this guy? You bunch are a disgrace to women. Where's the promised girl help girl? Since he won't give us food. Big deal. We all die together. You guys who speak for him die together too. Everyone." This fat woman actually started to go crazy when she saw that no one was supporting her, yelling and screaming inside the infirmary, looking like he's going to drag everyone down with him or her. Big deal. They'll all be eaten by zombies. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang frowned and directly went over and lifted her up by her throat. The weight of 200 pounds was directly grasped by Lu Yang. Lifting his feet off the ground, Lu Yang's strength is evident, and at this time, that Ruahua only began to realize the horror of Lu Yang and said in a difficult voice, "What do you want to do?" Lu Yang sneered and said, "Oh, don't you want to die? Don't you want everyone to feed the zombies? I'll let you have your wish." When he finished speaking, he grabbed and lifted straight up by the neck, and the fat woman came to the door of the infirmary, grabbing the doorknob with her other hand and preparing to open the door. Countless zombies outside the door were rapping on the door non-stop. This door couldn't hold up for long if it continued to be attacked. Seeing this scene, that fat woman was finally afraid. Her mouth shouted, "What are you gonna do? You're going to throw me out to the walkers? You're killing people. You're breaking the law." Lu Yang didn't say anything and started twisting the door handle. Seeing this scene, the fat woman was really scared. Her whole body trembled. Tears were scared out of her eyes, and her mouth said, Don't throw me out. I know I'm wrong. I don't want to die. I don't want to be eaten by zombies. The reason I said that was just to scare you guys." "Woo woo." Lu Yang sneered and asked, "Are you willing to be my woman?" That fat woman froze. How could she not expect that Lu Yang would ask this sentence in this situation? A look of surprise then appeared on her face as she hurriedly said, Yes. I'm too willing. You help me put it down. I'll immediately go to bed with you now." At this time, Lu Yang's mind has received the system's prompt. Congratulations to the host for saving the maiden, successfully obtaining the system reward, the storage space level +1. After receiving this tip, Lu Yang had a satisfied smile on his face and then said to the fat woman, "You're willing, but unfortunately I'm not." Afterwards, he directly opened the door quickly. Those zombies just ready to pounce on Lu Yang has kicked over. Instantly pounced the fastest, leaning closest to the zombie, kicked flying several meters, followed by a throw in his hand. The 200 pounds of weight of the fat woman was also thrown out, just thrown in the pile of zombies, then quickly closed the door. The roar of countless zombies and the screams of the fat woman rang out from outside the door. The remaining 24 female students inside the infirmary were so frightened that their whole bodies were trembling, hugging each other, unable to resist covering their ears with their hands. Even the high-strung class flower, Li Mange, showed a scared expression. Although this Lu Yang always said in his mouth to throw people out to feed the zombies, but before she thought it was just words. But she never thought that Lu Yang really dared to do so. Misery. It's really too bad. The fat woman who was being eaten by 20+ walkers screamed for 5 minutes before she died. At this time, Lu Yang's icy cold eyes swept over those 24 female students. Facing Lu Yang's eyes, those people immediately trembled. Even their backs were drenched in cold sweat. One by one, their eyes dodged, not daring to meet Lu Yang's eyes. At this moment, Lu Yang said, "Anyone else want to fight? I tell you, if you want to stay here you have to give me obedience. If you want to dare to make moves that jeopardize everyone's safety, then there is only one thing that will happen to you, and that is the same as that fat woman. Understand?" Those women nodded their heads in unison and spoke. Got it. I'm sorry, we won't do anything like that. Please don't throw us out." "Oh, Mom, I'm so scared. Seeing the performance of these people, Lu Yang then revealed a satisfied expression. After working so hard to get these people out of the toilet, they want to hug and steal their food? If we don't show them some color, we really don't know who is the king of size. That fat woman was funny enough to think it was the age of peace. Daring to throw a punch at herself? You throw a punch, I'll feed you to the walkers. It's the end of the ING world, and you think I'm going to give in to you? A woman's fist? You're used to being a T0 in peacetime, aren't you? I won't spoil you. Seeing that he had already subdued these women, Lu Yang returned to the ward and lay quietly on the bed, ready to rest. Let those women have a good introspection inside the halls of the infirmary. Anyway, with Chen Ting to communicate with tonight, Lu Yang was in no hurry. At this time, Lu Yang had already discovered a system bug. As long as the other person agrees to be their woman with their mouth, they will get the reward. And the reward will not be taken back even if they kill the other person afterward. This system is awesome. If so, wouldn't one be able to swipe the reward just by meeting a woman, without even caring about the person's looks or age? And anyway, as long as the person's mouth agrees, they can be successful without having to do the actual act of branching out at all? Cool. That's so cool. Chapter 16, Thinking Things Through. Only after watching Lu Yang return to the middle of the hospital room did those 24 female students start discussing. A female student was scared out of her wits and said, "My God, murder, really murder. Rohana was actually thrown out to feed the zombies. Oh my God, call the police. He's a homicidal maniac." Another female student said, "Call the police? If the police were useful, we would have called for help when we were trapped. Are you stupid? This is the end times." That's right, the end times have come and gone. There's no longer any legal constraints for a long time. Moreover, Ruhua shouted and tried to get us to join him for the zombies. And Lu Yang did this as an emergency to avoid the danger. Do you guys really want Ruhua to attract dozens of zombies to break through the door and eat all of us? That's right, that fat Ruhua is a lunatic. Not only does she want to die herself, she also wants to drag us along with her. She deserved to die in the first place. In that case, Lu Yang saved us instead. It was supposed to save us. He rescued us from inside the toilet and brought us to this safe infirmary. But Kisame even tried to turn this safe infirmary into a dangerous zone. Isn't it her fault? That's right. Ruhua doesn't care about the big picture at all and wants to take us with her to die. What's wrong with Lu Yang doing this to protect himself and to protect us as well? I think so. Moreover, the food that Lu Yang worked so hard to collect was originally his own. We want to get something for nothing. How can we? If we want food, we have to have something of value to exchange. And what is the only thing of value we have on us? If you don't become Lu Yang's woman, why should they protect you? Why would they give you food? That makes sense. I'm going to apologize to Lu Yang. I'm going to. I'm coming. So 24 girls teamed up and flocked to the hospital room where Lu Yang was lying. Knocked on the door of Lu Yang's room. Dun 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 dun. Hearing the knock on the door, Lu Yang was a bit puzzled. It's not even night yet. Could it be that Chen Ting came to find herself chatting in the middle of the day? Come in, Lu Yang said to the door. Soon the door opened and all 24 girls walked in and said to Lu Yang with their heads lowered, "Lu Yang, I'm sorry, just now it's all our fault. It's us who spoke out of turn because our stomachs are really hungry. That's why it's like that. We'll listen to you next. Give us a little bit of food, even if it's just to be your woman. We're willing to do it." As soon as he heard these words, Lu Yang immediately became energized. Speaking, "Oh, figured that out so quickly? Aha, we figured it out," those girls said with hopeful faces. Lu Yang nodded. "Alright, you guys go wait outside. I'll assign you food later. Now I'm going to take a break and take a nap, so you guys don't bother me." After those girls heard Lu Yang's words, they had a happy expression on their faces and said, "Okay Lu Yang, we won't bother you. You sleep. How kind of you to forgive us. We'll be sure to stay out of trouble, and we'll do as we're told." Looking at these female students so understanding, Lu Yang is very satisfied. There are no rules cannot become a circle. Today, Lu Yang is to deter these people. Otherwise, 3 women a play. This woman a lot of up will be difficult to manage. Satisfied with a nap, Lu Yang woke up feeling refreshed, opened the door of the ward, walked to the hall and found more than 20 women sitting there. Chen Lixia, Li Mengyao, Chen Ting, and Chen Zi. 4 people were playing games on their cell phones, and everyone's face had a relaxed expression, as if the end times had nothing to do with them. Li Mange, the high and mighty class flower, was sitting on the side with her stomach covered, and a few frog calls came from her stomach every now and then. The 24 female students were cowering in a corner, enduring the hunger in their stomachs. At this moment, as soon as they saw Lu Yang come out, all of them immediately brightened up. Chen Lixia's 4 people directly surrounded Lu Yang and said with a smile on their faces, Lu Yang, you finally woke up. Play with us. Come to 5 rows. I find it surprising that there are still a lot of people playing the game at the end of the apocalypse. Maybe they're trapped and can only use the game to kill time. Lu Yang smiled and touched the heads of these 4 beauties. Just now when that fat woman was preparing to rebel, the performance of these 4 women, Lu Yang was very satisfied. This is your food for noon. Eat lunch first, said Lu Yang, directly pulled out a bread, a vacuum chicken leg, a ham sausage and a carton of milk to them from among the system space. 4 women's eyes lit up when they saw the food. Wow, that's so great. And it has a chicken leg added to it. Lu Yang, you're wonderful. It all looks delicious. I'm starting to drool. 4 people picked up their food and ate it. And those 24 new female classmates also cast a longing look at Lu Yang. It's written all over my face. I want it too. I want it too. Come on and feed me. So Lu Yang also walked towards them, and directly got a bunch of food from inside the system space, and distributed it to them. Everyone got a bread, a sausage, and a bottle of milk. With excited looks on their faces, the 24 girls took their food and began to nibble furiously. Today has been the outbreak of the disaster of the 4th day. They hide in the toilet inside, although there is water to drink, but no food to eat. Has long been hungry, cannot stand. Now see Lu Yang to give them food one by one were still endure. All began to devour. Everyone began to eat up the food. Only the next high cold prosperously mange did not receive food. She looked at Lu Yang and realized that Lu Yang didn't even look at herself squarely. A look of disappointment washed over her face. Damn it! Is this guy really not interested in himself anymore? How can I say that I'm one of the 4 school beauties? Not much better looking than those 24 mediocre girls? This Lu Yang, as long as he comes over to give himself a couple of good words, give a step down. Even if he lets himself be his girlfriend is not impossible. But he didn't even look at himself. Did he want him to fall back on himself? Damn it! Damn it! Gobble gobble. Smelling the scent of bread inside the air, Li Mange's stomach began to growl indisputably again. However, Lu Yang ignored her. Instead, in the back of my mind, I was thinking that tomorrow, it might be time to make a move to the cafeteria. Most of the food I brought back from the minimart was snacks, including candies, bread, sausages, and all that, and although I also brought some rice and noodles and instant noodles, I didn't have any pots or stoves for stir-frying and cooking, and if I wanted to get stoves, I would have had to go into the cafeteria to get them. Although there were a lot of zombies in the cafeteria, my strength has been enhanced now. All 4 basic attributes have reached 130 points, which is 6 times that of an ordinary person. So even if there were a lot of zombies in the cafeteria, I would be able to handle all of them. And if there are just too many zombies, I can still be stealthy and just scavenge for food. And after I'm done scavenging the food, those zombies haven't even seen me yet. So he made up his mind to start raiding the cafeteria first thing in the morning. Chapter 17, Raiding the Cafeteria. Chen Ting reference chart. Of course, before the cafeteria raid tomorrow, today's reward must be obtained. So at night Lu Yang gave Chen Ting a look. Said, tonight, it's your turn to chat with me. Chen Ting immediately showed a flattered expression and said, okay, is it finally my turn? I'm the best at chatting. Lu Yang's husband. Don't worry, I will definitely help you chat to the sky tonight. So, Chen Ting farted and followed Lu Yang into the room. Looking at Chen Ting's deer-in-the-headlights-like figure, Chen Lixia skimmed her mouth, somewhat unhappy. These people one by one is also too active. Their original decision to do Lu Yang woman, but there is a feeling of being forced. In the future, Lu Yang will not remember hate this thing, so do not give good face to their own right. Damn it, can't you newcomers be a little more reserved? You're all so wavy and active. You don't even look like a girl. The next day, Lu Yang received a prompt from the system. Detected that the other party agreed to be your woman. Congratulations, host. Get the system reward, stealth skill level LV +1. After receiving this tip, Lu Yang was pleasantly surprised for a moment and immediately looked at the description. Skill name, stealth. Skill level, 2 levels. Skill effect, you can be invisible for 2 hours a day. Great. The stealth time has been neatly doubled. Awesome. Lu Yang stretched his male dog waist and got up refreshed. At this time, Chen Ting was still lying on the bed with a satisfied look on her face. I have to say, the little rotten hoof does know how to talk, just like she said she would. Wearing a pair of glasses, she looked like a good girl, but once in bed, the contrast was simply overwhelming. Although it was said that she hadn't had a boyfriend before, it was estimated that she hadn't read a lot of theories, and the knowledge she knew was surprisingly more than Chen Lixia and the others put together. Talking to her is simply a pleasure. Looking at the other party's sleeping face, Lu Yang couldn't help but pinch the other party's cute and innocent face. There's a saying that airplanes are the tallest in the sky and glasses burn the most on the ground. This is true. Lu Yang got up and then distributed breakfast to those some girls, followed by going out. ready to search for supplies in the cafeteria, under the grateful gazes of the crowd. As soon as he was out the door, he took out all of the 24 or so walkers at the entrance, and there was a cleanly gnawed skeleton on the floor. That's Ruhua, who was thrown out by Lu Yang yesterday. Looking at the skeleton, Lu Yang said in a cold voice, "Get up and continue boxing. Why don't you talk? Why don't you box with the zombies so that they don't bite you?" It seems that the female boxer is no match for the zombies. Lu Yang didn't encounter any other zombies along the way, but when he passed by the mini-mart, he found that there were 2 more zombie bodies at the entrance of the mini-mart. Lu Yang has been collecting scrapes on day 2, and the mini-mart is on day 5 today. The zombies that were killed by Lu Yang on the second day had already started to rot, but these 2 corpses were fresh, as if they had only been killed a short while ago, and were obviously not the ones that were killed by Lu Yang. Lu Yang walked over to check on the 2 zombies. It was found that the tops of both fighters' heads were cracked open, and it looked as if they had been blown apart by something heavy, as if they had been split open by an axe. He frowned and said, "Does it mean that there are other survivors inside the school? And the other party is quite fierce. I don't know where I got an axe, but I even got a zombie with an axe," and directly exploded the other party's head. Lu Yang's heart felt a little sense of urgency. The other side will definitely go to the cafeteria when they see that the mini-mart is being scraped for food. It's not like the other side even took all the food from the cafeteria, is it? Lu Yang accelerated his pace and walked towards the cafeteria, and as expected, he also saw several corpses of zombies at the entrance of the cafeteria. The bodies of these zombies, again, were killed by headshots. The zombies inside the cafeteria, however, were still quite a few. This meant that the other party hadn't entered the cafeteria, and just by being outside of it, the zombies inside had discovered them, poured out, and attacked them. And these people see that there are too many walkers and just give up searching for food. Lu Yang breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. It's okay. If the cafeteria food is scraped up too, I'll be in deep. Looking at the 50 to 60 zombies roaming inside the cafeteria, Lu Yang decided not to waste any more time fighting them and directly started to stealth. Immediately after that, Lu Yang directly disappeared in place, and even the bow and javelin in his hands started to become transparent. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang's entire body was shocked. Awesome! Even the weapons in my hands can be invisible, so won't it be very easy for me to sneak up on people? It is well known that there are many stealth capabilities. The most powerful of them were the ones that included clothes and weapons that could also be invisible. Like Lu Yang, there's a lower level one, where only the physical body can be invisible. And once you're in a state of invisibility, you're not able to put on clothes or hold things that. There's even the lowest level one, where even the external things in the body can't be invisible. And when you eat something into your stomach, the things in your stomach can't be invisible, so they float in mid-air. Those 2 kinds of invisibility are not good. Like Lu Yang, who can be invisible with himself as long as it is on him. This is the most powerful. So Lu Yang did an experiment. He put his hand on the corner of the cafeteria and realized that the corner had not changed. He picked up a brick on the ground and it went invisible. Lu Yang's mind had another question. Does this mean that something that can be picked up completely by me is the only thing that can be made invisible by me? If I take someone else's hand in mine, then will they become invisible with me? Immediately after that, Lu Yang shook his head. Never mind. This experiment can be done later back in the infirmary. The most important thing now is to gather food. So the invisible Lu Yang directly swaggered into the cafeteria. Those zombies simply do not find his presence. He went straight into the cafeteria's backroom storage and found quite a bit of food. Hundreds of bags each of 100 pounds of rice and flour? Take them all. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, taro, corn, soybeans, red beans, green beans, black beans? Take them all. Dozens of barrels of cooking oil? Hundreds of pounds of preserved vegetables? Thousands of pounds of frozen meat? Take it all. Induction cooker, gas canister, gas stove? Take it away. Pots and pans, chopsticks, spoons? Take it away. At this time, Lu Yang's dark space had been upgraded to 2 levels, and anything within 20 meters of him, he could just scrape it all in with a thought. In a few minutes, Lu Yang took the entire back kitchen and warehouse of the cafeteria and scraped them all. At the moment, his dark space was filled with supplies. Dozens of tons of rice and flour alone. Enough for him to eat with the ladies for years. But in the process of collecting and scraping, Lu Yang also found some problems. The back room of the cafeteria was surprisingly a bit of a mess. Obviously someone came in and raided it. Is it possible that there wasn't just one person scavenging for food? Were those walkers at the door attracted out by someone? One person who deliberately lured all the walkers out and then made it easier for the others to collect the food? But the good thing was that they didn't have the system space, so even if each of them had a big backpack, they wouldn't be able to take much. At best, you'll get a few days' rations, and if you take too much food at once, It will also be too heavy to run fast, and you might be in danger. Therefore Lu Yan was not too late. When he came out, the cafeteria was empty. Nothing left of the food. Chapter 18, The Gym Student Squad. It has been scavenged, and the food in the cafeteria. Lu Yang's work for the day is over, so he began to test out his stealth skills. The stealth skill had reached 2 levels, which meant that at this moment, Lu Yang had 2 hours of extended time, but he had only used 5 minutes when he was in the closing cafeteria, leaving him with 1 hour and 55 minutes. If I unstealth this hour and 55 minutes, is it still there? Is there a limit to the number of times I can be invisible per day? So Lu Yan lifted his stealth. His form appeared instantly and returned to his normal appearance. Immediately after that Lu Yang's mouth drank another low voice, stealth, brush. His form disappeared again. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang was pleasantly surprised. You can use it multiple times, as long as you don't use it up. It's fine to use it as many times as you can in 2 hours. In that case, this skill is too fierce. After coming to this conclusion, Lu Yang's entire being revealed a happy smile. Then he directly lifted his invisibility and started walking towards the infirmary. And at the same time, outside the infirmary came a group of people, a total of 5. And each of them were tall and dark-skinned. And at a glance, they were the same as Lu Yang, who was a sports student inside this school. They saw the zombies outside the infirmary, down on the ground, and instantly had a wary look on their faces, glancing at each other. One of them whispered, "The inside of the infirmary seems to be overrun, and that guy's pretty strong. There are dozens of zombie corpses just outside the infirmary." Another burly man said, "This infirmary seems to be overrun. Are we still going in? Go on. Yesterday when we gathered supplies, Nyo's leg was scratched by rusty iron. It has to be sterilized before we can do anything. Otherwise it might get infected. We must get the disinfectant today." Saying that he gave a look to a man next to him. "Li Wei, you go knock on the door." The gym student named Levi nodded, then knocked on the infirmary door. Knock, knock, knock. The schoolgirls inside the door heard the sound and were instantly startled. Thinking it was a zombie knocking on the door, they couldn't help but let out a low cry. "Ah! Unlock the door." A female student then quickly unlocked the door. Hearing the sound of the unlocked door and the woman's whispered scream, a puzzled look appeared on the faces of the 5 gym students. And immediately afterward this puzzlement turned into surprise. Asterisk 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 is a woman. The last woman we played with for a few days has died and we finally found a new one. So lucky. That's not right. How did the women finish off these walkers? I think the men are out looking for food. Didn't we see the mini-mart yesterday that the food had been scraped up? It is estimated that this person is the one who scavenged, and also brought back the woman. Which means that there are not only women but also food inside this infirmary. We are rich this time. Let's steal the house while the guy's not home. The 5 gym students instantly came to life, knocked on the door and said to the inside, "Are the girls from school in there? We are here to save you. Open the door quickly." "That's right. Go with your brothers and you'll be guaranteed a good meal." Inside the door, Chen Lixia and the others heard the voice of the person outside, not Lu Yang's. She instantly put a finger to her lips and, to the others, made a shushing motion. The others nodded. One by one, they shut their mouths, and the entire inside of the infirmary was silent. They weren't stupid. They were able to tell from the sound that these people were definitely up to no good. And Lu Yan was in front of them, Ruhua thrown out to feed the zombies. The other men are estimated to be more excessive than Lu Yan overdoing, so letting them open the door was absolutely impossible. Now they only hoped that Lu Yang would hurry back and drive these men away. The gym student outside the door was a little impatient when he saw that the person inside had actually played dead and stopped talking, and he increased the intensity of his rapping on the door. "Snap! Hurry up and open the door. Don't eat the wine without honoring it. We'll just kick the door open later, and you'll all be finished by then. Be a good boy and open the door, and we'll be gentle then, or else we're going to you to death." Ha ha ha. Tiger, you still have the nerve to say that. Didn't you get that woman killed last time? The female students inside were terrified as they listened to the nasty words of these men. It was true that they were all up to no good, and it was fortunate that they hadn't been tricked by them. If they had really opened the door, the consequences would have been absolutely unimaginable. Not opening the door, are you? Our patience is wearing thin. You don't really think this little tie door can stop us, do you? Cootie, I'm coming in, yo, a gym student said, raising the fire axe he had in his hand straight up high. The fire axe was still covered in black zombie blood, so it was obvious they had killed their way here. Looked like that fire axe was about to come down hard on the door. A voice came through instead. "Hey, what are you people doing?" The crowd turned their heads to look, and directly a strong figure with a bow and arrow in his hand and a javelin on his back appeared in a place not far away. After they got a good look at the other party's appearance, a somewhat surprised expression appeared on their faces. "Lu Yan? You're not dead either? Great. We can strengthen our sports students team again. You've come at the right time. We found out that there are quite a few women hidden in this infirmary. We can break open the door together. How about we share the supplies and women inside? At this time Lu Yang also saw clearly. It turned out that these people were all sports students. They used to know each other in school. And Lu Yang's sports scores inside the school were first in every category. And even among the sports students, he was quite famous. However, the point that Lu Yang is not quite the same as these sports students is that most of these sports students are rich second generation. Their families are very rich, and since they are not well educated in reading, their families spend money on practicing sports for them, so that they can be admitted into the school as a special student. These athletic students can be said to have a good time inside the school, and their girlfriends can change in a few weeks. This incident of Lu Yang's failed confession was also laughed at by these sports students for a few months. They all said that Lu Yang simply lost the face of the sports students. Which sports students are not making a girlfriend at the same time, but also keep a few spare tires at any time seamlessly? Lu Yang also did not expect the outbreak of the end of the world that these sports students had gathered together and formed a small team. They're not weak fighters. It is a pity that the current Lu Yang, due to the system's enchantment, has long been different from the past. Even this group of sports students, Lu Yang did not put in his eyes. In a cold voice, he said, "The infirmary is my base camp, and all the women in there were rescued by me. So hurry up and leave. Don't bother me here, or else I'll be rude to you." Chapter 19, Giving You a Ride. As soon as they heard those words, those 5 gym students instantly changed their faces. This infirmary turned out to be Lu Yang's home base, and all the women inside were his? Good guy. This Lu Yang can One of the sports students in the lead said with a smile on his face. Lu Yang, see, you are also a man of nature, collecting women as soon as the end of the world breaks out. It's a match for me. Join our team. In the future, our sports student team will be even more powerful. The whole school is our home base, and we can walk horizontally in the school. What do you say? Lu Yang is physically strong and excels in sports, and used to be the first among the sports students inside the school. They naturally didn't want to be enemies with Lu Yang, and if they could be absorbed into their own team, that would be the best. As long as Lu Yang was willing to part with all the supplies and women he had collected, then they would be able to accept Lu Yang's joining. Unexpectedly, Lu Yang shook and said, "Not interested." The gym student on the opposite side revealed a sneering expression. He, not giving me face, huh? Lu Yang, you don't think you're a match for so many of us alone, do you? If you have a woman, you have to share it with everyone. Don't eat alone, be careful to prop you up. Lu Yang didn't say anything, but raised the bow and arrow in his hand, directly opened the bow and aimed at the other party. Then his mouth coldly said, "My woman is also something that you guys can hit on? Since I'm letting you go, if you don't go then you don't have to go. I'll send you on your way." Brush. Lu Yang without saying anything directly shot an arrow instantly through the chest of the sports student in the lead. That gym student covered his chest and revealed an incredulous expression. You dare to kill. After saying that he directly fell to the ground and died in peace. The other 4 gym students were directly stunned when they saw this scene. FAI. Wake up. Murder. Lu Yang killed someone. Brothers together. This guy dares to kill our brother Hui. Split up and surround him. His arrows can't shoot that fast. So the 4 people directly split up and rushed towards Lu Yang from 4 directions. However, Lu Yang did not continue to shoot arrows. Instead, he revealed a cold smile, and immediately after, he directly chanted in his mind, "Stealth, brush." Lu Yang instantly disappeared in place. Those 4 sports students were originally rushing towards Lu Yang at a very fast speed. When they saw Lu Yang disappearing, they instantly stopped in their tracks and were directly scared silly. What's going on? Where is he? What the hell? Is that guy Lu Yang or not? What the hell? Could it be that I'm dreaming? Is the other party a human or a ghost? Just as they were wondering, put, a soft sound came. A gym student's chest had been pierced straight through, blood spurting out directly from his chest, a penetrating bloody hole appearing on his body, but they couldn't see what it was that had penetrated the other's chest, as if the bloody hole had appeared out of nowhere. The gym student let out a scream, looking incredulously at his chest hole. It hurts so much. Help me, brush. The sound of a javelin being pulled out came from the chest of that gym student, and blood instantly flowed like a column. He covered his chest and collapsed on the ground, his body twitching due to lack of blood, and slowly began to lose consciousness. The remaining 3 were directly stunned. How could they not expect Lu Yang to be directly invisible like a ghost and still be able to kill? It was now completely unknown exactly where Lu Yang was. Perhaps right behind you. aiming a weapon right at your heart, able to kill you with a single thought from him. This unknown fear made the three of them tremble all over. Pop! One of the gym students directly fell to his knees and kept kowtowing to the air. Lu Yang, we know we're wrong. Don't kill us. We know we're wrong. We'll roll immediately now. As long as you let us live. The other two gym students fell to their knees in an instant upon seeing this scene and kept begging for mercy into the air. Lu Yang, it's us who have eyes but don't recognize MT. Tai, just be generous and spare us for once. We are all sports students. We used to know each other. We are all friends. We are all brothers. Lu Yang. The school sports meeting won the 400-meter relay. I can participate in the competition with you. We are teammates. Please don't kill us all. However, it was not Lu Yang's voice that responded to them, but the sound of a javelin piercing through flesh. Put, put, put. A bloody hole appeared in all three people's chests, and blood gushed out directly, staining the ground. The three of them showed expressions of fear, covered their chests, and slowly fell into a pool of blood. If a man is not ruthless, he can't stand still. This reasoning would not be lost on Lu Yang. Since their base camp had been discovered by them, they could not stay. In the post-apocalyptic world, there is no law or moral constraints. Even for a loaf of bread, it is possible to kill someone, not to mention the fact that he also has so much food and so many women. So Lu Yang does not believe in anyone. He only believes in his fists. It is true that these sports students used to know each other with Lu Yang, but in the past they didn't treat Lu Yang as a friend or a brother. They only thought that Lu Yang was just a joke. After all, there is only one disease in this world, and that is the disease of poverty. Poor people, wherever they go, will be looked down upon. In the past, Lu Yang was one of the most looked down upon. Nowadays, of course, he didn't believe that these people would really consider themselves as friends. Looking at the 5 corpses that fell on the ground, Lu Yang lifted his invisibility. This skill is just too good to kill. After finishing off these people, Lu Yang directly came to the door of the infirmary and knocked on the door and said, "Open the door. I'm Lu Yang. Those people have been finished off by me." Hearing this voice, the female student inside the door was relieved and hurriedly opened the door. Lu Yang walked inside the infirmary and realized that on their faces, they still had a stunned expression. Chen Lixia said, "Lu Yang, what are those people? So scary. He said he's going to capture us and us alive." Li Mengyao also said, "Lu Yang, it's fortunate that you came back in time. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. This single thin door won't be able to hold up against their attacks." Chen Ziyi said, "Those people are too scary and obscene, aren't they? Opening their mouths and saying they want us to death. It's too disgusting." Chen Ting said, "Luckily, Lu Yang's husband is there. It's so reassuring." Lu Yang comforted a few words to them and said, "It's okay, it's already been taken out by me. It's all some sports students. The end of the world outbreak. In the school now no one can be trusted. You must close the doors and windows when I'm not there. Don't make any noise. Don't be found." "Aha! We know." The women nodded their heads in a row in a well-behaved manner. Chapter 20, Getting 24 Rewards at Once. Invincible. Discovering the other sports students inside the school, Lu Yang's heart also began to feel a little sense of urgency. Although he was already strong enough, his women still didn't have any ability to defend themselves, which would be a big loss if they were accidentally stolen from their homes. That's why it's important to get your strength up first today. Lu Yang pulled out lunch from among the system space and distributed it to these women. Then turning to the 24 new women, she asked, "I'll ask you again. You're willing to submit, aren't you?" Those women nodded their heads repeatedly, willing to be willing. "As long as you keep us safe and feed us, we are willing to submit to you." "That's good. Some of these rewards are for increasing basic attributes, leveling up skills, or gaining new skills." Looking at how much his strength had increased again, Lu Yang's face showed an excited expression. Lu Yang looked at his attribute panel. Name, Lu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185. Weight, 80. Strength, 200. Spirit, 200. Stamina, 200. Speed, 200. 36 meters per second. Possesses skills, 1. Attribute enhancement. 2. Super gene. 3. Storage space, level 4. 4. Virus immunity. 5. System scanning. 6. Stealth, level 3. 7. Metal control, 2 levels. His own basic attributes reached 200 points and his maximum movement speed reached 36 meters per second. These were already 4 times that of an ordinary person. Now ordinary people were like slow motion in front of Lu Yang. No one was his opponent anymore. Afterwards, Lu Yang checked the description of each skill after upgrading in the panel. Storage space, level 4. You have a 40 by 40 by 40 meter storage space. You can put away any item at will. 40 times 40 times 40 is equal to 64,000 cubic meters. More than 60,000 cubic meters. Enough for Lu Yong to hold a lot of supplies. It's not a problem to support 100 wives. This space is big enough and cool enough. Invisibility. Level 3. You can be invisible for 6 hours a day. There is no limit to the number of times you can be invisible. You only need to use it when you are searching for substances or fighting. A battle can be over in a few tens of seconds. 6 hours Lu Yang is completely enough. Metal control. Level 2. You can control any metal. This description was simple and straightforward, and it was one of the latest skills Lu Yang had acquired. He hurriedly tried out the skill. Just by a thought, Lu Yang had already pulled out a fruit knife from amongst the dark space. He then gave another thought, and the metal part of the fruit knife had turned into a substance like water, floating in the air that could take on any shape, any stance. Seeing this scene, an excited expression appeared on Lu Yang's face. Too powerful. This metal control is practically no different from Magneto's ability. With this ability, won't I be able to make my own weapons at will? Lu Yang looked at the far wall with a single glance. Brush! The fruit knife shot out like a bullet, instantly hitting the concrete wall, into which the entire knife had disappeared, leaving only a handle shaking constantly outside. So powerful. You can control the flying dagger flight directly with your mind. It's level 2 metal control now. The furthest distance I can control should be around 100 meters. 100 shots within 100 meters. Whether I encounter a zombie or an enemy, I'll be able to take them out easily. Afterwards, he took out a dozen or so of the stainless steel bowls and trays that were scavenged inside the cafeteria from the dark space when, then those bowls and trays were in front of him, floating in the air, followed by a thought of his. All the metals were fused together, and there were some impurities that were purified by Lu Yang from among the metals. And the weapons that he made by using his mind to strike iron were even sharper and tougher than those that the masters of the sword casting had made. Soon, those metals formed a large, sharp blade over a meter long. Looking at the large, sharp knife, Lu Yang was filled with confidence. With this weapon, even if you encounter 100 zombies, you can just mow the grass. In order to test out the upper limit of this ability, Lu Yang once again took out the fruit knife from the dark space, stood outside the window and shot out into the distance, and then controlled the fruit knife to turn back when it reached the limit of his control. After 20 or so round trips, he felt a cold sweat starting to break out on his forehead and even some vague headaches. It seems that this is the limit of spiritual power. A fruit knife that flies 100 meters can go back and forth 20 times for a distance of 100 times 20 times 20 is equal to 40,000 meters. If you replace the fruit knife with a steel needle, the number of times can be doubled, and it can be controlled to fly 80,000 meters. Just one steel needle alone can control it to fly 80,000 meters, and on the way, it can penetrate the heads of countless enemies. I'll kill as many as come. Yes. This new skill could be said to be one of Lu Yang's most important attack skills. As his mental power increased, and the level of his metal control skill increased, the items he could control would become heavier and larger, and by then he might be able to directly create tanks with his mind, airplanes with his mind, aircraft carriers with his mind, and spaceships with his mind. With this skill, I will be able to create an impenetrable and solid survivor base by myself. Lu Yang clenched his fists, full of confidence. Now that the end of the world had broken out less than 10 days ago, he had already gained such a powerful ability, and for the other survivors who were still struggling to survive struggling with hunger and zombies, it had long since been a long way ahead of the game. Now not to mention those 5 gym students. Even 100 gym students were no match for himself. Sooner or later, he would be on top of the world. Chapter 21, Opening Up to the High Cool Schoolgirl. After looking at the increase in his attributes, with excitement in his heart, Lu Yang set his eyes on Li Mange. The high-cool schoolgirl. I have to say, the reason why the high-flying schoolgirl is called a high-flying schoolgirl does have her reasons. Starving herself for 5 whole days and surprisingly still not compromising, Lu Yang was beginning to admire this guy a little. He walked over with a smile on his face and asked Li Mange, "Hungry?" Seeing Lu Yang walk up to her and ask her words, Li Mange had a feeling of being flattered. She thought that Lu Yang had already forgotten herself. At the same time, Li Mange made up her mind that as long as Lu Yang gave a step down for herself, she would compromise. I'm just so hungry these days, especially when you're watching other students from the sidelines, with good food and drink, while you're left to starve and pour tap water into the faucet. It's so torturous to feel like this. Li Mange has figured it out. In the post-apocalyptic world, survival is the most important thing. Dignity, innocence, it's all just clouds. And Lu Yang is indeed very good to his woman. Good food and drink will be taken out to share. And Lu Yang is also a very powerful man. Killing and decisive, without delay, as long as it is a danger to him and his woman. We'll be killed by him. This kind of man is definitely going to make it big. Following such an excellent man, one can definitely live for a long time in the end times. So today she decided to compromise. However, before Li Mange could say anything, her stomach had already growled. Gobble gobble. Hearing the sound of her stomach, Li Mange's face turned red, and her entire body was so embarrassed that she wanted to find a crack in the ground. She reddened her pretty face and nodded. Hungry. So hungry. I feel like I'm going to starve to death. A pair of eyes as cute as a kitten looked at Lu Yang with hope. Li Mange thought to herself how she hadn't realized before that this Lu Yang seemed to be quite handsome. With strength and resources. And handsome. Where to find such a good man? At this time, Lu Yang spoke. I'll ask you again. Becoming my woman will give you food. Are you willing? Li Mange nodded with a red face. Aha, I'm willing. As long as you give me food and keep me safe, I can submit to you. At this moment, Lu Yang instantly received a prompt from the system. Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the beautiful girl. Metal control skill +1. Reaching level 3. After hearing this tip, Lu Yang's face revealed a satisfied smile, then said to Li Mange, wouldn't it be fine to compromise early? Having to starve for so many more days, why bother? After saying that, Lu Yang directly pulled out a food from among the dark space and handed it to Li Mange. Looking at this delicious food, Li Mange's eyes went straight, hurriedly unwrapped the package, and nibbled on it with a big mouthful. Lu Yang said lightly, tonight, meet me in my room. I'll have a nice chat with you. This is the high cool school beauty that countless people are pursuing inside the school. What guy in the school wouldn't want to take her down hard? It was a pity that Li Mange didn't even look at those people. Now that it's fallen into their hands, a loaf of bread and a bottle of milk, they're getting it straight. Is this the end times? It's a great feeling. Li Mange, who was nibbling on the bread, heard Lu Yang's words, and that face instantly turned red into an apple. Still, she nodded. In an almost inaudible voice, she said, ah nah, got it la. Evening. Li Mange obediently knocked on Lu Yang's door. At this time, Li Mange, after fully understanding Lu Yang, realized how rare Lu Yang's kind of tough character and strong ability was. In the post-apocalyptic world, only a man like Lu Yang could make a living, so she fell even more in love with Lu Yang. Who doesn't like a strong man? And Lu Yang was precisely the strongest she, Li Mange, had ever seen. Day 2. Lu Yang woke up refreshed. At this time, Li Mange was still in the middle of a deep sleep. The whole person was very calm, and there was even a touch of a baby-like smile on her face. Lu Yang woke up and realized that this time the infirmary was already packed with people, and this place was no longer suitable to stay. Looks like it's time to find a new home base. Schools are a good natural refuge. There are fences all around. Those zombies have low IQ. As long as the gate is closed, the zombies can't get in at all. So, what Lu Yang was trying to do now was to empty all the zombies inside the school. Then the school would become a natural safe base. And the method of emptying the school, Lu Yang had already thought of. Of course, before emptying the school, all he had to do was to empty the teachers' quarters first. There are 10 floors of teachers' dormitories, with a dozen dormitories on each floor. And these dorms are single-room packages with kitchens and bathrooms, perfect for living. There are over 100 rooms in total. Even if he had over 100 women, he would be able to live with them. So the first order of business today is to empty the teachers' quarters. So he assigned breakfast to all the women, and very thoughtfully, left one for Li Mange, who hadn't gotten up, after which he prepared to go out. Chen Lixia and the others, somewhat worried, said to Lu Yang, where are you going? It won't be dangerous, right? Be sure to be careful in everything. Li Mengyao said. Lu Yang, you must pay attention to safety. Chen Ziyi said. Husband Lu Yang, be careful on the road. If you are in danger, we will all be widows. Chen Ting said. Hubby, come back early. We are all waiting for you. Oh. Listening to the words of concern from the crowd, Lu Yang's heart was somewhat moved. In the past, in times of peace, no one ever cared about themselves. He was the only one who kept giving Chen Lixia a licking dog, and the other party still looked like they were in love with him. Where is it like now? Chen Lixia licked her face to let since everything is careful. Lu Yang smiled and said, don't worry, with my strength, I will never encounter any danger. You guys don't have to worry. During the time I'm not in the infirmary, you guys must close the doors and windows tightly. Don't send out anything, don't attract anyone's attention, and don't open the door to anyone who knocks on it. Got it? Yes, husband, the crowd said in unison. Thus, Lu Yang opened the door and walked out, heading straight to the teacher's dormitory. Chapter 22, How dare you threaten me? Along the way Lu Yang encountered a few scattered zombies. As soon as he saw Lu Yang they quickly roared and rushed over. At this time Lu Yang did not use a bow and arrow, Nor did he use a steel needle to attack. Instead he directly drew out the large knife that he himself had created with his mind. Just when the zombie was still more than a meter away from him, Lu Yang directly swung his incomparably sharp machete and slashed heavily. Brush! There was a flash of silver light in the air, and the zombie's head had instantly flown up into the sky. Lu Yang's body deflected, almost flashing his male dog's waist because of his own force. A look of surprise crossed his face. This knife is too sharp. Cutting on the zombie's neck, it didn't even feel a thing, as if it was like cutting tofu, it just cut the other party, and I used so much force to cut, I almost didn't throw myself out. It seems that next time, I have to be less forceful. As long as I cut gently, the other party will fall to the ground. After the first real battle, Lu Yang finally understood the power of this knife. Steel Control purified steel is arguably the toughest steel in the world. Even the world's best forging masters would definitely not be able to create the weapons that Lu Yang had created. He swung that machete at another walker. This time, he slashed straight down vertically from the top of his opponent's head. Brush! That zombie was instantly split in half. Immediately after that, he backhanded his blade and another zombie was instantly cut down by his waist. In less than 2 seconds, all 3 zombies had been cut down to the ground by Lu Yang. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang was simply excited. Cool! It's just too cool! Cutting zombies with this knife is just like mowing the grass. It's so stress-relieving and enjoyable. Lu Yang carried his big knife all the way to the teacher's dormitory, and the zombies he encountered on the way were either decapitated, cut at the waist, or sliced in half directly from the center. All of them died miserably, all the way to the teacher's quarters. After Lu Yang went in, he found several zombies roaming inside the corridor on the first floor, all teachers who used to live here. This time Lu Yang did not behead them again, because he didn't want zombie blood spilled everywhere, to be difficult to clean up when the time came. His one thought, a steel needle with a cold light through it, had appeared in front of him, hovering in the air. Immediately afterward, a look from him. Shoo! That one flying needle instantly turned into a stream of light, and with a speed faster than a bullet, it shot directly at the zombies in front of them, instantly piercing in through those zombies' eyebrows, and then out through the back of their heads. Bang bang bang! It was like stringing candy canes. In less than a second, these 10 or so zombies had instantly fallen to the ground. Then that one steel needle flew back in front of Lu Yang again, spinning rapidly in the air without stopping, flinging all the black zombie blood above the steel needle, and so it once again revealed its gut-wrenching cold light. Seeing the power of this steel needle, Lu Yang was taken aback. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Too fierce? This skill is too fierce. It's equivalent to having bullets that can turn corners. One bullet is able to take out countless enemies. Awesome! After resolving the zombies inside the building, Lu Yang began to check out the dormitory one by one. The first dormitory is empty, so it looks like the teacher inside turned into a walker and came into the hallway. The second dormitory is still empty. The third dormitory has a teacher inside, but has been turned into a walker. Lu Yang directly exploded his head with a flying needle without saying anything. After checking out the entire first floor of the dormitory, Lu Yang didn't find a single living teacher. So Lu Yang headed to the second level. The same finished off the zombies inside the building, so Lu Yang started to enter one by one dormitory to check it out. No one is in the first dormitory. No one is in the first dormitory. And inside the third dormitory there's a teacher who turns into a zombie, and Lu Yang takes him out. And in the fourth dormitory, Lu Yang found their homeroom teacher, Mr. Lee. He also didn't expect that the class teacher, Mr. Lee, would live in the fourth dormitory. Opening the door to the dormitory, Mr. Lee was taken aback. Today was already the 6th day of the end times outbreak. Although the teacher's dormitory has a kitchen for cooking, Mr. Lee never cooks. He eats from the cafeteria. So he survived these 6 days by drinking water and a little snack. Now that he saw Lu Yang come in, he instantly showed a surprised expression and said, Lu Yang, you finally came to save teacher. That's great. Teacher is too happy. You don't worry. When the disaster is over, teacher will definitely give you extra points and let you graduate with the first grade in the class. After graduation, I'll introduce you to big corporations. Quick, bring food for teacher. Teacher is starving to death. He was a pie in the face to Lu Yang. However, Lu Yang looked at him, but his face was still icy cold. Coldly, he said, sorry, I don't have any food. Mr. Lee's happy expression stiffened on his face as he said in disbelief, no food? How is it possible? In the group, Chen Lisha and the others sent photos a few days ago. Didn't you give them a lot of bread and milk and sausages to eat? Quickly give some to the teacher. Lu Yang didn't say anything, still thinking in his mind whether to kick this Mr. Lee out of the school, or just take him out. This teacher is not the type of teacher who has ethics. In the past, during the peace era, He used to find trouble with Lu Yang, scolding him for his poor grades, and at the same time, he looked down on other poor students and students with bad grades. The second generation of rich students were greeted with a smile, typical of the poor love the rich. So Lu Yang wouldn't share his precious food with this guy. Seeing that Lu Yang didn't say anything, Mr. Li's face showed an angry expression and said, Lu Yang, what do you mean? It's not even if you don't save the other students and quit the class group. But now that you've run into your teacher, you're not going to save them either? We have to share food together. We have to help each other. Don't you know that? Do you still want to graduate? Do you believe that I can make you not get a college graduation certificate? Hearing this teacher Li's words, Lu Yang immediately let out a cold laugh. Oh, it's already the end of the world, and you're still flaunting that little bit of power here? All day long. You know how to threaten us college students with a university graduation certificate? In the past, it was okay to be threatened by you in the peaceful times, but now that the end of the world has come, you still want to use this to threaten me? You bastard! Hold on to your little power and starve to death. College teachers like to threaten students with a diploma. In the past, Lu Yang had scoffed at such things. I didn't expect that now that the end times have broken out, this teacher Li even dared to use this matter to threaten himself, immediately touching Lu Yang's reverse scale. Chapter 23, directly killed the class teacher. Hearing Lu Yang's words, Mr. Li instantly became even angrier. How dare you talk back to the teacher? In the past, I saw that you, this kid, is not only poor, but also has poor grades. Other than being good in limbs and sports, all the other cultural classes are a piece of. I didn't expect the outbreak of the end times. I realized that you have no morals at all. You don't respect your teachers at all. How dare you not share your food with your teacher? Deceiving the teacher and destroying the ancestors. Treason. Mr. Li said, directly pointed his finger at Lu Yang and walked towards him step by step. Just when he came in front of Lu Yang, the one hand he hid behind his back, suddenly took out a kitchen knife and directly cut on Lu Yang. And he yelled out of the side of his mouth, since you won't share your food with me, you'll stay and be my food. Seeing that the knife was about to cut on Lu Yang's neck, a maniacal expression appeared on his face. Being starved for 6 whole days, it's finally time for meat. Lu Yang, a sports student, is tall and has a lot of meat on his body. Put it in the refrigerator, it can be eaten for at least 2 months. It's going to be a full day. However, before his knife could cut down, a hint of teasing flashed in Lu Yang's eyes. Immediately following a thought from Lu Yang, a large knife radiating a cold light appeared out of thin air in his hand. Brush! The large knife was swung forward, and the kitchen knife in Mr. Li's hand instantly snapped in response, as if it was made of tofu, and was cut in half. Immediately after that, his head also instantly flew high in the air and spun around. At this time, his face was still frozen with a shocked expression, and then a scarlet column of blood gushed out from the top of his neck straight to the ceiling. The body also straightened up and collapsed. Lu Yang flung the knife in his hand, instantly shaking off the blood on it. Looking at the headless body on the ground, Lu Yang sneered, a broken class teacher dares to push me around in the end of the world, and even dares to threaten me? How dare you threaten me? From now on, only I, Lu Yang, can threaten others? Even if the King of Heaven sees me, he has to go around. After finishing off the class teacher, Mr. Li, Lu Yang continued to start heading to the 3rd floor. Lu Yang took out the zombies roaming the corridors inside the 3rd floor as he had done. Immediately after that, the search began dormitory by dormitory, yet not a single person was found alive. Immediately after the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors, no living person was found. It wasn't until the 10th floor that Lu Yang finally found an unlocked teacher's dormitory. According to Lu Yang's experience, if it was a teacher's dormitory with no one in it, it was definitely open. Since the last dormitory is locked, then there's either a living person in there or someone who's been turned into a zombie. Lu Yang knocked on the door. However, there was no movement inside. That means there are no walkers in there, because once a zombie hears a knock on the door, it's bound to go berserk. Is there no one? Lu Yang revealed a puzzled expression. Keep knocking. Dun 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 dun. Help! A woman's voice came from inside, yet it suddenly ended abruptly, as if someone had covered her mouth. Lu Yang instantly realized that something might not be right inside. Maybe there's a female teacher in danger. Lu Yang called out to the inside. Whoever's in there, open the door. However, no one responded. So Lu Yang directly raised his foot, and kicked it on the door. Boom! With a loud bang, that door lock was instantly kicked apart by Lu Yang, and the door was directly kicked open. At this time, Lu Yang already possessed 4 times the strength of an ordinary person. How could a wooden door in the district hold him back? When the door was kicked open by Lu Yang, the scene inside took Lu Yang by surprise. A woman was being tied up by a man. One of her calves had been removed, and the wound was tied up tightly to prevent the loss of blood. At the same time, her mouth had been stuffed with a cloth, and she couldn't make a sound. Her whole face was pale, and her lips didn't even have a little bit of blood. At the same time, the pain of having one of her calves chopped off. The pain was so painful that she was sweating profusely, and was already about to fall off the wagon. And a man was holding a kitchen knife in one hand and a calf in the other. Seeing Lu Yang come in, his face showed a wary expression. Directly in the kitchen knife pointed at Lu Yang, said, "Who are you? What do you want?" Lu Yang recognized the other party. This man was actually the director of instruction in their school. Lu Yang also did not expect this director of instruction, but even directly to women, want to eat human flesh. It's only the 6th day since the end times broke out and this guy is already starved for human flesh? At this moment, Lu Yang also began to grip the large sword in his hand. This director of instruction is ruthless, more so than himself, and can't be kept. The director of instruction also saw Lu Yang's move, and also saw the big 1-meter-long knife in his hand. His own little kitchen knife wasn't even enough in front of the other party and Lu Yang bull tall horse tall 1 meter 85. The director of teaching is a small old man in his 50s. He knew that Lu Yang is not the opponent, so his face changed into a pleasing smile and said, "The student. You should also be a student of this school, right? You couldn't find any food, so you found your way to the teacher's dormitory, right? It's fine. I happen to have food here. This woman has at least 100 pounds. We both have half each. Enough for you to eat for a month. What do you think?" Whimpering. Hearing the words of this director of instruction, that one woman on the ground, who was gagged, could only let out a pitiful whimpering sound, and her face also revealed an extremely fearful expression. She was bound and gagged. She couldn't run even if she wanted to, and she couldn't even call for help if she wanted to. It was only because the cloth ball had come loose that she had just called out that cry for help. Lu Yang, after hearing the other party's offer, but shook his head and said, "Sorry, I only eat beef. I don't eat human meat." When he finished speaking he raised the greatsword in his hand high in the air. Eyes are about to cut down. The director of the teaching staff Shun hurriedly said, Don't. Have a good talk. You are not related to this woman. There is no need to avenge her. I am the director of this school. I am very rich. As long as you let me go, I will give you all the money. Moreover, these schoolgirls are no good. Casually promising them and giving them some extra points, they took the initiative to climb into Laozi's bed. Who knew that halfway through the screwing the end times broke out? So wouldn't it be just right to use them as food after having a good time? I just want to live. What's wrong with me? As long as you let me go, I'll leave immediately now, and this woman will be yours. Lu Yang sneered and said, "I'm sorry, someone as ruthless as you. One of me is enough. I don't want to keep you in this world as my enemy." After saying that, Lu Yang directly slashed down. The director of teaching instantly fell to the ground. Immediately after that, Lu Yang untied the rope of that one female student and took away the cloth ball in her mouth as well. The woman had a face of fear, but the desire to survive still made her keep begging Lu Yang for help. "Classmates, save me. I don't want to die. I want to live. Save me. Please save me." The other party had already had one of his lower legs chopped off. Even in a peaceful era, if treatment wasn't timely, it was possible to bleed to death. Not to mention the post-apocalyptic world. With the current medical conditions, it could not be saved at all. However, Lu Yang nodded and said, "As long as you are willing to become my woman, I can help you." Willing to be willing. As long as you don't kill me and don't eat my flesh, I'm willing to do whatever you want me to do. At this time, Lu Yang had already received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the young girl. All basic attributes increased by 10 points. After receiving this tip, Lu Yang stood up with satisfaction and raised the large sword he was holding. Seeing this scene, the female student was instantly stunned. Don't kill me, please don't kill me. Didn't you just say that as long as I'm willing to be your woman, you can help me? Lu Yang said, "Yes, I'll help you ease your pain now and send you on your way." Brush! A knife stabbed down, instantly piercing the woman's heart. It left her in agony for only a few seconds before she left this tragic world, climbing into the bed of the director of teaching in the Age of Peace in exchange for her academic performance. This kind of dirty woman Lu Yang cannot look at. Even if the other party is still saved, Lu Yang will not accept her. Chapter 24, Lu Yang's husband is too handsome. After taking out both the director of instruction and this female student, the entire teacher's dormitory had been completely emptied by Lu Yang. So Lu Yang began to throw everybody downstairs. From now on, this one teacher's dormitory will be his home base. As for the emptying of the school, let's do that tomorrow. There's been enough done today. After disposing of all the corpses inside the classroom dormitory, Lu Yang began to return to the infirmary. Along the way, he encountered some more scattered zombies, all of which were taken out by Lu Yang. Looked at the system prompt. Lu Yang had killed a total of 120 zombies in this operation and gained 12 attribute points. He directly took the 12 attribute points and evenly distributed them on his basic attributes, although each attribute only added 4 points. But a mosquito leg is also meat, as long as less becomes more. He will definitely get stronger and stronger and go to the peak of his life. When Lu Yang returned to the infirmary, he directly knocked on the infirmary's door. No sound came from inside. Lu Yang was satisfied with the behavior of these women, whom he had cautioned. Don't open the door no matter who knocks. Except for himself. The fact that there was no response to his own knock now meant that these women, very much, were following their own rules. So Lu Yang said to the door, I am Lu Yang. The women inside sighed in relief and rushed to speak. Oh, Lu Yang husband, so it's you. Scared us to death. The door was then opened and Lu Yang walked in. Looking at the crowd, he smiled and said, count yourselves as obedient and quite vigilant. I just knocked on the door without saying anything to try you out. Chen Lixia rolled Lu Yang a nice white eye and said, hate it. We were scared to death just now. We thought there was some gym student coming to attack again. Li Mengyao also said, that's right. It almost didn't scare me to the uterine chills. Li Mange spoke, you can't scare us like that next time. Lu Yang touched their heads and comforted them, saying, okay, got it. I won't joke with you guys next time. There is a good news to tell you guys. We can move the base camp. Transfer? As soon as they heard this sentence, all the women came to their senses. But when they thought of those horrible zombies inside the school, they showed their retreating expressions again. One by one, they hurriedly said, there's no need to transfer it. Right. We're fine staying here. It's safe here. No zombies will attack here. Yeah, I feel pretty good about staying here than being stuck inside a school, scared and starving, and even wanting to eat at the end of the day. That's right. There are zombies everywhere inside the school. Let's not go out there, shall we? Looking at the fearful expressions of the crowd, Lu Yang shook his head helplessly, then said, you guys stay here, there is only one ward here, and there is only one bed inside the ward, except I can sleep on the bed. Do you all sleep on the floor? Can you all stand it? But I didn't expect those women to say, we can stand it, we're fine, as long as we don't get attacked by zombies, even if we have to sleep on the floor every day. I'm willing to do it. Sleeping on the floor is a lot better than being stuck inside a toilet and having to sit on top of it, not even daring to sleep. That's right. I was stuck in a tree for 3 whole days, and it was full of walkers underneath. Now that I can stay in the safety of the infirmary, even sleeping on the floor is better than back then. Lu Yang, he expressed some speechlessness. It seems like these women are really scared. Just a few zombies? Are they really that scary? Just cut their heads off and they're dead. Compared to the rules of hierarchy, the hierarchical class divisions, and the tragic destiny that is predestined from birth, those unintelligent zombies are really just child's play. Be able to see the difficulties, be able to take out the difficulties, for Lu Yang are not difficult. He was afraid of that kind of invisible. A big mountain seems to be pressed on the top of your head, so that you never get out of the day. It's as if when you're born into a poor family, you're only ever going to be a bullied poor person. Even if one practiced sports desperately and got to the top of the school, one would still be looked down upon just the same. Now that the end times are breaking out, it's different. Look down on yourself? Just cut him off with a knife. Lu Yang smiled helplessly, then said, just rest assured, with my strength I can protect your safety. Even if I encountered a zombie on the road, I can easily take it out. And I just went out and already cleaned up the place I was moving to. There are no zombies or danger there. Seeing Lu Yang said so sure, those women were also curious. Asked, where is the safe place you said? Is it far from here? Teacher's dormitory. There is water and electricity. There is a kitchen. There is a bathroom. I have cleaned up the whole classroom dormitory. You can go there and live in peace of mind. You can sleep in a soft and big bed every night. And you can cook and eat by yourselves. And you can eat what you want to eat. It's much better than hiding in the infirmary and sleeping on the floor. Lu Yang said seriously. After listening to Lu Yang's words, the women's faces showed a shocked expression. Lu Yang, you actually emptied the teachers' dormitories? That should be full of teachers who turned into zombies, right? There are at least dozens of them, right? Hubby, you're too good. It's only been one morning and you've taken out all the zombies in the teachers' dormitory? And that's an indoor zombie. Once it's surrounded, there's no place to run even if you want to. Husband Lu Yang, you're too fierce, aren't you? Li Mengyao said. This kind of thing is also too dangerous. Lu Yang, you can't do such a dangerous thing next time. In fact, it's quite good for us to stay in the infirmary. There's no need for you to risk your life for us. Chen Ting nodded as well. Yes, There are too many zombies in there as well. Hubby, it's too dangerous for you to do that. Chen Ziyi said. Husband Lu Yang, you're too good to us, to risk so much for our lives. It's really touching. The other women also looked at Lu Yang with a grateful face, because they knew that in the infirmary, Lu Yang had a bed to sleep in as well. The reason why Lu Yang had to move his base camp was actually all for the good of them women. Now think about Lu Yang and protect their safety, and provide them with food, and now even more in order to find them a comfortable shelter to run around. I have to say, this is a good man. Lu Yang smiled and said, don't worry, follow me as my woman. I won't treat you badly. This is just the beginning. Next, I will turn the whole school into a safe zone, said Lu Yang with a relaxed and confident expression on his face. It was as if this was just a small step in his next plan. It was not his ultimate goal at all, and it did not even make him put any real importance on his heart. Looking at Lu Yang's confident and handsome face, the women immediately had stars in their eyes. Cannot help but sigh, too handsome? Lu Yang husband is really too handsome. Chapter 25, Targeted. So Lu Yang began to lead the group of women directly out the door to the teacher's dormitory. The teacher's dormitory has long been emptied by him to become a safe zone. At this time, as long as the women with the people to stay on the line. Since the team of women led by Lu Yang was just too vast, there were 29 of them. If you want to keep a low profile, you can't even keep a low profile. Such a scene attracted the attention of many distant walkers. They directly roared angrily and rushed towards Lu Yang and the others. Seeing this scene, the women were terrified and covered their mouths tightly with their hands, not daring to make a sound. Without Lu Yang's order, they didn't dare to escape. One stood still, frozen in place. What should we do? Lu Yang, there are so many zombies. Honey, I'm scared. Let's run fast. Looking at the nervousness of the ladies, Lu Yang smiled easily and said, don't worry, it's just a dozen zombies. It's them who should run. After saying that, he directly took out the sharp big knife from the space, and then carried the big knife, not retreating but advancing, directly rushed to the dozen zombies. Immediately afterward, right in front of everyone's eyes, Lu Yang transformed into a kind of killing god. A unilateral massacre was carried out against that group of zombies. He obviously just casually swung his sword. The zombies have been separated. 4 times the strength and speed of ordinary people. In the middle of the zombie group, like a swimming dragon. 7 into 7 out, no one can block. Not even the black blood spilled from the zombies could wet a piece of his hem. In just one photo, 7 or 8 zombies had already been hacked to death by Lu Yang. Seeing this scene, the women showed shocked expressions. This expression of shock then began to turn into admiration and excitement again. They couldn't help but discuss it. Chen Ting said, husband is fierce, so fast, so strong, so powerful. That knife is so long, so big, so sharp. 1 zombie per knife is so awesome. Chen Ziyi said, it's too fierce. Lu Yang's husband is just too fierce. These zombies are completely no match for Lu Yang's husband. 1 slash at a time, too strong. Chen Lixia said, how come I didn't realize Lu Yang was so powerful before this? Damn, if I had known that he was so powerful, I would have said yes to him when he confessed to me before. Li Mengyao said, it's so secure to be protected by such a strong man. Lu Yang's husband cheers, cut down all these zombies. A few seconds later, Lu Yang had already finished off all the dozen or so zombies. He flung his greatsword around, instantly shaking the blood off of it. Then, easily, he returned to the women, said, okay, now it's time to move on. In the midst of the women's adoring and admiring eyes, Lu Yang directly strides forward and rushes towards the teacher's dormitory. And Lu Yang didn't know it. In the distance, above the roof of a school building, 4 men and 1 woman were watching what was happening downstairs. One of the leaders, wearing brand name clothes, with a gold watch on his hand, said that mother asterisk 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 is pretty fierce. Ah, a dozen zombies were killed at once, and even with 2 dozen schoolgirls by his side. Can this son of a eat it? Another strong man said, it's that one weapon of his that's fierce. Just a random slash can cut off the head of a zombie. If I were given a weapon that fierce, I would be able to kill a dozen or so. Quick look, they entered the teacher's dormitory. It looks like they've taken the teacher's dormitory as their base camp. And looking at that guy's stance and strength, as well as the weapons in his hands, I seriously doubt that the food inside the mini-mart and cafeteria were all messed up by this guy. Maybe it's all piled up in the middle of the teacher's dormitory already. The man at the head of the group said in a cold voice, so as long as we take him out, those schoolgirls around him, and the food he collected, it will all be ours. If Lu Yang had seen these people, he would have recognized each other. One of the leaders was Zhao Lei, the most famous rich kid in the school. He was recognized as the richest student inside the school. The family is said to be rich, powerful and wealthy. Even the principal had to give him some face when he met him. The one burly man next to him was said to be the bodyguard that their family had arranged for him, usually studying in the same class as him, just to protect his safety. He didn't come inside the school to learn, but to enjoy life. After all, he had already reached a height that no one else inside the school could reach as soon as he was born, and when the end times broke out, he brought his bodyguards and a few of his classmates to the roof of the school building to have a party. There were 5 men and 5 women in all, but he never expected the end times to break out and a man and 4 women were turned into zombies. But fortunately, his bodyguards were athletic and professionally trained, and quickly took out those zombies and threw them directly downstairs, so Zhao Lei's life wasn't in danger. Instead, the partying brought a lot of food and booze to the roof, allowing them to survive for days without running out of food, and a few days after the outbreak of the end times, they even went straight downstairs to look for food, but when they came to the supermarkets and cafeterias, they found that the contents had long been empty. Now that he saw Liu Yang with more than 24 female classmates, he finally realized that he was afraid that Liu Yang was the one who had gotten all the food. Otherwise, what made him feed so many female classmates? Seeing the scene of Liu Yang bringing 24 female students and heading to the teacher's dormitory instantly made Zhao Lei very unhappy. I, as the most powerful rich second generation inside the school, now the end of the world around only one woman. You, an ordinary student, with what right to get 24 women? What grade are you? How dare you be better than me? So it had to be snatched. Young Lei, don't worry, since we already know his base camp, his supplies will be ours sooner or later. The burly man next to Zhao Lei said attentively to Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei nodded his head with a gloomy face. Grab a plan. That son of a dare to dominate 24 schoolgirls. What gives him the right? After saying that, he directly and roughly grabbed the hair of the only female student next to him and said, "Old me is on fire right now. Hurry up and comfort me." Then he said to the big man next to him, "Go inform my sister, Zhao Yuqing, and tell her that we can change our base camp today. That teacher's dormitory, and the food inside, are all ours." "I, Lei Xiao." The burly man nodded, and then began to walk towards the attic next to him. On the other hand, Liu Yang had already brought 29 female students to the middle of the teacher's dormitory. Seeing that there really wasn't a single zombie left in the teacher's dormitory, the female student's face immediately showed a shocked expression. "I can't believe it really took less than a morning to clear out all the zombies. Hubby, you're too fierce. Great, this is finally a bed. And there's a kitchen and a bathroom. Woohoo! It's so convenient. It's like returning to a peaceful life. Husband Liu Yang, thank you for creating such a good environment for us. It's simply rare to be able to recover such a life in the end times." The crowd gave another round of thanks to Liu Yang. Liu Yang smiled and said, "It's all just a small thing. Since you guys have agreed to be my women, of course I have to provide you with the best environment." As soon as they heard these words, all the women's faces suddenly reddened and said shyly, "Husband, you hate it." Chapter 26, touched to the point of tears. Liu Yang said to the girls, "Next I will be living on the first floor of the classroom dormitory, the location closest to the door. In this way, as long as there is an enemy invasion, I will be the first to find out to protect your safety, and you guys can pick the place you want to live at will." As soon as she heard Liu Yang's words, Li Mangyao immediately said, "Then I will live in the dormitory opposite you. It's close to you, just a few steps away. You can knock on the door anytime to find me." Oh. After hearing Li Mingyao's choice, the other women then reacted. "This is a good one. This childish schoolgirl has a deep heart." "Ah," Li Ming said, "then I'll stay in the dormitory next to Liu Yang. I'm afraid of zombies, so I need to be closer to Liu Yang." After hearing Li Ming's words, the other female classmates regretted it. These 2 schoolgirls reacted too fast. They were not even able to choose yet. They were all grabbed by the schoolgirls. So the others also said, "Then I'll live next to the side next to Liu Yang's dormitory. Then I'll live next to him across the street. I live across the street from him next to him." Soon all 29 female students made a good decision, all living on the first floor, closest to Liu Yang's dormitory. Nice guy. Liu Yang didn't even expect these female classmates to be so enthusiastic. Originally, he thought that these female students would choose the 10th floor because the higher the distance from the ground, the safer it would be, and even if the zombies were to invade, they would invade from the first floor first. But I didn't realize that all of these women had chosen to stay close to them. Liu Yang are a bit confused. When did I become such a popular meat and potatoes? He didn't realize that the strength he had shown had already convinced these women a long time ago. After all, the admiration for the strong, the worship of the strong is innate. At this time, Liu Yang was strong, fierce and handsome. What woman wouldn't like that? After choosing their dormitories, the women began to organize and said, "Let's start cleaning the dormitories," and clean the entire dormitory building. Although Liu Yang had used flying needles to finish off the zombies, there was still some blood spilled on the wall after all. When the women saw these things, it was natural for them to do what they could. so they spontaneously began to get ready to clean the dormitory. Lee Mango spoke up. Aha! Good. Let's split into groups of 6. Just enough to split into 5 teams. This dormitory building has 10 floors in total. 2 floors per team will be enough to clean. There's still one group with one less person. But it's okay, the group with one less person. Let you clean the first floor and the second floor. And be closer to Liu Yang's husband. And you'll definitely be more motivated. How about this proposal of mine? Pretty good. I agree, Lee Mango added. Very well then. I sign up to be the leader of a group of 5. Lee Mengyao said. I'm also going to join the team of 5 and clean the first floor and second floor. Chen Lixia, Chen Zi, and Chen Ting said. Then I want it too. I want to be closer to Liu Yang's husband. The other 24 female classmates, although they also wanted to clean the first floor and second floor, but although they agreed to be Liu Yang's woman, they hadn't had a substantial relationship yet, so they couldn't be compared to Li Mengyao and Li Mang and the others, only skimming the surface. Each grouped and headed upstairs. Most of these schoolgirls, who come from privileged families and are clothed and fed at home, do not know how to do hygiene, but now they are all very energized. Even Shen Lixia picked up the mop and mopped the floor vigorously in order to perform in front of Liu Yang. Looking at this scene, Liu Yang was a little emotional. In the past, when he pursued Chen Lixia, he was the one who performed in front of him, but now, the other party had become his own licking dog. Thinking about it could be really magical. By the time the women had cleaned the entire dormitory building, the time had come to 2 p.m. Everyone was tired and hungry, regrouped on the first floor. It's just that Liu Yang looked at everyone's sweaty, panting appearance and went over to them and said, "Hard work everyone. This teacher's dormitory is finally cleaned up, and from now on it will be our base camp. Today's lunch has not been eaten yet, so everyone go and wash your hands so you can have lunch. We won't eat bread or sausages today. We'll just start eating hot pot straight away." As soon as they heard these words, a look of surprise appeared on the faces of the women. Really? We can have fondue? Do we have fresh ingredients? Honey, you're not lying to us, are you? How can there still be fresh ingredients after so many days since the end times broke out? Liu Yang smiled. Straight from the middle of the dark space, he pulled out a 100-kilogram bag of rice, a large bundle of fresh vegetables, some frozen pork and beef, a rice cooker, a wok for stir-frying, and even a hot pot base. Watching this scene, the women were all dumbfounded. After the end of the world, being able to eat bread, sausage and milk, they were already very satisfied. But now Liu Yang even told them that they could eat hot pot? Oh, my god, that's too much of a surprise, isn't it? The end times broke out and they were starved for days. Eating bread and sausage had felt like a mountain of food. Eating hot pot, that's just unthinkable. Everyone else was already starving to death. But you were able to eat hot pot inside the safety of your classroom dormitory, which was a total treat. And there was no need to worry about eating hot pot and singing songs and suddenly being robbed by marijuana bandits, because Liu Yang was strong enough. These women believed that no matter what the enemy was, Liu Yang would be able to take it out. So the women got busy and started to take the ingredients to prepare for the hot pot, washing pots and pans, washing vegetables, and cutting meat. It wasn't long before they had all the ingredients ready, and immediately afterward they started firing up the hot pot. Due to the large number of people, some of them could not sit down at all and could only eat standing up, but even so, it did not affect the kind of joy on their faces that emanated from the depths of their hearts, eating the hot pot and feeling the delicious flavor of that sliced beef. At this moment, they felt as if they had returned to the era of peace. They forgot about the horror of the end times and the predicament they encountered at this point in time, feeling the delicious taste in their mouths with all their hearts, completing a spiritual and mental enjoyment. Everyone had a happy and blissful look on their faces. As they ate, they talked. Liu Yang husband, you are so wonderful. To be able to eat such a delicious hot pot in the post-apocalyptic world, it feels like I've returned to the era of peace. This feeling is like a dream. Yes, yes, yes. Thanks to my husband, we are able to enjoy the few free moments we have. It's wonderful. Honey, you've been so good to us. We're so moved we're going to cry. Chapter 27, 2 Women for One Life. Looking at the admiring gazes of the crowd, Liu Yang nodded his head and said, "Don't worry. Follow me, Liu Yang. Your lives will get better and better in the future. Being my woman, you can just eat that and not suffer." Aha! The women nodded non-committally. And while everyone was happily eating hot pot, a group of uninvited guests had sneaked outside the teacher's dormitory building. Looking at the locked gate, a big man said, "Lei Xiao, wait. I'll climb over the wall and go in to open the door." Aha! Zhao Lei nodded. Then the strong man immediately ran to the fence at great speed, only to see his feet on the fence above the 3 steps. The person has soared to a height of more than 3 meters. Both hands grasped the upper edge of the fence. and then the hand forcefully pulled. The whole person has leaped over the fence. Watching this scene, the two students next to him couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother Huang is awesome. This body is simply more powerful than the special forces." Zhao Lei said smugly, "It's just okay, this point of ability is still necessary. In the era of peace, $100,000 a month. Hire him to be a bodyguard, not to raise a rice bucket." Those two immediately said flatteringly, "It's still Brother Lei who's great. Just any bodyguard is so awesome. It's only by following Brother Lei that we've been able to survive until now. Otherwise, if the end times were bad, we'd have died long ago." Listening to these two people's flattery, Zhao Lei was very flattered and couldn't help but raise his chin high in an invincible stance. Soon the walled gate to the teacher's quarters was opened. The burly man surnamed Huang said to Zhao Lei, "Young Lei, you can come in now." "Humph." Zhao Lei grunted out a word from his nostrils, then toed in, and the moment the door to the teacher's dormitory was opened, Lu Yang, with his keen sense of hearing, had already sensed that someone had broken in. The zombies have a low IQ and won't even open the door, not to mention the unlocked fence gate. It can only be opened from the inside, and if you force it from the outside, it will definitely make a lot of noise, so it must have been a human who could have broken in. Lu Yang's face showed a wary expression as he said to the women who were eating hot pot, "You guys keep eating, I'm going outside to take care of something." The ladies saw that Lu Yang's face was a bit off and realized that there might be something important, so they didn't say anything, just nodded. Lu Yang then directly went out and walked towards the door of the teacher's dormitory building. Just walked out of the teacher's dormitory building. Before coming to the gate of the enclosure, he had already seen the burly men, 4 men and 2 women, who came face to face. One of them was a woman wearing rags and her face was pudgy, but the other woman was dressed in a polished and meticulously groomed manner, forming a stark contrast. Lu Yan looked at these people, narrowed his own eyes and asked in a cold voice, "Who are you people? Dare to break into my base camp? Looking for death?" Zhao Lei heard Lu Yang's words, but his face showed a teasing expression. Said, "Kid, just now I saw that you brought dozens of women into this dormitory building, and all the food inside the supermarket and inside the cafeteria should have been moved by you, kid, right? It's okay, the end of the world has just broken out, and you've collected so many women, so much food, and you're planning to be the king of the school's teacher's dormitory building? It's a pity that I, Lei Xiao, found out about it. Count your bad luck. I'll give you a chance. Hand over all your women and food, then get the hell out of here and keep your life." Lu Yang observed them and placed his eyes on the body of the burly man who was holding a metal baseball bat. There were 4 men and 2 women present. Only that man had some strength. The other 3 men were all weaklings, including what's his name, Lei Xiao. After roughly assessing the strength of the other party, Lu Yang said with cold arrogance, "I didn't expect you to be quite nice, but you still want to let me live. I'm not the same. All 4 of you men have to die, and the 2 women can all stay and be my women." What an arrogant guy. Just a student in this school, just a little taller, probably a sports student? Laozi used to be a professional mercenary. You dare to talk to our Lei Xiao like this? Are you looking for death? That burly man threatened Lu Yang. However, Lu Yang did not speak. Just a graceful wave. A steel flying needle turned into a black stream of light and shot towards the other party. Bang! There was a loud bang. That professional mercenary had already had his head blown off by Lu Yang in an instant. The body fell to the ground with a loud bang. One foot was still twitching, and it took several seconds before it stopped moving. A mist of blood exploded in the air. Dense spots of blood that stained the faces of Zhao Lei and the others. They stood still, each one confused. Asterisk 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 asterisk. You popped Huang in the head? How did you do that? There's a sniper? Be careful, Lei Xiao. Yet the next second, bang bang, there were 2 more crunching sounds, and those 2 Zhao Lei's followers also instantly exploded their heads, their bodies collapsing in a pool of blood. At this point, Zhao Lei was already scared silly. A warm stream of water flowed down his legs directly to the ground, and even his pant legs had already been drenched. This top-tier rich kid, at this moment, was directly scared to death. The whole person kept shaking his legs, and they all started to fight uncontrollably. A fine cold sweat had already broken out on his face, and his back had been drenched in sweat. He looked at Lu Yang as if he was looking at a demon god that had crawled out from inside hell. A wave of his hands surprisingly took out 3 people directly. This guy must have a companion, and the companion has a sniper rifle aimed right here. His wave was the signal to launch. Zhao Lei's entire body was stunned. Suddenly his knees gave out and he snapped to the floor. The face has also been filled with old tears. To Lu Yang, non-stop begging for mercy. "Big brother, I was wrong. Big brother, you don't kill me. You don't tell him to shoot. As long as you let me live, I'll give you whatever you want. My family has money. My family is the richest in this school. I can you any amount of money you want." Lu Yang smiled and said, Why did you kneel down? I didn't tell you to kneel down either. Weren't you arrogant just now? Saying that you want to finish me off, to rob my woman, to rob my food. Now what's going on here? Richie Rich? You think you can do whatever you want just because you have a mercenary bodyguard? The end times are upon us, and the former rich kids still have a load of use. Nowadays, strength is honored, and Liu Yang happens to have the system's enchantment, and is one of the strongest in this school. Zhao Lei directly kneeled on the ground, constantly kowtowing to Liu Yang. Where there is still a little bit of the top rich second generation of that kind of prestige, when he entered the classroom dormitory just now, he still had a spirited look on his face, thinking that he could crush Liu Yang, rob Liu Yang's woman, and rob Liu Yang's food, but he didn't expect that he would be kneeling on the ground begging for forgiveness like a dog now. In the post-apocalyptic world, even if you were rich before, it's useless. Only whoever has a bigger fist can live better. Bang bang bang, Zhao Lei said as he kowtowed. Big brother, I know I'm wrong. Big brother, it's because I have eyes and don't recognize MT. Tai, just let me live. As long as you are willing to let go, I'll give you these 2 women of mine. I use these 2 women to exchange my life. Is that enough? Chapter 28, I don't eat beef. And you're asking me to be trustworthy? Zhao Yuqing reference chart. Hearing this sentence, the 2 women next to Zhao Lei revealed different expressions. The one ragged woman looked unconcerned. In the past, when the end times hadn't erupted, Zhao Lei had treated them women as the right sexual partners to let off steam. And the reason why they swarmed at Zhao Lei was also because they looked at each other's money. To each his own, so to speak. After the outbreak of the end times, Zhao Lei was even more aggressive, directly treating them like dogs. And what she got from Chou Rei has since turned into food. Now even if she was sold to Liu Yang by Zhao Lei, she didn't care. As long as Liu Yang could provide him with food, she just wanted to live. As for who played herself, she really didn't care at all. But not the other scantily clad woman. He wasn't Zhao Lei's female companion, but Zhao Lei's own sister, Zhao Yuqing. When she heard that Zhao Lei was actually going to give herself to a man she didn't know personally, she was instantly enraged, calling out to Zhao Lei. Zhao Lei, what are you talking about? I'm your own sister, and you're talking about giving me to someone else in exchange for a life? What the hell do you mean? Zhao Lei, however, did not feel any, then directly said, Zhao Yuzheng, now is a matter of life and death. Can't you sacrifice yourself in order to save your brother? If you follow him, he won't kill you. At most, he'll let you sleep with him. So it's just a matter of innocence. How much is it worth? In times of peace, $10,000 can screw an untouched college girl. Can a mere $10,000 be worth one of your brother's lives? Not expecting Zhao Lei to say this, Zhao Yuqing's eyes instantly turned red. The rolling tears flowed directly down her delicate cheeks and onto the ground. I didn't realize my own brother thought that way. In a post-apocalyptic world with a strange man, the consequences are simply unimaginable. Maybe they'll just be killed and eaten for meat after they get tired of being played with. She directly burst into tears. Woo woo, Zhao Lei, you bastard. You deserve to die. I'm not going to sacrifice myself to save you. Watching these 2 siblings turn against each other, a cold smile appeared on Liu Yang's face as he spoke to Zhao Lei's sister. This is a good offer from your brother. As long as you agree to be my woman yourself, I can let him go. What do you think? As soon as Zhao Lei heard Liu Yang's words, his eyes were instantly filled with hope, and he directly said to Zhao Yuqing, quickly promise him good sister. You quickly promise him as long as you promise to be his woman, he will release me. The school's mini-mart and the cafeteria's food has all been taken away by him, so you'll be eating and drinking with him, and you definitely won't starve. Say yes to him. In the face of Zhao Lei's aggressive pressure, Zhao Yuqing's entire body burst into tears and almost collapsed. She kept shaking her head and said, I don't want it. I don't want it. Woo woo. I'm not going to sell my body. Liu Yang revealed an impatient expression and directly pulled out his machete and set it on Zhao Lei's neck and said, very well, since you don't want it, I'll chop him up first. When he finished speaking he raised his sword high. Zhao Lei was directly stunned and kept saying, big brother, don't kill me. Big brother, please big brother. Yu Qing, quickly promise him, even if brother begs you. Quickly promise him. Zhao Yuqing's face was full of tears. However, looking at his own brother's expression of fear and the family's chopped off heads, he eventually softened his heart and nodded, speaking, okay, don't kill him, I promise to be your woman. At this time Liu Yang has also received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the young girl and obtaining the system reward, new skill soul control. After receiving this tip, Liu Yang was excited, finally gaining new skills again. He then raised the knife high. Seeing this scene, Zhao Lei instantly became anxious and quickly said, what are you doing, big brother? My sister has already promised to be your woman. What are you doing raising the knife for? Don't kill me. You have to keep your word. Liu Yang sneered and said, I don't even eat beef anymore. And you're still telling me to keep my word? What can credit be used for in the post-apocalyptic world? After saying that, he directly slashed down. Oh, you dared to hit your own food and your own woman. And you still want to live? Brush. Zhao Lei instantly landed on his head. Zhao Yuqing, who was next to him, saw the scene and let out a scream in shock. Ah ha ha ha. Brother, brother. Although she was angry that Zhao Lei had directly sold her to Liu Yang at a critical moment, deep down in her own heart, she still didn't want her own brother to be killed. That's why at the last moment she agreed to be Liu Yang's woman. But she didn't realize that even if she agreed, she couldn't save her own brother Zhao Lei's life. Zhao Yuqing's screams attracted the zombies outside, and they kept on attacking the iron gate of the teacher's dormitory enclosure. Liu Yang said in a cold voice, Shut up. If you scream again, I'll throw you out and feed you to the zombies. As soon as she heard those words, Zhao Yuqing was instantly shocked and covered her mouth with her hand. Afterwards, Liu Yang asked to the pudgy woman next to him, Are you willing to stay and be my woman? The woman had a flattered look on her face and hurriedly nodded her head and said, I do. At this moment Liu Yang also received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the young girl. All basic attributes plus 10 points. After receiving this tip, Liu Yang also started to scan the party with his system. And looking at the other party's information, he immediately frowned. This woman has a look and body rating of 80 plus though. Have more than 3 viruses in your body? Holy, what a viral motherload. Although Liu Yang can be immune to the zombie virus, he can't be immune to the virus on a woman. He shook his head and said, Hurry up and get out of here. I wouldn't dare to accept you as a virus mother. Hearing Liu Yang's words, the woman's face showed a fearful expression and said, Please, let me stay. There are zombies outside. If you drive me away, aren't you letting me go to my death? As long as you're willing to take me in, I'll do whatever you want me to do. I can serve you. Liu Yang waved his hand. I don't lack women. I don't take all the rags. You refuse to go now. It's fine. For the sake of the reward you contributed to me, when I finish off the zombies outside the door tomorrow, you can go. Afterwards, Liu Yang no longer cared about her and instead focused on his new skill. Reading the description of that skill. Soul Control. Level 1. Place your finger on the other person's brow for 1 minute. Only need your spiritual power to be greater than the other person's to complete the soul control. The person who is under the soul control that you cast will unconditionally obey your commands, and become your most loyal servant. Chapter 29, Acquiring New Skills. After seeing this skill description, Liu Yang was instantly excited. Can you directly control others from the soul aspect and make them obey you 100% and become your most loyal servant? That's an awesome skill too. Liu Yang placed his gaze on the side, on the teary-eyed Zhao Yuqing's body. Just now he had killed his own brother. I'm afraid that deep down she now hated herself and had already planted the seeds of hatred. Even if he obeyed himself now, he might betray once he had the chance. Liu Yang didn't want to bury a time bomb on his side, so using her to experiment with the skill of soul control was great. So Liu Yang stretched out 2 fingers towards each other. Seeing Liu Yang walking towards herself step by step, Zhao Yuqing was simply terrified. She kept backing up with a fearful expression on her face and said to Liu Yang, What do you want to do? You don't come over. I obviously promised to be your woman. You killed my brother. And now you want to do what? Shut up if you don't want to die. Don't move. Liu Yang fiercely said to the other party. Seeing Liu Yang in this state, Zhao Yuqing was instantly terrified, shrinking in place, not daring to move a muscle. A minute later, Liu Yang received a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host on the successful casting of Soul Control. The opponent has become your most loyal servant. As soon as he saw this description, Liu Yang's entire body became excited. And at this moment Zhao Yuqing's eyes looking at Liu Yang had begun to be filled with obedience and admiration. It was as if Liu Yang was the master she would follow for the rest of her life. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang was a bit incredulous. This skill is awesome. Try to be able to manipulate others directly from the soul aspect, even if they are enemies. They can turn them into friends and become my servants. Wouldn't that mean that as long as the manipulation was successful, the other party would be 100% willing to submit to my people and I would be 100% rewarded by the system? No longer do I have to threaten someone with food or life to be my woman. After having this soul control skill, I will be much more efficient in obtaining rewards. Of course this skill is not completely without any limitations. First of all, the prerequisite for successful casting is to place your finger on the opponent's brow for 1 minute. No one is going to let you put your finger on your brow for a minute unless you're stronger than the other person and keep them in check. There is also a condition that the mental power must be greater than that of the opponent. If the opponent's mental power is greater than yours, then your skill will also fail. Overall, this skill can only control people weaker than yourself, and definitely not people stronger than yourself. But even with these limitations, for Lu Yang, this skill was already completely sufficient. As long as it was used on a woman's body, he could quickly gain a system reward. At this moment, Zheng Yuqingshan looked at Lu Yang with eyes full of adoration and obedience. She said to Lu Yang, "Lord Lu Yang, Zhao Yuqing is at your disposal." Looking at the other party's delicate features, her pretty face was filled with obedience, showing a low-browed expression. It looked a little shy and a little tantalizing. Lu Yang scanned the other party with his system. The other person's information appeared inside his head. Name, Zhao Yuqing. Age, 18. Height, 166. Weight, 46. Appearance score, 90. Body score, 93. When he saw these data, Lu Yang was a bit surprised. He didn't expect the other party's appearance rating and body rating to be above 90 points, even a bit higher than even Chen Lixia. And since the other party is a top-ranking rich second generation, usually, in addition to being clothed, fed and taken care of, it is assumed that the maintenance of the skin and appearance is also top-ranking. So the other side of the skin destroyed is baby-like tender, so that people cannot help but want to pinch a little. And what Lu Yang found even more rare was that although his brother Zhang Lei was a despicable person, Zhao Yuqing was actually still an untouched young girl. Compared to the woman next to her with a full-body virus, it's as pure as a white lotus flower. For this Zhao Yuqing, Lu Yang was very satisfied. Not only does it provide yourself with such an awesome skill set, but it's also a very high-quality birth partner in its own right. That's fantastic. Lu Yang smiled and touched the other party's head, saying, "Good boy. No need to call yourself an adult. Call your husband." Hearing Lu Yang's words, Zhao Yuqing revealed a flattered expression, instantly warping her face red. With a shy expression on her face, she lowered her head and said, Okay, I know la, hubby." Lu Yang nodded, saying, "Alright, let's go back to the classroom dormitory and find you a room to stay in then." After that he turned to the other pathogen woman next to him and said, "As for you, stay downstairs for the night, and tomorrow when I'm done with all the zombies outside, you'll leave in a hurry." Afterwards, Lu Yang directly brought Zhao Yuqing back to the middle of the teacher's dormitory. At this very moment, Li Mengyao and the others were still eating the hot pot. When they saw Lu Yang coming back with a new woman by his side, their faces all showed a surprised expression and said, "Wow, Lu Yang husband, you went out for a trip over a hot pot and brought back such a beautiful sister. This luck of yours is too good." Chen Lixia also said, "It seems that you are a peach blossom luck explosion. The end of the world outbreak of so many days. The male did not meet a few, but the female was found by you dozens." Chen Ziyi said, "Sisters, come over and eat with us. Today's hot pot tastes really good." Chen Ting said, "Yeah, come eat together. It's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks." Zhao Yuqing also did not expect that Lu Yang had hidden dozens of women inside the classroom dormitory. It surprised her a little. And looking at everyone being so enthusiastic about themselves, Zhao Yuqing was a little less comfortable instead. She blushed and said, "Thanks guys, I'm not hungry." Lu Yang said, "This is Zhao Yuqing, the female classmate I just brought back. She will live here with us in the future, so everyone get along." The women all laughed and said, "Don't worry, we won't bully the new sisters." Lu Yang nodded and said to Zhao Yuqing, "Alright, you go and eat together too." Hearing that Lu Yang had said so, Zhao Yuqing could not excuse herself any longer, so she could only take a pair of chopsticks with a red face and sat down next to everyone, and ate the hot pot together. With a happy smile on her face, the crowd chatted with one word or another, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Chapter 30 Collecting steel and gasoline to prepare for the emptying program. After eating the hot pot, all the women began to scramble to clean up the dishes and wash the pots and pans. One by one, they all changed from the former high and mighty young lady to a housewife who was familiar with household chores, and they were busy with a lot of fun. All of them wanted to present themselves well in front of Lu Yang. Hopefully, they will be rewarded by Lu Yang. After they were done, the crowd was still milling around inside Lu Yang's room, refusing to leave. At this time Lu Yang said, "Go back to your rooms and sleep by yourselves." "Oh, well." The crowd revealed a somewhat disappointed expression. Then one by one, they fishtailed out and left Lu Yang's room. Zhao Yuqing's face, on the other hand, revealed an expression of surprise. Day 2. Lu Yang got up refreshed. Just after washing up, Chen Zi has served breakfast walked in. It turned out to be that they got up early in the morning to boil lean meat congee for Lu Yang to drink. Lu Yang took a few congee and drank a mouthful of it, revealing an expression of satisfaction, praising, "This congee is not bad. It's quite good to drink. You girls have been pampered. I didn't realize that you would also boil congee." Chen Zi blushed and said, "The rice cooker has a porridge option on top. Lu Yang nodded, then started out the door. It's time to start today's program. Lu Yang walked out of the dormitory building and came to the open space between the front of the building and the fence, where several bodies were still lying at this moment. That's Zhao Lei and his minions, and his bodyguards. At this time, the women in the dormitory also came out, and when they saw the scene outside, they were instantly stunned. It turns out that there was such a big battle outside this last night. There were so many invaders. Just all of them were taken out by Lu Yang. There's no such thing as peace of mind for years. It's just the invaders that Lu Yang is resisting for them. Seeing this scene, they all had a touched expression on their faces. Zhao Yuqing looked at her brother Zhao Lei's stiff, headless body lying on the ground, and surprisingly, there was no expression of emotion on her face. Lu Yang all felt a bit amazing. This soul control is so powerful, directly stripping the other party of their affection? And at that moment that one ragged woman who had stayed outside last night came forward. Turning to Lu Yang, he pleaded and said, "Big brother, please you let me stay. I can be your servant and take care of you, and your woman's living and living, as long as you give me a little food." Lu Yang still shook his head. He doesn't dare to keep the biochemical mother, in case it infects his woman too. What can he do? He or she is surrounded by women who have zero charges and are as white as snow. We can't let one rat turd spoil the pot of porridge. He replied, "No, Lu Yang, don't just take any woman. Next I will take out all the zombies at the entrance. So you just get the hell out of here and get as far away from the school as you can. The next time I see you you'll be beheaded just like Zhao Lei and the rest of them." The woman in rags, with her hair all knotted up and dirty face, was startled by Lu Yang's icy expression. In the end, he could only nod and follow behind Lu Yang. Lu Yang then directly opened the iron door and walked out. Outside the door were dozens of zombies that had been attracted by the storm of Lu Yang and Zhao Lei's fight last night. As soon as they saw that the iron door was opened at that moment, they pounced frantically. Lu Yang instantly took out a steel needle from amongst the dark space, followed by a look. Shoo! That flying needle instantly turned into a stream of light weaving through the zombies, blowing their heads off one by one, all of them. In less than a second, Lu Yang had already finished off more than 3 dozen zombies. Seeing this scene, the ragged woman was instantly stunned. She didn't understand how Lu Yang did it, being able to instantly make dozens of zombies explode their heads one after another. In only a split second's time, all the zombies fell to the ground. She knew that this man's strength was definitely the thigh of thighs among the end times. It's just a shame that due to his own lack of cleanliness, this is a leg he will never be able to hold. The thought of it made her remorseful. In the era of peace one shouldn't have gone to a rich second generation like Zhao Lei for such a small amount of money, to be the plaything of such a person. It's just a shame that it's too late for regrets now. Get lost, Lu Yang said in a cold voice to this biochemical matrix. The woman had to run off into the distance. Lu Yang, on the other hand, began today's plan to empty the campus. However, before the plan, he used his steel control ability. The teacher's dormitory building wall with all the metal heightened to 5 meters, and in the highest part of the wall to create a very sharp, up to 10 centimeters long steel spikes, densely packed, surrounded the wall, to prevent others from climbing the wall into. That way the kind of thing that happened last night when someone climbed the fence and opened the door wouldn't happen. Only after doing this did Lu Yang begin to move. He first came to the school gate and found that the 2 guards inside the security booth at the gate had turned into zombies, and Lu Yang went over with a flying needle and directly exploded their heads. Immediately after that Lu Yang opened the door and walked out. This was the first time he had seen the scene outside the school since the outbreak of the end times. The 4-lane road in front of the school is already blocked with abandoned cars. During the outbreak of the end times, many people chose to drive their cars to escape. However, some of them turned into zombies while driving, so those cars quickly lost control, and countless car accidents occurred on the roads. And immediately after that the roads began to be paralyzed, being blocked by all these cars. And those car owners who didn't turn into zombies and were stuck in traffic with nowhere to run would be bitten to death by the car owners who turned into zombies. Looking at these abandoned cars, Lu Yang's mind moved slightly, instantly turning those cars into steel that can flow, followed by controlling these steel into square steel ingots. Soon all the steel inside a car was collected by Lu Yang and turned into ingots that were roughly only 0.5 meters by 0.5 meters by 0.5 meters. Looking at the steel ingots floating in the air, Lu Yang said with emotion, "So there is only so much steel inside a car? 0.5x 0.5x 0.5 is equal to 0.125 cubic meters, and a cubic meter of steel is 7.85 tons, which means that the steel collected in one car is 0.125 by 7.8 is equal to 0.975 tons. One vehicle can provide me with almost a ton of steel, which is a very important raw material for me, and can later be used to expand my base, or even build aircraft tanks, aircraft carriers. And after turning them into steel ingots and storing them in the dark space, they don't take up any space at all. My dark space is now 40 times 40 times 40 is equal to 64,000 cubic meters. If I use them all to store steel ingots, I can store 64,000 cubic meters of steel ingots, which is equivalent to 64,000 by 7. 85 is equal to 502. 400 tons. With that many ingots, you can build 5 aircraft carriers. So with an excited expression, Lu Yang kept turning the cars into steel ingots and storing them in the middle of his dark space. The fuel tanks inside the cars were also collected by him directly inside the dark space, and each car had dozens of liters of gasoline. These gasoline were also very important raw materials in the end times. So Lu Yang started to keep collecting the steel of the car into ingots, and then took away the fuel tank inside the car as well. Soon, all the dozens of cars in front of the school were collected by Lu Yang. Immediately after that, Lu Yang went all the way forward. Wherever he went, the cars all disintegrated and the steel became like water that could flow, constantly forming ingots that were collected by Lu Yang. Having walked all the way to the gas station 1 kilometer away from the school, this time Lu Yang had already collected several hundred cars steel, while he also had several hundred more car fuel tanks amongst his dark space. Arriving at the gas station, Lu Yang looked at the underground of the gas station and said, "The gas station's oil storage device is an underground storage tank, which is also made of steel." So Lu Yang waved his hand. Clack clack clack. The ground of the gas station began to emit a clicking sound, and countless spiderweb-like cracks began to spread out into the distance, followed by 6 huge oil storage tanks breaking through the concrete ground directly from the ground and slowly rising up. Each tank has a capacity of 1,000 liters. 6 huge tanks is 6,000 liters. Lu Yang loaded all these 6,000 liters of gasoline into his dark space, and the tanks he collects from among the cars have thousands of liters of gasoline. Combined, he has more than 10,000 liters of gasoline. These are extremely important fuels in a post-apocalyptic world, and you can continue to collect steel and gasoline as you do when you meet cars on the road later. Lu Yang's resources will grow. After doing all this, Lu Yang then nodded in satisfaction. This time, it's been a real harvest. Not only did I obtain several hundred tons of steel, but I also harvested tens of thousands of liters of gasoline. Next, I can start my emptying program. Chapter 31: Emptying Schools to Gain Safe Zones. Lu Yang returned from the gas station to the middle of the school. He used the steel in the middle of the dark space to create 2 huge steel gongs, and immediately controlled the 2 steel gongs to float in the air and ruthlessly collide together. Bang! A loud gong resounded throughout the campus. Those zombies instantly poured out from all corners of the school when they heard this loud sound. Lu Yang turned on his stealth skill, controlled the gong floating in the air and started walking inside the school. From a distance, one could only see 2 huge gongs banging incessantly in the air, and the more zombies gathered under the gong, the blacker they became, already reaching tens of thousands. Lu Yang's school has roughly 30,000 students, and with the outbreak of the apocalypse, in addition to those who were eaten and those who fled, there are at least 20,000 or so who turned into zombies. All of these 20,000 plus zombies could provide Lu Yang with more than 2,000 attribute points. It was able to raise Lu Yang's base strength several times again. Therefore, clearing the campus would not only provide a safe haven for himself, but it would also enhance his strength, which was why Lu Yang was so eager to do this. Soon behind those 2 gongs, the zombies gathered more and more. Lu Yang watched it was almost time, so he began to control the 2 gongs to fly towards the outside of the school gate. It flew all the way up to the top of the gas station, and right after that, the 2 gongs just kept banging there. The zombies in the school also came out in a line and kept leaning there. Even the zombies in the nearby residential buildings were attracted and all leaned over. The survivors inside the residential building were all attracted to hearing the loud noise outside, secretly observing the situation outside from inside the window slits. A man and a woman inside one of the houses saw this scene, and a shocked expression appeared on their faces as the man said, "What's going on here? Why are there 2 gongs in the air that keep banging there? More and more zombies are being attracted to it. My God, there are at least 20 to 30,000 zombies gathered there." The young woman chimed in, "It just so happens that we've depleted the food inside our house, and now that the walkers are being attracted there, we can take this opportunity to go downstairs and collect food inside the convenience store." The man said, "That's right, this is our best chance to gather supplies, and I don't know if those 2 gongs are artificially controlled or what. It's so strange. Never mind if he's weird or not. Let's just walk downstairs and find food." So the 2 quickly grabbed their backpacks, ran downstairs, and started gathering food while they could. At this moment, Lu Yang was still in the middle of his stealthy state. He saw that there were more and more zombies gathered at the gas station, and even the zombies in the nearby residential buildings were attracted out by themselves. Liu Yang's face showed an excited expression. Very excitedly, he said, "Great! The zombies that have gathered here have exceeded 30,000 already. By taking them all out this time, I will be able to gain more than 3,000 attribute points." Seeing that the zombies have gathered almost, Liu Yang pulled out a dozen car fuel tanks from the dark space, followed by wrapping steel on top of the fuel tanks, and then controlling the steel to fly in the air, pouring the oil inside these tanks evenly onto the zombies. Those zombies looked at the gasoline falling from the sky and had no idea what it was. They still kept approaching the direction of the sound from the gong, pushing each other, and even started to make a stampede. Once a zombie fell to the ground, it would be stepped on by other companions. Seeing that they were gathering more and more and getting closer and closer, Liu Yang directly took out his lighter. Immediately after that, a blazing fire began to sweep through all the zombies. Boom! The flames kept burning, fueled by the gasoline, and all the zombies' bodies began to burst into flames. However, it was as if these zombies didn't have any senses, and they were still surging over to the place where the gong was struck. Some of the zombies began to be burned with crackling sounds, and the smell of burnt flesh began to fill the air inside. Let them burn here. Now it's time to go back to the school. Check every corner of the school to see if there are any more walkers that have escaped the net. Take out all those that have escaped the net as well, and the whole school is as good as cleared by me. Only after returning to the school did Liu Yang lift his invisibility, and right after that, he used the steel he had collected inside the dark space to raise the entire school fence all the way up to 5 meters, and created sharp steel spikes on the top of the fence to prevent others from climbing the wall. Liu Yang then began to check out every school building, every classroom, and even every corner inside the school. It ended up taking the morning to sort out the leaks. Up to this point, all the zombies inside the entire school had been cleared out by Liu Yang, so Liu Yang returned to the middle of the teacher's dormitory. At this time it was already noon. The women had already started cooking, and as soon as they saw Liu Yang coming back, everyone's face showed a happy expression. One by one, they gathered around and said to Liu Yang, "Liu Yang husband, you are finally back. Wash your hands and get ready to eat. Our meal is almost ready. We haven't cooked before, so we're just trying today. Don't be offended if it's not good, hubby. It's just like us serving you in your room for the first time." Liu Yang smiled and touched the top of their heads and said, "It's fine, as long as it's not a dark cuisine that can poison people to death." Soon the meal was served. The latest to be served was a seaweed and egg drop soup. It looks like it sells well. Liu Yang directly beat up a mouthful of soup with a spoon and drank it. The faces of the women immediately showed a nervous expression, waiting for Liu Yang's next comment. Liu Yang smashed his mouth for a moment, then said, "The flavor is okay, quite good. Oi, that's great too." Chen Zi's entire body revealed an excited expression, happily jumping straight up. It turned out that this purple cabbage and egg flour soup was made by Chen Zi. She said excitedly, "It's great that you can like it, husband. I'll cook soup for you every day in the future." Ha ha ha. Immediately after, Chen Ting also said, "Hubby, try this green pepper fried beef and see how it is." Liu Yang nodded and picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth. With an appreciative expression on his face, he said, "It's very good. The fire is just right. This beef is not too old and not too tender. It tastes very flavorful." Chen Ting also instantly revealed a happy expression. Liu Yang is outside for their lives and running around, looking for food, looking for supplies. They stay inside the teacher's dormitory. To be able to make a favorite meal for Liu Yang, it is also considered to be the realization of their own value. To see Liu Yang people like their own cooking, of course, they are all very happy. Chapter 32 Class Flower of Class 4? Wang Yuhan Reference Chart. After finishing lunch, Liu Yang said to the ladies, "Now the zombies inside the entire campus have been cleared out by me, which means that the entire campus is in a safe zone, and the school's fence has also been raised to more than 5 meters by me, so ordinary people can definitely not climb in. You guys can now move freely inside this campus." Hearing that one sentence, all the women's faces showed a look of surprise. The entire campus has been cleared of zombies? There are more than 30,000 students inside the school that have turned into zombies. At least 20,000 more. Hubby, you only used one morning to empty the school of all the zombies. How are you so powerful? Yeah, tens of thousands of zombies. Even if they were lined up for people to cut, it would take days, right? Hubby, what method did you use? Surprisingly, you killed them all in one morning? Li Mengyao directly barfed on Liu Yang's face and said, "I knew that Liu Yang's husband is the most powerful. Not only is he powerful, but he is also fast, taking out tens of thousands of zombies in one morning. Really fierce." Li Meng said, "Does that mean that we will be able to move freely inside the school from now on? We can go to the playground to run and play soccer, and we can play whatever we want?" no longer need to worry about zombie attacks, and no longer need to stay in the dormitory all the time. Not daring to go out? Lu Yang nodded and said, "That's right. You guys can move freely inside the campus. The fence I have raised in is no longer skeletonized. You can't see the inside from the outside, but try not to get close to the gate." After hearing Lu Yang's words, later on the ladies nodded their heads in succession, said, "Aha, we know. To be able to move freely inside the school, we are already very happy, and definitely won't do anything else that is dangerous. Those zombies are too scary. We don't want to be seen by them. It's good that you guys know." Lu Yang nodded and said. Lu Yang then took a nap. When it came to dinner time, those schoolgirls were busy cooking dinner again, and when they were done, they respectfully called Lu Yang to get up and eat. Looking at such a scene, Lu Yang felt some enjoyment. The end of the world outbreak. Before Lu Yang is just a poor student, and no father, no mother, can only rely on hard work and thrift to be able to eat. Usually, in order to be able to mix free meals, they go inside the cafeteria to help out, washing dishes, serving food, for an hour during the lunch rush and an hour during the evening rush. At $10 an hour, you make $20 a day, plus free lunch and dinner, and save money on food. As long as you keep spending low all the time, it's not a bad way to live. There are a lot of people who would grab a job like that, but Lu Yang with his physical fitness and work hard, in a bunch of poor students that also stands out, the cafeteria prefers to hire strong Lu Yang. Who would have thought that now after the outbreak of the apocalypse, these beautiful-looking female students with perfect bodies would be competing to cook food for themselves, and they were afraid that the food they made would not be to their liking? It's such a fantastic feeling. After dinner, Lu Yang took a look at these female students. A total of 30 beautiful female students had taken rewards by themselves, but the only ones who had actually had a substantial relationship with themselves were Chen Lixia, Chen Zi, Chen Ting, Li Mengyao, and Li Mango, Zhao Yuqing, just 6 of them. The remaining 24 people haven't even talked to themselves in depth yet. Looking at those cooking figures, Lu Yang scanned over one by one. Each of these 24 female students also had a beautiful figure and exquisite features, not unlike Chen Zi and the others. The only ugly-looking female boxing fatso had already been thrown out by Lu Yang to feed the zombies. The rest of these 24 are superb. A few of them even looked similar to Chen Lixia, and were presumably at the class flower level. So, Lu Yang turned to one of them and asked, "What's your name?" It was a shame to say that these people had already agreed to be Lu Yang's women, and had even had their rewards taken away by Lu Yang, but Lu Yang actually didn't even know their names, let alone intimate exchanges. That female student immediately revealed a flattered expression after hearing Lu Yang's words. However, she did not have time to speak. Chen Lixia took the lead and said, "This is the class flower of the 4th class. Wang Yuhan, used to be very famous in the school. The boys who pursued her did not have 100 but also had 80. And the most famous is a boy in order to pursue her in the girls' dormitory outside kneeling for 3 hours. And Wang Yuhan did not appear. She is also a very cold class flower." Listen to the words of Chen Lixia. Wang Yuhan, a small face red said, "Only, is not it, people are not cold. Just that a licking dog is always chasing lick me. I cannot help clearly has rejected him, but also pester me not let go. I can only close the door to see it. As for him kneeling for a few hours or something, about what I do. And not I told him to kneel." Chen Lixia revealed a bad smile on her face and said, yes oh. To Lu Yang's husband of course he is not high and cold at all, but to other men he is high and cold as hell. "Hey, Lixia, you're annoying." Wang Yuhan's face instantly turned red into an apple. After Lu Yang heard Chen Lixia's words, he nodded and said, "The class flower of class 4. Wang Yuhan, right? Very well, come to my room tonight and let's have a good chat." As soon as she heard this sentence, Wang Yuhan's face turned even redder. Soon the fragrant meal was made. Lu Yang sat down at the table, and soon there were female students helping him with his food, helping him with chopsticks, helping him with spoons, and serving him in a very considerate manner. To be able to eat such a flavorful and fresh meal in the post-apocalyptic world, and to have someone to help fight for the food, chopsticks, and bowls, was very enjoyable indeed. After dinner, the crowd began to pack up. Lu Yang, on the other hand, was lying on the bed inside his room waiting for Wang Yuhan's arrival. Soon there was a knock on his room door. Lu Yang's face also began to show an expression of anticipation as he said to the door, "Come in." Squeaky. The door was opened. Wang Yuhan, the class flower with a tall and plump figure and snow white and smooth skin, walked in. At this time the other party has taken a bath and changed into a set of clean clothes. As soon as he walked into Lu Yang's room, Lu Yang felt that the air inside the aroma is very good. Chapter 33, Killing a zombie strengthens his attributes and turns him into a superhero. Day 2. Lu Yang woke up early in the morning. At this time, Lu Yang also received a system prompt inside his head. Congratulations to the host for killing a total of 28,000 zombies and gaining 2,800 attribute points. After receiving this tip, Lu Yang was instantly happy. Good man. Burned straight through yesterday. 28,000 walkers? The 2,800 points of basic attributes are divided into 4 parts, and each part can be divided into 700 points. Lu Yang looked at his basic attributes. Thanks to the reward he got on that one biochemical matrix, 10 points were added to all attributes. His 4 basic attributes were now 210, plus the 700 is 910, and the average person has an attribute of 50. 910 divided by 50 is equal to 18.2, which means that Lu Yang's current basic attributes are 18.2 times that of an ordinary person, possesses 18 times the strength, 18 times the speed, 18 times the stamina and 18 times the spirit of an ordinary person. It's totally safe to say that it has turned into a little superhero. Lu Yang squeezed his fists, feeling full of power, and a confident expression appeared on his face. It's time to start the day. Today is the 8 days of the outbreak of the end of the world. Most of the trapped people have been starved to death, some not starved to death. It is estimated that they have already begun to press, ready to search for food. Lu Yang also continued to prepare for action. Since the school's mini-mart and the food inside the cafeteria had already been collected by themselves, the next step would be to start collecting food from outside the school, from the large supermarkets. It just so happens that there is a large supermarket 2 kilometers away from the school. Large supermarkets in the middle of a large flow of people. The outbreak of the end of the world. It is estimated that a lot of people turned into zombies. Is a very dangerous place. The average person should not dare to go in to collect food, unless they can form a dozens of people in a small team. It is only possible to sense the risk to enter, but it's only the early days of the apocalyptic outbreak, and with everyone taking care of themselves to form survivors, the chances of a small group are slim. That's why it's only right to take all the supermarket stuff before anyone else comes back. So, Lu Yang went out directly after breakfast. Having 18 times the basic attributes of an ordinary person at the time, Lu Yang felt that he was already invincible. A zombie? To him, it's just grass waiting to be cut. Lu Yang directly walked out of the school gate and started walking towards the supermarket 2 kilometers away. Along the way he saw abandoned cars on the side of the road. He directly collected the steel from the cars and the fuel tanks of the cars to his dark space. These are very useful resources. Lu Yang will not let go of them. And his spiritual power has now reached 18 times that of an ordinary person. And he has become even more skillful in the use of the skill of steel control. And even the distance of the control of steel is much further, and has reached tens of thousands of meters. Who can stop a 100-shot headshot steel needle at 10,000 meters? Also he can control bigger and heavier steel. Give him an airplane design and he can even just hand fabricate the plane out. On the way Lu Yang encountered some scattered zombies that attacked him. He directly used the flying needle attack and instantly blew their heads off. No more ferocious zombie could come within 100 meters of him, and as soon as they appeared in his field of vision, they would die immediately. Flying needles with 100% headshots are no joke. Lu Yang walked all the way forward, while the flying needles attacked the zombies in his field of vision all the way, while the cars around him began to turn into flowing steel, pooling into huge ingots to be included inside his dark space. Such a scene would have been watched by anyone else. It would probably be decent for the eyes to fall out. What Lu Yang did was as unimaginable as a miracle. Just a few hundred meters away from the supermarket, an anomaly suddenly appeared in front of us. A group of zombies surprisingly attacked around a huge tiger with white fur all over its body. That white tiger was huge, twice the size of an ordinary tiger. Weight is estimated to be close to 1,000 pounds. She kept letting out roars of rage, each claw sending a zombie flying. Yet the zombies surprisingly got up and continued to attack her after flying a dozen meters away. And as the sounds of the battle and the white tiger's own roar kept coming out, more and more zombies gathered there. And when Lu Yang saw the scene there were already dozens of zombies attacking around the white tiger. These zombies are not afraid of pain. Even with broken arms and legs, even if they are crawling, they will crawl towards the enemy. Although that white tiger was brave, it still had many bites on its body, and its smooth and silky white fur began to be stained with blood. Numerous red marks appeared on his body. Watching the scene, Lu Yang revealed an interested expression, muttering to himself, that white tiger can be really stupid. The first thing to do in the face of zombies is to run away. She even fought with these living dead people. However, she was bitten by so many mouths. How did she not turn into a zombie? Does it mean that the zombie virus can be ineffective for animals? It's not right. I just finished off a zombie dog. With a puzzled mood, Lu Yang moved a little closer again. This time he found something new. Each of White Tiger's slaps was surprisingly able to form a thick layer of cold ice on the body of the zombie. For example, if she slapped on the zombie's chest, the zombie's chest instantly formed a few centimeters thick ice, and if she slapped on the head, she could instantly freeze the zombie's head into an ice ball. Lu Yang was shocked. This tiger even has a cold ice attribute? Could it be that it is a mutated tiger? The reason why it can't be afraid of the zombie virus is because it is mutated itself? And just when Lu Yang was surprised, all of a sudden, it was discovered that there was a zombie in the group of zombies. Instead of launching a mindless attack on that one white tiger, instead, he didn't know where to get an iron bar, and even picked up the iron bar, and directly knocked it, knocking it on the white tiger's leg. Ow! The white tiger let out a cry of anger at the pain, then slapped a claw at the other party, but he didn't expect the zombie to dodge backward and avoid the claw. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang was even more shocked. Couldn't resist. What's up with that one walker? Not only does it use weapons, but it even dodges attacks? For zombies, they will only be dominated by their hunting reaction. They will only attack blindly. They will only bite with their teeth. They will only scratch with their claws. How can that one zombie be so smart? And its movements and speed are also faster than other zombies. Could it be that the zombie has also upgraded? This is a level 2 zombie? Just as Lu Yang was shocked, that level 2 zombie actually started using tactics, having the ordinary zombies surround that white tiger first, and when the white tiger focused on the other ordinary zombies, he was sneaking in from there. Another stick struck the white tiger's other leg, bending one of its legs and sending it straight to its knees. When she stood up again, that one leg was starting to tremble with pain. Apparently the level 2 walker had a lot of strength and did strong damage to White Tiger's leg. Ow, roar! That White Tiger let out a roar. Yet it was nothing more than impotent rage. The IQ of the level 2 zombie seemed to be higher than even this convenient White Tiger, playing the White Tiger at will. If this continued, this White Tiger would be exhausted by him sooner or later. Chapter 34, Saving the White Tiger. A bold idea. Needless to say, that level 2 zombie's leg-cutting tactics worked very well, and the White Tiger's movement speed was getting slower and slower. Both back feet had been viciously swollen by his stout iron rod. Now the White Tiger was only able to put his back against a building and start attacking the zombies with his 2 front paws, bitterly fighting back. However, the zombies that surrounded her were growing in number and so were the bloodstains on her body, the stream of blood beginning to drip to the ground. The roar, though angry, had grown weaker. Lu Yang saw it. Surrounded by these zombies, this White Tiger, in less than half an hour, would have to be killed by them. Lu Yang shook his head and said, "The poor White Tiger has already started to fall into the wind." It is estimated that this White Tiger ran out from the nearby zoo. The end of the world outbreak, he also mutated and escaped from the zoo, but did not expect to still not escape the fate of being surrounded by zombies. If I don't save her, she's going to die here. It's almost time to make a move. Lu Yang directly charged forward with his large sword. Those zombies saw a human rushing over, and a few of them sort of directly pounced on Lu Yang. However, a cold smile appeared on Lu Yang's face, followed by a swing of his large sword. Brush! The fastest pouncing walker instantly landed on his head, followed by a few more cuts. Brush, brush, brush. The zombies were all separated. Immediately after, Lu Yang has rushed into the zombie group, incarnated into a god of killing. Wherever he went, corpses everywhere. A few seconds later, the 30 or so zombies had all been decapitated by him. The only remaining level 2 zombie, seeing this scene, turned his head and ran. Lu Yang also finally saw the strength of this level 2 warrior. Escape speed is quite fast. It should reach twice the speed of an ordinary person. It's just a pity that it's still too weak in front of my 18 times the speed of an ordinary person. Lu Yang, a look. A steel needle had already flown out at extreme speed, transforming into a stream of light and shooting directly at that one escaping level 2 zombie. Followed by, bang! With a crunching sound, the level 2 zombie was instantly shot in the head, and its body fell hard to the ground in a running position. Seeing this scene, that White Tiger opened its mouth wide at the side, revealing a dumbfounded expression. What? It seems to be saying, what's the situation? The grade 2 zombie that was oiled like a loach just now, and couldn't be hit by itself, but this human was instantly killed in seconds? At this moment, Lu Yang also looked at the tiger. A big, bloodied knife was pointed directly at the other side. It said, "I saved you. Submit to me, or die." The White Tiger was startled and curled up in a corner with an innocent expression. Although she is a fierce tiger, Lu Yang is even more of a fierce man. This White Tiger was surrounded by dozens of zombies, unable to do anything, and was also chopped by that one level 2 zombie's legs every now and then. It made her desperate. But I didn't expect Lu Yang to kill all the zombies as soon as he appeared. That second level zombie couldn't even run away if he wanted to. The difference in strength is really too big. Although the mutant white tiger didn't have a high IQ, she was still able to distinguish who was stronger and who was weaker. At this moment, she understood that if Lu Yan wanted to kill himself, he only needed to move his fingers to do it, so she could only cower in the corner of the wall, constantly revealing her sharp teeth and making a grimace, trying to scare Lu Yang away. Lu Yang, however, was not afraid and continued, "I'm not trying to kill you or hurt you. I'm asking you to submit to me. Do you hear me? I'll roar." The white tiger let out a roar. Obviously she wasn't listening. Lu Yang directly put away the knife, said, "Look, I'm putting the weapon away. I'm not trying to hurt you, got it?" Seeing this action of Lu Yang, the white tiger seemed to understand some of Lu Yang's meaning. Immediately after that, Lu Yang stretched out his hand and slowly approached the other party, and then touched on top of the other party's huge head, tenderly stroking each other's heads, feeling the other's silky fur. The white tiger's restless and panicked heart also slowly calmed down, even slightly squinting its eyes that looked like sapphires, revealing an expression of enjoyment. Lu Yang also felt a little funny. Other people jerk the cat, I jerk the tiger. And this tiger and cat are really similar. When being jerked is a face of enjoyment. In order to close the distance with the white tiger, Lu Yang took out a piece of frozen pork from among the dark space and said to the white tiger, "I'll hold the meat out to you while you recover your strength." So he cupped the meat in his hand and brought it to the white tiger's mouth. White tiger and zombie fighting so long, really tired and hungry, now smelled fresh meat. Naturally greedy saliva flowed down a mouthful of Lu Yang's hands to swallow the meat. Eating, on also showed a satisfied expression. Looking at the white tiger that had quieted down under his pacification and the temptation of food, Lu Yang then directly stretched out a finger and placed it on the other party's forehead, starting to exert soul control. This was the first time he had used this skill on a non-human, and he didn't know if it would work. Lu Yang was also very curious. 1 minute later, he received a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for the successful execution of soul control. The other party has become your most loyal servant and will never betray you. Please enjoy. As soon as he received this tip, Lu Yang's entire body revealed an expression of surprise. Unable to resist, he said, "Awesome! The system produces a fine product. This soul control actually works on animals too." And then look at that white tiger at this moment, looking at Lu Yang's eyes, already full of admiration and worship. There is even a hint of piety. He turned behind the white tiger and looked at the other man's ass to confirm his gender. Sure enough, it's a female tiger. If the white tiger agrees to be my servant, does it count as a successful rescue of the maiden tiger? Can I get a system reward? With such a doubt, Lu Yang directly asked the white tiger, "Little white tiger, are you willing to submit to me?" The white tiger opened a pair of blue eyes. The tiger looked at Lu Yang with a puzzled face, and opened its huge tiger mouth to let out a milky voice, "Ow." However, Lu Yang did not receive a hint of system rewards. He shook his head in some disappointment. White tiger still looked at Lu Yang with a pair of innocent eyes, not knowing what Lu Yang was talking about. Her IQ was so low that she couldn't even understand Lu Yang's words for her to submit to him. "Forget it, I won't make things difficult for you. I'm going to the supermarket to collect supplies next, so you'll come with me, and you'll return to school with me then, under my careful tutelage. I'm sure you'll have a higher IQ sooner or later." After saying that, Lu Yang waved his hand at the white tiger and then started walking towards the location to the supermarket. The white tiger with a huge body, on the other hand, followed behind Lu Yang with a submissive face. White tiger reference chart. Chapter 35, Raiding the Supermarket for Supplies. A man and a tiger started walking to the supermarket. I have to say, this white tiger is indeed very huge, looks very imposing. That is, her 2 legs were beaten by the second-level zombie with an iron rod, so she walked with a limp. Otherwise Lu Yang would definitely have to sit on her back for a little bit of majesty. Having such a huge mount, you must have more face when you go out. Soon 1 man and 1 tiger arrived at the entrance of the supermarket. This white tiger stuck out its nose and sniffed the air. Obviously, he smelled the dangerous odor inside the supermarket. She disliked the smell. There were at least hundreds of walkers in the middle of the supermarket, so she stopped in her tracks, a somewhat scowling expression on her face. Lu Yang smiled and said, "Don't be afraid. It's just some small zombies. They can't make any waves in front of me. I'm here. Little white tiger, you just follow the master inside. Next the master will show you what is called invincible." The white tiger couldn't understand Lu Yang's words. There was still fear in his eyes. Lu Yang, however, did not pay any attention to her anymore, and directly walked straight into the supermarket. At this time, the white tiger has already been controlled by the soul cast by Lu Yang, and has already taken Lu Yang as her lifelong master. Seeing Lu Yang not afraid of danger, walked into the middle of the supermarket. Although she was afraid, she still gritted her teeth and followed behind Lu Yang. Entering the middle of the supermarket, it was really full of zombies. During the outbreak of the end times, there were quite a few people who shopped at the supermarket. More than 3/4 of them turned into zombies, while the remaining 1/4 were either eaten or bitten and turned into zombies as well. The entire supermarket is estimated to be less than 1/10 of the people who managed to stay alive and run out. At this time those zombies saw Lu Yang come in and instantly let out a roar. Then all of them pounced on Lu Yang. When the white tiger behind Lu Yang saw this scene, its stubbed mouth revealed the sharp tiger teeth in its mouth. There was a roar at the walkers, although he knew that he was not a match for so many zombies. If these zombies wanted to harm their master Lu Yang, then even if she had to fight to the death she would still fight these zombies. At this time, Lu Yang, however, put his hand on the white tiger's head and stroked it, saying, "Cute little white tiger, you don't need to be afraid. Next let you see how strong, fast and fierce the master is." Lu Yang smiled and waved his hand. A flying needle had quickly shot out, turning into a stream of light that traveled through the zombies. Every walker that passed by was able to shoot him in the head. Bang bang bang! The sound of heads exploding in the middle of the supermarket was unrelenting. In less than 3 seconds, hundreds of consecutive bursts were sent out. Then all the zombies instantly fell to the ground. Directly all of them were killed in seconds by Lu Yang's headshot. The white tiger who was behind Lu Yang revealed a dumbfounded expression when he saw this scene. Meow meow? This master is too strong, isn't he? I thought the master was a melee fighter who slashed with a sword, but I didn't realize he was a mage, directly killing the enemy from a distance? Lu Yang held the white tiger's chin that was about to fall to the ground with his hand and closed her mouth. Smiling, he said, "Don't be surprised, little white tiger. Next go with your master to collect food." Ow! The white tiger barked with its mouth wide open and followed behind Lu Yang with a happy face. She hated walkers, but Master Lu Yang can make a zombie turn into a corpse in a single shot. That's why following director Lu Yang is the most enjoyable thing. Arriving in the middle of the supermarket, Lu Yang looked at such items above the shelves. The entire group wore an excited expression. This big supermarket has so many supplies. It's 10 times better than the small supermarket inside the school. Not only does it have food, but it even has clothes to wear, household items to use, milk and drinks to drink, and even toys for children to play with, as well as all kinds of milk powder. If we take away this supermarket, it's like owning a department store market, and we won't have to worry about supplies for years to come. It seems like raiding the supermarket is a good choice. For this next period of time, I'm going to raid the supermarket every day. So Lu Yang walked towards one shelf after another. Rice, millet, corn, flour, noodles, rice flour, glutinous rice flour, sesame flour, corn flour. These staple foods are very useful. Take them all. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, red beans, green beans, black beans, take it away. Eggs, frozen meat, frozen products, frozen seafood, bacon, dried fish, salami, fondue balls, fondue ingredients, take it away. Snacks, candy, jelly, melon seeds, nuts, cookies, chocolate, powdered milk, drinks, take it away. Clothes, underwear, panties, toilet paper, pots and pans, toothbrushes, toothpaste, wash basins, washcloths, and other household items, take it all. Table salt, message, all kinds of spices, all kinds of seasonings, all kinds of sauces, take it all away. Hundreds of barrels of cooking oil, take it away. Soon Lu Yang had collected everything on the shelves inside his dark space. Unfortunately, when I arrived at the fresh produce section, I found that the vegetables had rotted and most of the fruits had rotted as well, with only a few that could be stored for a long time, such as apples, pears, watermelons, durians, coconuts, and oranges that were still edible. As for bananas, mangoes, grapes, these perishable fruits have long since finished rotting. Lu Yang received the fruits that were still edible into the space and looked at the other rotting fruits and vegetables, revealing a look of pity. He muttered, "If only I could have gotten here a few days earlier." Lu Yang then continued to walk deeper into the supermarket and finally found the supermarket warehouse. Supermarket warehouses are categorized as fresh food warehouses, grain warehouses, clothing warehouses, daily necessities warehouses, and meat warehouses. Lu Yang found that the supermarket did not have a power cut, so the warehouse still has a freshness function, and there is surprisingly a very large number of fresh vegetables and fruits, as well as fresh meat. Lu Yang found a lot of rice flour in the middle of the grain warehouse. There were dozens of tons. Seeing so many resources, Lu Yang's entire body was excited, saying, "Great, so many resources, enough for me and my ladies to eat for years." 50 tons of rice, 50 tons of flour all collected. He collected several more tons of vegetables and fruits at the vegetable and fruit warehouse. Dozens of tons of sweet potatoes and potatoes were also received. Sweet potatoes and potatoes are a good thing in the end times. Easy to grow and rich in starch. Much less demanding on the land than rice or anything else. Later, if a base for survivors is developed, this will be a lifesaver. So Lu Yang, with excitement, put these potatoes and sweet potatoes into the middle of the warehouse as well. In the meat warehouse he had collected another warehouse of meat. All kinds of frozen pork, frozen ribs, frozen duck meat, chicken legs, chicken claws, etc. All of them were taken by him. There were several tons. Soon, the entire supermarket warehouse was also raided by him. A supersized supermarket just became empty. Lu Yang's dark space, on the other hand, had been filled with all sorts of food and daily necessities. You can say that you have everything you want. She nodded with satisfaction and said to the white tiger, "Little white tiger, now it's time for us to go back. I'll take you back next and look at my women. You'll get along with them more and sooner or later you'll be able to transform." Ow! The little white tiger still just tilted her head and barked. She still didn't understand what Lu Yang meant, but she understood that as long as she followed Lu Yang, she would go wherever Lu Yang went. Touching the white tiger's silky fur again, Lu Yang said, "There is a saying that if you don't enter the tiger's den, how do you get the tiger's son? Since she's not intelligent enough right now to verbally promise to be my female tiger is impossible to do. Wouldn't she also get a reward if she actually becomes my tiger?" Chapter 36, Meeting the Third Schoolgirl. Lu Yang shook his head, temporarily putting this one thought behind him, and then started walking towards the outside of the supermarket. And that one white tiger with a clean look and soft fur possessing a pair of sapphire-like cute eyes, followed behind Lu Yang. However, Lu Yang had just left the supermarket and was about to take White Tiger to the school when two people sneakily appeared on the street. With Lu Yang's keen observation, he had already discovered these two people, so he frowned without moving. A steel needle had appeared in front of him. It only takes one thought to shoot those two in the head. The little white tiger, on the other hand, followed behind Lu Yang with his head held high and a relaxed face, not even noticing the abnormality yet. At this time Lu Yang stopped his steps and said to the two people in the dark, "Come out. I have already sent it to you guys a long time ago. I'll give you guys one last chance. Otherwise, I'll be rude next." The two men walked out furtively. Lu Yang realized that the other party was a middle-aged man and a young girl. That young girl was tall and plump. Her face was a little pale but still clean and cute. At first glance, it's a great beauty. And that middle-aged man had an excited expression on his face after seeing Lu Yang. He recognized Lu Yang. And at that moment Lu Yang also recognized the other party. Isn't this Wang Yukai, the principal of his own school? At this time, Wang Yukai had a pudgy face, and that greasy head that was always meticulously combed before had begun to turn into a chicken nest. The principal, who was always high and mighty before, now looked at Lu Yang with a pleasing face and said with a smile on his face, "Egu, isn't this Lu Yang from our school? I remember you. When the school sports meeting, you once broke the school record of 100 meters. You won first place, and I personally hung the medal around your neck. I also patted you on the shoulder at that time. Said your future is unlimited. Do you still remember?" Lu Yang smiled and said, "So it's Principal Wang. I didn't expect the end times to come." Principal Wang also mixed so poorly. "I still have things to do. I'm not going to chat with you. You should do what you want to do." He used to be very good at sports in the peaceful times, and this principal did praise him during the games, but that's just for the games. Lu Yang understands that the higher the position of the masses, the more hypocritical they actually are. His boast about his unlimited future was merely a polite remark. Lu Yang hadn't had too many encounters with this high and mighty principal before. Now that the end times were coming, he still didn't want to have one either, so he didn't want to waste more time with this principal. Wang Yukai with a smile on his face stopped Lu Yang and said, don't ah, Lu Yang, to be able to run into each other in the end times, we are all destined to meet each other. You also know that now the end times are coming. The order is chaotic. There is a shortage of food, and the principal is about to starve to death. As a student in the school, shouldn't you help the principal me? Lu Yang said, "Sorry, I don't have any food either. As you can see, I don't have anything on me. I didn't even take a backpack. Where can I hide if I have food?" Wang Yukai pushed the glasses, continued to say with a smile, "Do not lie to me. Lu Yang students, I'm sure you have food. I just saw you into the supermarket so long before coming out. The supermarket is full of zombies. I've been guarding the place for many days. Do not dare to go in. You can go back in one piece. Surely you have already collected the food. Just don't know where you put it to go. And this tiger seems to listen to you. Is it a pet of yours? Although tigers are protected animals, we can take emergency shelter in the post-apocalyptic world, and it's not illegal to eat them." Listening to the other party's words, Lu Yang's eyes went ice cold. Very impatiently, he said, "I've already told you, I don't have any food. Stop bothering me, and even if I have food, who am I to give it to you? Don't give your face to me, and dare to hit my pet's idea? Must I scold you before you realize that you are wrong?" Looking at Liu Yang's icy expression, Wang Yukai was scared and took a step back. The young girl behind him hurriedly came over and took his hand. Showing a scared expression, her voice trembled and said, "Dad, why don't we forget it? People won't give us food. Let's go find it ourselves. He's so scary." The girl's sentence instantly caught Liu Yang's attention, and it was only then that he placed his gaze on the girl's body, and suddenly a light dawned before his eyes. What a pretty girl! In terms of appearance, it doesn't even lose out to the four school beauties. Wait, isn't Wang Yucai's daughter, Wang Muling, one of the four school beauties? This girl should be Wang Muling. Liu Yang stroked his chin, a playful expression on his face. Good lord! He came to the supermarket to collect a few supplies, but he was able to run into one of the four major school flowers. Wang Muling. This Wang Muling is the principal's daughter. In the past in the school, as no one dares to provoke the existence of all the school flowers, as she is the most mysterious. Other school flowers and rich second generation to pursue. At that time Wang Muling, but even the rich second generation do not dare to pursue the existence of. Now that you've run into her, how can you let her go? If you don't get this most mysterious schoolgirl into bed, will you be worthy of this invincible ability of yours? And at this time, Wang Yukai also found Liu Yang's eyes surprisingly a little evil. He hurriedly protected his baby daughter behind him and said very vigilantly, "Liu Yang, what are you looking at?" Liu Yang said with a smile, "Look at your daughter, ah. This daughter of yours is so beautiful, ah. Great body, ah." It is said that it is still one of the four major school flowers inside the school, known as the most mysterious school flower. So mysterious, such a high and proud school flower. If I was given to get into bed, it must feel very cool, right? Hearing Liu Yang's words, Wang Yukai directly stared at him with an unbelievable expression. Good lord, this son of a doesn't even pretend. He directly says to his face that he wants to hit on his own daughter's idea? What a disgrace. You think beautiful. Wang Youtsire said to Liu Yang with an angry face as he protected his back. Liu Yang sneered and said, Didn't you just jump out and say that you want my food and even want to lay hands on my pets? How come you're only allowed to lay hands on my pets and not allow me to lay hands on your daughter? Your daughter is a treasure, but my little white tiger is not a treasure? You compare my daughter to one of your pets? What do you take my Wang Youtsai for? I'm the principal. Wang Youtsai's face was furious, infuriated by Liu Yang. His lips began to tremble as he spoke. Liu Yang said, "Yes, you are the principal, ah. Why do you, the principal, now cannot even eat? Even food cannot be found. Will soon take your baby daughter to be starved to death? Don't say you're the principal. What good are you even if you're the king of heaven? In the post-apocalyptic world where everyone is equal and strength is honored, whoever has a bigger fist can live a better life. And it just so happens that I, the formerly useless and limbless gym student, am the most dominant right now. Now I'm going to give you a way out. And look what it is," Liu Yang said, directly pulling out a vacuum chicken leg from amongst his dark space. Opened the package of chicken thighs. The aroma of the chicken legs soon wafted to Wang Youtsai's nostrils. Wang Muling behind him also couldn't help but sniff her nose so hard that she couldn't help but start drooling. Liu Yang said, "Trade this chicken leg for your daughter, Principal Wang. What do you think?" Chapter 37, There's nothing that can't be exchanged for supplies in the end times. Smell the scent of chicken thighs inside the air. Wang Yukai and his daughter, Wang Muling, couldn't help but keep sniffling. Hiss, hiss, it smells so good, just so good. There is no telling how many preservatives have been put into this vacuum chicken drumstick, and Principal Wang, who is an upper-class person in times of peace, probably wouldn't even look at it. But now, after being starved for days, just smelling that scent in the air was already too much to bear, and I couldn't stop my mouth from watering. Wanted to eat it, just wanted it so bad. Liu Yan looked at the other party's expression and said with a light smile on his face, "Well, Principal Wang, isn't it heartwarming? Just hand over your daughter to me and this chicken leg is yours." This sentence instantly pulled Principal Wang back from the midst of his fantasies. This Liu Yang will not give himself this chicken leg for no reason. What he wants is his own daughter, ah. His own daughter is so beautiful, has such a good body, such white skin, and such big breasts. If it fell into Liu Yang's hands, I might not know what kind of ravishment and torture it would suffer. It's really heartbreaking to think about. How could he himself betray his own daughter over a chicken leg? He said to Liu Yang, "No way, a mere chicken leg, you want to exchange for my daughter? You think too much." In the face of Principal Wang's words, Liu Yang was not surprised. He just nonchalantly pulled out another chicken leg from amongst the dark space and said, "Then I'll add another chicken leg." Seeing Lu Yang's hand, another chicken leg appeared. Wang Yukai. His eyes went straight. The end of the world broke out for so many days. He and his daughter were able to survive. But only the first 2 days there was still a little bit of snacks that had been bought since the peace era could be eaten. Only tap water was available for a few days afterward. At the end of the day it was too much to bear and they came out in search of food. However, when they came out to look for food, they found that the roadside mini-markets, convenience stores, had long been ransacked. The only thing that still had resources was probably the large supermarket. But the large supermarket was full of zombies and they didn't even dare to go in. Being starved for so many days, they had all been on the verge of starvation long ago. Now see the 2 chicken legs in Lu Yang's hands. He cannot help but gulp, and even the firmness in his heart are slowly beginning to shake. But soon he shook his head, and clarity returned in his eyes. Speaking to Lu Yang, he said, "No, no," hissing, 2 chicken legs in the district, hissing, "Can only let me live 2 more days? How can I give my daughter to you?" In the face of Principal Wang's words, Lu Yang was not surprised. Back in the days of peace, it was often said that there was nothing that money couldn't buy, just not enough of it. Whatever it is, there is a price. What kind of chaste woman turns into it in front of enough benefits? Then the end of the world has come. Lu Yang can also say that there is no material that cannot be exchanged for something. It is just that the material is not enough. He pulled another large bag of potatoes, almost 5 pounds, out of the middle of the dark space. Turning to Principal Wang again, he said, "What if I add this bag of potatoes? Save your food. This bag of potatoes will last you half a month." Seeing Lu Yang's big bag of potatoes, Principal Wang's whole body lit up. Now his heart was truly shaken. However, as if he had thought of something, he still said, "No way. You want to exchange my daughter for just this amount of food? My daughter was born with a beautiful body, good figure, white skin. It's not an exaggeration to say that she is a heavenly fairy. The men who pursued her are very good, which family is not a high position of power and rich assets. Now you want to trade her away with 2 chicken legs and a bag of potatoes? You're dreaming. Oh, forget it then. I don't lack women anyway. Little white tiger. Let's go. Back to the base camp," Lu Yang said, directly turning around and leaving. Didn't even look at Principal Wang and his daughter, Wang mewling again. Seeing that Lu Yang unexpectedly turned around and left, not staying at all, Principal Wang was instantly anxious. What's going on here? I'm just trying to get the other side to offer more, and the other side just gives up? You're giving up too quickly. Is my daughter so unattractive? If this Lu Yang really go, they will have to starve to death. Have already been starved for a few days, and then go on like this at most not more than 2 days they will have to die. So cannot let Lu Yang go. Principal Wang hurriedly called out to Lu Yang. "Lu Yang student, you don't go. Let's talk things over. It's not like we can't discuss it." Wang mooling on the side was instantly anxious. Hurriedly, she said, "What are you talking about? Dad, do you really want to trade me for a little food?" Principal Wang said, "Good daughter, I'm not trading you for food. I'm thinking about your future. Only follow Lu Yang, you can live, follow me. In 2 more days you'll starve to death. It's not a matter of food. I just want you to live longer." After saying that he looked at Lu Yang again. "Lu Yang student, let's discuss it again. This daughter of mine looks naturally beautiful and has a good figure, suitable for having a child. And in the era of peace we have a very strict tutelage, and have never had a boyfriend. Absolutely still a yellow flower girl. You will not lose. Give some more supplies and my daughter will go with you." Unexpectedly, Lu Yang was smiling and shook his head. Said, "Just now I have given you a chance. Now I am not interested in your daughter. So I will give you one last chance. 2 chicken legs and 5 pounds of potatoes. You can only choose one now. Choose one to take away your daughter with me." Upon hearing these words, Principal Wang was so angry that he trembled all over. He cursed at Lu Yang. "You are too stingy, right? Iron roosters don't have a penny. How come it's still less? Just now, you said 2 chicken legs plus 5 pounds of potatoes. Now it's turned into 2 choices of one? You Lu pickpocket. Don't? Then I'm leaving. This is your last chance," Lu Yang said and turned to leave again. Principal Wang was anxious and hurriedly said, "To be. Okay, I'll take 5 pounds of potatoes. Give me 5 pounds of potatoes and my daughter will go with you. But you have to guarantee my daughter's safety and don't hurt her. I can make you a wife, but I can't make you food," Lu Yang said with a satisfied smile. "Wouldn't it be fine to agree earlier? Why bother? Alright, don't worry. I Lu Yang have plenty of supplies, but I won't do things like eating human flesh. I will help you take good care of your daughter. At least have 3 big fat boys with her." Hearing Lu Yang's words, Principal Wang's face turned green with anger. Still, he could only nod in agreement, fearing that Lu Yang would back out and not exchange with him. Seeing that the other party agreed, Lu Yang directly threw 5 pounds of potatoes into the hands of the other party. Principal Wang whispered to his daughter next to him, "Listen to him well after you follow him. Don't make him angry." He was able to come out safely from inside the supermarket. He must have collected a lot of supplies. "You'll have no worries about food and drink." Wang Muring could only nod tearfully, saying, "Dad, I know. You have to be careful alone in the end times as well." So Wang Muling lowered her head and walked to Lu Yang's side, and Principal Wang fled back to his shelter with 5 pounds of potatoes. Chapter 38, Back to School. Wang Muling reference chart. Looking at the delicate Wang Muling beside himself, Lu Yang's entire body revealed a satisfied expression, worthy of being the principal's daughter. She looks just as watery, being starved for so many days and still looking so beautiful. He hurriedly used his system to scan the attributes of this most mysterious schoolgirl. Soon a message from Wang Muling appeared inside his mind. Name, Wang Muling. Age, 18. Height, 1 meter 68. Weight, 47. Bust, D. Appearance score, 95. Body score, 96. Charge count, 0. After seeing this basic information, Lu Yang's entire body revealed an expression of excitement, with an appearance rating of 95 and a body rating of 96, both of which were very high. This Wang Muling was definitely a 1 in a million absolute beauty. Moreover, she used to be the daughter of the principal and no man dared to mess with her, so she is still intact until now. It's also very rare. I didn't realize I had traded a mere 5 pounds of potatoes for a stunning beauty. Is this the end times? This post-apocalyptic world is too good to be true, isn't it? Lu Yan looked amongst his dark space and there were at least a few dozen tons of potatoes. Wouldn't that be good for tens of thousands of beautiful women? Lu Yang said to Wang Muling, "Your father Wang Yukai sold you to me. As long as you are willing to come with me and be my woman, I'll make sure that you won't worry about food and clothes in the future. How about it?" Wang Muring nodded with a red face, saying, "Aha, I'm willing to go with you and be your woman." After getting this answer, Lu Yang received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the young girl. The storage space level is added 1 level, reaching level 5. The size reaches 50 times 50 times 50 is equal to 125,000 cubic meters. Another level of storage space level added? This is too good to be true. This was tantamount to saying that Principal Wang had not only given himself a yellow blossom girl, but had also given himself a level 1 storage space. It seems that he must take good care of his daughter tonight and communicate with her ruthlessly and deeply before he can thank Principal Wang for the gift of sending his daughter. Lu Yan pulled out a bread and a bottle of milk from among the storage space, handed it to Wang Muling and said, "You eat something first and recover your strength. Eat while we walk. It's time to return to the base camp with me." Seeing the food given by Lu Yang, Wang Muling's whole body brightened up, and she hurriedly took the food over, saying non-stop on her lips, "Thank you, Lu Yang, you are so kind." It seems that his father really didn't lie to him. Following Lu Yang, there is absolutely no shortage of food. Lu Yang smiled and said, "Still calling my name? Call hubby." Wang Muling's small face flushed, revealing a shy expression, but inside her mouth she obediently called out, "Old husband." Lu Yang revealed a satisfied expression and said, "That's right, well, really good. Tonight, my husband will ruthlessly let you really be a bride for a time." Hearing this, Wang Muling's face turned even redder. She hadn't had a boyfriend before, much less done anything with a man or a woman. This Lu Yang even opened his mouth to be a bride or something. Really makes people so shy. She buried her head almost to her chest. With a red face, she said, No la, husband." After hearing this answer, Lu Yang satisfactorily pinched her smooth and tender little face that was already red. Then a man, a woman, and a white tiger began to walk toward the school. Soon they were back in the middle of the school. Lu Yang brought Wang Muling and the little white tiger and entered the teacher's dormitory. Once inside the teacher's dormitory, the huge figure of the little white tiger immediately startled the women. This mutated white tiger was twice as big as any ordinary tiger and stood up taller than those women. Very oppressive. Looking at the scared expression of such people, Lu Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry everyone. This is my new little pet. Don't look at her big. Actually she is very gentle. She won't hurt anyone. Everyone can come and touch it." The women revealed surprised expressions. "Touch it? Is it really okay? I've never touched a tiger before. Is its ass touchable?" These young girls began to jump at the chance to try, and some even began to rub their fingers together incessantly, in a pressurized manner. This is a huge white tiger. In the tiger is also an extremely rare existence. Before they have not even touched the ordinary tiger, let alone touch the white tiger. The tigers inside the zoo can only be far away through the glass. To see where they can be so close to the contact? Who wouldn't want a pet this big? Snow White cat? I'm sure it's much more enjoyable than jerking off a cat. Lu Yang nodded and said, yes, you guys just treat her like an enlarged version of a cat and just jerk off. After hearing this sentence from Lu Yang, Chen Lixia took the lead to extend her own hand, placing it on the white tiger's head and stroking the other party. The white tiger revealed a low-browed expression, even enjoying himself immensely. When the other girls saw that this white tiger was so tame, they all instantly gathered around and pawed at the white tiger's body. Wow! What a silky fur! So this is what a tiger's fur looks like? Her tongue tickles so much when she licks it. Ha ha ha! This tail is thick and long. It's also fluffy and so cozy to touch. It would be awesome to ride on her back. The women surrounded the white tiger and just touched it, pinching it here and pulling it there. It looked very interested and curious. Instead, the little white tiger was a bit overwhelmed. A pair of sapphire-like eyes filled with great doubt. I am also a woman. How these women to my body is a mess. Oh. Nasty. After jerking off together to the white tiger, the women were finally satisfied. It was then that they focused on Wang Muling. Li Mengyao and Li Mange revealed shocked expressions, because they had recognized each other. Both of them were surprised and said, aren't you Wang Muling? Known as the most mysterious school flower inside the school. And it's rumored that your father is the principal, Wang Yukai. The others might not have seen Wang Muling, but they were also the four school beauties. Li Mange and Li Mengyao had definitely seen it before. They were self-proclaimed schoolgirls and were already connected to each other. They even compete explicitly with each other for beauty. One doesn't convince the others. Both think they are the best. So naturally, he now recognized Wang Muling at a glance. Wang Muling lowered her head and said, it was me. I met Lu Yang's south husband on the road, and it was him who brought me back. Hearing Wang Muling's address, the other women were instantly taken aback. Good lord, the most mysterious schoolgirl was even on her way back with Lu Yang? Call him husband directly? This schoolgirl is too aware. A few more pleasantries were exchanged. At this time, Shen Zi began to say, alright, look at you guys just know how to jerk a cat. Touching the soft and smooth fur of someone else's big white tiger is all messy la. Let's go and make lunch. Lu Yang's husband went out to look for supplies and brought back a sister and a big white tiger. So I guess he is also tired and hungry. So hurry up and cook for your husband to eat. Aha, let's hurry up and cook. The other women nodded as well, and then began to get busy. Chapter 39, The Mysterious Schoolgirl is really sweet. After having a fragrant dinner, Lu Yang laid down on the bed to rest, and the newly arrived Wang Muling and Little White Tiger both arranged a separate room for them to stay. Lu Yang was inside his room at the moment, thinking about his next plan. It's great to scour supermarkets, which have all kinds of household items, not only food but also daily necessities. And there are a lot of zombies inside the supermarket, so the average person doesn't dare to go in. But, as time goes by and those food items outside become less and less, eventually the survivors will still venture into the supermarket. Therefore, Lu Yang decided to speed up the speed at which he raided the supermarket. Tomorrow, it's going to take scouring at least 2 more hypermarkets to get there. Just when Lu Yang had made this decision and was ready to sleep, he found a knock on his room door. Knock, knock, knock. The knock on the door was soft and hesitant, and it was clear that the other person was nervous as well. Lu Yang had an amused expression on his face. Who comes to talk to himself at this late hour? He said to the door. Come in. Squeaky. The door was pushed open. It turned out that the person who came in was Principal Wang's daughter, Wang Muling. As the daughter of the principal, Wang Muling used to be the pearl in the palm of her hand, living like a princess. Lu Yang also did not expect the other party to come to him so actively. Looks like we're going to have a deep conversation with her today. Wang Muling had just finished her bath. Her wet hair, still draped over those white shoulders. It looks very seductive and beautiful. She opened her shy eyes and looked at Lu Yang and said, Hubby, that, me. Lu Yang said, you don't have to say too much. I understand everything. The night was silent. Day 2. Lu Yang got up early in the morning and looked at Wang Muling, who was still sleeping on the side, with a satisfied expression on his face. This Principal Wang really didn't lie to me. It's true to say that his daughters are yellow. Lu Yang stretched his male dog's waist and started to get up and wash up. After breakfast, Lu Yang decided to start today's adventure. The nearest large supermarket to the school had already been scavenged by Lu Yang, and all the cars on that road to the supermarket had been collected by Lu Yang for their steel and fuel tanks. Time to head further afield to the supermarket. Lu Yang used to live in this school. Naturally, he understood what large supermarkets were in this neighborhood. There are also 2 large supermarkets 5 kilometers away. The items inside are only a little more than the one in the supermarket yesterday. After eating breakfast, Lu Yang directly started out. The ladies all showed 10 unwilling gazes and said to Lu Yang, Hubby, you have to be careful on the road. Hubby, you have to run away when you are in danger. Don't get attached. Even if there are no supplies, it doesn't matter. As long as the person comes back well. Honey, we'll make dinner at home and wait for you to come back. Lu Yang threw them a reassuring look and then prepared to go out. At this time the little white tiger rushed over and wanted to follow Lu Yang. Lu Yang stopped her and said, "Little white tiger, you were injured by the iron rod of the second-grade zombie yesterday. Your feet are not even healed yet, so don't go out with me today. When you are healed, we will go out and explore together." However, the little white tiger didn't understand Lu Yang's words at all, and thought that Lu Yang was praising her. Still with a tiger's head, spitting out that pink cute tongue, looking at Lu Yang with a pleasing face, Lu Yang made a gesture to her and said, "Sit down. You stay in the dormitory. Got it?" This time the little white tiger finally was able to read Lu Yang's meaning. She showed a helpless expression. Although she did not want to give up, she still obediently sat down in the same place. In fact, Lu Yang also wanted to take the little white tiger out to play, because this white tiger is very windy, used as a mount, really handsome. It is estimated that other survivors will think that they are the god of white tiger when they see themselves, but the little white tiger was injured. Lu Yang didn't want her to work too hard. After all, this white tiger is expected to take human form sooner or later. At that time it will be his Lu Yang's white tiger mother, so he can't let her suffer. So Lu Yang walked out of the school alone and started to head to the large supermarket 5 kilometers away. For the current Lu Yang, his speed had reached 18 times that of an ordinary person. A mere 5 kilometers. If he went at full speed, it wouldn't take him many minutes at all. But he didn't rush at breakneck speeds in order to collect steel and fuel tanks from those vehicles on the road. Slowly, the steel control artist was utilized to keep collecting the steel from the vehicle, while also taking the fuel tank inside the dark space. Meanwhile any zombies he finds on the way are taken out by his flying needles. After all, a zombie was 0.1 attribute point. Lu Yang wouldn't waste it, collecting supplies yesterday and taking out a few hundred zombies inside the supermarket. He had gained 3 dozen attribute points that he hadn't used to add points yet. If you can get 100 of them together today, you can split them equally between the 4 base attributes. Just after walking 2 or 3 kilometers, a residential building was surrounded by zombies outside. They were constantly launching attacks on the door of the residential building. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang revealed a somewhat surprised expression. Those zombies looked like they had a low IQ and obviously weren't level 2 zombies. But the door to the residential building was closed and they couldn't see anyone. So why would they even attack the door? With the intelligence of zombies, the moment they can't see a person, don't they just stop in their tracks? For example, when the childish schoolgirl Li Mengyao, just by covering herself with a cardboard box, she was able to escape. If these zombies had this IQ in the past, Li Mengyao would have been gnawed into bones. Where would she still have the chance to climb into her bed? Lu Yang came to the conclusion in his mind. It seems that with the passage of time, the IQ of these zombies has been able to rise. Even the ordinary zombies are beginning to stop being so brainless. Even if they are hiding in the room, they will continue to attack the door. This seems like that room is being attacked by so many zombies. It won't take long for the door to be broken down. Lu Yang had a thought and a steel needle had floated in front of him. He then waved his hand. Brush! That steel needle flew extremely fast in the air, turning into a stream of light that quickly shot towards the group of zombies. Bang bang bang! The crunching sound of zombies getting their heads blown off kept ringing out. And in less than a second, those zombies were all taken out. That was the room that Lu Yang was walking towards at this time. Prepare to take a peek and see what's hiding inside. What if it's a beautiful woman inside? Or even a group of beauties? Wouldn't you make a lot of money? Lu Yang knocked on the door and said, "Open the door. The zombies have been taken out by me." Inside the door, there was no answer. As if there was no one inside, Lu Yang let out a cold laugh. This was followed by a direct kick to the door of the room. Boom! A loud bang came. The door to that room was kicked in instantly. Ah ha ha ha. And a woman's scream came from inside the room. Chapter 40, Meet a Stewardess? And this time Lu Yang also finally saw the person inside the room froze in place. What a beautiful mature woman. Lu Yang's teacher's dormitory is full of female students. Although all of them are youthful, beautiful and lovely looking. However, there is a trace of mature woman's flavor missing. The woman in front of me looks 25 or 26 years old. Ripe can't be ripe again. Wearing a stewardess uniform. See show her mature temperament. Feet covered with a pair of semi-transparent stockings, probably due to the escape has been hung up and broken in a lot of places. It looks like there is some other kind of temptation again. At the same time the other side of the tall, snow-white skin, front and back, the curves that should be one are not less, and even more than those students look more beautiful. Raise their hands and throw feet between the temptation of a mature woman. It's absolutely gorgeous. That woman also saw Lu Yang at this time, and her originally scared face showed a relieved expression. Originally, when I heard Lu Yang's icy voice, I thought it was a vicious person outside, but now it seems to be a big sunny boy, and even a little handsome. This flight attendant was instantly less scared. She'd been working for a few years as a stewardess, had flown quite a few places, met all kinds of passengers, and understood that the younger the boy, the easier it was to handle. These boys may still be virgins, very shy, do not know how to refuse for the woman's request, much better than those greasy middle-aged men. She hurriedly got up from the ground and organized her grooming, then said to Lu Yang, "Is this handsome guy you just helped me kill all the zombies outside the door? Thank you so much. I was trapped inside my home for several days being starved and couldn't stand it anymore, so I came out to look for food. I didn't expect to be found by the zombies, so I hid in this house, but I didn't expect that those zombies were still attacking non-stop. It really scared me. Thanks to you, killing them off and saving me, thank you." Lu Yan nodded, and in passing, he scanned the other party with his system, and the information of the other party appeared in his mind. Name, Lin Yo-Yo. Age, 25. Height, 173. Weight, 53. Bust, D. Appearance score, 91. Body score, 97. Number of boyfriends, 0. Looking at this basic information, Lu Yang's heart had some shock. Good lord. The body score was a surprising 97, which was the highest of any of his women, and the other party was surprisingly tall at 1 meter 73, which was also the tallest of all his women, just 12 centimeters shorter than Lu Yang's 1 meter 85, the legendary best height difference? And even more rare is that the other dress is clearly a flight attendant. But surprisingly, there is no overcharge times. 25 years old. She has not had a boyfriend? Good. Then come and be her first man yourself. Obviously 25 years old. 7 years older than herself. But she hadn't had any experience yet, and was a little rookie compared to herself, so she would be able to teach this big sister herself when the time came. Lu Yan loves to teach people, especially those girls who haven't gone through the wind and moon. Helping them move from youthfulness to maturity is something Lu Yang finds very fulfilling. And this time Lin Yu also saw. Lu Yang has been observing himself. Look at the other party, that eyes, as if able to see through their own clothes, see their own body, suddenly let him a little uncomfortable, subconsciously covered his chest with his hand. At the same time, a professional smile appeared on her face, and she said to Lu Yang with a pleasing face, "This handsome man, thank you for saving me, but I am so hungry now. Can you give me some food? As long as you give my sister a little bit of food, my sister will be thankful to you properly." Lu Yang nodded. Although it is said that this big sister has not yet experienced the wind and moon, but it seems to be quite uptight. He spoke. "Yes, I can give you food if you will be my woman." Hearing these words, Lin Yu froze. She couldn't even believe her ears a little. What's going on? Now the young people are so direct? Originally he thought that young people are better to get along with, better to fool, better than those middle-aged old foxes to deal with. But I did not expect that Lu Yan even came directly to an open door. A single knife straight into the force of He wants you to be his woman before he gives you food? Originally, Lin Yu had thought that it would be enough to just verbally thank the other party. After all, she has a good figure and looks beautiful. In the past, in the era of peace and stewardess, this identity can be added to pursue her countless boys. His lick dog is also a lot of all kinds of holidays do not need to open their mouths. There are people scrambling to come to send gifts. Originally, she thought that the other party, seeing how pretty she looked, would also be her licking dog and give her food for free. But I didn't realize that the other party's request was so excessive. What's the difference between that and letting yourself sell your body for food? The professional smile on her face was about to be unable to maintain. Some stiffly said to Lu Yang, "That, handsome, you say this is a little bit not too good. We only meet for the first time, have not understood each other. You let me do your woman. This let people how to agree. At least we have to get along with each other for a long time and understand each other a little bit. And I'm older than you. I can even be your elder sister. Or else you give me food. I'll do what I can for you, such as washing clothes and cooking or something, and take care of your living and living. What do you say?" After saying that, he also threw a wink at Lu Yang, a look of a good brother quickly agreeing to his sister's request. Unexpectedly, Lu Yang was shaking his head. Directly, he said in a cold voice, "I don't have time to get to know each other with you. Don't tell me you're some kind of slowpoke who wants me to chase you for months before I can see if it's a good fit. What do you think you're like, raising a licking dog in the peace era? If you can, you can. If you can't, you can't. If you're my woman, you'll have food. If you don't, you'll starve to death. If you choose to climb into my bed or if you choose to be starved to death alive, it's up to you." Lu Yang also saw that this guy even wanted to pinch himself. "Don't think you can treat me like a licking dog just because you're pretty. Have long legs, exquisite features, and a perfect devilish body. As pretty as you are, I have 3 more in my safe zone. The remaining 2 dozen aren't that far behind you. Not much with you. Not much without you. Looking at Liu Yang's icy expression and listening to that non-negotiable tone, Lin Yu finally realized that this one handsome guy who looked like a big sunny boy was not that easy to pin down. Though he looked sunny, it was as if his heart had been refined by 1,000 hammer blows, and he was immune to beautiful women. I'm afraid I can't do that if I want to just pander to him. Chapter 41, Hubby is Too Strong. Seeing this beautiful stewardess, Lin Yu still has a twisted look. At this time, Liu Yang impatiently said, "Hurry up and make a decision. My time is very precious. And finally ask you again, are you willing to submit to me?" Seeing Liu Yang look as if he would turn away at any time, Lin Yu hurriedly said, Okay, I'm willing to submit to you, but you have to give me a little bit of food first. I'm so hungry right now." "Okay." Liu Yang nodded. Directly from among the storage space, he pulled out a bread and a bottle of milk and handed it to the other party. Seeing that there was food, Flight attendant Lin Yu instantly brightened up and revealed a happy expression. Taking the bread and milk from Liu Yang's hand, she opened the package and directly nibbled on it. And this time, Liu Yang had also received a system prompt inside his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the young girl. The other party has agreed to be your woman. Obtaining the system reward. All basic attribute points plus 50 points. After receiving this tip, Liu Yang was instantly bursting with happiness. I'm afraid this is the most base attributes ever gained. All basic attributes are added 50 points, which means a total increase of 200 points. It's the equivalent of the reward you'd get for killing 2,000 zombies. Seems like saving a beautiful girl is a lot faster than killing walkers for a reward. Seeing that the reward this time was good, Liu Yang's mood was also better and said to Lin Yu, "Let's go. Next I'm going to the supermarket to collect supplies. You follow me along." Good. Lin Yu's mouth was stuffed with bread inside, and her 2 cheeks were bulging, looking 10 points cute. She replied in a somewhat slurred voice. Soon the 2 arrived at the entrance to the supermarket. Looking at the dark supermarket entrance, Lin Yu's face showed a look of fear and said to Liu Yang, "There are at least a few hundred zombies in the middle of the supermarket. When I was hiding in my house, some neighbors once said they would go to the supermarket together in order to collect food. 5 or 6 of them, strong men, went out together as a team, but they never came back after they went. There was plenty of food in there, but it was too dangerous. I think it's better if we don't go to the supermarket. Although you're tall and strong, you're not a match for so many zombies after all." The dozens of zombies in front of his own house were indeed taken out by Liu Yang, but Lin Yu hadn't seen Liu Yang fighting and thought that Liu Yang was just sneaking around in the dark and taking them out one by one. But once you're in the middle of the supermarket, it's not a sneak attack. You'll be surrounded by walkers. That's a lot harder. Liu Yang smiled and nodded at Lin Yu's words and said, "You're not a woman with big boobs. You can still know that there are a lot of zombies in the supermarket. But I, Liu Yang, was born to kill zombies. I will kill as many as I can. The more the better. Come inside with me. Next follow me and don't make a sound. No matter what you see, don't yell. I will protect you. You will never be in danger with me. Got it?" "Aha, okay." Lin Yu nodded, grabbed Liu Yang's clothes with one hand, curled up her body and carefully followed behind Liu Yang. So the 2 walked into the middle of the supermarket. Once they entered the supermarket, a lot of zombies did appear. A terrible roar came out of his mouth. It lunged directly at Liu Yang and the others. Lin Yu was taken aback. Still, she covered her mouth with one hand, not daring to make any noise, because she understands that at this moment Liu Yang is her only life-saving straw. Must listen to Liu Yang's words. Once Liu Yang also abandoned himself, then he must die. Looking at those zombies that were flying over, Liu Yang's face revealed a cold smile. With a thought, a flying needle directly condensed and molded in front of him. Then with a graceful wave of his hand, the flying needle turned into a black stream of light and directly shot out. The flying needles went through the heads of one by one zombies, instantly exploding their heads. Bang 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 bang. The sound of exploding heads was incessant as the zombie's head exploded into a black mist of blood. Immediately afterward, their flying figures instantly fell to the ground. In less than 3 seconds, all the walkers had been taken out. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu, with her mouth wide open, her jaw was about to fall to the ground. He looked at Liu Yang, tall, strong muscles on the body. Know that Liu Yang's strength should not be weak. He thought that Liu Yang would take a weapon and directly go in to cut the zombies, but how could she not expect? Liu Yang was just a breeze and waved his hand, and those zombies instantly exploded their heads? Oh, my God, how the hell did that happen? Is he God? He says what he wants. If he says a zombie dies, the zombie dies? Shocked, simply shocked beyond words. At this moment, Lin Yu looked at that broad back of Liu Yang in front of her, and her eyes were filled with admiration. It's too strong. This man is just too strong. Not only is it strong, but it's also very elegant. It's so easy to kill walkers, without bloodshed, without even a trace of blood sticking to his own body. He was able to finish off all of the hundreds of zombies. He even felt that Liu Yang was killing the enemy with his eyes. Any enemy he could see would die under his gaze. After Liu Yang finished off all the zombies, he turned back to look at the dumbfounded and shocked Lin Yuyu. Casually, he said to the other side, "Alright, next, let's start gathering supplies." Lin Yuyu only came back to her senses at this time and said to Liu Yang, "How did you do it? Are all these zombies really killed by you? Are you sure they didn't die by themselves? Less than 3 seconds to kill all the zombies inside the supermarket. Are you God?" Listening to the other party's words, Liu Yang felt a bit amused. "Of course it was taken out by me. I'm not God, but I don't mind if you want to treat me as God. Let's go. Gathering supplies now." An excited expression appeared on Lin Yuyu's face as she hurriedly nodded her head and said, "Okay hubby, let's gather food together." After saying that, she jumped forward and directly took Liu Yang's arm, a look of relying on Liu Yang. Liu Yang was also a bit surprised after hearing the other party's name. This 25-year-old big sister is really more relaxed than those little girls. He hadn't even hinted at it himself yet, and the other person had voluntarily changed his name to husband. The children are adjustable. After seeing Liu Yang's handsome figure when he killed on, Lin Yuyu had already identified this man. Such a handsome, powerful man. Perfect for a husband. As long as you hold on to this big thick leg, you will be able to live well even in the end times. At this moment she felt that she was too lucky to have stumbled upon Liu Yang, and in the future she must serve Liu Yang well and hold this big thick leg tightly. So the two men scavenged in the middle of the supermarket. Soon, Liu Yang loaded all the supplies into his storage space. Chapter 42 Stewardesses are beautiful. Yo-Yo Lam reference chart. So Liu Yang took Lin Yuyu to the next supermarket again. Finished loading the supplies inside the next supermarket as well. So far, he had raided 2 supermarkets and harvested countless supplies. And with the addition of a beautiful stewardess, today's collection plan had been overrun. At the same time Liu Yang looked at the system prompt. Found out that I've taken out 350 walkers today and gained 35 attribute points. Although it was not as good as the 200 points provided by the beautiful stewardess Lin Yuyu, the harvest was not bad. It's time to go back to school. So Liu Yang said to this beautiful stewardess, "Yo-yo, it's time to go back to my home base." "Aha!" Lin Yuyu hurriedly nodded. So under Liu Yang's leadership, the two started to rush towards Liu Yang's school. More than half an hour later, they had returned to the middle of the school. Liu Yang directly led Lin Yuyu into the teacher's dormitory. As soon as they entered the middle of the teacher's dormitory, those female students were able to see Lin Yuyu's outfit and instantly all revealed curious expressions. They gathered around and came over, scanning Lin Yuyu up and down, then discussed, "It seems to be a flight attendant. My God, she's so tall. If this were to wear one high heel, it's probably as tall as Liu Yang, right? Worthy of being a stewardess. Her body is just too good and tall. And this pair of white and straight long legs are simply enviable. The key is that it's still pretty to look at. The men who pursued her in the past had 800 if not 1,000, right? This appearance condition is just too top-notch." Li Mange said, "It's longer than my legs. It's really enviable." Li Mengyao, the childish schoolgirl who was only 1.5 meters in height, said, "What a long-legged flight attendant. With this leg length, it's taller than half my height." Saying that, she also had a sultry expression on her face. She herself was very superb both in terms of figure and appearance, but unfortunately she was dragged down by this height. What an abomination! After hearing Li Mingyao's words, Wang Muling and Li Mang both laughed. Turning to her, they comforted her. "Don't worry, small potatoes are cute too. Maybe Liu Yang's husband likes your kind of height?" "Woo woo." Li Mengyao directly pretended to cry and made a cute face at everyone. It made everyone laugh outright. The inside of the teacher's dormitory was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The new beautiful stewardess, Lin Yuyu, looked at the crowd of women so peacefully together, and each of these women looked very beautiful, and a few of their looks were not even inferior to their own. An inexplicable sense of crisis came over her. Originally thought that he followed Liu Yang will become her only woman, but did not think that people in the base camp inside already have dozens of beautiful women. At this time she also finally understood why Liu Yang hadn't been taken by herself when she saw her in the first place. It's harder to deal with than those old greasy male foxes in their 30s and 40s. The reason is because Liu Yang's side has long had dozens of beautiful women, not much more than one of his own, not less than one of his own. So how could one possibly do it if one wanted to pin him down? Although in the past outside his own appearance conditions are really excellent, but the women in here are all pure and beautiful and young. Can he or she be able to stand firm in this safe zone? Still a question. so a sweet smile appeared on his face, and he said to Li Mengyao and the girls, "Hello everyone, my name is Lin Yuyu, I'm glad to be able to meet you all. I'm a few years older than you guys. From now on, you can call me Sister Lin. I'm new here, so I hope that you can be more tolerant and help each other out." Hearing Lin Yuyu's words, the others also said, "Of course there's no problem, since we've come to this one school, we're all family, everyone must live together peacefully." That's right, Sister Lin, nice to meet you. Alright, since we've all gotten to know each other, we can now do to lunch. Lu Yang's husband is also hungry, right? Today we researched a new dish to make for hubby to eat. Yes. Hurry up and make this dish and see if hubby likes it. So the women got busy and went back to cooking. The beautiful stewardess, Lin Yuyu, was also very active in helping out in order to fit in with everyone. Lu Yang looked at how everyone was getting along so well, and also revealed a pleased expression. At this time the little white tiger also walked towards Lu Yang. Like a kitten directly pounced on Lu Yang's body and licked at him with a flurry of licks, with a very excited and happy expression on his face. Feeling the other party's barbed tongue, which licked his face, Lu Yang touched the little white tiger's huge tiger head and said, Alright, little white tiger, stop licking. Lick my face again. Your tiger's tongues are barbed, but they are very fierce. Only then did the little white tiger take its two front paws away from Lu Yang's body and landed on all fours again. Lu Yang, on the other hand, was jerking the tiger while watching those women inside the kitchen being busy. Soon lunch was ready. The women brought the food up, and Lu Yang smelled the fragrant lunch and directly began to feast on it. Eating, Lu Yang also complimented the women. It's really good. It seems that your cooking skills have improved. Cooking is getting better and better. When the women heard this, they brightened up and said shyly, as long as husband Lu Yang can like it. Lu Yang's husband is working so hard outside collecting supplies. We definitely need to find ways to take good care of Lu Yang's husband and make more delicious food for him. Yeah, if it wasn't for hubby Lu Yang, we'd have been starved to death long ago. And the only reason we're able to live so well in the end times is because we have hubby to save us and give us food. Lu Yang's husband is our future. We've got to take a firm grip on this future for that to happen. This meal is very delicious. Lu Yang ate very satisfied, especially in the crowd that worship in the middle of the gaze. Eat anything and everything is fragrant. After eating, Lu Yang directly rested on the bed, not ready to go out. Having already collected 2 supermarkets today, plus the one from yesterday, plus the supplies from the school cafeteria warehouse and the supplies from the mini-mart, it can be said that Lu Yang is now a post-apocalyptic tycoon. 5 pounds of potatoes for a woman? Lu Yang's current supplies for 100,000 women is not a problem. Evening. Lu Yang lay down on the bed after eating dinner and prepared to rest. And just at that moment, there was a knock on the door of his room. Knock knock. Listening to the sound of the room door ringing, Lu Yang's face revealed a smile of anticipation. And I wonder who's knocking on my door today? It's really exciting to think about. He said to the door. Come in. Squeaky. Soon Lu Yang's door was pushed open. Lin Yuyu, the beautiful flight attendant who had already taken a bath and changed into a nightgown, walked in. Looking at the other party's big waves, draped over her white fragrant shoulders, showed the unique temperament of a mature woman. Lu Yang feels like there is a fire in his heart that is slowly igniting and urgently needs to be released. Chapter 43, Collection of Medicines. Outside the door, the women discussed it. Lin Yuyu deserves to be a stewardess. After taking a shower and changing into a silk nightgown, that body is simply so beautiful that a woman like me wants to gag. Is this the charm of a mature woman? The body is really great, and there's an unspeakable allure between her hands and feet. Li Mange revealed a bad smile and said, Don't be envious everyone. In a few years you guys can be that mature too. Oh no. Under Lu Yang's miraculous ripening, you guys won't take more than a few years. I guess you'll be more mature than Lin Yuyu in a year or two. The women blushed after hearing this. Ugh. Manga, you're so annoying. That's just it. It makes me so shy to say it. Room. Although Lin Yuyu was already 25 years old, 7 years older than Lu Yang, she had not yet experienced the wind and moon, and now that she was sharing a room with Lu Yang, a strong and athletic student, the whole person looked very shy. Lu Yang was a bit curious and said to Lin Yuyu, You are 25 years old. How come you haven't had a female boyfriend yet? Like you have such a superior appearance. There must be a lot of people chasing after you, right? Lin Yuyu nodded, her white teeth biting her seductive red lips as she said softly, Indeed, quite a few, but well, I can't look at them. Those people inside the airport are too messy. Just one high five has dozens of buddies. I don't want to be one of their dozens of percent, to be dumped by them after playing. Good looks and a perfect body are my greatest strengths, and I understand that this is my bargaining chip. Of course, I have to use this chip to find a superior condition man who is worth committing to a lifetime. It's just a shame that then the end came. My luck sucks, said she with a chagrined look on her face. Lu Yang held her small waist and put her into his arms and said, no, your luck is very good. To be able to meet me in the end of the world shows that you have luck beyond cruelty, and it just so happens that you haven't had a boyfriend yet, and belongs to the standard that meets the criteria of being my woman. Last time, there was one that was pretty but had a charge count of more than 4 digits, and she was directly driven away by me, thus you keeping your body in the era of peace still brings you benefits, and this benefit is to be able to qualify to be my Lu Yang's woman. Aha! Lin Yu nodded with a red face and said, then let me serve my husband well next. I'll first give you a massage to relieve your fatigue today. Day 2. Lu Yang woke up refreshed. Next to Lin Yu is still in the middle of a deep sleep. Last night to help Lu Yang massage a night day. Until this morning have not yet recovered their strength. After pinching the other party's delicate face, Lu Yang stretched his male dog's waist and began to get up and wash. Today he was ready to start gathering supplies again. But this time Lu Yang wasn't going to go to the supermarket again. Instead, he set his sights on the first hospital in the city of Hai. The end times are upon us, and besides food being in very short supply, medicine is also in very short supply, so all the medicines inside the hospital should be collected inside the dark space, just in case, otherwise a slight wound infection, without medication, could kill a person. After all, Lu Yang, although his physical fitness was 19 times that of an ordinary person, his women, however, remain nothing more than ordinary people. So today, Lu Yang decided to go out and collect drugs. So Lu Yang, in the midst of the gazes of concern from all the women, directly went out to the hospital. The little white tiger wailed and wanted to go with Lu Yang, but his legs were still not healed, so Lu Yang refused. Touching her huge tiger head, he comforted and said, little white tiger, don't be anxious, there will be plenty of chances to follow the master in the future to conquer the war. Awakening a little bit of such a handsome mount as you, I won't be able to hide it. When there is a chance in the future surely to ride on you every day. Don't be too tired to bear it. Oh, ow. The little white tiger held his head high, stopped quite Lu Yang's face, and in the end, he could only look at Lu Yang reluctantly, and left the teacher's dormitory. After walking out of the school, he went all the way to the First People's Hospital, the largest hospital in Haicheng. There are at least thousands of patients in the First People's Hospital. When the apocalypse broke out, most of the people turned into zombies, and the small portion that remained were all sick people in bad health, so I guess they couldn't run away even if they wanted to. Lu Yang thought to himself, this hospital is not expected to have many living people inside, even if it can survive. It is not the patients, it is expected to be the doctors and nurses inside. If I can accept a female doctor or a few female nurses to go back, it would be perfect. If my woman is sick, I can let the doctor look at her, and also, when my woman gives birth to a child, these doctors and nurses can be of great help. At the thought of this, Lu Yang's mood was starting to get excited. Stunning doctors, sexy nurses and whatnot. It's a joy to think about. Soon, Lu Yang arrived at the entrance of the First People's Hospital. Without any hesitation, he walked straight in. Inside the hospital, as soon as they reached the lobby they saw dozens of walkers roaming around. Looking at the clothes they were wearing, some of them were patients and some were doctors and nurses inside the hospital. And among these dozens of zombies was a zombie in a white coat that looked different from the others. His glowing white eyes weren't confused, and at the same time he wasn't hunched over and doing nothing like the other walkers, but instead he was looking at the ceiling with one eye open, now thinking about something. Seeing the other party, Lu Yang felt some deja vu. Isn't this very similar to the zombie that hit the little white tiger with its weapon? Could it be that this zombie is also a level 2 zombie? And at the same time, those zombies had also seen Lu Yang. Straight away, he let out a crazy roar, a twisted expression on his face, and all of them rushed towards Lu Yang at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yang unhurriedly condensed a flying needle from amongst the dark space and suspended it in front of him, followed by a graceful wave forward. Brush! The flying needle turned into a stream of light and shot towards the zombie. Bang bang bang! The sound of exploding heads kept coming, and those zombies instantly fell to the ground. When the level 2 zombies saw this scene, a great confusion appeared in those whitened eyes. There was even a hint of fear on his face that only humans could have. Immediately afterward he yelled into the air. Those zombies that were pouncing on Lu Yang unexpectedly stopped instantly and began to scatter in all directions. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang was surprised. What's the situation? These zombies can actually hear orders. And that level 2 zombie is so smart that he started ordering other zombies to run away together? And also running from different directions? This IQ is too high, right? Lu Yang also did not expect that the zombies' IQ could evolve to such a high level in just less than 10 days. They have even been known to split up and run in the face of an enemy they can't beat. But unfortunately, the speed of Liu Yang's flying needles has already exceeded the speed of bullets. How can these zombies run faster than the flying needles? Bang bang bang. A few more headshots came, including that level 2 zombie. All the zombies were killed by Liu Yang. So Liu Yang began traveling to the hospital's pharmacy, collecting medicines. Arriving in the middle of the pharmacy, Liu Yang was scouring the pharmacy. Cold medicine, cough medicine, fever reducer? This is good stuff. Take it all. Cephalosporin, amoxicillin, metronidazole and other antibiotics? That's good stuff. Take it all. Alcohol tincture of iodine and other various antiseptic solutions? Useful for treating trauma. Take them all. Vitamins, calcium pills, lutein, all kinds of supplements? Take it away. All of it. Is this birth control? This don't. Is this Viagra? This will never work. Don't. Not long after, a whole pharmacy inside all the drugs were received by Liu Yang. The dark space inside he does not care useful. Anyway, all collected. As long as there may be matched with the use of him on the collection. As for birth control pills, aphrodisiacs and the like, the kind that never get used, he just throws them away. After all, he had some confidence in his body. 19 times the physicality of the average person. And you're telling me I'm gonna need Viagra? Just kidding. The internet has ruined me. Chapter 44, The Beautiful Doctor. Yeah, lightning reference chart. Soon Liu Yang finished scavenging the entire pharmacy, and right after that he walked right out of the pharmacy and started exploring the entire hospital to see if there was anything else that could be collected. It would really be perfect if we could actually find a stunning doctor and a sexy nurse. In the outpatient building, a number of patients have turned into zombies on each floor. As soon as Liu Yang entered, they instantly launched an attack on him. It's just a pity that Liu Yang's strength right now, to these zombies, he would already be an invincible existence. He only needs one look to explode all the zombies' heads. While passing through the 3rd floor, Liu Yang finally found an abnormality in the middle of an infusion room. Although the door of that room was locked, Liu Yang, with his superior hearing, heard what seemed to be a sound inside. I don't know if it's a human or a zombie. So Liu Yang went over and knocked on the door. Dun 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 dun. Speaking to the inside of the door, he said, "Anyone? I'm here to save you. All the zombies inside this one floor have been taken out by me." However, after hearing Liu Yang's knock on the door, the person inside the room not only did not open the door, even the sound instantly came to an abrupt end. Liu Yang shook it, said, "Surprisingly, there is no reaction. Does that mean it's not a human, but a zombie?" He couldn't care less. He took a step straight back, then lifted his own foot and kicked it hard against the door. 19 times the strength of an ordinary man. A single kick could fly a car, let alone a broken door. Boom! There was a loud bang. The door to the room was instantly kicked open. At the same time, a woman's scream came from inside the room. Ah! And Liu Yang also heard out that there was more than one woman inside. When he fixed his eyes, he realized that hiding inside the infusion room were several nurses and a doctor. The nurses looked very young, estimated to be around 20, probably just interned. That doctor looked about the same as Lin Yuyu, about 25 or 26, and was also very tall and pretty. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang's eyes all began to show an expression of surprise. Yeah, great. One can be very lucky. Originally, he thought he could save one doctor and one nurse would be enough, but he didn't realize that there was a doctor plus 3 nurses hiding here. The whole 4 big beauties. Hey, it's so cozy. After those people saw Liu Yang, they all showed a scared expression. Warily, they asked, "What are you? What are you doing here? We are all doctors and nurses inside this hospital. Don't mess around." Liu Yang froze. What the hell? Do I look that much like a bad guy? It's not just a kick in the door for you guys. You guys don't have to do that either. Liu Yang revealed an innocent expression and said, "I'm not a bad guy. I'm here to save you guys. Didn't I say that just now outside the door? Already killed all the zombies. Let you guys open the door, you don't open it. That's why I kicked the door. You guys can't blame me." That doctor calmed down a bit later after hearing Liu Yang's words and stood up and said, "There are hundreds of zombies on this floor. Who can imagine that you took them all out? We thought you were a liar, trying to trick us into opening the door." With that said, she patted her head over to the door to see that it was indeed full of zombie corpses. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Said, "You really took them out? Are you guys a rescue team? Specially here to save us?" In this doctor's opinion, only official, professional, real-life rescue teams possess the power to empty the hospital of zombies. Otherwise, how could ordinary people do it? How could they be a match for hundreds of zombies? They were considered lucky to be trapped inside the infusion room. Not one of the few turns into a walker and shuts the door behind them. and the walkers outside don't have the intelligence to kick the door in. Also inside the infusion room are a variety of glucose solutions, saline, etc., to give them energy. That's why they've been able to stay alive until now. But drinking only glucose solution, although it could give them some energy, it still made them feel very hungry. Moreover, the glucose solution inside the infusion room had been pretty much drunk by the few of them, and there weren't a few bottles left. If we keep this up, we probably won't be able to hold out much longer before we starve to death. Now that they saw Liu Yang's arrival, they thought it was the official rescue team that had already started to rescue the hospital. After all, the hospital was the most important public facility in the post-apocalyptic world, and only after the normal order of the hospital was restored would they be able to save other patients. If the officials really have the power to rescue, then the first place to be rescued must be the hospital. However, Liu Yang shook his head and said, "No, I'm me. I don't belong to any rescue team, but I'm more powerful than all of them. I can save you to a safe place. I can provide you with food, and all you need to do is to listen to me and submit to me." As soon as they heard this, all four of them stared in disbelief. Instantly shrinking again, he retreated to the corner of the infusion room. Looking at the other side of the scared look, Liu Yang said, "A few beautiful women. I see you do not want to continue to be trapped here, and then go on like this you will die. And the zombies' IQ is going to evolve. Sooner or later, will evolved wisdom zombies break into the door? You go to where it is useless, only to follow me to have a possibility of living. I'll give you guys 3 seconds to think about it, whether to wait here and die, or follow me with endless food and a safe haven. Think for yourselves." The four beauties had a thoughtful expression on their faces, and Liu Yang took this time to scan the other party with his system. First, he looked at the charming, glasses-wearing, imperial doctor. Name, Ye Chocho. Age, 25. Height, 1 meter 68. Weight, 50. Appearance score, 91. Body score, 95. Looking at the other party's message, Liu Yang revealed a surprised expression. "Not bad, not bad. What a beautiful doctor." Liu Yang then scanned the 3 nurses. It was found that they were all 18 to 20 years old, and it was clear that they were all just interns. The key was that their appearance and body ratings were all above 80 points, reaching the level of 1 in 1,000. Although it wasn't as good as a beautiful doctor, it was already considered a great beauty. That's good. These 3 nurses are great too. Chapter 45, Doctors Give Rewards. After a few seconds of consideration, the beautiful doctor, Yi Qinglu, bit her seductive red lips and seemed to have made a difficult decision in her mind. Standing up, he said to Liu Yang, "If we agree to your demands, can you really guarantee our safety?" Liu Yang nodded confidently, said, "Of course you can. You should have also seen it. The zombies on this floor were all taken out by me. With my strength, even a hospital full of zombies can casually go in and out. To collect supplies, it's not a problem at all. I have enough substances for all of you to survive. Follow me and you'll all be able to eat well and get fatter than you did in the peace era." Listening to Liu Yang's words, Yi Qinglu revealed a thoughtful expression. She did just see that there were countless zombie corpses outside the infusion room, and the fact that this man was able to kick the door open so arrogantly and make such a loud noise, and no walkers had come over to surround him so far, was enough to show that the walkers on this floor had all been taken out. Is he really the god of war who took out hundreds of walkers by himself? If that's the case, following him is a very good choice indeed. Such a strong man, even in the post-apocalyptic world, could still make a good living with endless food, and being his woman didn't seem to be a disadvantage. It's better than being trapped inside this infusion room and starving to death, right? So Yi Qinglu nodded her head, saying, "All right, as long as you promise to be able to protect our safety, we will agree to your request." Yi Qinglu had already understood the situation at this moment. Staying inside this hospital, it's only a matter of time when they'll be eaten by the zombies. There's no chance of surviving at all. And this young man was strong and powerful, and if he had to use force, they wouldn't have been able to resist in any way. This time the fate can no longer be decided by himself. It's like meat on a slab, ready to be slaughtered. Luckily the man didn't look like the menacing type and would at least ask for his opinion. This has been very rare. That's good. Liu Yang waited for these words. He revealed a satisfied expression and said, "Don't worry, as long as you follow me, food won't be a problem. I'll ask you one last time. Are you willing to submit to me?" Yi Lianhua and the other 4 people nodded and said, "Aha, we are willing to submit to you." At the same time, Liu Yang also received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The rescue of the young girl was successful, and the storage space skill level is increased by 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the young girl. All attribute points increased by 20 points. Ding! Congratulations to the host on his success in saving the maiden. The steel control skill ability level is increased by 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing the young girl. Gain new skill, zombie control. After receiving these 4 tips, Lu Yang revealed a surprised expression. Good fellow. This time was really full of rewards. Not only had he raided the entire hospital and obtained so many very useful medicines, but he had also saved a doctor plus 3 nurses, so that in the future, he would have someone to see his own woman when she got sick. And what's more, this one doctor and 3 nurses offered themselves 4 system rewards. Not only did it raise the skill level and increase the base attributes, but it even gained a new skill. Too fierce. Lu Yang hadn't gained any new skills for many days. He could need new skills too much. Lu Yang, hurry up and check the usefulness of this new skill. Skill name, Zombie Control. Skill level, 1. Skill effect, you can control a level 1 zombie, manipulate the opponent's behavior, and gain the opponent's vision. After seeing this description, Lu Yang was instantly surprised. This skill is awesome. It can completely manipulate zombies and be my scout. It can be used to observe zombies since zombies and zombies don't fight each other. And at the same time, it can also observe the enemy. After all, even the most powerful human wouldn't be suspicious of a level 1 zombie, right? This can be said to be the strongest scout. After reading this skill, Lu Yang calmed down his excitement for a while and then looked at Yi Qinglu and the other 4 people. Speaking to them, he said, "Very well, my name is Lu Yang. From now on, you are my Lu Yang's women. Next, follow me. It's time to take you back to my safe zone." Aha! The 4 people nodded obediently and followed behind Lu Yang. Walking to the entrance of the hospital looking back at this hospital building, Lu Yang revealed a thoughtful expression. There were at least a few thousand more zombies inside this kind of hospital, which was a good resource that couldn't be wasted. So Lu Yang took out the car's gas tank from among the storage space, pouring gasoline in the flammable corners of the hospital, followed by a fire with a lighter to ignite the gasoline. By burning down this hospital, at least a few thousand zombies could be burned down. So wouldn't it be great to have a few hundred more attribute points by then? Only after doing all this did Lu Yang leave the place with 4 people. Yi Qinglu. Soon, Lu Yang returned to the school with 4 people. The little white tiger had already heard Lu Yang's footsteps from a long distance away, and directly rushed to the door of the teacher's dormitory in excitement, and with a cheerful step, directly pounced on Lu Yang. The 2 front feet rested on the top of Lu Yang's shoulders. Sticking out her pink tongue, she licked at Lu Yang's face. Yi Shenrua and the other 4 people were instantly startled when they saw such a large white tiger. This tiger is obviously twice as big as an ordinary tiger. It must be a mutated tiger. However, after seeing this tiger being so close to Lu Yang, they realized that this tiger was Lu Yang's pet, which slowly calmed them down. Meanwhile 4 people looked at each other and saw the shock in each other. They didn't expect Lu Yang to be so powerful that he could even tame such a huge mutant tiger. This is really too fierce. After Lu Yang brought these 4 people back to the teacher's dormitory, the women inside were instantly taken aback by the sight of the 4 men. There was a lot of discussion around them. Li Mengyao said, "Hubby, where have you been? I can't believe you brought back a doctor and 3 nurses. And they're so pretty." Lu Yang smiled and said, "Of course it is to go inside the hospital to collect medicines. After all, in the end of the world slightly injured, or slightly sick without medicines, there is a possibility that it will kill people. So we need to collect medicines in case of emergency. Although I am not afraid of getting sick, but you guys are afraid of and then just happened to run into them. So I brought them back. This is good. Not only have medicine, there is also a doctor. In the future no longer afraid of getting sick." After hearing Lu Yang's words, the women were again moved. Turns out it's to collect medicine for us again. And brought back doctors and nurses by the way. To see us. Lu Yang's husband is just too good to us. Chapter 46, Trying to Steal the House? Lu Yang then introduced everyone. Yi Qinglu and the other 4 people. Let them get to know each other a little better. Then Li Mengyao said to Lu Yang, Alright, everyone hurry and come in to eat. Our lunch is all ready. Just waiting for Lu Yang's husband to come back. Dr. Yi, you guys come and eat together too." Yi Shangyu and the others revealed a flattered expression. They are new to this one school. It's always a little embarrassing to come here and eat and drink for free. Lu Yang saw the other party's expression and knew what the other party was thinking. So he said, "It's fine. You guys go wash your hands and come eat too. Since you joined my safe zone, you'll be a family from now on. We don't need to be so formal and polite." Chen Lixia, Li Mengyao, Li Mange, and the others also said, Yes. From now on, we're all good sisters. There's no need to be so courteous. Come and eat together." Hearing everyone say that, Yi Shenrua also understood that it would be a bit of an act to postpone it any longer. So it was only good to nod and say, "Okay then, thank you all. We'll do the dishes later after dinner." Lu Yang touched the top of Yi Qingluo's head and said, "Wait, you eat more? Take a bath at night and come to my room to chat with me. I have a lot of specialized knowledge about medicine that I need to ask you." Hearing Lu Yang's words, Yi Qingluo suddenly had a small blush on her face. Of course she understood what Lu Yang meant. The other teenage girls also looked at her with a bad smile on their faces, making her even more shy. Still, she kept her head down and said in an almost inaudible voice, "No. No la." So the crowd started lunch in a jovial mood. Lunch today was great. These schoolgirls actually learned how to make braised pork, and it surprisingly tasted okay. Lu Yang couldn't even help but dry 2 large bowls of white rice, and the knew that beautiful doctor and 3 beautiful nurses is like a hungry tiger pouncing on food. To the table on the meal is a wild sweep, pickpocket hand, simply faster than a pile driver. They had been trapped for 10 days, and were only able to rely on drinking glucose solution every day to maintain their nutrition. And now that they were faced with a fresh meal, the temptation was just too great. And this meal was simply the most delicious meal they had ever eaten in their lives. It's 10,000 times more delicious than any mountain of food in times of peace. Soon this delicious lunch was finished. Yi Shenruo and the others hurriedly scrambled to wash the dishes. Lu Yang, on the other hand, went back inside the room to prepare for rest. Evening. After taking a shower, Yi Qinglu knocked on the door of Lu Yang's room. When the other walked into his room, looking at the mature imperial lady doctor with a pretty figure, delicate features and snow-white skin, Lu Yang instantly brightened up. He said with a smile on his face, "Worthy of being a beautiful doctor sister. You really do have a unique temperament. Next, I'm going to have a good discussion with you about medical knowledge." With a red face, Yi Shangyu nodded. The whole person was so shy. There was no talk all night. The next day, when Lu Yang woke up, Yi Qingruo was still in the middle of her sleep. She was 25 years old, but she hadn't had a boyfriend before. This guy Lu Yang is strong and physically fit 20 times that of an ordinary person. Where could Yi Shenruo stand it? So by now the sun is about to go up my ass and I haven't even regained my strength yet. And after getting up, Lu Yang received a system prompt inside his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a total of 500 zombies in the hospital yesterday. Gained attributes of only 450 points. After receiving this tip, Lu Yang was again pleasantly surprised. It must have been the fire that was set in the hospital yesterday that had gotten results, burning down more than 4,000 zombies. Adding the ones that he himself had personally killed inside the hospital, the total amounted to 500. That's a whole 450 attribute points. Without hesitation, Lu Yang added all the attribute points, equally divided, to his basic attributes. All of his basic attributes reached 1,150 points. That's 23 times the average person. Today his fastest speed is 9 times 23 equals 207 meters per second. It's already over half the speed of sound. Ordinary people and ordinary zombies were no different from turtle speed in Lu Yang's eyes. Seeing that his strength had increased so much, Lu Yang was very happy. Today, the search for supplies can continue again. Soon, most of the month passed. During this period, Lu Yang has scraped all the supermarkets within a 10-kilometer radius, and his space has been filled with supermarket supplies, so it can be said that he has what he wants. Meanwhile, all the female students inside the teacher's dormitory had already had substantial relations with Lu Yang, and at this moment, due to the addition of his super genes, everyone was already pregnant. By the time 10 months have passed, Lu Yang will have had dozens of children born, and he purposely didn't lay a hand on the 3 nurses so that he would have someone to deliver his own child when it was born later. Due to Lu Yang's increased spiritual power, he also began to renovate the entire school's fence, raising it to 20 meters. The very smooth steel fence was so smooth that even a level 2 walker couldn't climb it. This whole school, it's solid as a rock, so to speak. Meanwhile, at the place of the school's main gate, in the janitor's room, Lu Yang had also arranged a zombie to be the janitor. The walker was also made to wear a janitor's costume as well as sunglasses and a mask so that no one would notice anything unusual. If you didn't look closely, you couldn't tell if he was a zombie or a human. Utilizing the level 1 zombies controlled by the zombie control house, it was able to provide Lu Yang with a field of vision, so that once there was an enemy invasion, he would be able to see the other party at first glance. On this day, Lu Yang had just gone out to gather supplies. Instead, a group of big, strong, dusty men came to the front door of the school. Each one of them was heavily armed, holding weapons on their bodies, along with homemade armor on their arms and shoulders, which seemed to be used to prevent the zombies from tearing them apart. Looks like a very professional squad. A few of the team members were also fierce, revealing a ruthlessness, and it was obvious that they were ruthless people in times of peace. This survivor squad saw that the school's fence was so high, making it a very good safe base, and spoke to the walker inside the janitor's room. "Hey bro, open up. We're the survivor squad from this neighborhood. This school looks great. It's a natural shelter. Such a big school. It can house a lot of people. Let us in. We can develop this place even more." Lu Yang, who was several kilometers away, saw this scene through the zombie's field of vision and immediately frowned, an icy expression on his face, muttering to himself, "Surprisingly, a survivor has come to my door? Good lord. It's a good thing I have the skill of zombie control, otherwise I wouldn't even know if I got my home stolen." Immediately after that, he darted in the direction of the school as fast as he could. Chapter 47, All Must Die. That one survivor squad, seeing that there was no response to that gatekeeper inside, after calling out a few times, suddenly revealed an impatient expression. A burly man at the head of the group said to another middle-aged man with an axe, "How dare you ignore us and toast us? Split the door directly. When the time comes, kill all the men inside as reserve food, and arrest all the women as slaves." "Aye, boss." That middle-aged man directly lifted his own fire axe and gave it a hard axe. Split on the door. Thud. A loud clash of metals came. The fire axe in that big man's hand was instantly shaken out, and his hand was numbed, oozing blood. The school's front door, on the other hand, hadn't even budged, not even a trace of it. Looking again at the fire axe that flew a few meters away, the blade was already missing several cuts. The middle-aged man said, "Boss, I can't. This door is too damn hard. It's breaking my hand." The survivor squad's boss, after seeing that one fire axe, also revealed a shocked expression. Couldn't help it. How can an ordinary school have such a hard steel gate? What kind of people live in here? At the same time his face showed a hint of caution and thought. To be able to raise the fence to a height of 20 meters in the end times, and to be able to have such strong steel, I'm afraid that the people living in here are not ordinary, and I don't know if it's a presence we can mess with. Should we retreat and observe the situation in secret? Just as they were about to leave, a cold voice suddenly came from behind them. "Hey, what do you guys want?" As soon as they heard this one voice, the survivor squad immediately turned their heads to look, only to see a young man, standing behind them, with indifference in his eyes, as if he was looking at a pile of dead people. The big man in the lead was startled by Lu Yang's eyes. He couldn't figure out how this young man, who appeared to be less than 20 years old, could possess such a fierce look in his eyes. In the past, he was a professional mercenary in the peace era, and he had killed many people on top of the battlefield. But even so, he was still startled by this young man's eyes. That kind of condescending indifference, as if the gods were observing mortals. It made the professional mercenary feel bad, but a little scared. A pleasing smile appeared on his face as he said to Lu Yang, "This little brother, we are the survivors in this neighborhood who formed a squad with survivors, and have been searching for food and a suitable shelter. This school has a high fence, and it looks like a good shelter, so we want to go in, but the people inside don't seem to intend to accept us. I see that you, little brother, are also a ruthless person. To be able to live alone in the end of the world shows that you are very strong. Join us, let's go in this school together and form a base, how about it?" Lu Yang's face revealed a smirking expression and said, "I also want to, but the people inside won't let us in." The big man thought that Lu Yang had agreed to his proposal. His face showed a touch of ruthlessness, gritted his teeth and said, "Then we'll force our way in and kill all the men inside, and if there are any women, they'll stay behind as slaves, and we'll split it equally at that time. What do you think of this proposal, little brother?" Lu Yang nodded, said, "I also think this proposal of yours makes sense. It's good to kill all the males and leave the females as slaves, and all of you here are male, so all of you deserve to die." Lu Yang thought. A flying needle had hovered in front of him. The man who was leading the group saw the change in Lu Yang's eyes and was immediately shocked. A deadly feeling appeared in his heart, causing a layer of cold sweat to instantly appear on his forehead. He didn't know why. He was obviously a professional mercenary who had already seen life and death on top of the battlefield, but the moment he saw the other party's eyes, his whole body actually trembled. He hurriedly raised his hands to make a gesture to stop the other party and said to Lu Yang, "Good brother, we can talk about things properly. Whether you want more resources or more women can be discussed. Otherwise, after we occupy the school, what's inside will be split 30/70ths you 7s3. Lu Yang revealed a cold smile. He, taking my stuff and splitting it with me 3-7. You can really say that?" Upon hearing these words, the big man was instantly shocked. "Unbelievably," he said, "you mean this school is your home base?" Lu Yang nodded. "Not bad. How dare you guys invade my base camp and talk about killing me and robbing my women? Then now you guys can go to hell." As soon as he heard these words, a look of fear appeared on the big man's face. Originally, after he saw the 20-meter high fence and the impenetrable iron gate, he was wondering who the owner of the school was, And what kind of powerful and strong person would be able to possess such strength to create this school as solid as gold? Now after seeing Lu Yang, how could he not believe that it was such a young person who made this school like this? The instincts of a professional mercenary told him this young man was strong and dangerous. It's more dangerous than even the king of soldiers on the battlefield. However, he still put on a calm demeanor and said to Lu Yang, "In that case, there is no way to settle this matter peacefully today. Such a good shelter can only belong to one of the two of us." Immediately afterward, he barked out an order. "Go! Finish him off together." "Yes, boss." Those team members beside him answered and instantly grabbed their weapons and rushed towards Lu Yang. Lu Yang had a subdued smile on his face, followed by a wave of his hand. Bang! Bang bang bang! The sound of exploding heads rang out one after another, and the heads of those survivors, one by one, exploded into a bloody mist, and eventually all of them collapsed on the ground. Seeing this scene, that mercenary was directly dumbfounded. Is this really something that people can do? It wasn't as if he hadn't seen his teammates' headshots before on top of the battlefield, but he had never really seen a chain of headshots like this one on a string. And the young man was graceful, waving his hand, and all his own men died. Who else but God could do such a thing? The weapon in his hand dropped to the ground with a thud, and his legs went limp as he fell to his knees in front of Lu Yang. Turning to Lu Yang, he kept begging for forgiveness. "Big brother, I was wrong. Big brother, we shouldn't have come to your trouble. Please let me live. In the future I will definitely not show up in the neighborhood. As long as you let me live, I will leave Haicheng immediately now." Lu Yang said with a cold smile, "We are all the same kind of people. You know I won't let you go, but I can give you a chance. I'll give you 3 seconds to run as far away as you can." Hearing these words, the big man immediately bounced up from the ground and quickly ran towards the far side of the front. Bang! There was no unexpected sound of a headshot, and the big man also instantly fell to the ground. Lu Yang then walked towards the school, waving his hand at the school's gate. That gate automatically opened, and after Lu Yang walked in, it automatically closed again, blending in with the fence as if it was welded. The gate of this school Lu Yang made was unlocked. It was welded to the fence and no one could open it except for his ability to control it with metal. Chapter 48, We Don't Believe. Lu Yang just walked into the middle of the school, behind a house. A burly man who looked 5 or 6 times similar to that mercenary, but a bit younger, with red eyes, covered his mouth, not daring to make a single sound, not even daring to take a breath. Originally, he and his brother were acting together. Who knew that halfway through his stomach ached, found a corner and squatted in the pit for a bit, only to find that his brother and a dozen other team members were already dead when he looked back. Seeing Lu Yang's dashing departure and entering the campus back, his eyes were filled with fear and hatred. His own brother was killed by this guy, and he could only hide in the corner and watch it all, not even daring to go and collect the corpse. Damn it! That guy had to die to pay for my brother. Eventually he gritted his teeth, carried his weapon, and turned to leave. And after Lu Yang entered the campus, he found that his women were playing basketball on top of the school playground at this moment. All the women split into 2 teams and had a sweaty, fun time. Each of them was wearing a refreshing sports tank top suit, and since each of the teenage girls had a hot body, and the sports tank top suit was drenched in sweat, the proud erections were hidden from view, so people couldn't take their eyes off of them. Seeing Lu Yang back, each of them showed a surprised expression and ran over on the court, warbling around Lu Yang, with expressions of admiration on their faces. Looking at these dozens of gorgeous and beautiful maidens, each of them already pregnant with their own children, Lu Yang's heart was filled with a sense of fulfillment. They will be able to play ball now, and in a month or two, when their bellies are showing, they will no longer be able to exercise strenuously. Lu Yang pulled out dozens of bottles of water from amongst the dark space and handed it to them. The women had long ago gotten used to the way Lu Yang changed things out of thin air as if by magic, not surprised at all. In short, as long as it's Lu Yang's husband doing anything, these teenage girls feel it's normal, because there is nothing in this world that Lu Yang's husband can't do. After drinking the water, the women turned to Lu Yang and asked, "Hubby, you went to collect supplies again?" Chen Lixia said, "Hubby, it's been a month since the outbreak of the end times. Can the supplies still be collected? The other survivors should be collecting them as well, right?" Li Mengyao said, "How can the other survivors collect as fast as Lu Yang's husband? I guess they all dare not go to those dangerous places. Only hubby dares to go." Li Mange nodded and said, "Definitely. Take the supermarket. Everyone is shopping in the supermarket." Suddenly the end of the world zombie virus outbreak. A large part of the people become zombies inside the supermarket. Other people are estimated to be unable to escape. They will also be bitten, turned into a zombie. The whole supermarket are zombies. Who dares to go in? In addition to Lu Yang husband, Wang Nuling said, "Then in that case, Wouldn't it also be dangerous for hubby to face hundreds of zombies when gathering supplies? Lin Yuyu said. Of course. I've been to the supermarket with Lu Yang's husband before to collect food. The scene at that time was really dangerous. But it was no problem for Lu Yang's husband. He only needed one look and all those zombies had to die. When the ladies heard Lin Yuyu's words, each one of them revealed a shocked expression, while at the same time being very envious of Lin Yuyu. This one long-legged stewardess has not only slept with Lu Yang, but even collected supplies with Lu Yang and fought together to see Lu Yang fight with grace and strength, which others have not had it. I also wonder how handsome Lu Yang's husband really is when he's fighting zombies. It's really exciting and aspirational to think about. Looking at the eyes of all the women as if they wanted to pull silk, Lu Yang revealed a helpless smile. Alas, this person is handsome and strong, but also very tired of one thing, all the time, have to accept these beautiful girls full of loving attention, as if they want to eat themselves alive. Each and every one of them had a posture of wanting to drain themselves. So horrible. Lu Yang said to them, this school safety zone of ours seems to have been targeted. Just now at the school gate I took out a dozen survivors who wanted to invade this place. So for the next period of time, it would be best for everyone not to come out and move around. It would be better to hide inside the teacher's dormitory. After hearing Lu Yang's words, the faces of all the women showed a somewhat nervous expression, and then hurriedly nodded their heads in a good manner and said, okay hubby, we know. Next we won't come out for outside activities anymore. We will hide inside the teacher's dormitory from now on. Lu Yang revealed a satisfied smile and said, and you are all pregnant. The outbreak of the end of the world is almost a month. The first among you to get pregnant is also almost a month pregnant. The next can't be any more strenuous exercise. Well in the teacher's dormitory to raise the baby inside. Listening to Lu Yang's words, the women suddenly blushed. Childish schoolgirl, Li Mengyao said, how can that be? Each one of us has had just one exchange with you. How can we all be pregnant? You can't hit 100 shots even if you're good. Li Mange, the high and cold school flower, also said, that's right. You can't swindle us. Even if you don't want to fight with us twice, you don't have to find such an excuse, right? We know that you're collecting young girls too fast and don't want to eat back the grass. We all understand. Mysterious school flower Wang Muling also said, that's right. We are all college students. Do you think we haven't studied biology? The chances of a woman getting pregnant are not as great as you think. There is an ovulation period and a safe period. How can you hit it every time? Lu Yang revealed an expression full of helplessness. It really wasn't that he didn't want to eat the grass back. Each one of these schoolgirls was stunningly beautiful and had a hot body. So how could it be enough at one time? He's totally looking out for the safety of these people. Okay. What can I do about the fact that the multiple fortune system reinforces one's genetics and makes one 100 times 100 times 100 times 100 times 100? What can I do about it? Lu Yang had to helplessly shake his head and said, alright, if you guys don't believe me, forget it. Anyway, a month has almost passed. By then see if your good friends come or not, you guys will know. Li Mengyao revealed a defiant expression. Speaking, she said, my good friend comes on time. Definitely won't be absent. Li Mango chimed in. I'm healthy. And my sisters say I have a beauty of regular menstruation. I won't lose either. Me too. The women all said they would not lose. Lu Yang was not in a position to say anything more. The system was his own bottom card. Lu Yang would not reveal it to anyone. So he nodded and said, okay, I hope that after a month you guys can still be so confident. So, he took the women back to the middle of the teacher's dormitory. Chapter 49, Testing Flight Ability. Returning to the teacher's dormitory, Lu Yang ate the loving lunch made by all the women, and then returned to his room, lying on the bed, thinking, the little white tiger, perhaps having not seen Lu Yang for too long, also followed Lu Yang back into the room and curled up like a cat on Lu Yang's bed. The huge tiger head leaned directly on top of Lu Yang's thigh. Lu Yang ran his hand over the tiger's head while thinking about the next plan in his mind. The fact that those survivors came to the door today made Lu Yang start to be wary as well. The women living in the safe area of this school are their own women, but they have no ability to protect themselves, and will be in danger if they are intruded by other men, while they themselves need to keep collecting supplies. But there's no way to protect others inside this school 24/7. Although he said that he had the skill of zombie control, which allowed him to use the zombies to watch the door and provide a view of the place, he might still not be able to make it back if he was too far away. It is true that a 20-meter high steel fence is too high for walkers to climb, but for humans they have the intelligence to do so, and they may be able to use ropes, utilize ladders, and other tools. So defense against zombies works well, but not so much against humans. So now the primary goal is to beef up your speed. Allow yourself to get back faster. Lu Yang remembered his steel control, which was very similar to Magneto's ability inside the movie. And Magneto inside the movie could fly. So why couldn't he? Say it and do it. Lu Yang directly climbed up from the bed. The white tiger that was originally sleeping beautifully was also awakened, raising her huge tiger head and opening a pair of sapphire-like eyes, looking at Lu Yang in a very puzzled manner. Looking at the white tiger's puzzled expression that was very cute, Lu Yang rubbed her face, said, "Next master is going to try the ability to fly. Little white tiger, you watch. When I can fly, I will be able to take you to the sky too." Ow! The little white tiger's eyes were still filled with doubt. She couldn't understand what Lu Yang was saying, but immediately after that the doubt in her eyes started to turn into shock, because Lu Yang's body was quickly covered with a layer of silver shining metal armor on top. It looked very hard and handsome, just like the Hero King in the anime, except that Lu Yang's armor was silver and the Hero King's armor was gold. Although this armor looks very heavy and huge, but in fact it is just styling. The real armor is just a thin layer, wearing on the body does not have any weight at all. Immediately after that, Lu Yang began to use his spiritual power to manipulate the steel to float in the air. Immediately after that, he slowly hovered in the air amidst the shocked eyes of the little white tiger. Lu Yang also began to show a surprised expression. "Sure can fly. I just don't know how fast the fastest flight speed can be. Controlling steel flying needles, I can make them reach speeds faster than bullets. So by controlling my own flight, can I reach such speeds as well?" With this one doubt in mind, Lu Yang directly flew out of the window, suspended in the air, feeling the cool breeze and in the sky, and looking down at the smaller and smaller scenery on the ground. Lu Yang's heart was filled with excitement. Is this what flying feels like? What teenager doesn't harbor a dream of flying in his heart? It's so good. The feeling is just so good. Let's try this flight next. Just how fast it is. Just a thought from Lu Yang. He then shot off into the distance with great speed. Boom! A loud bang appeared in the sky. It was the sound of Lu Yang breaking through the sound barrier. At the same time, Lu Yang had felt his speed. His face was filled with a shocked expression. Sure enough, it's able to reach the same speed as flying needles. It just means that the amount of mental energy to be used up is much more enormous than flying needles. At this point my speed should have exceeded 2 times the speed of sound. That means reaching a flying speed of 680 meters per second. Such speed is faster than a fighter jet. 10 kilometers takes only 10,000 divided by 680 is equal to 14,705,882 seconds. If another base attack happens like the last one, I'll be back in just 15 seconds. 15 seconds. Even if those people set up ladders and climbed the fence, it was definitely more than just 15 seconds. With this flight speed, it will be easier for me to protect the base from now on. And the loud noise of Lu Yang's flight in the middle of the sky also attracted the attention of all the women, who came to the window and saw the silver glittering figure in the sky. All of them were taken aback. Chen Lixia said, "Sisters, what is that thing? It looks like a silver version of Iron Man." Li Mengyao said, "It's not a new secret weapon developed by the government, is it? Specially used to kill zombies? Or to search for survivors?" Li Mange squinted her eyes, listening carefully to the sky that, from time to time flying, from time to time hovering. The figure said, "Looks so handsome. Ah, this body shape, this temperament, how to feel a little familiar. Well, and Lu Yang's husband is a bit like Wang Muling." The mysterious schoolgirl who was also Principal Wang's daughter, said, "Do you guys think there's a possibility? I mean a possibility, that person, he's Lu Yang's husband?" Lin Yuyu said, "It does look similar, but it's too far away for us to see the face clearly." Dr. Yi gently said, "That should be it. Besides Lu Yang's husband, who else could be that handsome?" Li Mange said, "I also think it's Lu Yang's husband." Li Mengyao said, "When did hubby know how to fly? When did he get that suit of armor? It's so handsome. I want to fly to the sky too." Chen Zi gave Li Mengyao a blank look and said, "Haven't you been made to fly to the sky by Lu Yang's husband a long time ago? Why do I feel that there is something in your words? You don't want to have a second engagement with Lu Yang's husband again, do you?" Li Mengyao instantly flushed her pretty face, with a slap on Chen Zi's butt. She said, "As if you, a little wavy hoof, don't want to have a second engagement with your husband." Just as the ladies were discussing here, Lu Yang had also completed the test of his flying ability, and then he directly flew back into the middle of his room. Seeing this scene, those women instantly revealed expressions of surprise. They have said, "I knew it must be Lu Yang's husband. Besides Lu Yang's husband, who else is that handsome? Wonderful. I can't believe my husband can fly. I'm going to let him take it away and I'm going to fly up into the sky. It would be exciting to have a battle in the sky, wouldn't it? I'm going to my husband right now to see what's going on. I'm coming. I'm coming." The women, in a swarm, started to flock towards Lu Yang's room. P.S. I'm too busy for the Chinese New Year to continue exploding more. If you think it is too slow, You can first read the 500,000 old book The End of the World. Many children, starting from the cold class flower. Thank you for your support. Chapter 50. So this is how the white tiger is used. After Lu Yang flew back into the room, the little white tiger inside immediately revealed an excited expression and looked at Lu Yang with eyes that began to glow. That pair of light blue like amber round eyes stared straight at the set of armor on Lu Yang's body. Even jumped right on it. Lu Yang turned to the little white tiger. Said, "What's wrong? You want this suit of armor too?" The little white tiger stuck out its tongue and continued to lick Lu Yang's armor twice before nodding. Lu Yang revealed a somewhat surprised expression. "Good fellow. Now you can understand words? Did you pretend you couldn't understand before?" The little white tiger was still all excited. So Lu Yang said, "Okay, I'll make a set for you too. In the future you can be unafraid of their attacks when you encounter zombies. The armor I made is hard and sturdy. Those zombies bite up and directly teeth to him knocked off." "Ow." The little white tiger nodded with great excitement. A look of, "Hurry up. I want it. I want it so bad. Look." Lu Yang was a bit speechless. "Good man. Did you get that one again?" With a wave of his hand, armor made of metal began wrapping around the little white tiger's entire body. It looks majestic and indestructible, but the little white tiger was so excited that she kept bouncing on Lu Yang's bed. Her weight of half a ton almost didn't trample Lu Yang's bed. Lu Yang hurriedly said, "Don't jump, don't jump, my bed will rot if you jump again." Just then, the women flooded into Lu Yang's room. Lu Yang climbed up from the bed and asked, "Why are you all here? What do you want?" The women said, "Just now we saw a loud bang in the middle of the sky, and when we looked from the window, it turned out to be your husband who was flying in the sky. You are also too powerful. Surprisingly, you even learned to fly, so we came to see it. Who knows?" At this time, Li Mengyao saw the set of silver shining armor on Lu Yang's body as well as on the little white tiger's body, and the whole thing lit up in front of her eyes, saying, "Hubby, where did you get this armor from? It's too handsome, right?" Li Mange also said, "It looks almost like a god of war in the sky. Hubby, you are so handsome. And how come little white tiger also has a set that fits so well? You customized it, right? Can you get us a set too?" Wang Miring also said, Yeah, I want a set too. But will it be heavy?" Chen Ziyi said, "I want it too. I want it too." The ladies all said that the armor on Lu Yang and little white tiger was too handsome, and each of them wanted a set. Lu Yang smiled and said, "This armor does look handsome, but it's also kinda in the way. Usually life doesn't use the ship at all, only when you go out to fight. But you guys don't have to go out to fight at all. So you guys made this armor and it's useless." Alright. The ladies nodded and left Lu Yang's room. The other side. The one sole surviving strong man had returned to their gathering place. As soon as he returned to the middle of the gathering place, the strong man with a face full of old tears immediately found the boss of the gathering place. Crying to the boss, he said, big brother, second brother is dead. And so is fifth uncle. Wang is dead too. All dead. I'm the only one still alive. Woo, they're all dead." This one gathering place was spearheaded and organized by the three brothers, because the three of them were professional mercenaries in the peace era. They were very strong and everyone else trusted them, so the three of them were the leadership inside this gathering place. Also inside the team were some of their other relatives, making up a gathering of over 50 people. This gathering place is good, and when the group goes out to look for food, the average zombie is no match for them. At the beginning of the end times, they had no shortage of food. The only thing missing was trying to find a suitable place to make a survivor base and expand their power. It was because of this that they sought out the school where Lu Yang was, and the 20-meter-high iron fence really caught their eye. However, he didn't expect that a dozen or so people were all taken out, leaving only one oldest to come back alive. At this moment, as soon as the oldest three saw his big brother, he could not hold back the fear and aggression in his heart, and directly cried like a tearful person. Where was there a bit of manhood? Boss Wang, who was sitting on the chair, instantly revealed a shocked expression after hearing Wang Laosan's words. Asked, "Laosan, what are you talking about? Lao Er and the others are all dead? Didn't you guys go to look for food, and in the meantime, look for a suitable place to make a base? Could it be that you guys encountered a lot of zombies?" Lao San cried and said, Whoa, it wasn't a zombie, it was a man. I only saw his back. I don't know what he looks like, but I know he's very strong. He killed everyone in a few minutes, and I just came back ting myself, and everyone is dead." Chapter 51, Invisible Touch. That one too. Boss Wang, who was originally still sitting, instantly stood up and clenched his fists together. Angrily, he said, "Go, gather everyone inside the gathering place and take us to see what kind of god this guy is that he dares to kill Lao Er and the others. We'll make him pay for his blood and pay with his life." Wang Laosan said, "Big brother, That guy's strength is very strong. And we don't know how he did it, killing just second brother and the others. Will it be dangerous to go forward just like that? I strongly suspect that he has traps in that place. That's why he was able to kill all of second brother and the others in such a quick time. Maybe we should test it out first. Boss Wang revealed a hesitant expression, saying, then what do you think we should try? The people inside the gathering place are all brothers, so we can't let others test the dangers, right? Wang Laosan said. When second brother and I were collecting food, we found out that there is a subway station near that school, and there are a lot of zombies inside the subway station, at least thousands of them. We can lure all the listing from the subway station to the entrance of that school of his, and then even if there is a trap, it will be triggered by these zombies first. Boss Wang brightened up and said, that makes sense. Let's do it. So Boss Wang immediately began to gather everyone in the survivors' gathering place, ready to begin the operation. At this time, a beautiful, tall and hot-looking beauty also hurriedly walked over and asked Boss Wang and the others, big brother and third brother, where are you guys planning to go? I heard that second brother was killed. Is that true? Her eyes were red when she finished speaking. Normally these three brothers loved her the most, and now that she had heard that her second brother had been killed, she was of course devastated. Boss Wang said, fourth sister, don't listen to other people's nonsense. Your second brother is fine. We'll go out to do some business. You stay in the gathering place and don't run around. Their fourth sister was a high achiever in the era of peace, and had just graduated from a prestigious university and returned home to be celebrating with her family, all before they had a chance to look for a job. Who knew that the end times had broken out? It's a good thing that their three older brothers used to be professional mercenaries. Protecting their four sisters in the post-apocalyptic world would not be a problem. And their family is only their fourth sister is the most talented will study, got into a famous university, and their three brothers are very rough-looking. Only his sister looks very delicate and beautiful, has always been their family as the pearl of the palm of their hand like protection. Now that they were going to avenge Lao Er, they naturally didn't want the fourth sister to follow along, because they don't know if they will be in danger. Unexpectedly, their younger sister Wang Wenxiu said, big brother, don't lie to me. I've already seen third brother's eyes are red, obviously just cried. The rumors must be true. You guys are just afraid that I'm in danger, so you don't want me to go. Okay, I have to go. Second brother usually loves me the most. I must see who killed him and watch him die. Alas. Boss Wang sighed. He knew that his sister already knew about the death of the oldest two, then definitely could not persuade her. He only nodded and said, it's fine if you want to go with us, but I have to tell you first that you should listen to me on the way and run away immediately when you encounter danger. Understand? Wang Wenxiu nodded, saying, got it big brother? I won't cause any trouble for you guys. I just want to watch that person who killed second brother die. Boss Wang nodded. So all of them from the entire gathering place set off together, led by Wang Laosan, to the outside of Lu Yang's school. From a distance, they saw the dozen or so bodies in front of the school. Boss Wang clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Damn it! It's really Lao Er and the others. Wang Wenxiu, with a sobbing voice, he said, second brother, who killed you must be made to pay in blood. Wang Laosan said, I'll bring someone to the subway station to attract the zombies. When we stand on the opposite side of the street and throw stones from the upper floors to the top of his steel fence to make a sound, those zombies will be attracted to it. Aha! Boss Wang nodded. Soon Wang Laosan attracted several hundred zombies to the area. When Boss Wang saw this scene, he instantly became energized. Speaking, he said, let's all throw stones at the siege to attract the attention of the zombies so that Laosan can get away. Aye, boss. Those dozens of survivors started to keep throwing rocks onto Lu Yang's fence. Dun 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 dun. The metal enclosure instantly made a deafening noise. The zombies were all attracted to it. Didn't see any living people, but saw the dozen or so corpses on the ground. In an instant, they rushed over and started hugging and gnawing on the bodies, watching the bodies of his former brothers being eaten by walkers. The hearts of Boss Wang and Elder Wang and the others were dripping blood. Wang Wenxiu even cried directly. Bean-sized teardrops that kept rolling down from above her long eyelashes. Boss Wang looked at the zombies strangely at this time. Turning to Lao San, he asked, didn't you say there was a trap there? How come those zombies didn't do anything at all? Instead, they ate Lao Er's and their corpses with gusto? Wang Laosan's face stiffened and he stammered. I didn't see the situation there clearly at that time. I just suspected that there were traps there. So it seems that the other party didn't use the traps to take out second brother and the others? Or maybe it's because brother and the others have already triggered all the traps, so these zombies won't trigger them again? Boss Wang revealed an angry expression. Said, damn, had I known that the trap had been triggered finished, we would have just collected the corpses for Lao Er and the others. But it's a pity that only can you really look at their corpses, to be gnawed by the zombies, can't even have a whole body in death. Wang Wenxiu cried. Second brother. My second brother. Woo woo. And at this time, Lu Yang, who was preparing for a nap in the middle of the teacher's dormitory, also gained vision and hearing through the zombies watching the door and sensed that the fence was being attacked. He couldn't help but frown. Speaking of, how dare someone launch an attack on my safe zone? Throwing rocks? Don't they know that the steel I make, the hardest steel in the world, can't even be pierced by armor-piercing bullets? Immediately after that, Lu Yang directly rose up in the air and flew in the direction of the school entrance. At the same time, use the stealth skill directly in the air to instantly conceal your figure. Then he followed the direction the men had thrown the stones and found their location. Floating in front of them, they were oblivious. Lu Yang simply flew directly inside the window and came to their side, and they still didn't feel anything. Looking at them, they looked a bit like the leaders that were killed by himself, and Lu Yang guessed that they should be a group. To avenge your own brother's death? Rather, it's a brotherly love. Oh, and a pretty girl? Lu Yang placed his eyes on Wang Wenxiu, discovering that amongst this group of brown men, there was an absolute beauty, and the other side of the corner of the eye still hanging teardrops looked pathetic. Very let a person have the desire to protect. Not only are they good looking but they have a great body. The greatness of the chest is very eye-catching, and it is estimated that it is even bigger than even Shan Lixia's. Lu Yang in his stealthy state directly touched at his opponent's waist. It felt so good in my hand. Such a soft and fluffy girl all over. And at this time Wang Wenxiu let out a scream. Ah! But soon she covered her mouth with her hand, because she remembered what her big brother said. No matter what situation she encountered, she couldn't yell or else she would attract the attention of the zombies. Boss Wang was startled by Wang Wenxiu's voice and hurriedly asked with concern. Little sister, what's wrong? Wang Wenxiu covered her body and said with great fear. Just now it seems like someone touched my waist, but I can't see who it is. Chapter 52, Let your sister be my wife. After listening to his little sister's words, Boss Wang immediately revealed an angry expression and stared closely at the people next to him. He said, You guys, who the hell dares to make a move on my sister? Those people were startled by Boss Wang's angry expression and quickly shook their heads and said, It's not us, Boss Wang. Don't misunderstand. Even if we were given 100 guts, we wouldn't dare to touch MS. Wang. Yes, Boss Wang. Although all of us inside the gathering place are in love with Miss Wang, we can only watch from afar and dare not get close. Knowing that we are not worthy of Miss Wang, how could we possibly do that kind of nasty thing? Not bad. Miss Wang is born beautiful and gorgeous, like a heavenly fairy descending from the heavens. How can she be a match for mere mortals like us? Simply one more glance feels like blasphemy. And now that the Great War is approaching, even if we want to do such a thing, it can't be now, right? The people around us have said that they are innocent. The angry expression on Boss Wang's face became even more intense. He directly scolded, Tramp, you bunch of dog days, don't argue with me, dare to touch my little sister. Are you tired of living? The crowd wanted to explain further, but Wang Wenxiu had already spoken. Big brother, it wasn't them. That guy touched my body directly in front of me. It's not like he touched my back. If it was them I would have seen it. Boss Wang froze. So what the hell is going on here? Is it haunted? Everyone had a tense look on their faces. Boss Wang asked, Little sister, are you telling the truth? How is it possible for an invisible person to touch you? Does it mean it's a transparent person? Another survivor said, Is there a ghost in broad daylight? Wang Laosan said, Little sister, are you sure it's someone touching you? Or is it just an illusion? Wang Xiaomei nodded her head affirmatively and said, It's not an illusion. Someone really touched me. Ah ha ha ha. Just as she finished her sentence, she let out another scream. The entire person jumped straight up, hiding behind Boss Wang, because she felt herself being touched again. Boss Wang said with concern, Little sister, what's wrong? Again. And again I've been touched. Is there really a ghost? I'm so scared. Woo woo. Wang Xiaomei was directly scared and cried this time. Everyone showed a shocked expression. This time it was in full view of everyone. Wang Xiaomei said she was touched, but no one saw who touched her. Obviously there was no one near her. Did a ghost really touch it? Or was she just hallucinating? MS. Wang, are you sure that someone touched you? We can all be here watching. Obviously nothing. Yeah, it can't be a hallucination, can it? Wang Wenxiu shook her head and said firmly, It can't be absolutely true. That feeling is too real. It's like a person's hand touched me, but I couldn't see him. Boss Wang drew the machete at his waist. He knew that Wang Xiaomei would never lie, so there must be something odd inside the air. He took a swipe at the air in front of him. Brush it off. At the same time the mouth screamed angrily. Who is it here that dares to touch my little sister? If you have the guts, get out and fight us head on. When the others saw this scene, They only thought that both Boss Wang and little sister Wang had gone crazy. Where is anyone in the middle of the day? Boss, you're not mistaken, are you? There's no one here. Boss, what are you slashing at the air for? However, as soon as their words fell, a tall and sturdy young man wearing handsome silver armor appeared out of the middle of the air and appeared in front of them. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this scene. This guy, he just appeared out of nowhere? How long has he been here? He'll be invisible? Is this a person or a ghost? Lu Yang's face as revealed a touch of bad smile, stared straight at Wang Wenxiu and said, "Woman, your figure is not bad. Suitable for childbirth. I have already tested it first. The skin feels good to touch. Very moist." Hearing this sentence, Boss Wan's face revealed an even angrier expression, pointing his knife at Lu Yang and said, "Kid, you dare to slight my sister? Looking for death? What exactly is your purpose of coming here? If I'm not mistaken, we shouldn't know each other and haven't crossed paths before?" Lu Yang sneered and said, It's true that there's no intersection, but I also don't understand why you guys want to come and invade my base camp when there's obviously no intersection. After taking out a batch, another batch comes. Don't stop until you die out, right?" Upon hearing this, Boss Wang and the others immediately stared in disbelief. They asked in unison, "You're the one who killed Lao Er and the others? This one school is your home base?" Lu Yan nodded. "Not bad, it's my base camp, and I did kill the last batch of you guys. It's alright, you guys are going to meet him soon." Boss Wang was enraged and pointed at Lu Yang. "Damn it, I'm going to avenge Lao Er and the others today. Brothers, together, on, avenge second brother." Those people lifted their weapons and directly rushed towards Lu Yang. Lu Yang's face lightens up a bit. A thought, a flying needle, had hovered in front of him, followed by a wave of his hand. Shoo! The flying needles turned into a stream of light and shot directly at the enemy. But this time, instead of exploding all of them, Lu Yang struck through their legs. Bang bang bang! Everyone's legs were instantly shot off, and one by one they fell to their knees. Couldn't stand up anymore. Other than Wang Wenxiu, everyone else let out pig-killing screams. "Ah! It hurts! My leg! My leg! Help! Somebody help me!" Even Boss Wang, who was gritting his teeth and enduring the intense pain, didn't say a word, his face already drenched in cold sweat. At the same time, the eyes that looked at Lu Yang began to be filled with shock and fear among them. Finally realized how the Dick and the others were taken out. This guy isn't even regular. How the hell did he do that? Broke everyone's legs in an instant, as if they were pierced by bullets. But how did he do it with bullets that could bend? At this moment, after realizing the gap in strength between the two sides, a look of despair appeared on everyone's faces. "Big brother, third brother, everyone, why are all your legs broken? Woo! In the end released what?" Wang Wenxiu directly cried out, suddenly at a loss for words, rushed over to hold his big brother's arm, and kept shedding tears. At this moment, Lu Yang said coldly to the people kneeling on the ground, "With this amount of strength you guys have, you still want to come and invade my base camp? Really lighting a lamp in the toilet, looking for death? I'll give you guys a chance. This woman is your little sister, right? Persuade this female to stay and be my wife, and I'll let you guys off." Chapter 53, Taking Good Care of Your Sister. As soon as I heard that, Boss Wang revealed a disdainful expression and said, "Impossible. It's already the end of the world. I have long thought about this day. Do you think I would be afraid of death? My sister is the most beloved person of our brothers. How could I betray her?" Lu Yang skimmed his mouth, nodded and said, "It makes sense. And you guys made the right choice, because even if you guys agree, I will still kill you guys. No one can live if you dare to invade my base camp. Moreover, you guys don't worry. In the future, I will be the one to love your little sister fiercely." Upon hearing this sentence, Boss Wang and the others instantly widened their eyes, struggling to get up. Then the next second Lu Yang passed with a look. Bang bang bang! Ah! Dozens of people had their heads blown off in an instant, and the bloody scene caused Wang Wenxiu to let out a scream. She was kneeling on the ground, and her entire body had fallen into the midst of a state of confusion. Straight away, she was stunned. His mouth kept saying, "Big brother, second brother, third brother, big brother, second brother, third brother." At this time Lu Yang had slowly walked towards her, one finger pressed against the other's head. Yet Wang Wenxiu was still mumbling as if she didn't feel anything. 1 minute over. Lu Yang received a prompt from the system. Ding congratulates the host on the successful execution of soul control. The other party has become your most loyal servant. Please enjoy. This time she instantly ended the muttering in her mouth and slowly stood up. With a respectful face, he looked at Lu Yang and said, "Lord Lu Yang, Wang Wenxiu is at your disposal." Lu Yang had a satisfied expression on his face, worthy of the skills given by the system. It is really powerful. This soul control is actually able to control to this extent. Having killed both of his brothers in front of her, she was still able to follow herself wholeheartedly, treating himself as a master. That's a great skill to have. To test how much control this skill has, Liu Yang said to Wang Wenxiu, "Just now I killed both of your own brothers. Don't you have any idea?" Wang Wenxiu's eyes remained respectful. She lightly glanced at the corpses on the ground and said indifferently, "These wastrels dared to invade Lord Liu Yang's base camp, and even presumed to tension Lord Liu Yang's base camp really deserve to die. Even if they die 10,000 times more, they deserve it. From now on, I am no longer their sister. I am Lord Liu Yang's woman, a dog of Lord Liu Yang. Lord Liu Yang can do whatever he wants to me." At the same time, Liu Yang also began to receive prompts from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The rescue of the young girl has been successful. The other party has voluntarily become your woman. Obtaining the system award, Steel Control Skill +1. Seeing that he had already received the system's reward, Liu Yang was even happier. He nodded and said, "Very well, since you are so aware, then I'll reward you properly tonight. Now, go back with me. Oh yeah, from now on, you don't need to call me Lord, just call me husband." "Yes, husband Liu Yang," Wang Wenxiu said respectfully and shyly. "Follow Liu Yang downstairs." At this time, the zombies downstairs, due to Wang Wenxiu's scream just now, have all been attracted over. Only they will not open the door. A shot at the door. Liu Yang opened the door and directly kicked a zombie to fly, followed by utilizing flying needles to finish off all the zombies by exploding their heads. Another prompt from the system was received in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for taking out 400 zombies and gaining 40 attribute points. Liu Yang smiled again. These sons of ES, not only do they give themselves women, they also give themselves attribute points. It's really good. He added these 40 points to the 4 attribute base attributes evenly. Afterwards, he brought Wang Wenxiu back inside the teacher's dormitory. One enters among the teacher's quarters. When Li Mengyao and other goddesses saw that Liu Yang had brought back another big beauty, they instantly gathered around and observed Wang Wenxiu with great curiosity, realizing that Wang Wenxiu's age was a few years older than theirs, but a few years younger than Long sister Ling Yuyu and Dr. Yi Qinglu. One could say it is. And again, one can see some youthful boyishness and some maturity. At 22 years old, it's simply the most mature and beautiful time for a woman, just graduated from college, not yet deep into the world, but no longer a student out of the kind of childishness. Chen Lixia asked directly to Wang Wenxiu, "Sister, where are you from? Wow, you look so pretty." Li Mange also said, "The skin is so white, tender and smooth, even I'm envious." Chen Ziyi said, "Sister must have been a school beauty in school before, right? Which school did you graduate from?" Wang Wenxiu was a bit shy being seen by the crowd and whispered, "I graduated from the acting department of the Haicheng Art Academy." The crowd revealed an expression of "I see, so that's how it is. No wonder she looks so pretty. So she's a big sister from the acting department. It doesn't even compare to those big stars. If the doomsday hadn't erupted, I'm afraid my sister would have become a big star, too, right? Too bad. What a pity. If it wasn't for the outbreak of Armageddon, would we have met such a powerful man as Liu Yang's husband? I'd say we're pretty lucky. Don't say things like it's a pity. Yes, 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 yes. To be able to meet husband Liu Yang is the greatest fortune of our lives." Seeing the crowd's discussion, Liu Yang also began to scan this future big star Wang Wenxiu, and the other party's information appeared inside his mind. Name, Wang Wenxiu. Height, 170. Weight, 55. Appearance score, 95. Body score, 96. After seeing the other party's message, Liu Yang revealed a satisfied expression. Worthy of being a future big star? This body and this look are superb. Chapter 54, Making a Shield for the School. Wang Wenxiu reference chart. After dinner, Liu Yang then went back inside his room to rest. At the same time start thinking about it. He himself had raised the school's fence to 20 meters, forming a solid shelter. But because of this school was now too conspicuous, and others would know at a glance that it was not an ordinary school, and it was expected that more and more people would want to invade it in the future. Granted, he now has the ability to fly beyond twice the speed of sound, and even if he collects supplies within 10 kilometers, he can make it back within 15 seconds. But Liu Yang still felt something was wrong. What if the enemy was able to invade inside in 15 seconds? So this school needs to step up. Anyway, he had the steel control skill, so the big deal was to put a mesh cover over the entire school. That way the enemy just never gets in. Liu Yang had enough confidence in his steel, the hardest steel in the world. Even a missile bombardment wouldn't necessarily be able to blast through it. By then the entire school area will be truly solid gold, without a single breaking point. Any more powerful invaders can only look at me. Liu Yang, and look at the ocean. After making this decision, Lu Yang was ready to do it tomorrow. And just at that moment, there was a knock on the door of his room. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Yang's mind was also pulled back. He said to the door, "Come in." Squeaky. The door opened. Wang Wenxiu walked in. On the second day, early in the morning, Lu Yang woke up refreshed. Lu Yang got up, washed up, and ate breakfast. It flew straight out of the window and into the high altitude of the school. A thought followed him immediately. The steel inside the storage space that had been collected by him began to pour out. It gathered into a huge netting, which then covered the entire school, connecting with the surrounding fence to form a shield without any breakthrough points. This time the entire school had been solidly protected by Lu Yang. Intruder? Even if there were more intruders, they wouldn't be able to get in. At this time, the women also looked through the window and saw what Lu Yang had done, and each of them revealed a shocked expression. What is Lu Yang's husband doing? Oh, it's too powerful, isn't it? The whole school is covered with a metal net. Now even flying zombies won't be able to invade our school. That's awesome. We can go out and be free again from now on? Not bad for a husband. So handsome. The women expressed great joy, because yesterday Lu Yang said that there was an invasion outside the school. Let them go out and move around as little as possible these days. I didn't expect the second day. Lu Yang's husband just put a shield on the school. Now, there's no breaking point for any invasion, so to speak. After doing all this, Lu Yang directly started flying towards the outside of the school. The moment he got close to that metal net in the middle of the sky, it automatically opened a gap, allowing him to fly out. And when he did, it automatically closed again. The skill of metal control allowed Lu Yang to fence off the entire school without having to leave doors open, in which case there would be no place for others to invade. The switches were all controlled by his mind. After securing the school, Lu Yang could start collecting the area 10 kilometers away. After all, it had been almost a month since the outbreak of the end times, and the 10 kilometers of the area near the school had long since been harvested by Lu Yang. Those big supermarkets, shopping malls, and even food markets didn't escape Lu Yang's scraping. The only way to gather supplies is to go further afield. Lu Yang flew all the way through the air. Shortly after flying just 10 kilometers out of range, suddenly two figures were seen running underground. Lu Yang slowed down his flight speed to take a closer look, discovering that it was a female who was actually chasing a man. At the same time, both of them were extremely fast, surpassing ordinary people, even twice as fast as Lu Yang during his time as a physical education student. Meanwhile, that one man was very rugged looking, with a beard running down his face. Not a good person at first glance, but the woman chasing him behind him was petite, with great breasts that surged as she ran. Definitely a good woman for birth. This caught Lu Yang's attention. He watched the two carefully from the air. He saw the man run into the middle of an alley, and the woman followed closely behind. Yet this alley is a dead end. There was no road left at the end of the run. Eventually the man stopped steps, turned his head, panting as he looked at the woman. The woman, on the other hand, pointed at the man and said, "There's no way for this kid to run, is there? Behave yourself and come back to the authority with me. Maybe we can even get a reduced sentence." Unexpectedly the man was spitting. Said, "I yuck. It's already the end of the world. Who cares about that authority of yours? Now that the order has collapsed, it's already the era of our altered beings. I advise you to stop meddling." Chapter 55, Female Alien? The Authority? Alien? After hearing the conversation between these two people, Lu Yang revealed a very interested expression. Then he directly turned on his stealth skill and slowly landed, coming to the side of the two people. The other party didn't even notice him. Lu Yang, on the other hand, was observing these two people from a close distance and listening to their conversation. It was a shock to see that woman up close, but I was surprised to see that she was even more beautiful. Not only was her body in good shape, but her face didn't have a single blemish, and her skin was white and tender, like a baby's, so that people couldn't wait to want to pinch it. There's also a unique aura about her that's different from ordinary women. It looks more powerful, competent, and attractive than the average woman. At this moment, after the woman heard the man's words, she directly said, "Since that's the case, then I'll have no choice but to be impolite. You're just a D-level alien. You don't think you're a match for me, do you? Behave yourself and you may still suffer less. Otherwise, if you toast me, I'll have to use strong-arm tactics to catch you." Hearing that beautiful woman's threat, the big man didn't show a panicked expression, but instead revealed a light smile. Coldly said, "Of course I know is not your opponent, so how can I be alone to provoke you? The reason why I ran to this dead alley inside is to lure you over? You think it is I am desperate? Actually, it's you who's desperate. He. After saying that, the other party showed an evil smile on his face. At the same time, behind the woman, two more burly men stepped out and blocked her retreat. At the same time, the faces of the two burly men showed an unkind expression. Speaking, high and mighty official authority beauty. The three of my brothers are going to have a good time with you next. Let's see just how much fun you official alter egos have playing with you. Don't worry, we won't let you die until we play with you for 3 days and 3 nights. Look how erect her proud greatness is. It's a real pleasure to think about. I still prefer her long straight white legs for me to play with for a year. I love his cherry mouth. I wonder how much contrast it gives when she screams across her throat later. Female search officer, huh? Ha ha. The three burly men surrounded the woman with a bad smile on their faces and walked towards her step by step. A look of panic finally appeared on the woman's face. There was no one here who was his opponent in a single fight, but if the other three were together, then he wouldn't have much of a chance of winning. Missed the boat. I didn't expect to fall for the other side's ploy to lure the enemy in. Originally, he thought he could catch the other side, but he didn't expect to be led into the middle of the encirclement by the other side. This is bad. This is really bad. If these three criminals had caught them, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Maybe they'll play them alive. A somewhat desperate expression appeared on the beauty's face at the thought of this. She gritted her teeth and looked around, wanting to look for an opportunity to retreat. However, she realized that this was a dead end. The buildings on both sides were as high as a dozen floors. There was no place to run. Damn it! What an abomination! For one's carelessness may not only lose one's innocence, but even one's life. Seeing the woman's behavior, the three burly men showed a bad smile on their faces as they walked towards the woman. What's wrong? My female searching officer Sama. Why do you have a panicked look on your face? You know you're scared now, don't you? What did you do earlier? What did you do earlier? You didn't used to get cocky in front of us and whisk us around the world. Now kneel down and serve our brothers well. Then we won't kill you, take you away and make you our woman. What do you think of this offer? Otherwise, when we use force, you'll be missing arms and legs. The beauty showed an angry expression and said, damn it, the authority won't let you go. The man laughed and said, hey, talk as if your authority will leave us alone if we don't you? You still chased us for hundreds of kilometers and didn't let us go? We are psychics. What's wrong with killing a few hundred ordinary people? What's the difference between the lives of ordinary people and ants in the last days? We can just trample them to death. If you don't like them, just kill them. Those ordinary people are only worthy of licking our feet and serving us as slaves. The beautiful woman gritted her teeth and said, damn it, you perverts. He. That's really true. We are perverts. Next we're going to use all the perverted methods on your body. We're going to play with you from the inside out, so you can feel our perversions. The men said and rushed straight towards the woman, attacking her. The woman immediately countered. The 1-on-3 fight was surprisingly hot, and the beautiful woman was at a disadvantage for a short period of time, but she hadn't been beaten by her opponent to the point where she had no defense. Liu Yang was watching all this stealthily from the side and was king in his heart. The strength of these Xenos is pretty good reaching twice the strength of ordinary people. That female alien is even more powerful, able to fight against 3 people at the same time. But unfortunately, under the siege of 3 people, she'll only last another 3 minutes at most before she loses. Fruity. A few minutes later, that beautiful woman was unable to defeat the 3 of them and was kicked by one of the strong men and fell to the ground. When she wanted to get up again, she was held by another strong man with a knife on her neck, finally subdued by the other side. The faces of the 3 burly men showed a smug expression, satisfied with a grim smile on their faces, and said, hey, female searching officer Sama. It's showtime for the 3 brothers next. You just bear it well. The woman revealed an expression of despair and said viciously, damn it, kill me if you have the guts, or else our authority will finish you all off. At this point she just wanted to die with one mind, because she knew that being captured by these 3 men could be worse than dying alive. Hell knows what kind of perverted torture these 3 would suffer. One of the burly men said, it's not that easy to die. We'll kill you after the 3 of us get tired of playing with you and playing with you badly. He. Until then you'll be our slave. However, he had just finished his words. There was a sudden crack in the air. Immediately after, bang! With a muffled sound, his head instantly exploded into a bloody mist. The other 2 burly men were directly taken aback. There's a sniper. Take cover. The 2 rolled on the ground extremely comically and hid behind a pillar. At this time, Liu Yangren said in a cold voice, dare to open a yellow mouth to my woman. I think you are looking for death. As soon as they heard this voice, the one beautiful woman and the other 2 living big men were startled, because they heard this voice ringing out right beside them, yet they couldn't see anyone. It's payday. How can I spend such a huge amount of money? Ha. Chapter 56, How Lonely It Is to Be Invincible. The 3 men were dumbfounded at the same time. It's like a paranormal event in broad daylight. Being able to hear each other but not see the figure? Is this a ghost? And it's a very vicious ghost that blows people's heads off as soon as it arrives. Terrible. It's just horrible. This fear of the unknown is the most frightening of all. The other person kills you and you don't even know where they are, what they look like, or what their powers are. It's like divine punishment coming down from heaven. A big man hiding behind a pillar poked out half an eye and screamed into the air in a trembling tone. Are you a human or a ghost? Come out if you have the guts. Don't pretend to be a ghost. We have no grudge against you. Why are you killing us? Lu Yang sneered and directly showed his figure. The other party's eyes widened after seeing Lu Yang's handsome and tall figure. He exclaimed too. It was you who killed our companion? You are also an alien? Your alien ability is stealth? The other big man called out. This brother, we have no grievances, and we have never met before. Why should we make things difficult for each other? Why don't you let us both go, and this woman will be yours. What do you think? Before Lu Yang could say anything, the woman dressed as a search officer had already started to speak. No way. These people are all unforgivable people. In the end times they don't even treat other ordinary people as human beings. Whether it's those who mess with them or those who don't mess with them, they will all be killed by them. If it's a woman, the consequences will be even worse. Being played alive by them. Can't let them go. Listening to the woman's words, the two big men revealed a cold smile again and said, How dare you scream? You woman? If it wasn't for his appearance, you would have already been played to death by us. Count yourself lucky. But after falling into his hands, I guess you can't escape the fate of being played to death. In the end times, which alien is not perverted? Possessing strength much more powerful than ordinary people, and without the constraints of law and morality. It's now or never if you don't pervert? His companion chimed in. That's right. In the end times, Cootie. It's not that we don't do whatever we want. Those ordinary people, aren't they just for us alters to use for fun? Including you. You are also for us men to play with. Look at your breasts, your legs and your waist. It really makes people feel good just thinking about it. Unfortunately, we can't play it anymore. We can only look at it and think about it. Pity, pity. Brother, this woman is for you. We leave first. See you later. With that he gave Lu Yang a hug and turned around with his companion and left. Looking at the defenseless backs of the two men, Lu Yang, however, let out a cold laugh. How dare you molest my woman in front of me? You guys think you can still walk like this? Lu Yang elegantly waved his hand. Bang! Bang! Two muffled sounds came. Those two people instantly turned into headless corpses, straightening up and falling to the ground. The beautiful woman next to him who saw the scene was simply stunned. With trembling lips, he said, What in the world are you? You? How come you are so strong? Could it be that you're the legendary S-class alien? What level are you? Don't kill me. I'm a member of the official End Times Creature Management Bureau. You can join us. With your strength, you will definitely be reused by the organization. Facing her words, Lu Yang just revealed a light smile, then took a step towards the other party. That beautiful woman saw Lu Yang walking over. The whole person was scared silly and kept backing up and backing up. In the end, the plump ass dangled and hit the wall of the alley. She can't back out. The beautiful woman's face had long since lost that expression of a strong female elite, instead revealing a look of incomparable fear. For Lu Yang, she was even more afraid than even those three big men. The three big men were the targets she had been chasing, so she at least knew enough about them to know that they were perverts and prepare herself. But this young man looked sunny and handsome, but the contemptuous smile on his face was chilling. Maybe he's the real clothes horse? Those three big men. But in front of his own face was exploded head. This young man, kill people, simply do not even blink. Arriving in front of the beautiful woman, Lu Yang opened his mouth, and as soon as he opened his mouth, it was a shocking statement. He spoke, Be my woman. Force you if you don't agree. You still have to be my woman. Lin Momo. Be good and submit. Ha! The beauty froze instantly. How could she not expect the other party to know her name? And the moment she opened her mouth, she wanted to be his woman. Which is also too shameless some right? How did you know my name? Lin Mo asked in disbelief. Lu Yang smiled and said, I not only know your name, I also know that your height is 1.68 meters, weight 51, bust is a pair of D. At the same time, you are already 21 years old, you have not had a boyfriend, still a yellow flower girl, very suitable for having a child with me. Is it the initiative to have a child with me? Or to let me force you to have a child with me? You choose yourself. Hearing Lu Yang's words, Lin Mo's entire body was dumbfounded. How could he not expect the other party to know so much information about himself? And, moreover, every item was accurate. She turned to Lu Yang and asked, You, what exactly are you? Why do you know my information? Have you investigated me? What do you want? Lu Yang said expressionlessly, What do I want? Didn't I tell you from the beginning? Whether you want me to use force or you volunteer, your choice. My patience has a limit. I ask you, are you willing to be my woman? Ah. This question directly dumbfounded Lin Mori. It's been less than 3 minutes since we met, and you're asking yourself if you're willing to be his woman? What a pushin' man. But if you don't agree, if the other party wants to use force, you don't have the ability to resist. Moreover, if he didn't show up, he might have been raped by the 3 fugitives, and the other party saved his life. As if there was nothing wrong with giving his life in return. And the other guy is young, tall, handsome and strong. With him that seems not very disadvantageous. Maybe even a little profit. Thinking of this, Lin Mo red face, ghostly nodded, said, willing. To be willing, right? Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the young girl. The other party has voluntarily become your woman. Obtaining the system reward, the storage space alien ability level +1 level. After receiving this tip, Liu Yang was happy. Ha ha ha. Surprisingly, it really worked? Originally, he thought he needed to use soul control to make the other party just annoyed. But he didn't expect that just by asking. The other party agreed? Is my charm so strong now? Alas, how lonely it is to be invincible. What an annoyance it is to be good looking. P.S. Very happy to be able to meet you all here on the first day of the Dragon Year. Lemon wish you all a prosperous Dragon Year. Wishing you all the best. During the new year is too busy to keep a steady update. The next may have to be a chapter a day. So send a selfie to offset the 10 shifts. Ha 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 ha. Thank you all for your gifts, which are several times more than even my manuscript fee. They are much appreciated and I wish you all a happy new year. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 57. Go to the interrogation room and have a chat. Lammergeier reference chart. After receiving this tip, Liu Yang was very happy. The storage space has been upgraded by another level, so you can fit more supplies again. And this woman is also very pretty, has a very good body, and is still the only alien among all of Liu Yang's women. Looking at her physical fitness, she was at least twice the size of an ordinary person. It should be able to withstand my output perfectly, right? It seemed like it was going to take a lot of talking to her tonight. But before talking to her there was the matter of asking her about the so-called shifters, and whatever information the authority had. So Liu Yang said to Lin Mo, come and call out to your husband to listen to it. Then, tell me a little bit about what's going on with you Xenos. Hearing Liu Yang's words, Lin Mo reddened her face, showing a shy expression. She couldn't figure out for herself why the two had met for only a few minutes before the other became her husband. And it's still his own personal promise. Aha, so shy. I'm crazy. She felt her face burning. It must have reddened into a ripe apple by now. But shy as she was, she still whispered, old husband, that. Next I'll give you some information about our end times biological authority. In fact, our end times biological authority was already established before the outbreak of the end times. And at that time we were called the Alien Authority. Once we found out about Alterans, we have to control them and not let them jeopardize society. And since our control targets are Alterans, all the members inside our authority are also Alterans. Listening to the other party's words, Liu Yang revealed a puzzled expression. What exactly is an exalt? It already existed before the outbreak of the end times? Lin Mo said with some doubt. Hubby, aren't you also a shifter? Don't you know? Or is it that you've only just been awakened not long ago, so you don't understand it yet? Liu Yang nodded and said, yes, I was only awakened after the outbreak of the end times, and I haven't encountered an alien before. Oh. Lin Mori nodded, then continued, Alterans existed before the outbreak of the end times, but the number of Alterans in the past was relatively small. And it seems that after the outbreak of the end times the number of awakened ones has increased, and it's more difficult to control them. After all, the end of the world broke out. The order is chaotic. The aliens are running around. Ordinary people are no match for the aliens. And there are some perverted aliens that play with ordinary people like toys, and kill them when they're done playing with them, such as these 3 perverts that you took out. That's why these people need to be controlled. And that's what we at the authority do. Once there are those shifters who kill innocents indiscriminately, we will arrest them and put them in jail, or even at the death penalty. Liu Yang asked, then what do you guys mean by that? After the outbreak of the end times, it changed from the Altered Beings Administration to the Doomsday Creatures Administration? Because of the outbreak of the end times, the Alterans are no longer the only ones who need to be controlled. This end times is not as simple as we think. Even I don't know too much. I only know that after the outbreak of the end times virus, in addition to the appearance of zombies, there are also some strange mutated creatures. And even some creatures from other worlds. Maybe this post-apocalyptic virus doesn't belong to our planet originally, but came from other planets. And along with this virus, There are also creatures from other planets as well. If you want to know more, you can come back inside the authority with me. With your strength you'll easily be reused. And you'll definitely be able to get more information than me. Lin Mo started pulling the wool over Liu Yang's eyes again. After seeing Liu Yang's strength again, she understood that this person Liu Yang was definitely not simple. Even within the authority, it was a very rare leader. If he was really able to bring him back to the authority, he would definitely be heavily rewarded by the organization. Liu Yang, after listening to the other party, said, I am also somewhat interested in your authority, and even more interested in those post-apocalyptic creatures, and if there are alien women, then it would be even better. And if you want me to go back to the authority with you, it's not impossible. It depends on how you sleep. Serve me. Listening to Liu Yang's words, Lin Maxian suddenly had a small blush on her face. Sleepwear or something is not impossible, but this is always a little bad in broad daylight. Oops, it's so shy, she stammered. Even if we want to talk, we have to wait until nighttime, right? It's broad daylight here, and there's no room, and there may be zombies nearby. How can we talk? And what if the sound of chatter attracts walkers? I don't want it. After hearing the other party's words, Liu Yang was confidently smiling and said, too shy in the open air? It's okay, that's fine. He took a big swing. The steel inside the space was instantly released by him, making a huge iron room. Seeing the iron room that appeared out of thin air, Lin Maxian's mouth suddenly opened wide in disbelief. Isn't this guy stealthy? And how did this iron room come out? Is he a shifter or a wizard? Even if they were psychics, they couldn't disobey the conservation of mass. Could they? How could they change things out of thin air? Couldn't figure it out. Lin Moxie really couldn't figure it out. And after she took a closer look at what that room looked like, that beautiful pretty face reddened even more. For she saw that the room, surprisingly, looked like an interrogation room. And not just any interrogation room. It felt like the kind of interrogation room where torture was used. She looked at Liu Yang in puzzlement and said, what do you mean by changing an interrogation room? Liu Yang said, aren't you a search officer? Often catch criminals back for interrogation. For the interrogation room you should be very familiar with it. I want to make a familiar environment. It will make it easier for you to relax. This reason should be very good, right? That's a good reason, isn't it? I'm doing this for your sake. A female search officer is a perfect match for an interrogation room. Liu Yang licked his lips. It's time to talk to each other about methods and techniques of interrogating enemies. The steel door of the interrogation room instantly caved in on his one thought. So, he held Lin Mo's small waist with one hand and said, let's go. Let's go in and have a good chat. Ah, Lin Mo had a red face. Startled by Liu Yang's waist-wrapping action, her heart started to thump. So the two walked into the middle of the interrogation room. Liu Yang thought. The door of the interrogation room instantly closed. Chapter 58, let's go to the station together. Being with Liu Yang's husband is such a delight, she said to Liu Yang with a red face. Hubby, can you come back to the authority with me now? Going to the authority with you or something? I'll think about it. Liu Yang doesn't know too much about this authority yet, and with the outbreak of the end times, he's killed a lot of people. What if this authority pursues the matter and arrests himself as well? It always felt like going to the authority would give you some information about the end times, but it's also pretty risky. So Liu Yang was a little hesitant. At this time Lin Mo saw Liu Yang's hesitation. She hurriedly said, there are still many beautiful girls inside our management bureau, more moist than the O. Ha! Liu Yang instantly brightened up and then said, alright then, let's go now. Girls or whatever, I don't care. I mainly want to go to your authority to chat. Lin Maxian nodded with a bad smile, said, good husband, of course I know you. One look at you is that you are not close to women. Good husband. Liu Yang asked, where is your authority? How should we get there? Lin Mori replied, our authority's base camp is in the White City. It's just over 100 kilometers away from here. I received the news that these criminals are in this city, so I came to hunt them down. And for the sake of these criminals, I flew a helicopter. But before I go back, I have to take a picture of these criminals and eliminate their wanted list. So Lin Mo took out her cell phone and took a picture of the 3 criminals who had their heads blown off. Immediately afterward, he operated on top of his cell phone. With a happy expression on his face, he said, the wanted notice was successfully eliminated. Gained 3 military merits. Got rich. These 3 military merits were gained by myself. I don't have to share them with the squad. Thanks to my husband, I was able to get the credit. After saying that, she directly pounced over and gave Liu Yang's face a wave of kisses. In the face of a beautiful woman's kiss, Liu Yang was very flattered. After a few seconds of reminiscing, he spoke. You're so young for a girl to be flying an airplane? Of course I will. I have become a psychic in the peace era, and have received key training from the authority. the use of firearms, and airplane and tank piloting, are all mandatory to learn, and the speed at which a psychic learns new things is also twice as fast as an ordinary person. So they can learn even faster. Lin Mo said with great pride. Lu Yang nodded and said, but the helicopter is too slow. It's better for me to take you there. Hearing Lu Yang's words, Lin Mo revealed an unbelievable expression and said, helicopters are still slow? In the last days road traffic has been paralyzed. It's all jammed up. Abandoned cars can only rely on air traffic. Helicopters are already the best means of transportation. It's something that only the officials have. Lu Yang directly waved his hand. A thin layer of metal armor had wrapped around Lin Maxian's body. Looking at the layer of metal armor, Lin Mo was taken aback. Isn't hubby's power invisible? What about this armor? However, before her doubts could be resolved, the next second her entire body had begun to slowly rise up in the air. Aha! Lin Mori let out a scream. How am I flying? Help! It's going to fall to death. How come it's still flying higher and higher? Hubby save me, I'm so scared. She just asked her husband for help. However, she realized that Lu Yang had already flown next to her with a confident smile on his face. Speaking to her, he said, what are you afraid of? It's me who made you fly. There's something more exciting next. I'm going to let you experience the real feeling of flying up to the clouds. Flying? Into the clouds? Lin Mori's small face blushed. I thought to myself, this Lu Yang's husband wouldn't want to have a second fight in the air, would he? Yet before she had time to look back, the next second, boom! With a loud bang, her entire body had broken through the sound barrier and was flying forward at more than twice the supersonic speed. That is, there is the package of Lu Yang's metal armor. Otherwise such a fast speed, even as an adept she can definitely not stand it. Enough to make her ascend to heaven. But even if her own body wouldn't feel the discomfort, the change in the scene in front of her and the extremely fast speed of the flight made her heart beat faster to the extreme. Fomia's small mouth issued a trembling voice. Old husband, too fast. I can't stand it. Lu Yang, however, smiled and said, it's fine. The first time is a little bit uncomfortable. Later on, after more times, you will get used to it. Flying at supersonic speed, don't you feel like a superwoman? Lin Moxie was scared and said, only not. I just feel scared. Lu Yang said too, it's fine. Just get used to it later. More than 100 kilometers from Baekseong, Lu Yang flew at twice the supersonic speed. It takes only 100,000 divided by 680 is equal to 147.058824 seconds. That's less than 2.5 minutes to get there, and it would take an hour to fly a helicopter. This was the difference between Lu Yang and an ordinary alien. At a distance of 2 kilometers from White City, Lu Yang directly landed with Lin Mo. At this moment, Lin Mo's face was pale, as if she was still in the middle of her flight and had not returned to her senses. Lu Yang smiled and patted the other party's back, saying, is everything alright? No, it's fine. It's just that it flew too fast, making me a bit uncomfortable. Husband, you can't take me to fly so violently next time, Lin Mo said with some panic. Lu Yang nodded, saying, next we walk to your base camp, because I don't want to expose my ability in advance. You also have to keep it a secret for your husband, okay? Lin Mo nodded her head and said, don't worry hubby, I definitely won't expose your information. We've already had such an intimate relationship, and I'll be your woman from now on. So how could I possibly do something unfavorable to you? Lin Mo had fully realized how powerful Lu Yang was since her exchange with him, and after seeing him fight, at the same time, he had been completely convinced by Lu Yang. Such a powerful man is definitely the best thing to rely on in the middle of the end times. Even within the official authority, she couldn't find a stronger object than Lu Yang. Who doesn't love a slugger? Especially one as handsome and fierce as Lu Yang. This Lu Yang husband would be the dream of 1 billion teenage girls if he were in the peace era. I wonder how many starstruck teenage girls are going to kill themselves over him. That's good. Lu Yang nodded. So he and Lu Mo started walking together towards the inside of the White City. Chapter 59, A Little Lick of the Puppy. Following behind Lin Mo, Lu Yang walked into the middle of the End Times Creature Management Bureau's base camp. Along the way ran into a lot of the authority. The people inside, they all threw friendly smiles at Lin Mo, and when they saw Lu Yang, they all revealed a curious gaze and asked Lin Mo, finally back. Did that fugitive get caught? Foamy, where's your teammate? Why did you bring a handsome guy back? I don't think I've seen him before. Who is this handsome guy? Mamoru, introduce him. Lin Mo in the official end of the Biological Management Bureau is also one of the several goddesses. Very popular with everyone. Now see Lin Mo back, those male members of the Management Bureau naturally surrounded over. as the stars surrounded her is a question, as the moon and stars. Some people looked at Liu Yang with eyes full of caution. Some are even provocative, thinking that this guy must have some other purpose in approaching Lin Mori. Can't let this guy from nowhere snatch goddess foam away. In the face of the crowd's questions, Lin Maxian's face turned red. Before he could reply, Liu Yang had already spoken. I'm her boyfriend. If you guys used to have a crush on her, then I'm sorry. It can end now because she has become my woman and won't look at you. Liu Yang had long seen that several of the men in this group were interested in Lin Momo, and looked at himself with hostility. Then it's only fair to show some aggression yourself. At this time, Lin Momo was already her own woman, not something that any cat or dog could covet. And, later on, if there were any other beauties inside this authority, he would have to take all of them himself. Sooner or later he would become a public enemy. So why hide it? I'm so strong, can't I do whatever I want? As expected, the hostility on those people's faces intensified after hearing Liu Yang's words. One big man jumped out directly and pointed at Liu Yang and said, "Kid, what do you mean? Don't you know that Momo is one of the several goddesses of our authority? How many people have pursued her and she hasn't even agreed? Who do you think you are? You said you're her boyfriend right away? You're so thick-skinned. Besides, how can you be her boyfriend? Did you ask me? Kid, I want to have a duel with you." Liu Yang slanted a glance at the other party. Taking a look at this guy as Lin Momo's licking dog. Usually only dared to crush on Lin Momo and lick it secretly. But now that you see me getting Lin Momo, your heart is unbalanced and you can't stand it, right? A boiling goat, how dare you duel with me? I'm sick of you pushing my ass, and you're talking about fighting me? That burly man saw Liu Yang's contemptuous face and became even more angry. Directly rushed towards Liu Yang, ready to strike. But I didn't expect Lin Momo to directly stop in front of Liu Yang. Aggressively said to the other side, "Li Hei Xiong, what do you want to get into? Here is the management bureau, you dare to hit people in here? Don't you know that this is against the discipline? Moreover, the person I brought back, you even want to make a move in front of me? Do you still have me in your eyes? Do you even deserve it?" Li Hei Xiong how did not expect their own longing for the girl at this moment to help other men, scolding themselves. He felt as if blood was dripping inside him now. Could it be that what that man said was true? That he was the boyfriend of Goddess Foamy? Don't. Not that kind of thing. No way. Absolutely no way. I don't believe it. A goddess would never look at this kind of trash. Must have been blinded and deceived by the other side. Li Hei Xiong said to Lin Momo, don't be fooled by him. This kid must have used some method to deceive you. He's a loser. He doesn't even dare to duel with me. What exactly do you see in him? Where is he better than me? Hearing this, Lin Momo revealed a look of contempt. It said, just like this bear, you dare to compare yourself to my husband? You don't even have the qualifications to be compared to my husband. In terms of looks, my husband leaves you behind by 18 streets. And in terms of strength, my husband leaves you behind by 180 streets. Get out of the way. After hearing this sentence from Lin Momo, Li Hei Xiong completely collapsed, as if there were certain things in his heart that had been broken and could no longer be closed, and he exclaimed, Foamy, you actually said this to me. I will never be your licking dog again. A companion next to him patted his shoulder. It said, it's really so delightful that you've been able to figure it out. Black Bear, I've been trying to remind you for a long time that licking dogs doesn't end well. Yeah, don't be a lickspittle from now on. The fact that you've come to this realization means you're still saved. Another companion said, although Lin Mori is the goddess of our authority, she can't just insult people. This is all her fault. Don't be too sad. Hearing these words from his last companion, Li Hei Xiong instantly looked at the other party angrily. I forbid you to talk about my goddess like this. She's right. It's all my fault. The companions were speechless. Didn't you just say you weren't a ing dog licker? We advise you and you bite us back? What a licking dog. They shook their heads. It seemed very hard to persuade a licking dog to turn back. At this time, Li Hei Xiong said to Liu Yang again, kid will only hide behind a woman. What kind of ability? I don't know what method you used to deceive Foamy, but I tell you, after meeting me today, Li Hei Xiong, you don't want to continue to deceive her. Duel. I have to duel with you today. Lin Momo wanted to say something more, but Liu Yang had already stopped her and said, forget it, licking dogs are all like that. They won't turn back until they hit the south wall. Since he wants to duel with me, then I'll play with him. Lin Momo nodded her head obediently, saying, hubby, then be careful. Li Hei Xiong heard Lin Momo's words. His face showed a smug expression. His own strength foam is still very recognized. Are beginning to advise that kid to be careful. But I did not expect Lin Mo continued to say, he this guy, and no brain and no strength. Husband, you must grasp the force. Do not accidentally kill him. Killed cannot be good with the secretary to explain the. Lee Hae-xiong's confident expression stiffened on his face. Lu Yang heard but laughed and said, "Don't worry, can't be beaten. At most half dead. Let him lie in bed quiet for a few months. Can't get out of bed." Hearing these words, Lee Hae-xiong revealed an angry expression and shouted, "The boy who doesn't know the heights of heaven still dares to be arrogant. Today, I'll show you the true strength of the members of the official authority." After saying that, he directly rushed over with an arrow step, ready to make a move on Lu Yang. P.S. Thanks to the Big Brother's gift. Surprisingly, there are Big Brother to send the end of 666 and the explosion of more sprinkles. Tonight overtime to vomit blood must also 2 more. Chapter 60, Test It Out. A few of his companions saw this scene and didn't stop the expression of watching the show. This new kid was too arrogant, and they were willing to see how Lee Hae-xiong taught him a lesson. Lee Hae-xiong is not very good at brains though, and very rough looking, but the strength is still there. On melee combat, even among the entire authority, there were not many people who were his opponents. Let this new guy see that we in the authority are not to be messed with. Don't let him be so arrogant. You think you're so powerful just because you've picked up a goddess, don't you? It's just a little white boy. In the post-apocalyptic world, it's always about strength. What's the use of being good-looking? Even the most handsome face will be beaten to a pig's head later, and even the most articulate mouth will be beaten to a pulp. How dare he be so arrogant when he comes to our authority? If we don't show him some color, you really think we have no one, don't you? They thought this in their minds. And at this time Lee Hae-xiong had also rushed to Lu Yang's front. He raised his fist as big as a casserole dish and directly punched Lu Yang. Lin Moxie wasn't worried at all when she saw this scene. Lu Yang's strength he has been clear for a long time. Lee Hae-xiong this kind of fighting opponent. Husband at least able to fight 10 at the same time. And Lu Yang also saw the other party's movements at this time. A light smile appeared on his face. Both speed and strength were indeed a bit stronger than Lin Momo. But it was just a pity that in front of her own face she was still no different from a newborn baby. More than twice as much as a full 10 times worse compared to the average person's strength compared to their own 20 times or so. All his movements were slow motion in Lu Yang's eyes, and his strength was just scratching an itch in front of Lu Yang. Lu Yang wouldn't get hurt even if he stood still and let his opponent fight for a day. The opponent would just get exhausted. Sure, Lu Yang wouldn't be so stupid as to stand still and obediently let his opponent fight. Just when Lee Hae-xiong's fist was about to touch Lu Yang, he backhanded him with a slap, and with a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. He instantly slapped Lee Hae-xiong away. Pop! Only to see Lee Hae-xiong's body spinning in the air like a gyroscope, then collapsed to the ground with a bang. That 200-plus-pound body was actually sent flying over 10 meters away by the seemingly easy slap from the bull goat. Lee Hae-xiong, who had fallen to the ground, had one side of his face swollen high, and blood began to flow out of the corners of his mouth non-stop. The whole person was already unconscious and directly fainted. Seeing this scene, the few companions next to him were directly dumbfounded. Old Black, what's wrong with you, Black Bear? Straight up swoon. Black Bear Lee is known for his thick skin and strong defense. While on a mission, he's never been knocked unconscious. My God, is that slap so powerful? At this moment all of their eyes changed when they looked at Lu Yang. This guy is too strong. A seemingly light slap slapped the Black Bear half to death. Still so handsome, still so young, and so strong. Isn't this a natural corkscrew's life? No wonder Lin Mori was dead to him. If I were a woman, I'd be all over him. God is so unfair. Why are some people so ugly and some so handsome? Some so low in strength and some so strong. The key thing is that being handsome and being strong can even be in the same person. What's the point of this? In times of peace there were at least legal restrictions on monogamy. This comes to the end of days. Wouldn't this kind of man be the object of all women's affection? Marry hundreds of wives? No problem changing one every day? Jealousy. It's really jealous. At this moment, Lu Yang also cast an icy look at them and asked at them, "Does anyone else want to challenge me?" The guys shook their heads repeatedly. No more, no more. I don't want to. We're taking the Black Bear with us. Those few companions hurriedly carried the fainted Black Bear on their backs and left in a hurry. Can't mess with it. Can't mess with it. As soon as Lu Yang made a move, the other party had realized that Lu Yang's strength was not something they could fight against. No wonder he was able to rule the goddess Lin Moxian into submission. So it turned out to be a super strong person. However, there was no shortage of strong people within the authority. If he really met the top-ranked authority members, hey, when the time came, there would naturally be someone to clean him up. We, members of the D and C ranks, should not get involved. Just wait and watch the show. We don't need to take the lead at this time. Just let the A-ranked S-ranked ones step up. So they decided not to mess with Lu Yang anymore. Seeing them leave, Lu Yang felt a little bored. Speaking to Lin Mo said, Your official management bureau doesn't seem to have much strength. I've only made a slight move to scare them away. It's a bit boring. Lin Momo said. That black bear is SC level 50 plus points alien. The remaining ones are also C level ranked after 50. There are even D level now. Even inside the authority, they are the lowest level members. Naturally they are not Liu Yang's husband's opponent. There's a hierarchy of members of the authority? This made Liu Yang feel a bit curious as he turned to Lin Momo and asked, "So what rank are you?" Lin Maxian said, "I'm a C rank here. Ranked a bit further back than that black barely. I'm over 60. So how do you guys rank this? How much can I rank if it were me?" Liu Yang asked with some interest. Lin Momo said, "In peacetime there are already the existence of the aberrants. And the aberrants are globally controlled. After all, the aberrants are literally a descending blow to the ordinary people. And if there are aberrant criminals escaping to other countries, they may cause great harm to the ordinary people of the other countries. So, they had a unique, independent ranking control system, and as long as they were tested, they were able to be on the alien ranking, and all the tested aliens in the world were on that list. With Liu Yang's husband's strength, that's definitely S-class. As for being the number 1 S-class, I can't say. At least it's within the 100th place? Can you guys test here? If some alien hasn't been tested, wouldn't there be no information about him or his strength ranking?" Liu Yang asked curiously. Lin Momo replied, "There is indeed this kind of untested situation. We call that kind of alien as wandering alien. They haven't been certified by the official strength, and they can't work for the official. Even some bodyguard jobs, mercenary jobs are needing strength certification now. The higher you ranked, the more you would be paid. So most exalted would voluntarily ask for a test to get on the rankings when they found out they were awakened. Unless it's because you don't want to reveal your identity as a shifter, but want to use your powers for something illegal and criminal instead of a legitimate job." Liu Yang nodded. "Very well, take me to the test next. I also want to see what my ranking really is." "Aha, okay hubby." Lin Momo nodded happily. When the husband finished his test, he would definitely get a very good ranking, and by then, those sisters of his would be envious of themselves. "I can't believe I found such a powerful husband. He. Chapter 61, Would you mind having another wife? The two walked and talked. It was soon outside the office of the director of the authority. Lin Momo directly knocked on the door and led Liu Yang inside. With hair that was already gray, the director of the authority had a somewhat curious expression on his face the moment he saw Liu Yang, and asked Lin Momo, "Who is this?" Lin Momo said, "Director, this is the alien I met when I was on a mission. His name is Liu Yang. Originally I was besieged by those 3 fugitives. It was him who saved me. He is very strong. So I want to introduce him to the director to get to know him." A warm smile appeared on the director's face as he said to Liu Yang, "Oh, strong strength? Our authority is very short of talents right now. Little brother, you want to join our authority, right? I am the director of the End Times Biological Authority. My name is Chen Kuliang. You can call me Bureau Chen." Originally, their authority was fairly well staffed in times of peace. After all, the number of aliens was small. There are even fewer shifters who commit crimes. After most of the aliens are awakened, once they are discovered by the officials, the authority will immediately find them and let them enter their personal information to test their strength. And if their strength is okay, they will be absorbed into the authority. And if their strength is not okay, they will be controlled. So they will go back and not do anything that is treacherous or illegal. But now that the post-apocalyptic world has erupted, the number of aberrants has been greatly boosted. And the number of people awakening and the chances of awakening are getting bigger and bigger. And in addition to managing the aberrants who are committing crimes, they also have to deal with the zombies, and deal with the other post-apocalyptic creatures. The name of their authority also changed from the Alien Authority to the Endbringer Authority. It can be said to be busy and extremely understaffed. If Liu Yang was really a powerful alien, the director would of course be very eager to absorb him. Unexpectedly Liu Yang, after listening to the other party's words, but shook his head and said, "I'm not here to join you guys. I'm here because I want to ask you guys some information about the end of the world, and at the same time test my strength to see what level I can reach. Everything will wait until I finish the test. Otherwise, even if I say I'm strong, you guys won't believe me. And I also don't understand your authority yet. Of course I can't decide whether I want to join or not." After listening to Liu Yang's words, Director Chen felt that it made sense. Nodding his head, he said, "Little brother has a point. Only after determining your true strength will I be able to decide what kind of position you can hold within our authority and how high a salary you can have. Don't worry, the treatment given by our authority is absolutely the best, both in the post-apocalyptic world and in the peaceful era. Joining our authority is the ultimate dream of all psychics. Come on, I'll take you to the test next. I hope you won't let old me down." So Director Chen began to lead Lu Yang to the place where the strength test would take place. And after Lu Yang walked out of his office with Director Chen and Lin Momo, the outside had already begun to be crowded with people. The whole inside of the authority was full of rumors about him. The matter of him knocking the black bear out with a slap had long spread throughout the whole authority. And everyone wanted to come over to witness his true face. Now after seeing Lu Yang was so young and handsome, everyone was taken aback. The discussion has begun. He's the one who slapped the black bear? The black bear is a C rank 50 plus ranking. Could it be that this guy is B rank? Even B rank wouldn't dare to say that it's so easy to kill a C rank 1 in seconds, right? If the black bear encounters an ordinary B rank strength alien, he'll be able to at least get through a few moves, right? Could it be that he's at the top of the B rankings? Or even a rank A? A beautiful member said. Forget about what level of strength he has for now, but he's really so handsome. Look at his walking posture. He's so dignified, and the expression on his face is so resolute. He's a super strong man at first glance. Another pretty girl also said. Yes, this is too handsome. It feels even more handsome than Lu Qingsong, the 9th ranked S rank within our authority. He's going to join our authority, and from now on, he'll be the #1 male god. Don't you see that Lin Momo following him like a little fangirl? Looking at his back, her eyes are going to be drawn. The relationship between these two people is not ordinary. Don't you say she's Lassie? When I see such a handsome guy, I'm Lassie too. When he joins the authority, hey, I'll definitely pursue him. Didn't you see that the others, Lin Mori, had already booked? Who cares? Everyone plays fair. What if the handsome guy wants a new girlfriend or one more girlfriend? One more girlfriend is good. Since he's already agreed to one more, he should agree to another one too. Just take me away too. He. I can be the little one. What are you little wannabe hooves talking about? How shameless. Yo acting noble. Like you don't want to go with them. Of course I don't want to. My dream boy god is Lu Qingsong. The 9th in the S-class is not this kind of empty appearance flowery. What makes you say that people are Philistines? What if they are measured later and ranked higher than Lu Qingsong? He, look at him that way. He's just under 20 years old. Even if he's an alien, how strong can he be? Lu Qingsong is a man who has been through many battles, and has become a male god of the alien as early as 3 years ago, and has carried out hundreds of missions, and has never failed. This is the kind of male god that has passed the test of time. He's a white boy? It's estimated to be an A-class strength at most. Humph. We'll see then. Anyway, Director Chen is going to take him to the test, so we'll see. So almost everyone inside the authority began to follow behind Director Chen, ready to go and see just what strength this Lu Yang was? And Lu Yang also came to the front of the testing machine under the leadership of Director Chen. Director Chen took out a headset-like thing and handed it to Lu Yang and said, "This is the most advanced in the world. Specially built for the alien testing machine. Bring this to your head. A virtual picture will appear inside your mind. There are virtual enemies inside. You can use the kills to show your own combat power. The computer will calculate to figure out your strength, so as to give you a rating. And this one machine is globally networked. Once the test is done, your ranking is automatically displayed above all machines worldwide. Right now, the first place of the S-class is Orwell of the White Eagle Empire. Second place is our Divine Dragon Empire's Li Guilong, but he's not in our authority. Instead, he has an important position in Dragon City. The third place is Gudo from the Little Sun Empire, and the fourth place is Paratif from the Barbarian Bear Empire. Now, you enter into this one airtight testing apparatus and put on this connector, and you can begin the test." Lu Yang nodded. From Commander Chen's hand, he took that connector and put it on his head, and he sat inside that airtight test chamber. P.S. Thanks to the Big Brother to send the end of 666 and the Big Sword. It seems that during the New Year's period 101 more lazy go out shopping and play cannot. Today continue to work overtime 2 more. The old book 1 more. 2 books add up to 3 more. Is already my limit. Can only go to play tomorrow. Chapter 62, What Minotaur Paradise? All the way to seconds. With the airtight test often closed, everyone could no longer see Lu Yang, and virtual images had begun to appear inside Lu Yang's mind. He entered a virtual world and came to an empty clearing. Immediately in front of the clearing, a few minotaur monsters appeared out of thin air. They were tall, with axes in their hands, and directly rushed on Lu Yang, and Lu Yang looked at his body and sked. Good high-end testing instrument, as if traveling to a new world. The feeling on top of the body is no different from that on top of the normal world. This is the legendary virtual reality game, right? I didn't realize that our technology has been able to make this kind of thing, only it's not used as a game, but as a testing tool for the alien. Very well, next, I'll go on a killing spree in this game. Lu Yang had a thought and a steel needle appeared in front of him. Very well, it seems that even inside a virtual game, my system and the abilities it brings can be used. Then the next step is my Liu Yang's one-sided performance. At this time those Minotaur monsters had already started to rush towards Liu Yang with their axes. Several Minotaurs ran together, making a loud boom on the ground, as if even the ground began to tremble. And Liu Yang also began to discover their speed, probably reached twice the speed of ordinary people. And their strength Liu Yang has not yet tried. But look at their bodies, so strong, huge power, at least a few times that of ordinary people. It shouldn't be that easy for ordinary adepts to deal with these Minotaurs, unless they were adepts with combat-type adepts. Otherwise, in terms of basic physical quality, they had little advantage over these Minotaurs, and would only be able to crush them with their IQ. After understanding the strength of the other party, Liu Yang no longer wasted time. With a thought, a flying needle had swiftly flown out, instantly exploding those 5 Minotaur monsters. A line of text prompts appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, you have passed the first level using only 0.75 seconds, breaking the record for passing level 1. Now proceed to level 1. On the second level, 10 Minotaurs appear. Liu Yang was somewhat speechless. With crap like Minotaurs, what's the difficulty even if it's 10,000 of them? With one thought, he killed those 10 Minotaurs in seconds again. Congratulations on passing level 2 today using 0.85 seconds, breaking the record for clearing level 2. Now on to level 3. Level 3, 20 Minotaur. Liu Yang was somewhat speechless. Is this test too boring? A good virtual reality game and you use it to paint Minotaurs? You might as well get a few female chimeras out there for me to play with. Liu Yang still killed those Minotaur monsters in seconds and broke the pass again. He spiked his way to level 10. This time a line of alerts glowing red appeared on the scene in front of him. Attention, the next boss of level 10 is about to appear. Please be safe. At this time Liu Yang felt the ground emanating from the Epsima moment. The entire ground began to vibrate violently. Like a spider's web of cracks began to spread into the distance. Soon a black shadow slowly rose from the ground. Seeing this sight, Liu Yang finally came to his senses. Great! Finally a boss? Hopefully this boss will give me a little difficulty. And once that boss had burrowed out of the ground in its entirety, a line of red text appeared before his eyes once more. Level 10 boss giant Minotaur has appeared. Please deal with it carefully. Liu Yang was really speechless now. You don't know anything else but Minotaurs, do you? Normal monsters are Minotaurs and the boss is a giant Minotaur? At this time the giant Minotaur had already rushed towards Liu Yang, and Liu Yang had seen the strength of his opponent. The speed should reach 3 times that of an ordinary person, and a shifter is only twice as strong as an ordinary person, so he's even stronger than a shifter. Seeing that the opponent's size was over 5 meters, his strength must be much greater than that of an alien as well. It wouldn't be easy for an ordinary alien to defeat him. At the very least, it would have to be a powerful type of combat ability. Then, with a thought, Liu Yang instantly killed the giant Minotaur in seconds. Congratulations on breaking the clearance record by defeating the giant Minotaur, the boss of level 10, in only 0.5 seconds. Moving on to level 11 next. Level 11, a giant Minotaur plus a regular Minotaur. Liu Yang. Level 20, super giant Minotaur, plus 10 giant Minotaurs. Liu Yang. After he killed the super giant Minotaur in seconds, he received another alert from the game. Congratulations on the 20th level that you passed in only 0.5 seconds, breaking the record for clearing the level. And at the same time you've become the first place on the leaderboard. Do you want to continue the challenge? Liu Yang froze. First place so soon? The most powerful aliens and their limit is the 20th level? A super giant Minotaur plus 10 giant Minotaurs? After being surprised, Liu Yang thought it was quite reasonable. After all, the supergiant Minotaur had already reached 4 times the speed of an ordinary person. At the same time, their height exceeded 8 meters, and their strength was at least 10 times more than that of an ordinary person before. Coupled with their astonishing defense, it was very difficult for an ordinary alien to blow them up. It was estimated that the ones who could defeat the supergiant Minotaur were already S-class Ultrans, not to mention the 10 giant Minotaurs helping out on the side. It was estimated that ordinary Ultrans would be left to fend for themselves against these enemies, with their hands full. It's just a pity that Liu Yang is different from the ordinary alien. Its metal control allows him to face too many enemies and kill them in seconds with a single thought, unless the enemy can resist its metal-controlled shots. Although he had already broken the record at the 20th level and reached first place, Liu Yang still wanted to continue the challenge to see where his limit was, so he chose to continue through the pass. Level 30. An extra giant Minotaur with 10 supergiant type Minotaurs. Level 40. A Minotaur leader with 10 extra giant Minotaurs. Level 50. A Minotaur lord with 10 Minotaur leaders. Level 60. A Minotaur king with 10 Minotaur lords. Liu Yang has been fighting until the 100th level. A Minotaur holy lord appeared with a group of Minotaur emperors. However, it was still seconded by Liu Yang. At this time, Liu Yang received a prompt from the game. Congratulations, you have become the first person to pass all the levels. There is no more test content next. You have become ranked first and can exit the test. Liu Yang couldn't help but spit out. What a garbage test renamed Minotaur Paradise. I haven't even used half of my strength yet. A steel needle directly through the 100 levels. Imagine in big boss battle of wits. Followed by stealth from behind the scene to kill the boss in seconds? Chapter 63, Shock. He's actually in first place. At this time, Liu Yang directly left the test game. Putting down the connector, he opened the door of the test chamber and walked out. The people outside were dumbfounded when they saw Liu Yang walk out one by one. That fast? Been in there less than 10 minutes. Who didn't take hours when they first tested it? It was said that the strongest S-ranked 9th ranked person inside the authority, Liu Qingsong, had spent 3 hours on the last level when he was first tested. It's entirely about grinding blood to get through. And Liu Yang ending the test so quickly can only mean that he was killed in the early stages. This is because once you are killed by the monsters inside the test game, you will be forced to quit the game. No further testing can be done for a month. This is also saving testing resources. Don't give anyone else the chance to swipe the level indefinitely. The male members of the authority, who were nearby, began to show expressions of contempt. There was a flurry of talk on the sidelines. Ha 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 ha. I'm a C-ranked alien. And I tested for at least half an hour or so in the first place. This guy finished it in 10 minutes. I'm afraid the battle was D-rank? What a laugh. There are still rumors inside the bureau that he slapped Li Haixiong, but now it seems to be just luck. Maybe he's not even ranked as high as Li Haixiong. Li Haixiong is nothing more than a C-rank 50 plus punk, so even if we do defeat him, what's there to be so arrogant about? That's right, just a bumpkin, but it's just a little bit taller, a little bit more handsome and a little bit whiter. But unfortunately in the end times it's strength that is honored. What's the use of even being handsome? I just looked at it. The top 1,000 people at C rank don't have his name at all. That means he's not even at C rank. Ha ha ha. It can't be that he didn't even pass the first level, right? There's no name for him in the top 1,000 people in the D rank, either. Ha ha ha. Does it mean that he doesn't even have the qualifications to be on the list? Being an unranked alien? An unranked alien is not even qualified to join our authority. And the very first requirement of our authority is to be on the list at rank D. He can't be a rank A. 10 minutes of a rank A, how perverted must that be? Impossible. If you don't believe me, let's take a look at the A rank list together. Nope. No him on the A list either. Really not on the list. Ha ha ha. Garbage. Rubbish. Little white boy. Ha ha ha. Does that mean it's S rated? Can you believe 10 minutes of S rank? If he's able to rush up to S rank in 10 minutes, I'll eat upside down. And it specializes in eating thin ones. That's just it. When Liu Qingsong, the 9th place winner of the S level, but he fought for 8 whole hours in there to get the 9th place. What can he do with just 10 minutes? It's just the time it takes me to fire 3 shots. Just as the crowd was scoffing and getting high off each other's mouths, the old director next to them, that was originally pale but began to show a spirited expression. Among a pair of eagle-like eyes, there flashed a fine light that did not fit his age. His entire body was slightly trembling with excitement, and his dry hands had clenched their fists. In a very excited tone, he asked to Lin Momo next to him. Momo, you just said that this young man is called Liu Yang, right? Lin Mori was also a bit depressed. She originally thought that Liu Yang could at least achieve an S grade, but seeing that the other party only came out in 10 minutes, she also thought that Liu Yang was defeated. However, she felt that Liu Yang was only defeated because of an accident or a light enemy, as long as the next test would still be able to achieve good results. So it wasn't that she felt disappointed, it was just a bit of pity and depression. Now that the director she heard asked her words, she came back to her senses and said, "Yes, director, he is called Liu Yang." After hearing this affirmative answer, the expression on the chief's face became even more agitated. He said to the crowd, "Look at this. Who's first in S class?" The crowd subconsciously said, "Isn't it Orwell of the White Eagle Empire? It can still be. Liu Yang. Asterisk. What's the situation? How did first place become Liu Yang? That name sounds like someone from our Divine Dragon Empire at first glance. Could it be that there's a new powerhouse on the list from Dragon City's side? Awesome. Wait, didn't Fomi just say that this kid's name is Liu Yang? Asterisk. He is Liu Yang. He is the first?" Those male members had shocked expressions of disbelief on their faces. The female members, on the other hand, wore expressions of surprise. Ha, awesome So he is Liu Yang husband awesome hubby, so handsome. I want to be your woman. I must be your woman in this life. This is too awesome. 10 minutes to hit the first place in the S rank? It's really fast and furious. Whoever becomes his woman like this mustn't die of happiness. I don't care. I want to be his woman too. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Husband Lu Yang, just take us all in. Wait, you little rotten hoof. Didn't you just say that Lu Qingsong is your male god? Who is Lu Qingsong? I don't know him well. Don't talk nonsense. I'm afraid Lu Yang's husband will make a mistake. How can the 9th place in the S-class be compared to the 1st place in the S-class? This is the number 1 in the world. The strongest among all the countries. Ha ha ha. What a flip-flop. Another pretty girl said. Where's the one who just said he was going to eat upside down? Didn't he say he wanted to eat thin ones? I happen to have a bit of a bad stomach lately. Do you want me to give you some poop? Hey, why are you rewarding him? Just let him produce his own. Hurry up and eat. If you don't, all of us women will look down on you. That's it. Hurry up and eat. See how you just wanted to cheat on your food and drink in the first place? That's why you said Lu Yang's husband couldn't do it. If you don't eat now, we won't let you go. Even Director Chen, who already had gray hair, looked at Lu Yang like he was looking at his first love. He hurriedly said to the person next to him, quickly cut off the machine's networking. Don't let this message reach the Dragon City headquarters. The person next to him replied, it's useless. Director, this test machine is networked in real time. It can't be cut off. Not to mention the Dragon City headquarters. Other countries have already received this message. Director Chen revealed a somewhat lost expression and directly burst out. Damn. In that case, the Dragon City side might come to ask for people again. As soon as there is a powerful psychic, they will take them away. The second-ranked S-class Li Guilong was discovered by me at first. Now there's another first-place Lu Yang. I'm afraid it's still hard to keep And the most important thing Secretary Chen hasn't said yet. That was Lu Yang becoming the first place in the S-class in just 10 minutes. It took Li Guilong a full 10 hours in the beginning. The difference in strength is more than just the difference of one rank. It's the difference between heaven and earth. P.S. Thanks to the Big Brother support, today there are Big Brother 5 continents of the Little Red to send the end of the 666 and Big Sword. Want to be lazy can't, really painful and happy. If this goes on, I can only write a new book after the old one is finished. Chapter 64, you can choose any wife you want. At this moment, a heartbroken expression appeared on Director Chen Koliang's face. The news of Lu Yang's first place finish has long been spread around the world. Not only did the Dragon City headquarters know about it, but other countries around the world had also gotten the news. Orwell, of the White Eagle Empire, has fallen from the no. 1 spot to no. 2. Director Chen, right now, was in the midst of his brain spinning rapidly. He wanted to think of a way how he could keep Lu Yang in the Doomsday Biological Administration, instead of being transferred by the Dragon Kingdom headquarters. However, just as he was meditating, Lu Yang had shaken his head and said with a somewhat disappointed expression on his face, so this is the so-called alien test? It's really not challenging at all, and can only be described in 2 words, boring. Director Chen, through this test, I have begun to understand your strength. This authority can be said to have no attraction for me, that's all. However, you female team members seem to like me very much. I came all the way here. You can't let me go back empty-handed. Director Chen was originally still thinking about how to be able to face the pressure from Dragon City's side and leave Lu Yang behind. But now when he heard this Lu Yang's words, it was obvious that he didn't even want to stay. This is no longer a question of whether or not the headquarters is robbing people. Now it is people Lu Yang simply do not see you this official organization. You can't even keep them here. How can you talk about stealing people from headquarters? Director Chen's wrinkled and unsmiling face immediately revealed a smile. Turning to Lu Yang, he said, Lu Yang little brother, in fact, our official organization is not what you think. There are still many things that you can't touch, and I haven't shown them to you yet. As long as you are willing to join us in the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau, the next thing you will be is our Doomsday Biological Management Bureau's chief captain. All the members inside are under your control. What do you think? As soon as they heard this sentence, the others were taken aback. Chief captain? Isn't the current chief captain Lu Qingsong? Director Chen, is this to directly strip Lu Qingsong of his position as chief captain at the drop of a hat and install him on Lu Yang? Lu Qingsong was out on a mission at the moment. If he knew about this, he would probably have to cry in the toilet. I was out on a good mission execution. How come I even lost my position as chief captain once I came back? This is definitely an unimaginable temptation for the rest of the team. That's the chief captain. It's all the aliens in the Doomsday Bio Authority. Who wouldn't be respectful when they meet the chief captain? The chief captain even had the power to mobilize any of the other team members and assign them tasks and jobs. It could be said to be a position under one person and above 10,000 people. And the only person who could control the chief captain was Director Chen. And the chief captain's pay is very generous. Various weapon rewards, material rewards. The list is endless. Lu Qingsong was also the richest of all the exalts in their authority. Which one of them shifters wasn't aiming to become the chief captain? Just as they were envious of such a great importance that Lu Yang received from the director. The person in question, Lu Yang, only had a cold smile on his face. Then he said to Director Chen, the strongest one of you is ranked 9th. With this kind of strength of the End Times Creature Management Bureau, what's the need for me to join? To be your chief captain? I'm too tired of dropping my rank. Let's do it this way. Call all your female members over. Let me pick them. Let me pick a few to go back to be my wife. In the future, as I owe you a favor to the authority, if there is anything you need help with, tell me, and I will try my best. And as for joining you or something, don't even think about it. I can't afford to be ashamed of this person. As soon as they heard Lu Yang's words, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air. Nice guy. All the other exalts were known for joining official organizations, while Lu Yang surprisingly felt that joining an official organization was a disgrace. Is this the difference between an ordinary person and S-class number 1 Lu Yang? However, people do have the nerve to say this. Taking first place in 10 minutes is definitely the first person in the world. And what's wrong with being a little cocky as the first person amongst the global aliens? Director Chen, after listening to Lu Yang's words, however, had an expression on his face that was worse than crying. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything in the entire Endbringer bio-administration right now that would keep the other side in terms. They are so strong. Why should they join you? But by the sound of his words, he seems to have a bit of a thing for the female members here. Director Chen's brain turned around and came up with a solution. Speaking to Lu Yang, he said, little friend Lu Yang, as long as you join us in the Doomsday Biological Administration, I can let you be the captain of the Dawn. All the team members in here you can pick at will, to form a general team. What kind of female team members you want to pick can be done. What do you think? Don't you like beautiful women? Then the beautiful women in our authority are at your disposal, as long as they are picked for your team. Whether you want them to be your team members or your wives, it's still not a matter of your word. This one will finally keep you, won't it? I'm the one who sent you a wife straight away. After those female team members beside them heard Director Chen's words, they all had a look of surprise on their faces as they hurriedly said, Director Chen, this decision is really brilliant. We're all joining Lu Yang's team. Husband Lu Yang chose me. I can be your wife. Pick me, pick me. I can warm your bed. Hubby picks me. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Any inch of my body belongs to you. Honey, pick me. I'll agree to any position you want me to be in. Those girls, one by one, couldn't wait to join Lu Yang's team. The boys, on the other hand, had a very sorry look on their faces. They weren't lamenting the fact that Lu Yang had become the male god of these women. Rather, they lamented themselves. Why they were not women. I want to go with big brother Lu Yang too. He said no men? I could have washed my hands of him and warmed his bed, too. Both male and female players are very much hoping that Lu Yang will stay. As long as this S-class first place became a member inside their Doomsday Biological Authority, the status of their Doomsday Biological Authority would skyrocket in the future, and the faces of those of them who were members of the team would shine, and wherever they went, they would be able to hold their chests up. So everyone wants Lu Yang to stay. Seeing that Lu Yang hadn't agreed yet, Director Chen again came to Lu Yang's ear and whispered, little friend, you join our management bureau. Let's talk about each other. In front of outsiders you call me a director. In private you can call me Old Chen. Don't worry, you are an honorary chief captain here. I won't assign you a mission. You can receive the salary of the chief captain, only hang a casual post here, and you can also pick any female team member you want. Moreover, looking at them, they are all very willing to go with you, and with the development of our authority, there will definitely be more female members joining us in the future. So won't you be able to pick more by then? It's not a loss at all. What do you think? Chapter 65. It's a real heartwarmer. Hearing Director Chen's words, Lu Yang was also a bit moved. Hanging around, just an honorary chief captain? In other words, the name of chief captain is mine, but the job of chief captain is still done by the former chief captain, Lu Qingsong, right? You handle the dirty work for me, and I'll keep the money and women for you. If you think about it that way, it doesn't seem like it's out of the question. So Lu Yang said to Director Chen, honorary chief captain, I can consider it, but I can say clearly, usually I won't stay in your authority. I want to go back to my own home base, and my female team members I want to bring back together. Also, like you said, generally don't come to me for nothing. Unless there's a special mission that no one else can handle, you come to me. I can think about it. I can handle it for you if I have the time, but if I don't, forget it. I don't accept mandatory missions. I'll come and be the honorary chief captain of this one of you if you think you can do it. As soon as he heard Lu Yang's words, Director Chen immediately showed a surprised expression. Immediately said, okay, 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 no problem. Of course no problem. No problem at all. As long as you become our honorary chief captain, I'll agree to all these requests of yours. It's stable. It's stable this time. With Lu Yang, who was ranked first in S, joining in, the status of the End Times Biological Administration would rise dramatically, and he could also apply for more funding and support from the Dragon City headquarters side. And most importantly, Lu Yang is only an honorary chief captain, not subject to the orders of the Bureau. In that case, Longqing couldn't ask the Bureau for anyone even if he wanted to. Director Chen could have found an excuse to say that Lu Yang was only a nominal chief captain and had his own personal freedom. Can't take orders to go back to Dragon City. Doesn't that make it possible to keep Lu Yang in the Bureau all the time? Ha ha ha. At the thought of this, Director Chen's face had turned into a chrysanthemum smile. And when those female team members heard that Lu Yang agreed to stay in the Doomsday Biological Administration as an honorary chief captain, their faces even smiled into a flower. It's time for the chief captain to pick someone next, right? Hey! Some of the female players didn't move to pull their suspenders down, revealing those white shoulders to an old shoulder. Some of the female team members quietly pushed up their breasts, making that pair of E-level avenues even more prominent and eye-catching. Some of them threw winks at Lu Yangping, stuck out their tongues, licked their seductive red lips, and their faces were filled with, "Husband, come and get on me." Lu Yang said to Director Chen, "Are all the team members inside the Doomsday Biological Authority already here?" Director Chen replied, "Most of them are here. There are still a small portion that presumably didn't receive the news of your test or weren't interested in the news of your test, so they didn't come, but that's fine. I'll just give a direct order for them to gather at the playground, and you, as the new chief captain, can go on top of the rostrum and speak to everyone. Let everyone get to know you as well." "Good." Lu Yang nodded. "It's good that they're all gathered here. Then I can pick them one by one." Soon, a direct order went down from Director Chen. Less than half an hour, all the team members inside the Doomsday Bio Authority had already gathered on top of the playground. Lu Yang, on the other hand, stood with Director Chen on top of that one station directly in front of the playground. The new players at the bottom didn't understand what was going on. Only a handsome young man with an imposing and sturdy figure stood beside Director Chen. They started talking about it in droves. "Who's that guy? How can you stand next to Director Chen? Didn't that seat used to be Lu Qingsong's exclusive seat? This guy really doesn't know what's good for him. He dares to occupy Lu Qingsong's position. This is going to be known by Lu Qingsong later on, maybe how to be targeted." That's right. That's right. Just what qualifications does that kid have to stand in the position of Chief Captain Lu Qingsong? Listening to what these newcomers with unknown facts said, then some of the people who watched Lu Yang's test to get the first place in the S-class revealed a cold smile on their faces. Then he said to those new arrivals, "Still Chief Captain Lu Qingsong? Nowadays the position of Chief Captain has long been taken by someone else. Isn't that so? A mere 9th place in the S-class is no longer enough to be considered inside our authority nowadays." Those people had an incredulous expression on their faces when they heard this. It was asked, "What do you guys mean by that? The position of Chief Captain has changed? It's that young man standing next to Chief Chen? He wouldn't be the second-ranked Li Guilong of the S-class, would he?" "What? Li Guilong? He came to our authority? My god, he's so young-looking too. I thought it was a middle-aged man." They all thought that the person standing next to Director Chen was Li Guilong, who was ranked second in the S-class rankings. But unexpectedly the person next to him added, "How can it be Li Guilong? Even the second place of the S-class can't reach such treatment." The moment he came, he took Lu Qingsong's place. "Let me tell you, this is Lu Yang who became the first place of the S-class in the latest test." As soon as they heard those words, a shocked expression instantly appeared on those people's faces. "What? First place in S-class?" Back then, Li Guilong had tested so many times, trying to find ways and means to stomp down the first place of the White Eagle Empire. Yet after all this time, he wasn't able to reach the first place. What is this one Lu Yang, taking the first place in the first test? They couldn't believe their ears. To be able to take first place in the first test, and to directly take Lu Qingsong's position as chief captain? That's a little too powerful, isn't it? The men added. What's even more impressive is yet to come. Not only did he take first place, but he also took first place in only 10 minutes. Such strength has long been beyond our imagination. In order to be able to have him stay inside our Doomsday Creature Management Bureau as the chief captain, Director Chen was close to begging him on his knees. The crowd's jaws were about to drop in shock after hearing this. What? 10 minutes to take first place? Is this still human? Back when I tested it, I beat that Minotaur on level 1 for half an hour. Level 2 took me an hour. Level 10. I've been beating it all day. How many levels has he played? Those male players cast adoring glances at Lu Yang. And those female players, looking at Lu Yang's eyes, full of adoration, simply to two eyes of love. What a powerful man to hit the first place in the S-class in 10 minutes. It simply makes your mouth water to think about it. Originally, they were still fighting over Lu Jinsong's position being taken, but now every one of them had a change of attitude. Lu Jinsong? Who is that guy? I'm not familiar. P.S. Thanks to the big brother from the 5 continents of the Little Red sent the big god certification. Lazy cannot. Simply lazy cannot. Woo woo. Chapter 66, The Goddess Appears. See that the people are almost there. At this moment, Director Chen began to take the microphone and address the people below. This time, I have summoned you all to come here to announce something. This one standing next to me is Lu Yang, the first place in the S-class. He was just tested to become the first place. And from today onwards, his family is the chief captain of our Doomsday Bio Authority. As for Lu Qingsong, he serves as the deputy chief captain. As soon as he heard this sentence, the crowd once again exploded amongst themselves. Although the news that they had already gotten when discussing with each other said that Lu Yan was the first in the S-class and had become the chief captain, but when personally hearing this sentence from inside the mouth of Director Chen, the feeling was again completely different. This is a real official announcement. At this moment, Lu Yang was also observing the crowd standing on top of the playground. He realized that inside this one Doomsday Bio Authority, there were only about 100 people present in total, with about 50 women among them. Get rid of some of the older, uglier, fatter ones. There are probably only 20 or 30 that can meet the criteria of being their own woman. Originally, I thought that I could have a big harvest, but it seems that it is not very surprising. Even Lu Yang felt a little disappointed. 20 or 30. I've saved 30 beautiful women from inside the campus alone myself. However, the beautiful women inside this End Times Creature Management Bureau were all psychics, so if they could take a few dozen of them back to protect their campus, it would be a good choice. Of course, before choosing, Lu Yang had to come to a wool-gathering system. So he stood on top of the high platform and asked all the female shifters on top of the playground, "You guys, who, willing to be my woman?" As soon as they heard this sentence, a look of surprise instantly appeared on the faces of those female exalted above the playground. Good lord, so direct? Director Chen said at the beginning that he could let him pick any female team member. In fact, the implication was that he could let him pick any woman he wanted, just that picking a female team member was a bit better. It didn't sound so direct, but people Lu Yang just don't follow the rules. Straight away, he asked who would like to be his woman. This kind of man who is straightforward and doesn't beat around the bush can be so charming. We just love men who are strong and straightforward. So they all had surprised and excited expressions on their faces, and shouted loudly to Lu Yang on the high platform. "I'm willing. I'm so willing," a female alien said. "Husband, hurry up and take me away. I'm the 58th female alien of the S-class. I'm strong and give birth to a baby. I don't even need to sit in the moonlight." As soon as they heard this sentence, everyone cast their eyes on that beautiful woman. The male xenophiles, one after another, discussed it, saying, "I'll go. Isn't that the 58th ranked goddess of the S-class, Gu Yunhan? Isn't that so? Isn't she rumored to be known as the Frozen Beauty, said to be the most supreme and coldest goddess within our authority? How come she said such words now? Even directly calling Lu Yang her husband and wanting to give Lu Yang a child? Is this the high and mighty goddess in front of us? In front of Lu Yang, she can't wait to directly fall on her face. This contrast is also too big. Alas, it's too pathetic. Ordinary altered beings like us will never be able to feel the initiative of the goddess. If Gu Yunhan could call me his husband, I'd be willing to let me die. Just don't even think about it. You can't even rank A and you still want people to call you husband? That's right. A toad wants to eat swan meat. You don't even deserve to lick someone's shoes." Just then, another beautiful woman said, "Hubby, look at me. I'm the 105th ranked female alien in the S-class, and I can still use my powers in that area, so I guarantee to make you feel good." Hearing this sentence, the male Xenos, again, came into the spirit, one after another. They said, "The 105th ranked Moon Drunken Blue of the S-class, even she wasn't able to resist Lu Yang's temptation?" It is said that Moon Drunken Blue is the most coveted goddess within our organization. Although her ranking is not as high as Gu Yunhan's, she is said to be the most coveted goddess in our organization. Her supernatural ability is said to be very suitable for use in that area, able to make men want to stop. I don't know if it's true or not. No one has ever tried it. It must be true. She just said it herself. Moon Drunken Blue is already so beautiful and has such a good figure. Plus she has supernatural powers. I can't imagine what it's like to fly to the sky. The man who is with her must be so happy. We're just thinking about it. Whoever gets to kiss her will probably have smoke coming out of their ancestors' graves. What's the smoke? Now she's not just sticking it to Lu Yang? That's probably the charm of being ranked first in S-class. If you can reach the rank of S-class first place, you can get all these girls to fall for you too. At this time, Another female alien puffed out her chest and said, "Hubby, take me away. None of those people are good enough for you. Only the ones with a perfect body like me are good enough for you." As soon as he heard this sentence, amongst the crowd, it instantly caused an uproar. The one beauty they all turned their heads to. Big, beautiful woman. What a perfect body. There had long been rumors within the organization that there was a most voluptuous beauty by the name of Bai Qingqing, but it was a pity that most people had only heard the name but not seen the person. Now you can see the real thing. It's a shock not to see. Sure enough, the most voluptuous and sexy woman inside the entire Doomsday Bio Authority. Alas, it's simply too superb. Not only is she good-looking and tall, with those long straight and white legs, but this proud greatness above that less than a grip B-waist is extraordinarily dazzling. Gulp gulp gulp. Not to mention drooling, I've already swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva. Such a superb woman actually confessed to Liu Yang as well. This is too enviable, isn't it? All these women are grabbing to be his wife. If Liu Yang took them all, he mustn't die of pleasure. He could change one every day for a month. And just as the crowd was discussing, another cool voice rang out. Just you guys who are ranked several tens are also worthy of competing with me. Fang Qingjie, for a husband? In terms of strength, in terms of looks, which of you are better than me? The crowd turned their heads at the sound. A face that was overwhelmingly beautiful was instantly reflected in their eyes. Chapter 67, Starting to Gather Wool for Rewards. Fang Tingjie reference chart. Everyone had a shocked expression after seeing that face. Fang Tingjie, 15 in S-Land. Also the most powerful female alien inside the Doom Bio Authority, and Lu Qingsong are flush with existence. At the same time, not only was he strong, but he was also very good-looking, and was said to possess the overwhelming looks of Pouring Morning and Pouring Nation. Previously, they had only heard of them, but not seen them, and now they had finally seen the real thing. Sure enough, she was as beautiful as a goddess in the sky, with an ethereal temperament and a hint of being unearthly. But on this unearthly face, those eyes were staring straight at Liu Yang on the high stage. Then her red lips lightly opened and said, "Whoever dares to steal from me, Fang Qingjie, I will directly challenge her. See if I don't beat her into a pig's head." As soon as they heard this sentence, everyone revealed a shocked expression. Nice guy, the head of the four great goddesses. Fang Qingjie even had to fight with someone else in order to rob Liu Yang? That means that for Liu Yang, the first place in the S-class, the goddesses in the sky are about to come down to earth to tear each other apart? This Liu Yang is really fierce. Surprisingly, the four great goddesses want to fight over him. And after Fang Qingjie said this, "Bai Qingqing, you drunken blue," and Gu Yunhan had angry expressions on their faces all of a sudden. But yet, they dare not speak out. They all recognized the strength of the 15th ranked S-class. If this was a real fight, they were definitely not Fang Qingjie's opponents. Still, they consoled themselves inwardly. Who says men look at women and rank them by strength? What if the other Liu Yang prefers to be weaker? After all, who doesn't like a birdie? Pampered girl? What's the point of being strong? Can you be stronger than the one in the S-class? Just when these few girls were arguing with each other and secretly competing, there was even a male alien, who also called out to Liu Yang. "Big brother Liu Yang, pick me to be inside your team as well. I'm the 75th in the S-class. I am very strong. In the future, all the dirty work inside your team can be left to me to see. I can be your loyal little brother." Big brother Liu Yang picked me. I'm 38th in the S-class. I'm stronger. In the future, if you say the word, I will go up the mountain of swords and go down to the sea of fire. I will never excuse myself. Big brother, look at me. Even though I'm only 98th in the S-ranked Earth, my special ability is able to increase my defense. I can act as a bodyguard and shield for you. When there's danger, I'll be the first to rush up. As long as I live, I will never let big brother Liu Yang get hurt. Almost everyone inside the entire Doomsday Biological Authority had 10 points of admiration for Liu Yang and wanted to join his team. Seeing this scene, even Director Chen's face showed a somewhat surprised expression. Originally, he thought that these top-ranked S-class adepts, even in the face of the first place, can maintain some of their own high spirits, and even inspire some fighting spirit in their hearts, wanting to work hard to become stronger and catch up with Liu Yang's footsteps, and indeed did not expect them to directly transform into Liu Yang's little fanboys and girlfriends. But think about it. Facing Lu Qingsong that S-level 9th place, they might still have something to strive for, thinking that if they work hard, they might be able to catch up with Lu Qingsong's footsteps. But when they faced Liu Yang, they knew that the gap between people was just too big. 10 minutes to get the first place in the S-class is not something you can catch up with by putting in effort. They've all been tested and understand how hard it is to test. Naturally, he understood how much gold Liu Yang's 10-minute S-level first was. The crowd was scrambling to be their own team member. While Liu Yang didn't say anything, only a smile appeared on his face. as he had been receiving system revelations inside his head nonstop. Ding! Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Saving the beautiful girl is successful. Strength attribute plus 10. Ding! Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Saving the beautiful girl is successful. Speed attribute plus 10. Ding! Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Saving the beautiful girl is successful. Physical strength attribute plus 10. Ding! Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Saving the beautiful girl is successful. Spiritual attribute plus 10. Ding! Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Saving the beauty queen is successful. Stealth skill increased by 1 level. Ding! Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Saving the beautiful girl is successful. Steel control skill added 1 level. Ding! Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Saving the beautiful girl is successful. The storage space skill is increased by 1 level. Ding! Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Saving the beautiful girl is successful. The zombie control skill is increased by 1 level. Ding! Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Saving the beautiful girl is successful. Gained new skill, battle focus. Ding! Detected that the other party has volunteered to be your woman. Saving the beautiful girl is successful. Acquired new skill, breaking chop. Receiving these tips, Liu Yang's entire body was happy. Good buggy card for this system. No matter pretty or ugly, fat or thin, as long as they agreed to be their woman they were able to get a reward. And they could still pat themselves on the back after taking the reward. They're willing to be my women. I didn't say I'd take them. After hearing the system's reward prompt, Liu Yang then said to Director Chen, Director Chen, then I'm going to start picking people next. Handing them over casually is fine with you, right? No opinion. Of course no opinion. You are already the chief captain of our authority. What kind of team members you want to pick is of course your freedom. Director Chen had a smile on his face. Such a powerful S-ranked first place is 10 points worth it even if it is traded for 100 other results. Not to mention, Liu Yang was merely picking a few players. So Liu Yang began to walk off the high platform and went to the top of the playground, picking and choosing suitable objects amongst a group of female aliens. Those female altered beings saw Liu Yang personally walking down, and being able to observe Liu Yang from a close distance. One by one, their hearts blossomed, and the excitement on their faces began to press on. Some of them were even blushing and their bodies were slightly trembling, just by seeing Liu Yang from a close distance, and smelling that charming male scent on his body. They had already started to be unable to resist. Liu Yang pointed at a female alien and said, You, come with me later. Ha, me, is it really me? Ha ha ha, awesome. When that female alien heard Liu Yang's words, an expression of excitement appeared on her face, and with a direct scream, she jumped more than 2 meters in place. The happy expression was more than enough. Immediately after that, Liu Yang continued to pick and pointed at another female alien and said, You, wait and follow me too. Chapter 68 Underground of the Authority. A few minutes later, Liu Yang was already followed by 23 beautiful girls. It was handpicked by Liu Yang and viewed up close. He could see the slightest blemish on his face. These 23 beautiful girls are the best of the best. All of them are above the class flower level. Moon Drunk Blue, Gu Yunhan, White Qingqing, Fang Qingjie, 4 goddesses. That is more than a ride. On the appearance, absolutely better than the big stars are good looking. On the temperament, as a S-class forward of the alien that a strong temperament is a great. As if the eyes of the world has the kind of sentiment to look down on men. If he could crush such a superb goddess underneath him, that feeling would take off again just thinking about it. This sense of contrast, this joy of conquering a high and cold goddess, it was estimated that only the truly strong would experience it. Watching Liu Yang take away so many goddesses, the faces of the other male artists were written with envy, but also with conviction. It's not a good idea to disobey. If you don't want to, you can also get an S-class first place out in 10 minutes, and you'll still have women falling all over you. Can you do it? The testing machine is right here. You can test it anytime you want. It's not that you're not given a chance, but you're given a chance and you're not good at it. Liu Yang led these beautiful girls to the front of Commander Chen amidst the envious gazes of the crowd. He said, If there's nothing else, then I'll lead these female members to go back first. We'll contact each other again when we have time. Since the beautiful woman had already arrived, there seemed to be little use in staying in this so-called doomsday creature authority. Therefore, Liu Yang did not want to delay his time. He was ready to immediately bugger off back to his safe zone. Unexpectedly, Director Chen did not intend to let go of Liu Yang so quickly till you took away 24 big beautiful alien. You say go. The next time you come back do not know when it is. How to contact you do not know it yet. That's why Director Chen said to Liu Yang, Little friend Liu Yang doesn't need to be in such a hurry. You've already become the chief captain of our Doomsday Biological Administration. It's honorary chief captain, Lu Yang corrected. There is a difference between a captain general and an honorary captain general. Honorary chief captain, just to hang on to the name. Lu Yang is a free-spirited person who does not enjoy the constraints of these rules and regulations. Although he wanted the beautiful shifter inside this organization, he couldn't lose his freedom because of the beautiful shifter. Of course I know that it is the honorary chief captain, but even if the honorary chief captain encounters some important things, he still needs to ask you to come back to make some decisions, show up or something. Moreover, our Doomsday Biological Authority only just started not long ago. Now the end is coming. More ordinary people awaken to become a psychic. Join our authority of beautiful psychics will be more and more. Then I also good to contact you. Come back to continue to select the team members. You say it. He. Director Chen said. A bad smile appeared on his face. Chen director is considered to know. This Lu Yang is not see the rabbit does not spread eagle group. Want to let him do things or ask him to come to the organization inside. Then you have to use a beautiful woman as bait. The more beautiful, the faster he comes. But Secretary Chen can understand. Heroes love beauty, no matter what time of year it is. As expected, after listening to Director Chen's words, Lu Yang's face revealed a hint of a smile. Said, listening to Director Chen say this, it seems to be a bit reasonable. Indeed, we should come from time to see what new female team members there are that we can coach. Is to teach them. That's right, with our Doomsday Biological Authority around. Are you still afraid of not having a new female team member? This is a military satellite cell phone. Even where there is no signal you can make a call, you take it. In this way, you can contact me at any time and I can contact you. Director Chen said and directly handed a cell phone to Lu Yang. Lu Yang nodded, and then, slipped his cell phone into his pocket. At this time, Director Chen said with a smile, since little friend Lu Yang has joined our Doomsday Biological Authority, next I will show you the important secrets of our Doomsday Biological Authority. At the same time, I will also explain to you the information about the end times. Of course I can only talk about the ones that I know. There are still many mysterious things that I can't access even at my level. So I'll have to wait for junior friend Lu Yang to explore on his own. Information about the end times? Lu Yang instantly became interested. He is now very powerful though, and can be considered the #1 person among the global shifters. But, with regards to the understanding of the end of days, Lu Yang was definitely inferior to these official people. These officials had set up the shifter authority before the end times came. Previously, Lu Yang could never see the news. There is anyone who became an alien. Enough to show that it is after the official strict control and news blockade. Ordinary people simply couldn't even touch or even hear the slightest breeze. Therefore, it is definitely these official people who know more about this model. And as for the ordinary people, they will always be kept in the dark and have a half-baked understanding. Although Lu Yang's strength was not that of an ordinary person, his knowledge of the end times was still at the stage of an ordinary person. So the information inside this authority is still important to him. So Lu Yang nodded. Good. Let's both walk and talk. Director Chen then started walking towards the outside of the playground. Along the way Director Chen began to explain to Lu Yang the information about this one end of the world. The end of the world is not as simple as you think. Thinking that it is only because of the virus outbreak that humans have turned into zombies. In fact, in addition to the virus, there are all kinds of mutated creatures and strange creatures that have never been seen before appearing all over the globe. The reason why our authority changed from the Alien Authority to the Doomsday Creature Authority is because of the discovery of the existence of such mutated creatures, or even extraterrestrials. Saying that, he had already brought Lu Yang to a huge closed door. Immediately following with his pupil scan, he opened this heavy iron door, leading Lu Yang into an elevator. In the elevator he chatted with Lu Yang again. Next I'll take you to the underground control area of our Doomsday Creature Management Bureau. There are various research laboratories there, doing research on doomsday creatures and some new types of drugs every day. It also holds some strange, mutated creatures that we have captured. As Director Chen spoke, the elevator had come to the -15th floor. Then the door opened. Lu Yang followed him out of the elevator and saw this vast space underneath the Doomsday Biological Authority. Even Lu Yang felt 10 points of shock. Not bad for an official organization. It's almost like having a dungeon. Is this the power and resourcefulness of officialdom? I don't know how many times longer than my own one school district. It looks like you'll have to utilize the steel control skill to create a more well-equipped steel city for yourself as well. P.S. Thanks to the River Ice God certification, both books are issued God certification. Too powerful. Tonight both books cannot be lazy. Woo woo. Chapter 69, Strange Creatures. After arriving at the underground space, Lu Yang began to be shocked at how well furnished and vast this space was. Commander Chen led Liu Yang along while introducing the various facilities inside the underground space. Liu Yang realized that there were various laboratories in the underground facility. With some curiosity, he came in front of the transparent glass to observe the busy staff inside. Director Chen said, "What's this Doomsday New Weapons Research Laboratory? Although guns in the peace era are powerful against zombies, the loud noise will attract more zombies. In the end times, guns are not good to use. So we are actively researching good new weapons that specialize in dealing with zombies." Liu Yang nodded. It then moved on and came to another lab in front of it. Director Chen again introduced to Liu Yang. "This is the Doomsday Drug Laboratory. We are actively developing antivirus drugs, striving to be able to allow people to block the virus from turning into zombies after a bite, and also actively developing healing drugs in the hope that we can turn our compatriots who have turned into zombies back into human beings." Liu Yang nodded. The official organization was indeed still much larger than ordinary people in terms of pattern, and even in the post-apocalyptic world, it was still looking out for the whole of mankind. While researching weapons, they are also researching medicines to cure zombies. They then moved on and came to another lab. A few zombies were tied up on the bed. There were male zombies, female zombies, and even children zombies. All of them were stripped naked, tied their hands and feet, unable to move, and some of them even had their stomachs cut open, revealing the blackened internal organs inside. Although Liu Yang had killed a lot of zombies, he had not dissected a zombie and did not know the inside of a zombie. Now that he saw such a scene, he also felt a bit curious and hurriedly came to the front of the glass to observe it carefully. He saw one of the female zombies, although grimacing, but the body is very good. The place that should be big, the place that should be thin, the curves of one are not less. It is estimated that in life was a big beauty. Chasing her licking dog must be quite a lot. At this moment she was stripped naked, tied to the bed, constantly struggling, that white as paper, without a trace of blood color skin above, can vaguely see the black blood vessels. Liu Yang touched his chin. In his mind thought, this female zombie in addition to the expression on the face is more ferocious. The body to an ordinary people are not much different, just a little more miserable white. Looks like there is an alternative sense of beauty. Director Chen seemed to see Liu Yang's interest in this female zombie, so he explained on the side, "This is a laboratory that specializes in the study of zombies. We dissect zombies to understand how their body structure differs from that of human beings, and at the same time, study their various physical characteristics, including their athletic ability, digestive ability, fertility, and so on. Eventually, we came to a preliminary conclusion that the ordinary zombies have a very low IQ. Their actions are completely driven by the desire to hunt for food, and at the same time, they have the ability to hibernate like snakes, able to enter a state of dormancy with a very low loss of energy. But as soon as it hears a sound it will immediately break this dormant state and return to normal, pursuing its prey. This is why zombies can go so long without food and still not starve to death. Also zombies are fertile and when they have enough food they will even have reproductive behavior. So the method by which zombies increase their numbers isn't just infecting humans, they also give birth to baby zombies of their own. Though at this early stage of the post-apocalyptic world, their desire for this reproductive behavior isn't high. Liu Yang revealed an interested expression and asked Director Chen, "A zombie possesses fertility? Have you guys tried a male zombie with an ordinary female human? Or a female zombie with an ordinary man? Can they give birth? If it is possible, then is the small child born a small zombie or a small human?" Director Chen froze. It seemed like he didn't expect Liu Yang to ask this question and froze for 2 seconds before answering. "This is something we have not studied, but the research in this area seems to be of little value. Who would go to mess with a zombie? Even the most horny man wouldn't, right?" Liu Yang touched his nose somewhat awkwardly, said, "I just casually asked. Forget about it if you haven't tried it. Let's keep going." Director Chen nodded and led Liu Yang onward again. Soon came another lab. However, inside this section of the laboratory, the object being experimented on was no longer a zombie, but an ugly-looking, orc-like thing with long fangs protruding out of its mouth. The body is 10 points tall and strong, estimated to be more than 2 meters tall. Covered with high bulging muscles, skin is greenish-blue, covered with thick blood vessels. There were also sharp claws on his hands that looked sharper than any of the beasts. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang showed another surprised expression, saying, "What is this thing? It looks so ugly? It's even uglier than a zombie. If this kind of creature had a female, I guess even Indian San wouldn't be able to lay their hands on it." Director Chen introduced, "This is a creature that has never appeared on our planet before, and at the same time, it doesn't look like a doomsday mutation, because we compared their DNA and found that their DNA sequence is completely different from the creatures on top of our planet, which means that it could be alien creatures coming to our planet. There are many other kinds of extraterrestrial creatures like this one that we have found. and it's not the only one. But some we can't catch and have simply been seen by eyewitnesses. That's why we, the Doomsday Biological Authority, are so eager to research new weapons and study these alien creatures, mutant creatures, because if humanity doesn't speed up to catch up, it's very likely that it will be eliminated. And later on, these monsters will become the masters of our planet, and humanity will be completely history, wiped out from the top of this planet. Lu Yang nodded. The outbreak of the post-apocalyptic world, just the zombie virus, has reduced the survival space of ordinary people to a very small existence. Not to mention the mutated creatures and those extraterrestrials. For example, this one orc inside the lab looks 10 out of 10 powerful. Even if there were 100 ordinary people, they wouldn't be a match for each other. It was estimated that it took a lot of effort for the Doomsday Biological Authority's alien powers to catch him. If this stuff is everywhere, ordinary people are going to get out of existence. So mankind is now facing its greatest crisis. You don't speed up time to get stronger, then you're out of business. Because backwardness leads to defeat, and the truth is within the range of the cannon. Therefore, if mankind wants to continue to maintain its dominant position on this planet, it has to up all these mutated creatures, alien creatures, in order to do so. Then Director Chen took Lu Yang to observe other places. Chapter 70, returning with more than 20 women. Immediately after that, Director Chen took Lu Yang to observe the other places underground. The lower level, -16, is residential. Director Chen introduced. This layer is used for ordinary people to live. Vast survivor residential area? If human beings are really eliminated in the competition, can't handle those mutated creatures, shape creatures, then this layer will be the last refuge for human beings. There are enough food stored inside, and well-made living facilities. It can be used for 5,000 people to live for 50 years. This is an underground shelter that was built back in the days of peace, and I don't know the purpose for which it was built in the first place. Maybe someone higher up knows more information than I do, and it's possible that they've already found out the end of the story. Lu Yang nodded. People at the top know much more information than those at the bottom. Naturally, even a person of the rank of Director Chen has a lot of things that he does not know. Not to mention that Lu Yang was already just an ordinary college student. College students, by nature, are the most brainwashed beings in existence. They have not yet experienced the dangers of society. Not to mention this kind of confidential information. Even some social experience is still very lacking. Director Chen continued. The reason for showing you so many of our Doomsday Biological Authority's facilities and secrets is to tell you that our Doomsday Biological Authority is not as useless as you may have imagined. While it is true that your strength is at the top of the list of exalted, possessing the first-ranked ability in S-Class, this is only your personal ability, and for the officials, personal ability is not all there is to it. The information that the official organization has, the resources that it has, the backing that it has, is given by the whole country. He can also be of great help to you. The organization will focus on cultivating strong people like you. Therefore, although you are only acting as an honorary chief captain, the old man still hopes that you can come inside our authority more often and show up from time to time so that everyone can familiarize themselves with it as well. And at the same time, you can carry out some missions and obtain military works that can be used to exchange for some resources inside the authority. The two began to walk into the elevator as they talked and made their way back to the ground. Lu Yang nodded and said, "Okay, I know what you said. Next I should also take my wife. Bah, it's the female team members to go back. We'll see you later." The information that he had gotten from Director Chen's mouth today had indeed shaken Lu Yang a bit. At the same time, that underground shelter was also very much to Lu Yang's liking. The only beautiful thing was the underground space, which was indeed still a bit depressing. If Lu Yang were to build the shelter, he would still prefer to build it on the ground, or even in the air. But even though Lu Yang didn't like it, that underground shelter was still awesome, and he got a lot of inspiration from it. It was time to go back and strengthen his safe zone. Director Chen nodded after hearing Lu Yang's words. He said, "Alright, then you can take them back. But I have to make a deal with you. These are the elite female members within our organization that you are taking away. You have to treat them well and not be able to let them encounter danger. Some of these women have been with the organization for several years." Director Chen treated them as if they were his own daughters. Now watching them being taken away one by Lu Yang, his heart was also dripping blood. But there's no way. In order to keep Lu Yang as a talent, even if it is dripping blood, you have to cut meat. It's just going to have to be these female players. Look at them all aggravated and smiling with joy, full of excitement, itching to jump into Lu Yang's arms right now. Director Chen knew that these female team members couldn't afford to give up on themselves either, and by behaving like this, they must have just been enjoying themselves in the midst of their bitterness. "Don't worry, women can eat and drink as long as they follow me. Lu Yang, Liu Yang said confidently. A thought followed, encasing all the women in a layer of steel armor, followed by taking them straight up into the sky. Boom! A loud bang appeared in the sky as Liu Yang flew towards the school at supersonic speed with the women. The people from the Doomsday Biological Authority who saw this scene, on the other hand, showed shocked expressions. There was a lot of discussion. Holy, is this supersonic speed? Worthy of Liu Yang, he was able to fly at supersonic speed. He can even take people flying. I want to experience it too. He wrapped all the girls in a layer of metal armor. Is that his power? Direct manipulation of metal? That's why it's able to fly. And to dare to unashamedly show it in front of us. Not hiding it at all. Not only powerful but also confident. Isn't that right? Lu Qingsong, the 9th ranked S-class. None of us know what his alien ability is. Look at the other Liu Yang. He just plainly told you guys. My alien ability is metal control. What can you do to me? This is the confidence of the strong. Even Director Chen showed a somewhat surprised expression. He murmured, that's a good ability. The ceiling is definitely high. It's worthy of being number 1 in the S-class. This is a big win for our authority. Soon Liu Yang went back to his school to go, landed safely with 24 beautiful girls. A somewhat shocked expression appeared on the faces of those beautiful girls. Just now, flying supersonically in the middle of the sky, even the girls who were psychics felt very scared. At the same time, they felt very excited. Now after landing on their feet, they still feel their hearts pounding. Both looked at Liu Yang with great shock, said, my god. Is this the strength of the first S-class? Not only can you supersonically fly by yourself, but you can also take others supersonically. This is too awesome. It's so scary and exciting to fly up into the sky now. Only Lin Momo did not change her color. She said with some smugness, what's this feeling of flying up to the sky now? At night, he. Hearing Lin Momo's sentence, the other girls all had small blushes and slightly lowered their heads. The eyes were filled with shyness and anticipation. This is Liu Yang said to them. Alright. Follow me into the teacher's dormitory area. You guys can just find a place to stay. Tonight, Fang Xingjie come to my room to find me. I have something very important to talk to you about. A flash of surprise appeared on Fang Xingjie's face. I told you, in terms of strength and looks, which one of us can beat me? And you still want to steal my husband? You're too good to be true. I must be the one stone of you to crawl into my husband's bed. He. Chapter 71, Bringing Back to the Security Zone. Moon Drunken Blue Reference Chart. Liu Yang brought these 24 beautiful alter egos back to the middle of the teacher's dormitory. Haven't even walked in the door yet. The white tiger's superior hearing had already heard Liu Yang's footsteps, twisting that white tiger's butt, and ran out gleefully. After seeing Liu Yang directly pounced on Liu Yang's body and jumped on Liu Yang's face. Feeling the wet tongue of the little white tiger, licking his face of saliva, Liu Yang held the other's tiger head and said, Okay, don't lick it. Men and women do not understand. Although I know you're very happy. But in front of so many women, can you restrain yourself a little? Ow, the white tiger barked, which stopped licking Liu Yang's face. After Fang Xingjie and the others saw the little white tiger, they all revealed shocked expressions and said, what a big and fierce tiger. This is a mutated tiger, right? I didn't expect that you, Liu Yang, would be able to tame even a mutated tiger straight away. That's too good, isn't it? This tiger is so fierce and strong and big. It's as fierce as Liu Yang. It's a male tiger, isn't it? Let me have a look. Ah, a female. No wonder it's so pampered. So it's a female white tiger. Looking at the way this white tiger was so intimate with Liu Yang, they were even thinking about the relationship between this man and tiger. It wouldn't be unusual, right? I'll go. Liu Yang's tastes are so heavy. He's really not picky, but that says a lot about him. Even a female white tiger that huge could be conquered, let alone a human. Anyone who wants to talk to him is probably going to get all woozy. The ladies looked at Liu Yang and couldn't help but look forward to it. And at this time, Chen Zi, Chen Ting, Chen Lixia, Li Mengyao, Li Mango and the others also walked out. Seeing that Liu Yang brought back so many women at once, they were all a bit surprised, saying, where did you go this time, husband? Surprisingly, you brought back so many survivors? Li Mengyao said, hubby, these sisters are so beautiful. Where did you bring them back from? Look at their dress, is not like the survivors of the bitter struggle for survival, but like the city beautiful people, all dressed in bright and shiny. It more than our time to go to the scenery. Chen Zi said, isn't that so? At that time, I stayed in the tree, was about to be eaten by the zombies, and I couldn't hold on any longer. Thanks to my husband saving me. I guess I look like a savage when my husband saved me, didn't I? I haven't bathed for a few days, so my body definitely smells, and I haven't washed my hair for a few days, so my hair looks like a chicken's nest. Unlike them, It's been almost a month since the apocalypse broke out. Why are they all still so beautiful? Chen Ting said. Not to mention, I was so close to eating from hunger when I was stuck in the toilet at that time. Li Mange said. Hubby, you couldn't have found a city that hasn't been invaded by zombies, right? All these beautiful women were brought out from that safe city? They did feel very puzzled. At the outbreak of the end of the world in just 3 days, they were already on the verge of starvation. All of them pudgy and thin. But now the end of the world broke out almost a month. Lu Yang brought back some of these women, but all of them are bright and beautiful. Scenery, not at all like the appearance of being plagued by indifference, as if eating well, drinking well, sleeping well, are beautiful and beautiful. It's a lot better than they were back then. Are there really no cities affected by walkers? If that happens, we'll have to ask our husbands to take us. And who doesn't want to live in a safe city? Listening to these women, Fang Qingjie said, it's not what you think. This virus outbreak is global. It's not that it's only in your city. The only reason why we don't seem to be affected by the doomsday is because we're official exalts. Moon Drunken Blue also said, not bad, the outbreak of the end of the world. If there is no awakening of supernormal abilities, ordinary people outside to survive is estimated to be very difficult. Not to mention what grooming, looking for food is almost impossible to find. How can it be possible? And still be able to maintain such an elegant physique? Bai Qingqing said, on the contrary, it's us. Seeing you guys, we still feel a bit surprised. Obviously each of you is an ordinary person, not a psychic, but like us, you seem to be able to live a carefree life without being affected by the end of the world, and that's the most surprising thing. Gu Yunhan said, I'm afraid it's only Lu Yang who can do such a thing. With his own strength, he was able to protect so many women, dozens of them, even if it's an alien like us, without an official organization to back us up. We wouldn't dare to say that we can protect so many survivors and let them live such a good life. Hearing the words of these people, Li Mingyao's human face showed a proud expression, saying, that's for sure, our husband is the most powerful. Not only was he able to provide us with food, he also turned the entire campus into a safe zone where we can move around freely, and even built a dozens of meters high fence and a huge shield, so even the most powerful zombies won't be able to invade. Li Mange spoke, what do you guys mean by alter ego? You people are all Xenos. Are you very powerful? A proud expression appeared on Fang Qingjie's human face. He said, that's for sure, even without the addition of psychic abilities, just the foundation of the body, the quality is already twice as strong as an ordinary person, plus the psychic abilities. The combat power is at least dozens of times that of an ordinary person, not to mention ordinary zombies. Even second-grade zombies are no match for us. Fighting hundreds of zombies at the same time is no problem. Hearing these words, Li Mengyao and the others had shocked and envious expressions on their faces. They all said, this is too powerful, isn't it? Then I also want to become a psychic, so that I can also fight against zombies, and I don't have to hold back my husband anymore. Chen Ting also said, yeah, when we also become alters, we'll be able to help. She finished with a wicked grin on her face. At this time, Lu Yang said, alright, since everyone already knows each other, let's hurry up and enter the dormitory. You guys are new here, so you can just find any empty room to stay in. In addition, Fang Qingjie, you take a good bath tonight. Wash yourself white and tender, and then come inside my room to chat with me. We'll have a good, open chat all night. Hearing these words, Fang Qingjie instantly blushed with a pretty face. Nodding her head, she said, I know, definitely wash it fragrant and white. You just wait for it. He. What? Chapter 72 Attribute Enhancement Too much. Talking to a pretty girl. After having dinner with the ladies, Lu Yang went back inside his room, lay on the bed and started to look at his attribute panel. Since today, in the End Times Creature Management Bureau, more than 50 beautiful girls were conquered. Lu Yang also obtained more than 50 system rewards. He hadn't had a chance to take a closer look at just how much his reward was. Now it's time to pull out your attribute panel and take a look. Name, Lu Yang. Age, 18. Height, 185 centimeters. Weight, 80. Power, 1,550 points. Speed, 1,550 points. Spirit, 1,550 points. Speed, 1,550 points. Top speed 279 meters per second. Possessed skill, 1. System space, level 8. You have 80 meters x 80 meters x 80 meters of system space. 2. Metal control, level 7. You can control any metal, control their movement and change their shape. 3. Stealth, level 5. You can be invisible for 24 hours a day. 4. Zombie control, level 5. You can manipulate up to level 5 zombies up to a count of 5. 5. Breaking chop, level 2. When you attack with your weapon, You can fire a 20-meter longsword chi to attack your enemy. 6. Combat Focus, Level 2. When you use this skill, you will fully devote yourself to the battle, causing all of your basic attributes to increase by 20%, lasts for 10 minutes, and can be used twice within 24 hours. 7. Virus Immunity. You are immune to the zombie virus. 8. DNA Gene Enhancement. You can branch out with any suitable species. 9. Attribute Enhancement. You can gain 0.1 attribute points for every zombie you kill. 10. Soul Control. Level 5. You can cast Soul Control on all those under your control within 50 meters. After 1 minute, they will become your most loyal servants. Looking at his attribute panel, Liu Yang's entire body was happy. The enhancements gained from this visit inside the official organization can be really great. Not only do you gain 2 new skills, Break Slash and Combat Focus, his own basic attributes had also been strengthened by several hundred points, and had reached 31 times that of an ordinary person. His speed had reached 279 meters per second, on the verge of reaching the speed of sound. At the same time his various skills were leveled up. The storage space has even reached level 8. 80 times 80 times 80 is equal to 512,000 cubic meters. That's a lot of space for a lot of supplies. Liu Yang looked at the empty space and had a sense of urgency again. Empty again. It seems that we have to continue to collect supplies and fill her up. The metal control skill has reached the 7th level. Liu Yang manipulate metal more comfortable faster. Farther range. Can manipulate the weight is also heavier. Now he only need a thought. And even able to directly manipulate aircraft carriers in the air. And the stealth skill had reached level 5 and was presumably full, because the daily stealth time had reached 24 hours. Liu Yang could even stay in stealth for the whole day without being noticed. The zombie control has also reached level 5 and can control level 5 zombies. But so far, the highest level zombie Liu Yang has encountered is only level 2. It seemed that the upgrade speed of the zombies was not as fast as the upgrade speed of his control skills. Through the discoveries made inside the Doomsday Biological Authority, Liu Yang had already known that a level 2 zombie had a higher IQ than a level 1 zombie, and was even more human-like. So is it more human-like after level 3, 4, 5, and zombies can breed? Another genetic enhancement skill for yourself. It wouldn't be impossible if the level 5 zombie female zombie was a little bit prettier. It might even have a different flavor. And the soul control skill, after rising to level 5, had actually become a ranged skill. All enemies within 50 meters can be cast at the same time. And this is definitely much more efficient. As for the breaking chop skill, Liu Yang didn't think it was of much use. After all, he himself could use a steel needle to explode someone's head with just a wave of his hand. 20 meters long sword chi placed in the end of the world when the outbreak of the end of the world has just begun. It is indeed a lawn mower tool. You can rush inside the pile of zombies, and directly open the unparalleled. But right now there are too many skills that Liu Yang has on him. Basically, it wouldn't be used in melee combat. So Liu Yang put his mind on the last skill, Combat Focus. You can boost your base attributes by 20% inside a 10-minute period. Today Liu Yang's speed is 279 meters per second. So if we propose 20%, that's 279 by 1. 2 is equal to 334. 8. It's already about the same as the speed of sound at 340 meters per second. Just by using this skill, Liu Yang would be able to make his speed reach incomparably close to the speed of sound. Arguably this new skill is the best. And it's only 2 levels. Wouldn't it be possible to increase it by 30% at level 3, 40% at level 4, and at level 10, 100% straight up? That's a pretty high cap on that skill. 2. Probably one of the best rewards this trip to the Dune Creature Authority has ever gotten. Ever. All in all, Liu Yang felt that this trip to the authority was really worthwhile, and thanks to Lin Mo who kept letting herself go with her. This little ninny. Not only was she moist and pretty, but she was also considered to be her own little blessing, bringing her a lot of benefits. It wasn't in vain that I made her want to die inside the torture chamber in the first place, just when Liu Yang's heart was happy. Instead, there was a knock on his room door. Knock knock. The knock on the door was not loud, but it was urgent, and it was clear that whoever knocked was somewhat overwhelmed with excitement. Can't wait to come inside the room and have a good chat with Liu Yang. Liu Yang heard the voice and also immediately withdrew his mind. Turning to the door, he said, "Come in." Soon the door was pushed open. A slender, white jade foot was the first to step in. Seeing this leg, Liu Yang was instantly shaken in spirit. What a beautiful leg. It's straight, long, and white, and I don't know whose it is. Immediately after, a beautiful figure also slowly walked in. After seeing the other side clearly, Liu Yang revealed an expression of so. Sure enough, it was Fang Qingjie. Just after dinner she went to take a shower, and as soon as she was done she came to herself. Now push the door in and there's a fragrant breeze. The body had also been changed into a flattering silk nightgown. That perfect body looked particularly tantalizing against the semi-transparent pajamas. The curves of that perfect body were on full display. Even Liu Yang couldn't help but feel a little hot when he saw it. The 15th ranked female shifter in the S-class. The high and mighty goddess inside the Doomsday Biological Administration. The existence that other men could not hope for. But now she took the initiative to wash herself white as a lamb to be slaughtered and climbed into her room, waiting for her own picking. It's so hot to think about it. You can't help but press on. Facing Liu Yang's fiery eyes, a shy expression appeared on Fang Qingjia's absolutely beautiful face. An abnormal flush appeared in both cheeks. Even his breathing began to tremble a little. Liu Yang patted his bed and said to her, "Don't be nervous, I am very gentle. Come over here and sit down. The two of us will have a good chat about life, about ideals, about the contributions we have to make to human reproduction." Aha! Fang Qingjie nodded, then nervously sat next to Liu Yang. Chapter 73, Discovery of the Dwarf Tribe. Looking at Fang Qingjie, who was sitting next to himself, exhaling like orchids, his whole body exuding a light aroma, with a stunningly beautiful body and a fiery figure, Liu Yang's mood was starting to get excited. Compared to the schoolgirls, this Fang Qingjie looked a bit more mature. And again, that aura of being 15th in her S-class is something that female students can't compete with. Liu Yang couldn't help but scan the other party with his system. Name, Fang Qingjie. Age, 24. Height, 166. Weight, 52. Bust, a pair of C+. Appearance score, 95. Body score, 93. Charge count, 0. After seeing this message, Liu Yang revealed a somewhat surprised expression. Not only are the body appearance scores in the 90s, but the charge count is surprisingly 0 as well. This one is a 24-year-old beauty and it's rumored that she's been in the Doomsday Bio Authority for a long time, having become an alien years before the end times broke out. Been a shifter for so long without being taken down by another shifter? Liu Yang directly asked. I didn't realize that you haven't had a boyfriend before? Fang Qingjie opened his mouth and revealed a somewhat surprised expression. Speaking, how did you know? Liu Yang touched his chin and said, look at you so nervous. Careful to sit next to me. The whole body began to tremble. It seems to have never experienced men and women. Don't be nervous. I'm the most gentle person, and all of my women are the first time, so I'm the most experienced for the first time for the woman. On the contrary, you are so pretty and have such a good body, and you are already 24 years old. Why haven't you had your boyfriend yet? You don't like girls, do you? Hearing Liu Yang's words, Fang Qingjie's face had reddened into an apple. This guy could even tell that he had never had a boyfriend or experienced a man or woman before. Is it true that the rumor that used to circulate on the internet that you can tell if a woman is a first time or not by the way she walks, or certain behaviors, is true? And I don't know how he saw it. Fang Qingjie replied, I had already become a psychic when I was 20 years old. The psychic ability that I awakened at that time was still very powerful, and I was trained by the organization's key cultivation, so it can be said that the scenery is infinite. So naturally, I can't look at ordinary men. Even Lu Qingsong in 9th place. I don't think he's that strong, but it's the 2nd place, Li Guilong, that interests me a bit. It's just a pity that he's already in his 30s. He's too old. So, I haven't been able to find a suitable man to be my boyfriend. But now count me lucky to have met a man as strong as you. What a perfect fit to be my boyfriend. He. As a woman, which one of them doesn't only look up to the strong? There was a saying back in the days of peace that money was for women, not for women to spend. A rich man is not so much about how much money he spends on women, but just showing strength and having women to fall over themselves. For example, in times of peace, if you could drive $1 million car and casually drive around in front of a college, you could easily get a college student. After all, one of the major drawbacks of a luxury car is that the air conditioning on the passenger side is so hot that it makes those beautiful women want to undress as soon as they get in the car. In times of peace, money equals strength. The end times are upon us. Fighting power is real power. And Liu Yang happened to be the one to off all the exalts at this time. And it was number 1 in 10 minutes. This kind of strength is gold and naturally all women love it. Even the 15th ranked Fang Qingjie was admiring Liu Yang, and couldn't wait to immediately eat Liu Yang alive and squeeze him dry to dregs right now. Hearing Fang Qingjie's words, Liu Yang nodded and said, it's also true that a supreme beauty like you naturally requires the strongest of the strongest to have it. And I, Liu Yang, happen to be the strongest one. Let you feel my strength today. Fang Qingjie said with a red face. Chief Captain Liu Yang. You. Liu Yang laughed and said, still calling the chief captain. It's time to call your husband. Ah. Fang Qingjie's face turned even redder, but still obediently nodded and said, hubby, then you have to be a little more compassionate. Oh, don't worry, I'm just chatting with you. Lu Yang nodded with a bad smile on his face. Lu Yang woke up early on the second day. At this time, Fang Qingjie, due to being too tired from yesterday's chatting, was lying on the bed and huffing and puffing. But it had to be said that the goddess of the Doomsday Creature Authority was a goddess, and even when she was asleep, she was still so beautiful. That calm face looked like a sleeping beauty. Lu Yang couldn't help but reach out and squeeze it. Fang Qingjie's mouth let out a slurred sound. With his hand, he patted the back of Lu Yang's hand and said, Don't move me la. Didn't you say last night that it was just a chat? Chatting and chatting started to do it, but didn't almost tire people out. Give me more sleep. Hearing the other party's words, a smug smile appeared on Lu Yang's face. So what if you're 15th in the S-class? As usual, it can't stand up to my Force 8 Gale. Getting up, washing up, and eating breakfast, Lu Yang began to think about what he should do today. The supplies in the neighborhood had been pretty much scavenged. Previously, Lu Yang had built the entire school area with a huge metal mesh cover just to prevent the invasion of zombies, because his own women had no combat power. But not anymore. Having brought back more than 20 Xenos, all of them strong, these Xenos would have no problem fending off even a few thousand zombies. In that case, Lu Yang would also be able to start going further afield to collect supplies without having to worry about his backyard catching fire. So today Lu Yang planned to go to the next city to collect supplies. After all, Lu Yang's storage space has now been upgraded in level again. The space has become bigger and much more empty. Lu Yang can't wait to fill her up hard. So after breakfast, Lu Yang directly prepared to go out. Seeing this scene, Gu Yunhan and the others came over and said to Lu Yang, Chief Captain, where are you going? We're coming with you too. Moon Drunken Blue also said, Yes, all of us female altered beings can be your team members. Wherever you go, we'll follow. The other female shifters also said, Right. When a team member is on a mission, he or she should definitely be with the chief captain. Lu Yan thought about it and said, Okay, then Gu Yunhan, you Drunken Blue, and Bai Qingqing, the three of you will be on a team with me. Fang Qingjie was too tired from chatting with me last night, so she won't be brought along if she's not awake yet. The rest of you will stay in the safe zone first. You will be assigned later when there is a mission. You can also form a group of 5 to form a squad. The surprised expressions on Gu Yunhan's 3 faces were very happy, but the other dozen or so female members of the team were a little unhappy. They want to move with Lu Yang too, but come to think of it, how can there be a squad of 24 people? Too many people, too big a target. Even inside the Doomsday Bio Authority, they performed missions in groups of 5. Therefore they couldn't say anything. After all, Gu Yunhan and the girls were all S-class female adepts, and most of my own people are BNA level. It's no match for someone's S-class. One could only nod reluctantly. Afterwards, Lu Yang began to lead the 3 beautiful alienists and walked out of the teacher's dormitory building. Taking 3 stunningly beautiful shifters to search for supplies does make a difference, and from time to time, the 3 of them fought over Lu Yang's side. All want to get Lu Yang's attention, hoping to climb into Lu Yang's bed tonight. This makes Lu Yang feel a little uncomfortable. Does it mean that he looks really so handsome? Every woman like themselves to fight with their own bed? Alas, it seems that being good-looking can be an affliction. After walking out of the teacher's dormitory, Lu Yang directly intention micro-movement to the 3 beauties are wrapped in a layer of metal armor, ready to take off with them, flying to the next city to search for supplies. Yet this time he realized, a mound of dirt had unexpectedly appeared on the ground not far outside the teacher's dormitory. This caught Lu Yang's attention and he frowned as he walked over. Found out it was actually a hole. It's amazing that you can punch a hole in a concrete floor? Could it be that the school area has been invaded? This caused Lu Yang's alarm. In the Doomsday Biological Authority, Lu Yang has already the existence of the altered beings, and found out that there are more and more altered beings appearing in Doomsday, and more mutated creatures as well. If someone, or if there are mutated creatures, awakened, the ability to make holes in the ground, it is not impossible. He took a closer look at the hole. The hole was dark, deep, damp, and so dark that you couldn't see the end of it. The hole is fresh dirt. The dirt is still a little wet, and it looks like it should have been hit not too long ago, probably last night. And by the looks of the hole it was punched from the bottom up, not from the top down, which means it's possible that a creature could have invaded from the outside of the campus, through this one hole, to the inside. At this time, Guyan Hanyu Drunken Blue White Ching Chang, 3 people also came over to look at this hole. Their faces also showed a somewhat surprised expression. Gu Yunhan bent down and touched the moist soil and said, This soil is still fresh. This one hole should just appear not long ago. Probably appeared last night. The hole is not big enough to pass a normal adult. Maybe it's a mutated rat, groundhog, or something like that. Moon Drunken Blue said, Captain, you really did a solid job with the top half of this safe zone. It's just a pity that the ground protection wasn't done properly. Like our Doomsday Biological Authority, even the 15th floor of the ground is our territory. And there is also an extremely thick concrete reinforcement layer underneath the 15th floor, which is not only waterproof, but also prevents the invasion of creatures underground. I think Chief Captain, you could apply for the help of the official organization and have them reinforce this school directly for you to go to. Bai Qingqing said, it's the end of the world now, and the official organization doesn't have that much manpower and resources left to help, right? Will it work? Moon Drunken Blue Do said, we have to draw out help even if we don't have the manpower and material resources. Our Chief Captain is the talent of talents in the Doomsday Biological Authority. If we are in danger, then the loss will be even greater. The other two women nodded their heads when they heard this. Since they came back with Lu Yang, they have already put Lu Yang in the first place. For the safety of the Chief Captain, you Doomsday Biological Management Bureau or the official organization to contribute a little force, a little people, a little resources. What's wrong? I don't think it's right to do so. At this time Lu Yang said, if you want to figure out what exactly invaded our campus, then you have to go inside this hole and look around to find out. Maybe that guy is still inside the hole right now. At this time, Gu Yunhan, who was next to him, said, this hole is also too small. Ordinary people can't get in at all. Let Li Mengyao go. Maybe she can. She's only about 1 meter 5 tall, right? Lu Yang shook his head and said, even if it's Li Mengyao, she may not be able to climb in. And Li Mengyao isn't an alien. She's just an ordinary person. What if the creatures in there are ferocious? Can't let her take the risk. After saying that, he cocked his head and thought for a while, and eventually his eyes lit up as if he had thought of something. He said to the women again, you guys wait for me here for a while. I'll go and come right back. Then before the girls could reply, he had already leapt up and flew directly towards the outside of the school. A few minutes later, he flew back again. Flying back with him was a little kid in full steel armor. When the two of them landed on the ground, Gu Yunhan and the others realized that the little kid wasn't a human, but a little girl zombie. See this scene. Gu Yunhan and the others all revealed somewhat shocked expressions, saying, Chief Captain, what is the purpose of bringing a little girl zombie back? Lu Yang smiled and said, let her go in and spy for me. It just so happens that she's the size of a 5 or 6-year-old girl and can climb in. Moon Drunken Blue said, but the zombie won't listen to your orders. And even if he can listen to your orders, he won't be able to speak. In that case, even if he finds the enemy, he won't be able to tell you the enemy situation. Lu Yang smiled and said, I have my own way. He himself possessed the skill of zombie control and had already reached level 5, allowing him to control a level 5 zombie. And this little kid zombie was only a level 1. By controlling him he was able to gain her vision, control her actions, and make her do whatever he wanted her to do. Wouldn't it be easy to get him to drill a hole? Zombies don't have intelligence and can't talk? Don't even need her to talk. Just need her eyes to see things for me. So Lu Yang sent a command to the little girl zombie inside his mind. Crawl in. The walker instantly began to crawl down the hole. Gu Yunhan and the others who saw the scene were very shocked. They couldn't figure out how Lu Yang was able to make the zombies so obedient. Climbing a hole just like that? They, the Doomsday Biological Authority, had been researching zombies for a long time, and they hadn't even researched an antidote to the zombie virus, let alone a way to control zombies. Wouldn't it be great to control all the zombies around the globe and make them a labor force if there was really a way to control them? In the future, when you go into the factory to hit the screws, you don't need the workers, just let the walkers into the factory. If we can control all the zombies, it will take less than a year to rebuild the world after the apocalypse and bring it back to its peak, and then to a modernized society that is even higher than the peak. Lu Yang ignored the shock of the women and continued to maneuver the zombie to climb down. I have to say that this hole is really dark, deep and narrow. Even the little girl zombie, at this time crawling in the hole, are squeezed tightly. Climbing speed is very slow. In the end, Lu Yang simply began to use the steel control skill to propel the little girl zombie through the hole in a hurry. And after dozens of seconds of penetration, she finally came to another place. Seeing the scene in front of him, Lu Yang's entire body was shocked. Lu Yang also did not expect. Along this one hole keeps going deeper into the ground. There is a vast space. In the ground is a natural mine. There are a few figures in the middle of that mine, constantly busy. And without exception these figures were all very small, appearing to be roughly 1 meter 3 or so in height. But they swung their hammers with vigor and kept on mining underground. Lu Yan was shocked as he watched this through the eyes of the zombie. I didn't realize that there were other humanoid creatures underneath this school area of mine. Looking at their size, they look like the dwarfs from the previous cartoons. There wouldn't be a Snow White, would there? Lu Yan looked at these dwarves working there. Among them there are men and women. Are the end of the world? Also do not know what they open the mine is for. And just at this time, one of the dwarves discovered this one little girl zombie controlled by Lu Yang. He instantly pointed at the little walker and called out to his companions. Hey guys, when did that guy show up and what is he? Those companions also paid attention at his prompting and saw the little walker with a surprised look on their faces. Looks like a little human. Nope, it's a little walker. Hurry up and finish him off or he'll bite us for sure. A male dwarf charged straight at him with a hammer. A hammer blow to the little walker's head followed. Thud! A loud sound of metal clashing was emitted in the middle of the underground space. That hammer was instantly shaken out. Since the body and head of the little zombie were wrapped in steel made by Lu Yang, even the hammer swung by a strong male dwarf could not break the defense. The male dwarf wore a shocked expression. He exclaimed, "This zombie's is head of good iron." The other dwarves laughed. Ha ha ha, Olaf. I think it's because you've worked too much overtime with your wife at night that you're all weak. Ha ha ha. I look like. What's the point of mining if you're like this? You can't even crack a skull. What's the point of cracking a mine? The dwarf named Olaf said with an unhappy expression. If you guys don't believe me, you guys come and knock yourselves out. You guys see that this zombie seems to be a bit stupid and won't fight back when we hit it. You guys just try it yourselves and you'll see. Let's give it a try. It's just a child zombie. Can it still turn over the sky? I still don't believe it. Is he really an iron-head child? Another dwarf picked up a hammer and rushed over, hitting the zombie's head with a hammer. Thud! There was another loud thud, but the zombie was unharmed. That dwarf also showed a puzzled expression. Get out of the way. Let me do it. Another dwarf rushed forward. Dang! Done 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 done. All of the dwarves gave the zombie a hammer, yet none of them were able to break his defense. Olaf laughed. I say you guys keep up the good work. How come you're so weak? Working too much overtime with your wife at night? Ha ha ha. A dwarf looked at the zombie and said, this zombie is not right. The zombies that we encountered in the past would rush over and bite us as soon as they encountered us, but this zombie didn't even move after being hit by us for so many times, and I found out that his head and body are wrapped with steel like metal. It's definitely not an ordinary zombie. Look at him goofing off. Let's tie him back up and show him to the patriarch. Makes sense. We can't kill him anyway, so why don't we tie him back up and let the clan leader figure it out? So those dwarves directly took out a hemp rope and tied the zombie up, and also stuffed a big stone inside her mouth so that she couldn't bite. Lu Yang, who saw this scene, had a smile on his face. That's good. That's what I wanted. As soon as they bring the walkers back, I can follow the walkers' vision to know where their base camp is. These mother ********* ing dwarves almost dug up the ground floor of my school district. How could I not go to their base camp and make a scene? And it seems like their job is to mine. Maybe they have countless metals in their base camps that I can collect for my use. If the entire dwarf race were to be put in soul chains, specialize in mining for me, then won't I have an endless supply of metal in the future? It's a lot easier than collecting cars on the road. Thinking of this, Lu Yang's entire face was filled with excitement. Underground. Dimly lit mine. The dwarves threw the pent-up zombie directly into the cart that was pulling the mine, and then pushed him directly and started to move forward. After more than an hour of traveling, we hadn't made it to the exit yet. Gu Yunhan, you drunken blue, and by chinching 3 people, do not know what exactly happened underneath, are somewhat waiting impatiently, said to Lu Yang, Chief Captain Lord, that zombie will not escape on its own, right? How come there is still no movement after more than an hour? Moon Drunken Blue said, there wouldn't be a monster underground, would there, directly taking out all the zombies? Bai Qingqing said, why don't we just block up this hole with metal and then pave the entire floor with metal? In which case there will be no more fear of invasion, right? Lu Yang smiled and shook his head, signaling them to be at ease and said, don't be anxious, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. It's only been more than an hour. Such a short period of time. If you guys go inside my room to chat, you all haven't even come down from the sky yet. Listening to Lu Yang's words, the 3 of them, Gu Yunhan, immediately had a small blush. Speaking, nasty, then you can make a deal to talk for at least an hour or so. On the other side, the dwarves finally made it to an elevator after an hour or so of traveling, then pushed the one walker into the elevator and slowly rose to the ground. The moment he appeared on the ground, Lu Yang finally saw the dwarf tribe. It looked like a wilderness village, with a number of wooden huts built by the dwarves. There was a huge ore smelting furnace in the open air, and many dwarves were pushing carts, pouring ore into it. Also there were dwarves who forged weapons and kept beating the iron. Looks like this tribe is pretty big. Lu Yang was a little less clear. How come none of these creatures were ever found before the end times broke out? Once the end of the world broke out, not only did humans turn into zombies, but even this kind of dwarves, which only appeared in the fantasy world inside the legend, also came to reality? However, through his own sense of the zombies, Lu Yang already knew where this location was. It was probably one of the suburbs of Haichang, just a dozen kilometers away from Luyang School District. Now it was time to go to the dwarven tribes and have a good loot. Chapter 74, You're Looking for Death. So Lu Yang said to Gu Yunhan and the others beside him. Very well, let's go find this culprit who dug through our ground next. Gu Yunhan and the girls said with some surprise. Lord Chief Captain Lu Yang, you already know their location? Lu Yang nodded. That's right, now set off. With a slight movement of his mind, he took the three women and flew directly into the sky. Since his steel control had risen to level 7, the control of the steel was also faster, and he was now flying at over 4 times the speed of sound. The dwarf tribe over a dozen kilometers away was only a dozen seconds away. Meanwhile the dwarves, those mining dwarves among the tribes, had already brought that one metal-wrapped zombie to their tribal chief. After seeing this zombie, their chief showed a very puzzled expression and asked those dwarves, what do you guys want by bringing a zombie back to the tribe? Even though we are not native to this world, we can be infected by the zombie virus. Do you want to turn into dwarven zombies? Those dwarves said in a hurry. Lord Chief, this one zombie was found by us inside an underground mine, and we don't know how he came to our mine. However, his body is wrapped in a very special layer of metal, even with a mining hammer and chisel, cannot break the defense, and this zombie is a bit stupid, will not attack people at all. So bring it back, please decide. Hearing this, the patriarch revealed a somewhat surprised expression, saying, oh, there's such a thing? A zombie actually won't attack others according to myself? After saying that, he came to the walker with his short legs, drawing the short sword at his own waist, he stabbed the walker in the head. Since the zombie's head was protected by armor, it couldn't do any damage to her, but her head shook from side to side as she was stabbed by the short sword. This zombie didn't show anything either, not even a reaction. The leader of the dwarves tapped that metal again with his short sword and was surprised to hear the crunching sound coming from it. The armor on this walker is made of a very powerful metal, tougher than any metal forged by our dwarves, who are known for their forging abilities. It seems to be artificially built, and with such a good fit, it should be specially made for this child zombie, who has been tamed by someone. That's why it won't attack others at will. The other dwarves asked. Lord Chief, then what should we do next? The leader of the dwarves replied. Strip off this armor and see whoever fits to take it and wear it. As for this little walker, just cut her head off. Lord Patriarch. Those dwarves dragged the zombie and were about to strip her armor. And just at this time, several black shadows flew in the sky at supersonic speed at extreme speed. Immediately after, boom! With a loud bang, Lu Yan landed on the ground with the three beauties. Seeing this scene, the dwarves were directly taken aback. Those dwarfs all jumped up, then hurriedly drew out the weapons pinned on their waists and looked at Lu Yang and the others very vigilantly. Lu Yang realized that this dwarf tribe was not very big. It's probably only about the size of a village. All the dwarves combined were only 200 or so. Lu Yang had a relaxed expression on his face, while Gu Yunhan and the girls were very shocked. Unable to resist, he asked to Lu Yang, my god, how come there are a bunch of dwarves here? These guys, although they are short, but those male dwarves have high bulging muscles on their bodies, full of beard. Their beards are almost dragging the ground. They look very rough, not loving at all. Moon Drunken Blue said, it's nothing like the dwarf in Snow White. Bai Qingqing said, those female dwarves over there are not bad looking, although they are very short in height, but they have good body proportions, not that kind of dwarf proportions, as if they are just a scaled down version of a normal person. They look instead like a delicate and beautiful feeling, like porcelain dolls. At this time, when those dwarves saw Lu Yang and Bai Qingqing and the girls, they also showed a wary expression and asked aggressively, humans, what are you doing here? This is our dwarf tribe. Are you guys trying to invade our place? The dwarves, despite their short stature, have no shortage of temper. In their world, the dwarves were with the humans, and there had been wars. They had won a lot and lost a lot back then, and they weren't even afraid to face the orcs. Inside their tiny bodies, they contain a huge amount of energy. In terms of strength, a 1-meter 2 dwarf has more strength than a strong 1-meter 8 man. Lu Yan listened to the other party's words. He said, you little things have dug under my school and you're asking me what I want to do? If it continues like this, you're going to dig down our entire school. Where do you little things come from? I don't think you're native to our planet, are you? That one bearded clan leader of the dwarves stepped forward and said, it's true that we are not the original creatures of this planet, and we don't know how we were transported to this world, but most of the human races of your planet have already turned into zombies, so it's normal for us dwarves to form a tribe to protect ourselves, right? What do you want to do when you come here so aggressively? Do you want to be enemies of our dwarf race? As soon as these words came out, the other dwarves around that one dwarf clan chief also had a grave expression on their faces and started to get serious, gripping their weapons and preparing to make a move on Lu Yang. Hearing the words of these people, Lu Yang smiled and said, "Are you dwarfs qualified to be my enemy? I see that you are some good miners. Give you a chance to be my men. After the mine, after the refining into metal alchemy, I will agree to let you become my little brother. After the safety of your tribe will be protected by me, Lu Yang. How is it? This condition is very good, right?" Go didn't expect. But these dwarves started to laugh after hearing Lu Yang's words. It was as if he had heard a big joke. A strong dwarf said, "Lord Chief, this guy is stupid. Right? To come and take us dwarves as his little brother? And he's only a few people and he wants to take in hundreds of us. It seems that the human intelligence on this planet is not working. Don't bull asterisk him. Just go for it. Lord Chief, I request to fight him one-on-one. Let him know how powerful our dwarf race is." The dwarf leader said. "Everyone together. This guy fell from the sky, so I guess he's not an ordinary human race. Get together and finish him off. Don't be careless." Lord Chief." Those dwarves led the order together and directly rushed towards Lu Yang. Raising his weapon, he prepared to launch an attack on Lu Yang. However, Lu Yang just looked at them. The weapons in their hands instantly began to change. Why is my axe melting? The weapons in those dwarves' hands instantly melted into strange shapes, followed by turning into a snake that spread all over their bodies. Next, all the dwarves, tied up in metal ropes, one by one, they fell to the ground, unable to move. Even that dwarf clan chief. It was at this time that a look of fear appeared on their faces. How could they not expect this human fellow to be so strong? Lu Yang laughed and said, "Using a metal weapon to launch an attack on me? Aren't you guys looking for death?" Chapter 75, Conquering the Dwarves, Getting a Reward. Lu Yang utilized his metal control ability to control that metal rope that was binding the dwarfs and brought them all flying to a pile and gathered them together. More than 200 dwarfs, all caught by Lu Yang. Because Lu Yang's soul control skill had been upgraded to level 5, capable of controlling all enemies within a range of 50 meters, Lu Yang was prepared to manipulate all of these 200 plus dwarfs at once. The dwarves were gathered together with looks of fear on their faces. The patriarch of the dwarf tribe screamed at Lu Yang, "Abominable fellow! What on earth do you want, you abominable human? Our dwarf tribe will never give in to anyone. Even if you kill us, we will not give in." His daughter also said, "In the midst of our original world, even in the face of orcs and elves, we have never succumbed, let alone you mere humans. Damn you guys, your world has come to an end. You will perish sooner or later." Listening to the words of these two people, Lu Yang sneered and said, "Whether we humans perish or not, don't you guys care about it first? You guys are just my mining tool people." After saying that, Lu Yang directly began to exert soul control. A minute later he received a system alert. Ding! Congratulations host. Soul control was successfully cast. They have become your most loyal servants and will never betray you. At the same time, the eyes of those dwarves looking at Lu Yang had completely changed. At first they were very angry and disdainful, but nowadays, in the eyes that looked at Lu Yang, there was only obedience and respect. Can't wait to immediately hold Lu Yang's feet as a lick. That dwarf clan chief's daughter also looked at Lu Yang with admiration in her eyes, and deep in the bottom of her eyes, there was even a hint of fawning, making secret glances at Lu Yang. At this time Lu Yang said to those dwarves, "From today, this dwarf tribe of yours is my Lu Yang's property. Including you dwarves are all my assets. You guys continue to mine here. You don't need to smelt the minerals after you dig them. I will come over periodically at intervals to smelt them myself. All you guys need to do is dig the ore out from deep underground." The leader of the dwarf tribe said, "Yes, Lord Lu Yang, we will definitely seize the time to mine. Bring more resources to Lord Lu Yang." The daughter of the leader of the coming human tribe said, "Lord Lu Yang, Sigrid, at your disposal, you can order me to do anything, including serving you in bed." He said. This beautiful dwarf face also showed a touch of seduction smile, stretched out the pink tongue, licked his lips, threw an extremely affectionate winks at Lu Yang. Lu Yang looked at the other party. I have to say, this dwarf is indeed a little different from the others. Maybe it is because as the daughter of the matriarch, she doesn't even have to go down the hole to dig. The clothes on her body are very clean, and she wears more gorgeous than others. And her skin is not the kind of bronze-colored skin but white and flawless, looking like a porcelain doll. Combined with her 5 feet 23 inches height, she really looked like a little beauty that came out of an anime. Lu Yang turned to her and asked, "Dwarf Sigrid, how old are you? You're not 18 yet, are you?" Sigrid covered her mouth and laughed. "Ha ha, we dwarves have a lifespan of 200 years, which is twice as long as a normal human. And even though I look like a teenager, I'm actually 28 years old, and my father is over 80 years old. And you don't look at me as short. In fact, I am the adult size, because we dwarves grow up to 1 meter 2, 1 meter 3. Hearing the words of this dwarf beauty Sigrid, Lu Yang was a bit surprised. Even dwarves live longer than humans? Humans are so sad too. Lu Yang asked. Why do you have such a long lifespan? Sigrid cocked her head and thought for a while, a cute expression on her face. Speaking, I don't know, but 200 years old isn't that long for our worldly creatures. The elf guys, they're rumored to live for more than 2,000 years. Elves? Hearing this sentence, Lu Yang immediately brightened up. The elves are legendary creatures, and it is said that all the women of the elves are very beautiful. People often use the term beauty like a genie to describe a beautiful woman. A real female elf is presumably the most beautiful creature in the world, right? If this could get himself an elfin beauty, wouldn't it be heavenly? Turning to Sigrid, he asked, have the elves come to our world with you as well? If they have come here as well, do you know their location? Sigrid shook her head. We haven't found any creatures from our world since we accidentally crossed over here. Walkers have been found quite a bit, so I don't know if there are any elves. Lu Yang revealed a somewhat disappointed expression, still thinking that he would be able to get an elf maiden. Seems like I was overthinking it, but while elves can't get it, it's nice that dwarves can. He coughed and cleared his throat, then stood himself up straight, puffed out his chest, and asked the crowd, women of the dwarf race, I ask you, are you willing to be my Lu Yang's women? As soon as they heard this sentence, those dwarf women had a look of surprise on their faces. They had already been completely conquered by Lu Yang's soul control. Which one of them didn't want to follow Lu Yang? Not to mention being Lu Yang's woman. Even if they were to be Lu Yang's dog, they would be very willing. Even the dwarf women who were already married, their husbands didn't have any opinions. After all, their husbands were also manipulated by Lu Yang. So the women said in unison, we do. At the same time, Lu Yang also began to receive system prompts inside his mind. Non-stop. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the young girl. Receive a system reward. All attribute points plus 10 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully rescuing the young girl and obtaining the system reward. The storage space skill plus 1 level. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully saving the maiden and obtaining a new skill, passive shield. Level 1. A shield will be passively generated around your body to resist any attack once, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Looking at the system prompts he kept receiving inside his mind, Lu Yang's entire body was happy. He ended up receiving a full 84 tips, but Lu Yang realized something was wrong, because there are more than 84 dwarf women here. He counted what must have been over 90, and all the dwarf women have promised to be their own. It would make sense that you would get 90 plus rewards, so why only 80 plus? This caused Lu Yang to express great confusion. Chapter 76, How It's Done. According to Reason, Lu Yang has genetic enhancement with what kind of species are able to branch out, including the dwarves. So to be able to get a reward from the dwarf woman was something Lu Yang expected. But then again, not all dwarf women let themselves be rewarded. So why the difference? It was as if the system had detected Lu Yang's thoughts. The mechanical voice rang out. Only the woman that the host can make the other pregnant can get the reward. Instead, just one woman will allow you to get the reward. So won't that be a card bug? Lu Yang froze. Good lord. You know about bugs in this system? He had a somewhat sheepish look on his face. Inside my head again, I asked. I've enhanced my genetics to be able to have children with any species. So why can't I handle this group of dwarves? How come there are still 10 or so left that can't have children? The system replied. Although it is said that the host's genetics have been strengthened and can break reproductive isolation with any species, there are some among this group of dwarves that are not fertile in the first place, and the host's genetics, even more strengthened, are useless. How can you grow if your seed is strong and there is no soil for you to develop? Lu Yang was stunned. He was a sports student and didn't know much about this physiological knowledge. Continuing to ask, why are some dwarves infertile? The system replied, too old for menopause. Only then did Lu Yang reveal an expression of sudden realization. So it is. No wonder the hints given by this system always said that the rescue of the young girl was successful. It seems that if you're too old, you can't have children, even if you're strong. But being able to obtain more than 80 rewards, Lu Yang also felt that it was already enough. And knowing the fact that you can't get rewards for being too old, you don't have to waste your time when you come across older women in the future. And if you dare to pester yourself, just kill them directly. After communicating with the system, Lu Yang withdrew his mind and focused on the dwarf woman. It had to be said that the dwarves were indeed a very rough race. Even the women were full of muscles one by one. Even the women are going down inside the mines to work the mines. Not like pampered human women. This also led to the fact that most of these dwarves were all dark and rough-skinned, with bulging muscles on their bodies. The hands and feet are not long and slender like humans. Completely incompatible with Lu Yang's aesthetic. The only one who fit Lu Yang's aesthetic was their matriarch's daughter. Sigrid. So Liu Yang said to Sigrid, next you come back to my base camp with me. The others continue to stay here to mine. Although you are all willing to be my women, some of you are already married, so it's better not to think too much. I am not going to take you away. Work at ease. As soon as she heard those words, a look of surprise appeared on Sigrid's face, and her whole body was happy. Turning to her dad, she said, Dad, I'm going to leave here next, so take care of yourself in the future. Being able to follow Lord Liu Yang is really exciting to think about. Don't worry, every time Lord Liu Yang comes back in the future, I will come back with him to see you. The patriarch of the dwarf tribe had a pleased expression on his face. He said, Good daughter, I am also very happy that you can follow Lord Liu Yang. In the future, you can follow Lord Liu Yang without worrying about me. I will be here to command the dwarf clan and mine well for his excellency. Thus, Sigrid obediently followed next to Liu Yang. At 1.25 meters, she stood in front of Liu Yang, who was 1.85 meters. Like a little kid, look at this 28-year-old, daughter of the dwarf chief. Liu Yang's face revealed a somewhat complicated expression. Could this dwarf really be a match for himself? Can you have children? It's really a little intriguing to think about. Originally that a childish class flowerly manga is already very rebellious. 1.5 meters height in front of Liu Yang 1.85 meters body, already can be casually hugged up. That's better. Here comes another 5 feet 25 inches dwarf beauty. It's really anticlimactic to think about. However, the dwarves were different from humans. Their bodies were stronger. Their bodies were denser. Obviously only 1 meter 2, 1 meter 3, but they also weighed about the same as an adult's 1 meter 8, and their strength was also greater. If it was really a 1 meter 25 human adult, it probably wouldn't be able to withstand Liu Yang's tossing and turning. But not the dwarves. Their sturdy bodies should be able to handle it. Taking his attention back from the dwarf Sigrid, Liu Yang looked at the tribe and realized that there were still unfinished fences around the area, and there was a huge pile of ore piled up in the ranking of the tribe. He asked the dwarf chief, What are you guys planning to do with all these fences and ores? The dwarf chief replied, The fence is to defend against the invasion of the zombies. We first use logs to put up side by side to form a high fence, and then we surround the top of the fence with iron that we have beaten up. In this way, no zombies will be able to invade in. Our dwarf race makes a living by forging on our original planet. Not only do we forge weapons for ourselves and make armors, but even not only do we forge weapons and armor for ourselves, but even other races buy weapons and armor from us, such as the human race and the elves. The elves, every arrow that they shoot out, has an arrowhead on it that was made by us dwarves, said the dwarf clan chief with a proud expression on his face. Their forging skills are absolutely top-notch on their planet. By mining, smelting iron, and forging, they make weapons and armor, which they use to trade with other races for resources and food. That's how the dwarves survive. They are small in stature, but have great strength and sturdy bodies. It's perfect for underground mining. Listening to the other party's introduction, Liu Yang nodded. The other party had relied on forging weapons in exchange for food and resources on their planet, and now that they had come to this planet, they were doing the same old thing. It's just a shame that the people who traded with them for food and resources aren't available. I'm afraid they'll have to starve to death the way they were before. Luckily, they met themselves. Liu Yang said, Very well, then from now on you guys will mine for me. As for your food, I will provide it, and you guys only need to mine. You don't need to make iron. I can practice on my own. So Liu Yang, with a thought, waved his hand at the pile of metal ores in the distance. The metal components inside those metal ores began to gather into a ball like running water, leaving only some useless stone slag on the ground. Seeing this scene, the patriarch of the dwarf race was stunned. With trembling lips, he said, Lord Liu Yang, how did you do this? Chapter 77. Open the door. It's well known, iron ore, if it is to be made into iron, requires the technology of blast furnace iron making. This will utilize a lot of manpower and material resources, and a lot of fuel such as coal, so it's not cheap to turn ore into iron. But Liu Yang could just skip this step. Directly, he was able to complete the intentional iron smelting. Immediately after, Liu Yang directly cast these iron into a fence, surrounded this village, instantly surrounded this one tribe, solid as gold. Seeing this scene, an excited expression appeared on the dwarf clan's patriarch's face. This is too amazing? Lord Liu Yang, your iron-making skills are 10,000 times more skillful than even our dwarf race. You are the true king of iron and steel. Does it mean that all the humans in this world are as powerful as you? Then in that case, our dwarf group has really become worthless even in terms of our eating skills. For the dwarves, their proudest and most complacent place was their forging technology and mining technology. But now the technology that Liu Yang has shown is many times more advanced than them. Blast furnace iron making? People don't even need it. With a wave of his hand, all that iron sought up like running water. With another wave of his hand, the flowing metal began to turn into impenetrable steel plates again, and piece by piece they formed the tribe's walls. To these dwarves, it was like a miracle. With their level and technology, how could they not think of how Luoyang cities could do such a thing? Liu Yang said, "Not everyone has the same ability as me. There is only one Luoyang in this world. You guys only need to dig mines in the future. You don't need to make iron. The rest of the time you can plant. I will leave you with enough potatoes, sweet potatoes, maize, and other crop seeds to give to you. At the same time, before you plant to be able to be self-sustainable, you will be provided with food. You don't need to worry about food." Hearing that one sentence, all the dwarves let out a cheer. Really? You can provide us with food and you can provide us with seeds? Lord Liu Yang, you are simply our savior. We used to only trade weapons and armor made of smelted iron for food on our planet. So after coming to this planet, these past few days have made us very hungry. We were at a loss as to how to get food when you, Lord Liu Yang, came and is simply our great benefactor. Yes. Lord Liu Yang, you are our great benefactor. The dwarves were all grateful to Liu Yang. Because Liu Yang came here, not only did he make their tribal wall good, he even provided them with food. This was simply a savior. Facing the gratitude of the crowd, Liu Yang smiled and said, "Being my Liu Yang's little brother, naturally, there is no shortage of benefits for you. In the future, you guys will be able to mine here without any worries. I will come over every once in a while to collect your ores, and I will also bring food until you are able to be self-sufficient. Before that, your food will be taken care of by me. Work well, I'll leave first." "Yes, Lord Liu Yang," those dwarves said respectfully. So Liu Yang began to continue to give the women, wrapped in steel armor, with Gu Yunhan, you drunken blue-white Qingqing, and the dwarf clan's patriarch's daughter, Sigrid, and together they flew up into the sky and left the place. Flying in the middle of the sky, Sigrid's face showed a surprised expression. Turning to Liu Yang, she asked, "Lord Liu Yang, how can you fly? And you can even fly with us?" Liu Yang smiled and said, "I know a lot of things. Tonight you come to my room. I'll show you something even more awesome." When Gu Yunhan and the others heard these words, a somewhat lost expression appeared on their faces. Tonight Liu Yang even admired letting Sigrid the dwarf into his room? Damn it. In that case, wouldn't we have to go to the back of the line? Damn it, the dwarf beat me to it. But the dwarf does have a knack for being unique. Although her height is very short, but the proportion of her limbs is very harmonized. Even the greatness of her chest is not small at all. And her face is very delicate and beautiful. The face of a super beauty. After all, she is already 28 years old, not a little kid. However, it was the height difference that was a bit big with Liu Yang. Can the two of them really be right? Gu Yunhan and the others expressed great skepticism. Can't really figure out how a guy who's about 5 feet 3 inches plays with a guy who's 5 feet 85 inches. That scene is just exciting to think about. But the dwarves were known for their sturdy bodies, so maybe they could really hold up. The dwarf Sigrid, after listening to Liu Yang's words, but her pretty face flushed, revealing a shy smile. There was also an unconcealable joy in the smile. Lord Liu Yang said for me to find him in his room. Doesn't that mean I can get intimate with Lord Liu Yang? I'll be damned. It's really exciting to think about. Hey, let's see if I don't find a way to get Liu Yang-sama tonight. Got it, Lord Liu Yang. I'll look for you tonight, Sigrid said happily, then revealed a puzzled expression, asking, Lord Liu Yang, then where are we going next? Liu Yang smiled and said, the purpose of me coming here today is not just to look for you dwarves. You dwarves are just an accident on the way. My real purpose is to search for supplies. Since I have already brought you back, then you should come with us. Hearing this sentence now, Sigrid's face revealed a happy expression, saying, great, it's simply Sigrid's honor to be able to act with Lord Liu Yang. Next I will unconditionally obey Lord Liu Yang. I will do whatever you tell me to do. No need for you to do anything. Just follow me and watch me perform. Your master, me, is very strong, Liu Yang said with a smile. A thought followed, and all of them accelerated their flight together, instantly sending a sonic boom through the air. In the meantime, in the city of Namsan, more than 20 kilometers from here, a dusty squad arrives outside a survivor base. This surviving base was spontaneously organized by the survivors after the outbreak of the end times, and was headed by a psychic. The top brass of the base are also capable men and women, who in times of peace would be professional mercenaries, professional assassins, and so on. The fight is very strong. That's what makes it possible to manage thousands of people on the base. Just as the top brass of this base were drinking and chatting, the squad outside the base, the leader of which had a pleasing smile on his face, began to call out to the gatekeeper, brothers, we've come to defect to your base. Can you open the door? Chapter 78, What the hell are you doing? That one survivor who was watching the door heard the accents of some of these people who had come to join him, and found it a bit strange. They didn't seem to be locals. He frowned, but didn't think much of it. After all, it had been a month since the outbreak of the end times, and even if there were people from the next city who had fled here, it was nothing strange. As for whether or not to receive these survivors, he would need to consult the higher-ups inside the base, so he turned his head and rushed to the higher-ups office of the base. At this moment the top management of the base was inside drinking tea and chatting. The boss of the base was a middle-aged man with dark skin, a muscular body and a tall figure. The name was Lee Hain-yo, and he looked almost 35 years old or so. He took a sip of tea and spoke to the others. Our base now has more than 1,000 survivors, and there are quite a few on offer every day. As the base grows, we will become stronger and stronger. It seems that this end of the world is not entirely bad for us. This Lee Hain-yo, in the era of peace, because of screwing other people's wives, was found by other people's husbands, and in the middle of the fight also killed other people's husbands back. Because of this matter was put inside the prison. The original was a death sentence. In a couple of months will be executed, but did not expect the outbreak of the end of the world. The people inside the prison also turned into zombies. By mistake, he also ran out. It even allowed him to awaken his psychic abilities, thus becoming the king of this post-apocalyptic world. Gathered a lot of ruthless people and formed this one survivor base, living a life of food and drink every day. Even his wife has already found a dozen or so. Each one was a beautiful woman, and some were even directly the wives of other survivors that he had snatched up. This guy, even with the outbreak of the end times, still hasn't changed the chow thief's nature. Not so much for regular teenage girls, other people's wives, but he wants them as soon as he sees them. Moreover, he was an alien and the leader of this base, so he could just snatch anyone's wife he saw, and those men wouldn't dare to say anything. How dare you have a problem with that? Just break the legs and throw them out to the walkers outside. And, to join them as a base, there is a shelter from the wind and rain, no zombie invasion, and you have to upload supplies every day. When you don't have enough supplies to go up, you will also be thrown out. And once a survivor goes out there and falls in line, it's a lot harder to stay alive. Inside the surviving bases, you can also team up with other survivors, and you don't have to be scared at night. You can sleep well, and it's much safer than going it alone. As long as you can put up with the oppression of the higher-ups in the base, it's actually a better way to survive than going it alone. At this time, another person inside the administrator's office also took a sip of tea and said, "It's thanks to Brother Black Bull that we're able to live such a good life. Which one of us didn't commit some crimes in the peaceful times? Who dares to say they are innocent? It's the end of the world. Otherwise we'd be in jail for the rest of our lives, right?" Another senior survivor also said, "Isn't that so? Thanks to Brother Black Bull's leadership, we were able to set up the survivor base and live like kings of the earth. Compared to the previous peaceful era, it's like we're in paradise now. This end times has come at a good time." The third senior also said, "Brother Black Bull is simply the light amongst our end times, leading us to grow bigger and stronger and create another glory. Brother Black Bull, I toast to you. Let's all drink to Black Bull." Everyone raised their teacups and toasted to Lee Hain-yo. A happy smile appeared on Lee Hain-yo's face. Being patted on the back by these juniors' asses was very pleasurable, and it had to be said that even he felt a bit floored under the compliments of these juniors. "It felt like I was the god of the neighborhood. You can do whatever you want and be lawless." Just as the group was happily pushing their glasses together, there was a knock on the door. "Dun dun dun dun. Come in," Lee Hain-yo said calmly. Soon the door was pushed open and a junior walked in. Reporting to Lee Hain-yo, "Brother Hain-yo, a group of survivors have come outside the base, saying that they have come to join us. Should we let them in?" Hearing this sentence, Lee Hain-yo's face immediately lit up. It said, "Oh, there are survivors coming to join us. How many are there? Are there any females?" The little brother said, "There were about 10 people. There are men and women, all young people." Lee Hain-yo revealed a happy expression and said, "Good. Young is good. I like young women. Let's go. Brothers, let's go together to see how this new batch of survivors are doing." "Okay. Looks like Brother Black Bull will be able to find a new concubine. Ha ha ha. It's only because Brother Black Bull is so strong that he can stand up to a dozen concubines, and all of them are young women around 30, mature and plump, full of experience, and at this wolf-like age, who else can stand up to them? Brother Black Bull is invincible." Under the touting of his minions, Lee Hain-yo arrived at the entrance of the base. Across the gate of the base, he saw the group of new survivors who had come to join him. Those survivors said to Lee Hain-yo, "Big brother, I've come to defect to your base. Let us in. We'll abide by the rules of your base, as long as you collectively are willing to shelter us." Listening to the other party's words, Lee Hanyu always felt that there was something wrong somewhere. He couldn't help but frown. The little brother next to him, however, had already revealed a bad smile. Whispering in his ear, he said, "Brother Black Bull, those women are good. They are very pretty and have a good body, and they look petite, so I guess they can be hugged and played with." Hearing this, Lee Hanyu also glanced at them. Finding that those women were really good looking and had a unique charm, he nodded to the little brother next to him, saying, "Open the door and let them in." So the little brother nodded and opened the door, and the survivors walked right in. One of the survivors at the head of the group asked, "Are all the top brass of our infrastructure here?" Lee Hanyu was still wondering why the other party was asking this, but the little brother next to him had already jumped ahead and answered, "That's right. These 4 are the 4 leaders of our base, of which big brother Lee Hanyu is our boss." "Great." That survivor nodded. Then he gave a look to his companion next to him. Those few people instantly stormed out, drew the weapons on their belts, and quickly rushed towards these 4 executives inside the base at an extremely fast speed. And that little brother had already been taken control of as well. Before the crowd could react, the top of their necks were already held by the sharp dagger. Lee Hanyu was stunned in a cold sweat, and asked at these people, "What do you want to do?" Those survivors had an icy smile on their faces. Chapter 79 10 Shifters? The 4 base executives, and a junior were instantly subdued by the other side. A look of fear appeared on Lee Hanyu's face. As the only Ultron inside this base, the fact that he couldn't even react to himself showed that the other party's strength was also that of an Ultron. He saw that there were 10 whole people on the other side. 10 people are aliens? This team? It's too strong, isn't it? In this moment, Lee Hanyu felt like he was going to pee in his pants. It was because after he discovered the strength of the other party, he understood the fact that the entire base combined was not a match for the other party. 10 Xenos is enough to slaughter a base of 1,000 people. A pleasing smile appeared on his face, and he said to the men, "Brothers have something to say. We can discuss everything. Whatever you want, just take it away. Just let me live." At this time, Lee Hanyu has already understood that this base has been invaded, and he himself has been unable to return to heaven, so he can only be soft. One of the invaders in the lead took out a porcelain bottle from his hand. Several pitch-black pills were poured out. Distributing one to each of them, he said, "Eat this medicine." Lee Hanyu revealed an expression of dismay. He was able to realize that this medicine was definitely not something good. Maybe it was poison. He continued, "Brother, can we discuss this again? Can we not take this medicine?" A female intruder said, "Cut the crap. Don't eat? I'll cut you down." Each of the 5 men then took a pill. As soon as they ate it in, they felt a huge pain inside their stomachs, as if there were countless bugs inside their stomachs, constantly tearing. Several people all covered their stomachs and collapsed on the ground. "Help! Help! My stomach hurts. What the hell did you feed us? Damn it! Damn it! Give me the antidote! Give me the antidote quickly! It hurts! Kill me! Please, kill me!" They rolled around on the ground in direct pain as the medicine kicked in, and some were even bent on death. At this time the leading intruder took out another porcelain vase and poured out a few pills, giving one to each of the 4 leaders. After Lee Hanyu and the others ate the pills, the pain inside their stomachs instantly disappeared. But that one little brother didn't get to take the antidote and was still rolling around on the ground. His face had long since gone pale, and his entire expression began to distort, and he kept covering his stomach, and was screaming on the ground. "Ah! Help! Brother Black Bull, save me! My stomach hurts! Ah! Please, please help me! Give me an antidote too, give me one too! Just give me an antidote and I'll do whatever you want!" However, those invaders just coldly watched the scene. Black Bull and the others were also trembling all over. Having experienced such pain themselves just now, they deeply understood how hard it was to feel that kind of pain that was like having your heart eaten and your lungs torn out. The fallen junior brother still screamed miserably. Black Bull brother, kill me if you don't give me the antidote. Please, big brother, give me a pain in the ass." Looking at the other party with such a painful expression, Lee Hanyu's face also showed a look of fear. These people are too strong, and this poison is horrible. If he hadn't softened up and gotten the antidote, then he would have been the one begging for mercy on the ground. A life worse than death. Though that one little brother rolling around on the floor was his own most loyal follower. But Lee Hanyu didn't even dare to say a word to plead for mercy now. Even more so, he didn't dare to take the liberty of giving the other side a hard time, because those intruders haven't spoken yet. He was now terrified to even move a finger. The one junior brother who fell on the ground kept rolling around in pain, and eventually he revealed a fierce look, pulled out the dagger at his waist, and slit his stomach with a single cut. Wow! That little brother's stomach was instantly separated by a horrible bloody gash. I have to say, This little brother is also a tough guy who can disembowel himself. Holding it in his hand with a maniacal expression, he laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, it doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt anymore." Looking at this horrifying scene, even Lee Hanyu, who had been through hundreds of battles and killed countless people, couldn't help but squint his eyes. This poison is too horrible, isn't it? It's amazing how much it can hurt to the point where a person would rather peel back their stomach and cut it out. Terrible. That's terrible. What the hell are these scary guys? It's a real heartstopper. Eventually, the junior finally died from bleeding out after several minutes of agonizing pain. See this scene. All of Lee Hae-nyo's people felt a chill on their backs, in pain to the point of self-inflicted death. Who can imagine what was going through his mind at the end of his life? At this time those invaders finally set their eyes on Lee Hae-nyo and the others. The one invader at the head of the group revealed a smirking expression. "Speaking, the poison on you all. You have to take an antidote every 7 days, otherwise you will be like him, in pain until you are worse than death. I believe you guys should already know the power of this poison, right? Next, everything listen to us, we will give you the antidote at regular intervals. Whoever dares to have dissenting thoughts, this live-shaved stomach is your downfall. Understand? Understood. Don't worry, my lord. We will definitely not do anything to defy you. From now on we will go east when you tell us to go east and west when you tell us to go west. You're our boss. I'll do whatever I have to do to get to the Mountain of Swords and the Sea of Fire." The top management of the 4 bases hastily patted their chests, listening to the other party's words. It seemed like they wanted to use poison to control themselves and do things for them, in which case it meant that they were still somewhat useful, and their lives shouldn't be in danger in a short period of time. After getting this conclusion, Lee Hae-nyo's heart was also a bit relieved. In the post-apocalyptic world it was supposed to be possible to die at any time. If I can live one more day, what does it matter even if I work for others as a dog? Staying alive is what matters. But when he thought that he used to be the god inside this base, and now all of a sudden he had become someone else's dog, it was a contrasting feeling that was still a little too much for him to take in. He didn't move and clenched his fists, but there was still a curt smile on his face. That leader of the invaders added at this time, "Gather everyone inside the base and tell them that we are the boss of the base from today onwards, as well as showing us around the base and making introductions. From today, we take over this base." Lee Hae-nyo quickly nodded his head and said, "Yes, Your Excellency. I'll do it now." Chapter 80 Preparing to ask for help from official organizations. The top brass of the 4 bases immediately went to gather the people inside the bases. The 10 invaders, however, stood on top of a high platform in the square, waiting for the crowd. Seeing that those people didn't follow them at all, at this time a big man said to Lee Hae-nyo, "Boss, they didn't follow us. Should we escape now? These people are too scary. We will die sooner or later if we stay here." Lee Hae-nyo said, "It's not even if your kid is usually a tiger. But now you can even say such words? Didn't you hear what they said? We have to take the antidote once a week, otherwise we'll die of pain. Didn't you see how that horseman died just now?" That big man's face was agitated as he said, "Then what should we do? Are we really going to be slaves and dogs for them? Grandma, obviously just now we were drinking tea, sighing about the coming of the end times. A huge opportunity for us, sighing about living like gods. Who knew that before we could be complacent for long, we'd be set upon by these people. Pissed me off." For him, such a heavenly change in status was just too much to take in. This big man's name is Eru. It was supposed to be 2 and a tiger. His brain was one-dimensional, and he spoke without thinking. Nowadays, if the words he said were to be heard by those intruders, it was estimated that he would die without even a crumb left. Lee Hae-nyo said, "Eru, these words you say in front of me, even if it is said in front of those people just now, you will absolutely be dismantled. Don't talk nonsense in the future. Now we are just taking one step at a time. Let's do what they say first, and wait until we find the opportunity." I see something strange in these people's movements, demeanor, and tone of voice, so watch and observe again. There's always a way. Lee Hae-nyo was a shifter and the only one here. His observation skills were naturally much better than the other 3 ordinary people. Within the period of time he had been in contact with those intruders, he had already discovered something strange about them. In fact, originally, when he didn't open the door outside the door, he had already realized that these intruders were a bit strange, all because that little brother said that the woman next to him was good-looking, attracting his attention, and only then let him relax his guard. Otherwise, he would never have let these intruders come in so easily. Now after the face-to-face contact, Lee Hae-nyo was even more skeptical of these people. The accent is off. Body movements are off. These people, he suspected, were not from the Dragon Kingdom at all. Rather, they are foreign invaders. If it's a foreign invader, then they are still saved. One can defect to the official organization. As long as one provides useful clues to the official organization, one will make up for one's mistakes. Then the things one has committed in the end times, including the things one has committed in the peaceful times, will all be written off. Thinking this way, Lee Hania's heart is full of energy. As long as it's an official organization, even the most poisonous poisons are able to research an antidote, right? The other three big men also quietly calmed down after hearing Lee Hania's words. Since Big Brother Black Bull had already said that he would definitely be able to think of a way, then he definitely could. After all, Big Brother Black Bull was the strongest of all of them, and the only one who was an exalt, the existence that all of them believed in the most. Soon Lee Haniu brought his three brothers to gather everyone inside the base and came above the square. Those invaders stood in the square facing the crowd and said, "From today onwards, this base of yours is our property. These 10 of us are the top inside the base, and Lee Haniu is our subordinate. Whoever dares to disobey our management, then there is only one end, and that is death. Face these intruders." The ordinary survivors inside the base began to discuss it in droves. A survivor said, "Who are these guys? How dare they take all of Lee Haniu's positions?" And that Lee Haniu is still beside him with a lowly look, as if he doesn't have any opinions? It's a bit abnormal, isn't it? Another survivor said, "I guess these 10 new arrivals are very strong, stronger than Lee Haniu and the others. That's why Lee Haniu and the others didn't dare to say anything, but it doesn't have much to do with us. After all, we are originally the lowest level. It makes no difference to us who is the management of the base. That's just it. Maybe these new management guys are treating us better? That's right, isn't it? That guy, Lee Haniu, stole my wife, and I want him dead. I can't wait for him to die. I've already lost my wife. What else can I lose? These new guys, no matter how bad they are, can they be as bad as Lee Haniu?" For these ordinary survivors inside the base, it didn't matter to them who was sitting in the base management position. Anyway, the ordinary survivors are the lowest level of existence, the lowest level of oppression, but it's just a different person to oppress. Just that Lee Haniu isn't much better. Not only do they collect their supplies, but they even steal their wives. If it wasn't for the fact that they couldn't beat Lee Haniu, they would have finished him off long ago. Moreover, this Lee Haniu is a psychic, even a bit of a handful. Those survivors who were robbed of their wives were not united before. Dozens of them were robbed of their wives. Once secretly discussed to take out Lee Haniu. I don't know how Lee Haniu heard this news. Before they even acted, they already knew about their plans. Straight away, all the survivors who were plotting to rebel were killed and thrown out to feed the zombies. Ever since that incident, no one dared to defy Lee Haniu. There were even rumors inside the base that Lee Haniu was omnipotent and omniscient. Even badmouthing him behind his back would be heard by him. And now that they saw this omniscient god also eat and hold back, these ordinary survivors even felt a little good in their hearts. "I told you to steal my wife. You have your day." After the announcement, the 10 intruders simply left. He directly checked into the same leadership building where Lee Haniu and the others used to live. And Lee Haniu and the others could only retreat to live in other buildings. Looking at his former assets, his own base being taken away like this, Lee Haniu was so angry that he gritted his teeth secretly. Plans for retaliation had already begun to form in his mind. Foreign invaders? After I figure out what you're up to and who you really are, I'm going to get the Shifter Authority to deal with you. I just don't believe that you're still a match for the official Shifter Authority. In the evening, 10 intruders started drinking and eating inside the leadership building. Each one of them had a cocky expression on their faces and started gabbing away. In the corner, a small mouse hid inside the clutter, nibbling on a peanut that these intruders had dropped on the floor while drinking. Chapter 81, Inviting Liu Yang. Immediately after that, the intruders started chatting. One of the invaders said, "It's still Lord Miyamoto who's smart. Just by using just a little bit of tactics, he subdued all of those people from the Divine Dragon Kingdom, making them work for us, not even daring to have the slightest thought of resistance." Another intruder said, "In the words of the Dragon Kingdom, this is called killing the chicken to warn the monkey, right? Taking out one of their companions to deter the rest. That's a great method, worthy of being Lord Miyamoto." The third intruder spoke up. "A poison that requires an antidote once a week? Where do we get that kind of stuff? Ha ha ha. It's just that the one who died took the real poison and the others took the fake poison. These people of the Divine Dragon Kingdom are just too stupid. If everyone is of this kind of intelligence, sooner or later, our little sun empire will take over the entire Divine Dragon Kingdom. When we have established a firm footing here, we will notify the large troops to come over and occupy this city first, and then we will advance step by step. By then, the entire Shinlong country will be the territory of our little sun empire. Ha ha, we're the first batch to come here to open up the land with great merit. This apocalyptic outbreak is a great opportunity for our little sun empire. We can't do anything about the Divine Dragon Kingdom in the peace era, and when the apocalypse breaks out, the gap between everyone's strengths won't be that big. We must try to seize this opportunity before we do so. That's right. Let's drink a toast for the future of our Little Sun Empire. These people turned out to be from the Kotobukiya Empire. The purpose is to infiltrate the Shenlong Kingdom and occupy its territory step by step, starting from the south near the sea, and then advancing inland. In the end their aim was even to occupy the entire Shenlong country. What a bunch of wolfish little Japanese Imperial Japanese. Meanwhile, Li Hanyu, who lived inside another building, had clenched his fists, unable to resist. He cursed in a low voice. Dog, how dare you lie to your grandpa Black Bull? The three executives next to him heard Li Hanyu's words and revealed a puzzled expression as they asked, Brother Hanyu, what's wrong? Who are you scolding? Li Hanyu regained his composure. It's fine. It's fine. It's too stuffy inside the house and a bit irritating. I'll go outside to get some air, said Li Hanyu directly out of the house. The other three companions did not care too much. At this moment, after Li Hanyu walked out of the house, he walked straight out of the base, now that he had realized that he had not been poisoned. Then of course he ran as far away as he could, and it was already known that these guys were invaders from the Little Sun Empire. So as long as they were reported to the Divine Dragon Kingdom's alien authority, then they would definitely be able to get support. Although it was said that he wasn't a good person when the end times broke out, he was still a fellow countryman even if he was worse than these invaders who had invaded the Divine Dragon Kingdom. And you can get credit for reporting an intruder. It's called putting the credit where the credit is due. In the future, if I, Li Hanyu, can join the alien authority, then I will even be able to eat royal food. From now on, I will join the Divine Dragon Kingdom establishment, and I will no longer need to bump around in the post-apocalyptic world as I did in the past. Just thinking about this, Li Hanyu was filled with energy. After leaving the base, he directly ran wildly all the way, wanting to get away from this dangerous place. As for why he didn't tell those three companions, it was because although those three companions were also the top level inside the base, they were ordinary people, not adepts, and their speed definitely couldn't keep up with his own. So if he brought them along he would only be dragging his own leg. Although inside the base they called themselves brothers and sisters, but when it really came to danger, naturally the most important thing was to protect their own safety first. This is the end times. This is human nature. Li Hanyu thought to himself, if I can find the official organization and come back to save them, they will be truly saved. If I take them to run away with me and get caught by those little Japanese devils, they might even be killed directly. So come to think of it, it's not that I've abandoned them, but rather I'm trying to find a way to save them. They should be thanking me for that. Li Hanyu ran wild all the way. Although he didn't know the exact scope of the alien authority, he knew the outbreak of the end times alien authority would send people to patrol and even capture those wanted aliens. As soon as one left the base, there was a good chance that one would run into an official administrator. He had encountered it from afar when he was gathering supplies before, and at that time he had deliberately avoided official organization personnel for fear that his identity as a fugitive would be discovered. I didn't realize that nowadays I would have to take it upon myself to go to an official person. What a sigh of relief. Li Hanyu ran furiously all the way for more than 10 kilometers. The whole person was tired and panting, sweating like rain, but he didn't dare to slow down his speed. After all, those Shaojian Empire's alien power users were stronger than themselves, and they definitely ran faster than they did. So if they were discovered, they would most likely be caught up. Once the other side catches up, the consequence is only death. So now it's a matter of life and death. He was running at a 100-meter sprint the whole way. Just as he was running forward at breakneck speed, suddenly, several figures came to his face. They blocked his way. The men had a serious look on their faces and asked, "Who are you? Where do you want to go running so fast? Looking at your running speed, you should be an alien, right?" Li Hanyu stopped and saw the uniforms on those people, and his face immediately showed a look of excitement. Happily, he asked them, "Are you, by any chance, official members of the alien authority?" The guys nodded. "Yes, but we've become the Doomsday Creature Authority now. All creatures inside Doomsday are under our control, not just the aliens." "What are you?" Li Hanyu came up for air and said, "I'm a psychic who was awakened after the outbreak of the apocalypse. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, I saved a lot of ordinary people and formed a surviving base, but some people invaded my base, and I found out that they were actually invaders from the Shoji Empire. That's why I escaped all the way, trying to find the official organization to report, and now I finally found you guys. It's so delightful." After hearing Li Hanyu's words, those few people from the official organization immediately revealed a grave expression. "What? Invaders from the Little Sun Empire? How dare these mother *************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Mania said. They are very strong and there are 10 of them. You are only 5 people. I'm afraid you are not their opponent. I suggest you report to the headquarters to send more people to support them before you do so. Their methods are very cruel and scary. In case you can't beat them, you'll all have to die if you're caught by them. Without full certainty, Lihania didn't want to return to that survivor base. There are only 5 of these official aliens. Lihania couldn't trust their strength. The captain of that one squad also felt reasonable after hearing Lihania's words, and after thinking for a while, he took out the satellite cell phone from his arms. He dialed the number of the headquarters. Status of the note to headquarters. The headquarters immediately reported to Chen Kuliang, the director of the Doomsday Biological Authority. Chen Kuliang frowned his pale brows after hearing about this matter. Speaking, he said, an invasion of the Little Sun Empire's alien power users? This is not a small matter. This one invading force might be a test, and if we don't handle it well, it will give them the illusion that the Divine Dragon Kingdom is weak. By the time all the geezers join together to invade the city Shenlong country, it'll be difficult. That's why it's necessary to take them all out with a thunderbolt. Chen Kuliang asked to his secretary, how many more S-rank teams are there within our authority? The secretary said with a somewhat embarrassed expression. Currently they are all gone on missions. There isn't a single S-rank team. Because the last time Liu Yang came to our authority he took away too many female S-class alter egos, causing us to have a shortage of S-class alter egos. Alas. Director Chen sighed. But soon he brightened up as if he thought of something and said, the location of the incident doesn't seem to be far from the city where Liu Yang is, right? If we let Liu Yang take action directly, no matter how powerful the invaders are, they will be killed in seconds. Is there still a need to look for other S-class teams? Quick, dial Liu Yang's number for me. The secretary also had an excited expression on her face as she said, yes, Liu Yang is our honorary chief captain. First in S-class. By him, it's a complete 10-take-10. So the secretary hurriedly picked up the satellite phone and prepared to dial Liu Yang's number. Chapter 82, Inviting the Commander-in-Chief. At the same time, Liu Yang was originally taking the dwarf beauty Sigrid, and Bai Qingqing and other 3 big beauties are collecting supplies inside the supermarket. At this time they have already collected the whole 3 supermarkets. Liu Yang's storage space in the middle of another filled with a lot. The 4 beauties looked at Liu Yang and directly waved their supplies and disappeared. And each of them began to marvel at Liu Yang's power. They were able to see Liu Yang change supplies and food on the go though, but he didn't have much to change out every time. But he didn't expect Liu Yang to be able to change the entire supermarket's food out of sight. That's too good. At the same time the eyes of the 4 people looking at Liu Yang were starting to glow with stars. So handsome. This man is so handsome. Just love him so much. Just when Liu Yang had finished collecting this supermarket and was ready to head to the next supermarket amidst the adoring gazes of all the women, the satellite phone on his body unexpectedly rang. Liu Yang revealed a somewhat puzzled expression, but still answered the phone. Liu Yang spoke into the phone. Hey, who is it? What's with the early morning calls? On the other end of the phone came the good old laugh of Director Chen Kuliang. Ha ha, Liu Yang little friend is an old man. I'm Chen Kuliang. It's like this. Today I received a news. Not far away from that city of yours, there is a surviving base that was taken over by the Shaori Empire's alien. It's rumored that there are a lot of beautiful women inside that base that are caught in the middle of the water. Now urgently need our authority to save. But our authority and no manpower. So only able to ask Liu Yang little friend is not available. Old man really cannot bear to see those by those little days to spoil. As soon as he heard these words, Liu Yang's face revealed a somewhat surprised expression. How could there be such a thing? People from the Little Sun Empire dared to invade our Shenlong country? And they are also hijacking the survivor bases. After the outbreak of Armageddon, the number of people in the Shenlong country has decreased by at least 90%. Every population can be a resource for Liu Yang, especially the beautiful maidens, which could also provide rewards to Liu Yang. Can't let these little Japanese empires take it. Moreover, a small Japanese empire is not far away. You also want to come to steal a woman with me, Liu Yang. Are you looking for death? Liu Yang felt that he did have the need to go and talk to these people from the little Japanese empire for a while, but the mouth can't show it. He said to Director Chen on the phone, Director Chen, I'm very busy right now, and I'm only your honorary chief captain, but I didn't say that I'll carry out the mission for you, or you'd better find someone else. Director Chen said in a hurry, little friend Liu Yang, if I could find the others, why would I need to call you? I also know that you are very busy, all busy with your own business. I'm not really out of options. Don't worry. As long as you help me to kill off or catch all of these people from the little Japanese empire, I'll give you the military merit of the extraordinary merit, which you can use to exchange for resources inside the authority. Hearing that Director Chen had already started to tempt himself with military honors, Liu Yang had a smile on his face. Still not moving, but I really don't have time. Director Chen was silent for a few seconds before he finally clenched his teeth again and said, I'll give you 2 special grade military honors. At the same time, all the things you got from the Little Sun Empire Ultrans belong to you, so there's no need to turn them in. I just want their people, or corpses. Seeing that the other party had been silent for so long before giving 2 special military honors, it seemed that they had already reached their limit. So Liu Yang said, alright, then I'll put aside the matter at hand for a while and take the time to go and deal with these Shaojian Empire's alien power users for you. Upon hearing this, Chen Liang immediately revealed a happy expression and hurriedly said into the phone, that would be great. Since all of our S-class teams have gone out on missions, we haven't been able to find anyone that we can send out right now. If little friend Liu Yang is willing to go, that would be really reassuring for old me. Very well then, I'll hang up first and wait for your good news. Aha! Liu Yang nodded and then hung up. After seeing Liu Yang hang up the phone, Bai Qingqing asked, Liu Yang who called you? Liu Yang said, Chen Liang that old guy. He said that he wants to ask me to help him do one thing. He can give me 2 special military honors. I haven't stayed inside your management bureau before. How much are the 2 special military honors worth? Or how much rice can be exchanged for material? Liu Yang didn't have much of a concept of something like military merit, so he didn't know what 2 exceptional military honors meant either. I don't know how much food I can get for it either. As for Bai Qingqing and the other 3 people, after listening to Liu Yang's words, their faces showed a shocked expression. They're all S-class aliens, also a squad leader inside the authority. Naturally, he understands very well what an exceptional military honor means. Bai Qingqing said, Director Chen even promised to give you 2 special grade military honors? My goodness, this is too generous. You drunken blue said, within our authority, only Lu Qingsong has ever gotten a special grade military labor, and it was because he was chasing after a top-ranked S-rank alien fugitive. He was undermined by the other party and was seriously injured. Only then did he get a special grade military labor. I didn't realize that you could get 2 at once. How dangerous of a mission did you have to go on? Gui Yunhan said, extraordinary military merit cannot be measured in terms of money or material goods at all, and it can be exchanged for things you can't get anywhere else. If you are willing, a special class military merit, if you meet someone who needs it, others will be willing to offer at least a few hundred tons of food to buy it. Of course first you'd have to find someone that rich in the end times. Hearing the words of these 3 people, Liu Yang's face showed a happy expression. Speaking, very well, in that case, then I, Liu Yang, must go on this trip. Invaders of the Little Sun Empire, right? Bear my Liu Yang's hard and big iron fist well. So Liu Yang directly took the 3 big beauties and a dwarf beauty and flew directly up into the sky to the location that Director Chen had mentioned. In less than a minute, Liu Yang had arrived at the location given by Director Chen. Saw Li Hanio and that one authority squad. When Liu Yang landed on the ground, a look of surprise appeared on that squad's face. They reported to the headquarters, which said that they would send reinforcements, but they didn't expect that the person sent to reinforce them would be the honorary chief captain, Lord Liu Yang. They have long been admiring Chief Captain Liu Yang for a long time. If it wasn't for the fact that they were male, they would all want to go with Liu Yang. Now that they saw Liu Yang again, each of them had an excited expression on their faces. They all called out to Liu Yang, Lord Liu Yang, surprisingly, it's you who came to support us. This is too exciting, isn't it? With Lord Liu Yang making a move. It's a sure thing this time. Ha, the Little Sun Empire invaders? They'll have a good time this time. Liu Yang nodded to them, said, tell me about the situation and the location of the intruder. I, Lord Chief Captain Liu Yang. That junior captain nodded, then looked at Li Hanyu and said, you, hurry over and report the situation to our Lord Chief Captain. Chapter 83, Setting Out to Rescue a Beautiful Woman. Meanwhile, inside the survivor base, the invaders of the Lesser Sun Empire had realized that Li Hanyu was missing, so they gathered everyone inside the base. In front of everyone, tortured those 3 remaining top brass. A woman from the Kojitsu Empire cracked her whip and flung it across the body of one of the base's top brass. Pow! A bloody wound instantly appeared on that person's back. The leader of the invaders of the Kazoku Empire said, speak, where the hell did your boss run off to? That base's senior. The whole person was already very weak. His whole body was covered in blood, and after being thrown a whip, he instantly trembled all over in pain. The mouth kept begging for mercy and said, I really don't know and we are all poisoned. How can we lie? He said he went out to get some air and then disappeared. We really don't know anything He's the only one inside the whole base who's an alien. Where do we care about him? The leader of the pull an intruder. Frowned. Then he drew his dagger directly and put it on the other's neck. Mouth said in a cold voice, I'll ask you one last time. Do you know where to run to or not? Duh. Lord. I really don't know. That management was practically crying. Li Hanyu ran away without a word, leaving behind their 3 brothers. How do they know where Li Hanyu ran to? It's really not that I don't say it, but I really don't know it. However, these intruders don't care about him, only to see that leading intruder. A flash of ice coldness appeared in his eyes, and then he slashed that dagger with force. Put! A deep bloody gash was instantly cut above the other party's neck, and raging blood sprayed out directly. The man's eyes widened, and after only a few seconds he collapsed to the ground, both legs twitching nonstop for a few moments before he eventually stopped moving. The lead intruder wiped his dagger clean and then addressed everyone. Your boss has escaped. Any of you who know a clue report it immediately. I'll reward you heavily, and I'll kill one person every hour for the next hour, until someone gives me a clue about him. When these words came out, everyone sucked in a breath of cool air, and a look of fear appeared in their eyes. This group of invaders kills when they say they will, without even blinking an eye. Everyone was trembling with fear, and the entire base was gripped by an atmosphere of fear. The other side. Li Hanyo came to the front of Lu Yang. Looking at Lu Yang, stoic figure, his whole body felt a never-before-seen sense of oppression. This young man looked to be less than 20 years old, but the kind of strong man feeling given by his body was something he had never seen before, and even just being close within a range of more than a meter, he already felt that his sweaty hairs were standing on end, and he didn't dare to look at them directly. Facing Lu Yang's sharp eyes, he even felt a fear of being seen through to his heart. It was as if he had even been stripped of his bottom by the other party in front of Lu Yang. This is the Chief Captain Sama of the official authority. I didn't realize it was so young. You see those team members strutting around in front of me, but in front of this Chief Captain, they can't wait to get down on the ground and lick his feet. This kind of strong aura was definitely not something an ordinary person could possess. Maybe even the director of the authority would have to be in awe of him. He himself is nothing more than a prisoner of the peace era who escaped after the outbreak of the apocalypse and also awakened his supernatural powers to be able to become the leader of a base. In front of such a strong person, one was truly inferior to a hare. A deep sense of inferiority and fear caused Li Hanyo to start speaking poorly. His lips trembled and he stammered. Duh, Lord, is like this? I was originally the leader of a base, but one day came 10 uninvited guests, directly threatened me to hand over the base to their management, and then by chance, I heard that they turned out to be people from the Shoji Empire, so I disregarded the danger to my life and ran straight out to report to the Doomsday Biological Administration, and must not let these people from the Little Sun Empire have their way. They are prepared to start from this city, and encroach, step by step, on our Divine Dragon Kingdom's territory. Listening to the other party's words, Lu Yan nodded. It was not far off from the information he knew, just a little more detailed. This was not what he wanted to know. So Lu Yang asked, is that base of yours crowded? Are there many beautiful women? And are there any women in the invasion? Women of the Koji Empire. I've only seen it in movies before, but if I could get my hands on a few of them in reality, it would be really exciting to think about. Hearing this one question from Lu Yang, Li Hanyo's entire body froze for a moment. He also didn't expect Lu Yang to ask this, but how can the brain circuits of a big brother be speculated upon at random? The reason the big guy asked is that there must be a use for it. It must be for the greater good. So Li Hanyo answered truthfully, there are more than 1,000 people in our base, and there are more than 500 females. As for the beautiful women, I don't know what the standard is, but I think there should be dozens of them if they are pretty, right? As for the intruders, 2 of them are female, 8 of them are male. Are those 2 women pretty? Lu Yang continued to ask. Pretty, very pretty, but I didn't dare look at it much, Li Hanyo said. As soon as he heard this sentence, Lu Yang immediately brightened up. Dozens of beautiful women plus 2 invading super beautiful shifters, right? Then I, Lu Yang, have a reason why I have to go. He couldn't wait. Go, set off now. You take me with you. These people from the Lesser Sun Empire dared to invade our Divine Dragon Kingdom. It's simply unforgivable. I don't want to wait a second longer. As soon as Li Hanyo heard these words, he quickly showed a happy expression and said to Lu Yang, okay, my lord, I'll take you there. You come with me. So Li Hanyo turned around and was ready to go. Then the next second, he realized that his whole body seemed to be wrapped in something and he couldn't move. Immediately after that, the entire person's feet left the ground and directly floated in the air. It scared the piss out of him straight away. A big man of 1 meter 9, with dark skin and bulging muscles all over his body, was so scared that he let out a woman-like scream. Aha! Help me! Help me! Lord help me! What's going on here? Help! At this time Lu Yang also floated next to him and said with a smile, don't panic, calm down. As an alien, is the ability to fly hard to understand? It's me who made you guys fly. It was only at this time that Li Hanyo realized that everyone had floated. That trembling heart finally calmed down a bit. At the same time, he was also even more shocked in his heart at how powerful Lu Yang was. Flight powers? But not only can he fly by himself, he can also take others with him, which is too fierce. No wonder it's possible to be the chief captain of the Doomsday Bio Authority. This is too strong. Amidst the other party's shocked gaze, then Liu Yang said, "Point the way." "Which direction?" Li Hania stretched out a finger towards the direction of the base. Yet the next second, boom! A loud bang came from the sky. Everyone exceeded the speed of sound and began flying at breakneck speeds. In less than 10 seconds, he had reached Li Hania's base. A boom followed. Straight to the ground. Chapter 84, Never Give In. Hearing this loud noise, everyone was startled. And when the smoke went up to see that one stout and handsome figure standing proudly, with his whole body shining with silver light, both the survivors inside the base and the invaders revealed shocked expressions. How could they not expect that there would be someone falling from the sky? And it was still a formation that couldn't be earned. Did it mean that it was also an invasion? But his way of invasion was much more direct. But when they took a good look at the black bull next to Liu Yang, they instantly reacted again. It's not an intruder. Instead, it was that one rescue that Li Haniao had found. Seeing this scene, those 10 invaders of the Lesser Sun Empire all revealed a grave expression. The other party descended from the sky. This strength wasn't weak. At the sight of the silver glittering armor on the other side, it looked highly defensive and handsome. The other party could be a flight alien. It was also possible that they were the official elites of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, an ordinary person would never be able to get a set of such handsome armor in the end times. However, armor isn't very useful for a shifter. It's not much use other than to look cool. What's the point of wearing something that's already obsolete and can't even stop a bullet? Might as well get a set of body armor. The district's flight ability itself was not a strong combatant. Even if you can fly, so what? You can still fly over a bow and arrow? Flying in the sky, that's a living target. A direct arrow can shoot it down. All 10 Little Sun Empire invaders had a light smile on their faces. Those 2 of Li Hania's companions saw Li Hania folding back, while their faces showed expressions of gratitude. They all said to Li Haniu, "Boss Haniu, I knew you wouldn't abandon us. It turns out that you went to bring help and came back to save us. It really touched us. Boss Black Bull, I deserve to die. I'm guilty. I secretly cursed your ancestors in my heart at that time. Cursed you for giving birth to a child without an asshole. I thought you directly abandoned us and ran away on your own. It turns out that you are enduring humiliation. I was wrong to blame you. It's a pity that old Four was killed and couldn't wait for you to come back. What a hateful death." Hearing the words of the 2 brothers, and the sight of that one brother's body, Li Hania's expression was also a bit sad. In the beginning he was indeed ready to run away. In fact, he didn't even think about being able to come back to save his brothers. But now to see the brothers looking so expectantly at themselves, Li Hania directly stood up his chest and said, "One day as a brother, a lifetime as a brother. Brothers, I won't abandon you. All the people inside this survivor base are my brothers. I, Li Haniao, am a man of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. How could I possibly let these little Japs scare me away?" As soon as they heard these words, everyone inside the base revealed a shocked expression. These invasions turned out to be from the Kazoku Empire? They've been controlled by these little days for so long that they never even realized who each other were. They spoke the language of the Divine Dragon Kingdom, and although they had some accents, they couldn't be heard as Shaori at all. And the Imperial side thought they were from some small southern city. Now that they heard Li Hania say that the other side were all people from the Little Sun Empire, the survivors inside the base all revealed angry expressions. Damn little life. The end times have broken out. And you still dare to invade our Shenlong kingdom? This time they must be made to come back. Those survivors who had been kneeling on the ground all stood up. They kneel to heaven and earth and their parents. But they will never kneel to a small life. Even if you die standing up. Seeing those survivors inside the base, one by one, stood up, a shocked expression appeared on the faces of the invaders of the Lesser Sun Empire. How dare these people stand up without their own permission? Who qualifies them to stand up? A Little Sun Empire invader at the head of the group shouted, "Kneel down for me, you bunch of losers. Who told you to stand up? Are you guys tired of living? I'll count to 3 seconds. I'll kill anyone who dares to stand up again and not kneel down." Yet in response to his threat, he was met with an unwavering and hateful look. All the people inside the base, they were all in rags, though some of them were unkempt, some of them were yellow, and some of them had black dirty faces. It looks weak and thin. However, that resilient demeanor, that indestructible will revealed in their eyes, surprised the 10 invaders of the Little Sun Empire. What makes these guys dare to disobey themselves? Aren't they all afraid of death? Why do they dare look at me like that? Who gave them the bottom line? Li Haniu also had an excited expression on his face at this time. The thousands of survivors kneeling on the ground all stood up in a flash. The scene was just too spectacular. Although they were all ordinary people and none of them were psychics, The kind of aura that emanated from them was like a mountain torrent, heaving and surging higher and higher, as if they were going to swallow up all of those 10 invaders from the Little Sun Empire. Burning. It's really burning. In this instant, even a wallflower like Li Hainyo, a wallflower who fell with the wind and an individualist who would only look out for himself, felt his blood boiling. It's as if the phrase "the world rises and falls, and the man is responsible for it" popped up inside. Even he wanted to take the lead and bring down these invaders. Seeing this scene, seeing those obviously poor survivors emerge with a mountainous aura, that invader leader frowned and spoke to Li Hainyu. "I said, where did you run off to? So you went to get help? Have you forgotten that you've been poisoned by us? Without an antidote, you'll die through your intestines in a few days. You've already seen that pain yourself. Do you want to try it again?" Li Hainyu said, "Even if I die, I will die standing up. You little days will surely die in front of me as well. You want me to give in to you little people? You're too good to be true." The other survivors also shouted in a chorus of voices when they heard this. "Never give in. Little day must die. Never give in. Little day must die." More than 1,000 people yelled in unison. The sound was deafening. When the invader leader heard this voice, he hurriedly turned around and cursed at the survivors. "Are you looking for death? Who gave you guys the nerve to look at me with such eyes? How dare you say such words? You pigs, are you not afraid of death?" No one answered him, responding only with cold, hateful eyes. The man drew the dagger at his waist. He was ready to kill a survivor to establish his authority. Yet at this time an icy cold voice had sounded in his ears. "It was me who gave them the bottom line. You little days dare to invade the Divine Dragon Empire, and you just happened to meet me. So next, the rest of you, the few moments you have left, will be spent amidst regret and pain." After saying that, Liu Yang directly leaped up and rushed towards that one invader leader with a very fast speed. Seeing Liu Yang rushing over at breakneck speed, that intruder leader quickly stared in disbelief at the image he was seeing. This guy was wearing a heavy silver armor and surprisingly ran as fast as a gust of wind. Who is this windy man, anyway? Chapter 85, Feeling Despair Every Second. The leader of that one invader was an S-ranked alien, although the ranking was just over 500 and not at the top, but S-class adepts. Among the adepts in this world, that was also a very small portion. The higher the level, the fewer the number of aliens. Most of the aliens are low-level C and B, and the flight ability, as an ability that does not provide combat power, is usually not even rated at a rank. The thoughts in that guy's mind were still spinning rapidly, yet Liu Yang had already arrived in front of him in the next second. Dozens of times the speed of an ordinary person was no joke. Even if he didn't use flight, he was able to run out of stumps just by running with his feet. In an instant Liu Yang had blasted his fist at that one invasion. The other side couldn't react at all. Boom! With a loud bang, that guy directly flew out dozens of meters away, and his chest was deeply dented. Going in at the same time, a large mouthful of blood directly sprayed out from his mouth. He collapsed on the ground, his entire body a dead weight, and a pair of godless eyes looking at the sky. There was just no more thoughts inside his mind, only the oppressive feeling that Liu Yang's last punch brought and the kind of fear that made him start trembling from the bottom of his heart. As the leader of the invaders, a powerful alien with more than 500 S levels, he felt the threat of death for the first time. He used to walk around looking like there was no one there. Even when he had faced those S-class leaning psychics of the Lesser Sun Empire, he had never felt such a sense of oppression, because the difference in strength between the first place in the S-class and the S-class, the 10th place in the 100th place in the S-class and the 500th place in the S-class is actually not too far. At best, it's the difference between 1 foot 8 inches and 1 foot 7 inches and 1 foot 6 inches. Who's to say that a 6 feet 6 inches guy just can't beat a 6 feet 8 inches guy? There's still a chance of a comeback. But in the face of this one young man now, what he felt was not just 1 meter 8, but 18 meters, 180 meters of that kind of oppression. It was as if one was lying at the feet of the other. The other party only needed to move their toes to trample themselves to death. It was as if the other person was an elephant and he or she was an ant in front of the other person. As the captain of this intruder squad, for the first time, Goto began to regret this decision to enter the Divine Dragon Kingdom. He was still confident at the time of the invasion, starting with a city, then a province, then a region, and finally the entire Shenlong country. Step by step, attempt by attempt, invasion by invasion, control by control. Eventually, it will be able to control the entire territory of the Divine Dragon Kingdom. But nowadays it seems to have just started step 1 and has already been snuffed out hard. At this moment, Liu Yang stood in front of the other party condescendingly looking at the ancient vine. There was disdain in his eyes and a light smile on his face. This light smile was as terrifying as an underground demon god in the eyes of Guto. Liu Yang then directly stepped on Gutang's chest. The kick drove his already sunken chest in even deeper. Put! Gutang once again spat out a large mouthful of blood. Hate to spit out my lungs. His ribs had long been broken by Lu Yong and were now stabbed deep into his lungs. There were blood blisters in his mouth and nose. Even speaking started to become difficult. But he still had a fierce expression on his face and threatened Lu Yong. "You, what the hell are you? We are the Xenos of the Shaori Empire. If you dare to make a move against me, our Shaori Empire will not let you go." Hearing the other party's threat, Lu Yong instantly laughed. He rotated his paws a little harder. Stomping on top of the opponent's chest was like stomping out a cigarette butt. Ah-ha-ha. Once again, the ancient vine let out a miserable scream of pain. Lu Yang sneered and said, "Prisoners still dare to threaten? Don't you guys know that you're already dead in the water? Do it! Finish this guy off." "Were you guys watching from the sidelines?" Gudo yelled at his teammates. Hearing this sentence, those of his teammates then reacted. Their captain had already been knocked to the ground, spitting blood from his mouth, his chest dented, and they were still watching the show? However, they were really shocked by Lu Yang's strength, so they didn't react for a while. At that moment, being given a yell by the captain, they finally started to move. 9 enemies rushed directly towards Lu Yang from different directions. To fight with many against few is to have an encirclement, not to be broken by each opponent, but to go on at the same time. At this time, the strength shown by Lu Yang has been in their eyes. Until the single fight, absolutely impossible to be Lu Yang's opponent. Captain Gudo was an S-Class 500 plus expert. The 9 players they had left could all be just A ranks. Even the S ranks were killed in seconds. If their A ranks went on one by one, wouldn't they be giving them away? In an instant, they had rushed to Lu Yang's side. Having broken through to this point, they all had somewhat surprised expressions on their faces. So at the same time, 9 people instantly drew their own weapons and directly slashed at Lu Yang. At this point, Lu Yang still didn't move. Without even looking at them, those intruders thought that Lu Yang hadn't reacted. However, just when their knives were about to cut into Lu Yang, but in an instant, it hovered in the air. Ha! Those 9 intruders instantly widened their eyes. The hands continued to exert force, trying to keep the knife down. Yet the weapon in that hand didn't move. Just as they were shocked, Lu Yang slowly turned his head to look at them. A light smile appeared on his face and said, "From now on, feel every second of despair." Immediately after that, the weapons in the hands of those 9 people actually slowly turned their direction and began to slowly want to point at themselves. They were instantly more shocked. With all the strength of his body, he wanted to put the knife to cut on Lu Yang, but the knife turned without listening to the command. And finally, the sharp blade was aimed at himself. At this time, those 9 intruders instantly trembled. Even their spines began to chill. The clothes on his back had already been drenched in cold sweat. Seeing that the weapon that originally belonged to them was now pointed at their necks, they even felt that such a sight was a bit bizarre. Isn't it a legend that only demons and devils have control system abilities? The brain has long been filled with fear. And at this time, Lu Yang's icy voice came back to his ears. "A bunch of little days in the district. How dare you invade our divine dragon kingdom? Kneel down for me." Pa! The 9 intruders fell to their knees in unison. They didn't react at all to what was going on. How did their own knees just bend without listening to them? The samurai spirit of the Koji Empire does not allow them to kneel to their enemies. But trying to get up, their feet were so sore and weak that they couldn't straighten them. Those survivors inside the base saw this scene, and each of them revealed a shocked expression. Immediately after, this shock turned into extremely happy excitement. One by one, they started yelling, "These little days are on their knees. You were high and mighty in front of us just now, but now you still have to kneel? Who the hell is that young man? How come he's so strong? Really handsome, killing 10 invading Shaori Empire alien directly in seconds with a single strike, subduing them and making them kneel and beg for forgiveness. This strength is too strong and fierce." Chapter 86, A Bunch of Losers. Gudo saw that his 9 teammates, surprisingly, didn't last more than 3 seconds before kneeling in front of each other. He immediately showed a hateful expression on his face, and broke into a curse at those 9 teams there. "Wastes ah! You bunch of wastes ah! We're the Xenos of the Shirji Empire, following the spirit of Bushido. How can we kneel down to the enemy? Where is your dignity? Where are your ideals? Abominable! Sister, stand up! You are my own sister. I forbid you to kneel." Hearing the other party's words, Lu Yang frowned, glared at him and directly stepped on his mouth. In a cold voice, he said, "Still dare to scream?" Pow! The heel of his back foot stomped out all of his incisors, stomping on Gudo's mouth so full of blood that his speech began to leak. Lu Yang then looked down at the 2 female intruders. It was just as Li Hainyo had said. Both intruders are very good looking. Although she was a woman from the Little Sun Empire, she had a unique flavor. Lu Yang had quite a few women from the Divine Dragon Kingdom. A dwarven maiden he had one, but he hadn't played with the women of the Kazoku Empire. This shall not ruthlessly let them see the dragon power of the Divine Dragon Kingdom? Lu Yang took his foot off Bone's mouth, Slowly, he walked towards his sister. Seeing this scene, Goto instantly became anxious. Yelling at Lu Yang, he said, "What do you want to do? If you have the guts to come at me, don't move my sister." Making a move on a woman. What kind of man are you? Isn't the status of women in your divine dragon country very high? I heard that all the men in your divine dragon country will give way to women. Listening to the other party's words, Lu Yang didn't even return his head. Coming directly in front of his sister, he cupped one hand on her smooth chin and lifted her head slowly. Immediately after that, Lu Yang saw a stunning face that entered his eyes. This Japanese pussy is really good. White and tender skin, delicate features, and a unique charm. And in her eyes, she could always make people feel a sense of lowered eyebrows, as if she could absolutely obey any request or order she gave her. One could manipulate and pinch her at will. This kind of tender woman is the easiest to arouse a man's desire. Including Lu Yang is no exception. Who doesn't want a small-time empire of absolutely obedient beauties? It used to be studied in times of peace that the most suitable women in the world for wives were the women of the Kazoku Empire. Some of the advantages include the following. Once married, a woman in the Kojo Empire will very quickly get into the midst of being a wife. Japanese women become loyal to their families and children once they have them. This does not mean that they give up their careers. They just try to find a balance between different areas of their lives without compromising. Eventually, they manage to allocate time to clean the house, cook a nice dinner, take care of their children and fulfill their work duties. Every man will be glad to have such a loyal partner by his side. They are very supportive. Even in the most desperate situations, Japanese marriage girls will do their best to comfort you. In the local culture, a woman is supposed to protect her man by giving him absolute love and proper care. She considers her boyfriend or husband's happiness as one of the most important things. This is the kind of woman that is definitely missing in today's world. They are wise. Japanese brides have a great deal of life wisdom to share with the world. At a young age, they receive their first lessons in the philosophy of life from their parents and grandparents. This is the source of their patience and decency. You can safely consult your Japanese girlfriend or wife as she will always have some advice for you. They work hard. Japanese women are not afraid of work, either in their daily routines or in their career prospects. They don't make finances a priority for a successful relationship. Therefore, they don't start dating Western men for financial gain. It doesn't make any sense to them. This is indeed quite a bit better than women in the feminist-ridden Shenlong country. Of course, this is also the result of the efforts of the men of the Little Japan country to fight for. In the past, women's rights in the Little Japan Empire is also very rampant. And even at one time, the men were pressed to the brink of extinction. Eventually, the man has a complete showdown with the woman. Let them be equal to men, compete with men, and take jobs with men. But in the end, the women of the Little Days Empire are not as good at their work. Their tolerance for hard work, or their tolerance for stress, none of them are a match for men. Eventually lost the battle and couldn't even get a job, only to be able to return to the family and be a housewife. From then on there was no more arrogance, and she became the most low-browed woman in the world. So Lu Yang is also going to decide to give it a good try today. What exactly is the feeling of the most obedient woman in the world? With a wicked grin on his face, he cupped the other man's chin and made him stand up. Gudo, who saw this scene, was directly going crazy. He desperately struggled to get up, but he couldn't get up, and could only lie on the ground helplessly and furiously screaming, "You let my sister go. What do you want to do? Darn guy. If you have the guts, come at me." What kind of skill is it to take action against a woman? Lu Yang ignored him, but used the system to scam the Japanese woman. Soon the information of the other party appeared inside his mind. Name, Aoki. Age, 18. Height, 158. Weight, 43. Bust, a pair of Ds. Appearance score, 91. Body score, 90. After seeing this message, Lu Yang's face revealed an excited expression. That's good. That's very good. The young girl who just turned 18 is tender and watery. Lu Yang's favorite. The appearance score and the leftover score both reached more than 90 points, which can be said to be very perfect in terms of face value and body shape. It is not inferior to Li Mengyao and Li Mang and the others. And the other party is still a shifter. There was no telling how great a reward he would get for conquering this shifter beauty. So Lu Yang cupped the other party's chin and asked at the other party, "Aoki, let me ask you, are you willing to be my woman?" As soon as he heard this sentence, this woman from the Little Sun Empire was directly confused. How could he not expect this enemy to ask this question after defeating himself? He hadn't answered his brother yet, but Goto was already in a hurry. "Aoki, don't pay any attention to him. We, the people of the Kojiri Empire, can't give in to them. Don't ever agree to be his woman. You'll be tortured to death by him when the time comes. Even if we die, we will die standing. Your bull ***** is so much," Lu Yang said coldly. Then with a thought, A steel ball instantly molded and flew directly into Goto's mouth. Stuffing his mouth full, he could no longer speak. Woo woo. He stared with a pair of eyes, only able to of making whimpering noises like Lu Yang. Lu Yang said in a cold voice, "Originally this was prepared for your sister, but I didn't realize it was for you to use. Wasteful." Lu Yang then directly carried Aoki up and walked towards the room next to him. Today he was going to give this little Japanese woman a taste of her own power. Woo woo. Goto kept letting out desperate whimpers, yet no one paid any attention to him. Those 8 invaders of the lesser Japanese empire who were kneeling on the ground didn't even dare to move, because each of them had a steel pin hovering over their foreheads. They knew that as long as Lu Yang had a thought, this steel needle would instantly blow their heads off. Chapter 87, Thoroughly Conquering Aoki. Inside the room, Aoki's entire body had been tense to the point of being nervous, although she could not accept Lu Yang, although she thought that Lu Yang was forcing himself. But according to the strength, he was not Lu Yang's opponent at all. If she wants to resist, then she will definitely die. She simply does not have any courage to resist, and even once she saw Lu Yang's powerful physique, that ice-cold eyes, her entire body has gone soft, couldn't muster any strength at all. The inside of his mind had been filled with the fear that Lu Yang had deeply injected into it. A blank. At this point inside the room she appeared to be cowering, unsure of what to do next. Lu Yang was cold and wasn't talking, but directly started to exert soul control. The people's network of these small Japanese empires is not working, and even if she agrees on her lips to be her woman and be her captive, Lu Yang may not be able to trust them completely. A minute later, Lu Yang had received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host, soul control income casting success. The other party has become your most loyal servant. You can use it as you wish next. At the same time, the other party's eyes looking at Lu Yang had become submissive. There is an almost devout obedience that would never exist in an ordinary relationship. Even in the ancient feudal society, subordinates would never possess such respectful eyes towards their masters. How many eunuchs above in history are still thinking about the yellow robe? Is the emperor's majesty great enough? It's still someone who wants to rebel? But Lu Yang's soul control is different. Direct control from the soul aspect. Anyone will not have the mind to resist, will only think for Lu Yang. Everything for the benefit of Lu Yang prevail. She kinda licked her own lips and said to Lu Yang, "Honorable Lord Lu Yang, Aoki is at your disposal. Please use it to your heart's content. Do whatever you want to do to me. I will agree to any of your requests." Nowadays, deep down in her heart, she had already taken Lu Yang as her most admired person, not to mention letting her start a family with himself. Even if he asked him to kill her brother Guto with his own hands, she would not hesitate. Lu Yang was satisfied with her performance and asked at her, "Kiss, I'm asking you again now. Are you willing to be my woman?" Aoki's little face flushed when she heard that, burying her head in her ample chest. In the end, it was biting her red lips, turning to Lu Yang and shaking her head. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang froze. Aha! Is it possible that there are still times when soul control fails? It was obvious that she had control over the other person, but why did she still shake her head when asked if she wanted to be her woman? Lu Yang couldn't figure it out because he had never failed. Just when he was still puzzled, Aoki spoke again. She looked at Lu Yang's face with a pair of big watery eyes and finally said, "Lord Lu Yang, we are invaders. We came from the Little Sun Empire to invade the Divine Dragon Kingdom. We used to be your enemies. We did the biggest wrong in our lives. I'm not qualified to be your woman. It's better for you to treat me as a captive, a lowly servant." Only after Lu Yang heard this sentence did he reveal a dawning realization. Good guy. The original said that he was not willing to be his own woman, was wanting to be an obedient dog of his not bad for a woman with a small life. I'm sure she's aware of it. Lu Yang nodded. Well, since you don't want to be a human being in this little life and have to be a dog, then I won't stop you. From now on you will be my Lu Yang's dog. As you wish, Lord Lu Yang. In the future, Aoki will definitely fulfill all your requests and all your orders. I will go through fire and water for you, Aoki said seriously with a pair of big eyes. At the same time, Lu Yang was also prompted by the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully conquering the maiden. Receive the system reward. All attribute enhancements plus 50 points. Nice guy. Add 50 points to all tips, which equals a 200-point total. Rewards like that don't come along very often. After receiving this tip, Lu Yang then looked at Aoki with satisfaction and said to this little daytime beauty, "Very good. What a woman who knows what she's doing. And the rewards that she brought me are okay," said Lu Yang directly walked towards the other party step by step. Lu Yang smiled and said to, "Idle, don't reminisce there. Now it is time to go to see your brother died without." As soon as Aoki heard his brother, a look of contempt immediately appeared on his face. Said, "A waste is just a waste. What's there to care about a waste like him dares to make a move on Lord Liu Yang? He really doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. A mere mole in the district dares to blaspheme the gods. Not only can't you complete that bull ***** Little Sun Empire's mission, but it also shows side by side that the Little Sun Empire's people are all trash. To dare to make an enemy of Lord Liu Yang at this level is really out of their depth. Listening to Aoki's words, Liu Yang was satisfied. It seems that this woman has been completely conquered by her own great wild winds and doesn't even want his brother's affection. Now he can't wait to slap his brother to death. Liu Yang said, "Let's go. Even if your brother is a loser, we should see if this loser is dead now." "Aha, okay Lord Liu Yang." Aoki nodded his head and followed Liu Yang. Together, they walked out of the room. By now everyone outside had looked on in disbelief. Liu Yang took Aoki inside the room and came out after a full 4 or 5 hours. Even the dwarf princess, Sigrid, looked dumbfounded. Thinking to myself, this guy is also too fierce. I don't know if my little body can hold up. Chapter 88, even the most vicious tactics are not too much. At this time, Gutting saw Liu Yang come out. The whole person's eyes were wide open. His face was filled with an expression of anger, wishing to eat Liu Yang alive. That was his own sister and his own sister was also an A-class alien. It could be said that it was a double master of one family, the two of them growing together. The future of the future was unlimited. Growing up his sister was treated like the apple of her family's eye. Guto is no exception. His favorite is his sister. From a young age, what is delicious and fun are left to his sister, to protect his sister well. But whoever thought that today his own sister was actually insulted by someone else in front of his face? This was simply a great thrill for Tang Yun. He felt like his heart was dripping blood. However, the metal orb couldn't say a complete sentence in his mouth in order to contain anything, and was only able to keep making whimpering noises. Looking at the other party's miserable appearance, Liu Yang directly waved his hand and controlled the iron ball in the other party's mouth to fly out. Guto felt the contents of his mouth go away and was finally able to speak. Toward Liu Yang directly broke the curse, "Damn guy. You dare to do that kind of thing to my sister. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Even if you turn into a ghost I won't let you go. You die for sure." Put. However, he hadn't even finished speaking. A pair of white tender hands holding a sharp dagger had already ruthlessly plunged into his chest. Guto looked incredulously at his chest, at the owner of those hands, and his entire body revealed an extremely shocked expression. Because the person who killed himself was no one else but his own sister, Aoki. How could Guto not expect that her sister, who grew up together as far as being the best to her and also the one who admired her the most, would stab a dagger directly into her chest at this time? After several seconds he opened his mouth and said, "Ah, sister. You. What the hell are you doing? What is this for? You tell me what this is for. I'm your brother. Damn it." Hearing the other's words, Aoki pulled the dagger out, then stabbed it from another spot. Put. Ah! Once again, the ancient vine let out a miserable scream of pain. At this time, Aoki spoke indifferently. "A trash like you is worthy of scolding Lord Liu Yang? It's really damned. If you dare to curse Lord Liu Yang, even if you die 10,000 times, it won't be too much." "What are you talking about? Do you realize what you're doing? I'm your own brother. I was the one who changed your diapers when you were little." Guto shouted angrily. "Shut up, you punk! You're not even a mole in front of Lord Liu Yang, and you dare to scold Lord Liu Yang?" Aoki said and directly turned his dagger. That one dagger churned up the internal organs inside Guto's body. It made the ancient vine let out a wail of pain. The remaining 8 intruders next to them looked directly dumbfounded. How could they not expect Aoki to strike at their own brother? And strike so hard? Refusing to give even a single pain in the ass, even as he was torturing his own brother viciously with a dagger. Tough. Just too tough. What exactly are Liu Yang's powers? To be able to subdue a young girl to the point of killing her own brother. Their little Japanese empire was supposed to be the best at brainwashing, and generally those who were militaristic were badly brainwashed. Including them, the shifters who had come on the mission, had been brainwashed hard before they came out. Would never do anything to betray his empire. This Liu Yang, when the ancient vine was stabbed twice by his own sister, has long been as gray as death, revealing a look of despair. When they came, they were still full of vigor, saying that they would occupy the divine dragon country, starting with a city, then a region, and then an entire country, and that they would take the entire territory for themselves, turning all the people of the divine dragon country into slaves, and forever submitting themselves to the feet of the Little Sun Empire. But now it has just begun, and it has already suffered such a terrible blow. Not only was he instantly killed by the enemy, but even his own sister became the enemy's forbidden domain, letting the enemy play, letting the enemy vent, and even letting the enemy brainwash to kill his own brother. Despair, utter despair had filled Guto's heart. Now his whole face was ashen and he just wanted to be killed earlier. He spoke to his sister Aoki. Kill me. This is a failed mission. And as the captain I really should die for my sins. And if it's by your hands I think it's the greatest punishment for me. Sister, do it. But even after hearing his own brother beg him to kill him, Aoki didn't do it right away. Instead, he looked at Liu Yang and said, Lord Liu Yang, should we kill him? Put. Upon hearing these words, Gutang was so furious that he directly spat out a mouthful of blood. As her own brother, she asked her to kill herself. Such a simple request. And she didn't even agree? And consult the enemy? Damn it. Guto's entire body directly collapsed and shouted, Aha! I don't want to live anymore. Kill me if you have the guts. Damn it. Kill me. Kill me. Seeing the other party's crumbling performance, Liu Yang smiled and said, Don't worry. It's not time for you to die yet. I want you to personally watch your teammates, one by one, submit and worship me as their master in front of me. Watch them insult the little Sun Empire that gave birth to them and raised them. And let each and every one of your teammates stab you, so that you will completely lose in despair. So that you will regret this decision of invading the Divine Dragon Nation even on the way to the Yellow Springs. Guto broke down even more and yelled, Ahaha! Damnable guy. They say that the people of the Divine Dragon Kingdom speak of martial virtues, but you are simply evil. Liu Yang laughed and said, For you little days, even the most vicious means is not too much. After saying that, Liu Yang directly started to unleash his soul control on the kneeling intruders. A minute later he received a prompt. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully casting soul control. These 8 people have become your most loyal servants. At the same time, the 8 people who were still trembling with fear. At this time, their bodies were no longer trembling, and the fear on their faces had disappeared without a trace. But instead, they looked at Liu Yang with a face of adoration. Chapter 89, It's not that easy to die. Up to this point, all 9 invaders of the Little Sun Empire, including Guto's sister, had been conquered by Liu Yang. The only one who had not yet been conquered by Liu Yang was the ancient vine that was lying on the ground and had already moved and could not climb up. At this point he was covered in blood and his chest was sunken. Watching his own sister, and 8 of his men become Liu Yang's servants, the whole man was remorseful. A look of despair also appeared on his face, and now he felt that there was no point in living. He wants to die. Every extra second of life felt like a great insult, and he, as the Little Sun Empire, the most loyal person, would never allow such an insult to appear on his body. He screamed at Liu Yang, Kill me. You kill me. You insulted my sister and forced all my men to submit to you. These people have simply disgraced the face of our Little Sun Empire people. But I, Guto, will never submit. Not even in death. Kill me if you have the guts. Liu Yang stomped on his opponent's face. Once again, the ancient vine let out a miserable scream of pain. At this time, Liu Yang said to him, Do you think you are still qualified to decide whether to live or die? Don't worry. I won't let you die that quickly. Liu Yang then said to the 8 invaders he had conquered, Each of you stab him once, but again, you can't stab the vital parts, and he can't die after stabbing 8 times. Hearing those words, a cold sweat broke out on the faces of those 8 intruders. That's pretty technical. Stabbing him once each won't kill him? Even if Guten was originally an S-class alien, his strength was very strong, but he had already been beaten half to death by Lord Liu Yang, and now he could only have half a life left. Each of these 8 cuts could have been the last straw that broke the camel's back and stabbed him to death. That female alien said, I'll go first. Ladies first. I've long been looking at this mother ***** her Guto in a bad light. I've wanted to stab him for a long time. You guys just don't compete with me. Hearing the other side's words, those men knew that the other side was just making excuses, but it was not good to argue with them. After all, the woman was the first to open her mouth. And having put it this way, you're always too embarrassed to steal someone else's first place, aren't you? Although everyone knows that the first stab is the least risky and the last stab is the most risky. In case he stabbed him Guto to death, he might be chastised by Lord Liu Yang, but they were too embarrassed to grab it from the girls. He could only say to the girl, Maple Leaf, you have to stab better. Don't take half his life away with one stab. Just leave us a breath. Maple Leaf nodded, said, Everyone, you can rest assured. Before the outbreak of the end times, I was a doctor. Although I was not the main surgeon, I still know the distribution of human internal organs very well. I can avoid his vitals. Even if I stabbed him through the intestines, he will still be in pain for a few hours before he dies. Hearing this sentence, Guto was beside himself, and his hairs were about to stand up in sweat. Good lord, you people were still my teammates, and now all of a sudden you've gone rogue and are thinking about how to torture me without torturing me to death? Despair. Guto was utterly desperate. He understood that Liu Yang deliberately didn't give himself a hard time just to play with himself properly. Guto cursed loudly. Damn you guys, if you have the guts you can kill me. You traitors dared to betray the Little Sun Empire. You shall not die. After stabbing, Maple Leaf directly left the dagger in Guto's body without pulling it out, because if it's pulled out, the loss of blood will kill him faster. She then stood up and walked over to the other 7 and said, "See, he's still alive and well." The other 7 people were relieved to see this. One of them said, "Then whoever is the second person next will be unfair to the others, so I've decided to use dice to decide. It just so happens that I have 3 dice here, so we'll each throw them once, and whoever has the largest number of points will be first. Then by analogy, ranked by points, the second largest will be second, and the third largest will be third. What do you guys think? Do you guys have any opinions?" The others also felt it was very fair after hearing that, so they shook their heads and said, "No comment." We all have no comment. So next then let's start throwing the dice. So 7 people started throwing up dice. Soon the results came out. The one who threw in the most points and became the first stabber out of the 7, had a look of excitement on his face and happily exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, first place, I'm first place, finally, I can be with this dog Guto. How dare he launch an attack on our Lord Liu Yong and invade the Divine Dragon Kingdom. Watch my heart stab him." Put. A knife stabbed into the opponent's stomach. Guto once again let out a miserable cry. These were his former teammates, his brothers and sisters, so to speak. Now it's stabbing him in both sides of his stomach on one side. So much for being a blood brother with 2 ribs. You traitors, all of you deserve to die. Have you forgotten that you swore an oath of allegiance to the Lesser Sun Empire in the first place? Have you forgotten your original promise? You guys are all my former teammates. I know you guys, you're not afraid of death. What did this guy offer you? Letting you all become his servants? Guto had 8 knives sticking out of the top of his stomach, screaming in desperation at those teammates. One of his teammates looked back at him. Drink to a mouthful of spit was spat in his face. That teammate said, "Little Japan Empire? A dirty and weak empire only. You are also a weak and dirty person. What qualifications do you have to be an enemy of Lord Liu Yong?" Hearing his teammate's words, Guto was now truly raw. The teammate who used to be as close as a brother was at this moment bad-mouthing himself. It was as if he had turned into his father's enemy. What happened? What the hell happened? What exactly is the charm of that one Shenlong Kingdom guy? To be able to make all my teammates betray the Little Sun Empire in such a short period of time? Those survivors inside the base had also looked dumbfounded. Nice guy. The official organization of the people. As soon as these people of the Little Sun Empire were originally so arrogant, but now they have turned against each other. Teammates began to kill the captain? Those 8 knives in the stomach must have caused the little Japanese empire captain a lot of pain, right? But this pain is probably not as bad as the pain endured psychologically. Betrayed by all his teammates. Betrayed by his own sister. I guess he already wanted to die a long time ago, right? Cool. Looking at this arrogant guy, now tortured beyond recognition, the survivors felt good. Didn't you guys just say you'd kill one of us in an hour? Aren't you killing the people inside our base like dogs? Now you yourself are a lost dog. How does that feel? It's called self-inflicted. Liu Yan looked at it and had almost played enough. He walked directly in front of Guto and said to him, "Very good. Your teammate has done what I asked perfectly. After stabbing 8 times you are still alive. Your life is also quite hard. It's my turn for that stab next." After saying that, Liu Yang directly pasted a foot on Guto's body. Boom! The powerful force directly kicked him like a soccer ball and sent him flying dozens of meters into the air. At this time, a huge metal blade appeared in front of Liu Yang, hovering in mid-air, followed by a look from Liu Yang. Shoo! The metal blade flew at several times the speed of sound towards Guto, who was kicked in the air. The next instant it directly hit the ancient vine with a violent thud. Boom! Bone's body was as if it had been hit by a tank's artillery shell, emitting a violent thud and instantly exploding into countless blood sprays, dying without a trace of a corpse. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Tough. It's just too hard. Is this the thunderbolt of the powerful? Do what you would do to the invaders of the Lesser Sun Empire. Even the most vicious, torturous methods would not be enough to vent their anger. Everyone inside the base looked at Liu Yang with adoration. Chapter 90, Becoming the Boss of the Base. After finishing off Guto, the captain leading the group, Liu Yang said to the others, "You 2 female Shaojian Empire alien, stay and give birth to my children. The remaining 7 men, go back to your troops and wait for an opportunity to move. When the time is ripe I'll give you your mission orders." "Yes, Lord Liu Yang." The 9 people nodded their heads at the same time and said. The 7 male invaders then began to quickly leave the area, preparing to head back to their small Japanese Empire home base, and the 2 remaining women, Aoki and Maple, stayed behind. Both stayed behind with grateful expressions on their faces, to be able to stay by Lord Liu Yang's side. This is simply a blessing that was cultivated in a previous life. After all, they were invaders, and by being defeated by Liu Yang they became like captives. There's no such thing as preferential treatment for prisoners in the end times. Even if it was Liu Yang, it would be right to break them into pieces. But Lord Liu Yang didn't do that. Instead he asked himself to stay and be his woman, to follow him around, and even to help him have children. It's just a huge honor. To be able to help a supremely powerful man like Lord Liu Yang give birth to a child is something that how many women would want to do if they were to squeeze their heads out? They all said to Liu Yang, "Lord Liu Yang, thank you for leaving us behind regardless of your former enmity. From today onwards, we are all your most loyal servants. We won't refuse anything you ask us to do. We will absolutely obey." Hearing the words of the two, Liu Yang nodded. Without them saying it, Liu Yang knew it was so. After all, soul control is the absolute highest priority. One can change the other person's mind on a soul level and never betray oneself. Liu Yang never worried about the betrayal of the people controlled by the soul lock. After all, the system must be a good product. There shouldn't be anything in this world that can surpass the system yet. At this time, the other survivors inside the base saw the two women's lowbrow, rebellious and absolutely obedient appearance towards Liu Yang. Each and every one of them revealed a look of adoration. It's still Lord Liu Yang. Each and every one of these women of the Little Sun Empire were made to feel submissive by Lord Liu Yang. Let them do whatever they want. This is going to be in bed. TSK. It's really exciting to think about. At this time Liu Yang stood up and said to everyone, "I saved this base of yours from the hands of the little Japanese Empire invaders. If it wasn't for my appearance, you all might have been killed. So, from today onwards, I, Liu Yang, am the boss of this base. Which one of you is in favor of it? And which one of you is against it?" The crowd instantly revealed shocked expressions after hearing these words. Didn't Boss Black Bull go to ask for help from the official authority? I just heard that it looks like he's some kind of chief captain. How does it look a bit different when you look at it like this? How could someone from the official authority ask to be the boss of this base? Can someone from the authority look at a small base like this? Their leaders wouldn't let them do that, would they? But he's going to be the boss of this base. What about Boss Black Bull? Boss Black Bull wouldn't agree, would he? Everyone inside the base had their eyes on Li Hanyu, especially the two survivor executives. Originally, they had 3 survivors at the top level, and with the addition of Li Hanyu it was 4. One of them, Li Hanyu, ran off to find help, leaving the 3 of them to bear the wrath of the Little Sun Empire. One was made an example of by the lesser Japanese Empire. One was taken out, and 2 remain. The 2 of them felt that Li Hanyu was absolutely righteous for being able to come back to save them. So the heart has always been toward Li Hanyu, hoping that Li Hanyu will become the boss of the base, rather than hoping for Liu Yang. Therefore they both set their eyes on Li Hanyu, and as long as Li Hanyu said a word against it, the 2 of them were bound to follow and oppose it together. But unexpectedly, after hearing Liu Yang's words, the Black Bull did not express any opposition. Instead, the first one expressed his approval and hurriedly said respectfully, "Lord Liu Yang is right. From today onwards, this base is Lord Liu Yang's base. From now on, I will be Lord Liu Yang's most loyal junior. Whoever dares to oppose, I, Li Hanyu, will be the first to disagree. Boss Black Bull, Boss you." Those 2 senior members of the original base, after hearing Li Hanyu's words, both had unbelievable expressions on their faces. In the past, Boss Black Bull was the god inside the base. Who dares to disobey Boss Black Bull? Those people, they don't even dare to squeal when their wives are robbed by the Black Bull boss. But now the Black Bull boss has become lowly? What the hell is going on here? Shut up you two, Li Hanyu said viciously. What do these ordinary people know? Only Li Hanyu, who was also an alien, knew just how strong Liu Yang was. That kind of power is never shaken. Li Hanyu in front of Liu Yang is not even as good as a mole cricket. Are those 10 invading Kazoku Empire shifters arrogant enough? Still, they're not being taken out straight away. A small minion like himself was not even enough to look at in the eyes of that little Japanese Empire invader. Not to mention in the eyes of Lord Liu Yang. That's nothing less than a gross. Li Hanyu is a smart person. The reason why he dared to do whatever he wanted inside the base in the past lawlessness is because he knows that he is the strongest person inside the base. And the strongest person should do whatever he wants. And now that the strongest person had become Liu Yang, it was naturally Liu Yang's turn to do whatever he wanted. Strength is the law of doom. And Li Hanyu is a smart man. So he knows this. Those 2 executives had no choice but to shut their mouths after hearing Li Hanyu's words. Even their big brother had already submitted. So what could one say? At this moment, Liu Yang directly said, "Very well. Since everyone has no opinion, then from today, I am the boss of this base. This base has a population of over 1,000, and in the end times, Population is a resource. Looking at the fact that he had gained so many more population resources, Liu Yang was very happy in his heart. He turned to Li Hanyu and asked, "How did this base of yours operate before?" Li Hanyu said, "The top management of the base is responsible for protecting their safety. Inside the base they don't have to worry about being attacked by zombies, and at the same time they can trade items with other people, while ordinary civilians are responsible for teaming up to go out and search for resources, and every day they have to turn in a portion of them as their protection fee, and if they don't have any resources to turn in they will have to leave this base." After hearing this, Liu Yang shook his head. Sooner or later the resources in the middle of the end times will dry up, and this kind of operation is only temporary, and it can't run for a long time, and it can't reach sustainable development. If you want to live a better life, you guys have to learn to plant. Only then can you be self-sufficient. Chapter 91 Sustainable Development. Aoba Reference Chart. After listening to Liu Yang's words, Li Hanyu's face showed a somewhat hesitant expression, and finally gritted his teeth, or gathered the courage to say, "Liu Yang, although our base also wants to develop sustainably, but now it's the beginning of the end of the world. The outside is full of dangerous light. It's hard enough to collect the practical necessities, and good food to satiate the stomach, not to mention the desire to go looking for seeds and tools to plant the land," he said. "It's hard enough to gather the necessary items and food to fill our stomachs, let alone finding seeds and tools for planting. Without seeds and without tools, even if there were more of us, we wouldn't be able to feed ourselves by growing." Other survivors also said, "Every time we go out to look for food, there are many people who die in the middle of the action, either being eaten by zombies or being bitten and turned into a zombie. Every time we are fighting with our lives, we don't have the time to collect tools and collect seeds, and even if we have the seeds, they are just used to eat them directly. After all, everyone doesn't know if they're going to die on their next move, so who's going to take precious food and use it as seed to plant it in the ground? Yes, Lord Liu Yang, someone as powerful as you cannot empathize with us. Every time we fight with zombies, we are risking our lives, risking everything, and with the outbreak of the end of the world, we are also living one day at a time. Who can know what will happen tomorrow? Maybe this base will be destroyed tomorrow. I escaped from another base, and that base was bigger than this one at first. There were more than 2,000 people. However, it was invaded by an army of high-level zombies, and it died out overnight. Very few were able to escape, and I was one of the lucky ones in that wave of zombies. This base is even smaller than the one I was in last time. Who knows how long it will last? Not bad. There are too many possibilities, there are too many accidents in the post-apocalyptic world. We ordinary people can't see the future at all. Maybe we will die tomorrow. How can this make us develop? Although this base has more than 1,000 people, it is not very strong. 10 invaders almost wiped out this base. It's hard for us to have confidence in this base. What if we plant a good crop, and then when it ripens a group of people from the Lesser Sun Empire invade? Wouldn't that be a direct theft of the fruits of our labor? Listening to the words of this survivor, Li Hanyu's face revealed a somewhat sweaty expression. Indeed, he's not doing a good job as a leader. The strength was so bad that they couldn't even put up a little resistance when 10 people from the Little Sun Empire invaded. Li Hanyu's special ability is to control rats. It can control up to 10 of them. One can put one's vision and senses on the rats. Let the rats see for themselves, hear for themselves, and feel for themselves. It was still somewhat useful when searching for supplies. The rats could be allowed to spearhead the search and see if there was any danger, which was why Li Hanyu was able to mix well in Doomsday. So far no danger had been encountered. It was also because he possessed the supernatural ability to control rats that he was able to hear the conspiracy that those little Japanese empires were discussing, and knew that he wasn't poisoned at all, and that the other party was just scaring himself. That's why he dared to run away to look for help. Used to eavesdrop on the enemy's words and for scouting, this ability was still useful. But for fighting, this skill is too weak. What can 10 rats do? Even if it's a 1-pound rat with 10 enhancements, you can't beat an alien. It's not like you can control 10,000 of them. So the reason why the survivors of this base had no hope for the future was actually because Li Hanyu was too weak as the boss of the base in the past, unable to provide confidence to other survivors. As for Liu Yang, after listening to the words of these survivors, of course he understood their worries, and a confident smile appeared on his face. He directly rose up in the air and stood in mid-air. A wave of the hand followed. Inside the storage space, the iron blocks inside the storage space started to keep turning into tools. Then they were released from inside the space by Liu Yang and fell down from the air. Lance, hoe, shovel, sickle. Those tools kept appearing out of nowhere in the middle of the sky, then crackling and falling to the ground. The crowd was dumbfounded at the sight. Liu Yang, who was wearing silver armor, shone with a dazzling light that was hard to see under the sun's illumination, while tools and weapons kept falling behind him. The The crowd looked at Lu Yang as if they were looking at a god. Is this the legendary god of weapons and tools? Another important reason why they were no match for the zombies in the end times was the lack of weapons. Who can beat a walker with their bare hands? Even with weapons, picking up the occasional fruit knife, scissors, a kitchen knife, and a wooden stick would only make a simple lance. With this simple lance, it was difficult to stab a zombie through the head with a single shot. After all, the skull wasn't covered last time. You can't get deep into the brain unless you stab it in the eyes. Otherwise, if you stabbed the brain, you'd be stuck directly in the skull. The backwardness of the weapons causes them to have no advantage when fighting the zombies. But at this time, the lance that Lu Yang had created for them was 2 meters long, made of steel, and looked indestructible. A zombie's head can still be stabbed through even if it's made of iron. Soon a mountain of weapons was piled up under Lu Yang's feet. He said to the crowd, "Everyone gets to pick a lance for a weapon, a hoe, a shovel, and a sickle. This is considered my gift to you." These weapons Lu Yang had not forged with intent and could not reach the point of invulnerability, but they were good enough for ordinary people. Those survivors listened to Lu Yang's words, and one by one, a look of gratitude appeared on their faces. Having a weapon is the same as having hope. It is the same as having a defense. The 2-meter-long gun was enough to stab the zombies to death without being able to get close. This weapon was just too useful in the post-apocalyptic world. Everyone's heart was filled with emotion. In the end times this kind of weapon could be said to be extremely valuable. A 2-meter-long lance could definitely be exchanged for a lot of supplies. But Lord Lu Yang gave it to us when he said he would. This kind of boss is many times better than Lihania's boss who only steals other people's wives. That's the real boss style. Thank you, Lord Lu Yang. Lord Lu Yang, you are our savior. Lord Lu Yang, we will always follow you. Lord Lu Yang, you are our boss. Forever. The crowd was moved to tears and directly fell to their knees, kowtowing to Lu Yang in the sky and thanking him non-stop. Looking at their performance, Lu Yang was very satisfied and then continued. Not only that, I will also lend you seeds, sweet potatoes, corn, potatoes, 20 pounds of each. You can use them for planting, but after a year you need to pay me back 10 times, which is 200 pounds of each. After saying that, the sky began to sprinkle sweet potatoes, corn, and potatoes non-stop, and soon piled up into 3 piles at Lu Yang's feet. Looking at this countless amount of food, at least a dozen tons, everyone was dumbfounded. Just how much supplies does this Lord Lu Yang possess? Chapter 92, You're still mad, aren't you? After all the supplies have been distributed, Lu Yang said to everyone in the air, these seeds will be divided equally to each of you for 20 pounds. And after a year you need to return me 200 pounds, that is 10 times. Of course you can give up on receiving these 20 pounds if any one of you don't want them. Give up? It takes a brain to give up. Corn, sweet potatoes and potatoes are all crops that aren't picky about the land. Just find a kara and dig a hole and you'll be able to plant them. 20 pounds of corn seed produces a 10x increase in corn. That's just too easy. You have to realize that you only need 5 pounds of corn seeds for an acre of land. 20 pounds of corn seed is enough to plant 4 acres. 4 acres of corn can yield 500 pounds. That means giving back 200 pounds to Lu Yang and leaving 300 pounds for himself. It's just perfect. As for sweet potatoes, it's even easier with potatoes. Potatoes can be planted in cuttings, and any seedlings from sweet potatoes can be planted in cuttings. Take a sweet potato seedling and stick it directly into the soil and it will survive. In a post-apocalyptic world, this can be all good stuff. And Lord Lu Yang also provides hoes, scythes, shovels, such planting tools. Simply perfect. At this moment, Lu Yang was like a savior who descended in the midst of the apocalypse, giving everyone the hope of living and the hope of long-term development. At this moment, Lu Yang saw the grateful eyes of the crowd. He nodded with satisfaction and then asked the women inside the base, "Are you willing to be my Lu Yang's women?" As soon as they heard this, everyone froze. Originally thought that Lu Yang would say something to motivate them or encourage them. Who knew that he would directly ask if he was willing to be his woman? This Lord Lu Yang is too direct, isn't he? But he's so handsome again. Perhaps only the strong have such outright confidence. The women nodded their heads in a hurry, saying, "I'm willing. I'm too willing." Some women's husbands are still around, looking at Lu Yang in the sky with a longing face, and embarrassed to say that they want to do Lu Yang womankind. Instead, their husbands encouraged to the side. Hurry up and say it. As long as you follow Lord Lu Yang, you will definitely be absolutely safe in the future. And you won't have to worry about food and clothing. Even if you go with Lord Lu Yang, I won't blame you, as long as you can live well. That woman immediately showed a touched expression. Then she said, "Hubby, thank you for fulfilling me." Then he said to Lu Yang in the sky, "I'm willing. I'm willing." At the same time, Lu Yang began to receive system prompts in his mind non-stop. Ding, detected a beautiful woman willing to become the host's woman. Congratulations to the host for receiving a system reward. All attribute points plus 10 points. Ding! Detected a beautiful woman willing to become the host's woman. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the system reward. Metal control skill plus 1 level. Ding! Detected a beautiful woman willing to become the host's woman. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the system reward. The storage space skill plus 1 level. Ding! Detected a beautiful woman willing to become the host's woman. Congratulations to the host for receiving a system reward for a new skill. Time reboot. Ding! Detected a beautiful woman willing to become the host's woman. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a system reward. The reboot time level is increased by 1 level. Liu Yang kept hearing system prompts inside his head, and his entire being was happy. It was only after the sound of the system prompt stopped that Liu Yang began to say to the people below, "Those who are willing to be my woman, stand on this side, but I only need those who are 18-25 years old and who are not married and haven't talked about their boyfriends. The rest stay where they are." As soon as they heard that one sentence, most of the women had a look of disappointment on their faces. It's okay not to have been married, and at least half of those women are not married. But not having had a boyfriend screens out at least 90% of women. Thinking about it, a man like Lord Liu Yang surely only want clean women. How can a broken flower be worthy of Lord Liu Yang? The women who were eligible showed extremely happy expressions, and started to stand in the places designated by Liu Yang, with eager eyes on their faces, each one thinking of being picked by Liu Yang. And Liu Yang also realized that there were only about 50 women who could come forward. Take away some of the out-of-shape, bad-looking ones from those 50 women, and you're down to 20 or 30. Liu Yang walked in the middle of them and started picking in the middle of everyone's eager eyes. He pointed to one of the girls who looked to be only 18 years old, white and beautiful, with a pair of long white legs and a tall and voluptuous figure. "You, come with me later." "Ha, me, that's just great. Ha ha ha, okay, I'll always follow you from now on. I'll do whatever you tell me to do." That girl was so happy that her entire body jumped straight up. Liu Yang then walked towards another girl. You come with me too." "Yes, Lord Liu Yang, thank you for picking me. There's no way to return the great favor, so I can only give my body to you." That girl was also very happy. When passing by a somewhat ugly-looking and very fat woman, Liu Yang directly skipped over her. When that woman saw Liu Yang skipped over her face, she immediately showed a surprised expression and said to Liu Yang, "Lord Liu Yang, why did you skip over me? I fully meet your conditions. People have just turned 18 this year, and they haven't had a boyfriend. Why did you just skip me?" Liu Yang took a look at her. 1 meter 6 height, at least 180 weight. It's heavier than the 1 meter 85 Liu Yang. "At this weight, why did I skip you? Don't you have any idea?" Liu Yang directly said, "You're too fat." One day with this sentence, that woman instantly exploded. "What? How dare you say I'm too fat? Do you know if you can respect women without objectifying them? And if women can give women the most basic respect? What's wrong with fat people? Why do you discriminate against fat people? Can't fat people lose weight? Fat people are all potentials. Don't you know that? Really have eyes but no pearls. Liu Yang frowned and walked up to her once more. That woman thought that Liu Yang had changed his mind and was ready to take himself away, and a smug expression appeared on her face. Said, "People are little fairies. Now that you've made the little fairy angry, you hurry up and apologize to this princess before I'll go with you." "Ha!" Liu Yang hummed out from inside his nostrils. Frowning, he revealed a somewhat incredulous expression. "In the last days, there will still be such a person? Dare to be mad in front of me, Liu Yang?" If it wasn't for her appearance, Liu Yang would have almost forgotten that his nickname was Wrist Ho. Looks like today, it's time to perform the deliberate boom fist again. Take that, call me. Chapter 93, Management of the Base. After hearing that one fat woman's words, Liu Yang came in front of her. Standing in front of this 1 meter 6 tall little tank, 1 meter 85 Liu Yang looked down on her. I have to say, the other guy really looks like a pillar. At 1 meter 6 and 200 pounds, it had been so long since the outbreak of the end times. It was not easy for her to maintain this weight. Maybe this is the legendary gift of being able to get fat by drinking water. Her kind of talent would be disastrous if an unsuspecting survivor found out about it. Give her water every day and cut meat from her every day. Wouldn't that be a human perpetual motion machine? Can't get enough of it? Seeing Liu Yang standing in front of her, that fat woman thought that Liu Yang knew that he was wrong after being scolded by herself, and came over to apologize to herself specially, with that condescending expression on her face again. But he didn't expect Liu Yang to not say anything. Instead, he raised his hand and slapped the other party's face with a hard slap. Pa! There was a loud bang. That fat woman was instantly slapped several meters away, and her face, which was already like a pig's head, was now swollen even more like a pig's head. He fell straight to the ground without saying a word and fainted. Everyone held their breath when they saw this scene. All those men were screaming in their minds. Cool. It's just too handsome. This woman's brother was the only one of that base's top brass who was killed. Under her brother's protection, the woman could be said to be well fed, which was why she hadn't gotten any thinner until the end times came. Seeing that her brother was killed, she was sad for a few minutes. She also thought that she would be able to hug Lu Yang's thighs and still be able to eat and drink in the future and live a human life. Who knows that Lu Yang did not take her away? So she immediately could not stand it, directly at Lu Yang accusing and shouting, but did not expect Lu Yang cannot eat the set. A straight slap in the face sent her flying. Not only was the woman fat, she was also cranky and calculating, and used to be all high and mighty and didn't give a damn about anyone else. Except for a few base executives such as Li Hanyu, all the other survivors were referred to by her as wasteful piglets, seeing women who are prettier than her and even deliberately targeting them. Let others call her big sister, have all the good food and fun up to her, treating people as if they were maids. Both men and women dared to be angry with her. After all, her brother was one of the 4 top executives of the base. Under this fat man's lustful authority, the other survivors of these bases had long been building up their anger for a long time. Now seeing Lu Yang slap this woman, everyone's heart felt very comfortable. That's the way it should be with such sightless women. Tell her to bully ordinary people before. Now you know you're wrong, don't you? A loud cheer suddenly erupted among the crowd. Screaming at Lu Yang, he said, Lord Lu Yang is just too handsome. This fellow used to go around inside the base with no one in sight. Now someone can finally punish her. A man said viciously, I'll be damned. My wife's gold bracelet was snatched by her. That was bought when we got married. Damn it. A beautiful girl said. She even asked me to wash her feet last time. That foot of hers is really like a pig's hoof. Fat and smelly. A little girl said. She even snatched my lollipop. It's so shameless to even grab a kid's lollipop. Thank you Lord Lu Yang for punishing this abomination for us. Lord Lu Yang, you are truly our savior. Listening to the words of the crowd, Lu Yang frowned. It seemed that the ordinary people inside this base had been oppressed a little bit in the past. He said to Li Hanyu, although now is the time when indifference is very cruel, and it's true that anything can happen out there. I hope that in my base, there will be no more bullying, and inside this base, as long as they abide by my rules, they'll be able to get a fair shake. Got it? Hearing Lu Yang's words, a layer of cold sweat had already appeared on Li Hanyu's face. Hurriedly nodded his head and said, yes, Lord Lu Yang, I will definitely manage this base properly in the future. It was all my negligence in the past that allowed such things to happen. In the future, the people inside this base will definitely not show the phenomenon of bullying again. Lu Yang nodded and said, well, it's good that you understand. What happened in the past is because in the past this base belonged to you, so I can't control what happened in the past, but from today onwards, this base already belongs to me, Lu Yang, then it should be to abide by my Lu Yang's rules, and whoever dares to disobey that, then there is only one consequence. It's death. Li Hanyu said, okay, Lord Lu Yang, we'll follow your orders. Those survivors of the base heard that Lu Yang was standing up for them and reprimanded the Black Bull for them, and one by one they were moved to tears. This is like a savior. His presence has made this base all fair and square. All of them felt hopeful for the future. There were tools to plow the land, seeds to plant, and a superpower to set rules to keep bullying from happening. Everyone inside the base had their own equal rights. They could protect their families and protect their property. No longer like before, when something was seen by a strong person, it would be snatched away. This life has slowly started to get on track for the years of peace. Let them begin to have something to look forward to, something to hope for. Wow! Those survivors fell to their knees in unison and kowtowed to Lu Yang for a while. Bang bang bang! Lord Lu Yang, from today onwards, you are the savior inside our base. Your appearance gives us hope to live. Thank you, Lord Lu Yang. More than 1,000 people spoke in unison with a deafening voice, saying, thank you, Lord Lu Yang. Get up, Lu Yang said to them. Lu Yang thought to himself that he was not a good person. The reason why this rule is customized is that the ordinary nature cannot be bullied, and they should have enough confidence and hope to live without being oppressed. Because people are like springs, the more they are pressed, the more energy they gather. And honest people have the potential to do a lot of damage when they explode. This is not good for the base as a whole. All Lu Yang wanted was stability. Only if this base could grow steadily, with more and more people inside, would the supplies he collected grow. Because within Lu Yang's rules, all items obtained by these survivors had to be handed over 20%. The more people there are, the more they turn in. After dealing with the things inside this base, Lu Yang said to those people inside the authority, Take this corpse back to hand in your duties. In addition, Director Chen said that my mission has been completed. That's special class military merit for me to remember. When I come to your authority next time, I'll have to start exchanging military honors for items. Yes, Lord Chief Captain. Those members of the authority immediately said respectfully, and then brought up that one corpse to rush to the authority. Chapter 94, Bringing Them Back to School. Those members of the team happily with the body of the Little Japan Empire invaders are ready to return to the authority. This time they came out to action. Neither pay any price nor contribute to the effort. Basically is the Lu Yang chief captain in the work. They only manage to wrap up, but also be able to drink a little soup. Set up a small merit. Think about it all, let a person feel happy. It's basically a credit for nothing. Following Lord Lu Yang on a mission is too easy, isn't it? In front of such a powerful chief captain, all the enemies had nothing to hide and could only be captured with their hands. And they, the ordinary team members, didn't have to do anything but shout 666 from the side. Who doesn't love a captain that powerful? Other captains don't do that. They are usually on the end of the line and let the players do the dirty work. When they encountered a powerful enemy, they would also let their team members test their strength first, and would definitely not go on by themselves without saying anything. It's a far cry from Lord Lu Yang. You see others, Lord Lu Yang does not need to test at all, because Lord Lu Yang has absolute confidence. All enemies are not a problem in front of him. Even the strongest person, when he meets Lord Lu Yang, it will be shattered at the touch of a button. Seeing those people leaving with the corpses, Lu Yang was also ready to take the women with him. And inside this base, he had picked another 25 beautiful girls. Although he said that he had already exceeded the system's rewards, the system had said that he could obtain even more powerful rewards after the child was born. These beautiful girls with beautiful looks and good and young bodies. Of course Lu Yang would not let go. Beginning hard with them, when they have children, their own rewards will be even greater. With a wave of Lu Yang's hand, all the women's bodies were wrapped in a layer of silver, glowing metal armor. Then with a thought from Lu Yang, everyone flew into the air. Bai Qingqing and the girls had already experienced this several times, and flying was naturally unafraid. But the young girls inside this base all had scared expressions on their faces. They were ordinary teenage girls, not psychics. When had they ever experienced the feeling of flying up to the sky? Each and every one of them was so frightened that their whole bodies trembled and their faces turned pale. At this time a magnetic voice rang in their ears and said, "Don't panic. With the metal armor wrapped around you, you won't be in any danger. Next you'll have a good experience of what it feels like to fly up to the sky by me. Lu Yang, adapt in advance first. Otherwise, when you arrive at my safe zone, I'm afraid that you guys won't be able to stand it." The words just fell. Everyone had already begun to exceed the speed of sound, flying directly towards Lu Yang's safe zone. 10 seconds later, they had landed in the safe zone without incident. This one school, now the entire school had been transformed into an absolutely safe place by Lu Yang. Even the underground had started to be covered with a metal floor. Definitely no more dwarves digging through the floor. After landing, those young girls who came out from inside the base still showed a palpitating expression. A pale young girl, even the body shook, rolled his eyes, directly fainted. See the other side to fall heavily on the ground. Lu Yang hurriedly rushed over a hand to hold her. Feel the warmth of Lu Yang's embrace of that young girl, which recovered a little bit of consciousness. Opened his eyes and looked at Lu Yang. Originally pale face, instantly brushed, turned into a big red apple. Lord Lu Yang? The young girl was shocked and delighted, not realizing that she was being held in the arms of Lord Lu Yang. As an ordinary young girl, she was originally very weak and was often bullied inside that one base. Physical fitness would not have been possible. After experiencing such a supersonic flight, she was directly dizzy. Her eyes were black and she didn't know anything. When she regained consciousness, she found herself in Lu Yang's arms, which made her shy and happy. Not only is Lord Lu Yang handsome and strong, but he's also too considerate, right? Originally, he had fainted and was going to fall in the ground head. If he fell on the ground must be a big bag. I didn't expect Lord Lu Yang to be so fast, instantly rushing over and wrapping himself in his arms, protecting him perfectly. That's so thoughtful. It's simply more mesmerizing than any domineering president in a novel. Lu Yang helped her sit on the ground, said, "Are you alright? It seems that taking you guys on your first flight was indeed a bit of a stretch. It was me who flew too fast. I should slow down a bit next time." That beautiful maiden heard Lu Yang's words and hurriedly said with a red face, "No, it's fine, Lord Lu Yang. As long as it's Lord Lu Yang's words, even faster I can withstand it." Lu Yang nodded. "Well, it's good that you guys can handle it. Let's go. We should go to the teacher's dormitory." So Lu Yang led them into the middle of the teacher's dormitory. After entering inside the teacher's dormitory, Li Mengyao, Li Mange, Chen Ting, Chen Zi and the others looked at Liu Yang bringing back so many more beauties, and even a dwarf, and each of them showed somewhat curious expressions as they gathered around, especially that one dwarf, attractive to all. Li Mengyao was especially happy, bouncing around the dwarf a few times and said with a big laugh, well, this is great. I, Li Mengyao, am finally no longer the shortest woman inside this safe zone. Ha ha ha. Liu Yang, where are you going to find her? This dwarf is really too beautiful. Right. Her body proportion is so perfect, not like that kind of pocket person at all. Instead, it looks like a character that came out from inside a comic. She shouldn't belong to the human race, right? Li Mange said. Definitely doesn't belong to humans. Ah, look at her ears are surprisingly so pointed. Too much difference than humans. It looks a little bit like elf's ears. Her sense of hearing should be very sensitive, right? Chen Ting said. Look at her skin. It's so white and soft, it's like a baby's. I guess she rarely sees the sunlight. It really looks blown out. Chen Zi said. Her face is so white and tender and cute. Can I pinch it? It's so cute. Ooh, I want to pinch it so bad. Sigrid spoke up. No way. My mom says pinching people's faces will make them bigger. And I don't want to turn into a big pie face. What a pity. Chen Zi's face showed a lost expression. Liu Yang introduced everyone. This is Princess Sigrid of the dwarf race. These are the survivors that I brought back from inside a survivor base. In the future, they will also be my women. Next, everyone should get along with each other peacefully. Oh, don't worry, we can't be happier to have another sister join us. That's right, there are zombies everywhere in the end times. It's not easy to meet other humans. Don't worry, we'll take care of our little sister. Come on, let's go cook. Treat these new sisters well. So, Chen Zi and the girls jumped up and down, ready to go for it. Li Mengyao, on the other hand, remained next to the Sigrid, as if she liked this dwarf princess very much. After all, this dwarf princess had taken her title as the #1 dwarf in the safe zone. It was too late for Li Mengyao to be happy. Chapter 95, The World's No. 1. Soon the meal was ready. These days with the research of the crowd, the cooking is getting better and better. After all, the end of the idle nothing, every day to stay in this school. In addition to playing cards, fight the landlord to go to the playground above the running, playing ball. There is nothing else to do. The study of recipes for them is also a kind of fun. Moreover, after the outbreak of the end times, it was surprising that the water, electricity and internet had not stopped until now. Dishes that can't be made are able to be received by simply searching the internet. It made them all feel very happy. Every time they made a new dish, they had a new sense of accomplishment. And when Liu Yang ate it, if he complimented them, they would simply be happy. And inside this school, the only thing they can do for Liu Yang is to make good meals and wait for Liu Yang to come back to eat. So to be able to reflect their value, they are also very happy. But that's not the case with some of the 20 or so women who were brought back from the survivor base. These women used to be exploited existences inside the base. And even if their parents collected supplies, they had to hand over a large portion of them. It's usually a life of underfeeding and underclothing. A loaf of bread had to be broken in half and spread over 2 days. Now see Liu Yang's safe zone inside actually able to eat fresh food, which is hot rice, plus 4 dishes and a soup. This is a better life than some of them used to have in times of peace. Being able to eat such a hot meal in the post-apocalyptic world, one by one they were moved to tears. Li Mango's people watched as they each cried as they ate, and all of them revealed puzzled expressions as they asked, "What's wrong? Isn't the food good?" One of those new teenage girls was in tears, but kept shaking her head, choking back a sob. He said, "It's not that it's not good, it's too good. After the outbreak of the end times, we couldn't even get enough to eat, let alone be able to eat this fresh, hot meal, a loaf of bread to fight over. What about a 30-year-old woman who went straight to a 50-plus-year-old man as a wife for a loaf of bread? Inside that surviving base, we were living a life where we didn't have enough to eat or wear, and now that we've come here, we're living such a good life all of a sudden, making us feel that it's just a little bit dreamy and a little bit unreal, and we're all feeling very touched by it, so we unconsciously cried. Oh, it's so delicious. This feeling is so happy. I'm not dreaming, right? I'm really afraid that I'll wake up and everything will be back to square one again. And we'll still stay in that once fearful survivor base, fighting to the death every day for the sake of that 1 melon or 2 jujubes. I'm so scared to go back to living like that again." Hearing their words, Li Mengyao, Chen Ting, Chen Zi, and Li Mang, they all somewhat empathized with them. When the apocalypse first broke out, some of them were trapped in trees, some in toilets, and which one of them wasn't starving and dizzy? In the face of those fierce zombies, they all thought they were dead, either starved to death or eaten by the zombies. And may even starve to death first, and then be eaten by the zombies to eat the body, and directly die without a body. At that time, Lu Yang's appearance was like the descent of the god of heaven, so that each of them saw the hope of living in the midst of despair, when they were rescued by Lu Yang. And then the whole school was emptied and became a safe zone. They were also able to move freely inside the school. These days over they have begun to forget the cruelty and horror of the end of the world. And now some of these new teenage girls showed that kind of emotion also infected them, so that they also recalled the horror of the time when they were dominated by the zombies. Even Chen Ting and the girls' eyes were a bit moist. Yeah, had it not been for the appearance of Lu Yang's husband, they would have been no different from those young and beautiful women, and even lived more miserably than they did. Thanks to meeting Lu Yang, if he had met someone else, he might have first insulted them and then killed them for meat. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world there is no legal or moral constraints, and everyone has to acquire others with the utmost malice in order to live well. Not being able to trust anyone or else chances are you'll be sold out the next second. But Lu Yang was different. He can be quite mean at times, but as long as you don't do anything against his interests and listen to him well, then he will do everything he can to make your life better. Definitely a reliable Fi in the post-apocalyptic world yet. They comforted those new beauty girls. Don't worry, as long as you come to our safe zone, we are all family from now on. You won't be in danger anymore, and you won't live that kind of starving life. With Lu Yang's husband's protection, we will also be safe. More zombies are not the opponent of Lu Yang's old dong. Lu Yang's husband is very strong. By the time you guys will know when you go to experience it at night, Chen Ziyi said. But isn't it? Lu Yao's husband is definitely the most powerful man in this world. Whether it's when he's facing zombies he fights or when he's facing women he fights. That's all the world's number one in the world without any predecessors or successors. Lin Momo said. I can testify to this point. Lu Yang's husband has already passed the test of our alien, and at this time has become the number one alien in the world. The number one in the S-class. There isn't any other alien in the world stronger than him. The ladies all revealed shocked expressions after hearing these words, although they also thought in their hearts that Lu Yang was the strongest. This kind of official certification was indeed more convincing. They turned to Lin Mori and asked, really? Hubby really became number one in the world, and it's the officially certified kind? Lin Momo nodded affirmatively and said, of course it's true. I saw my husband become number one with my own eyes. Even our director Chen appreciated hubby and was dead set on making him the chief captain. In the end, hubby was just an honorary chief captain. He didn't have to obey the organization's discipline at all, but then he was able to enjoy the organization's various treatments, which can be said to be extremely preferential. Wow! After the ladies heard Lin Momo's words, they all looked at Lu Yang with 2 stars in their eyes and a face of adoration. In unison, they said, hubby, you are also too handsome. That's for sure. Who am I? Lu Yang said with a confident smile. Chapter 96, Sheep Dwarf. After finishing the meal with the ladies, Lu Yang's face also showed a relaxed expression. He then said to the crowd, alright, I'm going back to rest. Next, Sigrid, after you've eaten, take a shower and meet me in my room. I have something to talk to you about. The dwarf princess, Sigrid, had not experienced Lu Yang before. At the same time, she also came to Lu Yang's safe zone for the first time, and did not know what Lu Yang meant by this sentence, and thought that she really wanted to chat with herself, and did not know why chatting to take a bath, although there are questions in her mind, but she did not ask out. Maybe it is the Lord Lu Yang who likes to smell good, and so she was very naive and nodded her head and said, okay Lord Lu Yang, Sigrid will come to you later. So Lu Yang went straight back inside his room, and it was only after Lu Yang had gone that the other women's faces began to show expressions of envy. Turning to Sigrid, she said, wow, what a congratulations, Sigrid, on your first day here. You were able to go inside Lu Yang's husband's room and chat with him. Some people might have been waiting in line for months. You are so lucky. That's true. We weren't as lucky as you in the beginning. I waited for days. I've been waiting for 10 days. Or Chen Lixia is lucky. She was able to have sex with Lu Yang's husband on the first day. That's right. I'm told she was a bit reluctant at the time. Listening to the crowd discussing themselves, Chen Lixia's face revealed an embarrassed expression and said, you guys just don't laugh at me. At that time the end of the world had just broken out. How would I have known that it would turn out to be like this? And in the old days of peace, Lu Yang had chased after me. How would I have known that he had become so strong after the outbreak of the end of the world? So powerful? If I had known it was like this, I would have fallen for him long ago, where it is still the turn of you little rotten hooves to laugh at me here. Humph. Listening to the crowd's discussion, a puzzled expression appeared on Sigrid's face. Asked, what do you guys mean by all this? Isn't it just to go inside his room and chat? What's the point of lining up or not? If you guys want to go and chat, can't you go in any time? A bad smile appeared on the faces of the women and said, when a man talks about chatting, do you really believe that he's just chatting? Don't say it's the end of the world. even in times of peace. You can't trust a man's mouth. In the beginning it was all like this. My house has a cat can backflip. You go to my house to see it, go to my house to chat. Don't worry, only chatting. And then chatting it. Then started to move their hands and feet. Man be able to be honest sows will get on the tree. That's right, how many innocent girls in the past, just because they believed in the words of men, thinking that it was really just chatting, and then slowly fell into. The phrase just talking is about as untrustworthy as just rubbing it in. If you really believe he's just chatting, you're screwed. Sigrid, the dwarf princess, asked with a puzzled look on her face. Well, if it's not chatting, then what else is there to do? Li Mengyao said. Think about it, what else can a man and a woman do in a room? There will definitely be intense behavior. The dwarf princess didn't quite understand. She hadn't been through this before either, nor had she spent time alone with a man, and as a 28-year-old, she was still very young for a dwarf, not to the point where she couldn't wait to get married off. So his parents hadn't taught her about men and women either. Still shaking her head she said, I don't really understand what would you humans do with a man and a woman inside a room? Chen Zi directly said, of course it's giving birth. Can it really be chatting? Dwarf Princess Sigrid as soon as she heard this sentence face, immediately showed a shocked expression, at the same time shocked and some joy and some worry. Red-faced, she covered her mouth and said, having a child with, and Liu Yang-sama, or something, is also too much of a shyness. Besides, Lord Liu Yang is so stout and tall, and I'm a girl of the dwarf race. Really okay? You have to know that Liu Yang's height is 1.85 meters, which is a proper big strong man among all humans. You can basically walk outside for seconds on the street. In the past in school he was also a sports student. His body was very muscular and looked strong, although he was poor and was secretly despised. But basically no one dared to mess with him openly. If a 1.85 meters gym student really goes crazy, who can stand it? Those rich kids like to bully, but they're not stupid. Now compared to the dwarf princess, who was 1.2 meters, 3 in size, Liu Yang's stature was even taller. Dwarves are usually around 1.2 meters, 1.3 meters in height. Anything over 6 feet 3 inches would be considered a big strong man, but they are very dense. At 5 feet 3 inches, you're able to reach 150 pounds, and yet still look well proportioned. Their body density is at least several times that of humans. Although the dwarf princess feels that her body is very strong, but compared to Liu Yang, in the end, it is like a small chicken. How's this gonna hold up? Li Mengyao said. I'm 5 meters tall. Wasn't I fine in the beginning? Don't worry too much. Maybe you won't be able to finish chatting by then. Chen Zi said, that's right. Although you dwarves are a bit different from us humans, you're still the same in general. Your appearance is considered very beautiful even among humans. No wonder Liu Yang named you for a chat tonight. Li Mange said, this is your good luck. Some people don't know how long they have to wait before they can wait for Liu Yang. If you don't want to go, others can't wait to go. Bai Qingqing said, that's right. If you're really scared, I can replace you. Oh. Moon Drunken Blue spoke, I can do it instead. Dwarf Princess Sigrid shook her head. I'm not going to let you guys take over. I just want to chat with Lord Liu Yang. You guys just wait here and line up properly. Alright, I'm full. Thanks for the food treats. I'm going to take a bath next. Bye. After saying that, the dwarf princess left the place directly. Seeing the dwarf princess leave, the others showed envious expressions. Looks like it's going to be a cheap night for the dwarf. Chapter 97, The Strong Dwarf. Liu Yang waited inside his room with peace of mind. He could have a good chat with the dwarf princess Sigrid tonight. It can be a good way to learn about the customs of the dwarves. It must be a deeper understanding and a deeper conversation to get it right. After all, this kind of dwarf race had never appeared in this world before. Liu Yan was presumably the first human to encounter them. Must have a good thorough exchange with this dwarf princess. On the other hand, dwarf princess Sigrid took a good bath inside her room. Liu Yang did leave a lot of clothes collected from inside the supermarket for all of them women. But Sigrid, as the princess of the dwarf race, was just not quite tall enough. She would have liked to wear some sexy clothes, but realized that she couldn't wear them at all. They were all several sizes bigger than herself. I ended up picking and had to pick a dress that still fit. As soon as she went out, all the women gathered around. They looked at dwarf princess Sigrid with a smile on her face and said, ha ha ha, Sigrid, why have you changed into this outfit? Isn't this a child's outfit? Li Mengyao said, ha ha ha, with my 1.5 meters height, I'm at least able to find suitable clothes. With your 1.3 meters height, it's just too hard to want the right clothes. Sigrid, where did you find this children's outfit? You don't say. It really fits. And it also complements your temperament. Ha 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 ha. Listening to the laughter of the crowd, Sigrid skimmed her mouth a bit unhappily and said, what do you know? This is not children's clothing. I saw the sign on it, and it says Lolita. Is this your human erotic clothing? The women laughed. Ha ha ha, and Lolita, that's Lolita for kids to wear too. You're the ones who are kids. All of you are 18 years old and still laughing at me. This 28-year-old is really shameless. Hurry up and call me sister or I'll throw you all out myself. Humph. Sigrid, raising her hand, showed off her biceps. Dwarven muscle is no match for the average human. Sigrid's 5 feet 3 inches frame was already over 150 pounds, and when she exerted herself, the muscles in her hands bulged even higher. Can definitely throw a woman out of a house with one hand. After the women heard Sigrid's words, they laughed and said, all right, Sigrid. We were just kidding. Knowing that you're wearing a Lolita, you don't want to throw us out, even though you're a dwarf. You're several times more powerful than us. We've all heard Lu Yang say that. And Lu Yang also said that you dwarves are short-tempered. It seems to be true, as well. Ha ha ha. Let's see how Lu Yang teaches you a good lesson tonight, so that you'll restrain yourself in the future. But don't think that you dwarves such as your sturdy bodies can withstand and stand Lu Yang's 8th grade galo. At that time we will wait to beg for mercy for you. Sigrid said with a defiant expression. The dwarves will never beg for mercy. Tonight you will watch how I will make your mythical Lu Yang beg for mercy. Don't look at me being short and think that I don't have the strength. Oh, have you guys ever heard of the saying that concentration is the essence? After saying that, the dwarf princess directly walked towards the door of Lu Yang's room and then knocked on Lu Yang's door. Dun 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 dun. At this time, Lu Yang had already been waiting inside the room. Since we said we'd talk to the dwarf princess, of course we had to be prepared today. Can't have these dwarves looking down on us humans. This is the first exchange between the two communities of Lu Yang representing humans and dwarf princess Sigrid representing dwarves. This is the battle of the century that bets on the honor of mankind. I can't admit defeat. Soon the door was pushed open. Dwarf princess Sigrid walked in, and Lu Yang instantly lit up when he saw what the other party was wearing. I didn't expect her to find a suitable Lolita outfit. The fluffy Lolita dress with a bow and bear pattern on top looked very cute, and it fits perfectly with Sigrid. The size of the dwarves is only about 1 meter 2, 1 meter 3, but their production proportions are perfect. Unlike human midgets, a dwarf will always have a larger head and shorter, thicker arms and legs. It looks very uncoordinated and has an ugly posture when walking. But the dwarf princess Sigrid has perfect proportions, has a very small head, possessing slender limbs. Lu Yang made a rough estimate and realized that she possessed a 7-headed body even if she was only a little over 1 meter 2. And the boobs are huge, definitely extremely voluptuous for a woman of her proportions. Moreover, the body density of the dwarves was much greater than that of humans, and their bodies were very strong and their skin was very elastic, able to adapt to working inside the mines and not having their skin scratched by the jagged rocks. I also wonder if, apart from the fact that the skin on the surface is firmer and more elastic than that of humans, the rest of it, too. Lu Yang said to Sigrid, come over here, dwarf, let's both have a nice chat. Sigrid sat next to Lu Yang with a red face, a stubborn expression all over her beautiful little face. At this time, Lu Yang took off the bathrobe he was wearing, showed off his strong and powerful muscles, and said, how about it? 1 meter 85 black-skinned gym student with big chicken meat all over his body. Scared yet? Sigrid said. It's true that it's quite big and strong. However, compared to our dwarf race, it's still a bit worse. Our dwarf race never uses muscles to judge strength. Don't look at my short stature. But my strength is not necessarily smaller than you humans. Although compared to Lord Lu Yang, I definitely can't beat him. But if it's an ordinary human, he might not be able to beat me. Lu Yang said curiously. Oh, is that so? Then come and perform your power. Okay, Lord Lu Yang, said Sigrid, who directly came to Lu Yang's side and carried Lu Yang up with one hand. A woman of a little over 5 feet 2 inches carried a 1 foot 85 inches gym student and was even able to bounce around. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang himself was a bit surprised, saying, very fierce indeed. Sigrid nodded and said, aha, feel free to come and spar with me, Lord Lu Yang. We dwarves are known for our thick skin and flesh. In your human words, that's endurance. Awesome. Lu Yang gave a thumbs up to the dwarf princess, so he started to get into the swing of things and chat. Outside the door, the women cupped their ears to hear the two of them. One had a look of contempt on his face. Chapter 98, Delicious. This dwarf princess was quite arrogant with her mouth. Li Mengyao said, I thought this dwarf princess was so powerful. It's not much different compared to when I was there. It even feels like it's even better than I was at first. Ow. The little white tiger also gave a hilarious cry, sticking out its long tongue and licking its lips. Day 2. Lu Yang woke up refreshed. He stretched his male doggy back, having slept very comfortably last night without a word, started getting up and washing straight away. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, he walked out of his dormitory. At this time, Chen Lixia and the girls were already eating breakfast in the dormitory, and as soon as they saw Lu Yang, they called out to Lu Yang, "Hubby, come, have breakfast. The breakfast made by Sister Foamy. It is really too delicious." "Well, then I have to taste it," Lu Yang said and walked over. Lin Momo was a bit older than Li Mengyao and the others, and having long ago joined the Doomsday Bio Authority, there was much more to know than these schoolgirls. A very powerful female agent, to say the least. Not only do she know combat skills, but she also knows life skills. Making breakfast and whatnot is a snap for her. Lu Yang took a bite of the sandwich made by Lin Momo, and it tasted very good indeed. He complimented Lin Momo. "It's so delicious. I didn't realize that Foamy's cooking skills were still this good. It's worthy of being the woman I tortured for hours inside the torture room in the first place." Hearing this sentence, Lin Momo's face instantly turned red. She remembered again the scene when she was chatting with Lu Yang inside the torture room. Think of how powerful Lu Yang's husband was in the beginning. It's a shame to think about it, and it's a shame to blush, and it's a shame to not be able to stand it, she said shyly with a red face. "As long as hubby likes to eat, I'll make it for hubby every day in the future. Hubby will make whatever froth he wants to eat." Lu Yang touched her head and said, "Then I'll be blessed." After breakfast, Lu Yang was ready to go out and continue collecting supplies. Nowadays, in the early days of the outbreak of the end times, the supplies inside the major supermarkets have not yet deteriorated. In another month or two, I'm afraid that most of the substance will have spoiled and gone bad and can no longer be eaten. So it's important to take the time to collect more while it's still early. At a later stage it becomes only self-sufficient, relying on those bases to grow and provide food now. Just as Lu Yang was about to go out, the little white tiger bounced over. Following Lu Yang's side, he lifted his big head and pillowed a pair of watery blue eyes to look at Lu Yang. "Ow ow ow," as if to say, "Take me away, take me away." Lu Yang looked at the little white tiger and said, "Is your leg better?" The little white tiger nodded. "Ow ow ow ow. Alright, since your leg is healed, I'll take you to gather supplies today. With such a racy mount like you, when you encounter ordinary survivors, you should be able to deter them without much nonsense from me. Let's go," said Lu Yang as he took the lead to go out, while the little white tiger followed behind Lu Yang with his ass. As soon as he went out, Lu Yang directly rode on the body of the little white tiger. Metal armor encased them. Immediately after that, one person and one tiger flew directly into the sky. The metal mesh cover of the entire school area instantly moved into a wide opening for Lu Yang and the little white tiger to go out as they approached. When they flew away, that flare closed back up. The security zone has once again become entrenched. Chapter 99, The Fourth Schoolgirl. All the supermarkets in the 10 kilometers around the safe zone had been scraped clean by Lu Yang. Next, Lu Yang had to go to a greater distance, and he expanded his range to a 20-kilometer radius. It has covered their entire center city. Anything over 20 kilometers is already in the suburbs. In that case, there will be fewer and fewer large supermarkets and large shopping malls. However, the suburbs are estimated to have a number of wholesale markets, grain mills, feed mills and the like. However, Lu Yang is not familiar with the suburbs. Wait until the good collection of supermarkets and shopping malls have been collected, and then those wholesale markets, grain factories, and then scavenge. After flying about a dozen kilometers in the air, Lu Yang really found a large supermarket, so he slowly descended with the little white tiger, and when they descended to a certain height, Lu Yang realized that there were actually a few survivors at the entrance of the supermarket who were sneaking around, carefully preparing to go in. Lu Yang took a look and realized that the other party was a total of 6 people, 5 of which were men and 1 woman. This discovery caught Lu Yang's attention. When the gym student inside the school found out about the female classmate, but he directly tortured the female classmate alive. These 5 men and 1 woman together. It's been so long, and the woman is still okay? Lu Yang couldn't help but scan the woman with his system. The other person's information appeared inside his head. Name, Wendy Chung. Age, 18. Height, 1 meter 68. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance score, 94. Body score, 93. After seeing this information, Lu Yang's entire body revealed a shocked expression. What's the situation? Appearance and figure were both over 90 points, so it could be said that they were 1 in a million. Similar to Li Mengyao and the others, it has reached the level of a top actress. So beautiful. Such a good figure. The number of boyfriends is 0. It's been so long since the outbreak of this post-apocalyptic world, and those 5 guys haven't even pushed this woman yet? What's going on here? Even Lu Yang was beginning to have his attention drawn to this woman. Could it be that this woman had awakened her psychic powers and was stronger than all these men? So these men couldn't push her? This one is quite possible. After all, there were a lot of zombies in the middle of the end of the world outbreak supermarket. If you dared to take food inside the supermarket, you would have to be at least an alien to dare to go in. Ordinary survivors going in is like giving rations to the zombies. Liu Yang was feeling puzzled in his heart. Suddenly he came back to his senses, murmuring, "Wait, Wenwen Zhong. Why does that name sound so familiar? Right, isn't he the fourth school beauty alongside Li Mange, Li Mengyao, and Wang Muling? Yes, that's her. I didn't expect that when I came out to collect supplies today. I actually had the unexpected pleasure of encountering the fourth school flower. In which case the 4 major school flowers inside the school have been collected by myself. I have to say that my luck is really good. I didn't expect that these 4 schoolgirls didn't turn into zombies or get eaten by zombies. All of them are reserved for me. Liu Yang. Just good. Today not only the things inside this supermarket are mine. This Zhong Wenwen, this is mine." Liu Yang rode on the body of the little white tiger and hovered in the air, lowering his altitude a bit so that he could better observe their movements. Directly that 4th school girl, Zhong Wenwen, said to the guys, "Wang Chang, but you promised me that you would go inside the supermarket to collect supplies today. I haven't had enough to eat for a day. You said in the beginning that you would protect me well, and wouldn't let me starve nor would you let me be in danger. And now it's the time for you to fulfill your promise. Hurry up and go in." A man next to him said, "Brother Chang, after the outbreak of the end of the world, it is estimated that most of the people inside the supermarket have turned into zombies, and the rest, even if they have not turned into zombies, it is still difficult to escape, and there are at least a few hundred zombies inside, and there are only 5 of us, so I am afraid that we do not have enough strength, and going in is just a way to send them to their deaths." Another man also said, "Yes, Brother Chang, although we also know that you're in a hurry to find food for your sister-in-law, we should be able to think of other ways. This supermarket is better not to go in until it's absolutely necessary." The third man said, Yeah, Kung, let's think long and hard." Zhong Wenwen showed an unhappy expression beside her. Gloomily, she said, "A bunch of cowards. What a shame." Those 4 men listened to Zhong Wenwen's words and had a daredevil expression on their faces. If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Chang was here, the 4 of them would have hated to immediately slap this woman to the ground and then directly force her. "Damn, you want to eat good food, you go find it yourself. Why should we risk going inside the supermarket to find food for you?" Wang Chang is also a deadlick. That's the kind of offer you can agree to. But it turned out that Wang Chang had awakened his psychic ability after the doomsday outbreak and became the only one among them with a powerful psychic ability. The 4 of them together were no match for Wang Chang. So even though they had a strong opinion of Zhong Wenwen, they didn't dare to say it. As expected, Wang Chang had an angry expression on his face after hearing Wenwen Zhong's remark about being trash. Speaking to a few of his men, he said, "Wenwen is right. You guys are a bunch of trash. It's been so long since the outbreak of the end of the world. The food in this neighborhood has already been collected by us. If we don't start with the supermarket next, we'll all starve to death. Do you think I'm only doing this for Wen's sake? I'm also doing it for you guys and myself." But Django, those men wanted to say more. However, Wang Chang had already waved his hand, stopping them, and said, "You guys stop talking. I've already made a decision. I must collect enough supplies from the supermarket today. Aren't there just zombies? Have we killed fewer zombies these days?" A man muttered. "That's because there aren't a lot of walkers and it's not in a confined space. We took them out with kite flying tactics. You can't fly a kite inside a supermarket." "Shut up. Say another word and I'll throw you in and feed you to the zombies," Wang Chang said viciously. In front of their goddess, these people dared to talk back. It's almost as if they don't give a damn. That henchman was too scared by Wang Chang's words to speak. At this time Wang Chang said to Zhong Wenwen, "Wenwen, but this time when I have collected enough food from inside the supermarket, you can be my girlfriend, right?" Chapter 100, Licking Dog Strong. Wang Chang, as Zhong Wenwen's licking dog, had been licking her for a long time. In the past, when he was inside the school, he had confessed his love to Zhong Wenwen. I don't know how many times. In the old days, in the middle of summer, in order to buy Zhong Wenwen a cup of her favorite milk tea, he was willing to ride a shared electric bike for an hour in the middle of the day in the blistering sun and 40-degree heat to run to a milk tea store 30 kilometers away, in order to buy Zhong Wenwen her favorite Apple phone. Wang Chang once ate steamed buns for 3 months, just to save 6,000 yuan of food expenses to Zhong Wenwen to change her phone. It could be said that Wang Chang was the #1 dog licker inside the school. People call licking dogs strong. I didn't realize that after the outbreak of Armageddon, this lick-spittle strong had awakened his psychic abilities, and his strength still looked pretty good. Only the awakening of his strength didn't make his heart awaken as well. Still has a dog-licking heart. Lick dog strong even in the end times. Still a lick-spittle too. For the sake of Zhong Wenwen to be his girlfriend. Surprisingly, he took a direct risk and was ready to take his brothers and go inside the supermarket to look for food. and those brothers were outraged. After all, this is the end times, and strength is honored. If they dared to go against Wang Chang, they might be killed by him in the next second. After all, this licking dog Chang, although he was very good to Zhong Wenwen and held her in his heart, almost to the heavens, but with others, it's hard-hearted. Last time, they met a survivor while searching for food. It was because that survivor had some food on his person, and Wang Chang wanted to get his hands on that food, but the other party didn't give it. He killed the other without saying a word, and using each other's bodies as bait to lure away the walkers, to find more food. Not only was the other party killed, they didn't even leave a whole body behind. That kind of scene was still fresh in their minds. If he dared to go against Lick Dog Strong now, he might turn into a corpse himself in the next second. However, after listening to Wang Chang's words, Zhong Wenwen didn't promise him. Instead, he said in a serious tone, "Wang Chang, don't be so hasty in doing things, do you understand? Didn't I say that in the beginning? As long as you chase me for 3 years, I will consider being your girlfriend, but now you've only been chasing me for a year. Even if the end of the world is coming, this agreement can't be changed. Besides, you can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Don't you know that saying? If you chase me casually and I say yes, isn't that disrespectful to me? I'm serious about finding a boyfriend. It's a major life event. You can't just find someone to be your boyfriend, right? If that's true, as one of the school's flower girls, the boys chasing after me in the school would be 800 if not 1000. And a lot of them are rich kids. So wouldn't I have promised someone else long ago? So you don't be anxious. You just take the pursuit of me as if you were playing a game to become an achievement. Every time you give I see in my eyes, will be in my heart, leave you a better impression, give you more points. When your achievement score reaches 100%, it is the time for me to give you as a girlfriend." Hearing this, Wang Chang surprisingly nodded, said, "Okay Wenwen, what you said makes sense, and I've already figured out that being a person can't be so hasty. I like you, and I'm already obligated to provide you with food. So how can I make you my girlfriend just because I went to look for some food inside the supermarket? Isn't that treating you as having the same value as that food? I am so damned. Don't be angry. Wenwen, I'll go into the supermarket and get you some food," Zhong Wenwen said. Well, that's right. I'm so happy that you can figure it out. It's worthy of being the man I look up to. Don't worry, in the past, there were a lot of other rich second-generation rivals for you. But now, with the outbreak of the end of the world, those rich second-generation people have all died out, and you're the only one who's survived. So sooner or later, I'll be yours. Don't be in a hurry. I've seen every effort you've made. Maybe one day I'll be moved," Wang Chang said. "Aha, when I know. I'll treat you wholeheartedly from now on, and I'll never be in a hurry again." Hearing this, Zhong Wenwen nodded in satisfaction, a light smile appearing on her face. The other few men next to Wang Chang, on the other hand, showed a disgusted expression, and don't dare show it too much not to. Wanted to laugh but didn't dare, getting a very twisted and ugly face. This is really good at CPUing people. The point is that Wang Chang, the dog licker Chang, really eats this up. The people involved didn't think anything of it, but we all felt sick listening to it from the sidelines. The writing Little White Tiger and Liu Yang in the Sky City, seeing this scene, also revealed a look of contempt, said to the Little White Tiger underneath him, "Little White Tiger, this woman is also a little too hateful, right? To play that Wang Chang, completely poo him into a clown. You cannot learn from this kind of woman in the future. No? Ow. The Little White Tiger tilted its head under Liu Yang's body and barked twice, although she didn't understand what Liu Yang meant. But for Master Liu Yang's words, she only needed to nod her head. Liu Yang continued, "Seeing this Wang Chang's behavior now, it reminds me of when I was chasing after Chen Lixia. It's exactly the same, but after being rejected and insulted by Chen Lixia, I came to my senses and changed my behavior as a licking dog, which is considered to be a lost cause. Unlike this licking dog Strong, until the end of the outbreak of a month, still so licking, he is really a born licking dog. When Boiling Goat came, he had to pass him a cigarette. Such a beautiful once-class flower for so long, he even hasn't taken it yet. Then let me, Liu Yang, come and help him experience it properly later." Liu Yang continued to observe their behavior. Seeing that Wang Chang had already led the people into the middle of the supermarket, he was in no hurry and continued to wait for them to come out. When the time comes, you can grab the food that the other team has collected and grab the other team's goddess along with it. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Then Liu Yang told properly in front of the complete face how his goddess really works. Let him know that in the end times, women are for playing, not licking. A few minutes later, a man's screams came from inside the supermarket. "Hey aha! Don't bite me! Help! Come help me! Hey aha! The screams kept coming from the supermarket. 3 figures ran out immediately afterward. It was Wang Chang and 2 other survivors. In went 5 people. After only a few minutes, coming out, there were only 3 left. Meanwhile, the backpacks on these 3 people's backs were already stuffed to the brim, while each of them was also carrying 2 boxes of instant noodles in their hands. It's safe to say that this trip to the supermarket has been very rewarding for them. Lu Yang said to the little white tiger. Very well, it's time to go down. Chapter 101, I'm easy to chase. Wang Chang, they just ran out of the supermarket. Not much far. Inside, a dozen zombies rushed out after them. They rushed to meet with Zhong Wenwen subsequently together to escape. Ran into an alley. The zombies cannot see them, so they lost their target directly on the street to do nothing. Wang Chang and the 2 strong men gasped for air. The faces of those 2 burly men still showed a palpitating expression. Turning to Wang Chang, he said, Brother Chang, it's horrible, all this food. It was traded with the lives of 2 companions. Wang Chang said, those 2 guys, they were too timid, running and falling down themselves. Who can blame them? Didn't they deserve it? The 2 survivors were a bit displeased to hear this. We're all brothers. And you didn't even show us anything when you saw your brother get eaten by a walker. And you said he deserved it? A male survivor said directly. Brother Chang, you can't say that. Everything has accidents. And if it wasn't for those 2 brothers who fell and were eaten by the zombies and delayed some time, maybe we wouldn't have been able to run out. Originally, this time into the supermarket was a big risk. Another survivor also said. Right, Brother Chang, we can't let our brothers risk their lives like this again. Isn't it obvious that the time hasn't come yet? Going into the supermarket with our strength is supposed to be a 9 deaths. A displeased expression appeared on Tenacious' face at once and he said, Ha? Who gave you the courage to talk to me like that? And to talk back to me in front of Shizuku? The 2 survivors said, Boss, although we are following you, you can't treat our lives as if they are not your own, right? You don't have any brothers in your eyes. Only this woman, right? This woman asked you to go to the supermarket to get something, so you ordered us to go and get it. Next time, if you ask us to go to the Mountain of Swords and the Sea of Fire, will we also go? Just for a woman? And how dare the dog bark? Shouldn't you? How dare you talk back? Eat my kick. A furious expression appeared on Tenacious' face as he directly kicked the survivor in front of him. As a psychic, his base attributes were twice that of an ordinary person. And with one kick, he sent the man flying several meters away. The survivor had a look of fear on his face as he was kicked to the ground. The other survivor spread both hands on his chest and said in a hurry, Boss, don't kick me. I won't talk nonsense. You 2 losers would have starved to death if you hadn't followed me. It's your honor to be asked to follow me to get food. Hurry up and bring the food here for me to distribute. Those 2 dared to be angry, so they could only hand Wang Chang all the food inside their backpacks. Just then, a huge tiger fell from the sky with a handsome figure sitting on his back. The sudden appearance of a huge white tiger startled Wang Chang and the others. However, soon Wang Chang calmed down. As an alien himself, even the mutated white tiger was no match for him. He looked at Lu Yang on the tiger's back and thought that this person looked a bit familiar. After several seconds, it finally responded. Ha laughed and pointed at Lu Yang and said, I remember you. This kid is not the school inside that very famous sports student. It is said to be known as the school's first licking dog. I did not expect that you actually also did not die. Lu Yang froze, his face full of questions. You're a ing boiling goat and you call me the number 1 lickspittle in the whole school? Are you kidding me? I only failed to confess once, was posted to the school forum. Was ridiculed by the whole school. You even the end of the descent are still licking. On the licking dog who can compare to you? Lu Yang said with a face full of sarcasm. I am indeed Lu Yang, but I am not a licking dog. Unlike some people who say that others are licking dogs with their mouths, but in fact they themselves are the most licking. Just because of a woman's sentence, you directly let your brothers go inside the supermarket to risk their lives with you to find food, and then give all of the food to this woman. You don't have any problems with your brain, do you? Don't you know that in the end times a chicken leg can be exchanged for a beautiful woman? Listening to Lu Yang's words, Wang Chang felt that he was insulting his girls. What do you mean? A chicken leg for a pretty girl? That replacement is all scraps and mediocrity. A fairy-like goddess Wenwen could only rely on a fierce man like himself to be able to raid her bit by bit. He said viciously to Lu Yang, Kid, leave that white tiger on you. This tiger weighs at least 1,000 pounds, but it's a rare food. Also leave the food on you, and you can get lost. Brother Chang, I'll spare your life. Lu Yang laughed. That's really the funniest joke I've ever heard. Next I'll show you your goddess. How she knelt in front of me and begged for mercy. Lu Yang's eyes suddenly blazed, followed by the next second. 2 steel needles flew towards each other at great speed. Bang! Bang! 2 loud bangs came. Wang Chang's legs were instantly broken by Lu Yang's steel needles. Ah! My leg. My leg. Ah-ha. My leg is broken. He fell to his knees with a loud cry from his mouth. A face of fear looked at Lu Yang. What did you do to me? How did you do it? Why did my leg break with one look from you? Wang Chang is an alien. After the outbreak of the end times, he hadn't encountered any other psychics, and had always thought that he was the chosen one. Probably the only one in the world who had awakened. That's why he's a little out of sight during this time, and doesn't even consider the lives of ordinary people as lives. The few minions around him, he only saw as pawns. Feel free to give up and throw it to the walkers if necessary. Only the goddess Winnie Chung matters. But now that he met Lu Yang, he didn't expect the other party to defeat him with just a look. Blood kept gushing out from the tops of his legs. The intense pain made him almost faint. At the same time, a violent sense of fear swept through his entire heart, and his entire being had begun to tremble unceasingly. Lu Yang smiled and said, "Is it necessary for a mole to know so many things? Just watch how I conquer your goddess. Watch how the goddess is used." Lu Yang took one step at a time and walked to Zhong Wenwen's front, looked at her condescendingly and said, "Kneel down. I've been a bit angry lately." Zhong Wenwen's face showed an expression of fear, but she still forced herself to calm down and said, Lu Yang, I've heard about you confessing to Chen Lixia before. I don't think you're a lickspill. I think you're a real man, daring to confess in front of the whole class. It's really great. I'm very good at chasing me. If you chase me now like you chased Chen Lixia, I will definitely agree. Lu Yang didn't have any nonsense. Directly backhanded a slap. Pa, I told you to get on your knees and chase you? I'd rather chase this little white tiger than you. The end times have come and gone, and you still want to treat me like a licking dog? Do you think I'm as stupid as Wang Chang? Chapter 102, I'm a big brother. Being slapped to the ground by Lu Yang, Zhong Wenwen's face showed a shocked and scared expression. How could he not expect this man to dare to hit himself without saying anything? This shock and fear slowly turned back into anger at being humiliated. The contrast between this and the usual being held in the palm of her hand and held up in the sky was so great that it made her break down a little bit at once, and even turn the corner a little bit. Whether it was before or after the outbreak of the end times, she had been licked by countless licking dogs. There used to be not only Wang Chang, the licking dog, inside the school, but also various other rich kids, at least dozens of licking dogs at the same time. Everywhere you go, you're surrounded by stars. With her perfect body and looks, she has gained the adoration and pursuit of an unknown number of people. In the past, people used to give themselves gifts and designer bags that they couldn't pile up inside their homes. It also made her develop a green tea look. It can be said to make her maneuver among men, getting the men's psyche down to a T. That's why she was able to be in the post-apocalyptic world and still raise Wang Chang to be a superb lickspittle. Let him saddle up and say yes to anything, even being able to give their lives at the cost of finding food. But now I've met Lu Yang. His own tried and true tricks on other men had done absolutely nothing, and he'd even gotten slapped in the face. It's not just a slap in the face, it's a slap in the heart. Took his unbeatable green tea insides and beat them to the point of irritation. Never before had a man been able to ignore his own beauty and temptation. Is this man a eunuch? Wang Chang's heart was also like a knife when he saw this scene, and he cursed at Lu Yang. Damn it, what the hell are you guys doing? How dare you hit my goddess? Don't you know that Wen is as noble as a fairy in the sky? Her blown-out face. I usually don't even dare to touch it, and you even slapped it straight on. You damn you, I won't let you go even if I turn into a ghost. Lu Yan laughed and said, this is your goddess. What's it got to do with me? You want to be a licking dog yourself. Do I still have to be like you? Didn't you hear him just now? As long as I chase her, she will be my woman. Don't you know her nature? But I'm a person who hates chasing people. So later on I'm going to make her beg to be my woman. Wang Chang said with a tear-stained face. It won't. My goddess won't. Even if you use violence, she will never give in. My goddess is sacrosanct. You damn you. You will never get your way. A loser like you wants to win the school beauty's favor? Don't you know that Zhong Wenwen is one of the 4 school beauties? He said it with great lack of courage, as if to comfort his own heart. He had held Zhong Wenwen in the palm of his hand, chasing after her for a year before the end of the world outbreak and then taking care of her for a whole month after the end of the world outbreak among the many zombies. That's all it took to get the beauty into his arms. This Lu Yang came here on the first day. What makes him get the goddess? He thought it was beautiful. Wang Chang didn't believe that Lu Yang could conquer Zhong Wenwen in front of him, and at the same time by Lu Yang knocked to the ground Zhong Wenwen also climbed up. Her mind inside the moment was occupied by humiliation and anger. As completely no wisdom, directly stood up and rushed to Lu Yang mouth shouting, you dare to hit me. I grew up so big no one dared to hit me. See if I don't beat you to death. I will fight with you. Arriving in front of Lu Yang, she stretched out her own 9 white bone claws and was ready to strike at Lu Yang, wanting to scratch Lu Yang's face. However, Lu Yang just sneered and backhanded another slap before the other's hand could touch him. Pow! This slap was even harder than the one earlier, and Zhong Wenwen was instantly slapped several meters away. The other half of his face was swollen up. Now both sides of his face were swollen, and his whole body turned into a pig's head. Where's the beauty that was there? Zhong Wenwen was knocked to the ground. Her whole mind was blank. Her head was dizzy, and she couldn't get up after crawling for half a day. Seeing this scene, Wang Chang's entire body was enraged to the extreme, shouting out loud, You still dare to hit my goddess Lu Yang? You guy is too hateful. I remember you. You shall not die. You have the guts to come at me. What kind of skill is it to hit a woman? Lu Yang, you coward. You shall not die. Seeing that Lu Yang simply didn't even pay attention to himself, he said to the other two brothers, Brothers, help me kill him. As long as you guys help me kill him, you will be my best brothers, and in the future you will get an extra 10% of the food. As long as there is a day that I, Wang Chang, am alive, I will never let you guys be threatened or starve. But despite his words, the two brothers didn't move a muscle. They're not stupid. Wang Chang, a photo on the other side was broken legs. A look at the strength of the other side than Wang Chang higher. Do not know how many grades. The two of them were just ordinary people. Even if they took a shot at Lu Yang, they would be killed in seconds. And having his legs broken at the end of the world, this Wang Chang was already wasted. Even if you are a psychic, you don't have the ability to heal yourself. So those two Wang Chang's little brothers said, even if you are a licking dog yourself, you still want to drag us to be a licking dog with you? You see how this handsome guy treats Wenwen Zhong? You should have been like this a long time ago in the beginning. Understand? Silly thing, still want us to help you? You're just waiting to die here. Hearing the words of those two people, Wang Chang's entire body revealed an extremely angry expression, as if he couldn't believe his ears. Pointing a trembling finger at those two people, he said, How dare you? You guys talk to me like that? That's how you guys treat your big brother? Those two little brothers said with sneers all over their faces. Big brother? Two brothers died inside the supermarket and you didn't even look at them. And you said they deserved it. Are you such a big brother? We have long wanted to kill you. If not enough strength can wait until now? A dead licking dog never has any talent. Wang Chang's entire body was so angry at being scolded that he was about to vomit blood. And at the same time, the zombies coming out from inside the supermarket in the distance were also attracted by the sounds from here. As soon as he smelled the bloody odor of the blood coming out of Wang Chang's legs inside the air, the dozen or so zombies, like they were mad, rushed straight over. Those two minions were instantly taken aback, rushed back a few steps, but they didn't dare to run without Lu Yang giving the word. Wang Chang was also stunned, and the angry expression on his face was replaced by fear. Zhong Wenwen was knocked to the ground by Lu Yang and was dizzy, clearly seeing the zombies rushing over in the distance, but she couldn't get up to escape when she wanted to. Not long after those zombies rushed to the front of Lu Yang and others. Chapter 103, You Piece of. Seeing those zombies approaching, both Totally and his two minions and Zhong Wenwen were scared to death, and their entire faces were ashen. A couple of supervisors gnawing together at this point would be enough to gnaw them into a skeleton. As for Wang Chang this time, although he said that he was a psychic and was very strong compared to ordinary people, both of his legs had been broken by Lu Yang, so he could not run at all. Once approached by a walker, he's a living target to be slaughtered. Completely unable to resist, he called out to Lu Yang, Lu Yang, the zombies are coming over. This is a dead-end alley. They are surrounding over. You can't run even if you are strong. Hurry up and find a way to finish them off. Otherwise, once we let them flood into the alley, it will be hard for us to get out. Lu Yang smiled without saying anything. He also took a few steps deeper into the alley, which in turn allowed Wang Chang and Zhong Wenwen and the others to stand between him and the walkers. Seeing this scene, Zhong Wenwen's and the girls' faces changed instantly. Wang Chang said to Lu Yang again, What's the use of hiding in the alley? You can't run away. Unless you can fly. Lu Yang ignored him. The zombies rushed over at breakneck speed and arrived in front of Wang Chang's people in a few seconds. It directly pounced on them. Seeing this scene, Zhong Wenwen directly screamed in terror. Help! Help! I don't want to be eaten. Just someone save me. As long as anyone can save me, I'm willing to do whatever I'm asked to do. Woo! I don't want to be eaten by zombies. The two male survivors were also so frightened that they directly fell to their knees with their legs weak. Now they were really even scared out of their urine, and their crotch was wet. The two of them were originally just ordinary people, and they didn't have any supernatural ability to follow Tenacious around was also the kind of oppressed. Just like the poor people being bullied inside the schoolyard, it would have been very timid, very cowardly. Otherwise, under Wang Chang's oppression, people with a little bit of ambition would directly leave to find their own way to live, instead of following Wang Chang's life as a dog. Now they saw their supervisor coming directly in front of them, grimacing at them with a fishy taste coming out of his mouth. It was as if it made them smell death. It's a feeling that's just horrible. Wang Chang was quite calm for being an alien, but his own legs had been broken, and a look of fear enveloped his entire being. He kept crawling on the ground with his own hands, trying to crawl deeper into the alley. Unfortunately, how could he crawl as fast as a walker? Eyes on the walkers. Just then Liu Yang waved his hand. Brush! An iron fence suddenly appeared between the people and the walkers. Those zombies didn't see this fence and couldn't stop running at breakneck speeds, crashing into the fence with a loud bang. One by one, they were hit head-on, but they still kept reaching out from inside the gap of the fence, trying to grab Wang Chang and the others. Zombies are not afraid of pain. As long as they're not dead, they'll keep attacking. The black blood left from the top of the forehead of those zombies all over the face. Looks extremely disgusting and horrible. When Zhong Wenwen and the others saw the scene, each of them revealed a surprised expression. What's with this iron fence? Why did it suddenly appear? Does that mean it's a miracle that God has heard our prayers coming down? Looking at their dumbfounded expressions, Liu Yang smiled and said, No, God, but me. I'll give you one last chance. Zhong Wenwen, kneel down and submit to me and I will save your life. Otherwise I will move the fence and let you all be eaten by the zombies. He finished with a wave of his hand. That fence just went back 10 centimeters. The zombies were closer to Zhong Wenwen and the girls, and it looked like their hands were about to grab Zhong Wenwen and the girls. Zhong Wenwen was shocked at this scene and hurriedly took a few more steps back, her entire body shivering. Now they finally believed that this fence was made by Liu Yang. With a single thought Liu Yang could put away this fence and let the zombies tear them all apart. And he himself is perfectly capable of hiding behind the fence without being attacked by walkers. And he could just make a metal fence. His powers might be controlling metal. With such powerful psychic abilities, it was entirely possible to take out all of these zombies in an instant. At this moment Wang Chang's entire body had completely despaired. Zhong Wenwen came to Liu Yang's side, directly knelt on the ground and said to Liu Yang, I'm willing to submit to you. Don't let me be eaten by zombies. As long as you can save me, I'll do whatever you want me to do. I'll serve you well in bed. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Didn't you just say you're on fire? I'll calm your fire now. Saying that, Zhong Wenwen, who was kneeling on the ground, reached out and tried to undo Liu Yang's belt. Liu Yang is a slap to slap her down to the ground. Sneered and said, just now you are not still very high and cold? Still want to take me as your licking dog? How now instead become you to lick me? I was wrong. Liu Yang, from now on, I'll be one of your licking dogs. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. You tell me to wag my tail, I will never move my ears. You can do whatever you want to me, as long as you can save me. I don't want to turn into a zombie. Those zombies are too ugly. I don't want to be eaten by them. One bite at a time. My boss bites the flesh off my body. It's even more painful than lynching. Please, Liu Yang, save me. I'm one of your licking dogs, said she as she kept kowtowing on the ground. Seeing this scene, Wang Chang's entire body had been dumbfounded. The girl that he had licked for so long was on her knees begging for mercy in front of Liu Yang at this moment. What about what I did when I used to lick him? Is that a joke? Joker. I'm such a ing clown. At this moment, Wang Chang regretted a lot. He cursed at Zhong Wenwen. Zhong Wenwen, what did you tell me in the beginning? You said that a woman's qianbai is the most important, more important than life, and said that if you let me continue to lick you, as long as I pay too much, you will agree sooner or later. Otherwise, even death will not be cheap for men. Didn't you say you value chastity more than life? Didn't you say that you are the first time, so it is very precious and won't be given to others easily? Didn't you say you'd rather be eaten by a zombie than let a smelly man take advantage of you? Why are you now on your knees begging Liu Yang? You, how dare you lie to me? Instead of showing an expression of shame on her face, Zhong Wenwen sneered. You punks still have the nerve to talk about me? I also have a vision. That's why I didn't get screwed by you. Look at you now lying on the ground like a dog. You can't even stand up with both legs, just like the dog in the village whose legs were broken by others. What future is there in following a man like you? The fact that I didn't get it from you shows that I have foresight. Compared to Liu Yang, you're nothing. Zhong Wenwen's words seemed to be the last straw that broke the camel's back. It hurts. It really hurts. It didn't matter how other people scolded themselves, but the one who was now scolding himself for being a waste, for being a short-legged dog, was his own goddess. The goddess that he had licked for over a year was now on her knees begging someone else and cursing herself in front of them. How is this not a kind of minotaur? Wang Chang's entire body was in the midst of a mania. Aha! Kill me! Kill me! I won't live! Chapter 104, Luckily I'm smart. At this time, Wang Chang is bent on death. He also finally realized that now he is indeed a waste compared to Liu Yang, a dog with a broken leg. There is no longer any meaning to live. Even the goddess has begun to despise herself. In the past, he thought that he was the chosen one, the only one in the world with supernatural powers, and that he would surely be able to get his hands on Zhongwanwan. There have even been secret celebrations. Doomsday Outbreak let himself become a psychic. His spring has finally come, must be able to walk on the peak of life, marry a rich woman. Before in the school, he is still Zhongwanwan, one of the many suitors, and there is no advantage, compared with those rich second generation. Their own family conditions are not worth mentioning, although better than the average student so a little bit, but was compared to the top of the second generation of rich people poor. The first time I saw her was when she was a student at the University of California. At that time, he knew that his chances of pursuing Zhongwanwan were not high, and he could only touch her with his heart, which is why he agreed to Zhongwanwan's requests no matter how windy or rainy they were, no matter when, where or what the situation was, and no matter how excessive they were. He thought that if he gave enough, the other person would surely be touched. Even after the outbreak of the post-apocalyptic world, without the constraints of law and morality, and with the very good fortune of him meeting up with Zhongwanwan, he didn't use force. There is no forcing the other person to be their woman. It's because deep down he still thinks about moving the other person by his actions, but now everything he did was just a joke to the other side. He himself was reduced to a complete buffoon. What's the point of living then? Wang Chang called out to Liu Yang, "Kill me. You hurry up and kill me." But Liu Yang, you wait for me. You stole my goddess. Even if I turn into a ghost I won't let you go. Hearing Wang Chang's words, Liu Yang just smiled. Then he said, "What's wrong? What do you mean by robbing your goddess? Can't you see? She was voluntarily kneeling on the ground and begging me. Also said that she would be a dog for me. Is this the goddess that you hold her in high regard? Dead licking dog. Watch this. This is how a goddess is used." After Wang Chang heard Liu Yang's words, he completely collapsed and let out a miserable scream from his mouth. "Aha! That kind of thing. Don't." His words, "Should I pull the dagger out of nowhere?" It was a direct fling at Zhongwanwan. A ruthless expression also appeared on his face, yelling, "What I can't get, no one else can want. I'm going to die. Zhongwanwan, you have to die with me. Even if you die, even if I turn into a ghost, I will continue to lick you," only to see the dagger flying towards Zhongwanwan at great speed. At this moment, Zhongwanwan also saw the dagger that flew towards her, but with her ordinary human's reaction ability, she was unable to do anything in just such a short period of time, obviously very fearful inside her head, but it was too late to dodge. It was too late to even scream. In this moment she only felt that her life was about to end, and all the things she had experienced in the past 10 years or so began to flash inside her mind. She also regretted very much. Maybe she shouldn't have raised the fish before. Maybe not, she shouldn't have hung on to Wang Chang before. She should have rejected this licking dog earlier. That wouldn't have made this lickspittle such a maniac that he had to pull himself up as a cushion even when he was dying. He has licked his heart out and turned into a sickly licking dog. Just when Zhongwanwan felt like she was going to die in the next second, buzz, a soft sound came. That one dagger was in the last centimeter from Zhongwanwan's neck. When it was still there, it completely hovered in the air, unable to inch forward half a step again. Seeing this scene, only then was Zhongwanwan finally able to let out a sigh of relief. Phew! She exhaled deeply, a feeling of coming back from the dead. For the first time the entire person felt that the world was so beautiful and the air was so fresh. It's good to be alive. Liu Yang kicked Wang Chang in the face. It instantly broke a few of his teeth with the kick. Wang Chang let out a scream. Ah! There was also an incredulous look on his face. How can it be? Why? Why did my flying daggers stop? Ah! Liu Yang coldly said. She's already one of my licking dogs, and you even want to make a move on her? What's going on in your head? Dog thing. You have to look at the master even when you hit a dog, do you understand? Wang Chang shouted frantically. She is my goddess. Even if I die, I will take her away. Zhongwanwan exclaimed. You might as well die here yourself. You dead bastard dared to kill me. Watching the two of them, Zhongwanwan and Wang Chang, quarrel, Liu Yang directly rode on the body of the little white tiger. Turning to Zhongwanwan, he said, "Sit up yourself." A look of surprise appeared on Zhongwanwan's face. I didn't expect Lord Liu Yang to let himself sit on it, which means that he wants to let himself go with him. Ah, that's a pleasant surprise. As long as one can follow Liu Yang, there will never be any safety issues in the future. So she hurriedly nodded. With great effort, she climbed onto the back of the little white tiger, sat behind Liu Yang, and hugged Liu Yang's waist. With a thought, Liu Yang directly made the little white tiger rise up in the air. Seeing this scene, a puzzled expression appeared on Wang Chang's face. Originally despairing, he gained confidence again. Murmuring, he said, "What's going on? He's not killing me? His two little brothers also revealed a look of surprise. There's help! There's help! We can escape! Yet the next second, in front of them, the iron fence that held back the walkers suddenly disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had vanished into thin air. Those zombies were originally surrounded outside, and when they saw that the fence had disappeared, they all rushed over like crazy. Seeing this scene, completely with his two minions, let out a scream. Aha! Oh no! He's letting the walkers in. It's over, it's over. We're going to die here, and being chewed alive by walkers. Help! In an instant, a dozen zombies surrounded Wang Chang and the two minions, gnawing at them. Although Wang Chang was a psychic, he had no ability to resist at all with a broken leg. His two little brothers were originally goons. It was even more impossible to be a match for a dozen zombies. Soon there were appalling screams from the alley. Zhang Wenwen, who was flying in the air, saw this scene and a thankful expression appeared on her face. Luckily, he was smart enough to take the initiative to kneel on the ground and give in. Otherwise, he would be the one to be chewed on. Chapter 105. Entering the supermarket. Lu Yang brought Zhang Wenwen on the back of the little white tiger and stopped in midair. They didn't fly away immediately. Instead, he continued to watch those on the ground being chewed on by the walkers. Wang Chang was originally a psychic, but his legs were broken by Lu Yang, and at this point he had no resistance against the zombies. Only a few zombies surrounded him. At first, totally still able to use his hands to fight back against those zombies. I have to say he's a tough guy too, taking out 5 or 6 walkers with broken legs. But soon the walkers continued to swarm him. One of the walkers found the right moment to take a bite on his neck, then tore off a chunk of flesh. Blood began to gush out non-stop from the top of his neck, but fortunately it didn't bite through the arteries, allowing Wang Chang to not die immediately. But the other bosses weren't idle, either, and took a swipe and a scratch at his stomach. Soon it was chewing through his belly. Blood gushed out wildly, while those zombies were digging out the internal organs inside his stomach. It even started to be contested. Even his intestines were pulled out by the zombies for several meters, and those zombies shivered all of his intestines into their mouths like they were shivering powder. Totally. On the other hand, watched as these walkers hollowed themselves out and ate their insides. And he's not even dead yet. There were still screams coming out of his mouth. Ah! My tummy, my tummy! Who's going to save me? Who's going to save me? Ah! Hey, aha! Help! Poof poof! Blood began to spurt out of his mouth over and over again. Eventually, a walker rips out his heart. One bite, barf, straight to the pop, and this walker finally ended Wang Chang's life. Not bad for Wang Chang. It was pretty tenacious, being chewed on by the walkers for several whole minutes before they died. Miserable. It was really too miserable. Simply miserable. In the sky, Zhang Wenwen, who saw this scene, had been stunned silly. Vomit. Zhang Wenwen couldn't help but sit on the back of the little white tiger and vomit. This bloody scene was too much for a female college student like her, who hadn't graduated yet, to accept. If it wasn't for the appearance of Lu Yang, then the one who was chewed on would be her. Another feeling of celebration ran through her mind, and at the same time very remorseful. He himself had actually wanted to treat Lu Yang as his licking dog in the beginning and let him lick him. I'm afraid that I have already left a very bad impression on Lu Yang by acting like this. One has to find a way to make up for it properly. But, making up for things like men is something that Wendy Chung, as a master fish breeder, has also studied for a long time. Men and women are meant to quarrel at the beginning of the bed and make up at the end of the bed. There's a saying that one shot is enough to avoid enmity. As long as he serves Lu Yang well in bed, then a small episode like today, Lu Yang will definitely forget. At that time she would still be Lu Yang's real woman. I'm sure he won't continue to be prejudiced against himself. In the end, under Lu Yang's gaze, Wang Chang and his two little brothers were gnawed into a skeleton. Lu Yang then gave a look. One steel needle shot out, instantly exploding the heads of all those zombies like skewers. Seeing this scene, Zhang Wenwen was taken aback again. At the same time there was a somewhat pleased expression on his face. Strong. It's just too strong. I didn't expect Lu Yang to have such a powerful skill that he could directly control a steel needle to explode his head, with such a powerful psychic ability in his body. 100 zombies can't meet war god Lu Yang. Following such a supreme powerhouse himself would definitely be safe. She said to Lu Yang, Lu Yang, shouldn't we leave here now? Lu Yang shook his head. In a cold voice, he said, what's the hurry? Wherever I take you, you just follow. What's the point of wasting words? Have you forgotten what you are? Zhang Wenwen was startled and hurriedly said, sorry. I was too reckless. Lu Yang, you can go anywhere you want, as long as you don't leave me behind and don't let me be eaten by zombies. I'm willing to follow you. I'll do whatever you want me to do. Lu Yang grunted without saying another word. This last encounter with one of the 4 major schoolgirls, Zhang Wenwen can be said to be the one who was the most good at raising fish among the 4 major schoolgirls, as well as the one who was the most green tea whore. Lu Yang wouldn't give her the chance to stomp on her nose. It has to be pressed hard. All the zombies that were finished off. Then Lu Yang controlled the little white tiger, came to the ground, turning to the little white tiger. He said, "Next we'll go inside the supermarket to gather supplies." Ow! The little white tiger raised her huge tiger head and nodded happily. After a few days in the villa area, she had long ago been on the verge of idleness. Being playful by nature, the little white tiger has been mutated but still retains its feline nature. Now that he heard that he could finally go inside the supermarket, the little white tiger was of course happy. Lu Yang then brought Zhang Wenwen, walking down from the back of the little white tiger, getting ready to walk into the grocery store with the little white tiger. Zhang Wenwen's face, however, showed a look of fear and said, "Lu Yang, do we really have to go in?" That time when Wang Chang and the others went in, but 2 people died in there. It's too dangerous to have hundreds of zombies in there, isn't it? Why don't we think about it and come up with a way to lure the zombies out or something before we go in? Lu Yang sneered. "Now that I'm going to take you in, you know to say make a plan?" When Wang Chang and the others went in, "How come you didn't see you ask them to make a plan?" Zhong Wenwen said with an aggrieved face. "That's not the same Wang Chang died, and I'm not sad, but I don't want Lu Yan Yu to have any accidents. That lick-spittle dog, how can it be comparable to you, can be comparable to you?" Lu Yang was happy and said, "You're good at talking, not bad for a green tea whore." Zhong Wenwen smiled and said, He, thanks for the compliment. As long as I can follow you, Lu Yang, you can call me anything. Let's not talk about calling me a green tea whore. If you just call me a dog, I'll agree." Lu Yang said, "Alright, follow me into the supermarket. Don't worry, you won't be in danger following me." Belle nodded and said, "Aha, I'm just reminding you. Since you're so confident, I'll go in with you." The 2 men, and a white tiger, then walked inside the supermarket together. As expected, there were hundreds of walkers inside the supermarket. Also 2 gnawed skeletons. That would be Wang Chang's 2 best buddies who were killed off. At this time those zombies saw Lu Yan. They came in, instantly issued a roar, directly pounced on Lu Yan and others. Chapter 106, How did he do it? See this scene. Zhong Wenwen's entire body was stunned. That's hundreds of zombies pouncing at the same time. She as an ordinary girl, seeing this scene, of course, she was very scared. Unable to resist, he took Lu Yang's arm. Turning to Lu Yang, he said, "Lu Yang, you must protect me. These zombies are so scary. If I'm not careful and get caught by them, I'm afraid that even my bones will be chewed up by them. I don't want to die. As long as you keep me safe, by the time we're safely out of here, I'll agree to whatever you want to do to me." Facing these hundreds of zombies, she was truly panicked. Moreover, the kind of character that this guy Lu Yang showed was cold and heartless in Zhong Wenwen's opinion. At any moment, he might abandon himself to be eaten by the zombies. So of course she's afraid. She was even afraid that Lu Yang was intentionally setting her up, entering inside the supermarket just to throw her to the zombies. Lu Yang ignored her. Instead, with a thought, a steel needle had levitated in front of him. Seeing that the zombies were getting closer and closer, Lu Yang hadn't even started to act. Zhong Wenwen was really anxious now, hiding directly behind Lu Yang. He closed his eyes and curled up into a ball. This time Lu Yang waved his hand at the zombies in front of him. That one steel needle instantly turned into a stream of light and shot straight away. Shoo! Immediately after that the nearest zombie to Lu Yang was instantly shot in the head. Bang! With a crunching sound, that zombie's head instantly exploded into pieces, black blood splattering everywhere. After hearing this voice, Zhong Wenwen opened her eyes. All that could be seen was the black mist of blood that filled the air, and the corpse of the zombie that had fallen to the ground. Immediately after that the steel needles went off in a flurry and started going through the heads of one walker after another. Bang 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 bang! Countless zombies instantly fell to the ground. Less than 3 seconds. The entire supermarket, all the zombies were all shot in the head by Lu Yang. And that one steel needle flew back to Lu Yang's side once again, flashing with an appalling cold light. It spun rapidly in the air. It instantly shook off the zombie blood that had gotten on it. Lu Yang waved his hand, directly put the steel needle into the space, and Zhong Wenwen's entire body showed a surprised expression when she saw all the zombies fall to the ground. I can't help but exclaim, "Wonderful! Wonderful! Lu Yang's husband is so handsome. You directly killed all these zombies. Your supernatural ability is also too fierce. Right, all of a sudden can shoot the zombies to death. This to the bed. You have to be gentle with me. You do not want to make me also to die." Oh. This Zhou Wenwen saw that Lu Yang's strength was so fierce, and taking out the zombies only required a single look, and was instantly and completely convinced by Lu Yang, and even started calling her husband. He couldn't wait to climb into Liu Yang's bed immediately now and consolidate this male-female relationship with him. After all, a super strong person like Liu Yang is definitely very sought after in the end times. As for Wang Chang's kind of trash alien, he is not even worthy to mention his shoes to Liu Yang. Wang Chang took 4 juniors. Together, they entered the middle of the supermarket. One zombie was not killed, and they also lost 2 juniors. People Liu Yang came in and didn't even need to move. Just a single look was all that was needed to finish off all the zombies. That's the gap. That's what's really powerful. Elegant and calm. Not like Wang Chang who was directly whisked around by zombies. The dog that runs away and loses. Where's the hint of a shifter? There's no telling what kind of shifter he's risen to. At first, Zhong Wenwen had also asked Wang Chang about his psychic abilities, but the other party just refused to say anything. It is estimated that it is a very trashy psychic ability, even trashy to the point that he is difficult to talk about. Otherwise with his character of love to show off would have said it, so that everyone would know about it. Therefore, this time, the ability Liu Yang showed was compared to that punk Wang Chang. It made Liu Yang even more powerful. To say that in the beginning Zhong Wenwen only agreed to be good to Liu Yang and agreed to be Liu Yang's licking dog because she was afraid of death. But now, she had been bowled over by Liu Yang from the bottom of her heart. Such a powerful man. Following him is the best choice. Listening to the words of the other party, Liu Yang just smiled and did not say anything. It was because he had received a prompt from the system in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a total of 350 zombies this time, plus the 50 outside the supermarket, gaining a total of 40 attribute points. After receiving this tip, Liu Yang was very happy. 40 attribute points wasn't much, but it was considered almost double the attributes of an ordinary person. Save it for now and add more at once when you have more, he said to Wendy Chung. Alright, now start raiding the supermarket. Aha! Good hubby, Belle said very obediently. So Liu Yang walked into the supermarket. There is also a lot of food inside this big supermarket. Because of the hundreds of zombies guarding the area, ordinary survivors didn't dare to come in, and even if they were aliens, they had to weigh their options. Take Wang Chang for example. His skills weren't the powerful kind of combat skills, so it wasn't that easy to deal with walkers. So inside the supermarket, due to the large number of zombies, although it possessed very generous supplies, very few people dared to venture into it unless they were really hungry and couldn't take it anymore. Liu Yang was a harvest of those foods. Bubbly, vacuum cupcakes, sakuma, vacuum chicken thighs, chocolates, candies, jellies, all taken away. Rice, corn, flour, pasta, and other staples, all taken. Black beans, green beans, soybeans, all kinds of beans, through and through. Clothes, toothpaste, soap, basin, towel, all kinds of household goods, pots and pans, all kinds of kitchen use. I'll take them all. Milk powder and other baby products? Take it away. Most of the fruits and vegetables that are placed outside have already rotted, but the supermarket's freezer is estimated to still have a lot inside. So after Liu Yang collected the things above the shelves, it didn't take long for Liu Yang to have collected all the usable supplies that were placed outside inside the space. The entirety of Zhong Wenwen, who was following him, was surprised. What's going on here? Why are all these things gone when he waves his hand? When Wang Chang and his little brother entered the supermarket, they had to carry a backpack in, and when they went out the backpack was stuffed with food, and they each carried 2 boxes of instant noodles in their hands. Liu Yang, on the other hand, didn't need a backpack at all, didn't need a container for food at all. How did he manage to make food disappear out of thin air? At this moment, Zhong Wenwen felt that Liu Yang was simply a god. Each had a dumbfounded look on their faces. Liu Yang said to her, "The things outside have been collected. Let's go raid their warehouses now. There might be more supplies inside their warehouses than outside." Zhong Wenwen hurriedly nodded. Good husband. Chapter 107, Class 3 Zombie. And so, Zhong Wenwen followed Liu Yang towards the warehouse area of the supermarket. There was quite a bit of food inside the warehouse area. Liu Yang first entered the grain warehouse and collected a dozen tons of rice and flour. He also went to the cold storage warehouse and collected more than 10 tons of apples and pears and other fruits, and potatoes and sweet potatoes and tomatoes and other fresh vegetables. This was followed by a trip to the clothing department's warehouse to collect a number of men's, women's, and children's clothing. Finally entered the march toward the freezer. The freezer is estimated to have quite a bit of fresh meat and frozen fish inside. And this was the only place inside the entire supermarket that Liu Yang hadn't explored yet. He said to Zhong Wenwen, "After searching this one freezer you can head to the next supermarket. Today's goal is to search 5 supermarkets." Zhong Wenwen followed behind Liu Yang and nodded with a submissive face. Aha, whatever hubby says, raid 50 supermarkets and I'm willing to follow. So Liu Yang took her and opened the door to the freezer. And then the door just opened. Inside the freezer, There was an instant clacking sound. Lu Yang fixed his eyes on a zombie that had been frozen into an ice sculpture inside the freezer. Seeing Lu Yang, they came on the zombie that was frozen into an ice sculpture and went into a dormant state, unexpectedly reawakened. And once he started to move, the ice on his body began to make popping sounds. Immediately after that, the zombie surrounded by ice-covered body instantly rushed towards Lu Yang and the others. The speed was fast, much faster than the zombies outside. Ah! Zhong Wenwen let out a yell. Surprisingly, she was taken aback by the speed of the zombie. Those zombies outside Zhong Wenwen had also seen, but the speed, definitely not as fast as this zombie inside. As for Lu Yang, he didn't expect this last time to be so fast. A somewhat surprised expression also appeared on his face as he whispered, "How is this zombie so much faster than the others? Could it be a level 2 zombie? It's not right. I also saw it when Little White Tiger fought with the grade 2 zombies. It definitely wasn't this fast. It has already surpassed the level 2 zombie. Could it be a level 3 zombie? A level 3 zombie? That was an existence that Lu Yang hadn't even seen yet." Lu Yang just took a look and realized that this zombie's speed was at least 6 times that of an ordinary human. The counterpart would be a level 3 alien. It's probably a level 3 walker. Ow! The Little White Tiger let out a roar. The one walker that rushed straight at him. A front paw then slapped at the opponent, instantly sending him flying several meters. This high-level zombie reminded the Little White Tiger of the shame he felt when he, himself, was being teased by that second-level zombie. Today she was going to find her dignity on this level 3 zombie. Even though I'm a female, I'm the king of all beasts, the Little White Tiger. The dignity of a tiger will never be allowed to be trampled by a walker. Wearing the metal armor made by Lu Yang, Little White Tiger's confidence had increased so much at this time that she was not afraid in the slightest, even when facing a level 3 zombie. And that one level 3 zombie instantly let out a roar when he saw that the Little White Tiger was so courageous that he dared to launch an attack on himself. Roar! Seek death! Hearing this, Lu Yang was taken aback. A level 3 zombie that can already talk? Have they evolved to such a high level of intelligence? Taking a closer look at the zombie, he realized that the other party's face was no longer grimacing like the other zombies, but instead showed a somewhat calm expression, and if he didn't look closely, he would even mistake it for a human. Immediately after that, he saw the zombie rushing towards the Little White Tiger. Little White Tiger's degree of mutation should not be as high as this zombie's. At most it would be a grade 1 mutant. Facing a grade 3 zombie, Little White Tiger might have some advantages in terms of size and strength, but in terms of IQ, it is estimated that it is no match for this grade 3 zombie. As expected, this level 3 zombie would even use the ice in the freezer as a feint when launching an attack on Little White Tiger. It affected the Little White Tiger's field of vision, and then soundly punched the Little White Tiger in the face. Boom! The huge tiger head of the Little White Tiger was directly deflected to one side by his blow, and the level 3 zombie couldn't help but frown as he looked at his broken fist. This extremely humanized expression caught Lu Yang's attention again. Nice guy. This zombie's level of evolution is too high. It's even starting to be able to use facial expressions to express its inner emotions. The level 3 zombie was depressed. He punched the Little White Tiger's head, but he didn't expect his fist to break, and he even fractured some bones in his hand. Although he couldn't feel any pain, he understood that an injury like this was not something that would be beneficial to him. The armor wrapped all over the opponent's body was too hard. It seems that if you want to do damage to your opponent, you can only do it to their eyes, nose, and other important parts that are not encased in armor. Roar! Damn it! It still wears armor. This zombie once again let out a roar. It charged at the Little White Tiger again. This time, he quickly approached the Little White Tiger by virtue of his flexible figure, and punched the tiger's head, but this punch did not use his full strength. It was only to influence the Little White Tiger's judgment, and in the next second, his other hand unexpectedly stretched out 2 fingers, and directly inserted them into the Little White Tiger's eyes. The Little White Tiger felt bad when he saw those 2 fingers and subconsciously closed his eyes, but she understood that with the power of a level 3 zombie, even if she closed her eyes would be plugged, just when she thought she was dead. Next, the level 3 zombie, however, had its entire body immobilized, unable to move a single bit more. The Little White Tiger opened his eyes to see that it was Lu Yang who had already wrapped the whole body of the zombie with a metal net. The zombie couldn't even move a finger at this point. He looked at the hard metal mesh on his body in shock, shouting angrily at Lu Yang. He said, "Roar! Damn human! Did you do this?" Lu Yang walked towards this zombie with interest. Coming in front of the other party, he carefully observed him. The zombie was found to be still pale, and the pupils of his eyes were still glowing white, except that his face had more expression on it, as well as he had learned to speak. When you look closely, you can still tell that it doesn't look like an ordinary human. He did not answer the other party's question. Lu Yang pondered in his mind whether he should use zombie control and control him as a zombie puppet, or whether he should dissect his body to see if there are any changes in the internal structure. In the next second Lu Yang had made his decision. He had an extra long knife in his hand. It was a slash at this level 3 zombie. Brush. The zombie, from the top of its head, was directly cut in half by Lu Yang. The whole body split in two. Chapter 108, A Group of Survivors. Starting at the top of the head, it was split in half down the middle of the body. The internal organs inside the body were directly scattered all over the place. The fishy odor also hit his nose. Belle let out a muffled scream at the sight, and looked directly away from her head to let out a gurgle of dry heaves. The little white tiger also couldn't help but cover his pink nose with his huge furry tiger paw as he watched the scene. Still very human. Frowned. Lu Yang, however, observed the entrails with an interested face. The zombie's blood was black and its insides blackened. Your brain has gone black, and deep within the brain was an extremely dark, gooey, elastic-looking mass. It was like a jelly-like orb. Lu Yang said in his heart. High-ranking zombies usually have zombie crystals. The crystals inside the brain of this third-grade zombie are even still soft, like jelly, crumbling on pinch. It seems that if you want to form a real crystal core, you have to go up one more level. After checking the situation inside this zombie, Lu Yang shook his head with some disappointment. For someone who likes to read science fiction novels and watch sci-fi movies, it's almost common knowledge that zombies have crystals in their bodies. And the crystal core inside the zombie was the most valuable and precious thing he had on him. It contains powerful energy. Very useful. Nowadays, in the body of a level 3 zombie, there is still no crystal core found. I should have known not to kill this walker and just control him and take him to the gate. He looked at the cooler again. Found out that this originally held frozen meat. I didn't realize that all of it was eaten by this zombie. It's estimated that this walker has been trapped in here for over a month. Survive on a daily diet of frozen meat. When he finished eating the meat, he also upgraded himself to level 3. It then went dormant without food. Kind of a lucky walker too. Other meals don't have as much food to eat as he does. Guess it was his job to eat 24/7 for that past month. It's just a shame that this warehouse of frozen meat was spoiled for him. Lu Yang then said to Zhong Wenwen, who had already vomited all over the place. Alright, let's go. This supermarket has been scavenged. We are now starting to head to the next one. Zhong Wenwen wore a relieved expression when she heard this. She hadn't wanted to be here for a long time. After that zombie was cut in half, that foul, disgusting odor emanating from his hand filled the entire cramped freezer. It's disgusting, her mouth hurriedly said. Aha, okay, let's hurry up then. Hurry up and get out of here. I don't want to stay a minute longer. So Lu Yang took her, and the little white tiger, and walked out of this supermarket together. After going out, Zhong Wenwen said to Lu Yang, I know that there is another big supermarket not far away from here. When Wang Chang and the others were searching for food, they and I had already examined the terrain. That supermarket is even bigger than this one. But there are definitely more zombies. Wang Chang and the others didn't go after that supermarket because they were afraid of too many zombies. I can show you the way. It's less than 1 kilometer from here. They started to head to the next supermarket. Due to the close proximity, Lu Yang didn't use flight and instead let Zhong Wenwen lead the way. But not for long, just gone. A group of strong men suddenly appeared on the road in front of them. And when they saw Lu Yang, they had a bad smile on their faces and directly surrounded them. Zhong Wenwen also blushed instantly when she saw them. Obviously the survivors in this neighborhood have interacted and known each other. Zhong Wenwen and those strong men both recognized each other, only to see an obscenely strong man over there, over 2 meters tall, with muscles bulging high on his body, looking like a black bear from afar. After he saw Zhong Wenwen, he stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, saying to Zhong Wenwen, Gu, isn't this the big school flower Zhong Wenwen? Where is your escort Wang Chang? He wasn't bitten to death by a zombie, was he? No one to protect you in the future can't be good. Why don't you simply follow me? From now on I'm responsible for protecting your safety. You need to be responsible for serving me behind the bed every night on the line. As soon as these words came out, those companions next to the burly man burst out laughing, each with an evil expression on their faces. Ha ha, this is a good proposal from Big Strong Brother. But this beauty looks like she's only a little over 1 meter 6. She's like a little chick in front of Big Strong Brother's 2 meter height. Can she stand up to Big Strong Brother's might? It won't be played to death in a few nights, right? That's right. He'd probably be killed alive in Brother Big Strong's bed at his size. Like Beauty and the Beast. Big Brother Zhuang, you have to be a little more compassionate. When you're tired of playing with it, you can cheapen it for us. Brother Zhuang, you have to give your little brothers some soup even if you eat meat. The one called Big Strong said with a smug expression on his face. Don't worry, brothers. Brother, which time I don't leave you a mouthful of soup, I'll get tired of playing with women like this for a week at most. I'm not going to be a licking dog like Wang Chang. But then again, you're a ruthless woman. Wang Chang licked you for so long, and you turned around and found a gigolo? You just dumped Wang Chang? Without Wang Chang's protection, do you think you can still be as smug as before? Let me tell you, not to mention that there is no Wang Chang. Even if Wang Chang is still around, I must get you today. But I've already joined the Mighty Tiger base. And our big brother Mighty Tiger is also a psychic, and more powerful than Wang Chang. Be a good boy and come with me. Kneel down for me, and I'll be gentle when I play with you at night. Listening to their words and looking at the evil expressions on their faces, Zhong Wenwen's entire body was scared and hid behind Lu Yang. At this time they also noticed Lu Yang. Turning to Lu Yang, he viciously threatened, "Little white boy, hurry up and get out of the way. Take out all the food and supplies you have on you and hand them over to us as well, and the brothers will let you live. Otherwise, we will directly kill you and eat your meat." A light smile appeared on Lu Yang's face. It had been a long time since the outbreak of Armageddon that I had encountered someone who dared to talk to myself like that. He directly rushed towards the burly man with an arrow step. Watching Lu Yang make a move, that burly man's entire body was taken aback. How did not expect to face so many people? Lu Yang still dared to make a move. Yet the next second, boom! Lu Yang kicked him in the stomach, and his entire body had flown out horizontally directly more than 10 meters away. Put! A large mouth of blood sprayed out. It was obvious that Lu Yang's kick had injured his internal organs. A shocked expression appeared on the burly man's face. He himself was a professional mercenary in the peace era. Even went to the top of a foreign battlefield for a few years. How could you not expect to be kicked off by a white boy? And such power is definitely something only an alien can have. Chapter 109, Taking Zhong Wenwen Back. The sidekicks saw Big Strong get kicked off. Each and every one of them revealed an expression of anger and directly rushed towards Lu Yang. Lu Yang has a calm face and a kick to the head. Boom boom boom. Those juniors were kicked directly and flew directly in all directions. There were two juniors who might have a weaker physique themselves, but they were even directly kicked unconscious, as if they had already broken. A light kick to the gut? Is this guy still human? Those people covered their stomachs, and there was a look of fear on their faces. Even the way Dejuan looked at Lu Yang changed from contempt to fear. As a professional mercenary, he was able to see that killing aura in Lu Yang's eyes. And to have such a strong murderous aura on such a calm face was enough to show that this person was murderous. I'm afraid he's killed more people than he's ever killed on the battlefield. At this moment he was truly afraid. He covered his stomach and screamed at Lu Yang. "Big brother, spare your life. Big brother, spare your life. It's us who have the eyes to recognize Tai. We didn't realize that you are also a noble adept. If you had shown your identity earlier, we would have knelt down for you right away. Where would we have dared to offend you? As the saying goes, those who don't know don't sin. You can spare us this time." Lu Yang faced their pleas for mercy and didn't waver. Instead he let out a cold laugh. Said, "Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to oneself. This sentence you all don't understand. No, it's not that you guys don't understand it. On the contrary, you guys actually understand it better than anyone else. You guys just hope that I don't understand it." After saying that, Lu Yang's eyes suddenly revealed a fierce light. Immediately after, a dozen steel needles instantly flew towards those people's heads. Bang 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 bang. The sound of exploding heads kept ringing out. In less than a second, more than a dozen survivor strong men, all of them were killed by Lu Yang's headshot. Wendy Chung had originally thrown up once in the frozen warehouse at the supermarket. Now that she had seen a dozen people explode their heads so close, the strong smell of blood made her vomit again and again. At the same time she was very shocked in her heart at the ruthlessness of Lu Yang's methods. In the beginning, although Wang Chang and the other three people also died in Lu Yang, but it was Lu Yang did not stop the zombies, resulting in their deaths. To put it bluntly, it was the zombies which took them out. It was ultimately less shocking compared to this violent headshot now. Now these dozen people, but Lu Yang personally took out a dozen people and he didn't even blink. Too decisive, too dry. It's really murderous. Zhong Wenwen at this time was very glad that she did not continue to fight Lu Yang to the end, but after seeing Lu Yang and other threats, she directly kneeled down and begged for mercy. If he were to fight Lu Yang to the end, he might end up being ed to death by Lu Yang as well. She didn't think that someone as ruthless as Lu Yang would not kill women. So at this time, after seeing Lu Yang kill a dozen people at once, Zhong Wenwen became even more obedient to Lu Yang. She had already made up her mind that no matter what kind of request Lu Yang made to her, she would not refuse. One doesn't want to die. Even if Lu Yang was a pervert and made some extremely perverted requests in bed, he himself would definitely try to fulfill them. After finishing off the dozen or so people, Lu Yang's face still had a calm expression. Turning to Zhong Wenwen, he said, "Keep taking me to that supermarket. Zhong Wenwen hurriedly nodded her head and said, okay, okay. Lu Yang husband, you come with me. Under the leadership of Zhong Wenwen, Lu Yang and the little white tiger finally arrived at that one supermarket. This time Lu Yang walked directly inside the supermarket, and Zhong Wenwen didn't say anything else. Instead, she directly and stiffly followed behind Lu Yang, because she knew that Lu Yang was very strong. The zombies inside the supermarket would not harm Lu Yang even if there were more. As expected, as soon as he entered the supermarket there were hundreds of zombies, directly pouncing on Lu Yang. Lu Yang once again a look. A steel needle shot out. Bang bang bang. Countless crunching sounds kept ringing out. In less than 2 seconds, all the zombies collapsed to the ground, completely losing their breath. Jiang Man Moon felt that this was all to be expected. By following Lu Yang's side, she felt that there was no enemy that Lu Yang could not defeat. She was still a bit panicked by the walkers she encountered inside the first supermarket, but the walkers inside the second supermarket, she had completely seen them as corpses. Any zombie in front of Lu Yang wouldn't survive more than 2 seconds, and after experiencing it for the first time, her mental capacity was much stronger, and seeing so many zombies getting their heads blown off, the strong fishy odor no longer made her dry heave. Facing the growth of this fourth schoolgirl, Lu Yang was also very satisfied. This woman has a good mental capacity. At that point, even if you see your big raging wind, you can probably take it with gusto. Taking Zhong Wenwen and the little white tiger girls, they continued to scavenge for supplies inside the supermarket. Soon, all the supplies of the supermarket were loaded inside the storage space by Lu Yang. Immediately after that they started to head to the next supermarket. But this time Zhong Wenwen didn't know where the supermarket was, so Lu Yang took them into the air and started looking for it. The target was soon found. I have to say the ability to fly with the metal controls really works. Not only is it good for traveling, it's also good for finding targets. Immediately after that, Lu Yang took Zhong Wenwen to search all the 3 remaining supermarkets in this neighborhood. After scavenging a total of 5 supermarkets, Lu Yang's space already had a few hundred more tons of supplies inside. Now, it's time to go back, Lu Yang said to Zhong Wenwen. Very well, all the supermarkets within 10 kilometers of this vicinity have been searched by me. Now it's time to go back to my safe zone. Zhong Wenwen, as the 4th school beauty inside the school, are you mentally prepared? Li Mengyao, Li Mange, Wang Muling, have all been saved by me? Plus you just happen to be to the school flower flush. What kind of status you can obtain inside my safe zone depends on your performance tonight. Hearing this, Zhong Wenwen's face revealed a surprised expression. Unable to resist, she asked, Li Mange, Li Mengyao, and Wang Muling have all been found by you? Lu Yang said noncommittally. What? Is it hard to find them with my strength? Zhong Wenwen hurriedly said. It's not difficult. Husband, you're the best. Don't worry. I will definitely use my whole body to serve you beautifully tonight. Although I haven't experienced it before, I've read a lot of novels and movies. I'm very good at it. Okay. Next we go back to the safe zone. After saying that, Lu Yang directly took them into the air and flew back at supersonic speed. Chapter 110. I don't believe he's that good. 11 Zhong reference chart. Soon Lu Yang brought Zhong Wenwen and the little white tiger, and together they returned to the middle of the villa area. As soon as they landed, the women instantly surrounded them. After all, although Lu Yang was very strong, he went out to look for supplies. After all, there would still be some dangers, and the women didn't know how strong Lu Yang was or how dangerous the dangers outside were, so they were always a little worried. Now seeing Lu Yang safely back, naturally all of them had a surprised expression on their faces and gathered around. And when they saw Zhong Wenwen next to Lu Yang, Li Mange, Li Mengyao, and Wang Muling, all 3 of them revealed shocked expressions. They called out in surprise, Wenwen Zhong? Aren't you Wenwen Zhong? Zhong Wenwen was also very surprised to see the 3 schoolgirls. Lu Yang was right. Of the 4 schoolgirls, he's already saved 3, and he himself is the last one. I thought I was lying to myself, but it turned out to be true. She nodded to Li Mange and the girls and said, Hello, I'm Zhong Wenwen. I didn't realize that my sisters had already arrived here a long time ago, counting them all as my seniors, so I'll have to ask my seniors for more guidance in the future. Chen Tingxia said, Good lord, the 4 major school flowers have all been gathered by Lu Yang's husband. Awesome. This Zhong Wenwen used to be known as the sexiest school beauty. I didn't expect that the apocalypse outbreak didn't starve her thin for more than a month. She's still so plump and charming that she deserves to be called the sexiest school flower. Li Mengyao said, That's right, the Kardashian, the socialite who travels among Western celebrities, has a hot body. This Zhong Wenwen is no match for her. Chen Ziyi said, Looks like Lu Yang is blessed. Seeing the impatient expressions of the crowd, Zhong Wenwen didn't need to think to know that these people, were really hungry. Still want to take your place? Nice try, she said in a serious manner. No need, no need. This kind of pain is better for me to bear by myself. Who doesn't know that the thing between men and women is pain and pleasure? Besides, a man as powerful as Liu Yang's husband. Who doesn't like it? I see you guys are thirsty. Hearing Zhang Wenwen's words, the women revealed somewhat embarrassed expressions. It does seem a little too quick. It raised the alarm of the other side. What a blunder! What a blunder! The crowd suddenly changed into a smiling face and said to Zhang Wenwen, Alright, let's not talk about those then. Hurry up and go inside. It's now time to eat. Sister Wenwen has been wandering around in the post-apocalyptic world for so long. I'm afraid she's not well-fed or warmly clothed. Right? Let me give you a taste of the fresh meal. We've improved our cooking skills this month. It will definitely be to your taste. Aha! Alright then. Thank you all sisters. Zhang Wenwen nodded obediently, then followed the crowd into the middle of the teacher's dormitory, the dining room table. Li Mengyao, Chen Lixia and the others brought out plate after plate of rice. Look at these hot, flavorful dishes. Zhang Wenwen's entire body was stunned. When he first followed Wang Chang, it could be said that he didn't worry about food, but what he could eat was basically snacks and the like, and he had never eaten a fresh meal like this. In the end, even the snacks were finished, so she forced Wang Chang and the others to venture into the supermarket, but she didn't expect to lose a lot of money, and 2 people died directly. Now that I see Liu Yang's women, I can actually eat so well. And piggybacking inside a campus with steel fences and steel mesh covers, it can be said that it is completely safe and there is no need to worry about zombies at all. This life is a little too cozy, isn't it? Zhang Wenwen asked with some surprise. This is chicken stewed mushrooms? My goodness, it's chicken. The stew smells so good. It's so delicious, and it's been so long since the end of the world broke out, and you can still eat fresh chicken and mushrooms. It's really great, Chen Ting said with a smile. Whenever come and try this beef stir fry with green peppers that I made. Saying that, he directly chucked a piece of beef to Zhang Wenwen. Zhang Wenwen craved a bite and a shocked expression appeared on her face. Speaking, she said, Yummy, it's really delicious. I didn't realize that Sister Chen Ting's craftsmanship is so good. In the future, I'll have to learn more about how to cook from you. Sister Chen Ting, you must teach me well. Chen Ting smiled and nodded and said, No problem, we're all going to be living together by then anyway. So you can join us, and since we're staying inside this safe zone, we actually don't usually have much to do. Cooking is one of the few hobbies we have. Aha, then I'll thank you sisters in advance. Zhang Wenwen said very happily. It was a very satisfying meal to say the least. After eating, she touched her bulging belly. A cozy smile was all over his face. Said, Delicious, really delicious. It's been a long time since I've eaten such a delicious meal. It feels like I ate a month's worth in one meal. Lin Mengyao cleaned up the dishes while saying to Zhang Wenwen, Wenwen, you have to be careful. You're so full. It won't be conducive to exercise later. Chen Zi also smiled and said, I feel the same way. Listening to Chen Zi's words, the other women also revealed a bad smile on their faces. Zhang Manmoon was still skeptical. She decided that she would go inside Liu Yang's room later to have a good chat with him and see if he was really that great. Chapter 111, You Can't Learn. Evening. Liu Yang lay on his own bed and checked the substances he had obtained inside his space. Found a few hundred more tons after today's collection. So many supplies. And then these women around him now for 100 years won't be a problem. Not to mention the fact that there are survivors of base 1 who plant crops, and when they have a harvest of their crops, 20% will be handed over to Liu Yang. At that time Liu Yang's supplies would be able to be endless. Not only will you not eat your old money, you will even have a balance. By then one would not have to worry about supplies at all. One wouldn't even have to collect them. Just when Liu Yang was thinking in his mind that the future would develop better and better and he could become a king in the midst of the end times, there was a knock on his room door. Dun 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 dun. Listening to this knock on the door, Liu Yang also brought his thoughts back. It didn't take much thought to realize that the person who came knocking on the door was definitely the 4th schoolgirl, Wendy Chung. As the last of the 4 major schoolgirls, Liu Yang was also 10 out of 10 for her. So Liu Yang called out to the door. Very well, come in. Soon the door was pushed open. Zhang Wenwen, who had already changed into a set of flattering silk pajamas, walked into Liu Yang's room. Her face wore a shy expression, but there was longing in her eyes. After entering Liu Yang's safe zone, he realized how powerful a man Liu Yang was, how much food he had, and how many women he had. And if you want to stand out among these women yourself, you have to have some real skills. For Liu Yang himself, the value of these women is only to serve him, so he must try to serve Liu Yang well, so that he can reflect his own value, so that he can stand firm among these women. Otherwise, you could be out of the game if you're not careful. After all, the pressure of competition inside Liu Yang's safe zone is great. Not only were there the 4 school beauties, but there were also various alien beauties and even a dwarf princess. More women may be added later. Therefore it is necessary to take the initiative firmly and stand on your own feet to do so. Looking at the other party's pleasing expression, Liu Yang just smiled on his face. A high school girl? When you get to my Liu Yang's room, don't you still have to smile at me like a licking dog? Thinking back to when he was in the Peace Generation, he was played by that Chen Lixia fellow. It's like a tomcat and a boiling lamb. Liu Yang then felt like hitting himself hard in the face. Now the end times have broken out. He turned himself over to be the master. These women, looking at himself is like looking at a diamond king kept licking at himself. It can really be said that the wind and water rotate. There is a saying that women in times of prosperity are like gold and women in times of chaos are like dung. That's really good to say. End of the world. Outbreak of physical strength. Mental strength, willpower are not superior to the woman. We'll have to rely on men to survive. In the end, you will only become a man's subordinate. It's useless even if you're pretty. The 4 school beauties have now been gathered by me, Liu Yang, and each and every one of them pandered to themselves. What a way to create your own godlike life with this doomsday. After Zhang Wenwen walked into the room, she directly said to Liu Yang with a flattering face, "Hubby, let's both have a good chat tonight." With a smile on his face, Liu Yang said to this 4th schoolgirl, "What? Didn't you used to be quite aloof? When you were facing Wang Chang, weren't you towering over him, holding him in the palm of your hand, telling him to go east or west? Why did you become so submissive in my room?" Zhang Wenwen said to Liu Yang, "Hubby, how can that guy Wang Chang compare to you? In front of you, he's nothing but an ass. I'm called discerning. I've seen that he doesn't have much of a future before. That's why I've always treated him as a spare tire. I've never let him win. But you're different. You are surely the most powerful and handsome man in this world. Being able to be your woman is simply my good fortune." Listening to Zhang Wenwen's words, Liu Yang directly laughed and said, "You're a straightforward enough woman." That line that used to circulate on the internet was right on the money. Ugly-looking people never know how proactive women can be in the presence of good-looking people. Just like Wenwen Zhong at this moment. In front of Wang Chang, she is a high goddess. No matter how Wang Chang attentive, she also always hold each other. The other wants to hold her hand cannot do. However, it was different in front of Liu Yang. "Come on, now I ask you, are you willing to submit to me?" Liu Yang beckoned to Zhong Wenwen. That Zhong Wenwen, immediately as if she had received a great gift from heaven, pounced on Liu Yang. Her mouth was still saying, "Hubby, I'm willing to submit to you." At the same time, Liu Yang also received a prompt from the system. Ding! Detected that the other party has voluntarily become your woman. Saving the beautiful girl is successful. Obtaining the system reward. All attributes strengthened by 50 points. After hearing this tip, Liu Yang was very happy. Although he hadn't gained any new skills or an increase in his ability level, all of his attributes had gained 50 points of enhancement, which was good enough, because this means that all attributes have been enhanced by twice the attributes of an average person. A base attribute of 200 is equal to killing 2,000 zombies. Zhong Wenwen alone can stand up to 2,000 zombies. Chapter 112, Tracking the Murderer. Bell mumbled something like, "It's really." Seeing this look on the other party, Liu Yang instantly laughed. Said, "Isn't this normal? My physical fitness has reached dozens of times that of an ordinary person." Bell said, "Still talking about it?" Liu Yang said too, Okay, then I won't bother you anymore, you hurry up and go to sleep." Just as the words fell, Zhong Wenwen had closed her eyes and fallen into a deep sleep. Watching this 4th largest schoolgirl, lying quietly by her side, Liu Yang's face also showed a somewhat smug expression. This schoolgirl is a famous master of fish farming inside the school. Unfortunately, it was taken care of by itself the once time it saw itself. A master fish farmer is not enough to look at in front of me, the god of war of the end times. A man just has to toughen up and never be a lickspittle. Otherwise your goddess will just show up in someone else's bed. Just compare it to that Wang Chang. I don't know how long I've been licking this clock one. From the peace era until the outbreak of the end times. Didn't even get a hair in the end. Let alone having any intimate behavior with Zhong Wenwen. She didn't even have to hold hands. It could be said that he was played by Zhong Wenwen, telling him to go east or west. But now what? Zhong Wenwen went to Liu Yang's bed and became Liu Yang, doing whatever she was told to do. That's the difference between a tough guy and a dog licker. Wolves eat meat, dogs eat. Licking dogs, on the other hand, don't even get to eat. Wang Chang had to know that his goddess had been played by himself for hours. Probably had to jump out of his coffin in anger. Thinking like this, Liu Yang's heart was also filled with a sense of superiority. This post-apocalyptic world had turned his life upside down, and the school goddesses who used to not even look at him were now grabbing one by one to climb into his bed. For himself, the end times were simply like a paradise. Cool. With a pleasant smile on his face, Liu Yang also slept contentedly. Day 2. Lu Yang woke up refreshed and gave birth to his iron male dog Waste. As for Zhang Wenwen, due to being too tired last night, she was still in the middle of a deep sleep at this time. Looking at the other party's stunning sleeping face, Lu Yang directly reached out and pinched the other party's blown cheeks. Nah. Zhang Wenwen let out a murmuring sound. Her mouth slurred. Don't make a fuss. Don't make a fuss. Let me sleep a little more. Last night exhausted me to death. Lu Yang smiled and said, Alright, then you can sleep a little longer. I'm going to go eat breakfast. So Lu Yang climbed up on his own to wash his face and brush his teeth, then went out and prepared to go next door for breakfast. For her part, Belle lay down on the bed by herself and continued to sleep soundly. At the same time, the place where Lu Yang took out that group of survivors yesterday. Here comes another group of dusty, fierce-eyed survivors. An obscenely large bald man with a huge black dog in his hand. The black dog looked as big as a lion and weighed at least 300 or 400 pounds, and with long fangs showing directly out of his mouth. He looked like a saber-toothed tiger. The dog looks like a mutated dog, not a regular dog. Led by this huge mutated dog, that bald big man saw the corpses of those people who were killed by Lu Yang yesterday, as all the nearby zombies were killed by Lu Yang. So there's no sign of these bodies being eaten by walkers, but every body was killed by a headshot. Brains are running all over the place. Seeing this scene, the bald big man, his entire body revealed a shocked expression. This is, does Zhuang and them? I said, why did they go out searching for a supply and didn't come back for a whole day? But they were taken out? Who? How dare they take out members of my green dragon base? Lung. They all seem to have their heads blown off. I have a feeling they were sneak attacked and taken out with sniper rifles. Damn, these people don't talk about martial arts. It's probably because Brother Big Strong and the others searched for food and were backstabbed and then snatched the food away. The bald big man called Brother Lung nodded. It felt very reasonable. Da Zhuang and the others were not weak. All of them were strong and sturdy, and had experienced life and death killings of fierce men. Although it wasn't an alien, but with so many people, even if they encountered an alien, they wouldn't necessarily be able to finish them off that quickly without leaving even a single one alive. Woof woof. Just then, the black dog in the bald dragon's hand, however, barked a few times. The bald dragon asked with a puzzled expression on his face. Black skin, do you mean to say that you smelled the other side? Wang Yan. The black dog barked twice more, and even nodded in an extremely humane manner. Obviously after this black dog mutated, not only did it get bigger and its teeth got longer, even its IQ got a boost and it was even able to understand human language. But this was normal. After all, the little white tiger was also much smarter than ordinary tigers after its mutation. It makes sense that dogs would be smarter than other dogs after mutating. After the bald dragon watched Black Tiger's performance, a sinister expression appeared on his face and said, very well, since we've already smelled each other's scent, then, chase after him now. I'll let him know that our green dragon base's supplies are not something that can be robbed by anyone, and the people, too, are not something that can be killed by anyone. If we don't let him pay a small price, how can we still mix in this area from now on at Green Dragon Base? Brothers, don't you think so? Yes, boss is right. We all listen to Brother Lung. Chase him straight to his lair and make him pay. I don't know which of the surviving bases is ungrateful and dares to lay hands on the people of our Qinglong base, so let them know how powerful we are. Seeing that his brothers were so energized, the bald dragon also revealed an expression of relief. With so many good brothers, why worry about the great cause? He threw up his arms and shouted, very well, brothers, follow me. Let's go get him now. So the big black dog led the way. The bald dragon and his brothers followed and began to hunt for the scent, looking for signs of the murderer. Chapter 113, Robbing Women. The people inside this base, following the trajectory of Lu Yang's and their movements, began to track. It had to be said that the mutant dog's sense of smell was really sensitive. Lu Yang returned to his safe base by flying back, but this dog even can also from the air smell Lu Yang residual odor all the way to track. Along the way, the faces of the people inside that survivor base were all gloomy. Walked more than 10 kilometers and still haven't reached my destination. Along the way they encountered a few waves of walkers, but they took them out. It could be seen that the people inside this green dragon base still had strength, catching up on the road for over an hour. The crowd's clothes were starting to get soaked with sweat. One of the big men was a bit unable to hold back and directly spoke to the bald boss. Brother Long, we've been traveling for so long and still haven't arrived. Is there something wrong with your dog's sense of smell? Logically speaking, even if it's a survivor, the base wouldn't go out for more than 10 kilometers to collect supplies. After all, it was only the early days of the end times outbreak. A dozen kilometers is a long way for a survivor to travel. There are supermarkets and convenience stores closer by, so why go further afield to find food? So the big guy thought it was a little strange to be able to come this far to kill someone. Is it really just to cross the border? He's got that kind of effort. He's already done killing zombies at any random supermarket himself. After all, those dozen or so team members were killed by headshots. With this ability, wouldn't it be easy to blow up a zombie? So they found the whole thing very fishy and very strange. Was it because Daejang had offended someone and that's why he was killed? However, after hearing the words of the team member, the bald dragon's face showed a look of disdain. Speaking, don't worry guys, my dog's nose is not wrong. Keep tracking and we'll definitely find him. Our green dragon base's people were killed. The other party will definitely have to pay. I don't care what his purpose is or what kind of person he is. Anyway, killing pays for killing. Otherwise, how can our green dragon base mix in this area in the future? Moreover, everything inside that supermarket was taken away. The other side's supplies are horribly plentiful now. Let's snatch them all back. It's enough to feed our base for a while. So this revenge is not without any benefits. It might be more than what we get from going to collect supplies. And maybe that guy has a beautiful woman by his side. When the time comes, we'll be in for a treat. As soon as they heard these words, those burly men immediately brightened up, and each of them revealed an excited expression. Beauty is good. Damn, that woman I picked up last time was too skinny to play with after only 2 weeks. When the people next to him heard that big man's words, they immediately showed a face of teasing and said, "What are you afraid of? This time, the boss will take us to look for the guys who killed Big Strong, and we might be able to find dozens of beautiful women. By then, not to mention 1 per person or even 2 per person. There will be more than enough." That's true. It's so exciting to think about. Grabbing resources, grabbing women, grabbing territory. Our green dragon base is the best. Punch and Judy. The crowd was full of energy. I have to say, it's no wonder that bald dragons can be leaders. Still very comfortable with the whole inspiring your own men thing. Knowing what their favorite thing was, one sentence about grabbing women got everyone excited. And one of them was fighting. A female shifter member gave these excited men a look of contempt. She said, "Look at you guys. Whenever you talk about women, you all show a mad dog-like expression. Men, even in the end times, they only think with their lower bodies. Big sister Red Bean, just don't talk about us. Big deal. If we meet a handsome guy later, we won't kill him and save him for you. That's right, Sister Hongdo, your requirements are too high. Your vision is also high. You can't even look at so many men in our base. If we can meet some fresh meat male stars or something on this mission, we'll definitely leave it to you first." As a female energizer inside the green dragon base, Red Bean was not only pretty, but also very strong. But so far, no man has been able to have her eye, so she is still single at the moment. Others didn't know just how demanding he was and why so many men inside the base couldn't see it. But come to think of it, looking so pretty, having such a hot body, and being a powerful alien, in terms of combat power, it was estimated to be not much lower than the bald dragon. It's normal for a woman as good as this to be demanding. At the very least, it would have to be a fresh meat level male celebrity to be worthy of her. Hearing the words of the crowd, Red Bean nodded and stuck out his pink tongue and licked his seductive red lips quite a bit and said, "Good. If there's really a male star, save it for this lady. Ha ha ha. Sister Hongdo really is a person of nature. Don't worry, I'll find some handsome guys to take your yang and make up for your Ian this time. But Red Bean sister, you can collect a little force. Oh, male also cannot withstand your squeeze. Male stars to your bed. It is estimated that in a few days, Chen Guanxi can be sucked by you into Zhao Benshan." Ha ha ha. The crowd laughed and laughed, and the journey was filled with merriment. The laughter attracted a dozen zombies to gather around, but they were quickly taken out again by these powerful survivors. These 10 or so people were all ruthless. As long as they weren't surrounded by hundreds of zombies, a normal small group of zombies wouldn't be a problem for them at all. The crowd moved on. The bald dragon took the lead only to see the black dog that was bigger than a tiger in one hand and a machete that was more than a meter long in the other hand, searching for Lu Yang all the way. Behind him, his teammates had excited looks on their faces. The thought of being able to grab a woman was all of a sudden not exhausting. As for Lu Yang, at this moment, he was taking Little White Tiger and collecting supplies at a large shopping mall. He didn't know he was being watched. Chapter 114, Grade 4 Zombie. This large mall is very well stocked. There are 6 floors in total. -1 ST floor is still a hypermarket, and with those 5 floors upstairs, selling food and drink, entertainment and clothing, it's safe to say that every floor is well worth exploring. Lu Yang said to the Little White Tiger, "Let's start collecting supplies from the supermarket on the -1 floor, and after we finish searching the supermarket, we'll search the floors upstairs." Ow! The Little White Tiger nodded as he opened his mouth wide and wailed, respectfully following behind Lu Yang. So Lu Yang started heading straight for the supermarket. Inside the supermarket there were indeed a few hundred more walkers, and all these hundreds of zombies. Surprisingly, started collecting food inside the supermarket. Even the packaged vacuumed food was nibbled by them. The top of the supermarket floor was a mess of discarded bags. And these zombies still seemed to be organized and disciplined, standing methodically in one place. And as soon as they saw Lu Yang and Little White Tiger come in, they didn't immediately pounce on them. Instead, they were waiting for some kind of order. Lu Yang looked over toward the zombies, a glimpse of a tall, strong walker with sharp eyes. This zombie, unlike the others, did not have a twisted and angry expression on its face, nor did it bare its teeth and ooze pitch-black drool. Instead, he was observing Lu Yang while Lu Yang was observing him. A puzzled and measuring look even appeared in his eyes. Ow! The Little White Tiger let out a roar at the zombie. Even her low IQ had already seen that something was not right with this zombie. At first, the Little White Tiger was crushed by the level 2 zombies above the IQ, all the while getting beaten up by a level 2 walker, which was still fresh in her mind. Meanwhile, the Little White Tiger had already confronted a level 3 zombie inside the last supermarket, and now the zombie in front of him seemed to be more powerful than even a level 3 zombie. This zombie in front of him was more different from the level 2 zombie again, more human-like, seemingly more calm and full of wisdom, especially the pair of eyes that, although a little white, were already full of emotional color, and were even able to show looks of doubt and anger. That's something you don't see in other walkers' eyes. The other zombies would only be driven by instinct to attack living things. This zombie, on the other hand, would survey the enemy but would make a thought, and it was clear that his intelligence was higher than even a level 3 zombie. Ow! The Little White Tiger tilted its head and looked at Lu Yang, letting out a puzzled low growl at Lu Yang. Lu Yang smiled and said, "Don't be afraid, although it is said that he looks strange and powerful, but it is only a level 4 zombie." Then Lu Yang said in his heart, "Except for the eyes of the level 4 zombies that still have some whiteness in them, other than that, there is no difference with the real human beings anymore. It looks 10 points humanized and has the intelligence of an ordinary person. It's a pity that this is a male zombie. If it's a female zombie then, it's estimated that it's no different from a woman when you use it, and it's even possible that it's more enjoyable than an ordinary woman." Lu Yang also didn't expect that he had only encountered a level 3 zombie yesterday, but today he had encountered a level 4 zombie. It seems that zombies are evolving quickly, especially if there is enough food. Zombies are more likely to evolve, and with each level up, their intelligence improves dramatically. The level 3 zombies had begun to speak, and although they still stammered a bit, they were even able to have some basic communication with humans, and a level 4 zombie is even stronger. It may have been fully capable of communicating normally with humans. So, Lu Yang directly shouted to that zombie through the air, "Hey, kneel down and surrender if you don't want to die. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I can spare your life." Roar! That level 4 zombie let out a fierce roar at Lu Yang. Then with his hoarse voice, he said to Lu Yang, "Arrogant human, how dare you tell our superiors what to do? Don't you know that we are the masters of the new era?" He then swung his hand violently and ordered his superior next to him, "Kill him." Roar! Those zombies received the order and instantly let out a deafening roar. The black pressurized group of zombies then all rushed towards Lu Yang. The Little White Tiger bared its teeth and let out a growl at them, all the while slightly bent on his back foot, ready to pounce. Lu Yang, however, touched the soft hair on the White Tiger's head and said, "Little White Tiger, don't get excited. With the master here, these zombies can't make any waves." When he finished speaking he suddenly had a change in his eyes, a wave at the walkers. A steel needle appeared out of thin air. Then with a swoosh, it turned into a stream of light and shot directly at the zombies. Bang 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 bang. The violent headshots had been incessant. Instantly countless zombies fell down in response to the sound, and the fetid odor of zombie blood came out from inside the air. Within seconds, several hundred zombies were all skewered in an instant. Every single one of them was killed by a headshot. Inside his mind Lu Yang had received a prompt from the system. Congratulations to the host for taking out 320 zombies and gaining 32 attribute points. After hearing this tip, Lu Yang's face revealed a satisfied expression. And when that level 4 zombie saw this scene, the whole thing was directly dumbfounded. From the moment Lu Yang came in, he could already tell that Lu Yang should also be a powerful alien master, and that huge white tiger above Lu Yang should also be a mutated white tiger. He thought that these one man and one tiger had some strength, but he didn't think that Lu Yang's strength was so strong. His own men were more than 300 zombies inside the supermarket, and they were all shot in the head in less than 3 seconds. How fast did that steel needle fly? This is unimaginable for you. That level 4 zombie had a high IQ. Seeing that he might not be able to beat Lu Yang, he instantly turned around and ran. However, on Lu Yang's face, there was a cold smile. One eye glanced over at the walker. The level 4 zombie that was originally still running at a rapid pace suddenly stopped in its tracks with a break. He then slowly turned around and walked step by step to Liu Yang's face. Zombie control. Even a level 4 zombie can be controlled instantly. It was a pity that the zombie controlled by Liu Yang had no thinking of its own. So trying to ask him some questions about the zombies, he couldn't get an answer. If only he could keep his own mind and intelligence while controlling it. So Liu Yang's mind had an idea. Soul control. Can it be used to control walkers? Does this zombie have a soul or not? He tried. A minute later, he received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully casting soul control. The opponent has become your most valued servant. Hearing this tip, Liu Yang's face revealed a look of surprise. Sure enough, this soul control is awesome. Chapter 115 Zombies Controlling Zombies. A zombie after soul control is able to maintain its own intelligence. So Liu Yang asked to this level 4 zombie. How long have you been inside this supermarket? Why are you the only one inside the entire supermarket who is a level 4? Liu Yang was curious about the conditions for the zombies to upgrade. Why is it that some walkers can go up to level 4 and others stay at level 1? Are there any requirements for them to upgrade? Liu Yang wanted to find the answer in this level 4 zombie. The level 4 zombie respectfully said to Liu Yang, Lord Liu Yang, from the moment I regained my intelligence, I realized that I have been staying in this supermarket. I should have never gone out from the beginning to the end. That is to say, I became a zombie inside the supermarket. And very coincidentally, when I turned into a zombie I happened to be in the fresh food section of the supermarket, where there was a lot of meat, fish and other food. So after I turned into a zombie, I directly started eating the meat inside the supermarket. I turned into one of the strongest zombies, as well as the newest zombie upgraded to level 2. After I upgraded to level 2, ordinary zombies were no match for me. And when there was food, it was prioritized for me. That's why I was able to write it out and directly rise to level 4. For zombies to upgrade, besides talent, food is also important. Only with enough food is it possible to raise the zombie's level. Otherwise, a hungry zombie will only fall into dormancy. It will always be just one level. Hearing the words of this 4th level on, Liu Yang's face revealed an expression of sudden realization. Food is the very basics of dietary evolution, along with the talent to evolve. It seems that not all zombies are able to evolve to level 4. Liu Yang continued to ask, then what's the difference between your level 4 zombies and ordinary zombies? Besides being more powerful? What else? A level 4 zombie's base attributes have reached 8 times that of an ordinary human and an ordinary zombie, and can casually kill ordinary humans in seconds, as well as command zombies below level 3. Liu Yang nodded and said, how many zombies can you order at the same time? The level 4 zombie said, with my current abilities, I can probably control 1,000 zombies, can order them to do anything, can assign them tasks. Hearing this reply, Liu Yang's face revealed a somewhat shocked expression. A level 4 zombie could control 1,000 zombies. If a level 4 zombie led 1,000 zombies to launch an attack on a base, an ordinary base would probably not be able to defend itself at all, unless there's an S-rank psychic sitting around. Moreover, the level of the alien could not be lower than level 3. Otherwise it would not be a match for a level 4 zombie at all. Zombies don't have psychic powers and psychics have psychic powers. That's the difference between the two that can level the gap by 1 level. But if it's higher than 2 levels, you can't say it's a steady diet of walkers. Hearing this zombie say that he could control so many ordinary zombies, Liu Yang instantly had an idea inside his mind. If you let the level 4 zombies go out every day to look for ordinary zombies, and bring those ordinary zombies back for yourself to kill, wouldn't that be a constant stream of skill points for yourself? When you think about it that way, a level 4 zombie is a points perpetual motion machine. It doesn't take much. Bring yourself back 1,000 walkers a day. That's 100 skill points. 100 points a day. 1,000 points for 10 days. 10,000 points for 100 days. With his own base attributes, it wouldn't take more than a few months before he was outright invincible. So Liu Yang said to this level 4 zombie, very well, next, you follow me. I'll have a mission to arrange for you when the time comes. Yes, Lord Liu Yang. That level 4 zombie respectfully nodded and followed behind Liu Yang. Liu Yang then began to directly search up this supermarket. More than a month had passed and most of the supplies inside the supermarket had deteriorated. There are some packages of rice flour noodles, soaked noodles and such that are still edible. So Liu Yang put all these grains inside his storage space. There were also some one-package drinks, and Liu Yang took all of them as well. At the same time those living things, clothes, towels and so on, all were taken away by Liu Yang. It's just a pity that those meat resources have already been eaten up by the zombies inside this supermarket under the leadership of this municipal zombie. So Liu Yang collected the resources of the entire supermarket and found no edible meat. However, The meat Lu Yang used to collect was enough for him to eat for a long time. Lu Yang didn't care too much. After collecting the supplies from the supermarket, Lu Yang directly said to the zombies, "Very well, next we start collecting them all upstairs." Ow! The little white tiger barked and nodded obediently. The level 4 zombie also said respectfully, "Okay, Lord Lu Yang." So Lu Yang took a tiger and a zombie and started walking upstairs. There's a lot of mall walker data upstairs too. It was because of this that the mall hadn't yet been patronized by the survivors of the neighborhood. With hundreds of zombies on each floor, it's not something an ordinary survivor can fight against. Even for survivors, the elite troops inside the base rarely dared to venture directly into the malls and hypermarkets. As expected, Lu Yang just entered the first floor. The zombies inside the first floor mall instantly discovered that Lu Yang directly rushed towards Lu Yang. Just as this level 4 zombie let out a roar at the zombies that were rushing towards him. Roar! Those zombies instantly turned pale. From a grimace they turned submissive, then stood still, one no longer moving. The level 4 zombie respectfully said to Lu Yang, "Lord Lu Yang, these zombies have been controlled by me. They won't be able to do anything anymore and have become living targets. Next, you can finish them all off." Lu Yang nodded. Then with a look, a steel needle flew towards the zombies. Bang bang bang! After a few seconds, all of these hundreds of zombies were exploded by Lu Yang. And at the same time, Lu Yang received a prompt in his head that the system rewarded him with skill points. Although without the control of this level 4 zombie, Lu Yang could still finish these zombies off. But this one performance of the level 4 zombie showed Lu Yang what he was capable of. It's really good for controlling normal zombies. From now on, you can brush up on your scores every day yourself. As soon as he thought of this, an excited expression appeared on Lu Yang's face. After the excitement, it was time to gather supplies. The first floor of the mall is mostly clothing stores, with only a few food and beverage outlets and a fried chicken and milk tea store. But unfortunately the food inside is spoiled and inedible. So Lu Yang directly started collecting costumes. This mall is considered to be a high-end mall, and the clothing stores in it are also high-end branded, with all kinds of designer clothes that are really nice. And one of the sexy lingerie stores caught Lu Yang's attention. It's full of all kinds of sexy lingerie and underwear. When he saw this store, Lu Yang's eyes immediately lit up and he directly walked in. Chapter 116, Black Dog Exploring the Road. Inside was an assortment of lingerie. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yang directly collected all these clothes into his space. After collecting this underwear store, Lu Yang continued to start heading to the next clothing store. Soon all the stores on the first floor were finished by Lu Yang. In addition to the clothing store, there was also a baby products store that gave Lu Yang a great harvest, which had a lot of baby clothes, baby milk powder, baby diapers and the like. These things can be very useful later. After all, Lu Yang awakened the many sons. Many fortunes system is destined to have children and grandchildren all over the place. This one baby store is not enough for him. Immediately after that, Lu Yang began to head to the second floor, and in the meantime, the outside of this mall, a dozen dusty survivors had arrived, led by a big bald man with a huge black dog in his hand. The big black dog stretched its neck and sniffed the air. Eventually with fierce eyes, it barked a few times at the inside of the mall. "Woof woof woof, are you saying that guy is in there?" the bald big man asked the black dog with gloomy eyes. "Woof woof." The black dog nodded affirmatively, then barked twice more. "Good boy." The bald big man stroked the black dog's head, then with ruthless eyes, he spoke to the inside of the mall. "Finally we've found it. These guys wouldn't be using this mall as a base, right?" The other members next to him also had somewhat grave expressions on their faces. "Using the entire mall as a base? Then I'm afraid the strength of this survivor base is not low, because the Green Dragon base merely used a villa neighborhood as a base. Inside the villa neighborhood is sparsely populated and the houses have very few multiples. They cleaned up the walkers very easily. But inside the mall is different. The mall is densely populated. The zombies are also densely populated. Are hundreds of zombies at the same time to launch an attack? Ordinary people are afraid to dare to go in. This existing base was able to clear the entire mall of zombies, which meant that they were, I'm afraid, stronger than the Green Dragon base. Those people have started to beat a retreat. They were the attacking side, but this one squad that came, although it was the elite inside the base, only came with a dozen people, on top of other people's turf, with only a dozen or so of their own people, facing hundreds or thousands of other people. How could they possibly beat them? A shifter said to the bald dragon, "Brother Long, it seems that the strength of these guys is very strong. To be able to occupy the entire mall as a base, enough to show that their strength is not afraid of the zombie horde. And the mall is full of food. I'm afraid that they are at this time as strong and strong. We are just a dozen or so people. May not be their opponent." Another alien also said to Bald Dragon, "That's right, Brother Dragon. Let's think long term. The fact that the other party was able to take over an entire shopping mall means that the other party's strength isn't weak, and even the number of aliens is more than our base. Otherwise, there are at least 1,000 zombies inside the mall. An ordinary survivor base is no match for these 1,000 plus zombies, another alien said. Plus the fact that Big Strong and the others were all killed by headshots shows that the other party is not only strong, but their equipment isn't weak either. So I'm afraid they'll be in danger if they just go ahead and do it. Listening to the worried words of his brothers, the bald dragon himself was actually very worried, but have gone as far as 10 or 20 kilometers, and also have discovered the location of the other side. So just go back in the dust. Will not it be a lost cause? Then didn't Dae Young and the others die in vain? Besides, if all the zombies inside this mall have been taken out by the other side, doesn't that mean that all the resources inside already belong to their base? I'm afraid there's enough for months if I can take possession of it. There is a saying that people die for money, birds die for food, and in the end times resources are the greatest wealth. This one mall food is worth the risk they take. The bald dragon said, brothers, we have come here, but if we go back empty-handed, are you willing to do so? Those who were killed were our good brothers. If we don't let them pay a little price, then how can we still mix with Green Dragon Base in the future? Besides, the resources inside this entire mall are countless. If we can get our hands on it, we'll have nothing to worry about in the future. Moreover, even if he couldn't take them out, he still had to do some damage. The big deal was that a fire would burn down his base. In the post-apocalyptic world, the firefighting system doesn't necessarily still work. A random fire might be able to destroy the entire mall. We can't do it openly, but we can also do it secretly. We must make them pay. Hearing the bald dragon's words, the others were also galvanized. Yeah, the whole mall is 6 whole floors. There are countless resources in there. If you can grab them all, you'll really be able to eat and drink. Why did Dezhuang and the others go to the supermarket in the first place? Wasn't it because there was a shortage of food inside the base and they had no choice but to launch an attack on the supermarket? This mall has more resources than the inside of a supermarket. This is because in addition to the supermarket on the -1 floor, there are also many resources on the 5 floors above. Getting it all would be like being rich. The excitement on those people's faces showed as they spoke to the bald dragon. Then what do you say, brother dragon? You make a plan. We'll all listen to you. That's right. As long as brother Long gives the order, we'll break through even if it's a mountain of daggers. Seeing that his brothers were so supportive of him, Bald Dragon was also very happy. He cocked his head and thought for a while, and finally said to Big Black Dog, "Go on, you go scout the way to see what's really going on inside." Woof! The big black dog barked, then rushed straight up towards the inside of the mall. Chapter 117, The shopping mall has been raided. A few minutes later, the black dog quickly ran out from inside the mall with a somewhat panicked expression on its face. After coming to the bald dragon, he breathed heavily. Very humanely, he hid behind the bald dragon. The bald dragon saw this scene. It was a bit of a bad feeling. He squatted down and stroked the big black dog's head, soothing its panicked mood, and then asked to it, "So panicked? What's going on inside? Is it that the entire mall has been reduced to survivors and the base is full of people?" Woof woof woof. The big black dog barked several times and shook his head. Raising his front paw, he showed the bald dragon the fresh, black zombie blood that covered his front paw. The bald dragon frowned, understanding the meaning of the big black dog, said, "You mean to say that all the zombies on the inside floor of the mall were taken out, and they were just taken out? It's full of zombie corpses? Even the blood is still fresh?" Woof woof. The big black dog barked twice and nodded. Hearing this affirmative answer, a grave expression appeared on the bald dragon's face. All the walkers inside the entire first floor of the mall were taken out, and the big black dog upstairs didn't even dare go up to look. So maybe they were all taken out too, and it was just taken out. That would mean that this mall is not the current choice of base but that the group of survivors who took out Dejang just happened to be here? Thinking this way, Bald Dragon's face suddenly relaxed and said to the brothers next to him, "According to Xiao Hei's observation, that group of people hid inside this mall and took out all the zombies on the first floor of the mall. There are hundreds of zombies on each floor inside the mall, and these hundreds of zombies must have weakened their combat power as well. And if they had hot weapons, the zombies upstairs would have flocked downstairs when they heard the sound. And it's highly likely that they'd had a fierce battle with thousands of zombies throughout the mall. Now is the time when they are weak. Brothers, we can take advantage of people's danger." The others also had excited expressions on their faces after hearing the bald dragon's words. "You just fought with the zombies in the mall? That must have been heavily wounded. I'm afraid that they would have long been exhausted and panting at this point. Moreover, they used firearms to shoot Big Strong's head off, and ammunition is the most scarce thing in the last days. After taking out all the zombies in this shopping mall, I'm afraid their ammo is almost depleted, right? This is a great opportunity for us. This mall is so big, with so many superiors inside, even we don't dare to mess with it easily. Now that they've finished off the zombies, isn't it just right for us to go inside the mall and collect supplies? This is a snipe and a fisherman, right? Ha ha, we picked up a big bargain straight away. Brothers, let's go together. Avenge De Zhuang and the others. Grab resources, land, and women. From now on, this mall will be our sub-base. Punch punch punch. Everyone's faces were full of fight and they could hardly wait to rush inside the mall. As far as they were concerned, the men had taken out the walkers inside the mall and were at a lose-lose situation at this point. To go in now was to pick up a great bargain, and could directly scour the battlefield to loot resources. Grab this cleaned-out mall for your own turf. Very well. Since everyone is so combative, then brothers follow my footsteps. Let's go together. With a wave of his big arm, the bald dragon directly walked at the front, holding a big black dog in his hand and rushed inside the mall. Liu Yang is in the middle of the mall at the moment and the little white tiger has finished scavenging the 5th floor. This scavenging could be said to be quite rewarding, allowing him to obtain quite a few supplies. His storage space was filled with quite a few more inside. Seeing the empty mall, and a level 4 walker and 2 level 3 walkers standing behind himself, Liu Yang's face also showed a satisfied expression. There was more food in the basement, so it raised a level 4 walker, but only 2 female level 3 walkers appeared on the 5 floors upstairs, which was enough to show that food was very important to the walkers' upgrades. These high-level zombies Liu Yang useful, so he didn't kill the ones above the 3rd level. Instead, they were all controlled with soul chains, ready to be used for their own purposes. Now that the mall had been scavenged, he spoke to the 3 walkers behind him. Come on, it's time for us to head back. Yes, Lord Liu Yang. The 3 zombies responded respectfully. The words spoken by the level 4 walker were much more fluent. The 2 female level 3 walkers stuttered a bit as they spoke. Obviously, their IQs were still a bit short compared to a level 4 zombie. But there's no denying that people are women. These 2 level 3 zombies had perfect figures, tall and plump. Their skin had no blood color, instead showing a unique snow-white beauty. From afar, these 2 level 3 zombies were no different from humans. Only when you look at them up close do you realize that their eyes are still a little white. Liu Yang was going to raise these 2 female zombies well. When they were raised to level 4, it might just work right out of the box. Zombies don't have body heat. I don't know how using it would be different from a normal human. It's really something to look forward to when you think about it. Liu Yang had just taken 1 white tiger and 3 zombies towards the 1st floor. And at this time, Bald Dragon had just walked inside the mall with his minions and had just entered the 1st floor. They then realized that the ground was full of zombie bodies. At the same time, black blood covered the entire ground, and a fetid and disgusting odor filled the air, causing people to cover their noses. So the ones that fell to the ground were zombies. But, from a distance, they were no different from humans. And the bald and strong people who were also humans saw this tragic scene as if they were like being in the middle of hell. Miserable, terrible, horrible. Strewn corpses fell to the ground, all the heads blown apart. You know they're zombies, but you can't help but associate them with humans when you see these headless bodies. Everyone frowned and covered their noses, feeling a little numb inside. And the more important point is that after walking for so long, you only see zombie corpses, not human corpses. That means they took out hundreds of walkers without losing a single person. This strength, with their imagination of the 2 defeats are a bit wrong. And right at this moment, Liu Yang with the zombie and the little white tiger also walked to the 1st floor. The 2 sides finally met once. Liu Yang sized up these people. Instantly, he locked his gaze on the bald dragon, and the black dog that the little white tiger saw let out a cry of rage. Ow roar! The dog was instantly scared to the point that its 4 legs went limp and it slumped to the ground. It whimpered in aggravation. The tiger's roar also startled the other survivors. Everyone had their eyes on Liu Yang and the others. There was a wary look all over his face. Chapter 118, Horrible. The bald dragon looked at Liu Yang, and a somewhat strange expression appeared on his entire face. A little scared, a little wary, and a little defiant. He was holding a black dog in his own hand, while someone else was followed by a huge white tiger. Above the aura, his own black dog was directly scared to pee by someone else's white tiger's bark. That's a slap in the face. And there were only 4 people plus a tiger on the other side. So the zombies inside this mall couldn't have been taken out by him. This guy is probably here to pick up the slack as well. A dozen men plus a dog on your own side. In terms of strength it was clear that the people on their side were stronger. What gives his tiger the right to scare my dog? A furious expression appeared on the face of Bald Headstrong and he directly pointed at Liu Yang and said, "Kid, who are you? What are you guys doing in this mall? Which base are you guys from? Don't you know that this mall is our Green Dragon base's territory? In fact, this mall was separated from the Green Dragon base by more than 10 kilometers, which was not considered their territory at all." But in order to put themselves on the moral upper hand, they naturally had to say so. It's called a division. Hearing the other party's words, Liu Yang's face revealed a light smile. Your turf? I also said that this entire city is my turf. Have you guys stood on my turf and paid the protection fee? An alien directly from the back of the bald dragon stood out and screamed at Liu Yang. So arrogant. How dare you talk to our dragon like this and say that the whole city is your territory? Who do you think you are? Do you have the strength? Let me see if your mouth is hard or your strength is hard. That big man said and drew out a machete and was ready to charge at Liu Yang. And just then, the black dog whispered a few times in the bald dragon's ear. Woof woof woof. The bald dragon's face instantly changed, quickly pulling back the alien. He didn't let him continue his actions. That alien said with some confusion, Boss, don't stop me. If I don't cut him to death today, I'll call him father. His grandmother. Dare to talk to our boss like this. Think you're very powerful. I'm most tired of seeing this kind of arrogant people. The bald dragon, however, shook his head at him without moving, then whispered, don't act rashly. Xiao He just told me that he was the one who took out De Zhuang and the others. That alien's face, which was still arrogant, instantly shriveled up. With panicked eyes, he asked the bald dragon, what? That's him? But he doesn't have a gun in his hand either. Could it be that he killed all the zombies in this mall? That burly man instantly took half a step back, his entire person completely abashed. Not a single living zombie has been seen inside this mall so far. Instead, there are hundreds of zombie corpses on the ground. And that's just one layer. That guy came down from upstairs. There were still 4 more floors upstairs. And if each floor was filled with hundreds of zombies, then there were nearly 2,000 zombies inside this mall. If all of them were taken out by the few of them, how strong must they be? Scared, scared, scared. Brother, I spoke too loudly just now. Don't be offended. The bald dragon said. What are you afraid of? Look at your wimpy face. Since he used his firearm to blow the zombie's head off and doesn't have a gun in his hand right now, can't that mean that he's already run out of bullets, so he just threw them all away? Then wouldn't he be no threat to us? It's estimated that any random person could kill him right now. What the hell are you wimpy about? Boss has a point. Since this guy's ability is to kill zombies with hot weapons, and now that he doesn't have any hot weapons on him, isn't that the same as saying that he's just an ordinary person now? I'm an honorable speaker and I'm still afraid of him? Don't worry, boss. I'll finish him off. Listening to the bald dragon's words, that alien suddenly felt like he could do it again. Immediately took another step forward. This time he didn't have any nonsense. Instead he directly rushed towards Liu Yang with the fastest speed possible, raised his own machete and was ready to slash down on Liu Yang's neck. The bald dragon at this moment looked at his companion with a grave expression on his face as he struck out at Liu Yang. The reason why he was able to become the leader of the Green Dragon base was not only because of his own overpowering strength, but also because his mind turned fast enough. How many bullets would Liu Yang need to kill more than 1,000 zombies if he was really using a hot weapon? Even if he's 100% shot, that's over 1,000 bullets. Where's he gonna get all those bullets? Even if he could hold it, could he carry it? So there's definitely a problem here. The reason why he told his companion that Liu Yang was out of bullets was just to fool him into trying out Liu Yang's strength. As expected, when that alien came in front of Liu Yang, he picked up the machete and was about to cut into Liu Yang's body. Liu Yang merely gave him a look. That one male was instantly shaken. This icy cold eyes actually looked at his body tingling and goosebumps popped up. The murderous aura in those eyes seemed to have turned into substance, able to kill with his eyes. Next, bang! The alien's head exploded violently. It exploded into a mist of blood in the middle of the air. The people from Green Dragon Base were directly startled when they saw this scene. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Headshot. There's a sniper. Hurry up and hide. Those people instantly dodged in a flash to hide. Some hide behind pillars, some behind walls. One didn't even dare to utter a breath. An alien hid directly behind a pillar and called out to Liu Yang. Kid, have the guts to come out for a one-on-one fight? What kind of skill is it to let a sniper sneak up behind you? His words just fell. Bang! A loud bang came. Hiding behind a pillar he instantly exploded. Then on the pillar, a thumb-thick hole ran the length of the column. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Even a 1-meter diameter circular pillar can be pierced? Is this still a sniper rifle? Even the anti-material sniper rifle Barrett can't do something like that, right? Everyone's faces had a look of fear on them. Now they were really scared. It didn't look like there were snipers. And it didn't seem like the other side was using firearms to attack. That's more like a 100% headshot power. Brother Long, what should we do? The opponent seems to be very strong. Why don't we have a chat with him? Let's leave this matter at that. Dejang was killed by him. Or maybe Dejang messed with someone first? There's no need to get into a big fight with such a powerful man over a dead man, is there? The people from the Green Dragon base were truly scared out of their wits to fight now. They just wanted to hurry up and get out of here. That lanky, tall and handsome-looking young man was indeed more terrifying than the demon god of hell in their opinion. Chapter 119, Come back with me to give birth to my child. Now it's not a question of whether or not you can fight. It's a question of whether or not you can save your life. Hiding behind a pillar all got a shot in the head. Such an alien ability was too bizarre and powerful. They were now scared out of their wits. At this time, the bald dragon was also scared pale. It's just that as the base boss he doesn't dare to show it. In fact, he now could not wait to immediately kneel in front of Lu Yong to lick his shoes and beg Lu Yong to spare him from death. Although he was scared to death in his heart, he pretended to be calm on the surface and said to the people next to him, "Brothers, we have already offended him to death a long time ago. In the last days, trying to rob other people's resources is tantamount to taking other people's lives. Do you think he will still let us go now? If we want to survive, we can only fight him." When the crowd heard the bald dragon's words, their faces were still fearful as they replied, "But brother dragon, how are we going to fight this? We don't even know how the other side blows people's heads off. We have to die even if we hide behind a pillar. Isn't this a case of dying as soon as we show our heads? Yes, brother Long, why don't we just surrender? Kneel on the ground and beg him. Maybe he'll spare our lives." These people have long since been dumbfounded. Thousands of walkers died inside the mall. The horror of having their companion's head blown off again right in front of their eyes was just too much of a shock. They no longer have any courage to resist. The bald dragon's voice became ferocious, reprimanding them. "It's already the end of the world. Don't you understand? Without the constraints of law and morality, it's either you die or I live. Surrender? Why should he accept your surrender? Only by fighting to the death can we have a chance of survival. There are more than a dozen of us here. He is only one person. If we all go together, he won't be able to react. Moreover, his headshot skill should have a cooldown time. It is impossible to use it infinitely. At that time, we can take him out with a loss of 1 or 2 people at most. As long as we take it out, all the food inside this entire mall can be ours. If you want to run away, you can only die. How can you run faster than a bullet?" Hearing these words, the crowd felt a little bit of truth, and the glances they gave each other saw the determination in each other's eyes. In today's situation, running away would only get you killed one by the other side. It's better to fight to the death together. Even if the opponent's strength was strong, it was impossible to blow up so many people at the same time. Moreover, some of them were also exalted and understood that exalted's attacks had a cooldown, as it took mental energy and they had to wait for it to return, and it was impossible to send it out indefinitely. So together it is possible to spell each other out. Besides, long-distance attacking adepts often had poor melee combat abilities, and the most taboo thing was to be meleeed. It's like playing a game. If the top warrior was able to touch the shooter would definitely get seconded in one set. They nodded and said to the bald dragon, "Brother Long, then you tell us, when should we go on? As long as you give the order, we'll charge immediately." The bald dragon revealed an expression of satisfaction, and then said, "On the count of 3, let's all go together. Attack him from different directions. He definitely won't be able to react. 3, 2, 1. Everyone together. Brush up on." Those survivors who were hiding behind the bunker quickly rushed out and pounced on Lu Yang from all sides. Instantly, he began to draw his own weapon and launched an attack on Lu Yang. Yet halfway through the charge, they were surprised. After counting the numbers, dragon didn't even come rushing out. Looking back, what came into view was a back of the head that reflected the light. It was running wildly at breakneck speed in the direction of the door. They stopped in their tracks with a sharp break. Everyone was outright dumbfounded. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Dragon sold us out. He told us to charge and ran away himself. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Bald dragon, you shall not die. In the face of the crowd's abuse, instead of stopping, the bald dragon ran faster and faster, and in an instant, he ran out several hundred meters, and he said without looking back, "Brothers, you hold on. Go in peace. In the future, your wives and daughters, I'll help you guys take care of them." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, those survivors became even more furious. "ING sold us out and want to our wives and daughters? Doggone bald dragon." They looked angrily at the bald dragon's escaping smug figure. Yet it was at this time, bang! With a loud bang, the bald dragon that was running, the back of his spring-loaded and finished head, suddenly exploded. The running body, as if it hadn't reacted, generally continued to run for 3 or 4 steps before falling heavily to the ground. Ha! Asterisk 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 asterisk. Burst. Good death. Those survivors reacted to the fact that this young man must have done all this. At the same time, they were even more shocked. The bald dragon had already run out several hundred meters away, and in the state of running at breakneck speed, so fast, Even if it was a sniper rifle is not necessarily hit. But this young man blew the other man's head off with a single look. This strength is just too horrible. And there's still a fight to be had. Pa! A survivor's knees went weak and he fell straight to the ground. Turning to Lu Yang, he begged for mercy. Handsome, you have the magnanimity to let us go. It's all because Bald Dragon told us to come. We are all under his compulsion. Pa pa pa. Everyone else also fell to their knees, begging for mercy nonstop to Lu Yang. Yes, handsome, just let us go. We know we are wrong. As long as you let us go, we can do whatever you want us to do. From now on you are our big brother. If you tell us to go east, we will never go west. Lu Yang sneered and didn't say anything, just waved his hand elegantly. Bang bang bang. The sound of exploding heads was unrelenting. The dozen or so survivors kneeling on the ground instantly turned into headless corpses. The only remaining female survivor was shaking with fear. She was also a shifter though, and a powerful one known as Sister Red Bean. Even the Bald Dragon was polite to her, but now seeing all of his teammates around him being instantly shot in the head, Red Bean was really scared, practically pissing herself. Lu Yan looked at her and said, "Do you know why I didn't kill you?" Sherry shook her head. With a shaky voice, she replied, "No, don't know, because you're a woman, and a beautiful one at that. Come back with me and give me babies. Do it or not." "I do. I'll do it," Red Bean said in a hurry. A large portion of the fear in his eyes dissipated as well. Chapter 120, To Your Base. After hearing that Lu Yang didn't want to kill himself, but only wanted him to go back with him to have a child, Hongdo's entire body was quite relieved. In front of such a murderous and powerful person, it was already rare to be able to leave a small life behind, not to mention going back with him to have a child, even if it is to go back with him to be one of his dogs, wagging their tails at him every day. They are willing to anything to stay alive. As for dignity and all that, does dignity matter in front of life? And Lu Yang saw that Hongdo agreed in one bite. An appreciative look was thrown at him as well. In the end times, it's all about knowing what's going on. This woman is able to recognize her situation, just so much better than other women. Meanwhile she herself was a shifter, would be much more useful than any other ordinary woman. Lu Yang glanced at the other party and the basic information of the other party was displayed inside his mind. Name, Red Bean. Age, 22. Height, 1 meter 65. Weight, 55 kilograms. Appearance score, 91. Body score, 96. After seeing this system tip, Lu Yang is also very satisfied. Whether it is the body score or appearance score has reached more than 90 points. And a pair of D+ proud greatness. Lu Yang is also very like. That's how he liked it. The feeling that he couldn't master it even if he wanted to. So Lu Yang's icy voice also became a bit more moderate, and said to Hongdo, "Okay, don't be too nervous, since you have agreed to be my woman. I won't hurt you, and by following me, Lu Yang, you can just eat that and not suffer." I eat. I'll eat the bitter ones too," Red Bean said in a hurry, showing loyalty to Lu Yang tonight. "Don't say you have to suffer. You have to eat yourself. What is there to let go of as long as you can live?" Lu Yang couldn't help but marvel at the fact that this woman was really going. It is also really smart. A woman like that will make a good living, whether in the end times or the peaceful ones. He turned to Red Bean again and asked, "Where are you guys from? Why did you come to this mall? Did you happen to come here by chance? Or did you come specifically to find me?" Red Bean replied, "Because yesterday, a member of our base inside, Big Strong, went to collect supplies with a dozen of his teammates, but they were all killed. So the base's boss, Bald Dragon, led his black dog to look for the murderer. That black dog followed the scent all the way here." After saying that she pointed to the little black one, but found that at this time, the white tiger was gnawing at that little black, eating crunchy and fragrant, and had already eaten half of it. Looks like the rumor that dog meat can smell so good that it makes monks jump out of the walls is true. Even the little white tiger couldn't help himself and started eating it raw on the spot. Seeing that this little white tiger was so fierce, even Hongdo's face showed a somewhat fearful expression. Although he himself was a psychic, he was afraid that he wouldn't even be a match for this white tiger in a single fight. She said to Lu Yang, "Lord Lu Yang, this white tiger of yours is so fierce," and Lu Yang, after listening to Hongdo's words, had already realized that these alien power users were after him, because wasn't that guy called Big Strong the one he killed yesterday? Because Big Strong was killed, the people from their base, in order to avenge his death, directly used this dog to smell the odor and find themselves. Lu Yang said to Hongdo, "Where is your base? Take me there. Since you guys have already come to my door, then I have to be courteous and go to your base to have some fun before I can do so. I just got base number 1, and now a base number 2 would be nice. I also don't know if there are many beautiful women inside your base. Much more, Lord Lu Yang. I'll take you now," Red Bean said, and was ready to head outside the mall. Lu Yang, on the other hand, followed behind with Little White Tiger and 3 high-level zombies. The Little White Tiger was still holding a dog's leg at this time, chewing on it in his mouth. She's much bigger than this black dog, and it's only 7 points of satiety to eat a whole black dog. It was also Lu Yang who had a lot of supplies to be able to afford such a huge big white tiger. If anyone else could tame this white tiger, they wouldn't be able to afford to keep it. After walking out of this mall, Lu Yang directly said to Hongdo, "Alright, you don't have to walk. Next we'll fly there." "Ha? Fly over?" Red Bean froze, thinking she had heard wrong. Lu Yang nodded. A thought followed. Metal armor began to wrap around everyone to the body. Seeing the silver glittering armor Red Bean on his body, the whole person was taken aback. "Ah, what is this thing? Why is my body covered in metal?" Lu Yang said with a smile. "No need to panic. This is the metal armor I made for you. It can protect you from getting hurt when flying supersonically. From now on, you point the direction and I will lead you to fly." After saying that, everyone's bodies had begun to slowly rise up into the air. Red Bean's entire body was trembling with fear. But still, she pointed her finger in the direction of a base. Although she was a psychic, his psychic ability was not strong. Flying in the air was something that one would not even dare to think about. Now that she saw herself slowly rising up in the air, even though Lu Yang had said there was no need to be alarmed, she still felt terrified. Didn't wait for her to come back to her senses. Her body had accelerated steeply. Boom! There was a loud bang in the sky. That was the sonic boom sound when Lu Yang and the other speed broke through the sound barrier. In 10 seconds or so they had arrived over the Green Dragon base. Afterwards, Lu Yang directly brought Red Bean's people to the ground with a bang. The Green Dragon base, at this moment, only had 3 exalts left. Seeing Lu Yang and Hongdo and the others falling from the sky, these 3 exalts were taken aback. After seeing Red Bean's face clearly, they were even more taken aback. Directly to Red Bean, they asked, "Sister Red Bean, why have you come back? Where are the others? Where is Brother Long? And who are these few next to you?" At this time, Hongdo said to them, "The bald dragon is dead. From today, this base belongs to our Lord Lu Yang. Any one of you who dares to disobey is looking for death." As soon as they heard those words, a shocked expression appeared on the faces of those 3 exalted, and then that shocked expression turned into anger. Pointing at Red Bean, he cursed, "Red Bean, you dare to betray the base. How dare you betray Brother Long? You're the one who colluded with the other bases to take over our base this time, aren't you? Wait for Brother Long to come back and see if he doesn't want to kill you. Oh, I've long seen you as taking advantage of Brother Long's absence from the base. You colluded with others to come up with a home stealing, didn't you? When Brother Long comes back is the time of your death. At that time Brother Long will definitely rape you first and then kill you. Maybe when Brother Long is done playing, he can still give us some soup." Chapter 121. Who else is not convinced? Upon hearing the words of those few Xenos, a light smile appeared on Red Bean's face. In a cold voice, he said to them, "With the strength of a few of you, how dare you say such words? Inside this Green Dragon base, the only one who is that much stronger than me is Bald Dragon. But it's a pity that Bald Dragon has died in Lu Yang's hands, and you guys still dare to be so arrogant? What? Long was taken out? Impossible. Brother Long is so strong. How could he be taken out by this kid? This kid doesn't even look 20 years old. His hair hasn't even grown out yet, right? It couldn't be that you found a little white boy and deliberately said he was strong, trying to get us to give up our base, could it?" Those people obviously didn't believe what Red Bean said. In their opinion, Long was strong and invincible, and although Lu Yang is handsome, tall and full of muscles, but in the last days Long and strong cannot be. This is the age of the alien. Only those who have awakened their powers are the strongest. They didn't believe that this young man would be able to take Lung down. You, this group of people, really do not see the coffin without tears. Since you do not believe in evil, then there is nothing to say. Directly beat you to obey. Red Bean said as her face changed instantly. There was a flash of murderous aura revealed. Immediately after that he tried to rush at the 3 powers, but at that moment a large hand held her shoulder. Lu Yang shook his head at her and said, "Alright, leave it to me next. You don't have to make a move." Hearing Lu Yang say that, Hongdo nodded respectfully, saying, "Okay, Lord Lu Yang." Those 3 aberrants had originally seen Red Bean preparing to make a move, and their faces still showed expressions of fear. After all, Red Bean was recognized as the second in command inside the base, and apart from Bald Dragon, the boss of Green Dragon base, Red Bean was the strongest. The 3 of them combined wouldn't necessarily be able to beat Red Bean, but now, Lu Yang surprisingly stopped this Red Bean, who they thought was the strongest, and prepared to do it himself. Hey, looks like this little white boy is still very much in charge of his face, and very anxious to prove himself. Then don't blame us for being ruthless and nonchalant. We're afraid of red beans, but not of you, white boy. Those three exalts instantly rushed towards Liu Yang, drawing out the weapon at his waist, directly slashed at Liu Yang. They were all level 1 psychics, possessing twice the physical qualities of ordinary people. The strength of the three people joining forces is even stronger. Didn't put Liu Yang in his eyes at all, yet they didn't expect it. The next second Liu Yang's figure had instantly disappeared in place. With a speed that was hard to see with their naked eyes, it came directly to their side, only to see Liu Yang lifting his own feet. One person kicked over. Bang bang bang. 3 loud bangs came from those 3 exalts who instantly flew out horizontally like cannonballs, flying more than 10 meters away, crashing into the house behind them before landing with a bang. After landing on the ground, all 3 of them snorted and spat out a mouthful of blood, covering their chests, no longer able to climb up. Their faces were all in pain, and their eyes towards Liu Yang also changed from the initial contempt and disdain to fear and shock. So strong. This little white boy is not only handsome, but also so strong. Even if it's Lung, it's impossible to kill all 3 of us in seconds so quickly. How did this guy do it? And it was just a light kick each, without using his powers at all. His basic attributes alone already surpassed mine and ours by several times. Could it be that he's an advanced alien? Level 2 or even above? Looking at it that way, does it mean that Lung has really been killed by him? The very thought of it filled the faces of the 3-1 ninja with despair. The bald dragon had always been their reliance and their bottom card, and now that they realized that the bald dragon had been taken out, then what ability did they have to resist? It's over. This is really over. The more than 1,000 ordinary people inside the base were also stunned one by one when they saw Liu Yang instantly kill the 3 high-level alienists inside their base. It's a real godsend. That movement and that speed was simply not something that an ordinary human could possess, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was a god. At this moment, Liu Yang had already taken a step towards the 3 exalts. Looking at Liu Yang approaching them, everyone seemed to be looking at a god of death that was descending. When Liu Yang walked up to them, only to see Liu Yang stomping on the head of an alien. Stomping, his face all deformed and twisted, the corners of his mouth also began to flow blood non-stop. Liu Yang condescended and said to them, "Now, who else is not convinced?" Those 3 altered beings hurriedly said, "Convinced, convinced, big brother, we are convinced. Please let us go. As long as you spare our lives, we're willing to do whatever we're asked to do in the future." Said they struggled to get up, kneeling to Liu Yang and apologizing for his mistake. Bang bang bang. "Lord Liu Yang, we know we are wrong. Just spare us this time. We will definitely listen to you in the future. You are the boss of this base." Even those ordinary survivors couldn't help but kneel down when they saw this scene and said in unison to Liu Yang, "Lord Liu Yang, from now on you are our boss." Seeing this scene, Liu Yang was satisfied. The end of the world. It is the strength that prevails. If you do not show some strength, but let the red beans to defeat them, I am afraid that they will never serve themselves in their hearts. But now it is different. Look at their eyes now. How clear! Ah! A big fist has the right to speak. This is the end times. So Liu Yang began to speak to Red Bean. "Next I will first formulate the rules about this base, and at the same time provide you with food seeds for you to use for planting. Red Bean, from today onwards, you will be the person in charge of this base and manage the entire base. From now on, this base will be my Liu Yang's base number 2. After saying that, Liu Yang directly started to put out food from inside the space. Seeing Liu Yang take out so much food, those inside the base were dumbfounded. How did Lord Liu Yang do it? He clearly didn't have a backpack on him, nor did he have any bags for storage. How did he pull out a huge pile of food at once? It's almost as if it came out of thin air. Originally Liu Yang's power has been, they feel that Liu Yang is a god of war. This is but now, and see Liu Yang surprisingly also able to change so much food out of thin air. They are even more firm in their minds. This Liu Yang is simply not an ordinary person, is a god. Having such a powerful character as the boss of this base will definitely develop better and better in the future. Everyone is starting to feel confident. As for the bald dragon, who cares if he's dead or alive? Chapter 122, Chatting with Red Bean. Red Bean reference chart. After giving the base new rules, and after Reddit had given them food, Liu Yang said to Hongdo, "Next, it's time to have a good chat with you. Where is your room? I'm going to visit it." After hearing Liu Yang's words, Hongdo's face immediately turned red. It wasn't that she didn't understand what Liu Yang meant. A man visits the inside of a woman's room, and he visits the room? That's going to be a tour inside and out, up and down, all over again. It's really shy to think about it. She said to Liu Yang, "Come on, Lord Liu Yang, my room is here." With that she pointed to the detached villa. This one green dragon base is in a luxury neighborhood. Inside are dozens of high-rise residential buildings, and dozens of independent villas. As the top echelons of the exalted, everyone was able to share a villa. As for the rest of the civilian population, those who have the resources can live in residential buildings. Those who cannot find resources and are weaker can only build their own shacks on top of open spaces and live in shantytowns. Lu Yang followed Hongdo inside his villa. Those three male Xenos watched as Hongdo entered the room with Lu Yang, and each of them had a you-know-what expression on their faces. A whispered discussion ensued. One of them, a male alien, said, "I didn't expect Sister Red Bean to be taken down by this new boss on the first day." When Brother Long wanted to get his hands on Sister Red Bean, it took him more than a month to do it. Another male alien said, "Don't you talk nonsense. How big is the gap between Bald Dragon's strength and Red Bean's? He may not even be able to take down Red Bean in a single fight. For Red Bean to be able to be the second in command inside this base has already boosted the strength of our Green Dragon base by quite a bit. It's too late for Bald Dragon to beg for someone to stay. How dare he use force?" Inside the room, on the other hand, was a different story. As soon as Lu Yang walked into Hongdo's room, he was immediately attracted by the decorations inside. He stared wide-eyed as if he had discovered some novel treasure. I really didn't expect that this outwardly high-strung beauty was hiding such a gentle and lovely side inside. Every detail in the room reveals her soft girlish heart. The decorative tones of the entire room are almost all in pink. From the curtains to the bedsheets to the pillows. None of them are the kind of girl colors that intoxicate people. Lu Yang couldn't help but exclaim, "This is simply a dreamy princess room." Looking at this room full of pink bubbles in front of him, Lu Yang felt like his own teenage heart was going to overflow. Who says only girls can like pink? In fact, pink is often jokingly referred to as fierce man pink, because the more tough and fierce men, often more on this sweet color love. However, there are some people who think that men are more suited to black, feeling that black color better reflects the stability and depth of men. But Lu Yang thinks otherwise. He thinks it's wrong. There are teenage girls in the hearts of fierce men. Why else do men, no matter how old they are, love 18-year-old pink and tender teenage girls? At this time, Hongdo looked at Lu Yang with a red pretty face. Her face was all shy. Lu Yang also looked at the other party. This face was so red and cute that you couldn't help but want to reach out and squeeze it. Hongdo, however, had already said respectfully to Lu Yang, "Lord Lu Yang." Lu Yang said, "Don't call me Lord Lu Yang in the future either. Just call me husband directly. Moreover, from today onwards you are my woman, not my dog." No need to be really formal. Hearing Lu Yang say this, a look of surprise appeared on Hongdo's face. Originally she was as Lu Yang's enemy, but Lu Yang's strength is directly second to kill himself to be able to stay alive has been very lucky. After being captured by Lu Yang, being able to serve Lu Yang as a dog was already a luxury. I didn't realize that instead of not having to be a dog, I could even be Lu Yang's woman? At this moment, Hongdo only felt herself moved to tears. I didn't expect Lord Lu Yang to be so nice. Her eyes were moist and she called out to Lu Yang, "Old husband." As soon as the sound of this husband came out of his mouth, Lu Yang immediately received a system prompt inside his mind. Ding! Detected that the other party has submitted to the host. The rescue of the beautiful girl was successful. Gaining a system reward. The metal control ability level has been raised by 1 level. After receiving this tip, Lu Yang's face revealed a happy expression. "That's good. That's good," Lu Yang said. "Hongdo, in the future, this base will be under your management. I will come to see it from time to time. At the same time, I will leave a level 3 zombie to watch the door. I have this level 3 zombie's field of vision, sense of hearing. If you need anything, you can directly talk to the level 3 zombie." After hearing Lu Yang's words, a trace of reluctance appeared on Hongdo's face, saying, "Hubby, why don't I go with you and let the 3 of them run the base?" Inside the base, other than Hongdo, there were still 3 male adepts left. Hongdo didn't want to stay here. She wanted to stay by Lu Yang's side all the time as well. Lu Yang shook his head and said, "The strength inside this base is not as strong as it used to be. I'm afraid that the 3 of them together are not a match for you alone. There is still a need for a powerful alien to sit in the town. You are one of the strongest here, but after arriving at my safe zone, you won't be strong enough because I have a lot of S-ranked female psychics around me. That's why you stay here to be able to maximize your role." Hearing Lu Yang's words, Hongdo nodded although she was a little reluctant, saying, "Okay hubby, I will definitely help you manage this base." "Well, then I'm relieved." After saying that, then Lu Yang directly went out. Chapter 123, Bringing Back the Maiden. The 3 male shifters were still outside the door after they left, not daring to move away. Meanwhile the injuries on their bodies had been briefly treated. The ability to recover is very strong for a psychic compared to an ordinary person. Although Lu Yang kicked at each of them, he only used less than 0.5% of his strength, so they were now recovered to the 7th degree. As soon as these 3 people saw Lu Yang come out, each of them revealed a fawning expression and hurriedly surrounded them. Speaking to Lu Yang, they said, Lord Liu Yang. You finally finished. Worthy of being Lord Liu Yang. That's true. Lord Liu Yang is really too strong. Lord Liu Yang is enough. One by one, they gave Liu Yang a thumbs up. All of them looked at Liu Yang with a face of adoration. This worship is heartfelt, not patronizing. Liu Yang smiled and said, this is just the general state for me. Alright, from now on, this base will have Hongdo in command. You guys listen to her command and help me manage the space. Any problems can be reported to the zombie guarding the gate. He will convey the message to me. Yes, Lord Liu Yang. Those three exalts said respectfully. Liu Yang then saw those ordinary survivors inside the base. Turning to them, I said, women between the ages of 18 and 28 who have never had a boyfriend. Stand this way. I'm going to start picking people. The ones I pick will be able to come with me and join my base. When these words came out, they caused an uproar among the survivors. What? Become a member of Lord Liu Yang's base? Liu Yang's people? That's a godlike existence. He can casually take out dozens of tons of grain and is strong himself. If you can become his woman, not only will you not worry about food and drink, you won't even have to be afraid of your superiors. That's true. It's a pity that I already have a boyfriend. Otherwise I'd definitely sign up. Get out of my way. Get out of my way, I'm going to stand over there in a hurry. Ha 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 ha. Finally the time has come to change my fate. As long as I can hold on to this thigh of Lord Liu Yang. In the future, not to mention the food and drink. Directly on the way to the pinnacle of life to become a white rich beauty that others look up to. I want to go. Even if it's to go to Liu Yang as a dog, I want to go. I'm going too. Just so happens I fit the bill. How old are you? Have you turned 18 yet? I just turned 18 yesterday. What do you know? Go away. Get out of my way. The college girls ran in a swarm at Liu Yang's designated position. I'm afraid that if I run slow, I won't be able to take my turn later. Liu Yang has shown his strength, his resources. Undoubtedly, every single one of them is top-notch. With such a man, not only can you be well-fed and warmly dressed, but you will never be widowed. He can definitely satisfy you in that area as well. You don't even look at it. Sister Hongdo, as a shifter, just begged for mercy. Not to mention them ordinary teenage girls. Soon there were more than 100 teenage girls, standing in the positions designated by Liu Yang. Each of them had a look of anticipation on their faces. Liu Yang's gaze swept over. Every day on the face of a young girl is capable of making that young girl's whole body shake and nervous. This is a fateful moment. It is simply more tense and exciting than the college entrance exams in the peace era. Once you can be selected by Liu Yang, you will be able to walk on the peak of life. From now on to live a rich life. And once not selected, you can only stay in this base. Still a bottom. One side of heaven and one side of hell is within the single thought of Lord Liu Yang. So each of them wanted Liu Yang to take them away. At this time Liu Yang was subjected to the presence of a young girl. Looking at her, she said, very good. Eyes are beautiful. Big and round. Eyelashes are long. Skin is also very white. Although the height is a little bit different. But the child born must also be very cute. Just you. Ah, that's great. That's just great. Ooh, I'm so touched. Thank you Lord Liu Yang for picking me. That girl was literally moved to tears of hurt. Jumped 2 meters straight up in place. She was originally the lowest level of existence inside this base. This year is already 18 years old. But as a girl is not physically strong and not very powerful, there is no advantage in searching for material things. It is all thanks to the help of her father that she is able to survive in the post-apocalyptic world. There was also the constant vigilance of other survivors craving her body. If it wasn't for the fact that his father was a veteran in the peace era and was physically stronger, it is estimated that with her physical condition, she would have been taken over by force long ago. This time there is this opportunity. Her father first pushed her out. Want her to be selected by Liu Yang adults, so that later will be able to eat and drink. And now see their own daughter was really selected. Her old father also immediately moved to tears. Wiping his tears, he said, great, great. It's a relief to see my daughter in a perfect home. And Liu Yang was already walking towards the next beauty queen at this time. After 10 minutes, Liu Yang had already picked 25 beautiful girls. Only 25 of the more than 100 eligible beauty queens are those whose body and appearance match Liu Yang's aesthetic. Among these more than 100 beautiful girls, there are still a few who have had boyfriends, but wanted to lie to Liu Yang did not have one. But was Liu Yang's scanning system to be directly recognized? Do you really think you're a virgin who can't tell the difference? Liu Yang just gave them a cold look as he passed by them. It scared them to the point of trembling. Taking the initiative, they told the truth that they had deceived Liu Yang because they wanted to be chosen by Liu Yang too much. Liu Yang didn't punish them, but just told them to get out of the middle of this team of young girls. Chapter 124, Bringing the Walkers Back. Eventually, Liu Yang took these 25 beautiful girls and prepared to go back to his safe zone. Each of those 25 beautiful girls. Each of them looked at Liu Yang with admiration and love in their eyes. The most powerful, handsome, resourceful man is simply the golden boy in the middle of the end times. Being able to follow him. Never have to worry again. Eat and drink. Go to the peak of life. And live a life like a rich white girl. It's today. They all agreed that being picked by Yojin was just about the greatest happiness of their lives. Liu Yang waved his hand at them. A thin layer of metallic armor began to wrap around each of the young girls. Seeing themselves wrapped in shiny armor, each of those women had an excited expression on their faces. That armor is awesome. I don't know what Lord Liu Yang is going to do by wrapping it on us, but everyone around Lord Liu Yang has armor on them, and so do we. Which means that people with armor are equivalent to Lord Liu Yang's people. So maybe this is Lord Liu Yang's mark. That's why they all took it as a matter of pride to be able to wear Liu Yang's armor. The other women who were not chosen by Liu Yang had disappointed and lost expressions on their faces, and now that they saw those who were chosen with such handsome armor on them, they were even more envious. A beautiful-looking young girl with a perfect body said, "Woo woo, it's really too infuriating. Obviously my appearance and body are not lost to those people. It is because in the past, in the peaceful era, fell in love once, was a ghost fire teenager cheated into a small hotel inside no first time. Who can think just because of their own that one time do not self-love, actually let themselves lose a chance to go on the peak of life." I cry to death. Another pretty-looking woman also said, "That's right, how could I have imagined that today would come? I was also tricked into the grove by a little yellow hair. If I had known that, I wouldn't have gone with him. Woo woo, I'm the same. When it was cool, who would have thought it would be today?" Those teenage girls had remorse written in their eyes. How many women from previous years of peace were so casual? They never took chastity seriously, and had a blast with the pornos inside the little $20 hotels, sitting in the backseat of Ghostfire Jr.'s Ghostfire as a fender bender and thinking it was cool. I never thought that one day I would be brushed off because of my chastity and not be able to enter the coveted safe zone. Regret. Simply gutted. They looked enviously at the young girls, following Liu Yang as they rose into the air. It then directly exceeded the speed of sound and flew towards Liu Yang's safe zone. Within seconds it had disappeared from their view. I'm so envious of them being able to fly away with Lord Liu Yang. If I could follow Lord Liu Yang, I would be willing to live 10 years less if I had to. I should have known I would have gotten my membranes patched in the first place. Lord Liu Yang is the golden eyes of the fire shadow. Do you think you can muddle through by making up one? A few minutes later, Liu Yang had taken 25 beauty queens, 2 zombies, 1 level 3 and 1 level 4. Back in his safe zone. 1 landing. Chen Zi, Li Mengyao, Li Mengda and the others then surrounded out, watching Liu Yang bring back another 25 sisters. They all showed a somewhat surprised expression, and they were even more surprised when they saw the 2 walkers, because at a closer look, it was obvious that level 4 zombies and level 3 zombies were different from humans. Their skin was even paler, bloodless, and even their lips were a little white. Also their pupils are white. Of course, other than these small details, the rest of the technology was no different from humans, and if you didn't take a closer look, it was really hard to realize that they were zombies. Li Mengyao directly asked to Liu Yang, "Hubby, why did you bring back 2 zombies? Looking at their appearance, they must be zombies. Although the appearance has been very much like human, but this kind of temperament, this kind of skin, this kind of eyes are definitely zombies, right?" Li Mange also said, "Yes, a close look no is a zombie. The key is that these 2 bosses are also male not female. Liu Yang husband, you bring them back for what? Do you still want to have sex with a male zombie?" Chen Ting and Chen Zi's faces also revealed a wicked expression as they chuckled. It seems that hubby's tastes are getting heavier and heavier. Even the zombies and their male. Listening to the words of the ladies, Liu Yang's face revealed an expression of embarrassment as well. These women. As long as they brought themselves back, no matter what the creature thought they were used to start a family? Liu Yang pointed at Chen Zi's glossy white and beautiful forehead and said, You guys have this kind of dirty thoughts inside your head. How come every person I bring back you guys can think of that side of things to go? Can't you think of anything serious? Am I the kind of person who only thinks about colorful things all day long? Yes, very much so. Totally, the women said in unison. Liu Yang revealed a speechless expression. It seems that his image is not too good in the minds of these women. I'm a post-apocalyptic male god, and you guys treat me like a breeder? A man can't think with his lower body. He can't just think into that kind of thinking, but he has to focus more on his career. So these 2 zombies were not used by Liu Yang to start a branch, but to enhance his own strength. In front of all the women, he ordered to the 2 zombies, "From today onwards, you 2 zombies, level 4 zombies will bring back 1,000 ordinary zombies for me every day. and level 3 zombies will bring back 500 for me every day. As long as you are able to complete the mission, I will provide you too with 10 pounds of meat every day, so that you can fill your stomachs and upgrade faster. After the two zombies heard Liu Yang's words, an excited expression appeared on their faces. Hastily and respectfully, they replied, "Yes, Lord Liu Yang, we promise to complete the mission." For them senior zombies, as long as they called out with a positive arm, those ordinary zombies would have to follow orders. Bringing back 1,000 walkers a day is too easy. This will be exchanged for 10 pounds of meat, which is perfectly filling. There is also no need to lead the zombies to attack the survivors' base. Attacking the survivors' base will encounter strong resistance from the survivors, and there are even psychics inside the base, which will pose a threat to even level 3 and even level 4 zombies. So attacking the base to eat people is a very dangerous thing. But following Lord Liu Yang is different. Every day, if you bring back a walker, you can trade it for meat. When the time comes, one's food is not a worry, and upgrading, one will rise faster. It was these two zombies that were directly sent out of the school by Liu Yang. The women then realized that Liu Yang was using these two zombies to catch other zombies. Chapter 125, Gu Yunhan came to find me. Seeing two walkers being sent off campus, only then did the faces of Li Mengyao and the other beautiful girls reveal a relieved expression, thinking that Liu Yan was really planning to go after the male zombies. It's really scary. Fear, oh fear. Now that they saw that Liu Yang was only using the zombies to gather other ordinary zombies, they were relieved. Wouldn't one walker leading 1,000 walkers equal an army of 1,000 walkers? In that case Liu Yang will be stronger and will protect this safe zone even more in the future. They were also able to feel more at ease as Liu Yang's women. It was at this moment that they realized Liu Yang's good intentions. Indeed, as Liu Yang said, it's us who thought him too evil. People are obviously thinking about this safe zone, but they are thinking with their lower bodies. I'm guilty. I deserve to die. Tonight must kneel in front of Liu Yang's husband. Serve him well. Make up for it. Wronged him for this fact. Li Mengyao directly pulled up the hands of those new sisters at this time, enthusiastically said to them, "Good sisters, welcome you to join our big family. In the future we should get along well. Oh, you do not need to be nervous. Each of us are very good to get along with. We are all Liu Yan husbandswoman. In the future must help each other. Take care of each other. Let's go. Now it's also time for dinner. Give you guys a taste of our handiwork." Chen Ting said, "That's good. From now on, we are all family. None of you need to be polite to us. Let's go eat dinner together." Mature and plump stewardess Lin Yuyu said, "Yes, from now on, we are all family. So make sure you don't be polite to us, and you can talk to us if you need any help." Those young girls who had come here from inside the reality's base, where could they have thought that this seniors would be so warm, so nice and hospitable? Each of them had a somewhat bewildered expression on their faces. Liu Yang said to them, "It's fine. Just get used to it. Everyone is good at getting along." Hearing Liu Yang say that, those girls became more at ease. They all nodded with red faces, saying, "Okay Lord Liu Yang, we understand." Afterwards, he directly joined Li Mengyao and the others, and walked into the middle of the teacher's dormitory, watching the backs of the women going in. Each one is shapely, slim-waisted in hips. Liu Yang couldn't help but give himself credit, to be able to collect so many beautiful women in the post-apocalyptic world. I'm afraid I'm the only one in the entire world who can do it, right? At the same time Liu Yang also found a little problem. This school is big though and has a lot of various recreational facilities. However, the only dormitories suitable for living are the teacher's dormitory and the student's dormitory, and there are not enough facilities inside the dormitory. Although it is capable of housing people, staying here is still not an option if you want to live well and improve your quality of life. Even the Green Dragon base was using a villa area as a base. Is it not a little too subtle for one to use only a teacher's dormitory as a place to live for himself and the women around him? If you want to live, you have to live in the most luxurious and largest facilities, the most complete villa. With a good determination in his mind, Liu Yang was ready to find a new villa tomorrow and empty the villa area as his own safe zone, and by then his women would be able to live in a big villa as well, preferably the kind of villa where the golf course is right out the door. You have to walk an hour from the living room to the bedroom, and you have to drive to go to the bathroom. When the time comes, he or she will be able to try the couch with the women, by the window, in the kitchen, in the pool, on the roof, in the garage, and chatting on the main street. After making a plan of action in his mind for tomorrow, Liu Yan also walked into the teacher's dormitory. At this time the women had already made dinner and were waiting for Liu Yang to come in. Those young girls who had been brought back from inside the new base also ate the hot rice, and one by one, they were moved to tears and couldn't help wiping their tears. Previously, when they were in the Qinglong base, they simply did not eat such a hot meal. usually able to have a noodle parcel abdomen has been very good, let alone like now so 8 dishes and a soup. It was like being in heaven. At the same time they were very glad that they were lucky that they used to keep their bodies in the peaceful times and didn't get taken by those little yellow hairs for the first time. Otherwise, Lord Liu Yang wouldn't be able to pick them. They feel very fortunate and are also very grateful to their parents for homeschooling them. Otherwise, if you want to eat such a hot meal in the post-apocalyptic world, you'd better dream about it. Seeing that they were all crying one by one, Li Mengyao and the girls hurriedly consoled them. Good sisters, why are you crying? Is the food not good? Those beautiful girls who came here from the new base hurriedly shook their heads, saying, No, it's not delicious, but it's too delicious. Since the outbreak of the end of the world, we haven't eaten such a delicious meal since the end of the world. For us, this is the most delicious thing we have ever eaten in our lives. We are just too touched. That's right. How long has it been since we had a decent meal? It's already good enough to not starve to death in the end times, and to eat something so good, that's just too much to think about, too much to dream about doing so. But now this is really happening. We feel very dreamy and very moved. Thank you, sisters, for allowing us to experience the best food and happiest moments of our lives. Li Mengyao and the girls said. Now is not the happiest moment. Hey, when you guys get inside Liu Yang's room, you'll know what the happiest moment is. Li Mange also chimed in. Right. By then you guys will realize how lucky you are as women. Hubby Liu Yang will make you guys realize the joy of being a woman. He. Seeing that the man was talking so vigorously, those young girls, even though they had not experienced the affairs of men and women, heard what they were saying, instantly blushing. Is this Lord Liu Yang really that powerful? Able to make a woman experience the happiest moment? It really makes you feel expectant and excited and shy just thinking about it. I can't help but want to go into Liu Yang's room to experience it. Finish eating. Liu Yang looked at these beautiful women. In his heart, he thought about who he should turn over today. In the end, Liu Yang rested his gaze on Gu Yunhan's body. This one S-class female alien who had been brought back from inside the Endbringer biological authority was very strong, very pretty, and had a very perfect body. It's time to have a nice chat with her. Liu Yang stood up and said to Gu Yunhan, I'll go back to my room first. Later you take a shower and come to the room to find me. We'll both have a good chat. Ha! Gu Yunhan opened his mouth, not expecting happiness to come so quickly. An expression of delight immediately came out on his entire face, then immediately nodded and said, Okay hubby, I'll be with you in a minute. Chapter 126. At this moment, Gu Yunhan's heart could be said to be cheering. After coming to this safe zone, he realized that Liu Yang's side of the woman more than enough. The opportunity to enter Liu Yang's room inside is very rare. Do not fight. Some people row for a month have not been able to row to it. Now that Liu Yang had taken the initiative to let himself go to him, this was simply his great fortune. After eating, Gu Yunhan hurried back inside his room and then took a shower. Deliberately, she used the fragrant shower gel that Liu Yang had given her, collected from inside the supermarket. I even made a point of spraying myself with some super chopped up perfume after showering and blow drying my hair. Changed into a sexy silk nightgown. After this was done, she also took a careful picture in front of the full body sector. It was a reassuring nod after seeing the fragrant, radiant, sexy beauty inside the mirror. Looking at your own long and white jade feet, you can't help but want to touch and squeeze them yourself. What man can resist looking? And then look at the plump buttocks, which, in the words of the older generation, will give birth to a son. Doesn't that guy Liu Yang talk about having kids all the time? Can he top that? Heck, let's see if I don't take him casually tonight. Gu Yunhan went out directly and confidently. I didn't realize that the inside of the corridor was already packed with people. As soon as he left the house, he was confronted with the envious gazes of the women. Being looked at by them like this, Gu Yunhan's heart felt even more superior. Hey! I did not take the initiative to climb into Liu Yang's husband's bed, but Liu Yang's husband himself ordered me. Do you know what it means to be flipped off by your husband? Not like some people. I can't even get into Liu Yang's husband's room on my own accord. So facing their envious eyes, Gu Yunhan directly curved the corners of his mouth. It turned into the shape of a Nike. Those sisters of the Doomsday Biological Authority all sent their true blessings to Gu Yunhan. Yunhan, you have to cheer up. As long as you're able to serve husband Liu Yang well today, in the future, husband might still be the one who orders us Doomsday Bio Authority sisters next time. The happiness of our sisters depends on you. Bai Qingqing said. Sister Qingjie, Sister Fomi, and Yun Han, you've already been favored by your husband, and it's just Moon Drunken Blue and I who are left. The two of us have to hurry up as well. Moon Drunken Blue nodded and said, Yes, I can't wait to have an in-depth chat with my husband. As for those newcomers, 25 beautiful girls, Seeing that Gu Yunhan was able to enter Lu Yang's room to chat and actually receive the envy of so many seniors, their faces were a bit puzzled, but they also showed an envious expression. It seems that Lord Lu Yang's room is not so easy to get into. Otherwise, why would the seniors and the girls take it so seriously? It looks like we'll have to listen to the scene of their chat this evening as well. Be prepared for later. Strive to be able to enter Lu Yang's room as soon as possible, and Lu Yang adults to get along well, and serve Lu Yang adults well. Gu Yunhan heard the sisters' words and blessings. With a face full of smiles, she said, "Don't worry, sisters. Today I will definitely let Lord Lu Yang see the elegance of the beautiful women inside our end times biological authority. Let him fall in love with them, let him reminisce about them, and let him linger on. At that time, it will be our biological authority who will be ordering every time." Good, good, good. With Yun Han's sister, we are relieved with these words. Cheer up and cheer up. Make sure to make Lu Yang's husband linger. Go, go, go. We'll see how you do today. So in the midst of the crowd's anticipation, Gu Yunhan knocked on the door of Lu Yang's room. Dun 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 dun. There was a knock on the door of the room. At this moment, Lu Yang was thinking about which villa area he should go to tomorrow. He opened his cell phone and checked the map of the neighborhood. Discovered that there is indeed a very luxurious villa area 15 kilometers away. That villa area had a beautiful landscape, with mountains and water, and a river passed directly through the villa area. You can even go fishing on the river when you have time. Also, the villa area is well equipped inside. In the era of peace, a villa there would sell for $100,000 a square meter, and a random villa would be tens of millions of dollars. At that time, Lu Yang didn't even dare to think about it. He is just an ordinary sports student. The beginning of the plan is to be a sports teacher after graduation, get a monthly salary of 2 to 3 million, buy a BMW as a car, buy a set of 200 square meters of the house, and then find a similarly teacher but looks like Louis Fei's beautiful wife. I'll live an ordinary life. Who would have thought the doomsday would break out and one would be able to live in a luxurious villa? Okay, here it is. Lu Yang made a decision in his mind. Tomorrow, we'll go to this villa area, empty it of zombies and take it over. Then transform it into the safest security base. After hearing the knock on the door, Lu Yang put this thought in his mind. Now is not the time to discuss tomorrow's plans, but to prepare for tonight's battle plan. Gu Yunhan was a girl inside the Doomsday Biological Authority, and she was an S-class alien. The strength is strong. Physical strength is also good. It's going to be a good night to talk to her for hours. He said to the door, "Come in." Soon the door was pushed open and a beautiful figure walked right in with a fragrant breeze. Seeing that the other party was wearing a close-fitting silk nightgown, the lines of her body, outlined to the fullest, was very tempting. Lu Yang couldn't help but look a few more times. Pretty is really pretty. Against this white silk nightgown, the other party seemed like a fairy who had descended from heaven. Lu Yang couldn't help but scan the other party with his system. Name, Gu Yunhan. Age, 18. Height, 1 meter 67. Weight, 53 kilograms. Body score, 95. Appearance score, 96. It was worthy of being a goddess inside the Doomsday Creature Authority, and her body and appearance ratings were surprisingly above 95. This face, this chest, this waist, this leg, this hip, is simply perfect to the extreme. Proportion is also good to the extreme. This appearance is definitely not even comparable to a first-tier actress in the era of peace. Lu Yang also couldn't help but sigh. In the old days, such a girl, I'm afraid I would have been scolded by the other side for looking at her more than once, and I would have been scolded by the other side for being a head boy. But now just pushed the door to his room with complete initiative, trying to climb into his bed. It's such a fantastic, fulfilling feeling. Chapter 127, Chatting. Lu Yang was starting to get a little impatient. He spoke to Gu Yunhan. "Come over and sit next to me. We'll both have a good chat." After Gu Yunhan heard Lu Yang's words, her red face shyly nodded. Although it was said that she had already begun to anticipate what would happen as a result of her entering Lu Yang's room, she still couldn't help but feel a little shy. Who told you that you hadn't had a boyfriend before? Never before had I been so close to a man or talked so closely, and I wonder what it's like to be intimate with a man. She sat next to Lu Yang with a nervous mood, and her entire body began to tremble slightly. Feeling the strong male scent of Lu Yang's body, Gu Yunhan felt his heart begin to beat faster. Lu Yang's big warm hand was placed on the other party's white and tender fragrant shoulder. With a relaxed smile on his face as well, he comforted the other party by saying, "Don't be nervous, I'm just having a good chat with you. I promise I won't do anything. You have to trust me." "Aha, I understand. It's just that the first time I was in close contact with Lu Yang's husband, and found out that Lu Yang's husband is more handsome, stronger, and full of masculinity than imagined. It's inevitable that people will be nervous." Gu Yunhan, with a red face, whispered, listening to the other party's words. Lu Yang's face revealed a smile. Good, good, good. True to form. The girls inside the Doomsday Bio Authority are really chatty and love to tell the truth again. I'm a sucker for a woman who looks good and loves to tell the truth. So the sound of two people chatting came from inside the room. Inside the corridor of the teacher's dormitory outside the door was crowded with people. After they saw Gu Yunhan enter Lu Yang's room, each of them pressed against the door and began to listen to the movements inside. Now hear the chatter going on inside now. Each one had an evil look on their face. Looking at each other, they both smiled darkly. Li Mengyao said, worthy of being an S-class alien inside the Doomsday Biological Administration. Awesome, awesome. Just good at chatting. Praising Lu Yang's husband to no end. I've never seen such a handsome, powerful man. Egu. Thanks to her. She has the nerve to say it. I'm too embarrassed to listen to it. Li Meng said, that's right. These goddesses of the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau. It's true that all of them look high and cold, but as soon as they enter Lu Yang's room, they transform into little fangirls and little licking dogs, and they are able to say anything on their knees and lick them. Chen Ting said, you guys listen. This high and cold goddess has completely turned into Lu Yang's husband's fangirl licking dog. Chen Ziyi said, wow, that was awesome. Chen Lixia said, this high and cold goddess is too contrasting, isn't she? An S-class alien like this? Lu Yang's husband is embarrassed by the compliment. Our male lead didn't dare to boast out so directly. That's it. The ladies had, in turn, admired Gu Yunhan's eloquence, and her shameless character, complimenting Lu Yan to the heavens in front of him. No wonder Lu Yan was so happy talking to her. Day 2. Lu Yang got up refreshed. He was going to have breakfast and then go to the villa 15 kilometers away as he had planned yesterday. By the time that one villa area was cleared out, he would be able to take the women to move in. Lu Yang went out directly after washing up and prepared to go next door to Li Mengyao's side to have a breakfast. Who knew that just as he opened the door he saw the women inside the corridor already waiting. Seeing them all in the corridor, Lu Yang asked with some surprise, what is the situation? You guys wouldn't have been waiting here all night, right? Li Mengyao said, not at all. We're just waiting here this morning to see what time you get up. By the way, we bet on whether Gu Yunhan could get up for breakfast. Sure enough, he didn't get up. So it looks like I won after all. What do you mean you won? Also everyone won, okay. Not a single person was thinking she could get up. Ha ha ha. It looks like Lu Yang is still playing consistently every day. Go. Go eat breakfast. Lu Yang's hot breakfast is ready. Saying this, they directly pulled Lu Yang and headed to the room next to them. Facing the enthusiasm of the ladies, Lu Yang was also in a good mood. He also ate more when he saw the fresh breakfast. After eating and drinking, it's time to visit the villa area. So Lu Yang directly prepared to go out. Those women who saw Lu Yang preparing to go, one by one, they all eliminated a concerned look at Lu Yang. Chen Ting directly said to Lu Yang, where is hubby planning to venture again today? We already have enough food, right? We don't need to go out every day. Or take a break for 2 days and have some fun with us in the safe zone. You see how boring it is for us sisters to stay here every day. Chen Zi also chimed in. Yes, we already have enough resources, right? You're able to pull out a whole bunch of supplies on your body at any time. And I don't know where exactly you've hidden them, but I think it's definitely fine to eat for a year. Why don't we take a break and have a good chat about life and ideals inside the safe zone? So many sisters haven't talked to you yet. You can spare a day or two to talk to all the sisters in the past. Yeah, we think that's great too. Lu Yang, why don't you not go out today? Just stay inside this safe zone and we can make you feel challenged too. That's right, all of us challenge you alone. The other girls also flocked, suggesting Lu Yang not to go. However, in the face of the women's proposal, Lu Yang shook his head and said, as a man, of course, the cause should be the most important. How is it possible to be contented with enjoyment? Do you think I, Lu Yang, look like that kind of person? Let me tell you, today I am not going to collect resources, but to build a new safe zone, to provide better living conditions and improve the quality of life for everyone. Alright, you guys don't need to stop me, just wait for my good news. After saying that, Lu Yang directly went out the door. A look of dominance. Look at the women in a daze. I can't help but exclaim, handsome, really handsome, worthy of being our husband. That's true, it's so manly. Give us a better quality of life? Opening up new safe zones? I didn't realize that my husband was thinking of us at all times. It was so heartwarming. At this time, the little white tiger was also bumbling behind Lu Yang's butt. However, Lu Yang was telling the little white tiger, you stay, I won't let you go today. You also wait here for my good news. Ow. The little white tiger showed a somewhat aggravated expression, but still stopped. Lu Yang, on the other hand, directly rose up in the air and flew away from the safe zone. Chapter 128, Exploring the Villa Area. As for that one villa area that I checked out on top of my cell phone yesterday, only a dozen kilometers away from Luoyang by virtue of his current speed, it doesn't take half a minute to get there. When Luoyang landed inside this villa area, the huge commotion instantly attracted quite a few zombies to gather around. The villa area was sparsely populated, and the number of zombies was not much. Luoyang's steel needle flew out and directly finished off the dozen or so zombies, then began to search inside the entire villa area, prepare to find all the walkers and empty them out. Originally Luoyang had already checked online. This villa area is very luxurious. Now come over to take a look. Even more out of his imagination. Even Luoyang couldn't help but sigh. Asterisk. The original peaceful era. Were those rich people so good at enjoying themselves? Each villa covers an area of thousands of square meters. A large courtyard with an open-air swimming pool. Luoyang even saw 3 Ferrari sports cars parked inside the garage of one of the villa areas. Each of these cars is over $5 million. In times of peace, it is estimated that it is beyond the reach of ordinary people who have struggled all their lives. It's often said that a luxury car like this one was not available at birth and probably not in this lifetime. But now, they were parked inside the villa's garage, gathering dust and eating dust. Such a sad sight to behold. A middle-aged zombie with a big belly inside that villa discovered Luoyang and directly roared and rushed towards Luoyang. It is assumed that the owner of this villa has turned into a zombie. Luoyang ended this miserable life of his with a shot of dry needles that exploded his head. That man was presumably a rich man, and I'm afraid he would have continued to enjoy his life if there hadn't been an outbreak of the end times. Unfortunately, everyone is equal in the face of a virus. Even if you're rich, you have a great probability of turning into a zombie. I guess he still has tens of millions of dollars in his bank card that he hasn't used yet. Who knows that he'll just never use it again. The end times are the time to reshuffle the deck. Luoyang walked inside that villa and found 2 more female zombies inside. It was probably the daughter and wife of the rich man just now. Luoyang didn't say anything, and directly exploded their heads. In that case, the villa is cleaned up. Luoyang continued to start walking. He found that, in the middle of the villa area is a huge golf course for those who are rich to play golf on it. Luoyang couldn't help but spit. Damn. A golf course that's about to be bigger than even our school. These rich people. Ah, damn it. But luckily, from now on, all of this will be mine. Luoyang, keep going. Luoyang found a supermarket in the middle of this villa area. The supermarket is not too big and not too small, belonging to a medium-sized supermarket. But after the outbreak of the end times, it is expected that there is quite a lot of material. So Luoyang is ready to go inside the supermarket and take a good look. To be able to collect a little is a little. After all, mosquito legs are also meat. And the stuff inside the supermarket that opened in the luxury villa area should be high-end, right? So Luoyang walked to the main entrance of the supermarket, pushed open the glass door and walked in. Once inside, I realized that there were 2 corpses of zombies inside the supermarket, which had already decomposed and emitted a strong stench. Meanwhile there were white maggots like grains of rice on it that were squirming. Looking at Luoyang made him recoil a little. Upon closer inspection, a large hole was broken open on the top of the zombie corpse's head, obviously chiseled by an axe. Luoyang reacted. Heart said, "It seems that there are still survivors inside this villa area, and even, has long been into the supermarket to look for supplies, and took out the 2 zombies inside this supermarket. It is even possible that these survivors are still alive now." Thinking of this, Luoyang's face revealed a hint of vigilance. There are survivors inside this villa area. In that case, I'm afraid that my own move to empty this villa area will be thwarted because it's already someone's sanctuary. However, whoever dares to obstruct is a dead man. If women exist, that's fine. You can collect them yourself. If a man dares to stand in his way, a straight shot of steel to his head. Of course, if the other party was an alien, although he was very strong, there was a slight risk of making a mistake. After all, the alien had 1,000 different abilities. Although Luoyang feels that he is an invincible existence at this time with whoever he is dueling head-on, but he can't resist someone sneaking up behind him. He didn't want to be attacked by a sneak attack and then fall in the gutter. So Luoyang's mind moved slightly and a thin layer of metal armor had appeared on his body. Even the head was wrapped. It looks like a silver Iron Man. Luoyang was very confident about the hardness of his metal armor. His current self could be unharmed even if he was hit by a missile. After wrapping himself up like an Iron Man, Luoyang began to check out the supplies inside this supermarket. Discover how much more supplies there are inside this supermarket. Apparently, those people came to collect the supplies but didn't dare to take all of them because they would run into other zombies along the way. If you carry too much material on your back, you won't be able to run fast enough, and you might even get caught up and killed by other walkers. So Luoyang wasn't polite. With a direct wave of his hand, he collected all those supplies into his storage space. Only then did he walk out of the supermarket and began to continue to leisurely clean up the zombies inside the villa area of the supermarket. Along the way, zombies would get their heads blown off in the next second whenever they appeared in his field of vision. Meanwhile, every time he passed by a villa, Liu Yang would go in and check it out. See if there are any walkers or survivors in there. If there are zombies, it will be directly killed by Liu Yang. If there are survivors, the pretty women will stay and the men will simply be killed. Liu Yang would not allow anything inside this villa area that could threaten himself, and those around him, to exist. But so far he hadn't even found any living people, only walkers inside the villa. Liu Yang continued to advance inside the villa area. Finally the problem was found in the middle of one of the villas. The gate outside this one villa was surprisingly closed, and there was some talking coming from inside the courtyard inside the gate. Although the sound was not loud, Liu Yang's sharp hearing still heard it. He instantly wore a serious expression. It looks like there's someone alive inside this villa. It was also unknown whether they were powerful aliens or ordinary survivors who were lingering on. Liu Yang came to the gate of that villa. A wave of the hand. The large, luxurious iron door, cast in adamantium, just naturally opened. And the three strong men inside were instantly startled when they saw Liu Yang come in. The gate to the villa was clearly unlocked. So why was he able to open it? What is this guy? Chapter 129, Who are you? When those three strong men saw Liu Yang, they immediately showed a shocked expression. Pointing at Liu Yang, he called out, What are you? You, what do you want? How did you open the door? At this time, Liu Yang was dressed like an Iron Man, so that whoever looked at him would just freeze. His entire body was encased in steel armor, and he couldn't even see his face, so he didn't even know what it looked like. Who doesn't panic when they see it? As for Liu Yang, seeing the axe stained with black blood on the other party's hand, Liu Yang can be sure that these guys have killed a lot of zombies inside this villa area, and probably the supplies inside the supermarket were also collected away by them. And looking at them, all of them were tall and had a good image. They were most likely the security guards inside this villa area. After all, the security guards inside the high-end villas are all required to be over 1 meter 8 in height, to be well-proportioned and handsome, usually in charge of the image post. There is even a requirement for ex-soldiers, who have some fighting skills themselves. So if these three people were security guards inside the villa area, it wouldn't be hard to survive with a weapon like an axe. After all, the villa area was sparsely populated, and the number of zombies wouldn't be too high. But seeing the panicked expression on the other's face, Liu Yang could be sure that none of these three people were exalted. Just as Liu Yang was thinking, a big man at the head of the group stretched out his axe with some impatience and pointed at Liu Yang and called out, What the hell are you? Are you a human or a machine? After calming down, a ferocious expression appeared on the faces of those three burly men. This guy looks like he's coming for a good reason. Fully armed and armored. They weren't going to sit around and wait for it to happen. If he really wants to make an enemy of himself, he is outnumbered on his side. 3 against 1. And the advantage is mine. And it's an axe in your own hand. It used to be that in the ancient Cold War era, axes were used to break armor. This thin layer of armor can still stand up to this fire axe of mine? Even if the splits don't penetrate you, the vibrations can turn your brain into mush. And Liu Yang saw clearly what they were doing at that moment. Obviously, these people weren't even from this one villa. They had come in over the wall, which was why the door was closed so tightly. And after coming in, they actually started to attack the villa's gate like crazy. Luckily, the gates of this high-end villa area were sturdy enough, and they were covered with axe marks, and they weren't hacked open. It's amazing that these people are forcing their way in, even to force a break. What was inside this villa that was worth their while? Even Liu Yang was getting curious, so he asked the three strong men, What are you doing here? Is there anything inside this villa that is worth doing this to you? A burly man at the head said, Cut the crap. You haven't answered any of our questions, and you're asking us? What the hell are you? A human or a robot? Another strong man also held an axe in both hands and looked at Liu Yang aggressively and called out, No matter what you are, hurry up and get lost. Otherwise don't blame the brothers for being impolite. The third burly man chimed in, We're not to be messed with. I've been practiced. When the time comes, don't blame me for not giving you a chance to leave. These three are obviously panicking, but the words they say are ruthless as hell. As if to embolden himself, it gave Liu Yang a good laugh. With a thought the metal armor on his face dissipated, revealing his handsome stoic face. After those three strong men saw Liu Yang's appearance, instant blush. So it's not a robot, but just a little bugger who looks less than 20 years old? Then what are we afraid of? Their faces, which were still tense, turned into arrogance. Directly promoted axe pointing at Liu Yang said, Brat, still think you are what kind of got it? Originally just a little brat. You dare to be arrogant in front of us? Don't know where to get a set of metal armor. Just think they are invincible, right? This metal armor does protect against zombie bites and comes and goes freely among the zombies, but it's no match for our axes. Kneel down and beg Grandpa to spare your life. Maybe Grandpa can take you as his little brother. Another big man said, that's right. He got a set of silver armor and thought he was a powerful person, but it turns out that he is just a kid. I guess he hasn't even grown his hair yet. You haven't even graduated from college yet, right? You dare to face off with the brothers like this? I'll kill you. Hurry up and kneel down and beg for forgiveness. We will spare your life, and from now on you will be our little brother, serving us as an errand boy. Also that armor on your body. Strip it off for me. How can a little kid like you be worthy of wearing this armor? Take it off and give it to our boss. Seeing the imposing expressions of these three people, a cold smile appeared on Liu Yang's face, followed by a wave of his hand. Bang bang bang. 3 soft thuds came. The knees of the 3 big men instantly exploded into a bloody mist. They bent their legs, fell directly to their knees. At the same time blood began to gush out wildly from the knee without stopping. Aha! The 3 burly men let out deafening screams. How could they not expect that this guy would break his leg with just a wave of his hand? How in the world does this work? The expressions on their faces began to change again to fear and shock, and it was even more fearful and shocking than the first time I saw Liu Yang. Right now Liu Yang was as terrifying as a killing god in their eyes. Immediately after that they saw Liu Yang waving his hand here. It was as if the 3 axes in their hands were yanked away by a strange force. It came out of their hands in an instant. Immediately after hovering in mid-air, the blessed blade was directly aimed at their heads, ruthlessly criticizing them. Aha! The 3 men let out another scream of fear, closing their eyes in fear to look. Eventually Fu Zhang stopped the last millimeter away from, well, their scalps. Open your eyes. Look at that sharp axe blade. The 3 burly men only felt a warm current flow through their crotches, and they were directly scared to pee. Big brother, just now it was us who were a bit louder, so be generous and don't blame us. As long as you let us live, we'll do whatever you want us to do. That's right. From now on we'll be your little brothers. We'll go east when you tell us to go east, and west when you tell us to go west. Big brother, just spare us this time. We didn't know you were so powerful. You'll be our boss from now on. Liu Yang said with a cold smile. Weren't the few of you very powerful just now? How come you've shriveled up all of a sudden now? Now I'll ask you guys again. Why are you attacking the door of this villa? What's so good inside? Chapter 130, Be a good girl and let me in. Facing Liu Yang's questioning, those 3 big men were instantly stunned. Although this young man didn't look very old, but as soon as he came over with one look he blew out their knees, and now they could only kneel to the ground and couldn't move. And this kind of fear simply made people feel that he was the omnipotent god. Even if Liu Yang was to take a gun and blow out their knees, it wouldn't be able to make them so scared. After all, a gun is a visible weapon, but Liu Yang's eyes are able to do it. And this kind of unknown is what scares people the most. So the 3 big men scrambled to Liu Yang. My lord, it's like this, my lord. We were originally security guards inside a villa area. After the end of the world came, the 3 of us just happened to be inside the security room. We didn't mutate into zombies, so we have been living in this villa area for a month now. During this period, we, constantly gathering supplies and collecting survivors, found quite a few women. Those female owners used to dictate to us in times of peace and were above us. But now that the end times have broken out and we have found them, it is only natural that we should ravage them properly. I have to say that the women living in this villa area are really very good. Some of them are the big boss's mistress. Some of them are beautiful anchor woman. Some of them are 18-line star. All of them are very beautiful. The body is also explosive. As long as a man, they will be milked dry. During this period of time, our brothers and sisters also played a lot of beautiful women. Eventually we targeted this one villa, Villa 52. In the era of peace, this villa belongs to a female president, only 30 years old, is already the president of the hundreds of billions of listed companies, and also looks very beautiful, good body, usually always a face is always proud, looks like a frigid look. We thought to get her hands on, let her serve us well to see in the end this 100 billion female president has how much of a contrast. Who knows after arriving here only to find that this female president of the villa, the security system is through a special strengthened. Not only increased a lot of monitoring systems, even the door of this villa are special customized very strong. We tried for days and couldn't get into it. Today is only the 3rd day and here you are. Hearing the words of these people, Liu Yang frowned. Good guy. So these 3 old sixes are the security guards of this villa area. No wonder they all look tall. Looking at the villa area, this kind of high-end place requires a pretty high level of security. Liu Yang continued to ask, didn't you guys find any men during this period? The 3 security guards hurriedly said, of course we found it too, but the 3 of us have all practiced before. This villa area has very high requirements for security guards. and there are physical fitness tests every month, so our strength is naturally stronger than ordinary people or very painful. The male owners that we encountered, we usually just finish them off, and the female owners will naturally have to stay and have a good time and be our maids. If they serve us well, they get food. If they don't, they starve her for 3 or 4 days, and they'll naturally be as obedient as dogs. Those little anchors used to lick dogs a bunch, still boxing online every day. In the beginning, when we were found by our brothers, they even called us smelly security guards, toads wanting to eat swan meat. Who knows that after being starved by us for a few days, we can't wait to climb into my bed directly every day. Lu Yang continued to ask, so the women inside this villa complex have basically all been spoiled by you guys, leaving only this $100 billion female president whose door can't be opened, right? The 3 guards said. That's not true. There are still some places we haven't explored. There are a total of 108 villas in this villa area. At most, we've explored only a small half of them. After all, there are usually zombies inside the villas, and with not much food, the chances of finding survivors are not great. The brothers don't want to take any chances either. Lu Yang nodded and said in a cold voice, alright, since I already know everything I want to know, then you guys can be on your way too. As soon as they heard this sentence, those 3 security guards instantly revealed expressions of fear. They kept kowtowing to Lu Yang and begged for mercy. Lord spare us you ask we also tell you. You just spare our lives. You just put us this far, let us go. Sir, you as long as you spare our lives. From now on we will be your little brothers. We can work for you as security guards. Lu Yang said with a cold smile. The male owners have been killed by you guys. The female owners have been played by you guys. Someday you guys don't want to kill me and play with my women too? It's already the end of the world, so don't even think about it. No one is a cutie pie. Kindness to the enemy is cruelty to yourself. After saying that, Lu Yang waved his hand a steel needle and instantly flew towards those 3 people. Bang bang bang. 3 crunching sounds came from 3 security guards whose heads were instantly skewered by Lu Yang. The 3 bodies then fell heavily to the ground. In the villa's basement, a delicate figure saw everything that happened on Lu Yang's side through the surveillance screen, and that stunningly beautiful face instantly revealed an expression of horror. The sexy petite body could not help but tremble for a while. That man, so strong. 3 vicious security guards were instantly blown away by the captain, not even kneeling on the ground to beg for mercy. I'm afraid that if I fall into this guy's hands, I'll be even more terrified than if I fall into the hands of those 3 security guards. The sexy woman took several deep breaths to calm herself, then picked up the microphone in her hand and spoke into it in a forced calm voice. Please leave my villa immediately. My villa is equipped with the most advanced security system in the world. No one can open this door. And even if you do get lucky and open this door, once you enter the middle of the villa it will trigger the defense machine guns I installed and shoot you to pieces. After hearing this voice, Lu Yang revealed a somewhat surprised expression and then raised his head to look at that one camera. In an instant, he reacted to the fact that the mistress of this villa was shouting at him through the camera. But this 30-year-old female president thinks of herself as a cutie. Is that it? The automatic defense gauge cannon smashed me to pieces? How could there be such a thing as an automatic defense machine gun in the Dragon Kingdom? You think you're in gunfighting every day in White Eagle country? A cold smile appeared on Lu Yang's face. Then he raised his head and said to the camera, be a good boy and open the door and let me in, and I'll be gentle, or else when I use force myself and go in, no one will pay attention to you even if you scream through your throat. Hearing this voice, the female president behind the camera trembled and was instantly startled by Lu Yang. Chapter 131, Going to the Villa. This guy said so scary In looking at the other side of the face of evil expression, the female president has even imagined the scene of herself falling into Lu Yang's hands and being mercilessly ravaged. Although this guy was just one person, the fact that he was able to take out all 3 security guards was enough to show that the other party was very strong. And looking at the age of the other party, it was even younger than the 3 security guards, and even more young. Most afraid of this kind of young men in their teens and 20s. It can be said to be at the age when men are the fiercest. Men of that age can toss and turn all night long when they're mean and won't let you sleep. The female president instantly went into play dead mode, not daring to shout through the camera anymore. It's true that he doesn't have a defense machine gun. It's all just a bluff because he sees how young the other guy is, so he's just talking out of his ass. Still, one is very confident in the sturdiness of one's cottage gate. Even if it's peaceful, it's not that easy for you to force your way in when you're trying to force your way in. Not to mention the lack of tools in a post-apocalyptic world. This adamantium-built gate was designed by Dougal, a renowned security design expert in the White Eagle country. It's made of the toughest steel in the profession. It's the same material as the vault door of the Swiss bank. Even a cutting machine couldn't cut it. Not to mention that in the end times, there are no cutters for you to use. As soon as she thought of this, A somewhat relaxed expression appeared on the face of the female president. Bai Yuding took a sip of milk tea. The corners of his mouth curved into a cozy arc as well, glancing at the supplies stuffed inside his refrigerator, and those various canned foods piled up inside the warehouse. Bai Yuding was even more relieved. Luckily, before the outbreak of the end times, I liked to read forums like Survival Mania, and I was always on guard against being trapped in the middle of this basement when the end would come. So not only did he give his villa's security system further enhanced modifications, he also stocked up on food inside his basement. There were dozens of bags of rice alone, plus all kinds of canned meats, all kinds of freeze-dried fruits, dehydrated veggies, all kinds of medications for daily emergencies, all kinds of vitamins. She even prepared the raw materials to make milk tea. Even if the end of the world came, she would still be able to drink her favorite milk tea. Taking another swig of milk tea, he chewed on the Q-tip pearls in his mouth. Bai Yuding felt that such a life was no different from the peaceful times, if it wasn't for the fact that those 3 security guards had been coming to trouble themselves in the last 2 days, breaking the peace of their lives. Bai Yuding even felt that after the outbreak of Armageddon, she instead felt even more superior to herself than she did before the outbreak of Armageddon. After all, before the outbreak of the end of the world, although he was the president of an easily listed company, he felt that his life had already reached its peak, without any challenges. Compared to ordinary people, one's own sense of superiority also began to become more and more flat. Instead, after the outbreak of the end times, she felt the excitement of the unknown. Originally, she was a survivalist madwoman, having hoarded so many supplies and fantasized from time to time that there would be a moment when the end of the world would come. It was natural for her to feel a little excited now that it had actually come, especially looking through the camera to see what's going on outside. See a lot of people being chased and bitten by walkers. Saw a lot of people being attacked by walkers because they were looking for food. Hiding inside this safe basement shelter by myself. That feeling of superiority is really overflowing. Even when the 3 security guards came to find their own trouble, but did nothing to take their own door to swear at their door, Bai Yuding felt very cool. The security gates installed at a cost of tens of millions of dollars really came in handy. This feeling, Bai Yuding didn't know how she should describe it. It's like what's been hot on the internet lately. A sudden rainstorm and those owners who bought a ranging U8 can finally play it cool. Looking up at the U8 after someone else's car had soaked and stalled, yet it was able to glide freely through the water like a boat. The driver's mentality at that time was probably similar to Bai Yuding's now. But Bai Yuding hadn't been complacent for long when Lu Yang's voice had already come from the doorway again. Woman, it's been a full 30 seconds and you still haven't answered me. It seems like you're refusing to do so, so don't blame me for being impolite. Listening to those 3 security guards, they said that the age of the beautiful female president living inside was 30 years old. His own age is 18. The other person just happens to be 12 years older than she is and could be her aunt. Lu Yang thought to himself, the previous me didn't have a choice, so the ones I saved were all 18-year-old beauty queens. But now, I want to pick the 30-year-old aunt. After hearing Lu Yang's words, Bai Yuding sucked a mouthful of milk tea, but a light smile appeared on her face. Then she said to the microphone again, "Good brother, you don't bluff. If you can really get this door, do you still need to bull *********? I this door but spent tens of millions of dollars, asked the top experts to design. No key, even missiles cannot be blown open, just by Before Bai Yuding could finish her words, she suddenly let out an unbelievable scream, because she saw through the surveillance. Lu Yang put his hand on top of his heavily built iron door, and then gently pushed it, and that iron door was actually pushed open. It's just not going to happen. It's like a man pushing open the safe door of a Swiss bank vault in your face. After Lu Yang pushed open the door, he grinned at that camera, saying, "Auntie, I'm coming in." Oh. Ah. Bai Yuding was startled. Through the deathless surveillance of the entire villa, she saw Lu Yang's lanky figure. It had already crossed into the middle of her villa. Step by step, step by step, step by step, step by step. Every step made Bai Yuding feel a tremor in her heart. And Lu Yang entered the middle of the villa at this time and couldn't help but start to marvel at the luxury of this villa. He had explored several villas before entering this one, but none of them were as luxurious as this one, worthy of being the female president of a $100 billion listed company. Every piece of furniture and every lamp inside revealed a unique sense of luxury, and it was evident that this female president's aesthetics were also very much online. The whole villa gives a warm and elegant atmosphere. Would love to try and chat inside this villa in the hall, bay window, sofa, kitchen, bathroom and pool. Lu Yang then searched for the female president Bai Yuding inside this villa. All the rooms were searched and there was no sign of each other. Eventually Lu Yang set his sights on the basement. It was thought that the female president should be hiding in the basement. After all, the basement was the easiest to convert into a shelter. Chapter 132, He's So Shameless. Soon Lu Yang arrived at the basement door of this villa. Through the surveillance he saw that Lu Yang was already standing outside his door. Bai Yuding was immediately flustered again. But then she turned her mind to her own basement shelter door, which also utilized a very secure special security door. Even if the door to your own villa fails, the door to this one safe haven will not, because the doors of this one shelter are much thicker and can even withstand the impact of a nuclear bomb. It was this one basement shelter that she had paid good money to have built to the standards of a nuclear disaster in the first place. Even if a nuclear bomb exploded above the head of this villa and leveled it to the ground, this one shelter would still be solidly underground. So she didn't think Lu Yang would be able to open this door. At this time, Lu Yang also looked up and saw that monitor above his head, knowing that the other party was checking out his side of the situation through the monitor. So he revealed a light smile and said to the monitor, "I'll give you one last chance to open the door, or else I won't be merciful when I force my way in." Hearing these words, Bai Yuding's heart immediately trembled. Just now at the entrance of the villa area, this young man said the same thing, and after saying that, he broke the door of that villa area of his own. And now at the entrance of this safe haven, he said the same thing. Could he also break the door of my refuge after saying that? He had to admit that Bai Yuding was really a bit flustered at this time, because he didn't know just how powerful a goal-breaking ability this guy Lu Yang possessed. It was not clear whether the door of his villa was open because it was malfunctioning or because it was this guy who really had the strength to be able to force open a 1-meter thick iron door. At this time, Bai Yuding's heart was flustered, and she didn't dare to speak at once. Lu Yang waited for a few seconds and realized that there was no sound coming from the camera. He could only say with a light laugh, "Okay, honoring the wine, but not to see the coffin, then it's not my fault." After saying that, he placed his hand on top of the other side's huge meter-thick iron door again. This huge security door is heavily built. It's waterproof and fireproof without any gaps, even against nuclear radiation. It was only a pity that the moment Lu Yang's hand was placed on the door, kaka, there was a clicking sound from the inside of the door, followed by that door being slowly opened by Lu Yang. Seeing this scene, Bai Yuding was truly dumbfounded, and Lu Yang walked into the middle of the shelter and finally saw the people inside the shelter. When he saw Bai Yuding's looks, Lu Yang was taken aback. Is this the legendary 30-year-old high-flying female president? She looked to be in her early 20s, with skin as white as snow, delicate and smooth, as blown out as a baby. It looked perfect to the extreme. There was indeed a hint of high spirits on that delicate face. Definitely a big mature and sexy beauty. Moreover, in the other party's pair of beautiful eyes, in addition to being flustered, there was also a bit of an aura of being unapproachable. It looks a little high-flying presidential. I don't know if the contrast is big when such a high and mighty president is conquered by himself later on. And this one shelter is fully equipped inside. It's worthy of the security that the $100 billion president has heavily invested in. Inside, in addition to the kitchen, bathroom, refrigerator, washing machine and other facilities, there is even a water purification system. There is a toxic gas filtering ventilation system, plant cultivation system, etc. It had to be said that this safe house of hers was indeed very safe, and if she hadn't been discovered by herself, I'm afraid she would have no problem living in it for a few years. Seeing Lu Yang walk in, Bai Yuding panicked and asked Lu Yang, "What are you? How did you open my 2 doors? These 2 doors of mine together cost more than $100 million in total. Even a nuclear bomb can't blow them open. How did you get in?" Bai Yuding really couldn't figure it out. Originally, he had thought that he could rest easy in the end times with the protection of these 2 doors, but he didn't expect that the moment this young man arrived, all of his defenses were breached. This kind of feeling is like being an Iron Maiden for 8 lifetimes and being cheated out of your first time on the one day you meet a man. The sense of falling is just too great, and it was only after Lu Yang really came in front of her that she felt that powerful sense of oppression on Lu Yang. It clearly looked like just a young man, but the aura on his body was even higher than his own. A 30-year-old female president. It gave people a feeling that they didn't dare to look directly at it, but only looked up. After listening to the other party's question, Lu Yang had a smug smile on his face before answering. "I have 2 characteristics as a person. The first trait is good at understanding people, and the second trait is good at opening doors. I told you to open the door and you didn't, so now that I forced my way in, it's not up to you." After saying that, Lu Yang had a wicked smile on his face and walked towards the other party step by step. Bai Yuding looked at Lu Yang's appearance. Her heart secretly said a bad, began to panic, kept retreating. However, her shelter is not a large diameter, only 20 or 30 square meters only, and there are still so many supplies piled up inside. She ended up with the back of her head against the wall. There's no going back now. She panicked and said to Lu Yang, "What do you want to do? You do not come over. What you want I give you. You want money? I have plenty of money. Oh, yeah, it's post-apocalyptic. Money doesn't work, but I have supplies. Supplies are what matters now. As long as you don't hurt me, you can take anything inside this villa. All the supplies inside this basement shelter of mine will also be given to you, and I can share these things with you. As long as you don't hurt me. Lu Yan laughed. You woman is so bold, to take my things and share them with me. Don't you know that at the moment I came in, everything inside this shelter already belongs to me. Not only are all the supplies here mine, even you, a 30-year-old mature woman, is mine. You guys are really too unreasonable. This safe zone was originally mine. You forced your way in, and I was willing to accept you and share these supplies with you. I didn't expect you to want to eat both people and supplies together. Listening to Lu Yang's most shameless words, Bai Yuding instantly felt like crying from being exasperated. Shameless, just shameless. Are all these men so greedy? Chapter 133, You'll be in for a treat. Yudin by reference chart. Looking at Lu Yang walking towards himself step by step. In looking at the other party's face with an evil smile. At this time Bai Yuding was really panicked. If this falls into the hands of this young man, I'm afraid it would be ravaged in a not so great way. After all, 18 is the age when a sow shakes her head at the sight of a young man. And Lu Yang saw that Bai Yuding's face finally showed an expression of fear. And the original color of her face that was so high and proud had disappeared without a trace. Where was there a little bit of the appearance of a high and cold female president? He nodded in satisfaction. That's how it is now. Wait a minute, if you see your big raging wind, you'll still be scared silly. So Lu Yang continued to smile and step by step approached the other party. But just at this time, Bai Yuding suddenly pulled out something from her pocket and held it in her hand. Then he said to Lu Yang, don't come over. If you come over again, I'm going to detonate the bomb inside this shelter. By then everything in this will be accounted for as ashes. And you won't be able to get anything out of it. Even you will be blown up. I don't think you want to die here for a little bit of resources and for a woman either, right? So I suggest you'd better accept my offer. You can take half of the supplies inside this shelter. If you don't want to leave, the two of us will be able to live in peace. However, once you do anything against me, I will already explode the bomb. Listening to the words of the other party, Lu Yang was stunned. I did not expect this female president to be so thoughtful. Not only stocked up on so many supplies inside the shelter, there are all kinds of survival systems. Even the bombs have been installed. Could it be that when she created this sanctuary she had thought that there would come a time when she would be discovered and encounter an intruder? I guess the CEO does have some power. That kind of foresight is what many people can't imagine. For example, Lu Yan used to be a college student. His ability to be able to think that the end of the world will suddenly break out, and where he can think that after the end of the world breaks out 80 to 90% of the people will become zombies. Much less would he have thought of creating a shelter. But this female president does. Maybe the thinking of the rich is just not on the same level as the thinking of the average person. In the face of the other party's threat, Lu Yang's face did not show a panicked expression. Bai Yuding, however, held that one detonator tightly. She was now panicking a bunch inside, and didn't know exactly what to do. When the bomb was first installed, she never thought about the circumstances under which it would be used, or even that it would ever be used. Now that it had really come down to it, her whole hand was shaking, because once the bomb is detonated, not only will Lu Yang die, not only will the substance be blown to pieces, but even she herself will be killed. However, under his own threat, this young man was not at all flustered, instead revealing a panicked expression himself. Bai Yuting was a little confused for a moment, whether she was threatening the other party, or the other party was threatening herself. At this moment, Lu Yang was revealing a light smile. A wave of the hand followed. Brush! Everything inside this safe haven disappeared, including the detonator in Bai Yuting's hand. Seeing this scene, Bai Yuting was directly dumbfounded. He let out a scream. Ah! You! What did you guy do? How did you do it? Where did you get all my stuff? Where are my triggers? Disappearance of all things, out of thin air in front of one's face. This is nothing short of supernatural. Eugene Pak is someone who grew up as a high achiever and has already earned today's doctorate at the age of 25. She had always been a believer in science. A firm believer in science. But now the supernatural was happening in front of her own eyes. It is amazing that matter can disappear into thin air, which is completely inconsistent with the law of conservation of mass. In this moment, it was as if physics had ceased to exist. Could it be that this young man is not a man but a god at all? Look at that female president's expression of having seen a ghost. The smile on Lu Yang's face became even more intense as he said to the other party, I still like the way you were unruly at the beginning. Keep threatening me. I'm a person who likes to be threatened by others the most. How the hell did you? 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 How the hell did you do it? At this moment Bai Yuding was really a bit dumbfounded, because she saw the supernatural happen with her own eyes. Either he was dreaming, or this man in front of him was not a human being at all, but a godlike existence. Seeing that he had lost even his last threat, Bai Yuding was now truly desperate. Originally, he had wanted to use the bomb to threaten the other party to let himself go, but now the detonator had also disappeared out of thin air, and it disappeared out of thin air in his own hands. It was also because it disappeared out of thin air in her own hands that she was able to feel that fear most truly, because there was no precursor, no build-up. The detonator in his own hand was suddenly airborne. It really is scarier than seeing a ghost in the daytime. At this time, Lu Yang took one step towards the other party. Instant wallop to this high-flying president. Then slowly said, "Now I'll give you another chance. Submit to me obediently and be my woman. Then I can protect your safety and provide you with substances. Then I'll force you first, and then throw you out to feed the zombies. It's your choice." At this moment the high and cold President Bai Yuding was truly flustered. Even if he didn't agree to the other side would force himself to that, and he would be thrown out and fed to the zombies. It would be better to behave and still be able to get protection from the other side and get food. It was just the thought that she was originally the female president of a $100 billion public company, with unimaginable connections and resources and monetary wealth. Even after the end of the world came, connections, resources, and money all turned into dung. But one had the foresight to create this one shelter that had food, plenty of it, and was very safe. It was still much better than others, but originally stayed well inside this shelter, drinking milk tea and singing songs every day, through the surveillance, watching others outside in fear, feeling superior. But because this young man suddenly came in, he was reduced to being the other man's maid. This kind of discrepancy made Bai Yuding's heart feel as if it was dead. Eyes suddenly turned red. Lu Yang said in a cold voice, "Feeling aggrieved? Agree, right? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. Agree to agree. I didn't say no." Bai Yuding hurriedly said, "I'm just a little sad," said, and the bean-sized teardrops flowed out directly from her eyes. "Oh, I heard that you're already 30 years old, and I'm a strong 18-year-old guy. As if you're still at a disadvantage? Don't worry, you'll have a good time later." Chapter 134, Totally Fallen. "Alright, I know." Bai Yuding nodded, gritted her teeth, and finally gathered her courage, looking at the other party's lofty aura now yielding because of being threatened by himself. That feeling of daring to hate but not daring to say anything, looking at Lu Yang's heart, is very exciting. As a female president with a $100 billion listed company, in the era of peace, Lu Yang estimated that he would not have any interactions with such an excellent woman. Unfortunately, now that the end times had arrived, this woman was only able to submit to herself and do as she was told. It's so cool, it makes you feel good to think about it. Lu Yang then took off his clothes, revealing his sturdy upper body. Seeing Lu Yang now, the muscles were plump and beautifully defined, like the growth of a statue of an ancient Greek muscular man. Bai Yuding immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. The heart said, "S. Those muscles are so big and strong. They look so hard and powerful. These 8-pack abs are really like chocolate. It makes you want to touch it." In the past, Bai Yuding had never experienced a man before, but now after seeing the muscles on Lu Yang's body, she couldn't help but swallow her saliva. "I have to say, it really is full of power. Just looking at it makes you want to touch it." Seeing the other party's surprised look, Lu Yang also couldn't help but smile. He chuckled. "Weren't you aggravated just now? Why are you gagging now? You're in great shape. Were you a bodybuilding instructor before?" Bai Yuding said truthfully. By now her mind had turned inside out as well. This young man does make a good point. He is 30 years old, people 18 years old. He is older than others. A whole 12 years. Can be said to be an old cow eating young grass is not a loss at all. Besides, he's not only fit and handsome. If you order a male publicist who looks so handsome and has such a good body, you have to spend at least $10,000. So think about it. Seems like you're making a little profit. Therefore Bai Yuding wasn't as nervous as she was at first. Lu Yang laughed and said, "Bodybuilding coach, that's what trash can be compared to me, Lu Yang. By the way, what's your name?" "My name is Bai Yuding," the beautiful president said truthfully. Lu Yang nodded and then added, "Good, Bai Yuding. I'm asking you now, are you willing to submit to me?" At this time, Bai Yuding has already figured out, after seeing Lu Yang's body and his looks, she feels that she is not at all at a disadvantage, and it is already very good to find such a good man in the last days. So nodded and said, "I will submit to you." At this time, Lu Yang also received a system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for detecting that the other party has taken the initiative to submit to you voluntarily. Saving the beauty is successful. Received a system reward. All attributes plus 50 points. After receiving this tip, Lu Yang's face revealed a happy expression. Double your normal human attributes again. Next, let the elevated self have a good chat with this Baiyu female president. Explore a little bit about the business knowledge that you don't know. A few hours later, Liu Yang was ready to leave this villa and start heading to the next one. At this time, the female president Baiyu eyes were already filled with adoration when she looked at Liu Yang. What a wonderful man then! In the beginning, one was reluctant to repeat himself and felt that he was losing out. But now, only after understanding the other party through deeper communication with them, to be able to hug the thighs of an adept in the end times, that was simply to be favored by God. Especially after Liu Yang told Baiyu that he was the first in the S-class, which is the world's #1 alien. Even more so, he worshipped Liu Yang. As a strong woman, she understands best how hard it is to be at the top of the world. A listed company with hundreds of billions of dollars of assets is just 3 to 400 of the world's top 500 companies, and the world's #1 company with a market capitalization of trillions of dollars. It's an unknown number of times that of your own company. In that case, I'm afraid that the first place in the S-class is many times better than the 500th place in the S-class. So she was even more to the point of understanding that Liu Yang was powerful. Now it had been completely bowled over by Liu Yang's strength. Seeing Liu Yang preparing to leave the villa, Baiyu asked with some doubts, "Where are you going? This shelter of mine has all kinds of facilities inside it. There is no need to venture outside again. You and I stay here all the time. Wouldn't it be nice to be a divine couple?" Liu Yang grinned. This untouched female president seems to have already tasted the forbidden fruit after tasting it. She's forgotten about it. Want to stay in this shelter and have sex with her every day? I'm not that short-sighted, am I? How can you hang on to one tree and give up the whole forest? Though this 30-year-old mature woman was indeed moist, but the 18-year-old sister didn't smell bad either. Liu Yang said, "I came to this villa area of yours not just to find you. Maybe there are other beauties inside the villa waiting for me to save them. And I want to empty this whole villa area and turn this villa area into a safe area, instead of settling inside a tiny shelter. Hiding from walkers? That's not my style. It's the zombies that should be hiding from me. Liu Yang, just wait for me here. You can go out after I've finished off all the zombies in the villa area." After saying that, Liu Yang directly went out the door. Looking at Liu Yang's confident, straight back, Baiyu's face was filled with adoration and love. Worthy of being my man. This confidence, this temperament. Simply the best in the world. And men who don't rest on their laurels and pursue their ideals are the most fascinating. Fallen. One has fallen completely. Baiyu touched her burning face, knowing that at this point in time, his face should have been red as an apple. But as long as she thought of Liu Yang, a powerful and confident man, she couldn't help it. Her whole body trembled with excitement. And after Liu Yang walked out of Baiyu's villa, he began to continue to empty the zombies and search for other survivors in the middle of the villa area. Chapter 135, Stealing My Girlfriend? Stretching his male dog waist, Liu Yang walked amongst this villa in a refreshed manner. The bodies of those 3 security guards were left outside by Liu Yang, and the smell of blood attracted a lot of zombies. At this moment, the 3 corpses were surrounded by dozens of zombies and had been gnawed into white bones. Seeing Liu Yang appeared, those dozens of zombies, instantly like playing chicken blood again, directly rushed towards Liu Yang. A graceful and elegant wave. Bang bang bang. The sound of exploding heads kept ringing out. And dozens of zombies were instantly skewered by Liu Yang's flying steel needles. Inside his head, he once again received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 35 zombies to gain 5 reinforcement points. After hearing this tip, Liu Yang nodded with satisfaction. A mosquito leg is still neat even if it is small. Although it was said that chatting with Baiyu got all the attribute points reinforced by 50, meaning a total of 200 attribute points. But the attribute points gained from killing zombies had accumulated. After finishing off these dozens of zombies, Liu Yang continued to the depths of the villa area. Start searching one villa at a time. The first few villas were not found to be abnormal, and the 2 or 3 zombies inside were all taken out by Liu Yang. And once again, as we proceeded to the 5th villa, a situation arose. Liu Yang realized that the door of this villa was closed, very different from the other doors. In other villas, when accidents happen, the head of the household doesn't even have time to close the door before someone has turned into a zombie, so usually the doors are open. This one has a locked door much like the one at Baiyu. So Liu Yang went forward and directly placed his hand on the gate of the villa. Pow! Under Liu Yang's metal control, the gate opened instantly. He took one step inside, and when he walked into the villa, he realized that it was very quiet. It didn't look like anyone was there, or it could be that someone had spotted them coming in and was hiding on purpose. So Liu Yang started searching room by room, floor by floor. The first floor was quickly searched and no one was found. So Liu Yang continued to go upstairs. The second and third floors were not, and finally found an anomaly on the 4th floor. There was a room on the fourth floor that was closed. Lu Yang pushed with his right hand and realized that it had been unlocked, so he knocked on the door. Speaking to the inside of the room, he said, "I know you're in there. Hurry up and open the door. I'll be rude later." Then no one responded. A light smile appeared on Lu Yang's face. These people don't believe what they say. Telling them to be good and open the door always stops them. Just to think that this thin layer of door can block themselves. It's simply ridiculous. So Lu Yang gave a look to that door lock, and the door handle instantly began to turn involuntarily. Immediately after that, snap, the door was opened by Lu Yang. Ah! A scream came from inside. It was a woman's voice. Lu Yang immediately came to the spirit of the woman's voice. Woman good Lu Yang but listened to the security guards of the villa area said, "This a villa living inside the people are not rich or expensive. Either the big boss's mistress, either is the female anchor, or is a female star. All look very beautiful." Now that he had heard the woman's voice again, it looked like his reward was about to arrive again. Lu Yang walked in. As expected, a wonderful young girl with terrified eyes appeared in front of Lu Yang's eyes. Seeing Lu Yang come in, that young girl was startled. With a fruit knife in her hand, she pointed at Lu Yang. Stammering, he said to Lu Yang, You what are you? How did you come in? This is my villa. Please get out immediately. Otherwise I'll be rude to you." It was obvious that the other party was very scared, and the hand holding the fruit knife was shaking. Lu Yang's face revealed a light smile and said, "Don't worry. I'm not a bad person and I'm not trying to hurt you. As long as you submit to me, I will protect your safety. Why should I trust you when you go out? Why should I submit to you? I'm living a good life inside this own villa and suddenly you barge in and say things like this. Who do you think you are? Get out of here. When my boyfriend comes back later, I'll make you look good." That woman yelled at. She's a rich girl who lived here before the apocalypse broke out. On that day, she happened to be having dinner outside with her boyfriend. Who sent her back? Who knew that there was a change of heart? Most of the people inside the villa area turned into zombies. Luckily, she and her boyfriend were fine. Lu Yang, however, laughed and said, "If your boyfriend is really still able to come back, do you need to be so panicked? Besides, even if your boyfriend comes back, so what? Wouldn't think that your boyfriend would be my Lu Yang's opponent, right?" And it was at this time, the gates to the villa area opened again. Lu Yang frowned when he heard the sound of someone walking in. Is it true that this woman's boyfriend is back? Soon Lu Yang heard someone coming up the stairs, followed by a young man's figure appearing in front of his eyes. The other party was startled when he saw Lu Yang, hurriedly gripping the baseball bat in his hand. He yelled at Lu Yang, "What are you? How did you get in? What do you want to do? Stay away from my girlfriend." When the woman saw her boyfriend had returned, her face also showed a happy expression as she said to her boyfriend, "Yu Xian, this guy somehow suddenly broke into our villa and said that he wanted me to submit to him. He doesn't seem like a good person. Let's kick him out together." The two men are united in battle, one in front of the other wrapped around Lu Yang, one with a fruit knife and one with a baseball bat. Stealing my girlfriend? Looking for death. The man lifted his baseball bat and stepped forward to directly curse at Lu Yang. "Kid, I think you're messing with the wrong person. I'm a black belt in Taekwondo. Kneel down and beg me to spare your life and leave all the supplies you have on you. Maybe I'll spare your life." "Ha!" Lu Yang laughed and said, "Give you a chance to kneel down and kowtow 3 times. Your girlfriend stays as my woman. I can spare your life. Looking for death. It just so happens that when I went to collect supplies today, I found that the mini-mart inside the villa was actually taken away, and I'm afraid that it won't be so easy to live without food in the future. However, after killing you, there will be food. I'll have a human meal tonight to make up for it." The man roared, then directly rushed towards Lu Yang. In the man's mind, it was clear that he had the advantage on his side, as he and his girlfriend were armed and had surrounded the other side, while the other side's hands were empty, with no weapons whatsoever. Plus, when I went to the mini-mart today to collect supplies, I found that the inside of the mini-mart had been emptied by who knows who. In the future, there will be no source of food in the villa area directly. The man was over 5 feet 8 inches tall and was estimated to weigh over 150 pounds. 150 pounds of meat was an indispensable resource. Chapter 136, You can play any way you want. Seeing the other party rushing towards him, Lu Yang's face didn't have the slightest bit of panic. Instead, he revealed a subdued smile. A glance then looked over. Buzz! The baseball bat that was originally going to hit Lu Yang's head suddenly stopped out of nowhere. The man still wanted to push, but realized how he couldn't move that baseball bat a single bit. It was as if the baseball bat had frozen in the air. "What are you doing? Hurry up and hit him." The woman was in a hurry, instantly screamed at her boyfriend. Instead, the man had a constipated look on his face. "It's not that I don't want to play. It's this baseball bat. I don't know what's wrong with it. It's not working. It's like a psychic event. The woman sighed and cursed. Wimp! If you don't kill him today, he might kill us. Saying that, she directly lifted the fruit knife and rushed towards Lu Yang. Yet the next second, buzz! The fruit knife was also instantly out of control, slowly moving from her hand towards her neck. The woman was instantly stunned, and the handle of the knife, which she held with both hands, tried to force the fruit knife open. The fruit knife, however, seemed to possess infinite power and kept moving closer to her neck. Now she was stunned as well. Another voice with a sobbing tone said, Yu Xian, save me, this knife is not in control, he's going to wipe my neck. Yet where was her boyfriend to take care of her? I can't even control my own baseball bat. He watched as the shape of his baseball bat began to change, slowly but surely turning into a sharp long knife, which was then directly placed above his neck. What the hell? It was as if the weapon had taken on a life of its own and began to go uncontrolled, which simply shocked them. Then look at Lu Yang. The other side of the face is still a look of success and pleasure expression. They instantly reacted. This is all Lu Yang did. Now, the man and woman were truly stunned. That man directly fell to his knees and kowtowed 3 times to Lu Yang, begging for mercy. Big brother, I know I'm wrong, please spare my life. Don't you want my girlfriend? Take it. Feel free to use it. I don't have any problem with it. As long as you spare my life, I'll immediately leave this place and will never appear in your vision again. That woman, after hearing her boyfriend's words, had an angry expression on her face and cursed at him. You loser. What are you talking about? How dare you let him use me as he pleases? I'm your girlfriend. Is this how you protect your girlfriend? It wasn't that this woman didn't know what kind of torture she would experience if she fell into Lu Yang's hands. In the post-apocalyptic world without the constraints of law and morality, a dainty woman like herself, falling into the hands of a strapping fierce man, I'm afraid that she would not want to sleep for a night. It wouldn't take more than a week to play yourself to death, and their boyfriends would be of no use to the other side, so they might actually be put off, and only they would be savaged. Just thinking about it made her feel very unbalanced in her heart. This weak turtle man had sold himself out at the critical moment, not daring to fight back at all. Luckily, I had seen that he was a softie before, and after a few months of dating and not letting him climb into my bed, it seemed like the right thing to do. The man, after listening to his girlfriend's tirade, showed a look of anger and cursed back. Shut up, you stupid woman. In the past, on the basis of your family's wealth, you looked down on me everywhere I dated you. All the time you were stronger and I was weaker. I've already after the outbreak of the end of the world. Most of the supplies I collected were also eaten by you. But what? In exchange for what? Never really bared your soul to me until now. I know you look down on me from the bottom of your heart. You think I'm too good to have a girlfriend like you. The only reason why I chose. I just think I'm more controllable. Now that the end times are upon us, of course we're going to fly apart in a big way. You don't really think I have any feelings for you, do you? If it wasn't for the fact that your father's official position helps me in my work, I could have put up with you for so long? Now that the apocalypse has broken out and there's no information from your dad's side, who knows if he's dead or alive, or if he's turned into a zombie? If I had information that your father was dead, I would have ed you right away. You. That woman immediately had an extremely angry expression on her face after hearing the man's words. Ignoring the knife on her neck, she then quickly rushed towards the other party. The mouth cursed. So that's what's in your heart. I finally know what's really going on inside of you. I used to think that you're a white-eyed wolf, and that your fondness for me is all pretend. Now it seems to be true. You still want to force yourself on me? You're not even worthy of it. I'll tear your mouth off today. Tear your mouth to pieces. Then this man and woman, unexpectedly in front of Lu Yang's face, began to fight together. Watching this man and woman tearing themselves apart, Lu Yang was a little speechless. Good lord. So these two are just superficially in love too. He had turned the two of them against each other with nothing more than a threat. And this woman is not a lot of people at a glance. It is estimated that the family is more powerful, so it has been raised to be such a strong character since childhood. A strong personality doesn't help much though. The overall construction of the male and female bodies were too different, and soon the woman was pinned to the ground by the man, unable to move. She only had one mouth left and was still screaming and cursing. Damn it, let go of me. Hurry up and let go of me. Dare to bully me. Do you believe I'll let my father peel your skin off? A touch of coldness also appeared on his face as he said, How dare you threaten me? Your father is still dead or alive, and you still dare to bully others. A stupid woman like you, in the end times, is only worthy of becoming a man's tool for lust. Saying this, he straightaway pinched the woman's neck so hard that it turned the other's neck red. Breathing hard, the woman's face swelled with purple. Eyes were about to pass out from lack of oxygen. Just then, a lanky figure rushed towards the two of them, followed by a kick to the man's body. Boom! With a loud bang, the man was instantly kicked over 10 meters away. Put! The man screamed miserably. A mouthful of blood was then spat out. Looking at the person who kicked was Lu Yang. The other party's eyes were again filled with fear. Hurriedly kneeling on the ground, kowtowed to Lu Yang and said, "Sir, it is this woman who hit me first. I beg you to spare my life. I'll roll right now. This woman is yours. You can play whatever you want." Chapter 137, Talking to Lin Wanbai. Lin Wanbai reference chart. And that woman touched her reddened neck and said to Lu Yang, "Help me kill him. Kill him. Then I will be willing to submit to you and be your woman. I will agree to whatever you ask me to do. I can serve you every night." Facing this woman's words, that man became even more furious. Good guy, even using his own body as a price to kill me as well. Sure is a. He cursed at the woman. You shall not die. I've been with you for months and you haven't even let me hold your hand. And now you're even telling a man that you can serve him every night. You say you're not a. What are you? Sluts don't at you anyway. You'll die here. You loser. The woman said tit for tat. At this time Lu Yang showed an interested expression. Turning to the woman, he said, "I need your consent to get you? Are you bargaining with me?" After saying that, Lu Yang directly slapped the woman's face. Pop! The woman's face was instantly hit and swollen high. She instantly covered her burning face. The expression on his face also instantly changed from anger to fear. This man is not like his boyfriend. Definitely not the kind of turtle man who can be dominated at will. If you upset him, you might actually die at his hands. Seeing that the opponent is scared by his own fight, Lu Yang said once again, "Now I'll ask you again. Are you willing to submit to me and listen to my command?" The woman nodded and hurriedly said, "Yes, I do. I do. Don't hit me. Ooh." At this time, Lu Yang also received a system prompt inside his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for detecting that the other party has voluntarily submitted to you to save the beautiful girl successfully. Add 1 level to your storage space skill. Receiving this tip, Lu Yang's face revealed a happy expression. That's good. That's good. He then looked at the man. That man saw Lu Yang beating up on his girlfriend, instantly subduing this high and mighty lady, and a trace of relief appeared in his heart. Aren't you arrogant? Aren't you great? Don't you have princess disease? Don't you stand up for being rich and powerful within your own family and like to bully others from on high? Why are you shriveling up now? Covering her face like she's a little girl who's being bullied. As soon as he saw it, the man felt a little inclined to laugh. It's a good idea to be evil. Sure enough, dealing with this kind of fairy is to be simple and rough. Direct hands, deliberate bombardment of fists to teach her to be a human being. He knelt on the ground with a pleasing smile on his face and said to Lu Yang, "Big brother is powerful." He subdued this little fairy in one go. However, this one of his horse's asses was patted on the horse's leg, because Lu Yang had already looked over at him with a cold glance. Seeing Lu Yang's icy cold eyes, the man instantly trembled. Again, he began to kowtow to Lu Yang without stopping. Bang bang bang. After kowtowing, he hurriedly begged Lu Yang for forgiveness. "If you spare my life, in the future, if you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. In the future, you'll be my big brother. I'll be your little brother, and I'll be the most loyal follower in your life." The woman's face showed a hint of contempt when she saw the man's behavior. Turtle boy. Loser. Disgraceful. Shameless. Wagging his tail on the ground like a dog. I really don't know how I picked such a loser as my boyfriend in the past in the era of peace. But come to think of it, didn't she pick him in the first place because she saw him as such a turtle boy? At this moment, Lu Yang's icy voice sounded. Turning to the man, he said, "I told you at the beginning, kneel on the ground and kowtow to me 3 times, and I'll spare your life. I gave you one last chance to live, but instead of kowtowing, you took a baseball bat and tried to attack me. The moment you launched an attack on me, you were actually already dead." Upon hearing these words, the man's heart shook and a bad feeling swept over him. Immediately afterward, he watched the one hanging in mid-air. It turned from a baseball bat to a long knife and instantly slashed at his neck. He hadn't had time to dodge. Brush! In an instant his own head had been sliced off. A flat cut appeared above his neck and blood spurted out, straight to the ceiling. Aowa! The woman let out a deafening scream. How could she not expect that this man would decapitate her boyfriend in front of her? The feeling is just too intimidating. It took nearly a minute before the heart blood spurting from the man's neck slowly stopped. At this moment the inside of the room had turned into a pool of blood. The strong odor of blood made the woman feel a little nauseous. It's all been dumbfounded. It's so decisive. So ruthless. It's murderous. In this man's opinion, people were no different from ordinary chickens, ducks and fish probably. It's just a matter of words to kill them. This kind of killjoy is intimidating, yet somehow admirable. I don't know how many times better than that fearful turtle man. At this time Lu Yang coldly said to the woman, "Let's go. Don't stand here. There's blood everywhere. Okay, okay. The woman stood up warily and followed Lu Yang out of the room. Coming downstairs, Lu Yang said to the woman, "Go take a shower. Fulfill the promise you just made. This seems to be what you said. As long as I kill your boyfriend, you can serve every day. And you have to serve me comfortably. It can't be a lie, right? No. No. How dare I lie to you? I'll immediately go take a shower now." After saying that, the woman hurriedly walked into the middle of a master bedroom bathroom on the first floor, and Lu Yang were lying on the bed. Through the translucent frosted glass, scanned the woman in the bathroom. The other person's information instantly appeared inside his mind. Name, Lin Wanbai. Age, 21. Height, 1 m 68. Weight, 53 kilograms. Appearance score, 95. Body score, 96. Nice guy. I didn't realize that I had saved a random beauty. That is, her appearance and body rating were both above 90 points, reaching the level of a schoolgirl. Looks like the wave wasn't a bad one. Chapter 138, The Girl with the Gun. Just now when his own boyfriend was killed, Ming Wanbai's body had been splattered with blood, and now that he had taken a shower, he was finally refreshed. No one starts out with that sick feeling. Clad in a bath towel and walking out. As soon as she saw Lu Yang, Lin Wanbai immediately blushed. Since she resigned herself in her heart, now looking at Lu Yang again has a different feeling. No longer fierce, no longer afraid, but began to feel that the other side is somewhat handsome. That kind of temperament is somewhat unique. Putting aside what the other side did, the man's appearance and temperament were still worthy of himself. At least it's many times better than that turtle man from Yuxian. At this time Lu Yang also saw the shy and somewhat nervous expression on the other party's face. He smiled and said to Lin Wanbai, "Don't be shy. And you and your boyfriend, been together for so long, haven't you had a cloud and rain yet?" "Aha." Lin Wanbai nodded and then said, "That loser doesn't deserve to be intimate with me. It's just that my father thinks he's good at dominating, so he's letting him come as a house son-in-law. At most, we'll borrow a seed after we're married, and then we won't have any interactions." After the outbreak of the end times, the way he looked at me did change a bit. However, because of the fear of my father's remaining authority, he didn't dare to do anything to me. Listening to Lin Wanbai's words, Lu Yang was a bit surprised. Good lord, that's a big point deduction for the wimpy group this time. You don't dare to make a move on each other in the era of peace. You don't care. You seem to have broken out. You are trapped in the middle of a villa, but you still don't dare to move anything. Really say out no one believe. This is already turtle to the extreme. Boiling Goat had to pass him cigarettes when he came. This also showed that the words Lu Yang had been saying all along were really good. Women, they're for playing, not licking. Lick the dog. Lick it until you end up with nothing. So in order to put an end to being a lickspill, Lu Yang decided, the first day you get a beautiful woman, you have to play her so that you don't have to lick her for most of the year without even holding hands. So Lu Yang said to Lin Wanbai, "Come over and sit next to me. Let's both have a good chat. Don't worry. Don't be nervous. I won't do anything. Just simply chatting." "Aha. Okay, Lord Lu Yang. I understand. Surely what men mean by chatting is just chatting." Lin Wanbai nodded shyly, then sat down next to Lu Yang to the side. The two began to chat. A few hours later, Lu Yang finished this exchange with Lin Wanbai, and the two of them learned a lot about each other. At this time, Lin Wanbai, since communicating with Lu Yang, was very much in love with Lu Yang. Inside his eyes were all admiration for Lu Yang. In her opinion, only one like Lu Yang is a real man. Your own boyfriend like that is not even a clown. Then Lu Yang stretched his waist and said to Lin Wanbai, "Alright, you yourself here well also go inside the villa area to clear the rest of the range. When I'm done clearing out the entire villa, I'll come back to you." Lin Wanbai respectfully led a nod and said, "Okay Lord Lu Yang, I know." Lu Yang smiled and said, "There is no need to call me adult. You are not my slave. I said it, as long as you say the words obediently. In the future, you are my Lu Yang's woman, so just call your husband directly." After hearing Lu Yang's words, Lin Wanbai's face showed a surprised expression. I didn't expect that I would scold Lu Yang so much for being so mean to him in the first place. He was still able to forgive himself and treat himself as his woman, not a slave. This is simply too generous. It was really touching. She called out to Lu Yang with a red face, "Okay hubby." "Aha." Lu Yang nodded in satisfaction, then went straight out the door. The search for zombies and survivors began to continue inside the villa area. A few more villas were searched and nothing out of the ordinary was found. Most of the people have turned into zombies, and even if there's a family inside the villa, as long as one of them turns into a zombie, it's basically hard for the others to escape. After all, when the end times broke out, they didn't know that a little bit of a random bite could be infected. When they encounter a family member going crazy, they don't react to it as turning into a zombie first, but think about subduing it or taking it to the hospital. This situation makes it easy to get bitten. So, the villas with large numbers of people have basically fallen. Except for the kind of people who live alone and just don't turn into zombies, and then there's a chance that they might survive. Soon more than 100 villas in the villa area were about to be taken away by Liu Yang, and the zombies were also cleaned up by Liu Yang. Finally Liu Yang found an abnormality among the last villa. The gate of this villa area was also unlocked, which caught Liu Yang's attention. I'm afraid there are survivors in there. That's why. So Liu Yang tentatively knocked on the door outside. Knock, knock, knock. Is there anyone in there? Open the door, I'm here to rescue you. Liu Yang's magnetic voice traveled in, yet there was no response from inside. Oh, a cold smile appeared on his face. These people then just like to toast and refuse to be punished, and have to force themselves to go in and threaten them a bit. They are the ones who may have to behave, but when they get to their own beds they are all wavier than anyone else. It's called being a dead duck. Liu Yang waved his hand around. The great iron gate cast in adamantine before him instantly caved in. He walked in slowly. However, just after stepping into the door of the villa, suddenly a woman's figure appeared in front of him. This woman was very pretty. Her skin was white as snow, tender and smooth. Her features were very delicate and three-dimensional. She looked very high-class. At the same time, her figure was tall and plump. Her chest was proudly erect, very eye-catching. And that less than a grip of the small waist, coupled with the upturned buttocks, have an extremely counterintuitive waist-to-hip ratio. It's a real treat to look at. And what surprised Liu Yang the most was that the other party's slender hand was holding a pitch-black pistol above it. This thing is forbidden in the Dragon Kingdom. Why would a woman have a gun? Unless the woman's family is the rich and powerful kind. Like what 4 big families? Ah, hidden families, or something like that. Or maybe after the apocalypse broke out, she met the police by chance or something. Just happened to pick up a gun. But none of that matters. Only to see the woman pointing her gun at Liu Yang and said, "Who are you? Why did you break into my villa? Hurry up and get out. I'll be rude to you." The other party's tone was tough, but Liu Yang still heard the hint of panic hidden in the toughness of the tone. At the same time, he saw that the other man's hand was trembling a little with his gun. If it wasn't for the fact that Liu Yang had the skill of metal control, even if the bullet was in the moment of striking out, he would be able to control the bullet to stop in midair. He was really afraid that the other party would graze the gun. Chapter 139 Actresses play the most flowery game. In the face of the other party's gun threat, Liu Yang's face but showed an easy smile. Said to the other party, "You say you a beautiful woman all day to play what gun ah? This kind of pistol is very dangerous. Why don't I change a safer one I have here for you to play with?" Looking at Liu Yang's mocking expression, the woman certainly knew what Liu Yang's gun was pointing at. What a lightweight man. The man was very contemptuous in his mind. Then, moved his pistol with his hand, pointing towards Liu Yang. He said, "I'm not joking with you. If you don't go out again, I will really shoot." Liu Yang to expression is still very too relaxed. Said, "Shoot ah? I don't believe that you really have the guts to dare to shoot me. And, I bet you don't have bullets in your gun. Damn it." The woman's face took on an angry expression. Of course he knew if there was any knowledge in the gun, but she had never really shot anyone. People who have never killed before are in a nervous and conflicted state of mind the first time they kill. Does the guilt of killing someone follow you for the rest of your life? What should I do with the body of a person after I kill them? Is it really necessary to kill someone yourself? These questions kept coming to the woman's mind. In the end she shook her head to calm her psyche and then, turning to Liu Yang, she threatened, "I'm going to count to 3. I'm going to give you one last chance. I'm going to shoot after the count of 3. 1, 2. Yet by the third sound, the woman was too afraid to continue. "Aren't you going to leave yet? Do you really want to eat me until the bullet?" Liu Yang said with a smile. "Come on, if you really dare to shoot, just do it." The woman's face showed a struggling expression. After several seconds, as if making up his mind, finally gritting his teeth, he said, 3. She closed her eyes and pulled the trigger directly. Bang! A gunshot came. The woman seemed as if she had also been deflated, and instantly crouched to the ground in fear. Half the time, she did not dare to raise her head. After several seconds, she raised her head and opened her eyes to look at Liu Yang. Then, but found that Liu Yang did not have his head blown off like he imagined. Instead, he was still standing in place looking at himself with a smirk. And on the other hand, between the index and middle fingers, there was also a bullet in it. "Ha!" The woman let out a scream. Then said, "How is this possible? How can you possibly catch a bullet? Are you still human?" Liu Yang's face revealed an inscrutable expression and then, smiling, he said, "All martial arts under the world are indestructible, and the only thing that can't be broken is speed. Who the hell are you? What do you want? Don't come over." This is my villa. You get out. The woman was truly flustered at this point. This pistol was the last thing one could rely on. But I didn't expect that it would not be able to affect the other party in the slightest. Even bullets could be caught by the other party. It was really too shocking. And then think of yourself as an actress. The body and appearance are perfect. No man is expected to be able to resist his own temptation. Now that the end of the world had broken out, there was no longer any legal or moral constraints. The other party had broken into his villa, but his own pistol was unable to cause any harm to the other party. Once she fell into the hands of the other party, she didn't know what kind of torture she would suffer. At the thought of this, actress Jo Yooner's eyes reddened. Liu Yang had a sneer on his face and said, "Go out? I didn't even go out when you forced me with your pistol just now. Do you think I'll still go out now after I've come into contact with your bullets? We have an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom, courtesy and reciprocity. Since you shot me once with a gun, it's only natural for me to shoot you back once. But I won't be as cruel as you and just shoot with a pistol." With that he took a step towards the big beautiful woman. Actress Jo Yooner had a look of fear on her face when she heard Liu Yang's words. This guy was really craving his body. She sat on the floor and kept backing up. Eventually his back was against the wall and he couldn't retreat any further. She shook her head and begged Liu Yang for mercy. "Let me go this once. Please, let me off this time. I can give you money. I'm the eldest daughter of the Zhou family. Our family is very rich. By the way, I'm still an actress. Do you want to get into acting? My family invests in movies. I can make you the leading man. You're so handsome, and you're so good on the outside. You're sure to catch fire. Even hotter than Peng Yuyan Wu Yanzu. You'll become a national hero." Facing the other party's words, Liu Yang's face did reveal a cold smile before saying, "The actress is good. It's buffed me. I'll take better care of you when the time comes. I'll also experience what it's like to be a big director. But the conditions you mentioned are no different from a joke in my opinion. Now that the end of the world has broken out, what's the use of money? Still making movies? The director is dead and finished still making movies. You walk outside now as a zombie movie. Ooh, but I have nothing but my family's condition. How on earth can you let me go?" Actress Jo Yooner directly cried out. Liu Yang calmly said, "How can you say you have nothing left? Isn't this good skin of yours the most precious thing you have? It's very simple. Submit to me and be my woman. Then I can protect you and give you food. Otherwise, this one bullet in my hand will definitely go into your head." After saying that, Liu Yang gave a look. That one bullet that was caught between his index and middle finger instantly floated in the air, ready to be ejected at any time. Seeing this scene, Jo Yooner was truly afraid. Is this guy a magician? Why can all his bullets just float in the air? But as soon as she thought of being ruthlessly ravaged by Liu Yang, this actress instantly whimpered and cried. Although she herself was also an actress, she had never been infected by the dye stuff of the showbiz industry, because their family was very rich, and she made movies. Most of the movies were invested by their family, and they themselves were brought into the group with capital. Even the director has to talk down to himself. Other people are directors berating actors. She goes to make a movie as an actor berating the director. Who knew that now he would have to be threatened by a brat who looked less than 20 years old? But it was sad to think about. The more she thought about it, the sadder she became. And she couldn't help the tears that kept falling. Seeing the other party's appearance, Liu Yang said coldly, "Why are you crying? As if you're at a disadvantage by submitting to me. If it weren't for my appearance, you'd have been chewed to death by a zombie as soon as you left this villa. You think you're so strong? Ha! How long do you think you can live? Let me tell you, it's your luck to be found by me, Liu Yang. Besides, you, an actress, should not be surprised by such things as subterfuge. So what's there to be sad about? Isn't your showbiz the most flamboyant of all?" Chapter 140 Return to the School District. Jo Yooner cried out. "Not at all. I'm the big miss of the Zhou family. Our family's company has a market capitalization of several $100 billion. Our family has power and influence. Who would dare to subvert me? I usually go to shoots with 5 bodyguards. Originally, there were also 5 bodyguard certificates in the villa next door to protect me secretly. Who knows that after the outbreak of the end times, they also turned into zombies. Whoops, if it wasn't for them turning into zombies, you want to enter this villa? You've got to be kidding me. As an actress, I can't believe no one dares to subvert you. Then so you're still the first time?" Liu Yang's face immediately showed more excitement to expression again. Ha, buffed myself again. Wait and see how hard I play with this actress. Liu Yang hurriedly scanned the other party with his system. Name, Yuna Cho. Age, 20. Height, 1.72 m. Weight, 51 kilograms. Appearance score, 96. Body score, 98. Looking at the system scan, Liu Yang's face showed an excited expression. Good guy. The appearance and body have reached 95 points or more. This is definitely the best of the best. Worthy of being a super beauty of the Damien star level. And as a super rich young lady, the other party's kind of high and cold temperament, coupled with the star's unique sense of elegance. It's almost as if one look at her makes you want to conquer her. And the other guy's got the perfect body for it. Plus, the other guy hasn't been molested. Liu Yang was happy to be this actress's man. Liu Yang took a step towards the other party and put his hand on the other party's head. Grabbing up the other party's hair, he said, "Don't lie on the ground. You are a woman and not a dog. Why do you always like to lie down? Get up and have a chat with me." Being grabbed by Liu Yang's hair, Zhou Yuner directly stood up and then sat on the sofa with Liu Yang. Liu Yang asked to the other party, "Now I'm going to ask you one last time. Give you two choices, either submit obediently and listen to me, or eat this one, the bullet you shot at me. Your choice." Woo woo, Zhou Yuner's entire body cried out. Bean-sized teardrops kept sliding down, haloing her eyeshadow to blacken her sleepers. But in the end, she nodded with difficulty and said, "All right, I'm willing to submit to you. I want to live. I don't want to die." Yes, in front of the threat of death, the dignity and innocence of the district. What's that worth? She's just a normal teenage girl who doesn't want to die. What's wrong with her? After hearing the other party's willingness to repeat, Liu Yang also received a reminder from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host for rescuing the beautiful girl and successfully detecting that the other party has voluntarily submitted to you, obtaining a system reward. All attribute enhancements increased by 50 points. Another 50 points were added to all attribute enhancements. And on Liu Yang's face, a happy expression appeared. "It's great that this actress is giving herself a nice reward as well," he said to the actress. "Very well, since you've already submitted to me, let me see your sincerity next." The two then talked openly. After a few hours, Liu Yang and this one actress got to know each other well. The actress also understood that Liu Yang turned out to be an S-class first-ranked alien, able to control his bullets and not get hit. At this time, his eyes towards Liu Yang also began to be filled with admiration. Such a powerful man. In the end of the world is definitely a complete thick leg. As long as you hold tight to this thigh, in the future their lives will not be a problem. No longer need to be afraid. Moreover, Liu Yang's appearance, looks and body are very good. And his strength is still so strong. Being the other party's woman herself, it doesn't seem to be a loss. Therefore, now he has no longer the kind of rejection and that kind of feeling of being forced to Liu Yang at the beginning. Instead, from the bottom of his heart, he began to accept Liu Yang, and even felt that meeting Liu Yang was really his luck. Liu Yang then stretched and prepared to go out. Actress Zhou Yuner said to Liu Yang, "Liu Yang, where are you going? Let's just stay inside this villa. Have a good chat again." Liu Yang smiled. "What? Still want it? Today I'm going to empty this villa area and turn it into my safe zone." After saying that, Liu Yang directly went out the door, continued to clean up this one villa. After 2 hours, Liu Yang finally cleaned up all the zombies in the entire villa, finished them all off, and transported the bodies outside the villa wrapped in steel, and then uniformly burned them with the gasoline inside his space. The entire villa area was cleaned up by Liu Yang and there was no more danger. At this time, Liu Yang once again found Bai Yuting, Lin Wanbai and the three Yunair. After bringing them out of the villa, the three of them met each other with surprised expressions. They used to live inside this villa and were some of the prettiest people in this villa. Before, is all met. Now seeing that the other party has become Liu Yang's woman, they are both very surprised and feel very fated. Bai Yuting was the first to say, "Good sisters, you have also become Liu Yang's husband's women." Lin Wanbai and also Zhou Yuner nodded a little shyly. "Yes, sister, you're also Liu Yang's husband's daughter?" "Aha," Bai Yuting said with a red face. "Sisters, then the three of us can get along well in the future. In the future, Liu Yang's husband's side will be the three of us, so we have to take good care of him." Lin Wanner and Zhou Yuner said, "Liu Yang's husband is so strong. The three of us can't really stand up to him." Listening to the conversation of these three people, Liu Yang was beside him, but the corner of his mouth curved and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I, Liu Yang, have more than just the three of you by my side. You have many more sisters." "Ha?" The three were taken aback and said, "There are more sisters?" Liu Yang smiled, then directly rose up in the air. When the lady saw that Liu Yang directly flew into the sky, all of them had their mouths wide open, and there was a shocked expression on their faces. "My goodness, hubby can actually fly. Worthy of our husband. This is too strong, isn't it? Originally, I was skeptical when my husband said he was the world's #1 alien, but now it seems like this is really true." In the midst of the crowd's astonishment, Liu Yang he thought, steel began to fly out from inside the storage space, raising the entire fence of the villa area non-stop. After rising to an altitude of 50 meters, A mesh steel mask began to appear in the sky, covering the entire villa. The ground then began to be covered with a layer of steel floor tiles, so the whole villa area became solid as gold, and no intruder could enter. Seeing this scene by Yuding's people were even more surprised. To conjure up so much steel out of thin air, and even to be able to raise the entire fence of the villa area to such a high height, and even to have the floor covered with steel flooring, this was simply unbelievable. At this time, Bai Yuding was even more convinced that in Liu Yang's body, physics had absolutely ceased to exist. The shock of turning out so much steel was even greater than the shock when Liu Yang had taken all her supplies in her shelter. Who else but God can do this by conjuring objects out of thin air? At this time Liu Yang said to the three women in the middle of the sky, "You guys wait for me here for a while, I'll go and come back. Pick up your other sisters as well and meet you guys." After saying that, Liu Yang directly flew towards the school area at supersonic speed. Boom! A loud noise that broke the sound barrier appeared in the sky. Bai Yuding's entire body was dumbfounded. Dumbfounded. This is breaking through the speed of sound. For a normal human to break the speed of sound by flying with his own flesh is something that is unimaginable to imagine. Zhou Yun'er said, "Hubby is really too fierce. It seems like he took pity on me when he did that with me just now. Otherwise I might have just died in the room." Lin Wanbai also said, "That's right, our ordinary human bodies. How can it possibly withstand supersonic speed?" And after 10 seconds or so, Liu Yang finally returned to the middle of his school area. Chapter 141, taking everyone to a new safe zone. Soon Liu Yang returned to the middle of his villa area. When the women saw Liu Yang falling from the sky, each of their faces showed a look of surprise. Liu Yang had been out from the morning until now when he came back for a whole day. Immediately the sky was about to get dark, and this time Liu Yang came back unexpectedly without bringing back any women. Chen Ting and the other women were in a bit of disbelief. After all, which time Liu Yang went out didn't he have to bring back a dozen or even dozens of women? The fact that he didn't bring any of them back this time does make it seem like it's not his style. Li Mange was the first to ask him to Liu Yang. Did the sun come out of the west this time, Liu Yang? How come it's a bit out of your style? You didn't even bring a woman back? Li Mengyao also said. Yeah, Liu Yang, you went out for a whole day today, longer than usual, and you didn't even bring back a single woman. It made us all a bit disbelieving. Chen Ting also said, does it mean that hubby has changed his personality now and doesn't like women? Just likes collecting supplies? Chen Lixia said, I don't believe it. This guy Liu Yang, since the outbreak of the end times, he has been searching for women every day. How could he change his personality all of a sudden? No one would believe it when he says it. Chen Zi also said, is it possible that hubby is searching for too many women this time? And even if he brings them back, they can't fit, so he simply doesn't bring them back and opens up a new base of women? Listening to the words of the ladies, Liu Yan looked at them with a smile on his face and said, Good. I didn't expect you guys to understand me so well. You are really the little roundworms in my stomach. That's right, you guys guessed it right. I have indeed discovered a new safe base. And now I am back to bring you guys over to that place. Can be much more fun than inside this school. A very high-end villa area. There are more than 100 villas inside. Each villa is very luxurious. With all the facilities, you guys go to the inside of that villa. You can pick any villa to live in at will. And not only more villas, the public facilities are also very good. Large swimming pools, oversized golf course, basketball court, soccer field, badminton court, even the amusement park. After you guys get there, you won't be stuck inside the safe zone like you are now, living a boring life every day, only able to play cards. After hearing Liu Yang's words, all the women's faces showed a look of surprise. Childish school beauty Li Mengyao said to Liu Yang, really? Hubby, you're also too good. So quickly you've already found us a new safe zone. And it's also a luxurious villa zone. This is too good. I've never lived in a villa in my life. Although Li Mengyao is a child school flower, one of the 4 school flowers, with a height of 1.5 meters and the appearance of the world. But her family conditions in fact is the ordinary level of well-off people. The family lives in the house is only ordinary suite only. The villa that is simply unattainable dream. It is for this reason that the child schoolgirl is the rarest of the rare. Because with so many rich kids fiercely pursuing her, she, who has an average family, has not been chased by the rich kids with their money. It's safe to say this is a very savvy schoolgirl. Chen Ting also said, that's right, we have never lived in a villa before. We didn't expect to be able to live in it instead after the outbreak of the doomsday. It's all thanks to Liu Yang's husband's help and care that we have such an opportunity. We have to thank our husband more. Wang Muling, the most mysterious and richest of the 4 school flowers, said, actually the villa is just like that. I used to live in a villa in the peace era, but in the end times Liu Yang husband can get us villas as well, which is indeed very rare. Husband, you are really handsome. After all, Wang Muling was the principal's daughter. Previously, the family condition is very good. Naturally, he doesn't think that living in a villa is anything great. But even he thinks that to still be able to get a villa in the last days is indeed Liu Yang's greatness. Everyone else also expressed their great appreciation to Liu Yang. One by one, they looked at Liu Yang, and their eyes were about to burst into stars. At this moment, Liu Yang said to them with a smug smile on his face, "Let's go pull a new safe zone together next. If you guys have any luggage that you need to take away to, just hurry up and pick it up." 10 minutes later, we'll gather outside the teacher's dormitory building and start heading to the villa area. Okay, hubby, just give us a minute. I'll be done in a minute, everyone said respectfully, and then hotly began to walk into the middle of their dormitories, collecting their clothes and belongings. 5 minutes later everyone was already assembled in front of the dormitory. Liu Yang looked at his watch and said, "You guys are fast enough, it's only been 5 minutes. The women said. Although Liu Yang's husband said 10 minutes. "We cannot dare. Really just delay 10 minutes ah." Listening to the words of the ladies, Liu Yang nodded. Good. The main thing is that the children are teachable. Under their own tutelage, these women are really getting the hang of things. One more look at the huge white tiger. Even the big white tiger had her own favorite toy in her mouth. It was a toy doll that Liu Yang had brought back from inside the supermarket. A giant unicorn. At this moment, it was carried in the mouth by the big white tiger, drooping its limbs, looking very pitiful. Liu Yang stroked the white tiger's head and said, "This toy is so broken. Why are you still hanging on to it? I'm not playing around with so many of them with you. And you just like this one?" The white tiger barked at Liu Yang. Ow. Yeah, that's the one I like. Liu Yang shook his head helplessly. Said the man, "Well, since everyone is ready, we will now begin our journey to the new safe villa area." Immediately following a look from Liu Yang, instantly everyone began to be encased in steel armor. Kaka. Wrapped in steel armor. All of them were silver and glittering, looking very handsome and powerful, each of their avatars becoming Iron Man. Liu Yang then raised his head towards the sky. Brush! Everyone followed him into the sky, followed by the school safety zone to all the steel fences. Steel mesh cover steel floor all began to slowly flow, became liquid disappeared in the middle of Liu Yang's space. Since one has decided to leave, this one school area has become a useless base. These steel or valuable raw materials of course will not be wasted here. So all of them were taken away by Liu Yang. Everyone was in the middle of the sky, flying at supersonic speeds, and after 10 seconds or so they had landed into the villa area. Chapter 142 Playing with You. There was a loud boom. Liu Yang rocked the stage with his beauties, and a little white tiger. Bai Yuding, Zhou Yin'er Lin Wan by 3 people saw Liu Yang and his women appear, and each of them had a shocked expression on their faces. Liu Yang's husband had only been there for less than 10 minutes before he came back and brought back so many beautiful women. At a random count, it felt like there were almost 200 of them. How did this Liu Yang's husband collect so many women in less than 2 months of the doomsday outbreak? Did he do nothing but collect women every day? It seems that Liu Yang's husband is really fast enough to do everything. As for Li Mange, Li Mengyao, Chen Ting, Chen Zi, and the others, after seeing Lin Wanbai and the others, they also revealed a somewhat surprised expression and asked Liu Yang, "Are we sisters, the sisters you just found today?" Liu Yang smiled and nodded his head, said, "Not bad. They are all the aborigines inside this villa area. They were found by me when I emptied the villa area, and now they have already submitted to me and become my Liu Yang's women. We all have to get along well in the future." Oh. When Chen Zi and the others heard Liu Yang's words, each of them revealed an expression of dawning realization, and then with a smile on their faces, they looked at Lin Wanbai and the girls and said to them, "Hello sisters. It is fate that we can all know each other. In the future, we should get along well, help each other, and take care of your husband's life together. Get up and live." Oh. Bai Yuding said as they nodded. "Aha. What you sisters said is true. We must learn well from you." Watching everyone get along so happily, Liu Yang's face also showed a gratified expression. Then he spoke to the crowd. "Alright everyone, next you can all pick any villa to live in. I've already observed these villas. Each villa can accommodate up to about 15 people. So I'm picking villa number 1 as my villa. And 14 people can come with me. Which one of you will come?" A moment after hearing the words, Chen Zi, Chen Ting, Li Mango, Li Mengyao, Chen Lixia, and Wang Mulan immediately raised their hands to sign up. They are already old-timers. How can they not understand that it is a very rare thing to be able to live next to Liu Yang? When they were in the teacher's dormitory, they fought their heads off to be able to live next to Liu Yang's dormitory. Now once again hearing Liu Yang say that he could live in the same villa as him, this was simply a very rare opportunity. Raise your hand to sign up at the first opportunity. Looking at the women who had signed up, Liu Yang said, Very well, then it's decided. Chen Zi, Li Mengyao, Chen Ting, Li Mange, Wang Muling, Zhao Yuhan, Yi Qingruo, Yu Drunken Blue, Bai Qingqing, Gu Yunhan, Fang Qingjie, Sigrid, Qingmu, Zhang Wenwen. The 14 of you are going to live in the same villa with me, and as for the rest of you, look for new villas to live in on your own. Hearing Lu Yang's words, these 14 people who had been selected by Lu Yang all showed happy expressions, and each of them was on the verge of jumping up in excitement. But the others who weren't picked had nothing but disappointment on their faces. Lin Mori muttered in a small voice, "Alas, how delightful it was to chat with me inside the torture room for so long, and now you can't even live in the same villa as your husband. Thinking about it all makes you feel bad." Chen Lixia said, "When the doomsday didn't break out, my husband was my suitor, it's all my fault. I was ratty then and broke my husband's heart. I didn't realize that now that the doomsday has broken out, my husband has become so sought after. Alas, it's all my own fault." The others had to pick a villa near Lu Yang to live in. Even Bai Yuting and the three of them didn't get to live in Lu Yang's villa, because when Lu Yang asked them in the beginning, they actually wanted to live in the same villa with Lu Yang in their hearts, but they felt that they were new and should be humble, and they even thought that those seniors would be humble as well. After all, women are more subtle. Who would have thought that people are simply really busting at the seams to get into their husband's villa? If I had known that this was the case, I would have owed Jean an ass. It is true that there is a saying that a thick-skinned person can eat enough, but a thin-skinned person can't. This humility of yours, this subtlety of yours, you're just waiting for the preemption of others. With an excited mood, the women directly handbagged Lu Yang's villa No. 1, while the others lived in the No. 2, No. 3, No. 4 and No. 5 villas. Even Bai Yuting had given up her original villa in favor of Villa 6. It was to be closer to Lu Yang to the villa. Soon after everyone settled down, Chen Zi, Chen Ting, Li Mange, Li Mengyao and the others started to play curiously inside the villa area. After all, Lu Yang had already told them that this entire villa area was now a safe zone, so it was okay to play casually. So they tried out the various facilities inside the villa area. Some people went inside the basketball court and played basketball. Some went inside the volleyball court and played volleyball and badminton. Some people walked inside the amusement park and rode the roller coaster. Everyone had a happy smile on their face. It was obvious that they were suffocated inside the school these days. Although there are gymnasiums inside the other schools where you can play ball games, it's still a little bit worse compared to the high-end places inside this villa area. And there is a very high-end gym inside the villa area. After the game, many women flocked directly inside the gym, ready to work out. And everyone coincidentally chose to work on their legs and butt. After all, that guy Lu Yang is powerful. If he doesn't practice a little bit, it's hard to stand up to him. After the workout, each woman was dripping with fragrant sweat, and then returned inside the villa to take a shower. Lu Yang sat inside the villa's hall and watched the crowd come out of the bathroom one by one. Every woman is beautiful in her own way, and each one is capable of almost a modeling level of fitness. Now that one by one, they appeared in front of him in close-fitting pajamas. Lu Yang found it very eye-pleasing. What an immensely enjoyable view. Immediately after that, Chen Zi and the others started cooking dinner. After cooking, Lu Yang was called to go to Chongping for dinner, and after a beautiful meal, Lu Yang returned to his room to prepare for rest. I've done enough for today. As for what he was going to do tomorrow, Lu Yang hadn't thought about it for the time being, and if he couldn't, he would just take a day off. It's nice to have a good time with your ladies inside the villa area. So Lu Yang fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 143, Send Me a Pretty Girl. When Lu Yang woke up it was already the next day. Looking at his watch, he realized that it was just after 8 a.m. The early morning sunlight shone from outside the window into Lu Yang to the room. It's a nice feeling to sleep in until you wake up, and the beds in the villa are really soft. After sleeping for the night, Lu Yang felt very comfortable and his energy was completely restored. This villa is worth at least tens of millions of dollars in the peaceful era. Before Lu Yang did not even dare to think of being able to live in such a luxurious villa. But now the end times broke out. He himself can freely lie flat on this luxurious bed. Use whatever position you want. It's simply awesome. Not to mention the fact that this villa has more than 100 of its own great beauties living inside. Each one is a national treasure. Each one beautiful in its own way. It's almost like being in heaven. Lu Yang's face showed a satisfied expression. He stretched his male dog's back and started to get up and wash up, then went downstairs. At this time, Chen Zi and the others had already made breakfast. As soon as they saw Lu Yang woke up and had walked downstairs they smiled at Lu Yang and said, "Lu Yang, you finally woke up. Hurry and come over for breakfast." Lu Yang nodded. Good. Then sat down on top of the table to sit with the women and have a breakfast. The young girl asked to Lu Yang, "Where is Lu Yang going to venture today?" What's the plan? Liu Yang said, the plan. For the time being, there is no. Have breakfast first. After all, we now have a new villa security area. The quality of life that we live every day has been greatly improved. The supplies in the neighborhood are almost finished being collected by me. It feels like I should be able to lie down for a while. The beauties said to Liu Yang, good. That's great. You are able to play with us in the villa area. We are also very happy. Otherwise you are very busy every day. Can't even see you a couple times a day. Many sisters inside the safe zone are very opinionated. Yo, even though they don't say it out loud, there are still many sisters who haven't talked to you. You should know that. Liu Yang nodded. I didn't care too much if you guys didn't say anything. It seems that these little wavy hooves have itchy skins. Then I'll play with them for a while inside the villa area today and clean them up. The young girl nodded her head repeatedly and said, aha, we'll see how you do then. However, just after breakfast, Liu Yang originally wanted to follow these women to have a good time, but he didn't expect the satellite phone in his arms to ring. Liu Yang frowned and thought, calling it this time, it can't be that old guy Chen Kuliang again, right? He got on the satellite phone. As expected, Chen Kuliang's pale voice came from inside. Little friend Liu Yang is very sorry to call you so early in the morning, but recently another unexpected situation has arisen inside the bureau that needs your help. Liu Yang's face revealed a somewhat displeased expression and said, Director Chen, I did tell you, I'm just the honorary chief captain of your authority. You're assigning me tasks 2 times in 3 days, making it very difficult for me to do so. After all, a strong person like me is usually very busy. Director Chen on the other end of the phone said with a pleasing face, I know no Liu Yang little friend busy. This is not to the last resort. Otherwise how can I have the good sense to come to you from the last time you helped me solve that little Japanese Empire invasion squad only after a few days? I haven't even had a chance to properly thank you for the last time, and I have to trouble you again this time. I'm embarrassed myself, but now it's really a time when there's no way out. Otherwise I wouldn't have looked for you. Alright, what's the matter, hurry up and say it. My time is precious. Liu Yang said impatiently. Good. With these words from little friend Liu Yang, old me is relieved. Director Chen Kuliang hemmed and hawed, then hurriedly said, little friend Liu Yang is like this. Recently inside our Doomsday Creature Authority, there is an S-class very dangerous fugitive. It escaped the jurisdiction of the authority and has fled to the city where you are. This person is an S-class, super dangerous fugitive, ranked 33rd in the S-class. In times of peace, it was a very dangerous character, and now that the end times have broken out, her strength has been enhanced even more. The 2 tracking squads we sent out were surprisingly lost, and one of the tracking squads even suffered heavy losses, with the S-ranked captain being beaten half to death. So I had no choice but to ask little friend Liu Yang to step in and help capture her. But little friend Liu Yang, you must remember, that is a very dangerous woman. Although she is pretty, don't be deceived by her appearance. Once you encounter him, you must subdue her immediately, otherwise even you might be in danger. Hearing what Commander Chen said, Liu Yang's face showed a hint of surprise. Good lord, this fugitive is S-rated, and female, and very good looking? As for the danger or not, that is not something Liu Yang considered. And then dangerous people in front of their own big muscles do not still have to obediently beg for mercy? As long as she's a woman, she won't be able to escape my Liu Yang. Liu Yang said to the inside of the phone, Commander Chen, you don't say so much. Just say a few special military honors. This S-class fugitive is worth 3 special military merits. Commander Chen immediately said. Liu Yang nodded and said, okay, no problem. Deal. But I have one more request. When I catch this female fugitive, I want to personally educate her. Commander, you don't have a problem with that, do you? Also, how should I find her? Even though she came to the same city as me, but this city is so big in scope, you have to give me a little clue, right? Commander Chen replied, as long as you can capture this female prisoner, then you can do whatever you want with her, as long as you don't let her go out and wreak havoc on people again. As for how to find him, I'll immediately send a scouting department alien to you next. When the time comes, the 2 of you will be able to cooperate with each other and you'll soon be able to look for clues. No, this detection department alien is also a female, 18 years old and very pretty. After this mission is over, let her stay inside your team to cooperate with you. There may be other missions that trouble you in the future. As soon as he heard Commander Chen say that, Liu Yang's face revealed a happy expression and immediately replied, Good. As expected of Commander Chen, thinking is thoughtful. I've changed my base camp now. I'll give you an address directly. Then I will wait for this beautiful scout to arrive. Okay. Commander Chen nodded, then hung up. Liu Yang, on the other hand, had a happy expression on his face. This Commander Chen's sending himself beautiful women and military honors. It would be nice to give him a little help. Chapter 144, Chasing a Fugitive. So Lu Yang waited inside the villa area for about half an hour. A helicopter finally flew over this villa area of Lu Yang. Lu Yang thought the protective net over the villa area opened a hole. A chain descended immediately above the helicopter. A silhouette slid off the top of the chains. When she landed, Lu Yang walked over to her and asked, "Are you the alien sent here by Director Chen Lok to help me along in the search for the fugitives?" That beauty's face showed a somewhat nervous and shy expression. This was the first time he had seen Lu Yang. He had already heard about it before inside the Doomsday Biological Authority. The chief captain has now been changed into a very young and very handsome-looking guy. Now that I've been able to meet him, I realize that Lu Yang is really young and handsome. I'm afraid that any woman would feel shy at the sight of such a handsome chief captain. So she lowered her head and said to Lu Yang, "Yes, Lord Chief Captain. My name is Li Qingmei. It's an S-class alien inside the Doomsday Biological Authority. And my alien ability is the spiritual aspect of the psychic system, which can be used to sense the enemy's position." Hearing the other party's words, Lu Yang nodded and at the same time sized up the other party and realized that the other party was a beautiful young girl around 20 years old. Not only was she very pretty, her features were very three-dimensional and delicate. Even her skin was as white as snow, glowing and cracking. And the other party's body is still very perfect. Front and back. The curves that should be there that are not a single one. Looking at the other party with this manly look, Lu Yang couldn't help but touch his chin. The heart thought, "Chen Kuliang. This old director seems to still know how to be a good person. He even sent himself such a beautiful big beauty. And he also said that after this mission is completed, this beauty doesn't have to go back to the authority, which means that she will always be by his side. Isn't this the same as directly giving himself a wife? Well. For the sake of him giving himself a wife with such a beautiful body and such a good figure, when the time comes to catch the fugitive himself, he'll put in a little more effort." So Lu Yang directly said to this alien, "Li Qingmei, right? Good. Then let's set off now. You have the ability to sense the other party's location. I'll take you along and fly in the sky. We'll soon be able to find each other." Flying in the sky? Qingmei Li froze. Then she pointed to the helicopter in the sky and said, "Aren't we going to take the helicopter to look for the fugitives?" Lu Yangyang shook his head and said, "No, helicopters are too slow." Ha! A look of surprise hadn't shown up before. Previously, here in the Doomsday Biological Authority, although she had heard people mention that Lu Yang was handsome, well-built and young, she had never heard of Lu Yang's ability. Perhaps because of the reason that Director Chen Kuliang gave a gag order. No one has ever mentioned Lu Yang inside the bureau. What kind of psychic ability? So Li Qingmei didn't know that Lu Yang could fly. Now that she heard Lu Yang say that she didn't need a helicopter, her entire body was stunned. After all, helicopters are the best form of transportation in the middle of the apocalypse. It's too hard to drive around because the roads are covered with abandoned vehicles. Only helicopters can ignore the obstacles on the road and can get to their destination the fastest. But Lu Yang surprisingly didn't use a helicopter. This made Li Qingmei very puzzled. Seeing the other party's expression of surprise, Lu Yang's face revealed a light smile and said to her, "There's no need to be so surprised. When you get to know me you'll realize, I'm not only able to make you take off in the sky, but I can also make you take off in other places. Let that helicopter go straight away. No need to wait there." Although Li Qingmei was skeptical of Lu Yang's words, Lu Yang was after all the chief captain. So what Lu Yang said was an order. So Li Qingmei directly said into the intercom, "You guys can go back to the bureau first." Acknowledgement came from the helicopter side. Immediately after, the helicopter hovering over Lu Yang's villa area began to fly towards the place of the Doomsday Biological Administration, and Lu Yang also gave a look to Li Qingmei. The metal armor quickly wrapped around the other. A shocked expression appeared on Li Qingmei's face, and somewhat panicked, she asked to Rumor, "Lord Chief Captain, what is this?" Lu Yang said with a light laugh, "Don't worry, it's fine. This is what I have made. The steel shield can be used to protect you from being harmed when you take off at extreme speed later." Qingmei Li froze. Rush, take off? However, Lu Yang didn't answer him, merely smiled, and immediately after that, brush, the two instantly whooshed into the air. After flying in the air, Lu Yang brought Li Qingmei with him, instantly accelerated. Boom! There was a loud bang in the sky, and there came the speed of sound of two people breaking through at the same time. Li Qingmei's heartbeat instantly quickened to the extreme. How could he not have expected that the chief captain's ability was to be able to take people flying, and to do so fast? To break through the speed of sound and fly again, as an S-class empath? At this moment, she was also so frightened that her whole body was trembling. Lu Yang took his hand and said to him, "Don't panic so much. With the protection of the metal armor you won't have anything happen. Now you can use your sensing ability to sense the position of the other party." Li Qingmei also quickly reacted after listening to Lu Yang's words. This moment is not the time to be used to fear and lament. They are the main thing to do. So this one S-class female alien began to calm her mind. Closing his eyes, he carefully felt the location of the one fugitive inside his mind. After about 10 seconds or so, he suddenly opened his eyes. There was already confidence in his eyes. Said to Liu Yang, "Lord Captain, I've spotted the other party's position, flying about 15 kilometers to the east." Hearing this, Liu Yang nodded and said, "Okay, get ready, I'm going to start accelerating." "Aha, I'm going to be good." Qingmei Li took a deep breath and calmed herself. Immediately after that, Liu Yang accelerated his flight. Once again, the speed increased from double the speed of sound to nearly 10 times. Within a few seconds, they had arrived at the location that Qingmei Li had sensed. It was a 5-star hotel building. The two landed on the ground. Liu Yang asked to Li Qingmei, "Sure that the other party is inside, is it?" "Yes, Lord Captain," Li Qingmei said with a firm nod of her head. Liu Yang said, "Good, then we will just go in and pull him out. You walk behind me and take care of yourself. With the protection of metal armor on your body, ordinary injuries are difficult to affect you, but I'm afraid that the other side has traps or something like that, so you have to be careful yourself." "Yes, Lord Liu Yang." Facing Liu Yang's concern, Li Qingmei replied with some emotion. Chapter 145, Caught. However, no one inside the room responded to Liu Yang. Suddenly there was a sound of breaking wind. Brush! A bow and arrow transformed into a black shadow. Surprisingly, it shot straight over at an extremely fast speed. Li Qingmei exclaimed, "Lord Liu Yang, be careful." Yet Liu Yang's face still wore a confident smile. It didn't even move, but that one arrow suddenly hovered in the air when it was still half a meter away from his forehead. Buzz! It was as if that one sharp arrow had been yanked by a large invisible hand. No longer able to advance an inch. Seeing this scene, Qingmei Li was relieved. Phew! Luckily Liu Yang's people are strong. Looks like my worries were redundant. At this time Liu Yang also finally saw the figure of that one fugitive. It was a young woman probably in her 20s. Very good looking and very well built. There was also a hint of evil in her face. It looked like a woman who was beautiful and crazy. Even when she saw that her attack on Liu Yang was stopped in the air by Liu Yang, she didn't show too much fear of surprise. Instead, she said to Liu Yang with interest, "To be able to stop an arrow in mid-air, does that mean you possess the ability to control objects?" Liu Yang did not answer the other party's words and said directly, "Be good and just submit to me, so that you will suffer less. Otherwise, I will be impolite to you." He. It's not like I haven't encountered object control ability aliens before. You object control aliens, what you lack the most is spiritual power, and your own physical strength is too weak. After all, it's not going to make it to the top, so don't play the big tail in front of me. Although you can control an arrow now, how many times can you use your ability? After that woman finished speaking, a smug smile appeared on her face, and she didn't know where she pulled out 2 guns to fire at Liu Yang. Bang 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 bang. However, these bullets one by one hovered in the air when they were still half a meter away from Liu Yang, and they were all controlled by Liu Yang. That woman didn't show a shocked expression. Instead she said while firing her gun, "Each bullet consumes quite a bit of your mental energy, doesn't it? But for me it's just a pull of the trigger. You psychokinetic adepts. It is this that is the worst, because in the face of an undifferentiated attack, you are only able to resist it with your spiritual power. It doesn't matter if the attack is deadly or not, powerful or not. This indiscriminate waste of mental energy won't let you guys top it for long. When these 2 guns of mine have drained your spiritual energy, that's when you'll die." This female alien was prepared to use her firearms to exhaust Liu Yang's mental power before launching her own deadly attack. It was a pity that he had underestimated Liu Yang's ability. Ordinary object control system adepts were merely able to perform only the lowest end control over items. Can't get objects to move fast enough. It was possible to control the bullets from shooting at her, but not to control them from shooting out as fast as they were coming. Liu Yang was different. His control ability was able to control the bullets from shooting over while still being able to shoot them out at a faster speed. Only the corner of Liu Yang's mouth curved. Then he glanced at the female alien. Brush! The dozens of bullets hovering in front of Liu Yang quickly shot at nearly 10 times the speed of sound. Seeing this scene, that female alien was instantly shaken. She didn't panic, though. Next, brush! The female alien instantly disappeared into thin air. When her figure reappeared, she had already arrived behind Liu Yang. Even Liu Yang revealed a somewhat surprised expression and said, "Instantaneous movement? No wonder you were able to become a fugitive that even the Doomsday Biological Administration couldn't catch. It seems like your value is right up there with those 3 special class military honors. You know too late. Die for me." The woman gritted her teeth. The sharp dagger in his hand flashed with a cold light. it directly slashed at Liu Yang's neck. A smug expression appeared on her face, as if she had already seen Liu Yang's artery being cut and blood spurting out. After all, one possessed the ability of instantaneous transfer, suddenly appearing behind someone else. Even if they were an object control alien, they wouldn't necessarily be able to reverse it at such a close distance. Not to mention the fact that he had also consumed a lot of his opponent's mental energy with bullets, and his opponent had used his mental energy to fire bullets, which likewise consumed a lot more mental energy. In this case, the average psychic alien would be slow to react. Fruity. Liu Yang faced the other party's dagger attack, surprisingly not more or less, and did not meet any resistance. The next second the knife had made contact with Liu Yang's neck. Ding! The moment the dagger sliced on Liu Yang's neck, an ear-piercing metallic sound rang out. The female alien instantly froze. Next, the dagger in his hand had actually melted into watery iron, then followed her arm like a snake and kept twisting upwards. It quickly bound her entire body. Brush! A soft sound. The female alien instantly disappeared and appeared more than 10 meters away. But the body was still bound with iron ropes. Brush! There is another clear sound, and your alone instantly disappears from the room, having apparently teleported into the corridors of the hotel. Watching the other party disappear, Li Qingmei called out with some anxiety, "Lord Liu Yang." She ran away. It's rushing towards the window in the corridor, as if she wants to jump straight out of the window. Through the senses inside her mind, she could feel that this fugitive was moving at breakneck speed. "Ha! How can you possibly escape me?" Liu Yang smiled and said, "The other party has transiently moved a total of 3 times. The places where she can teleport should be places she has been to or places she can see. Otherwise there was a chance that she might get stuck. Otherwise she could have just teleported to the floor below, instead of having to spend 2 transients to instantly move to the corridor outside the hotel room." Li Qingmei said with some puzzlement. "The rooms in this hotel should correspond to each other, and there should be a guest room downstairs as well, so why doesn't she dare to instantly move down?" Liu Yang smiled and said, "The room is corresponding, but I'm afraid that the furniture inside is not corresponding, and the lamps are not corresponding. If she transients to a bad location, she might even transient into the table, in which case the table will go through her body and she will die. And the fact that she didn't instantly move directly to the outside of this hotel's building indicates that her instantaneous distance is limited, probably only 10 or 20 meters. At first glance this instantaneous skill of hers seems impressive, but in reality her limitations are just too great." "Aha! Lord Liu Yang, you are really awesome. Just a mere account. You have analyzed the opponent's ability and completely grasped the opponent's weaknesses. You are worthy of being the chief captain lord." Li Qingmei looked at Liu Yang with an adoring face, and this time Liu Yang waved his hand. Brush! The female alien who had already fled to the window was, in an instant, pulled back by Liu Yang's metal control skill. Chapter 146, No Intention of Letting Go. A shocked expression appeared on that female fugitive's face. How could she not expect that she would still be caught back after she had already teleported out? How strong was this guy? Seeing that this woman was effortlessly grabbed back by herself, Liu Yang's face revealed a light smile, saying, "Still want to run in my hands? The person who can escape from my Liu Yang's hands hasn't been born yet. Let go of me. What the hell do you want? Who are you? Why did you come to arrest me?" That female fugitive screamed at Liu Yang with an angry expression on her face. Liu Yang said with a cold smile, "I am the chief captain of the official alien bio authority, although I am the honorary chief captain, but I have to take action when necessary. You, an S-class fugitive is worth 3 special army attacks. Can you not be arrested? And Director Chen Kuliang told me, you can be at my disposal after I catch you, because you have several lives on your hands. You even dared to kill people from the official administration, and now that I've caught you, you should be able to think of what will happen to you, right? So, what do you want?" the female fugitive asked at Liu Yang. "It's simple. If you don't want to die, submit to me, serve me well and be my servant. Otherwise, I will kill you now." Saying that, Liu Yang looked up and down at this one female fugitive. As far as appearance was concerned, this female fugitive was also considered to be a superb theory, with a top-notch body and appearance. Plus, the other party is strong, an S-ranked alien, so it should be great to play with. Liu Yang solemnly looked at the other side. After scanning the other party with the system, the information of the other party did appear inside his mind. Name, Wan Shuan. Age, 18. Height, 166. Weight, 50 kilograms. Appearance score of 91. Body score, 96. After seeing this message, Liu Yang's face revealed a happy expression. "It's good. Very good. I didn't realize that any random female fugitive had an appearance and body rating in the 90s. It can be said to be a 1 in a million absolute beauty, very much in line with Liu Yang's requirements. seeing Liu Yang's eyes, there was a trace of evil that Wan Shuan understood what was going on inside Liu Yang's mind at this moment. Knowing that Liu Yang must be thinking of some very evil things deep inside at this moment, so she had a seductive smile on her face and said to Liu Yang, "Why don't you let go first? As long as you let me go, I can be your woman." When he heard the other party say this, Liu Yang's face, however, revealed a smiley expression. He knew that this piece was a lie because he didn't have it inside his mind. Received the reward prompt given by the system. There is no reward for an opponent who is not genuinely submissive to his own subjugation. The system's judgment was never wrong. So at this moment this little was just deceiving herself. Liu Yang smiled and said, "Letting go of you. I won't do that kind of stupid thing. Once I let go of you, I'm afraid that all of a sudden you will run away without a trace. It seems that you, a woman, won't submit to others at will. Otherwise, you wouldn't have killed so many official alien. So what do you want? Either you kill me or you let me go. Make me submit to you? Dream on. And not only will I not submit to you, I will also see you as my enemy. If you're not careful, you'll die by my hand." In the face of the other party's threat, Liu Yang's face was a light smile. "Threatening me? Ha?" Next to her, Li Qingmei persuaded Liu Yang. "Lord Liu Yang, I can feel that killing aura and determination to kill you emanating from the other party. What she said is definitely not a joke. So in this kind of situation, Lord Liu Yang directly killed her. This woman is a pervert. There have been quite a few deaths of official aliens at her hands. After being imprisoned by the crown for so long, she hasn't shown the slightest bit of remorse, much less being tamed by anyone. So it's not a good choice for Lord Liu Yang to try to indoctrinate her." Hearing Li Qingmei's words, Liu Yang waved his hand and said, "No need to worry. It's just a crazy woman. What storms can she withstand? And won't she be tamed? Next I'll let you see how your chief captain tamed her," said Liu Yang with a confident expression on his face. As per normal, Li Qingmei would never believe that anyone would be able to tame this crazy woman. But when Liu Yang said these words, she felt that what Liu Yang said was so convincing and confident. It was as if as long as Liu Yang said something, he could really do it. So Qingmei Li chose to wait and see what happened on the side. Liu Yang, on the other hand, directly began to unfold his soul control ability. A minute later he had received a system alert. Ding! Congratulations, host, soul control was successfully cast. The other party has become your most loyal servant and will never betray. Please enjoy yourself. After receiving this tip, Liu Yang's face revealed a happy expression. While at this time, Wan Shuan, too, had revealed a face of adoration and submission, and directly took the initiative and said to Liu Yang, "Lord Liu Yang, Wan Shuan will always be subservient to you, at your disposal. Whatever you want to do to me, I will absolutely obey." After hearing this sentence, the entire Li Qingmei beside her revealed a shocked expression. What is the situation? Originally, he thought that Chief Captain Liu Yang would use some coercion to force the other side of the forceful means, instead of just looking at the other side of the eyes. After a minute, the other side of the attitude of the sky has changed. That's just something to think about. How could this demoness behave when she had clearly done nothing? With some concern, she said to Liu Yang, "Lord Chief Captain Liu Yang, I suspect that this fellow is intentionally making you let your guard down. She is a female devil. Having killed many people, she definitely won't be subdued so easily." Liu Yang smiled confidently. "Don't worry, others may not be able to subdue her but I definitely can. Now Li Qingmei, you go wait outside, I want to have a good chat with this one female devil. Talk to her in depth and see why she is so evil. Why would she hurt so many people while using my 8th-level Great Gale? Penalize her properly." "Ha!" Qingmei Li opened her mouth. I had long heard that Lord Liu Yang was incomparably powerful and would get into bed with a beautiful woman as soon as he saw her. It seems that this rumor was indeed true. Even this female devil he didn't intend to let go. Chapter 147, Doing Whatever You Want. It felt surprising and unbelievable though, but Li Qingmei was still very obedient and directly left the room. Standing outside, a doorway away, a curious expression crossed her face. I wonder what Lord Liu Yang will do next to this one female fugitive. It's really exciting to think about it. Although Qingmei Li was also an important member inside the Doomsday Bio Authority, very powerful in its own right, but so far, Qingmei Li has never had a boyfriend at all, nor do they understand how that male-female thing really works. Inside the Doomsday Biological Authority were all legends about Chief Captain Liu Yang. It was said that Captain Liu Yang was the most powerful man in the world, and that every woman in his hands would not be able to escape his clutches. She would be made to die of lust and go straight to heaven. When Li Qingmei and the other little girls heard this, they certainly didn't believe it either. Who would believe it? Is there really a man that good? Although he had not experienced the affairs of men and women, he had heard that there were only exhausted oxen and no plowed ground. Does it mean that this one Chief Captain Liu Yang is an ox that won't get tired? and that even the most powerful land will have to be plowed up in his hands? Before, Li Qingmei didn't believe it, but now she was ready to use her own ears to personally verify it and hear how the Lord Chief Captain really played with this female fugitive. Inside the room, at this time, the female Wan Shuan, the whole person is very much looking forward to looking at Lu Yang. After all, he had already been controlled by Lu Yang's soul lock, and would never betray Lu Yang in this life, and there was nothing left but worship and submission to Lu Yang. Whatever Lu Yang wanted to do to her, she would not refuse. Now see, Lu Yang wants to be intimate with himself. Wan Shuan, of course, excited and looking forward to. There is no resistance at all, but before getting down to business, Lu Yang decided to ask this one female fugitive exactly why she became a fugitive. Why is everyone treating it like a she-devil? So he asked, Wan Shuan, let me ask you, why did you become a murderous demoness? A respectful expression appeared on Wan Shuan's face as she answered truthfully, Lord Lu Yang, before the outbreak of the end times, I had already become an altered being. When I was before I became an altered being, I was then often bullied inside the school. You know what? The internet talks about how women are born with compassion and love for others, but 80% of the bullies inside schools are women. Weak personalities get bullied. Too good grades get bullied. Being out of place and not fitting in can be bullying. Being too good looking can be bullying. And being too fit can be bullying. And maybe the reason I was bullied was because not only was I good looking but I had a great body, and I even did well in school. The bullies would bully and force me to give them both garbage every day and force me to give them hair and force me to give them hot water and rob me of my living expenses every week. And I had to starve 4 days a week. They forced me to do anything I didn't want to do, and it got more and more outrageous in the back, to the point where they used me as an ashtray to light out unfinished cigarettes with my body. At the end of the day, they even had to strip me naked and take nude pictures of me so they would post them online and threaten me. And it was at that time that I began to fight back. I suddenly realized that a dozen or so bullies were no match for me, and I was able to send them flying a few meters away with a single punch. With a random throw, I was able to throw those bullies downstairs. I felt like I was dreaming. I had even begun to be unable to distinguish between reality and dream, and I began to vent, non-stop, all the repression that had been in my heart all these times, and I let out all the hatred I had for them. That day, all 11 bullies died at my hands, and I was taken by the Doomsday Bio Authority. That was when the Doomsday Bio Authority was still called the Alien Authority. But I don't think I'm at fault. Did I deserve to be bullied? When I have strength, why can't I take revenge? They died because they bullied me first, and because they were too weak. Is all of this my fault? The weak deserve to be bullied. That's the law of survival I learned inside school. When I was weak, I was bullied, but no one stood up for me. No one came to do justice and righteousness for me, and now I've become strong. Yet someone has come to restrain me. The world is not meant to be fair. So I started to rebel against the officialdom, against everything, against the world. And so, I became the murderess. Listening to Wan Shuan's words, like Lu Yang's face revealed a look of understanding. She's just a poor person, isn't she? A bully. Got back at the bullies, stopped them from bullying themselves, killed them. It was then apprehended by the official organization. I'm afraid Wan Shuan herself couldn't figure out why no one helped her when she was being bullied. But when she fought back against the bullies, she was caught all of a sudden. And so that kind of sociopathic, hateful personality towards everyone was developed. It's a normal thing. Lu Yang felt that he could understand her. So he nodded and said to Wan Shuan, I think what you're doing is correct. There are no mistakes. Although it is said that I am the chief captain of the Doomsday Bio Authority, representing the official organization, but personally, if I had been put in your position, the decision I made might have been the same as yours. Those who bully themselves should be punished. Otherwise, is there any justice in this world? Is there any justice? You don't have to worry in the future. Follow me, Lu Yang, and you will not be bullied anymore. You can kill anyone who bullies you. You can be yourself and release your own emotions. What's the point of living if you can't do whatever you want when the end is near? Listening to Lu Yang's words, Wan Shuan's face revealed a touched look. Everyone says they did wrong. Everyone says they're murderers. Everyone thinks they shouldn't have done that. Today, he finally met someone who could understand him. And this person was also the person he most admired and adored, Lord Lu Yang. At this moment, Wan Shuan even felt that Lu Yang was a guardian god sent from heaven to specifically guard himself, because only he can understand himself and empathize with him. Wan Shuan's face showed a touched expression and said to Lu Yang, Thank you, Lord Lu Yang, only you can understand me. You are the man I admire the most. Chapter 148, Parking Lot Monster. Listening to Wan Shuan's words, Lu Yang smiled and nodded and said, Very well, your story has now been heard, so it's time to get down to business between us next. Listening to these words, Wan Shuan naturally understood what Lu Yang meant. And at that moment, this female devil's face unexpectedly blushed a little, revealing a shy expression. Lowering her head, she nodded and said to Lu Yang in an almost inaudible voice, "Okay, Lu Yang-sama. But I haven't had a boyfriend before, and I don't have any experience, so if there's anything I'm not doing well, you must bear with me," Lu Yang said with a light smile. "Oh, don't worry, it's fine. I'm a person and have not experienced a man's beautiful maiden has the most experience. I will not only treat it gently, but will also let you experience fun that you have never had before," said Lu Yang directly all first hand on the Wan Shuan that less than a grasp of the B-waist above. Wan Shuan instantly let out a shy murmur. The entire body was trembling slightly from excitement. This is Lord Lu Yang, one's most admired and favored Lord Lu Yang. The thought of immediately being able to interact with Lord Lu Yang in an intimate manner was really too much to look forward to and too exciting to own. Soon the two were chatting inside the room. Li Qingmei, who was outside the door, heard the voice coming out from inside the room and instantly widened her eyes with a shocked expression on her face. In her heart, she thought that it was worthy of being Lord Lu Yang. This strength is too fierce. It was amazing that it could make this murderous female fugitive sound like that. That's a demoness who didn't even frown in the face of torture. But he was easily subdued by Lord Lu Yang. This Lord Lu Yang's strength was indeed the same as the Doomsday Creature Authority. As everyone had rumored, no woman could stand up to Lu Yang's might. Li Qingmei's face revealed a strange expression, her entire being filled with anticipation as she straightened her seductive red lips and whispered, "The director of the Doomsday Biological Authority, Lord Director Chen Kuliang, told me to cooperate well with Captain Lu Yang, and even said that after I complete this mission, I can follow Chief Captain Lu Yang's side without having to return to the authority. So, am I likely to experience this in the future as well?" According to the rumors inside the authority, Lord Lu Yang would not let go of any beautiful maiden. Am I Li Qingmei not a beautiful girl? Then it's very likely that it'll be my turn next time. It's really exciting to think about it. Li Qingmei's face showed a very expectant expression. Being able to follow Lu Yang's side already made her very happy, and the thought that she might even be able to gain Lu Yang's favor in the future made her even more excited. After all, who doesn't want a super powerful chief captain to be their man? The more she thought about it, the more Li Qingmei was looking forward to it. The expression on her face also became more and more shy and seductive. After a few hours the chatter inside the room went quiet. Obviously, Lu Yang has finished communicating with a female devil, Wan Shuan. These few hours were a torture for Qingmei Li. "You guys are not in a hurry to talk. I'm listening at the door and I'm in a hurry." Now that it was finally over, Qingmei Li felt relieved. Squeaky. The door opened and Lu Yang and Wan Shuan walked out from inside the door. Discovering that Li Qingmei was still waiting at the door, Lu Yang's face did not show an awkward expression. After all, he'd been through a lot of things like being overheard. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's everyone else who's embarrassed. As expected, Li Qingmei watched Lu Yang walk out. Instead, a touch of shyness appeared on her face. Lu Yang said to Li Qingmei, "Alright, I've finished educating Wan Shuan. From now on he won't do anything bad. We should also go back. I believe Director Chen Kuliang has already told you. After completing this mission, you should not return to the Doomsday Biological Administration, but follow me." Lu Yang, you have no opinion, right? After Li Qingmei heard Lu Yang's words, she nodded with a red face and said, "There is no opinion, Lord Lu Yang. How could I have an opinion? To be able to do things by the side of someone as powerful as Lord Chief Captain Lu Yang, it is simply my Li Qingmei's honor." Lu Yang nodded. He was also 10 points satisfied with this Li Qingmei. Just now he had already scanned the system. The other party's looks and figure were also 90 points or more. And just now, when he conquered Wan Shuan here, the metal control skill had been raised by one more level. So when the time came to chat with this Li Qingmei, when he conquers him, it is estimated that he will also be able to obtain good rewards. This Chen Kuliang director invited himself to do things just to give himself a beautiful woman, and also gave himself 3 special military honors. Simply think about it, all make people feel happy. So Lu Yang directly brought Wan Shuan and Li Qingmei to prepare to leave this 5-star hotel and return to his own villa area. The group walked down the hallway. Immediately after that, prepare to take the elevator downstairs. This time, however, when their elevator was halfway down, there was suddenly a violent and loud noise coming from the bottom of the elevator. Boom! This loud bang shook the eardrums of the crowd a bit raw, and everyone revealed a shocked expression. Apparently the underside of the elevator was under attack, and even the steel car began to deform. Qingmei Li hurriedly sensed it, then nervously said to Lu Yang, "Lord Lu Yang, we are under attack. Not zombies, but powerful apocalyptic mutated creatures. The opponent's size is very huge. It seems to have long-range attacks as its main body is underground as a garage, and our elevator has only descended to the 12th floor." After hearing this, Even Lu Yang revealed a somewhat surprised expression. Good lord. Being able to directly attack a 12th-floor elevator in an underground garage meant that the opponent's attack distance had reached dozens of meters? Just as the crowd was surprised. It was as if this elevator car had been bound by a huge python and then contracted at extreme speed. Kaka kaka kaka. The steel-cast elevator car was actually twisted and deformed. Obviously the other side was very powerful. The other party was constantly squeezing the car, seemingly wanting to twist this entire elevator car into a twist. Seeing this scene, Wan Shuan as well as Li Qingmei both revealed a grave expression, and there was even some fear in their eyes. But Lu Yang didn't take this seriously at all. The elevator car is cast in steel, and as long as it is steel it is under its own control. Only Lu Yang said confidently. Since the other party is in the underground garage, let's go to the garage to find him. Get ready, we're going to descend. After saying that, he directly wrapped the other two women with a layer of metal shield as well, and then, the elevator car that was manipulated fell down towards the underground parking lot at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 149, Discovery of Monsters. Boom! A loud bang came from the elevator that landed instantly. However, under Lu Yang's control, this entire elevator car had turned into a protective shield. There was no impact or damage to anyone on the landing. But at this time Li Qingmei said, Lord Lu Yang, under the other party's destruction, the entire elevator has been completely deformed. I'm afraid this door can't be opened. Ha! Lu Yang revealed a light smile, elegantly waved his hand, and the door of that elevator was instantly like melting ice, melting out a huge hole where everyone could just walk out. Seeing this scene, Li Qingmei finally understood Lord Lu Yang's ability, which should be the ability to control metals. This elevator car and the steel shield on it are all done on the metal control ability. Lu Yang smiled and said, Don't be so surprised. This is nothing but a small thing to me. Alright, let's go and find the guy who launched an attack on us now, and see what kind of a thing it is that dares to make a move on me. Lu Yang. Only then did Li Qingmei react, and although she still had a surprised expression on her face, she had hurriedly nodded and said, Okay, Lord Lu Yang, that guy is in the position to your right, roughly 100 meters from here. Let's go find him. Lu Yang nodded and said, You two be careful. Even though you have the protection of the steel shield, doomsday mutant creatures have 1,000 different abilities. I can't dare to guarantee that you guys are completely safe, so you guys have to pay attention to yourselves. In the face of Lu Yang's concern, both Li Qingmei and Wan Shuan nodded obediently. They certainly understand. I'm afraid that the enemies they face this time are not to be underestimated. However, their strength is also very strong. All of them are S-level aberrations. It shouldn't be too hard if it's just to stay alive. So the three of them rushed in the direction that Li Qingmei had pointed out. However, after just a few steps, a strong wind suddenly rose up in the darkness. A black shadow flashed, followed by a huge tentacle that unexpectedly swept directly toward the three people across the sky. The speed of this tentacle was extremely fast. If an ordinary person was swept into it, I'm afraid that they would be directly swept into too. However, in the face of this sudden attack, Lu Yang did not show a panicked expression. Instead, with a wave of the hand, a huge metal blade had appeared in front of him. Brush! The one tentacle that the huge metal blade, with a flash of cold light, quickly sliced towards. Put! The huge tentacle was instantly sliced into two, and blue blood kept gushing out from the cut. The tentacle then retracted with great speed, and a loud roar seemed to come out of the darkness, and the small section of the tentacle that was cut off was constantly jumping on the ground. It was like an earthworm that had been cut in half, except that the diameter of this earthworm reached 20 centimeters. It was like a blackened python. Lu Yang walked over and looked at the tentacle that he had cut off. It was found that this one tentacle was somewhat like an octopus tentacle, but it was even rougher than an octopus tentacle. And octopuses live in the sea. How can they hide in the underground parking lot of a hotel? Looking at this one tentacle, Li Qingmei said to Lu Yang, Lord Lu Yang, that guy seems to be enraged. I can feel his anger. But in the midst of the anger there is some fear. So far it hasn't launched a second attack. Lu Yang smiled and said, Fear is the right choice. In front of me, Lu Yang, all enemies should hold their heads and run away. Since he's afraid, then we have to keep attacking away and keep going after him. So Lu Yang directly took the two beauties and continued deeper into the underground parking lot. As he went deeper into the darkness, the roars from the depths became more and more frequent, as if they were terrorizing Lu Yang. It was just a pity that it was completely ineffective against Lu Yang. The more intimidating it is, the more panicked the other person is. The three continued to go deeper, when suddenly there was a sound of breaking wind in the darkness, connecting the three tentacles. It attacked the three men from different directions. This time Lu Yang also didn't show a nervous expression. Instead he inherited a light smile. Then with a wave of his hand, 3 metal blades appeared out of thin air. Brush. This time all 3 tentacles were cut off in unison. A light smile appeared on Liu Yang's face, murmuring, in the face of absolute strength, what's the use of having more numbers, let alone 3 tentacles? Even 300 of them are ineffective against me. Roar. A monster's roar emanated from the depths of the darkness. Instead, Liu Yang not only didn't flinch, but also accelerated his pace. The 3 walked a few dozen more meters, and finally, a huge black shadow was seen in the depths of the underground parking lot. From a distance it looked like a huge pile, like a small mountain, in the middle of an underground parking lot. Since the height of the underground parking lot wasn't very high, this monster actually dug out a huge deep pit for accommodating his body on the ground, revealing nothing more than a huge head. That one head was dark and ugly, covered in slime emitting a foul odor. Next to the heads were skeletons, one by one, of ghastly white bones. After the outbreak of the end of the world, human beings were also scarce, and in an underground parking lot like this, the number of human beings was definitely not high, and it was feared that a large portion of these skeletons were those of zombies. That means that this one monster is afraid that it won't even spare the walkers, and will directly gnaw on them to eat them. A dozen tentacles, born from the deep pit. These tentacles are black, long and flexible. I'm afraid to be able to cover the entire hotel in the middle. As long as it is into this hotel inside, the living things that can move will be caught by him to eat. And what surprised Liu Yang the most was that in front of this one monster, there was a figure bound by tentacles in the sky. That one figure seemed to be radiating a holy light even inside the dark basement. This made little Liu Yang feel very surprised. A closer look revealed that the other person was actually a woman. In the middle of the underground parking lot, the dark basement hides a huge, massive tentacle-filled monster. And in front of this monster, there was actually a glowing beautiful girl tied up in mid-air. Such a scenario was just too much of a surprise. It was as if the scene had once appeared in a dream. Even Liu Yang showed a very interested expression. Li Qingmei and also Wan Xuan were also very surprised. Turning to Liu Yang, he said, "This monster has actually captured a human, and that person seems to be alive? Should we go and save her?" Liu Yang smiled and nodded and said, "Of course we have to save it. This monster's side is full of skeletons. It means that he is a cannibal. But the only one who wasn't eaten was that woman. Aren't you guys curious? Next let me see what kind of monster this monster is and how strong he is." After saying that, Liu Yang's body moved and directly flew towards that one monster. Chapter 150, Discovering the Elf Princess. Watching Liu Yang fly towards himself, that one monster once again let out an angry roar. I'm afraid this is the same guy who severed several of his own tentacles. Roar! As the monster roared, a dozen tentacles flew towards Liu Yang at the same time. And Liu Yang didn't create another metal blade this time. Underneath the metal armor and flying at supersonic speeds, himself was sharper than any blade. The energy his own body was now bringing to the table was no less than a missile. Therefore, facing those tentacles coming at him, Liu Yang did not hide or avoid them and directly rushed towards them. Fruity. There was a loud popping sound as it made contact with those tentacles. Boom. Immediately after that, all the tentacles all exploded into pieces, while Liu Yang had already broken through to the monster. That one monster's huge head showed an angry expression above it. Roar! With the monster's roar, a foul-smelling liquid spewed out of his mouth and directly attacked Liu Yang. Liu Yang waved his hand and a huge metal shield blocked in front of him, and all those liquids were splashed on top of the shield. Zip zip zip. These liquids were feared to possess strong acidic properties, splashed on top of the metal shield, and surprisingly began to emit squeaking noises. It seemed like even the metal shield was about to be corroded. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang all revealed a somewhat surprised expression. It seems that the strength of this monster is quite strong. Not only do they attack with tentacles, but they even spit strong acidic saliva. And what metals fear most is strong acids. But it's a good thing your own metal shield is thick enough. Even strong acids can't melt it in a moment's notice. And at this time the beautiful girl trapped in the air spoke to Liu Yang. "Be careful. The strength of the shadowy earth demon is very strong. Especially in the darkness, his strength will also increase. Not only does it possess tentacle attacks, but his saliva also possesses extremely strong corrosive properties. Once it sticks to one's body, one will instantly turn into a skeleton." Hearing this one nice voice, Liu Yang couldn't help but turn around and look at the beautiful maiden trapped in the air. This look immediately made Liu Yang eat a shock. It turned out that this trapped person wasn't human at all, so it was no wonder that it emitted a dazzling light in the darkness that made people unable to move their eyes. This one beautiful girl who was trapped was very beautiful, with delicate features, like a fairy who descended to the earth, as if she shouldn't exist in this world. And the other party's ears were surprisingly pointed and long, coupled with the other party's dress and the kind of dazzling light emanating from the other party's body. Liu Yang could tell at a glance that this beautiful girl was a legendary elf, if not a cosplay. When he first encountered the dwarves, Liu Yang had thought that since there was an invasion of dwarves in this world, shouldn't there be elves as well? And now that he looks at it, it is true. The elves have appeared. And this elfin race was really just like what he had imagined. Very beautiful. Not only did she look perfect, but she also had an extremely good figure. According to the setting of the legend, the elves possessed an extremely long lifespan. One might even describe it as eternal youth. I don't know if it's true or not. I really want to have a good deep conversation with this one elf. So Liu Yang's face showed a confident expression and said to this elf, "Don't worry, a mere monster can't do any harm to me. You wait in the air for a while, I will come to save you right away." "Aha! Thank you, kind human." A very touched expression appeared on the elf girl's stunningly beautiful face. Caught in the darkness of this basement, overrun by this shadowy demonic attack every day, almost desperate, now that a powerful human had finally appeared to save her, naturally she was very touched and happy. That one shady earth demon saw that his tentacle attacks and saliva attacks were unable to cause any damage to Liu Yang. At once, he let out another angry roar, and the tentacles that had already been smashed by Liu Yang's rampage unexpectedly grew back again. It was obvious that the other party possessed an extremely strong regenerative ability. "But when my damage is stronger than your regeneration, your ability is useless." With a wave of Liu Yang's hand, a large sword with a length of over 40 meters appeared in midair. "You're a big shady diaphragm, aren't you? Then I'll build a knife even bigger than you, cut you in half in one stroke, and I'll see how you can still regenerate." When he saw this large sword appear, the originally angry face of the shadowy earth demon instantly froze. The whole ugly face showed, with a somewhat surprised and very overwhelmed expression. "No way, big brother, this is not the way to drive a 40-meter-long sword, is it?" The shady earth demon that saw the scene actually began to react in a split second and decided to just run away, only to see his huge head begin to shrink downward, as if he wanted to shrink into that huge deep pit in the ground. But Liu Yang wouldn't let that happen. He controlled the 40-meter-long dagger and swung it forward. Brush! The head of the huge shadowy ground demon was chopped off by him. Blue blood gushed out directly and spilled on top of the ground, emitting a nuisance sound that corroded the entire parking lot's ground. Even that elf princess in midair instantly dropped to the ground. Originally, he was hanging and tied by the tentacles of the shady earth demon, and now that Shady's head had been cut off, the tentacles had instantly gone soft. The body of the elf princess that fell to the ground was also sprinkled with blue blood, but Liu Yang was surprised to find that this blue blood disappeared without a trace the moment it came into contact with the golden princess. The discovery struck him as 10 out of 10, because even his own metal shield could be corroded. Why was this elf princess fine? The elf princess who climbed up from the ground, with a look of relief on her face, she looked at Liu Yang with great gratitude and said to Liu Yang, "Thank you, kind human. Thank you for saving me." Liu Yang walked towards the elf princess, and it was only after coming to his side that he would realize that this elf princess looked really too beautiful and too advanced and too temperamental. The opponent's figure was tall and voluptuous, and she wore a tight-fitting elven armor. The proud greatness of the chest is very eye-catching, and the pair of long, white and straight legs is even more so that people can't help but want to look at it a few more times. At the same time, the other party's facial features could no longer be described as exquisite. It was simply unimaginable, completely a work of art forged by the heavens. Perfect to look at. Liu Yang felt a bit of a fall just by looking at it. Beautiful, just beautiful. Liu Yang had countless women around him, but this elf princess was definitely the most beautiful of all the women he had seen. Chapter 151, The Most Powerful Human. Looking at this absolutely beautiful elf maiden, Liu Yang's eyes revealed a happy expression. The elf girl is good. The elf girl is wonderful. It's only exciting and thrilling to play as an elf girl. The moment he saw this elf girl's absolutely beautiful face and perfect body, it was as if Liu Yang had already thought of what to name the child of the two of them. And next to her, Li Qingmei instantly felt astonished after seeing the elf girl's appearance. She walked over to the elf maiden and sized her up together. Then, to the elf maiden, she asked, "You're so pretty, and your body is super beautiful, and your ears are pointed and long. They are not human ears at first glance. You shouldn't be a human, right? How come you look exactly like the legendary elves?" The elf girl's face showed a somewhat shy expression, although she was being praised by a woman. But praising herself like this, she would also be embarrassed. She shyly nodded and said, I'm a princess of the elven race. My name is Leah, and I'm not human, and I don't know how I appeared on Earth. And after I appeared on Earth, I was captured by this abominable shadowy Earth demon." After hearing his words, both Li Qingmei and Liu Yang's faces showed a somewhat surprised expression. A shadowy Earth demon? What is that thing? They'd never heard that name before, nor had they ever seen such a disgusting, massive, and terrifying monster. It was also that he had encountered Liu Yang, Otherwise, if he had encountered other people from the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau, he would definitely not be a match for this one monster. Elf Princess Leia said, "In our world, the shadowy earth demons are extremely horrible and disgusting monsters. They are obscene. They are evil and perverted. There are no females, only males, and the males can have children with any species. They can do this regardless of race or size. And this creature is very lustful and has a unique desire to possess beautiful creatures. Truth be told, even among our world, such creatures are most despised. The ability to have children with any species, no matter the race, no matter the size." Hearing this, Liu Yang's face revealed a complex expression. Nice guy. He's even tougher than I am. At least Liu Yang's ability to branch out has a prerequisite requirement, and that's the right person. This shady earth demon is so good, he just doesn't even need a proper subject anymore. Does he? You're awesome. At this time Liu Yang asked again. Since this kind of creature is very lewd and unpleasant and very horny, then like you look so pretty, shouldn't he possess you at once? After all, you are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. The elf princess listened to Liu Yang's words and instantly revealed a shy expression. Nodded her head and said, "Of course, that's why he hasn't killed me after capturing me for so long. He just wanted to possess my body. But this set of elven armament of mine possesses the ability to be able to protect me. The elven power in it is resisting the elves of the Shade Empire, making it impossible for him to cause harm to my main body," the elf princess said with a somewhat proud expression on her face. And he also folded his fingers to point to the suit of elvish armor he was wearing. Looking at the other party's move, Liu Yang also put his eyes on the other party's body on top of the set of armor, and found that this set of armor really looks very delicate and beautiful quality at a glance. Not an ordinary thing. This, if in the game world, at least is a gold level or above treasure, Liu Yang said with some surprise. Then this set of armor of yours is powerful. Even the parts that are exposed, he can't cause damage? After all, this set of armor is still very aesthetically pleasing to do, such as the chest of the great career line is revealed. The small waist was also revealed for the most part, and the stomach with the waistline could be described as white and alluring skin. The long legs were even more so, with only a pair of combat boots resting on her feet, and her armor only reaching the short skirt area. Overall, this one elf princess is wearing armor, but the armor is very beautiful and delicate, kind of like the one Wonder Woman wears. Other than that, on the exposed belly of these legs and feet and your career line, could the other party not be able to cause damage? This makes Liu Yang feel surprised. Fabric elf Princess Leia just nodded her head affirmatively and said, "That's right, the other party can't do any damage to me. Our elf race's elf armament is not just a physical defense, but a protective force field. It's as if there is a thin layer of boundary on the surface of the body, and the other party can't cause harm to me before the energy of the elf armament runs out. But speaking of which, it's thanks to you, a kind human, appearing to save me, otherwise my elf arming energy would have run out sooner or later. At the current rate of consumption, I'll only be able to top it off for another week at most." Listening to the words of the elf princess, Liu Yang's face revealed a shocked expression. In that case, elf arms is indeed awesome. It was even more powerful than the steel shield that he himself had created. After all, the steel shield was only mentioned on a physical level, and it even had a tendency to be corroded underneath the corrosive saliva of that one shadowy earth demon. But this elf princess's elf armament could completely isolate physical damage, as if she had wrapped a thin layer of boundary around her body, completely isolating herself from the outside world. That would be awesome. Just when Liu Yang's face was still showing a shocked expression, the elf princess said to Liu Yang again, "Thank you very much for rescuing me, but during the time I was captured, Shady Ground, I captured quite a few more humans and other species, other creatures. It's all inside his cave, so maybe we can go in and see if there are any survivors we can save." It was clear that this elf princess didn't want to leave this place right away because of her old self. Instead, she was very worried about those other humans and creatures that had been captured by the shadowy earth demons. After listening to the words of the elf princess, Liu Yang nodded and said, "There are other survivors. Well, then let's go take a look." The elf princess nodded obediently, then followed Liu Yang and started to play together, walking inside the cave of a shady earth demon. At this moment there was a headless body of a shadowy earth demon inside the shadowy earth demon's cave, almost occupying the entire cave. Liu Yang waved his big hand. The metal began to flow like a liquid directly from inside its space, which then wrapped the entire body of the shadowy mantle, followed by Liu Yang's hand grabbing at the air in front of him. Brush! The entire body of the shadowy geomembrane began to compress rapidly under the metal, being compressed dozens of times its size. The shadowy earth demon that was originally dozens of meters tall was now instantly compressed into a rounded huge iron ball roughly 2 or 3 meters in diameter. Liu Yang immediately swung his hand, and that iron ball was instantly flung into the distance. Seeing Liu Yang's operation, Even the elf princess revealed a somewhat surprised expression. This human, so strong. Moreover, the other party had a stoic, calm and confident expression on his face, whether he was fighting or saving the survivors. And this confident expression was truly mesmerizing. Elves are the most elegant creatures no matter which world they are in. So for other creatures, elves can't even look at them. But for Liu Yang, this elf princess is somewhat impressed. The first time I was able to meet such a strong yet confident and graceful human being, it really surprised me. Chapter 152 Mate with an Elf. After disposing of the corpse of this one shady earth demon, Liu Yang took the elf princess and also Li Qingmei along with him and started to walk towards the inside of his underground cavern. This underground cavern is huge, with a diameter of over 10 meters. As Liu Yang several people deeper began to discover that the inside of this cave is unexpectedly piled up all kinds of skeletons, not only human zombies, and even other animals. The depths of the cavern were still emitting a foul stench, the kind of rotting smell that hit the nose and made people want to vomit. Continuing deeper finally revealed that there were other living creatures in the depths of the cave. Liu Yang fixed his eyes on it, straight up a little confused. It's amazing that dozens of female walkers with big bellies live in this cave. Apparently all of these female bosses are pregnant with the children of shadowy earth demons, and next to them were several other bodies bleeding bright red blood, also female. They are being gnawed on non-stop. Apparently this shadowy geomancer doesn't understand the difference between humans and zombies, so he locks up human women and zombie women together, and the end result is that the pregnant human women get eaten by the pregnant zombie women. Of course the shady earth demon didn't care about that, he would just keep catching more prey, and he didn't have much time to care if the prey killed each other or not. Looking at the walkers, their stomachs were already very big. Even the dark and ugly mass of creatures inside their bellies could be seen through their bellies. Liu Yang once again showed a somewhat surprised expression. Said, human beings need to carry a child for 10 months if they are pregnant, but the time of the apocalyptic outbreak hasn't passed for a few months. So why are the bellies of these zombies already so big? As if they are about to give birth? The elf princess explained. Due to the huge size of the shadowy earth demon and its superb reproduction ability, the development speed of the shadowy earth membrane small embryos would be excessively fast, and basically they would be able to be born in about 3 months. And the fetus that was born was extremely huge. It would even burst the mother's stomach before birth. In short, if it's a human who was captured by a shadowy geomancer and is pregnant with a shadowy geomancer's child, then it will absolutely die. I suggest that all of these women be killed, or else all of the children in their wombs will become new shadowy earth demons that will continue to harm more people. Although the elf princess has a very kind and holy character, when faced with such a disgusting shadowy earth demon, she was still determined to make Liu Yang cut off her roots. After all, when the children of these shadowy earth demons were born, the humans to be threatened would not be as simple as these dozens of women present. Liu Yang nodded and said, these pregnant females are not human at all. They are just zombies that have mutated. In fact, they have already died a long time ago. I'm afraid that's exactly why they were able to live for so long in this one stinky dirty cave. Liu Yang even felt that the shadowy ground demon was simply a perfect match for female zombies. Otherwise the human category would want to survive inside such an action. Just the stench that came through his nose was able to make people vomit up everything inside their stomachs, even the bitter water. And the massive, ugly body of the shadowy ground demon was even more sickening. It's hard to imagine a woman being able to withstand the torment of a shadowy earth demon. Look at his size, dozens of meters high, human size in his hands. I'm afraid that even a cup cannot be counted. Only a female zombie who wasn't afraid of pain would be able to withstand it. Then Liu Yang directly thought, a steel needle in the air molding. He looked to that some pregnant female boss. This a steel needle instantly burst out. Bang 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 bang. The sound of exploding heads began to ring non-stop within 2 seconds. All of these dozens of female superiors were killed by exploding heads in the middle of the cave. In order to put an end to it forever, Liu Yang also poured out gasoline from inside his space. Then, after leaving the cave, a fire burned the entire cave down in its entirety directly. Watching this one shady earth demon's cave being destroyed, the elf princess's face also showed some relaxation. It's been 3 whole days since she was captured here. This one shadowy geomancer is a level around 40 meters tall. Even among the shadowy earth demons, it was a very powerful existence, and his own elf-armed energy was limited and wouldn't last much longer. If it wasn't for the appearance of this human, I'm afraid I would have already been poisoned by this shadowy earth demon. Why would the shadowy geomancer be attracted to elves? Because in their world, the dark devil's favorite thing to kill is also elves. There are 2 reasons. One is that the elves are very beautiful, very suitable for the dark devil's kind of ugly but like beautiful creatures sexual orientation. Another is that elves also possess great self-healing abilities and have extremely high lifespans to withstand the torment of shadowy earth demons. Some elves are even tortured for hundreds of years if they are caught by a shadowy demon. The same can't be said for human females. who usually die when they are forced by a shadowy earth demon to have a child with him. Thus the shadowy earth demons can be considered the great enemy of the elves. Following Lu Yang back to the ground, the elf princess saw the sunlight and breathed in the fresh air, and the whole person revealed an extremely pleasant expression. He thanked Lu Yang once again from the bottom of his heart and said, "Thank you very much, human. I don't know what your name is. You are simply a great benefactor to my elf princess Leah. We elves are the ones who will repay any favor and revenge." At that time, after being captured, I was thinking that if anyone could save me, I could even become his companion. Thus I will fulfill my oath. I will give my body in return. Hearing this sentence, a shocked expression appeared on Lu Yang's face. Good lord, are you elves also bold and direct? If that's the case, then I'd love to visit you elves for a while. In fact, not all elves are so bold. The main thing is that Lu Yang is not only strong, but also saved the life of the elf princess, and more importantly, is also very handsome, in line with the aesthetics of the elf princess, under all kinds of halo. This to the body. Naturally it is not unexpected. After all, Lu Yang had already somewhat captured the elf princess's heart when he had just braved the shady earth demon cave and displayed his strength. If she had met an ugly one, I don't think the elf princess would have even mentioned her vows. In the face of the elf princess to give her body, Lu Yang is naturally very happy. Originally he was thinking about how to her mother a gun. Did not think that the opportunity to come so soon. Imagine a white and flawless looking super pretty, super beautiful, with a super figure, and even an aura of holiness about her. Aura of elf princess. In front of you, do not you want to play? Not to mention the fact that it was still the other person's initiative. So Lu Yang said very happily, "My name is Lu Yang. It's a human psychic. Nice to meet you, elf princess Leah. Are you sure you want to give your body to me?" The elf princess said shyly with her head down. "Aha, yes Lu Yang. Would you like to be the elf princess Leia's eternal companion?" Chapter 153, Princess Elf Smells Good. A stunningly beautiful elf princess with a great body shyly asks you if you would like to be his companion? This kind of situation is only ever encountered in dreams. I'm afraid any other man would say yes without hesitation. So Lu Yang nodded and said, "Of course I'm willing. A beautiful elf like Leah. Who wouldn't like it?" After getting an affirmative answer, the elf princess Leah also revealed a happy smile. Although it is true that she is very confident in her looks and good looks, but who can guarantee that this human he just doesn't like elves? Now that she saw that Lu Yang also liked herself, she was of course very happy. Next to her, Li Qingmei cast an envious and adoring gaze at Lu Yang. Not bad for a chief captain Sama. That's really strong. Even a race of elves that hadn't appeared on Earth before, when faced with Lord Lu Yang's perfection and handsomeness, they still couldn't hold on and resolutely took the initiative to confess to Lord Lu Yang to be his woman. Maybe that's the attraction of good men to women. It's beyond race. Qingmei Li even felt that even if the shadowy earth demon had a female, maybe the female shadowy earth demon would be attracted to Lord Lu Yang. Lu Yang said to the elf princess, "Very good Leah. Since you want to become my woman, then we now should not find a place to have a good in-depth exchanges, each other more mutual understanding of a bit. To be honest, I'm very curious about your elf race's body structure. Simply cannot wait, and now immediately study once again." In the face of Lu Yang's somewhat evil words, the elf princess's face became even more shy and directly reddened into a small apple. But these words came out of Lu Yang's mouth. The elf princess, instead of feeling disgusted, felt very flattered. After all, this was a recognition of her own seductiveness. But there are a few things that must be done before we can dive into the conversation. So the elf princess said to Lu Yang, "Lu Yang, you are a human and I am an elf. The racial gap between us is just too big. Even the most ordinary elf possesses a lifespan of thousands of years. And as the princess of the elf race, the royalty of the elf race, and also a level 5 elf, I have a lifespan of 3,000 years, and it will continue to grow as my elf level continues to increase. And humans, I don't know about humans in your world, but in our world, humans only live about 100 years. In that case we can't turn out to be lifelong partners, and you'll be a mere transient in my life for a short time." Ha! After listening to the words of this elf princess, Lu Yang's open mouth revealed a somewhat surprised expression. According to the words of this elf princess, "Is not want to do with me that you think I'm short-lived? Though it's true that you have 3,000 years of life and I only have 100 years. I'm only 1/30th of you. The thing about love is that it's not about permanence, it's only about eternity. I'd be happy to be cool for 100 years, and how can a duck in the hand just fly away like that?" The other guy has decided to give his body to the other guy, but in the end he refuses to take the next step with him because of his age and can't hit a home run? How does that work? Such a beautiful elf princess. If I miss this village, I won't be able to find this store. I have to play with her today. So Lu Yang said bitterly to the elf princess, "Leah, age is not a problem. time is not a distance. As long as we love each other sincerely, our love will always exist in this world, will not fade away with time. Listening to Liu Yang's words, Elf Princess Leah's face showed a touched expression and nodded and said, "Of course I understand. But having said that, who doesn't like their love to be more permanent and their partner to be with them for life? Good fellow. It seems that we can't fool this elf princess." Liu Yang's eyes rolled as he prepared to start exercising his soul control. "Since you refuse to crawl into my bed obediently, then I'll just have to make you climb up there in my own way." Just at this time, when Liu Yang was all set to start preparing to use soul control to forcefully control the elf princess, Leah started to speak again. "So Liu Yang, I am prepared to share the life of our elf clan with you and sign a permanent companion contract. After signing this companion contract, our lives will be shared. In other words, you will share half of your life to me and I will share half of my life to you." Hearing these words, Liu Yang's entire body was confused. Companion contracts? Shared life? I share half of it with you, and you share half of it with me. But my life is only 100 years, and sharing half of it with you will only share 50 years. But you have a lifespan of 3,000 years, so wouldn't you be sharing 1,500 years by sharing half of it with me? Doesn't that make my lifespan 1,550 years? This is going against the grain. Liu Yang how did not expect. This year the princess said is actually this thing. Thought he was going to refuse to become a partner with himself. Did not think it was actually want to share their life expectancy. At this moment, Liu Yang even felt that there was a layer of golden holy light shining on this elf princess Leia's body. So great, so selfless, so respectable. Liu Yang spoke politely. "Yeah, that's not too good. After all, your lifespan is much longer than mine. If you sign this contract with me, and we share our lifespans with each other, you'll lose a lot." In fact, he was happy in his mind that, can't wait to share that lifespan. After all, although he was the world's most powerful psychic, psychics don't add to their lifespans, and the system didn't give him a mission to add to his lifespan at all. But the appearance of this one elf princess, who was able to provide herself with a 1,500-year lifespan with a random contract, was simply too much of a surprise. Who doesn't want to live forever? Being able to live for 550 years wasn't much different from living forever. And as Elf Princess Leah's lifespan increased, the lifespan she shared would continue to increase as well. The elves are famous for their longevity, so in case she ends up living for tens of thousands of years, wouldn't I be able to live for 5,000 years as well? You must realize that the Shenlong Kingdom is an ancient historical country, but the recorded history is only 5,000 years old. As soon as I think of this, Liu Yang is excited. Of course politeness is still to speak. After all, this one elf is so noble and so sacred. If he himself displayed a villainous face, it seemed like he felt that he was all a bit unworthy of the elf princess Leia, especially at the beginning. Liu Yang was prepared to use Soul Lock to control the other party, but he didn't realize that the other party was all about himself. I'll be damned. But this elf princess is really fragrant. Chapter 154, Don't mind if you have many girlfriends. Hearing Liu Yang's words, the elf princess however said to Liu Yang, "It's fine. Since we've become mates, of course we should share our lifespans and stay together forever. Moreover, my lifespan will continue to increase as my cultivation improves, so even if I share half of it with you, I will still be able to live for a long time. Besides, didn't you give me half of your life expectancy? This is mutual equality. Moreover, if you hadn't appeared, in a few days, I would have been harmed by the shadowy earth demon and lived a life worse than death. And to put it mildly, it was you who saved me. My future is all given by you. So what does it matter if I share some of my lifespan with you?" Listening to the words of the elf princess Leia, Liu Yang finally nodded his head. Because if you keep pushing it, it seems to be a bit of an outcry and a bit of an excuse. But in the face of such a holy and noble elf princess, Liu Yang still said, Actually Leia, there's one more thing that I have to tell you is that I already have a girlfriend. And there's more than one. A whole couple hundred. This elf princess won't have a problem with that, will she?" But unexpectedly, elf princess Leia just smiled and said, "It's okay, it's the same in our elf race. Powerful people always have 3 wives and 4 concubines. I've long gotten used to it. Me being a partner with you has nothing to do with other people. I can ignore other people." Hearing these words, Liu Yang finally smiled with relief. This elf princess is good. Elf princess is wonderful. I don't know how many men dream of the object. Strong, good-looking, gauche, possesses great abilities, and last time was able to provide you with a 1,000+ year lifespan. Still don't care how many girlfriends you have? Just you. That's just unbeatable, alright. So Liu Yang said happily, "Very good Leia. Then I would like to ask us, how should we become true mates and then share our lives?" Leia of the Elven Princess said with a shy expression on her face. "It's About making the most intimate contact and then signing this one contract while doing so. Then our lives will be shared and we will be mates forever. Hearing these words, Liu Yang immediately brightened up. What a great way to sign this. This is literally my favorite way to sign. I really can't wait to sign this companion contract with this elf princess ruthlessly right away. The Li Qingmei beside her, after listening to the conversation between the two, just turned to Liu Yang and also the elf princess, both of whom revealed an envious expression. I envy Lord Liu Yang for gaining a lifespan of over 1,000 years, and I also envy this elf princess. Immediately, she would be favored by Lord Liu Yang. And you, Qingmei Li, you have nothing, and the pleasure is someone else's. Woohoo! The fugitive next to her, Wan Shuan, did not show any unusual expression. After all, he and Liu Yang have already had intimate contact. So what about the elf princess? Doesn't she still have to come in behind herself? What's your bull? Liu Yang at this time had an excited expression on his face, and directly said to the elf princess, and Li Qingmei and the others, very good. Then this time's underground garage. The adventure has come to a successful end. The shadowy earth demon has been killed by me. His lair has also been destroyed by me. And we have also saved the elf princess Leah amount. At the same time, we captured the fugitive Wan Shuan. This planned operation can be said to have ended perfectly. It's time to go back. After saying that, Liu Yang all still felt excited. Because the moment he remembered that tonight he would be able to have a close contact with this beautiful and sexy very good-looking elf princess who was like a fairy from the sky. And he would also be able to share more than 1,000 years of lifespan from the other party's body. It was a night to look forward to. The others nodded their heads obediently after hearing Liu Yang's words and said, okay, then let's go back now. So Liu Yang started wrapping everyone in a layer of metal shield and flew out through the elevator entrance of the underground parking lot. After flying into the air, it then began to rush towards the location of the villa area at supersonic top speed. The elf princess in the sky faced with such a fast flight. The whole person showed a shocked expression and asked Liu Yang, Liu Yang, how did you do that? As far as I know, humans can't fly. And even the elves who have non-flying abilities, they also need to reach the 9th level before they can grow wings to fly. And even if you strike wings, it's impossible to fly so fast. Liu Yang said with a smile, beautiful elf princess. Oh, nowadays, the human beings are a little different from the human beings in your world. We are the new human beings, known as the supernatural beings, possessing a variety of supernormal abilities, a variety of abilities. And the flying ability is just one of my abilities. Hearing these words, the elf princess nodded, while looking at Liu Yang with even more admiration. Sure enough, the human she chose is not just an ordinary human yet. Anyone who can save me from a shadowy earth demon certainly has some power. Soon they landed over the villa area. When Liu Yang returned to the villa area with the 3 women, the women inside the villa area gathered out. And when they saw the elf princess, only one of them showed a shocked expression. It's an elf. Creatures that exist only in legends. A noble and elegant race. A being of a higher order than humans. It is said that the elves and the dwarves are incompatible races. As expected, the dwarf princess Sigrid showed a shocked expression after seeing the elf princess Leia, said in a conspiratorial manner, oh, elves? I didn't expect you guys to come to this world as well. And you guys who have always been known for your nobility would actually follow Lord Liu Yang back together. It's really unexpected for me. Seeing the elf armament on your body doesn't look like protection. You should also be a member of an honorable family among the elf race, right? The elf princess was also very surprised after seeing the dwarf. Leah said, a dwarf? Aren't you guys at loggerheads with humans? How did it appear here? The dwarf Sigrid said, Lord Liu Yang is not an ordinary human. I'm going to tell you that here if you keep your elf race's high and mighty stance, we seniors won't agree to that. Poof. The elf princess snorted coldly. A disdainful expression was all over her face. She only came here because of Liu Yang, and other people he didn't even put in his eyes. Chapter 155, the elf princess knocks at the door. The dwarves are with the elves. It was a hostile relationship in the middle of their original world. Now that they met again inside Liu Yang's safe zone, it naturally became a tit-for-tat situation again. The dwarf princess Sigrid now looks completely at the elf princess Leah. But the elven princess Leah was in a similar state of disdain for the dwarf princess Sigrid. She nuzzled that nice-looking mouth. Said, do I need you, a dwarf, to care about what I'm going to do? The only person I value the most here is Lord Liu Yang. I wouldn't put a dwarf like you in my eyes. Yes, well, it's worthy of being the noble elf princesses. It's really very arrogant. And there's absolutely no respect for us seniors. Dwarf Sigrid deliberately arched her fire from the side. Those women around them, hearing Sigrid's words, also had somewhat strange expressions on their faces and thought in their minds, this elf princess is really no ordinary person. So high and mighty. It really has that princess feel to it. but inside Liu Yang's safe zone. It doesn't matter if you're a princess or not. We are all equal beings. And our former statuses are all a cloud. That's why there was something strange in the way they all looked at the elf princess. At this time Liu Yang said, Okay, you guys don't quarrel, no matter what kind of conflicts you used to have in the original world. But now that you have entered my Liu Yang's safe zone, we are all family from now on. I don't want you guys to continue your old conflicts. So Sigrid, the dwarf princess, and Leah, the elf princess, you'll both have less to say. Also Leah, later you take a bath and come inside my room and we'll both have a good chat. I haven't gotten to know everything about elves properly. The two of us can have a good exchange, cultivate our feelings, and deeply mingle and understand each other. Hearing this sentence, the elf princess instantly blushed with a small face, and then revealed a happy expression as she said to Liu Yang, No problem, Lord Liu Yang, I'll be looking for you later. And the ladies could also see at this moment that Liu Yang seemed to have a special kind of favorable treatment towards this elf princess. It seemed that this elf princess wasn't just good-looking and noble, even deeply loved by Liu Yang. Then there must be other skills. After all, there are quite a lot of good-looking people inside the villa area. The other women all cast a friendly gaze at the elf princess. After all, to be able to get Liu Yang's favor means that the elf princess already has a place inside this safe zone. If they continue to remain hostile towards the elf princess, they will instead leave a bad impression in Liu Yang's eyes. As for the dwarf Sigrid, it was not good to say anything else at this moment, so she can only skim her mouth and stand in place with a depressed face. Li Qingmei and that one S-class fugitive Wan Shuan were casually arranged in 2 rooms by Liu Yang. Liu Yang walked back inside his room to take a shower and think it over. Today can be very rewarding. Not only did he get a Li Qingmei, this Li Qingmei possesses the spiritual perception ability, which is useful for searching for survivors and beautiful women in the future. He also obtained an S-class fugitive, Wan Shuan. The other party has the ability to instantly move. This ability is very powerful. Although the distance of the teleportation wasn't long, it would definitely become more and more powerful as the other party's ability level increased. As for the benefits that Elf Princess Leah gave Liu Yang, it was even more. First of all, the Elf Princess Leah looks very beautiful, and the status is noble. The Elf Princess can give people infinite imagination. Elves used to appear a lot inside the Unspeakable comics, and the ones paired with her were usually elderly, obese human adventurers, or ugly, evil kobolds, or powerful, burly orcs. Liu Yang had read quite a few comics about elves before, which could be said to fill people with fantasy and excitement. After all, who wouldn't want to crush the noblest elf princess hard? Watching him fall bit by bit, watching her go from noble to degraded and submissive bit by bit, that simply makes you feel accomplished and explosive. Now that this elfin princess, Leah, had fallen into her hands, she herself must, of course, exercise such an operation as this. Make a good job of completely subjugating this elf princess. Make her worship her king of kings. And what's more, the elf princess offered herself a full 1,500 years of life, which just made her feel great. After all, something like longevity is something everyone pursues. Who doesn't want to live longer? Even the ancestral dragon, Qin Shi Huang, went to great lengths in pursuit of the immortality pill. How many emperors cried out, wanting to borrow another 500 years from heaven? But Liu Yang had gained not just 500 years, but a whole 1,500 years, which was why Liu Yang was so attached to the classic princess. What else could the other women inside the safe zone have to offer other than a bit of physical value and some system rewards for themselves? But the elf princess was different. In terms of the value of flesh, she was beautiful and had a perfect body. It could be said that she was the best of the best. No human could compare to her. Thus carnal value he has surpassed other women. As for the reward value of the system, it would still be obtained even after Liu Yang completely conquered the other party. So compared to other women, the elf princess is no slouch. Not to mention the fact that she's got 1,500 years worth of life expectancy. This is something that no other woman can give to Liu Yang. Which means that of all the people present, the elf princess is the one who gives Liu Yang the most help. So of course Liu Yang had a special feeling for the elf princess. After all, who can say no to a stunningly beautiful princess who looks great, has a perfect body, and offers you a 1,500-year lifespan? Today's harvest was very much. Liu Yang was very happy. He took out his satellite cell phone and dialed Director Chen Kuliang's phone. Soon the chief on the other end of the line spoke. Little friend Liu Yang. I didn't expect little friend Liu Yang to call me personally. It wasn't hard to hear the surprise in each other's tone. After all, Liu Yang personally call over. This kind of thing has never happened. Usually is their own things to find Liu Yang. Liu Yang also loved to ignore. They have to pull down the face of the good voice to beg him to do. Liu Yang spoke into the phone. Director Chen, I have completed the things you explained to me perfectly. So Li Qingmei is now following me and has returned to my safe zone to become a member of my team. Meanwhile the fugitive Wan Shuan has also been caught by me. I will deal with her personally. Hearing this sentence, Chen Kuliang revealed a surprised expression, hurriedly said, "Great, I knew that nothing would be difficult for you once little friend Lu Yang made his move. This S-class fugitive cost a lot of people in the beginning. They were not able to catch it. Lu Yang also used less than a day to catch it. It's really bullish. Don't worry. I promise you a military credit will not be missing. And in the future, when we have a new female member in the authority, I will notify you at the first time. Aha! I'll go to your authority to play again sometime. That's it. Hang up." After saying that, Lu Yang directly hung up the phone, and at this time there was a knock on the door of his room. Chapter 156, Talking to an Elf. After hearing this knock on the door, Lu Yang's face showed an excited expression and also put his mind back, directly to the door. He said, "Come in." Squeak! With the door of the room a clear sound. The door was opened. The door appeared in absolutely beautiful silhouette. Lu Yang fixed his eyes to see really his blonde hair, blue eyes, body absolutely beautiful, skin absolutely white as snow, blowing the boutique princess. At this moment, Lu Yang's heart also began to feel some excitement. This is an elf princess, and a beautiful one at that. What man wouldn't be thrilled to see her? Lu Yang hurriedly said to the elf princess, "Come on, elf princess Leah. Hurry up and come to my bed. I'm going to have a good chat with you next." After the elf princess heard Lu Yang's words, her little face suddenly blushed. A very shy expression instantly appeared on his face. That absolutely beautiful face also reddened into a ripe apple, because she'd heard from other women before she'd entered Lu Yang's room. Lu Yang is the strongest man in the world, and every woman who enters the inside of his room has to shed a layer of skin. Even a powerful alien would have to kneel down and beg for mercy inside his room. Although she herself, as an elf princess, her own basic qualities were much stronger than ordinary people, she didn't dare to say that she could stand up to Lu Yang's might. So the elf princess was still very nervous. With a conflicted and expectant mood, the elf princess carefully sat beside Lu Yang. Seeing this one stunningly beautiful and sexily built elf princess right beside him, Lu Yang's heart also began to ignite a fire of lust, just thinking about the scene when this one perfect woman, later on, begged for mercy in her own bed. Lu Yang felt very excited. We'll have to have a good chat with her today. A full look from the inside out to see just how different this elf is from a normal woman? So Lu Yang said to the elf princess Leah, "Don't be so nervous for us. I'm a gentleman. I believe you've already heard from other women, and there's nothing strange that will happen when you enter inside my room. We're merely having a good chat." The elf princess buried her head in her ample bosom and nodded, saying shyly in an almost inaudible voice, "I understand, Lu Yang-sama. Next I will use all my strength to chat with you. I will definitely chat you up so much that you will fly straight up to the sky." Hearing this sentence, Lu Yang finally got hot-blooded and directly held onto the elf princess's small waist, deciding to have a good chat with her. Outside the door, Li Mengyao Chenzi and the others had already been waiting for a long time. Even the dwarf princess began to stand on her tiptoes and prick up her ears, trying to listen to the sounds coming from inside the room. After all, there wasn't much to do when you usually stayed inside this safe zone. Everyone lived a boring life. Although they were not worried about food or clothing, there were no recreational activities either. Being able to hear Lu Yang chatting with other women was a very complete and rare pastime for them seniors. And when they heard the voice coming from the elf princess Leia, each of them had a look of contempt on their faces. The dwarf princess, Sigrid, took the lead. "What the heck? Is this the legendary high and mighty elf princess? What a laugh. How come I didn't know before that the elves turned out to be so like those of us who know call her the elf princess. If others don't know and hear her voice, I'm afraid they'll directly call him the phantom princess." Chen Zi also said, "That's right. This elf princess is really good at it. She wouldn't have had a boyfriend before, right? And not just one?" Sigrid replied, "Who knows? Although this elf princess looks like a human teenage appearance, but his real age is hard for anyone to estimate. After all, some of the elves in the elf tribe can live for thousands of years, and they don't look much different from 15 even if they are 500 years old. So this elf princess, I estimate that she is already several hundred years old." Hearing this, all the women showed shocked expressions. Incredulously, he said, "My God, the elves can live that long? A good few thousand years of life. This is too enviable. Hundreds of years old looks just like a teenager. Wouldn't that be similar to immortality? It's really enviable to think about it. In the future, we'll all have become old women. And the appearance of this elf princess still hasn't changed. I also don't know if an alien can prolong his life," Lin Mo said. "According to our official organization's research on the psychics, a psychic is not able to extend his life. His body will still age with time, and is no different from an ordinary person." After hearing this answer, Chen Z and the other ordinary women then revealed a relieved expression. I thought that the psychics could have a lifespan of thousands of years like the elf princesses, in which case we ordinary people would be the most pitiful ones. There are no benefits. It's just that the exchanges inside this room are also coming to a fever pitch. The people outside the room listened to the voices inside, and each of them showed a look of contempt. I'm going to go, this elf princess is also too wavy, calling Lu Yang with this sound of a husband. The voice is still so whiny and seductive. I can't stand listening to it, isn't it? I have to say, this one's been pleasing men since this year, and she's really strong in that area. I couldn't resist if I were a man. Who isn't? I'll have to have a nice chat with him sometime and get some advice from her about ways to please a man too. A few hours later, peace was finally restored inside the room, and Lu Yang finished chatting with the elf princess, getting to know each other a lot better. This elf princess was worthy of being a more powerful race than humans. Although she wasn't a psychic, her normal base attributes were at least 3 or 4 times that of a human. Even in the middle of the chat with Lu Yang, he was one of the best performers and didn't get weak at the end. Lu Yang couldn't even help it and gave her a nod. Meanwhile, because in the chat, the elf princess voluntarily submitted to Lu Yang to listen to his Lu Yang's orders, Lu Yang also obtained the system's reward. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The conquest of the elf princess has been successful. Receive a system reward. The storage space level is raised by 1 level. After obtaining this system tip, Lu Yang's face revealed an expression of delight. It's real good. This is the elf princess. Not only is she beautiful and well built, serving herself comfortably, but also providing herself with the reward of a first level of storage space, coupled with that 1500-year lifespan. It can be said that this elf princess is the one who has helped herself the most out of all the women. It's just too good to be true. Chapter 157, Using him. Early in the morning of the second day, Lu Yang got up refreshed and got up. The elf princess next to her was still in the middle of a deep sleep. The sleeping elf princess also looks exceptionally beautiful with a peaceful and contented feeling in her expression. Lu Yang couldn't help but move closer to him and touch her tender face. The sleeping elf princess let out a murmur as if she was dreaming. Ah, Lord Lu Yang, give me a little more sleep. Last night you were just too fierce, but you tired me out enough. Now have not even recovered my strength yet. I need to sleep for a few more hours. After hearing the other party's words, Lu Yang's face revealed a hint of a smile. Then to the elf princess, she said, all right Leah, you can sleep a little longer then. I'm going to go eat breakfast first. I'll ask them to leave you a breakfast later. Aha! Okay, Lord Lu Yang, thank you. Facing Lu Yang's thoughtfulness, Leah was very touched. So Lu Yang stretched his male dog's waist and started to get up and get dressed and wash up, then went downstairs for breakfast. As soon as they arrived downstairs, the women threw strange looks at Lu Yang, and one of them even had a bad smile on their face. Li Mengyao took the lead and asked Lu Yang, how was it? Did Lu Yang feel good talking to the elf princess last night? What's the difference between an elf princess and an ordinary woman? Other than looking pretty and having a good body, there should be a difference in the experience above, right? Chen Zi also said, that's not true. The elf princess is so beautiful that even I, as a woman, want to have a good stick with her. Can you lend me the elf princess tonight? I want to sleep with her. I want to cuddle with her. I'm also going to study the marvelousness of the elven race. Li Mango said, yeah, I thought about it too. Being able to have some fun with the elf princess and sleep together must be very comfortable. I also want to discuss with her about the secret of longevity. It's said that any random elf of their elf tribe can live for thousands. My requirements aren't too high. Letting me live for a few hundred years would be enough. Hearing the words of the women, Lu Yang even laughed at these women. Where did you hear the news? Surprisingly, he even knew that the elves could live forever. But wanting to gain longevity was not something that could be explored. After all, the elves' longevity was something they were born with. It wasn't like they used any tricks. He himself was able to obtain a lifespan of more than 1,000 years simply because the elf princess shared it with him. Other people trying to replicate their methods will never do it. But Lu Yang didn't want to hit these women either. So he said to his women, alright, if you guys really want to gain longevity, ask the elf princess nicely and see if he can have a way to make you humans become long-lived as well. After hearing this sentence, the women immediately showed happy expressions. They all said to Lu Yang, that's great. Thank you Lu Yang. Then I'm welcome. I'm going to sleep with the elf princess tonight. I want to sleep with the elf princess too. Alright then, let's sleep with the elf princess together. It's not like it matters that we're all female anyway. We can also chat while sleeping. The ladies nodded, deciding that they had to ask the elf princess about it tonight. Leah, who was still in the middle of her sleep, was afraid that she wouldn't be able to imagine that she was so popular. But come to think of it, the elves, as a noble race, were the center of attention in the crowd wherever they went. Now it is normal to come inside Lu Yang's villa to gain the adoration of other women. After eating breakfast, Lu Yan was ready to continue to start going out to search for supplies. Ow! The little white tiger let out a pouting cry at Lu Yang. Lu Yang looked at the other party's eager eyes, so he could only nod helplessly and said, "Really can't do anything with this white tiger of yours. Alright, then the two of us will act together again today." Oh. The little white tiger's face immediately revealed an extremely humanized and happy expression, and then bounced to Lu Yang's side. At this time Lu Yang realized that this little white tiger in this period of time inside the surprisingly grew up a lot. At this moment her shoulder height has been more than 2 meters. If you stand up on both legs, I'm afraid it's more than 5 meters. When ordinary people saw a white tiger of this size, I'm afraid they would be scared to death. It was too oppressive. Lu Yang continued to take the little white tiger out and then recovered her with metal armor. Then one person and one tiger rose directly into the air in the middle of the gazes of the women. Begin flight at supersonic speed. Today Lu Yang was going to search for supplies in another city. Of course, it would be nice to search for some beautiful women. Soon Lu Yang brought the little white tiger to the next city. The two landed from the sky. Lu Yang directly sat on the body of the little white tiger and started walking. Some scattered zombies in the city rushed madly towards Lu Yang and little white tiger after seeing them. It's just a shame that before we get any closer. Lu Yang's face then had revealed a light smile, followed by a wave of his hand. A steel needle shot straight out. Pow! There was a loud bang. That one walker was instantly shot in the head, followed by more zombies, who all gathered around when they heard the commotion. Lu Yang, on the other hand, continued to wave his hand, and the steel needles shuttled between the heads of those zombies like streams of light. Bang 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 bang. With the incessant sound of exploding heads, the zombies fell one by one. Lu Yang also began to receive system prompts inside his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 10 zombies to gain 1 point of attributes. Congratulations to the host for killing 100 zombies and gaining 10 points of attributes. Congratulations to the host for killing 200 zombies and gaining 20 attribute points. Inside his mind, he kept receiving system prompts. The appearance points kept increasing, and Lu Yang's face was showing a happy smile. It's still faster to kill zombies to improve your attributes. One man and one tiger. The mighty continued on. However, what they did was seen by a group of survivors in the shadows. A shocked expression appeared on the faces of that group of survivors. One of the survivors said to the big man next to him, "Big brother, why is that guy riding the white tiger so fierce?" The zombies all fell to the ground with their heads blown off wherever he passed. "That's a little too strong." Another survivor said, "Maybe we can use him." The big man with dark skin also seemed to see a glimmer of light in his eyes. Finally biting his teeth, he nodded his head and said, "Yes, it seems like we have to utilize him to do so." So he waved his hand and the whole squad began to move. Chapter 158, Praying for Your Help. At this time, Lu Yang rode the little white tiger and continued on, finally arriving in front of a supermarket. It was only surprising that there were a few zombie corpses in front of the supermarket that had already begun to decompose. The bodies of those zombies should have been dead for several days. There were maggots writhing on them, and in some places, the white bones were already exposed. It also emits an extremely unpleasant and foul odor. Lu Yang couldn't help but cover his nose. Even the little white tiger showed a frowning expression. As a white tiger, her sense of smell was several times that of a human. Even Lu Yang was stunk up and couldn't stand it, and as a white tiger she certainly stunk up even more. Lu Yang said to White Tiger, "It seems that this one supermarket should have had someone go inside. Otherwise there couldn't have been zombie corpses outside here. There was a battle in this place, and it is possible that these zombies were originally inside the supermarket tracking the survivors to the outside of the supermarket, and then were taken out by the survivors." Ow! The little white tiger nodded, feeling that what Lu Yang said made sense. "Let's go. Let's hurry in and take a look. Hopefully there are still some supplies inside that have not been collected." Looking at Lu Yang continued, and then patted the little white tiger's butt, and the little white tiger continued to move forward. A man and a tiger entered the supermarket, and as expected, as soon as he entered the supermarket Lu Yang saw the zombie corpses all over the ground. There were dozens and hundreds of them. Looks like the other side is fierce. To be able to kill hundreds of zombies was at least a squad of several dozen survivors. Otherwise, they would never dare to enter a zombie nest like a supermarket. After all, not everyone was as fierce as Lu Yang, who was able to instantly take out hundreds or thousands of zombies with his own strength. The whole supermarket reeked of foul odors. Lu Yang continued to move forward and realized that most of the items inside the supermarket had surprisingly been scavenged. All that was left was some spoiled food. Some of the food, even if it hadn't spoiled, had been contaminated by the stench of the bodies of the zombies and the liquids. Lu Yang shook his head and said to the little white tiger, "Forget it, it stinks in here. It's really bad luck. Let's not collect food, let's go." Ow 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 ow. The little white tiger nodded, then darted out towards the entrance of the supermarket at an extremely fast speed, so smelly she couldn't help it a long time ago, just waiting for Lu Yang to give the order. After appearing outside the supermarket, Lu Yang took a deep breath. The inside of that supermarket stank worse than a cesspool, so he couldn't even breathe. Now after appearing outside the supermarket, he dared to breathe easy. And just as Lu Yang and the little white tiger were preparing the scenario to collect the next supermarket, suddenly, a pair of burly men appeared in front of him. These burly men were all dusty and tall, with dark, strong and murderous skin. Obviously they were survivors in the middle of the end of the world, and they were afraid that they had a lot of human lives or zombie lives in their hands, or else it was absolutely impossible to have such a strong aura. To an ordinary person, such people are full of murderous aura, and just one look at them may scare them. Of course to Lu Yang these breaths were not worth mentioning, because Lu Yang is a man who has killed tens of thousands of zombies. In terms of killing aura, if he says second, who dares to say first? Looking at those survivors, Lu Yang's face showed a trace of icy expression and asked to them, "What? Something wrong?" Although Lu Yang was not a murderous maniac and would not kill anyone on sight, but if these survivors dared to provoke themselves or utter a word of disrespect to them, then their heads would explode in the next second. After all, he was already so strong. Why should he be messed with by others? You don't mess with me. You mess with me, you die. That group of dusty big men full of murderous spirit, after hearing Lu Yang's words, instantly changed their faces, changed into a pleasing smile. Obscene strong man, said to Lu Yang, "Little brother, this supermarket inside the supplies have been gone. We have been on the first 2 days have been collected. Found that inside the early have been people first. You want supplies? I do know a good place to go. I don't know if you are interested." "Not interested," Lu Yang said without hesitation. "Ha!" The words that one burly man originally wanted to say were instantly blocked in his mouth. How could he not expect that this young man would say that he was not interested without hesitation? Originally, they still wanted to use the supplies to lure the young man into their plans. After all, in the post-apocalyptic world, nothing is more valuable than material things. It is impossible for someone to be uninterested in material things. If he is really uninterested in material things, why would he go into the supermarket to search for them? That burly man was still not dead, and continued, "Little brother, everything I said is true. There really have you can't finish the supplies, and no one has ever gone in more than the supermarket supplies a few times. You believe me? I'll take you there. Then get the supplies. We won 9 points. You 9 us 1. Lu Yang, showing a light smile, he shook his head and said, "I never share with others, and I'm not interested in what you said. There really is such a good place. You guys would have gone long ago. You guys are so many people. Even if there are a few hundred zombies, you guys can take them out. However, I now have a strong suspicion that the supplies inside the supermarket were taken by you. So don't even think about slipping out from in front of me. Leaving the supplies behind can spare your lives, or else you'll all have to die." Hearing this, the burly man's people were directly dumbfounded, because they still wanted to use Lu Yang to fulfill their purpose. But whoever thought that this guy would directly threaten us to hand over our supplies? Isn't this stealing a chicken to get it back? Moreover, they had already seen Lu Yang's battle in the dark, and with a casual wave of his hand, hundreds of zombies fell to the ground with their heads exploding. They couldn't even see how this guy did it. I'm afraid he's just a psychic with the ability to explode heads. Although it was said that their boss was also a psychic, their boss's psychic ability wasn't as amazing as just blowing someone's head off. In this instant, these burly men instantly revealed somewhat panicked expressions, fearful that this young man would take himself out with a wave of his hand. After all, apart from the boss who was a psychic, the others were not much stronger compared to the zombies. This man was able to blow the walkers' heads off, just as he was able to blow them off, and there was nothing they could do to counter it. That one burly man who was called the boss gritted his teeth and said to Lu Yang, "Little brother, count me as begging you. As long as you do me this favor, I can give you all my supplies." Chapter 159, I want this. Facing the other party's request, Lu Yang instantly smiled. This guy has provoked himself, and he dares to beg for his own business. What a nerve! Seeing Lu Yang revealing that lightly smiling expression, the big man instantly had a bad premonition. So without hesitation, he instantly snapped and fell to his knees, kneeling to Lu Yang without stopping. Bang 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 bang. Then with a pitiful face, he said to Lu Yang, "Big brother, just help me. I'm really out of ideas. But if I had the slightest idea what to do, I wouldn't have risked so much to come and beg you. I also know that in the end times everyone is a competitor and an enemy to each other. Asking for your help would have been a bit of an imposition, but I really have no choice. My sister was taken, and it's not like I'm a match for the other guy. Originally I was in despair, but your appearance, little brother, gave me hope again, as long as you can help me. From now on, you will be our brother and sister's savior." Hearing this sentence, Liu Yang then revealed a somewhat interested expression. "Sister taken? Hello sister," he asked to the one big man. "Is your sister pretty?" The big man froze when he heard the question. What's bleachy? Is it a matter of being bleached in this case? But then he thought about it. From ancient times to the present day there is a hero to save a woman. Why the hero will save a woman is because the woman looks beautiful. Why not a hero to save the ugly? So whether she looks beautiful or not is probably the key to whether her sister can be saved or not. He answered in a hurry. "Beautiful. My sister definitely looks beautiful. It can be said that she is a national color than all those big first-tier stars. Even more beautiful. And her body is very perfect. At the same time, my sister is also a psychic. So her body is much more powerful than an ordinary woman. And the lines on her body are very graceful. Just that body of hers is full of advantages compared to professional athletes." Liu Yang nodded and said, "Well, since you have said so, then I will reluctantly do you this small favor. Speak up. Who captured your sister?" After hearing this sentence, it caused a big man's face to show a color of excitement. So it seems that his sister is saved. For this one young man had evidently come to take an interest in the matter of his sister, and no longer regarded himself with the same hostility that he had at first. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, Dahan felt that he should make more efforts. After all, it was his own sister. He serves as the leader of a survivor base. Yet not even being able to protect his own sister was something that made him something very depressing and desperate. Now finally able to make a small contribution to saving his sister, the big man felt like he had renewed hope. So he hurriedly said to Liu Yang, "The one who took my sister is not a zombie or any other human, but a creature that I have never seen before. It is very possible that it mutated after the doomsday outbreak." What creature? Liu Yang was instantly more interested. He already had a dwarf princess inside his safe zone, as well as an elf princess. These two different from the human race, to Liu Yang's feeling are very good. Each has its own way of playing, especially the elf princess. Not only looks stunningly beautiful, but also to provide their own life expectancy of 1,500 years. Simply think about it, all make people excited. Wouldn't this be a new discovery for a new race to make? A random alien, magical girl, or chimera will do. It's going to be much more exciting than humans anyway. Seeing Liu Yang came Xing Su big man's heart as if really has completely ignited hope, and even feel that his sister has been saved. He hurriedly said to Liu Yang, "This one creature, if one really wants to describe it, feels more like something like jelly. They are soft all over and can morph at will as if they have no bones." Hearing this sentence, Liu Yang immediately came into the spirit. A creature without bones? Wouldn't that be no different than a slime? Holy, if I could give me a slime lady, wouldn't I be able to play with it as much as I want? Other women could only take me in a small way, but Slim was able to take me in whole. The slime lady is the best. Liu Yang hurriedly asked, "Isn't this a slime? How many of these creatures are there? Where are they? Is there a gender? Are there male and female? Are they pretty?" The big man was directly speechless. "Good lord, you just asked if my sister looked pretty, and now you're asking if slime looks pretty. You're really not picky, are you? Looks like you're really hungry. No wonder I look at you with this white tiger in your crotch and look at you all wrong. You're not having an affair with white tiger too, are you?" But though he thought this in his mind, but the mouth said, "Those jelly-type slime-like creatures seem to be able to change their appearance and size at will. That means they can look like whatever they want, and they can even take on the same appearance as you. Thus, if you are able to catch the slimes, big brother, then you can customize the face and body pinch as much as you want, and pinch them to look like what you want." After hearing this sentence, Liu Yang revealed an excited expression. "Yeah, it's just unimaginable joy, and even more, a little stranger idea, like pinching many sets of fertility systems for this slime. So wouldn't it be possible to carry many babies at once? It's simply twice as efficient to use it to have a baby. I want this. This is good." Liu Yang showed an expression of impatience, said to the one big man, "Hurry up and tell me where your sister was taken, and where is the main camp of some of these slimes. Quickly take me there. Going late might put your sister's life in danger." Hearing these words, the big man revealed a surprised expression and immediately said to Liu Yang, "Okay my lord, follow me. I will take you there now." Chapter 160, The Slime Appears. So with the big man leading the way, Liu Yang followed them along with Xia Beihu to find the slime's base camp. This slime's home base is inside an underground supermarket. The entrance to the supermarket was covered in a sticky substance, obviously created by slime. Some of this substance was full of stickiness, and it even looked as if it was writhing slightly, as if it were alive. That one big man said to Liu Yang, "My lord, beware, these substances are covered with slime nerves. Just walk on them and you will be discovered by these slimes. I also tried to save my sister, but before even walking into the supermarket, I was discovered several times and almost even I was caught. Those guys are very strong and they possess a body like water. Ordinary attacks are simply ineffective against them. I even suspect that they can be not physical attacks. After listening to this big man's words, Liu Yang, but with a relaxed expression, said, "It's fine. The reason why you think he can ignore physical attacks is just because your physical attacks don't do enough damage. In front of absolute damage all is floating clouds." After saying that, Liu Yang walked forward without hesitation and stepped on that. It was like a jelly carpet-like substance on top of it. That one jelly carpet gave an instant shudder. A roar began to come from inside the supermarket immediately afterward. It was obvious that the slime inside had already discovered Liu Yang. That one big man instantly revealed an expression of panic. He was well aware of the power of slimes. When he was trying to save his sister, he himself was almost caught by a slime. Now that he had heard the slimes roar again, he was naturally terrified. If he could choose, he really didn't want to face this kind of soft and spineless, yet powerful monster. It's just a shame that the person who was caught was his own sister and he had to come. "Be careful, my lord. These slimes will come pouring out." Liu Yang reached out his hand and waved it at him and said, "It's fine. Watch me perform next." The next second after his words, brush, dozens of black shadows instantly rushed out from the middle of the supermarket. And when Liu Yang saw the appearance of those black shadows, he immediately revealed a somewhat excited expression. Sure enough, it was a legendary slime, looking soft all over. Even rushing out to walk felt as fluid as if my legs were glued to the ground. Their entire body was a composition of a translucent pink jelly-like substance. Each slime was over 2 meters tall, able to be seen as humanoid but without the details of a human. Their hands and feet had no fingers and toes while their faces had no facial features. It felt like they were deliberately taking on the appearance of a human being completely at their own whim, just to fight people better. It just looks so amazing to the eyes. Liu Yang had a thought and a steel needle had appeared in front of him. A wave of the hand followed. Brush. That one steel needle had drawn a stream of light and shot straight out, instantly striking one of the slimes. That one slime's head was instantly pierced through, creating a huge hollow. The one big man who saw this scene next to him instantly revealed a shocked expression. So that's what this young man did. Make the walker explode his head? It's too fierce, isn't it? Just a steel needle. It's even more powerful than a bullet. But what happened next was even more unexpected. That one slime that had been struck through the head had clearly had its head turned into a huge hollow. Yet the next second it healed at a speed that was close enough for the naked eye to see in the middle of the crowd's gaze. Liu Yang all showed a somewhat surprised expression. Good guys really are undead little strong. Their body does not have any part that is an important part. There is no brain on their head. Their whole body is transparent. Inside their body also see not internal organs. Want to kill them? It seems that it is not easy. This was the first time Liu Yang's flying needles failed on the enemy's body. In the past, no matter how powerful an enemy he encountered, his head was instantly blown off, but this time in Slime's body, it was as if physical attacks no longer had any effect. The burly man next to him showed an even more desperate expression. He also didn't expect such a powerful young man to be helpless against these slimes as well. It seemed that it was simply difficult for his sister to be rescued, and there was basically no hope anymore. Did he really want to give up just like that? But he wasn't willing to. After all, that was her favorite sister. Unexpectedly, just when he was feeling desperate, Liu Yang had already made his next move. With just a thought, Liu Yang released more steel from inside his storage space. Immediately after that he directly waved his hand. Those steel instantly flew towards the slime, and then quickly wrapped up in that slime's body, encasing that one slime in steel. Liu Yang then waved his hand and the steel slime quickly changed shape into an orb, and slime was just trapped in the iron ball. That was airtight. Slimes could never escape even if they could change their shape again, and Liu Yang once again reached out and squeezed. The round iron ball rapidly became smaller in size and kept squeezing towards the center of the slime inside, instantly letting out miserable cries. It seems that although you are able to change your own shape, you still obey the laws of physics. Mass is constant. No matter how much you change your size, you can only be compressed to a certain extent. You can't be infinitely compressed forever. So as long as I make the iron ball small enough, it will be able to crush this slime to death. Seeing this scene, that one big man directly revealed an expression of surprise. The whole person was so excited that he couldn't help but shout from the side. My lord, you are so fierce. Saved. This is saved. My sister is saved. The companion who came with that big man also showed an excited expression after seeing Liu Yang's operation. I didn't expect that these slimes, which were like undefeatable little strong men, would be as unbeatable as ever in front of this one adult, and could be taken at will. This is absolute strength. In front of the truly strong, no creature, no matter what it is worth mentioning. The other slimes, seeing their companions trapped within the iron ball, quickly rushed towards that one iron ball. then coalesced a fist bigger than a casserole dish and hammered it. But unfortunately, that iron ball didn't move at all. The steel controlled by Liu Yang was the hardest steel in the world, and so far nothing had been able to destroy it. So how could these slimes do it? Chapter 161, Damn Slime. Slime's big fist hit the top of the steel made by Liu Yang with a loud thumping sound, but the giant ball of steel didn't even move. That big man had had battles with slimes, and he understood very well how powerful slimes possessed. Although they looked like boneless jelly-like creatures, as if they had no bones or muscles in their entire body, they actually possessed tremendous strength, with their entire body being full of elasticity, and with a casual flick of their fists they could hammer out their fists like sledgehammers. Once an alien's weapon was hammered off by one of these slimes, but now these slimes were importing like crazy trying to save their companions, but they couldn't do any damage to the steel ball created by Liu Yang. Such a situation is just unbelievable. They were all shocked at how powerful Liu Yang was. It was just too fierce. Simply the most powerful person they had ever seen. Those slimes saw that saving their companions was in the middle of difficulties, and one by one, they began to let out angry roars. Roar! Immediately after that, all the slimes rushed towards Liu Yang at an extremely fast speed. The moment they were close to Liu Yang again, they sent their fists flying towards him. The moment they threw another punch, they seemed to have strengthened the mass of their entire body on top of their fist, and that one fist was more than a meter in diameter. If this punch were to hit an ordinary person's body, I'm afraid that it would also directly be able to smash an ordinary person as thin as a piece of paper. However, Liu Yang only revealed a face of inclination in the face of this fierce attack. He waved his hand. Brush! A network of steel barriers appeared between him and the slime. Immediately after that, all of the slime's attacks existed on this barrier net. Buzz! The barrier mesh let out a vibrating sound in the face of the powerful attack, but the seemingly thin layer of net was able to withstand the slime's huge fists without taking any damage from the ripples. Upon seeing this scene, the alien powers beside them were even more surprised. At this point they had probably guessed Liu Yang's artist. That is the legendary ability to control metal, and this ability is just too fierce to be able to control metal at will, not only for offense, but also able to be used for defense. And the metal it controls is no longer ordinary metal, but very tough and unbreakable metal. After all, even a machete made of high-strength steel would become unbeatable in front of a slime and be broken at will. But the thin layer of defense net created by Liu Yang was able to withstand the slime's attack. This meant that the metal he was controlling was much harder than even a machete made of high-strength steel. Seeing that they couldn't do any damage to Liu Yang, and all the attacks were blocked by the defense net created by Liu Yang, those slimes instantly changed their strategy. The fist did not leave immediately after it smashed on top of the defense net. Instead it began to wrap around the top of the defense net, followed by entering Liu Yang's defense net through the holes in the defense net. As if it was a machine that made noodles, the slime transformed into countless noodles. These noodles then began to harden, and immediately after that, as if they were sharp spikes, they directly stabbed at Liu Yang, ready to stab the Liu Yang in the defense net into a hedgehog. Seeing this scene, that one of the big man alien revealed a worried expression and shouted, "My lord, be careful." The other survivors also looked at Liu Yang with worry. However, at this moment, Liu Yang had a light smile on his face. Indirectly, he had a thought. Brush! The shield that was still mesh instantly healed those mesh holes. The slime spikes that had invaded through the holes immediately afterward were instantly pinched off. The originally very sharp spikes, after being clipped off by Liu Yang's steel, immediately became weak and feeble like earthworms and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, those survivors were instantly dumbfounded. How could he not expect Liu Yang to be so strong that he was even able to clip off some of these slimes? It was important to know that although slimes appeared to be soft and jelly-like creatures, their bodies were actually full of resilience, and could even harden instantly when they were in danger, possessing unimaginable hardness. Even if a sharp machete slashed at them, it couldn't do any damage to them. But now, this young man had clipped his opponent's tentacle attack with a mere thought, allowing his steel mesh to heal. This is just too fierce. Seeing his tentacles by the householder, that some of the slimes let out a pain sound. Ouch! Immediately after, these slimes began to slowly all merge together, forming a giant slime. Originally each of their slimes was about 2 meters tall. Now dozens of slimes had rejoined together, instantly turning into a mega slime giant that was over 50 meters tall. This slime giant possessed an extremely strong sense of oppression. Every step it took could bring about a tremor in the big picture. Those survivors beside him were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The only one, an alien big man, revealed a shocked expression and muttered, "These guys even have this trick of fusion? A single slime is already beyond my ability. I can't even beat them in single combat. They fused together to form a mega slime. If I were to encounter one, I'm afraid I'd be directly crushed. 1 foot would be trampled to death by him." It turns out that when I saved my sister for the first time, These dead people I merely had a small fight with and didn't use their full strength at all. Damn it! The big man had a very angry look on his face. Not angry at the slimes, but angry at his own weakness. In front of these slimes, his own little bit of strength was surprisingly worthless. Does it mean that in the end times, humans are still weak after all? I'm not happy about it. At the same time, he placed all his expectations on Liu Yang, and he hoped that this young man would be able to revitalize the human race. But we must defeat this wretched slime. Chapter 162, Slime Collective. Liu Yang did not let this big man down. Upon seeing the slimes merge together to form a super large slime giant that was over 50 meters tall, Liu Yang's face did not show any expression of fear at all. Instead, he was somewhat excited. It seems that this alien did not lie to me. Slime possesses the ability to merge, as well as the ability to parallelize and split. That's a good ability. Paired with their own genetic enhancements, they are simply perfect for having children. I'll take this slime. Liu Yang. The slime became even angrier when he saw that the human even had a green smile on his face. His 5 senses-less face suddenly opened a bloody mouth and let out an earth-shattering roar into the middle of the sky. Roar! Immediately after that his arm began to form a huge machete that looked incredibly sharp. This machete has been hardened. I'm afraid it's more full of destruction than a normal metal machete. Just a wave of his hand. This machete instantly slashed directly at Liu Yang. Since you can't be harmed with a hammer, you'll be cut in half with a sharp knife. Seeing this slime's attack, the survivors next to him had been dumbfounded. It was so strong that instead of being some kind of jelly-like creature, this slime was more like that Marvel movie Venom. Not only can it liquefy, it can harden, can be soft or hard. There was no possibility of defeating such slimes encountered by ordinary people. But for Liu Yang, that big man was full of confidence. For in this young man he saw the possibility of something more than slime. This is the king among men. Ordinary humans may not be as evolved as monsters, but this man was different. His attributes were definitely way ahead. No matter what monster was in front of him, it was worthless, fruity. It was just as this one burly man had imagined. That one big sharp sword made by that one huge slime carried on Liu Yang's body. There was a clanking sound of metal clashing in that instant. Immediately after that, that one huge great sword unexpectedly snapped at the waist. It wasn't a person that was cut. Instead it was like cutting into a hard nail. The moment it came into contact with the nail, the entire blade unexpectedly snapped. And this wasn't an ordinary iron blade. This was a biological blade hardened by slime, possessing a much stronger toughness, and it was absolutely impossible to break it as per normal. But this human just didn't play by the rules. Roar! The slime that had broken off one of its tentacles and transformed it into a blade instantly let out a scream of pain. Although they were jelly-like slime creatures, they had feelings. They also had pain. They were not killed by physical attacks, but every time they were penetrated through their bodies, they would feel that feeling of pain. And Liu Yang shattered their physical blade right on top, naturally making him feel a lot of pain. But those survivors next to them had expressions of excitement. This is just great. A few survivors even outright exclaimed, "Awesome! This is too fierce, isn't it? To directly use your body to harden and break the blade that the slime has transformed into? This body hardness has surpassed steel. No, didn't you guys see that silver layer of steel armor on him? His body is supposed to be steel. This is the Iron Man of our Shenlong kingdom. My lord is great. Just finish this slime off." They all yelled in excitement, while Slime had started to freak out. Seeing that the blade that he had condensed into could not cause the slightest damage to Liu Yang, it was even directly given by Liu Yang. Top broken. He revealed a roar like madness, and then countless tentacles began to directly to Liu Yang entangled in the past. Since the blade of experience could not cause damage to the opponent, then it was only possible to suffocate the opponent with entanglements. Brush! A dozen or so tentacles instantly hit on Liu Yang's body, followed by circling around several times and began to contract non-stop. Clack 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 clack. The metal armor on Liu Yang's body all began to be entangled and clicked. Seeing this scene, those few survivors instantly didn't dare to speak again, each holding their breath and revealing a nervous expression. These mother ******** ing slimes. How dare you do that to this lord? Don't let this one hateful slime get the better of you. They were all very concerned about Liu Yang's well-being. After all, whether or not Liu Yang could defeat this slime alive was also a matter of their own safety at the same time. If Liu Yang lost the battle, then everyone present would not want to run, because this slime had obviously been enraged, and would not be like the first time they fought with the slime, just playing with them on a playful mindset, allowing them the possibility of escape. Just when everyone started to feel worried for Liu Yang, only Liu Yang's face showed a touch of inclination, and then he started to look towards that one huge slime. Although the slime had no eyes and no nose, he had vision. His whole body was vision, and he was able to see the easy smile on Liu Yang's face. The moment he came into contact with Liu Yang's eyes again, he saw the chi and blood and ice coldness in Liu Yang's eyes, and immediately after that, the entire giant slime felt a tremor in his body. Fear. This one human made him feel deep fear. In the past, it was the slime that treated other creatures with a playful mindset, playing with other creatures as if they were prey. Just like a cat that catches a mouse. It always likes to let the mouse run away first, and then catches it again to let it run away and catch it again, and so on and so forth, to satisfy their own playfulness. He also saw this kind of playfulness in Liu Yang's eyes. It's just a shame that at this point the prey has become himself. This interchange of identities made slime feel a bit overwhelmed for a moment. It increased the strength above its tentacles. Clack clack clack. Liu Yang's metal armor began to continue making noises. However, Liu Yang, who was in the metal armor, did not show any expression of pain on his face and remained relaxed. He spoke to the slime. Armor that can resist missile attacks. This strength is not something you can crush with a few tentacles. It's my turn to pinch you next. When he finished speaking he gave a single look. Brush. The metal began to spread down Liu Yang's armor to the top of the enemy's tentacles, and immediately after in spreading down the tentacles to the slime's entire body. Now the slime also wore a layer of metal armor. Only the set of metal armor, after covering his entire body, helped wrap him airtight and then began to shrink dramatically. Chapter 165, Subduing a Slime. Full marks to her. Although he said that he was not able to save his sister, the big man also felt very moved. Now letting these brothers follow him into death again. He himself felt a bit too much. Brothers say good. Just wait until Lord Liu Yang finished dealing with the things here and then go together. That way it is called more stable. So they put their eyes on Liu Yang again, only to see that Liu Yang did not immediately prepare to enter the slime's base camp after trapping that one slime in the orb. Instead he started to reveal a finger-thick hole in the steel orb, using his mind. Seeing this one hole, the survivors looked at each other. One of the survivors said, "What does this lord want? He's not serious, is he? Looking at this hole, I have a bold idea, and I don't know if I should tell it or not. I also have a not-so-sophisticated suggestion that I'm not sure if I should make. Holy, are you guys really hungry? Is it possible that that lord thinks as we do? I shouldn't. Who has feelings for a pile of slimes? If this lord really did something unspeakable to that hole, he'd be the first of the human race." Liu Yang's superior hearing naturally also heard these ordinary people talking on the side. The corners of his eyes twitched as he thought to himself, "What's going on in your heads? Even if I have thoughts about this slime, can this finger-thick hole make me make an actual action? Who are you looking down on? Expanding this hole 10 times may not even be enough." Liu Yang just wanted to see if the slime was still active after being pressed into a 3-meter diameter volume in the middle of the orb. As expected, the next second slime instantly drilled a tentacle from inside that hole. Liu Yang instantly let that hole heal. Brush. That one slime's tentacle was completely severed. Roar. Another low roar of agony came from within the orb, and the entire sphere began to vibrate non-stop. Liu Yang revealed a satisfied expression. Immediately after that, he began to move his mind slightly again, making that one metal orb. A hole appeared. Another tentacle burrowed out, and he instantly let the hole heal again, severing the tentacle. After repeating this several times, when Liu Yang once again made the metal orb open a hole, the slime unexpectedly didn't dare to drill out its tentacles anymore. Liu Yang said, "It seems that the intelligence of this creature is not very low, as long as the taming up is not very difficult. Don't you guys see that he is scared? Even if I open the hole again, he doesn't dare to extend his tentacles." Looking at the ground that was bouncing around like an earthworm. 7 or 8 tentacles. When the alien big man heard Liu Yang's words, he hurriedly nodded his head with a face full of currying favor and said, "Yes, yes, yes, my lord is right. There is no creature that cannot be tamed in front of my lord, even if it's a slime." Liu Yang revealed a satisfied expression. The next experiment had been completed and he wasn't going to continue playing. Solely, he directly began to cast his soul control aura. Prepare to see if this slime can be controlled by himself. A system alert was received a minute later. Ding! Congratulations to the host's soul control aura. The casting was successful. The opponent has become your most loyal servant and will never betray. After receiving this tip, Liu Yang immediately revealed an excited expression. Good. Well. Chapter 163, Wants to Try Slime. Liu Yang then waved his hand and the metal orb instantly shattered. One of the slimes was released by Liu Yang and once again reverted to a size tens of meters tall. Seeing this scene, the alien next to him was startled, and thought it was a slime, which had broken Liu Yang's metal orb hole. But the next second the huge slime actually knelt directly in front of Liu Yang. The delicate features of a woman suddenly appeared on that face which had no features, and with a very submissive expression. Seeing this scene, those survivors were instantly dumbfounded. The huge slime actually revealed such a submissive expression, so to speak. The shattering of that one iron ball wasn't done by the slime, but rather, It was this one adult who took the initiative to let the iron ball shatter and release the slime. After comprehending this, all the survivors, all of them threw adoring gazes at Liu Yang. This lord is so fierce. He is simply the fiercest man in the world. The giant slime was surprisingly easy to tame. Moreover, this slime even took the initiative to transform into a human being, turning into the appearance of a beautiful woman, and knelt down beside Liu Yang with his huge body, bowing down to Liu Yang. This scene directly gave those survivors a great shock. Being able to defeat a monster didn't make people wonder, but being able to capture the monster alive while defeating it, or even make it submit, was what made people wonder. Everything that Liu Yang did at this moment was an extremely unbelievable thing in the eyes of these survivors. They had never thought before that they could still use taming as a method when facing monsters. At the same time, they also lamented with how powerful Liu Yang was. It took less than half an hour to tame a monster. Keep in mind that it took thousands of years for humans to tame wolves into dogs. But this one lord tamed a creature that had never appeared before, as if such was a creature that had descended from other worlds, but it took less than half an hour. Perhaps he was no longer human, but simply godlike. Each of them had their mouths open, mouths staring in disbelief. Seeing them so surprised, Liu Yang smiled and said, "Alright, you guys don't be shocked here. For me this is just normal operation. Next it's time to go. Save your sister." Hearing these words, that one big man immediately revealed a touched look. It was worthy of being Lord Liu Yang. Even remembering his own things, he spoke at once. "Yes, my lord. Being able to meet you is simply our brother and sister's greatest fortune. My lord, as long as you help me save my sister, I will be your #1 follower from now on, and I definitely won't have any complaints if you ask me to go to the Mountain of Swords or the Sea of Fire." "Aha! Let's go." Liu Yang nodded, then began to speak to the slime. "Take us in to find the human you captured. The human you captured should still be alive, right?" Slime that a huge beautiful face red lips rose lightly, to Liu Yang with stuttering human language, said, "Big, adults, should still have it." Should? Liu Yang froze. Then after thinking about it, there might be other slimes inside the underground supermarket. At this very moment, they were doing harm to humans, so he didn't stop for a moment and directly rushed into the middle of the underground supermarket. And the huge beauty slime behind him started to split and turned into dozens of smaller beauty slimes also followed Liu Yang and drilled into the supermarket. Chapter 164, Rescued. As soon as he entered this underground supermarket, Liu Yang discovered the problem. The entire floor of the underground supermarket was covered with a layer of slime-like substance on top of the floor, which seemed to be a slime flesh carpet. The texture is soft underfoot as you walk on it. Liu Yang cannot help but sigh. Does it mean that this is the legendary leather carpet? Every step felt like my feet were sinking into the slime's body. Behind them, those beautiful slimes also followed. Liu Yang asked to those slimes, "Are the ones laying underground your companions?" One of the slimes replied in human language, "Not really. He's not a companion, but more like our mother." Because every slime inside this supermarket was generated from on top of this carpet, and in the middle of the supermarket exists the mother of all slimes. It can infinitely split into more and more slimes. Liu Yang revealed a shocked expression. So amazing. If there was a slime matrix that could split slimes infinitely, then if each slime let you transform into the appearance of a beautiful woman and have children with yourself, wouldn't that mean that you had countless beautiful women? You can refresh the system rewards at will? If it's so powerful, then this slime matrix Liu Yang, must get it too. So Liu Yang showed an excited expression and continued to go deeper into the supermarket. As expected, there was a huge slime ball in the center of the supermarket. The diameter of this sphere reached about 2 meters, and these carpets of slime flesh on the ground were emanating from around the sphere, spreading throughout the entire underground supermarket, and even preparing to spread beyond the underground supermarket. Under his coverage, slimes had vision, had senses, and could even fuse and split off at any time. Once walking on it, any living thing will be grabbed by these slimes, and then become the sustenance for these slimes. Around the meatball, there were many other captured humans, walkers, and even some beasts. They were wrapped by the slime tissue around the meatball, forming it transparent as if it were a sleeping bag. Wrapping some of this prey in it, the slime tissue would slowly release a corrosive liquid that would absorb their nutrients, and eventually not even bones would be born. That one big alien man instantly became anxious and immediately began to look for his sister's figure amongst these prey. But at this moment, that one slime meatball instantly attacked Liu Yang and them. After all, he wasn't going to sit around as the mother of all slimes. Unfortunately, before his attack got close to Liu Yang and the others, the dozens of slime beauties had already rushed forward to go in and attack their mother. After all, they had been controlled by Liu Yang. Protecting Liu Yang's safety was their first task. Those dozens of slime beauties instantly surrounded that meatball. making it impossible for any of that one meatball's attacks to break through their defenses. They are born from the same root, but they are too anxious to eat each other. Lu Yang shook his head and then started casting soul control aura. A minute later he received a system alert again and successfully put the slime mother under control. Those slime beauties let go, too, of their mother's bondage. At this time that alien he finally found his sister among dozens of prey instantly beyond the machete. Wanting to cut through that slime Burmese, however only a thin layer, as cling film like film he could not cut through. After trying several times with no effect, he had to cast a look of help at Lu Yang and said, "Lord Lu Yang, quickly help me. My sister is dying too." "Good." Lu Yang nodded. Through that transparent film, he would have been able to see that the woman who had been captured was indeed very pretty looking. This big man hadn't lied to himself, so he spoke to a slime beauty next to him. "Release that person." "Yes, Lord Lu Yang." The slime beauty immediately stretched out a tentacle and slashed at that film, instantly slashing it open and the beauty inside fell out. The big man rushed over to help up his sister. At this time that beautiful woman which slowly opened her eyes, and Lu Yang also at this moment, finally got a good look at this one beautiful girl. Beauty. It's just so beautiful. If it's a 10-point rating, Lu Yang can give her a 9. And 1 point not given because one hasn't interacted with this beauty queen in depth and doesn't know how this beauty queen's body is like? Equals. If the figure is not padded, then Lu Yang can give her full marks. At this moment, that beautiful girl opened her eyes and saw her old brother's rugged face, and immediately revealed a surprised expression to his brother. "You finally came to save me, brother. I was really scared. I thought I would die here." The big man turned to his sister to comfort her and said, "Don't be afraid, old sister. If I say I'll come to your rescue, I'll definitely come to your rescue." "Brother, these strange and disgusting creatures are so strong. How did you defeat them? Could it be that you've upgraded your alien ability level?" The beautiful maiden asked with a pair of big watery eyes at her older brother. A look of some embarrassment came over his brother's face. In the beginning, in order to save his old sister, he and his brothers were almost accounted for in this underground supermarket. There were 2 good brothers who even sacrificed their lives in order to break their back. It would be a lie to say that I'm not afraid. There was a time when this one big man had even given up to save his sister. It was only when he met Lu Yang at the back that he saw the hope of saving his sister again. So he came out and begged Lu Yang to come and help. And he didn't expect it to work. Now that his sister asked, the big man felt a little embarrassed and helpless. And even a little embarrassed because he had originally given up. So he had no choice but to touch his nose and give an honest explanation to his sister. "Your brother. I don't have that kind of ability. If I were to rely on my strength, I'm afraid that the chances of rescuing you would not be high. Thanks to this lord, it was his help that we were able to defeat the slime." Listening to Lao's words, that beautiful young girl put her eyes on Lu Yang's body. Only then did he see Lu Yang's appearance clearly. Cool. What a handsome young man. And to have such strength at such a young age. Since he was able to defeat a slime that even his own oldest brother couldn't defeat, it meant that this young man was at least a shifter as well. The young shifter was still so handsome and had saved his life. Then the little woman has nothing to offer in return but her body. As soon as she thought of this, the young girl's face instantly turned red. She said to Lu Yang, "Thank you so much, handsome. Thank you for saving me. You are my savior. I don't even know how to repay you. In the end times, weak women like us, we can't do anything and there is nothing we can do for you. It seems like this favor of yours is something I will never be able to repay." Lu Yang smiled and said, "How is it possible to not pay back? You be my woman. Don't you pay it back by helping me give birth to a child? I am a very realistic person. Don't say those polite words. Take a bath to my room tonight. We both have a good exchange, even if it's to repay me for saving my life." Hearing this sentence, the beautiful girl's face immediately turned red. The man is handsome and has such a thick skin. Oops, so shy. Men like him. If he doesn't become the king of the sea, who will? The young girl kept her head down and didn't say anything. Her whole body was shy. Instead of getting angry after hearing this, his brother showed an excited expression. He had seen Lu Yang's power. If his sister could become Lu Yang's woman, then wouldn't he also become Lu Yang's great uncle? To be able to become the great uncle of a supremely powerful person, that was something that would simply wake up laughing in one's dreams. "Sister, for the sake of my brother's future, you should sacrifice yourself. Besides, a man so handsome, you're not losing anything by being his woman." So the big man said to his sister, "Old sister, the people of our Shinong kingdom are all about repaying a favor. As the saying goes, one should repay the kindness of a drop of water, not to mention the kindness of saving someone's life. We can't be ungrateful people. Besides, this lord is so handsome. If you become his woman, it's simply a blessing that our family has cultivated in our past life. Hurry up and say yes." Lu Yang cast an approving look at the big man. This big man is not bad. He has good eyesight and knows how to help me persuade his sister. If only all the men in the world were as understanding as this, giving away their sisters, their wives, their daughters, that would be great. The beautiful young girl's face turned even redder when she heard her oldest brother's words, and she lowered her head and said in a thin voice, "Got it, old brother. People are just shy. It's not like they're saying no. Woohoo! Awesome. In the future, our base will have this lord as a backer. It's in laws. Congratulations, boss, on your promotion to become this lord's great uncle. My lord, my sister is also quite good looking. Why don't you take my sister as well? My sister can be a little. My lord, my cousin is not bad looking either. I'll introduce you to her someday." Those survivors of the base each showed an excited expression. To Lu Yang, one after another, they began to sell their sisters, cousins. After Lu Yang heard their words, he immediately revealed a happy expression and said to them, "Don't worry, as long as what you guys are saying is the truth and your sister or cousin is really good looking, then I, Lu Yang, will never miss it. Definitely. How dare we lie to the adults? My sister is not only pretty, but she also has an oversized bosom. She used to be known as the most voluptuous schoolgirl inside the school during the peace era." After nodding his head, Lu Yang set his eyes on that one slime mother body. That one orb was the mother body of the slime, which looked like a huge meatball. Lu Yang turned to her and without hesitation, he started casting his soul control aura. A minute later, Lu Yang had received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. The other party has become your most loyal follower and will never betray. Chapter 166, Super Legs. After hearing this tip, Lu Yang revealed a happy expression. Unexpectedly, even this slime mother was able to be controlled. It's cool. It's just so cool. The slime matrix manifested a mouth and began to use the language of a stuttering human. Speaking to Lu Yang. My lord, can I still prey on humans in the future? After all, Lu Yang was a human, and if he became a follower of a human, then in the future could something like a human still exist within his own recipes? No one would stand by and watch their own kind get eaten, unless the person is psychopathic. The slime matrix thought this in her heart. Then in the next second Lu Yang nodded and said, "Of course, what do the other humans have to do with me? Lu Yang? It's not like they are my men, but if you catch some human females, it's best to ask me if I want them before you make a decision to eat them or not. If they're young and pretty with a good body, keep them for me to have children." After hearing this, the slime matrix froze, then reacted. "Damn it, I'll be damned. I'm calling Lord Lu Yang a pervert. This is not a pervert. This is a god among men." Ordinary humans were no longer of the same kind in front of Lord Lu Yang, because Lord Lu Yang had long since transcended ordinary humans, standing at the top of the human race. Other people were simply worthless to Lord Lu Yang, unless they were Lu Yang's companions. So the slime matrix said, "Okay, Lord Lu Yang, then next I will continue to prey any creature that passes through here, and I will keep expanding the range of my carpet. By then any creature that steps on my slime carpet will be preyed upon by me, and I will grow stronger and stronger, and eventually I can spread all over the city, and even all over the globe. Once I have preyed on the beauty, I will communicate with those slimes around you through remote communication. Tell them to transform into the appearance of that beautiful girl I prey on and give you the first pick." After hearing these words, Lu Yang revealed a somewhat surprised expression. "Good guy. This slime matrix is indeed bullish enough. The fact that I was able to remotely notify the individual slimes following me to transform into the appearance of the beautiful maiden that I had captured was simply bunker. And this slime will keep growing as long as it can prey on creatures. Its carpet of slimes would spread wider and wider, covering all buildings, covering all. The land might even end up covering the whole city. If it could really do that, it would be invincible. This shows that the upper limit of this one slime matrix is very high, and it can be more than just a useless meatball. As long as the area covered by the carpet spreading on his floor, he was able to coalesce objects for attacking others at will. For example, sharp spikes coalesce on top of the carpet at all times, piercing anyone who steps on them. Just like on top of the carpet at any time you can detach small slimes and have the slimes attack the enemy. It can also be on top of the carpet at any time to pull enemies into the slime organization and devour them completely. If this slime matrix could really cover the globe, then in the future, the whole world would be under Lu Yang's control. It's simply exciting to think about. So Lu Yang said to this slime matrix, "Very well, then next you will continue to develop and grow inside this underground supermarket. Looking forward to the day you cover the globe." Then he saw the survivors again. Turning to the big man at the head of the group, he said, "What are the names of you two siblings?" When the big man heard these words, his face showed a flattered expression and hurriedly said to Lu Yang, "Reporting to your lordship, I am called Wang Dalan. My sister is called me Wang Sisi." Lu Yang nodded and said, "Very good. My name is Lu Yang. From now on you will be my little brothers. Your sister will be my woman. At the same time your base will be taken over by me. I will make new rules for you. You don't have any comments, do you? Those survivors shook their heads in a hurry. Shake your head like a rattle. Such a powerful slime was casually controlled by this Lord Liu Yang. How could they, the ordinary survivors, dare to have an opinion? If they have a problem with that, aren't they looking for death? So they immediately said, no comment, no comment, Lord Liu Yang. From now on we are all your juniors, and my base will be fully handed over to Liu Yang's people to manage. What Liu Yang let's say is the holy decree. Who dares to disobey I, Wang Dalin, will be the first to disagree. After hearing this answer, Liu Yang revealed a satisfied expression and said, very well, then next, start collecting supplies inside this underground supermarket. Although this underground supermarket is already covered with slime organizations, I will ask him to let go of the organizations covering the food for now. Let you guys move the food. After all, slimes only eat living things and don't seem to be interested in these human eatables. After hearing these words, the big man revealed an excited expression, not realizing that not only did he save his sister, but he was also able to collect supplies directly inside this supermarket. It really makes you feel good just thinking about it. So he hurriedly said, alright, Lord Liu Yang, we will definitely work hard to collect the supplies and move them back inside the base and then put them at Lord Liu Yang's disposal. Use these supplies according to the rules that Lord Liu Yang gave us. Liu Yang smiled and said, don't bother yourselves with trying to gather supplies and whatnot. You guys are just one of the atmosphere group. Work hard on loading things and count how much you can earn as your personal property. Watch me perform next. Ha! The big man wore puzzled expressions. The next second Liu Yang had already started to wave his hand, instantly collecting all the supplies around him into his storage space. Seeing this scene, the survivors were directly dumbfounded. Good lord! How did this lord do it? How can he make supplies disappear out of thin air? This strength is too unbelievable. In less than 10 minutes, Liu Yang had already collected everything in the entire underground supermarket into his storage space. While the big men's backpacks were only just filled at this moment, they were straight up dumbfounded. People's efficiency in this collection is many times higher than their own. No wonder they dare to be so bold as to say that what we loaded is considered private property. Even if I let you load it openly, you can't load it much. Compared to Lord Liu Yang, they are just sprinkles. Then Liu Yang came back to the survivors and said to them, very well, next, you bases have some fun. Those survivors immediately showed happy expressions. Their base was able to hug Liu Yang as a super thigh, and in the future, they could simply walk sideways in the post-apocalyptic world, no longer afraid of danger. Chapter 167, Motion Sickness is Normal. Soon Liu Yang led these survivors out of the underground supermarket, and with him, there were dozens of beautiful slimes, which had already detached from the mother body and were ready to follow Liu Yang's actions in the future. At Liu Yang's side to serve Liu Yang well to draw and paint the look of any beautiful woman Liu Yang wants to hee with Liu Yang. In the future with these slimes Liu Yang can experience whatever beauty he wants to experience. Even if he wants to experience something that is not a beauty. Even if they were asked to transform into 8-legged spider women, they were able to do it casually. So for Liu Yang, these slimes were much more exciting than ordinary women. After taking them out of the supermarket, Liu Yang directly began to give everyone the metal armor that was wrapped around them. Even the slimes didn't fall behind. Feeling themselves wrapped in metal armor, those survivors each had an excited expression on their faces. This metal armor they had seen before. It possessed an extremely strong defense ability. And when dealing with the enemy it could also wrap the enemy in it as well, and then keep compressing it. It could be said that this metal armor was Lord Liu Yang's most powerful ability. It can be used to attack and defend. They even fantasized if only they had the ability to control this metal armor. I just don't know what Lord Liu Yang is still wrapping himself in metal armor for now that there are no more enemies. Just as they were puzzled, the next second, all of them had risen up in the air. Feeling the sky they were flying in, the weightlessness under their feet made them feel very excited. At the same time it was very scary. After all, they had never flown in the sky like this before. This feeling is completely different from taking a plane. Taking a plane, that is your person to stay in the plane, but the metal armor is directly with your person's body in the flight. This feeling was even more exciting and dangerous. Even that one big man who was the leader of the former survivor base, Wang Dalin, started to show a look of fear and even couldn't help but let out a scream. This is too scary. Scary and exciting. Her sister, Wang Cici, even more so. Her whole body began to tremble. This feeling of flying up to the sky made her really have to stand it straight away. The mouth shouted loudly, Lord Liu Yang, slow down, flying too fast, to not be able to, head to dizzy. Oh. Hearing their words, Liu Yang's face revealed a light smile, then said, you call this fast? I haven't even started accelerating yet. After saying this, Liu Yang had a thought and everyone instantly accelerated violently. Boom! There was a loud bang. Liu Yang brought these survivors, as well as the slimes, and his mount, the great white tiger, and all of them exceeded the speed of sound. And a burst of sonic booms occurred directly in the sky. It was louder than the sound of thunder. With the big man guiding them, they were over the pole in less than a minute. When they came over the ready-made base, everyone inside the survivor base was shocked by the scene. They thought that there was a clear sky. Thunderbolt at the sound in the sky made them just feel positive hesitation immediately after looking up. Dozens of black shadows appeared in the sky, and hovered in midair motionless. This is simply a scene beyond common sense. Those survivors were all stunned, and one of them mumbled, "What's going on here? Who are those people in the sky? How do they fly? Does it mean that some mutated creature has come to attack our survivor base? Don't! Our boss has gone out with his elite troops to gather supplies. What's left of our base now are people with little combat power. If we're invaded now, we'll surely die. Help! Help!" A look of despair slowly began to appear on the faces of those survivors instantly, because now in this situation, the vast majority of the fighting force inside the base had already been taken out by their leader to search for supplies, and the rest of the people were all old, weak, and sickly people with little or no fighting ability. Nowadays, not to mention flying invaders, even an ordinary zombie entering the base could cause the entire base to be wiped out. So at the sight of those black shadows in the sky, the people inside the base all showed expressions of despair, and some even started to already kneel down and pray. And just at this time, the black shadow in the sky slowly descended, finally dropping to a height of only a dozen meters, which allowed the people inside the base to finally see the people in the sky clearly. Wait, isn't that our boss? That's right, it's Boss Wang Dalan. There are other elites, all from our base. Great, it's not the invaders, it's our base's people, and our base's people are so powerful that they can fly straight away. This is too fierce. Isn't that one next to Miss Wang? Boss Wang saved Miss Wang? My god, this is too powerful. And what's with that silver shining armor on them? Who is that young man in the lead? I haven't seen him before. He doesn't seem to be from our base. Could it be that our boss Wang has found a new companion? After those people from the base had a clear look at the appearance of the people in the sky, they all began to show expressions of excitement, and the fear they had at the beginning was swept away. Boss Wang is back, and will also is flying back. As long as Boss Wang was stronger, the better off their base would be in the future. Their base is invincible. As for who the young man in the lead was, they didn't care too much. As long as he flew back with Boss Wang, then he must be the companion that Boss Wang brought back to us later on. He might also join our base and become our base's fighting force. That's good enough for anyone as long as they're not the enemy. In the midst of the crowd's excited expressions, Liu Yang brought Wang Dalan, Wang Shishir, and those slimes, as well as those survivors of the base to the ground. The moment it landed on the ground again, it collected all of those metal armors as well and put them into its storage space. As soon as he landed, Wang Dalan instantly stumbled and almost didn't stand still. Hurrying to hold up a partner next to him followed. All he could feel was his stomach churning. Vomit. But the face of all the people in this base, Wang Dalan directly vomited on the ground. The original handsome image in the minds of everyone at the base was swept away at this moment. The others were all covering their stomachs and puking, crouching on the ground to return blood to their crouches. In short, every single one of them had a hard look on their faces. Liu Yang stood beside him with little white tiger, looking at them with a smile on his face. He then patted Wang Dalan's shoulder and said, "It's fine, just take it easy. First extreme flight beyond the speed of sound. Air sickness is normal." Chapter 168, Second in Command? A direct slap. Listening to the other people then reacted. It seems to be able to let the old man let them fly up. Not the king boss their own ability, but this young man goes to otherwise why the king boss they all vomited. This young man did not vomit? Obviously it was this young man who had used a certain ability to make Boss Wang and the others fly along with him. Now the people inside the base were even more curious about who this one handsome and tall and majestic looking young man was. Obviously with the tone of voice he spoke to Boss Wang, as well as his demeanor and actions showed that he had a status that was not inferior to Boss Wang. Even in front of Boss Wang, he didn't show the slightest bit of deference. Instead, Boss Wang seemed to have a hint of fear when he took a second look at the young man. Could it be that this young man's status was even higher than Boss Wang's? A few of Boss Wang's cronies inside the base rushed over to help Boss Wang up. Then he asked to Boss Wang, "Big brother, who is this young man?" Boss Wang directly glared at him and said, young man is something you can call? This is Lord Liu Yang. From now on he will be the boss of our base. Everyone inside the base will listen to his orders." Hearing this sentence, the survivors in the base were directly dumbfounded. What's going on here? This base was created by Wang Dalan. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, Boss Wang spent more than a month choosing this location and creating this base. gathered so many supplies, and saved so many survivors, and eventually became the leader of this base. It was so hard to become the boss of this base, how could he give it up? Looking again at Boss Wang's attitude towards this young man, it was obvious that there was some fear. Could it be that this young man had threatened Boss Wang with a certain ability? Then he's the first not to do it. He is Boss Wang's pro-sex and the person he values and trusts the most. So it can be said that he is the right arm and left arm. Boss Wang took people out to look for supplies. And the reason why he didn't take him with him was because he was afraid that someone would do something when Boss Wang wasn't at the base. Inside the base to do things. Afraid of the rear fire. So, let himself is left behind. This is to sit in the town. This also shows that Boss Wang is absolutely trust himself. Now there is a rash young man who says he wants to take the place of the king's boss. Then his second is the first to disobey. After all, he is now the second oldest. Once Boss Wang becomes the second oldest, then don't he ask the third oldest? Now was a good time to show loyalty. So he said loudly to Liu Yang, "It's just a young man. Even if you're capable, you can't rob someone's base in such a grandiose and forceful manner. Our Boss Wang is the creator of this one base. Everyone inside our base only listens to Boss Wang's orders." The others also chimed in after hearing this. "That's right. We only listen to Boss Wang. Who do you think you are? A young man? On the first day of coming to this base, you want to replace our Boss Wang as the leader of this base. Do you deserve it? I don't know what method you used to convince or threaten our Boss Wang, but the only person we support is always Boss Wang and not you. Boss Wang, don't you harm us to support you. Even if this guy really threatens you, we can still fight with you against him. I just don't believe it. He alone can be a match for the thousands of us?" After hearing this, Boss Wang's entire body revealed an expression as ugly as eating. "You guys, don't drag me along with you if you want to die. Is Lord Liu Yang one of you who can speak out of turn like this?" He directly glared fiercely at the oldest two and said, "What the hell do you know? This base was created by me, Boss Wang. So if I say now that I'm giving this base to Lord Liu Yang with the same hand, then it's a handover to Lord Liu Yang, and none of you can have a problem with that." The oldest two, however, said, "Boss, we created this base with you, not you alone. We are all patriarchs. Why should you have the final say alone? At least have a meeting with a few of us to discuss a vote or something. Boss, don't be afraid. Even if this guy is stronger, can he be an enemy to all of us?" A few other patriarchs also chimed in and said, "That's right. What right does this guy have? How much we suffered and went through when we created this base in the first place, and he's going to snatch it away as soon as he comes. We're not even convinced." Hearing the words of these few people, Liu Yang's face revealed a light smile before he took one step and walked in front of that old man, looking down on each other. At this moment, Lao Er finally felt that sense of oppression emanating from Liu Yang's body. The other party was clearly just smiling and looking at himself, but he felt his body trembling as if his sweat hairs had stood up. "It's horrible. This guy is just too strong." But just now he said so many harsh words. Now cannot admit defeat. So Lao Er, still strong and calm, stood straight his body, wanting to not fall in front of Liu Yang. "Don't be too tuggy. So what if you even stand in front of me? Does it mean you still want to use force? We are civilized people to be reasonable." However, before he could finish his words, Liu Yang had already raised his hand, followed by a direct slap on this one dick's face. Snap! A crunching sound rang out, and that one dick was instantly flung several meters away. This slap Liu Yang only used less than 1/20th of his strength, yet he had already sent this one dick flying. His whole face was swollen up high like a pig head, and his face also showed an unbelievable expression as he looked at Liu Yang and said, You dare to hit me? Don't you know that I am the second in command of this base? I am the second in command of this base." Liu Yang instantly laughed. Chapter 169, The Base Submits. It had been a long time since anyone had dared to talk to himself like that. Liu Yang is also not very clear, in the end, who gave him the guy courage. This is able to say such arrogant words in front of his own face. He walked up to the one survivor with a smirk. "This one's the dick of the base, right? Your old metropolitan mansion has the nerve to jump out at you as a dick. Then I'll make you typical of this base." Walked to the front of that penis, condescendingly looked at the other party and felt that icy cold aura emanating from Liu Yang's body. That one base's second in command instantly trembled and was scared to death. That slap just now had already made him bleed. Standing up now is also a forced composure. After the outbreak of the end of the world, he also followed the elites inside the base to collect supplies and experienced many battles. He was a collective second in command with leadership skills. In the midst of many battles, he was able to face them calmly, and even when he encountered hundreds of zombies, he never panicked. But now standing in front of Liu Yang, he felt that the icy coldness emanating from Liu Yang's body was greater than the fear given to him by 10,000 zombies. He saw a thorough killing aura in Liu Yang's eyes, as well as that feeling of looking down on everything. Standing in front of Liu Yang, He felt as small as a mole cricket and could be trampled to death by the other party at any time. Although he was trembling with fear by Lu Yang, the harsh words he had just said had already been said. He didn't want to have to admit defeat like that either. So bit the bullet, drumming up the courage to look at Lu Yang with his head held high, wanting to keep himself from falling behind, while comforting himself in his heart. But it is just a young man. What's the big deal? He himself was an elite type of survivor himself who didn't know how many times he had fought against zombies. How could he let this man scare him? He held his head high and said to Lu Yang, "Your kid, don't be too." However, before the words were finished, Lu Yang had already slapped him again. Pop! A loud bang resounded throughout the base. That base's penis was instantly slapped out of the air, spinning 7,200 degrees in the middle of the sky before landing heavily on the ground. Boom! The dick that landed on the ground stirred up countless dust. This swelled both sides of his face, while a few teeth were knocked out, and his whole head was buzzing from the slapping. 2 slaps instantly snapped the stick back to reality. Lu Yang continued to walk towards the old man who fell to the ground, but at this time, the old man had not dared to climb up and be arrogant. Seeing Lu Yang walking over step by step, his heart now only had fear, so he simply knelt down directly on the ground, and kept on begging for mercy to Lu Yang. Big brother, I was wrong. Don't hit me, I beg you. I won't dare to say that kind of thing anymore. From now on you'll be the boss of this base. I definitely have no complaints. Only after hearing these words did Lu Yang stop his steps, and then with a sweeping glance he looked at the others. The others were also instantly startled by Lu Yang. That look over here was just too terrifying, and he would strike when he said he would, with absolutely no hesitation. Whoever dares to provoke him is the next person to be sent flying. The others instantly lowered their heads, not daring to meet Lu Yang's eyes. Those survivors who had just been arrogant with Lao Er were also instantly mute, without any sound, and at this time did not even dare to look at Lu Yang. Wang Dalan directly rushed towards the kneeling penis and kicked him to the ground. Boom! Afterwards, he viciously scolded at the second man. "Dog, just by you dare to talk to Lu Yang like this? It seems that I've been too good to you guys, so you've become lawless. Let me tell you, if you dare to talk to Lord Lu Yang like this again, the next time Lord Lu Yang spares you, I won't even spare you. I was wrong, big brother Wang. It's all because I never knew him Tai, so you can forgive me this time." Being kicked, the second one but still begged for forgiveness. He knew that it was actually the boss who deliberately gave himself a step down. As long as he seized this opportunity, he would be able to get away unscathed. Otherwise there was a possibility that he would be killed by that big brother Lu Yang. As expected, after hearing his admission of fault, Wang Dalan then said to Lu Yang, "Lord Lu Yang, this guy is usually like this. It's all my fault for not disciplining him properly, but this is the first time he meets with you. He doesn't know your strength, that's why he didn't intend to take offense. He definitely won't dare in the future. So Your Honor has a large amount of mercy to spare him this time." Lu Yang didn't say anything, but put his eyes on the others, scanned at them, then said, "Who else is not convinced? Hurry up and stand out. This is your last chance. If you don't give your opinion today, after I become the boss of this base, who dares again have any disobedient behavior? Then your family has no chance of nationals, only one consequence. That is death. Got a problem with that? Who the hell dares to have a problem with that? Such a fierce person, kills when he says he will, and beats people when he says he will. They are all ordinary people, not even psychics. Can they still have an opinion?" So they all said to Lu Yang, "Lord Lu Yang, we don't have a problem with it. From now on you will be the big brother of our base. We will all follow Lord Lu Yang's guidance and orders. Lord Lu Yang, from now on, I'll be your most loyal follower. Up the mountain of swords and down the sea of fire, as long as you say the word." A beautiful young female survivor said, "Lord Lu Yang, you are the most handsome man in this world. I want to give you children." These words instantly caused the other women inside the base to cheer, and they also volunteered. "Lord Lu Yang, I want to give you children too. Lord Lu Yang, I have big breasts. Pick me. Lord Lu Yang, I will only marry you in this life. I can't look at any other man. Elder Lu Yang, you are simply a godlike existence in this world. A godlike man. I want to fight with you in bed every day." Chapter 170, Choosing a Beautiful Girl. Hearing the words of these base women, Lu Yang instantly smiled. He revealed a satisfied expression. Not bad, not bad, not bad at all. No, he hadn't even started hinting at them yet, since they had already taken the initiative and said they wanted to be his woman. If only all the women in the world were as understanding. So Lu Yang began to take off into the air in front of everyone once again, followed by giving them new collective rules and providing them with the initial seeds to start planting. In the future, this base will start to carry out doomsday planting missions, but their harvest will be the same as the other bases. and will need to be handed over to Liu Yang at 20%. After listening to Liu Yang's incentive rules, all the survivors revealed excited and happy expressions. Originally they thought that this new boss would exploit them a bit, but who speaks of people not only did not exploit, but instead provide you with resources to provide in the end times. Sustainable development methods. This is simply the first true god. They had never met such a good boss before. Originally thought that Wang Dalan was good enough for them, but now Liu Yang's appearance made them understand what it means that there is a world outside of people. Wang Dalan is very good, but Lord Liu Yang is better than Wang Dalan. Both the former and current bosses have helped them well. Some survivors were even moved to tears. How could they not expect to be able to receive such good care and help in the end times? These two bosses brought unimaginable hope to their end times. They feel so lucky. Then one of the survivors directly fell on his knees, clasped his hands in front of his chest and kowtowed to Liu Yang. Immediately afterward the others fell to their knees. Snap! Everyone kowtowed to Liu Yang in unison, their mouths chanting, "Lord Liu Yang, you are the god of our base. With the help of Lord Liu Yang, we are able to live so hopefully in the course of the end times. Lord Liu Yang, you are the savior. Lord Liu Yang, we will always follow you. Lord Liu Yang, you must be a messenger sent from the heavens. Right, in this cold indifference, only you can make us feel warmth." They looked at Liu Yang's silver-armored figure in the sky with almost fanatical devotion, as if it had become their last hope, their ultimate yearning in the midst of the end of the world. There was also the last ray of warm sunshine given to them in the cold world. Seeing the performance of the crowd, Liu Yang also revealed a satisfied expression. Very good. This is the effect he wanted. So he said to the survivors below, women between the ages of 18 and 25 who are young, pretty, in good shape, and have never had a boyfriend stand on this side. As long as they can be picked by me, I will take you away and you will join my base. Become a woman inside my base camp. As soon as they heard this sentence, the faces of some of those female friends instantly showed a flattered expression, and one of them was filled with excitement. Is this for real? Liu Yang's men are going to pick on women. As long as you are chosen by Lord Liu Yang, you will be able to join his base? I can't imagine how perfect Lord Liu Yang's base is. As long as one is able to join in, they will directly be able to walk on the peak of their life, and I'm afraid that they will be able to live an even better life than in the era of peace. I'm exactly 18 years old, and I'm young and pretty, and more importantly, I haven't had a boyfriend. So I'll go over first. Sisters, I'll go first. A very pretty looking, tall and delicate, sexy and voluptuous beauty girl directly walked to the position designated by Liu Yang. Her face was colored with excitement. She felt very lucky and thankfully she had just turned 18 a few days ago, and also looked so beautiful. Before in the peace era he was a school bully, every day just study hard, so there is no time to fall in love. And this just made himself a pick for Lord Liu Yang. Target. Great. She couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately she was usually very self-loving, otherwise she probably wouldn't have been picked by Lord Liu Yang. After this one woman stood in the position that Liu Yang said she had designated, the other women also started examining themselves to see if they were eligible. Once they were eligible, they showed their excited expressions, and then they all stood over as well, and Liu Yang felt very satisfied as he watched the scene from the sky. It seems that these women are very motivated, but the only beautiful thing is that some women are so unaware of themselves. He saw that one of the women, who grew to be about 5 feet 5 inches and probably weighed over 150 pounds, had actually stepped up to her designated spot as well. No, sister, haven't you heard my requirements? You have to be young, pretty, have a good body and never had a boyfriend. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know if you've ever had a boyfriend, but are you sure your body is in good shape? At 5 feet 5 inches, 150 pounds, that's almost heavier than my 5 feet 1 inch weight. What do you want me to do? I'm not a Muslim, but I don't want to eat pork every day. Liu Yang shook his head helplessly, and it was only after all those women stood at their designated positions that he began to land, and then walked towards them step by step to make his selection amongst them. In the end there were more than 50 beautiful girls inside this base that were picked by Liu Yang. It's already very good to be able to pick out 50 or so beautiful girls from a base of 500 people. All of these women are good-looking, petite and perfect for childbearing. As for that big 150-pound potato, Liu Yang just straight up ignored it. I didn't expect Liu Yang to pass by him with a face of excitement and even a face of anticipation. He even winks at Liu Yang and ruffles his hair, making Liu Yang want to vomit. I don't know what the world would be like if every woman was as unself-aware as he is. After selecting these women, Liu Yang announced to the crowd, next Wang Dalan will continue to be the leader of this base. I will only come to see his work from time to time. In the future you guys will still listen to Wang Dalan's arrangement. Whoever dares to make trouble and it reaches my ears, then I'm sorry, there's no chance of correcting your mistakes with me. That is only one consequence. Death. The last word. Lu Yang's voice was ice cold by 8 degrees, and everyone was startled. They understood that this Lu, although Lord Yang usually seems to be a gentle and amiable adult, but once you touch the bottom line of the adults, then the next consequences are also very serious. Lu Yang's people will not give anyone the opportunity to correct their mistakes. As long as they dare to make a mistake, that is unforgivable. That is to be killed without a burial place. So they all said in a loud voice to Lu Yang, Lord Lu Yang, we all follow your arrangements and will definitely not do any disobedient behavior. Lord Lu Yang, you are our savior. We will never make a mistake. After hearing everyone say so, Lu Yang then nodded with satisfaction and then began to wrap those selected beauty queens in metal armor in front of everyone and then took off into the air and flew back to his villa area at supersonic speed. Chapter 171, Envious to Death. Looking at the figure of Lu Yang leaving with the beautiful girl, the other survivors all showed envious expressions. Worthy of being Lord Lu Yang. It is really too fierce. This flying speed has exceeded that of a fighter jet. Even more enviable were some of the beautiful girls he took with him. These women originally had absolutely no future inside this one base. They would only become the lowest level inside the base, because although they were pretty and fit, they didn't have any personal ability. In the last days, women were the most worthless things. In the chaotic world, women were like grass, and even women were like gold. Women without ability will only become men's women and babies in the end times. They don't have any ability to protect themselves or collect materials. They will only be dependent on men. Therefore, although these beautiful girls are beautiful, but if they continue to stay in this base, they will eventually find a fairly strong male sexual being to marry and live on. The life of the day-to-day. Cannot eat enough food is a problem. But what about now? They were taken away by Lu Yang's people. They are now taken away by Lord Lu Yang, and they will have an unimaginably good life in the future. And how is it not enviable to be able to experience a supersonic flight while being taken away? Simply envious. A beautiful woman cried. Very aggrieved. She said, damn it, it's just too damnable. Why did I go and fall in love before the end of the world broke out? Obviously my parents told me that I was in love early, but I still didn't listen, and I was tricked for the first time by some of those little yellow hairs, falling out of the competition just like that. I'm so miserable. What are you miserable about? You've been in a relationship with a little yellow hair. I don't know how many nights you've been through. I'm the one who's miserable. Before the end of the world broke out, when I happened to be engaged to my fiancé and gave him the first time. Who knows, the end of the world broke out. That son of a turned into a zombie the first time and almost didn't bite me to death. Luckily I ran fast. That female survivor showed an even more depressed expression. In the past, in the peaceful times, she kept herself to herself and easily didn't fall in love with others, and even if she did, she would never have any marital sex with others. But after meeting her fiancé, she didn't put up with his stalking after the engagement, and the heart also relaxed some of the vigilance. After all, has been engaged. The two will soon walk into the marriage hall. Sooner or later is his. Earlier to give him, what difference does it make? So, he then had a storm with his fiancée. And what's even more unexpected is that early in the morning of the second day his own fiancé turns into a zombie and barely manages to gnaw himself to death. Luckily she ran fast. Otherwise she would have become meat in the mouth of the zombies as well. It's just a pity that just because of this one storm, he let himself fall in front of Lord Lu Yang. Thinking about it all makes one sigh. Makes one feel unlucky. Another female survivor said, what are you two unlucky about? You guys are not allowed by the hardware conditions and have been brushed down. I am the one who is really unlucky. Obviously I meet every requirement like Lu Yang, and I still have the biggest chest among the people present. I also have not had a boyfriend. Why am I not selected? Hearing this, all the women put their eyes on him and realized that the person who said this was the one who was a big potato of 1 meter 5. They immediately showed expressions of disdain. One of the beautiful girls said, no sister. Is there no mirror in your house or what? Even if there is no mirror, you can also take a piss as a mirror to look. What do you look like? You do not have a little bit in your heart, right? 1 meter 5 tall, 150 pounds of weight. Which man can stand? Not to mention Lord Lu Yang. Even the 50-something-year-old old forest head inside our base with only 2 teeth left in his mouth. He may not be able to look at you either. Another beautiful girl also said, not really, our kind of hardware conditions are not allowed. But the external conditions are actually qualified. You are not the same. Your conditions, let's not say anything. There is no first time? I suspect that you will not be able to send out this first time in your life. In the future, why don't you just be boyfriend and girlfriend with your own middle finger? Hearing these women's words, the big potato, instantly angry, immediately retorted to, what do you know? In the past, people in ancient times still take fat as beauty. In case some men he likes fatted. You this kind of bamboo pole-like figure what is good to see. Your legs alas. Thighs and calves is thick. I don't know if I can even carry a child to term. Besides, are your breasts as big as mine? Oh, a fat man's boobs are as worthless as a skinny man's abs. Exactly. Fat boobs are as worthless as an ugly girl's first. That one big potato was immediately shaking with anger and pointed at the women. You guys are too much. You are jealous, nakedly jealous. Yeah, we're jealous of your 5 feet 5 inches height and your 150 pounds. Yeah, we're jealous that you look like a pig. Whoever marries your family will have no shortage of pork inside. Oh. Fat Potato was directly scolded and cried. Chapter 172 Women are shocked. Slimes are so much fun. On the other hand, Liu Yang was flying at breakneck speed in the middle of the sky with the beauty queens. This was the first time these 50-plus beautiful girls had ever flown in the sky, and every one of them was 10 times more nervous, but only 10 times more excited. It was a feeling they had never experienced before. This feeling of their hearts beating faster was unforgettable to them for the rest of their lives. It was only in Lord Liu Yang's body that they could experience this feeling of their hearts beating so fast. Women are mu strong, and is like to experience new things, which is why that some writing ghost fire yellow hair can get women's favor, can have permeable endless women, because those yellow hairs are very flamboyant, very arrogant. They twist the throttle of the ghost fire to the maximum, and open the roar. In the eyes of others may be a very thing, but in front of some young beautiful girls, they feel that this kind is very handsome behavior, and Liu Yang's ability to fly at this extreme speed could be much stronger than ghost flame, thus making it even more lethal to women. Each of the women flying in the middle of the sky felt their hearts beating faster. Their whole bodies began to tremble, their faces began to turn slightly red, and their breathing began to become heavier. The moment she thought about how she was about to become Lord Liu Yang's woman, climb into Lord Liu Yang's bed, and have an unspeakable super fight with Lord Liu Yang, they just feel like they're about to fly up into the sky. It's almost like you're about to explode with excitement just thinking about it. And just as Liu Yang was flying at extreme speed, suddenly, on the ground, a black shadow turned into a stream of light and shot straight up. Liu Yang instantly frowned, but he didn't dodge because he had complete trust in his metal armor. As expected, the black stream of light directly crashed into his chest. Ding! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Liu Yang also felt a hint of impact. It was as if he had been shot in the chest with a bullet. His gaze swept downward only to see a dark shadow on the ground, moving at an extremely fast speed. With a single thought, a steel needle attacked the opponent at dozens of times the speed of sound. Pow! The black shadow was instantly struck by the steel needle. However, in the moment of being hit, the black shadow even immediately drilled into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang all revealed a shocked expression. He immediately landed to check where the other party disappeared. However, only a mound of dirt and a hole in the ground were seen. It seems that the other party is drilling a hole and running away. This kind of situation is not unfamiliar to Liu Yang. When he found the dwarves, he also saw a hole in the ground. This hole is similar to that dwarf's hole. Very small. Liu Yang cannot drill into it. He shook his head, noting the location of the place. He then said in his mind, next time, find a child zombie to continue controlling zombies to explore this hole. Forget it, let's take the beautiful girls back today and have a good exchange with the slimes tonight. Don't bother with these strange creatures, the creatures that burrowed inside the hole. Liu Yang was able to find them even if he thought of some way, but today he didn't want to waste time. After all, today has done enough things. After collecting the supplies of a few supermarkets to catch the slime, also to the existing base inside to bring so many beautiful girls, it is time to enjoy a little bit. In the end of the world must live with a sense of relaxation, not be able to let themselves too busy and too tense. Otherwise, what's the difference with survival? All Liu Yang had to do was for others to beg for their lives and for me to enjoy myself invincibly, and that was perfect. So Liu Yang continued to fly back to the villa area with the beautiful girls. As soon as they returned to the villa area, the women of the villa area instantly poured out. They had been waiting for a long time. Every time Liu Yang goes out, they will feel that time passes very slowly. Although they understand that Liu Yang is possessing an invincible general strength, and that he can run amok in the post-apocalyptic world, and certainly will not encounter danger, but they still can't help but think about Liu Yang, although he didn't want to admit it. But now Liu Yang had completely conquered these women with his strength, his charisma. Now all the women inside the villa area have fallen deeply in love with Liu Yang. Seeing Liu Yang come back with his loot at this time, the women all gathered out and said to Liu Yang, Liu Yang, you finally came back. We missed you. Chen Lixia said, wow, this time we have brought back dozens of sisters. Our villa area can be even more lively again. Li Mengyao said, what kind of creature is this? Why does it look like jelly? Li Mango said, I'll give it a squeeze. Wow, Chen Zi said. You're really good at this. Chen Ting said. Ha ha ha, you people, you're not afraid of people being shy when you say this word of tiger and wolf in front of your new sisters. Shy indeed. Those new beauty queens were all blushing with shame as they listened to these old men. They were all beautiful girls around 18 years old, and none of them had ever had a boyfriend before, had never been through the storm, and now they were listening to these women talk like this. What a shame. Chapter 173, The Crowd. Lu Yang explained to the women. These are slimes not for eating. They are a creature, not a jelly. After hearing this, the women all wore expressions of surprise. Slime? I've only seen this kind of creature inside anime or movies. I didn't realize that we really have it in this world. They are really amazing to touch. Do these slimes have a gender? Are they male or female? You're silly. Those who can enter Lu Yang's villa area are definitely female. So these slimes, I can guarantee that they are definitely female. But they're all transparent, and I don't see where their reproductive organs are. That's what you don't understand. Slimes can morph at will. Reproductive organs? They can change as much as they want. In that case, that's amazing. Lu Yang listened to the discussion of the ladies and replied with a smile. It's true as you guys said. Although slimes say it looks as if they don't have a gender, but they are able to morph at will. They can become whatever they want to become. And every slime possesses the ability to split, as long as they are given sustenance. So every slime is able to give birth to a child. So doesn't it mean that slimes are actually all females? But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if they're male or female. As long as they arrive at the villa area I'm browsing. Even if they're male, they'll have to become female. Well, listen to my orders and let me knead them as much as I want. I'll let them knead into whatever they want. With that he ordered to a slime. You become Chen Ting's appearance, Li Meng's height, and Li Mengyao's breasts. That slime replied respectfully. Okay, Lord Lu Yang. Then the next second. Brush. That slime swiped and instantly turned into Chen Ting's appearance, Li Meng's height and the size of Li Mengyao's breasts. Seeing this scene, all the women were dumbfounded. This ability was too amazing. If that's the case, then wouldn't Lu Yang want to play with what kind of women and actually be able to make these slimes turn? My god, it's almost like you can have the best of thousands of women in one. These slimes are invincible. The women feel a sense of crisis. With these slimes around, the competition will be fierce. But fortunately, he came to Lu Yang's villa area came earlier. Early on, she was already pregnant with Lu Yang's child. And the most miserable ones are those sisters who came later. Compared to slime, even the most beautiful women have no characteristics. Because if your pretty slime can become as pretty as you with just one transformation, and can even become as pretty as you again while having a better body than you, the height also becomes taller than you, it's going to be totally outclassed. Those women who were brought out by Lu Yang from the base were also seeing the slime's ability for the first time, and each of them showed a shocked expression. It was really too fierce. These slimes are so fierce. In the future, the women, will be really competitive and very difficult to handle. But these slimes weren't omnipotent. And while they could take the form of any woman at will, no matter how they changed, their bodies would always be translucent. Does this mean transparent bodies get boring even after looking at them for too long? After all, no one would think of playing with transparent jelly-type women every day. There are times when the unique flesh of a human will still be more attractive to its own kind. With that thought, they felt a little better inside. Lu Yang said to the ladies at this time, Alright, you guys should stop discussing these slimes, whether they are good or not. How much play and upper limit they have. I will naturally try it out myself tonight. Everyone start going back to your own villas now. And you 50 or so newcomers will also look for a few villas to stay in by yourselves. I'm also going to take a good rest, eat something to replenish my strength, and get ready for the slime battle tonight. Yeah. Li Mango and the others all showed excited expressions. Lu Yang fought with the slimes. They can again listen to the wall outside the door. When the time comes they will also be able to get a good listen to these slimes and humans in the end. What is the difference? Wang Nuling said. Good. Lu Yang, hurry up and enter the villa. We've all prepared meals and are waiting for you to have dinner. Chen Ting also said. Yes. Lu Yang, today I also made a dish. You have a good taste and see if it's to your liking. So Lu Yang took the slimes into his own villa. And the 50 or so women who had been brought back from the survivor base found a few villas of their own to stay in. However, these dozens of individual slimes did not need to eat the food that humans ate. So as soon as they entered Lu Yang's villa area, they headed for Lu Yang's room. There is no way to stay in the room with so many slimes. So the slimes began to morph after entering inside Lu Yang's room, clinging to the walls, clinging to all sorts of places, softening the entire room. Lu Yang would turn into being wrapped in slime as soon as he walked into the room, followed the women for a meal. I have to say that these women have nothing to do in the end of the world. Every day to stay inside the villa area is to study cooking. Now their cooking is getting better and better. Lu Yang is also very happy. After eating and drinking his fill, he lay on top of the couch and rubbed his somewhat stuffed stomach, rested for half an hour, digested, and then said, "Time to go back to my room and look at my slime. It's destined to be another sleepless night tonight." Hearing this, the other women also looked at each other's eyes to see the laughter in each other's eyes. Chapter 174, Slimes are awesome. Inside the room, the slimes had long since soft-packed Lu Yang's entire room, and Lu Yang instantly brightened up as soon as he walked in. This transparent pink jelly-like object made Lu Yang look and feel very cozy and cute. What man doesn't like the color pink? But it's known as Slammer pink. After walking into the room, Lu Yang began to enter the bathroom to take a shower. While rubbing, the slime painting above the wall stretched out a few tentacles and rubbed at Lu Yang's back. This slippery, soft, resilient feeling made Lu Yang feel great. After rubbing the bath, a few tentacles also took the bathrobe next to it and put it on for Lu Yang. The whole time so that Lu Yang didn't have to do it manually. It was simply a perfect enjoyment. Immediately after that, Lu Yang walked to the bed. A slime materialized out of his bed into the form of a beautiful woman. At the same time, he also asked to Lu Yang, "Lord Lu Yang, I can change into any kind of beautiful maiden you want. Please order." Hearing these words, Lu Yang's face showed a happy expression. What kind of beautiful girl can be changed, right? I want a beautiful girl. As for the looks, change them according to the features of Lui Fei, Yang Mi, Zhao Liang, Guli Naja and Dili Jiba. No problem, Lord Lu Yang. Brush. As expected, the next second the slime took on the appearance of a beautiful woman, looking similar but not exactly alike, instead looking even more beautiful and young and full of vigor. Lu Yang continued, "Turn your feet and hands into cat claws, cute anime kind of cat claws. Brush. Changed for the better, Lu Yang-sama." Slime replied respectfully. Seeing this scene, Lu Yang once again revealed an excited expression. "This slime is really great," Lu Yang said with a smile. "Good. Then we can have a good chat next." So Lu Yang and Slime began to talk about ideals, about the future, about the development of mankind. Chen Ting was the first to say, "Great guy, just can't imagine that scene." Chen Zi said, "Can't figure out this Lu Yang too fierce." Lyman Brothers said, "What kind of strange ideas does he have in his head?" Li Mengyao said, "That's right, this guy, he really has all sorts of perverted ideas, turning a slime into this kind of appearance. Wouldn't it be creepy to talk to her? I think it's a little scary too." The Valley of Terror effects are coming out. Valley of Terror? Not Pleasantville? Who did you hear that from? Still Happy Valley? I think you're happy. Playing too much. The crowd was talking outside the door and Lu Yang had already finished chatting with Slime inside the room. Completely conquered this one slime with his charisma, and the slime said that it would always submit to Lu Yang. So Lu Yang received a prompt from the system. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have completely conquered this one slime, who has decided to submit to you forever. Receiving a reward from the system. The metal control ability is upgraded by 1 level. After receiving this tip, Lu Yang revealed a happy expression. He lay down on the bed and slept while Slime began to reach out his tentacles to massage him incessantly to relieve his fatigue. Lu Yang couldn't help but sigh. This slime is really good. It's the same as saying that the inside of my room is filled with slimes, and at any time I can reach out a tentacle from the wall from the table to help myself. I don't even need to put on my own clothes. Chapter 175, Monster in the Cave. There was no talk all night. In short, the experience was so marvelous that Lu Yang felt a flashback. Early in the morning Lu Yang woke up refreshed. He stretched his waist with a satisfied expression on his face, and then went to the bathroom to wash up, and went straight downstairs after washing up. At this moment the downstairs of the villa area. Inside the dining room the women were having breakfast. As soon as they saw Lu Yang coming down, each of them showed a bad smile on their faces. Chen Zi directly said to Lu Yang, "Hubby, you can finally wake up. It was a great experience last night. Slime chatting is really exciting to think about. What did you make her look like yesterday? Didn't turn into anything. Just made her beautiful, plus cat claws and cat tails and cat ears." Lu Yang waved his hand and said casually. The women, on the other hand, revealed shocked expressions after hearing Lu Yang's words. Will play is really too good. Worthy of being Lu Yang's husband. You could call it the most playful man in the world. Ah woo ah woo ah woo. The little white tiger next to him also wailed twice at Lu Yang. It seems like they are also shocked at how powerful Lu Yang was last night. Lu Yang stroked the little white tiger's huge head and couldn't help but laugh when he looked at his stupid appearance, saying, "What's a little white tiger doing on the sidelines too? Wait until you take human form and see if I don't give you some color." Ha ha ha. The women burst out laughing. Li Mengyao directly said, "Even if it didn't take human form it's not impossible. Punish her severely. I see that this little white tiger is also getting more and more arrogant. Usually eating meat not only eat a lot, but also can't do housework, only eat. I think you should have given her a little color earlier. Li Mange also said. That's right, this little white tiger can eat 10 meals of our meat. It's really too fierce. Chen Ting spoke. I suspect that you punishing her earlier will allow her to take human form sooner. After all, under your prodding, will she dare to be lazy? Hearing that all the women were using themselves to start a fight, although the little white tiger couldn't speak, he was already able to understand human language, and at this moment, he suddenly revealed a helpless expression. Ow 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 ow. Her voice trailed off in a low owlish, aggravated whine. Seeing this, Lu Yang directly said, she is just a little white tiger. Why are you guys making it so difficult for her? You guys see how pitiful she is. It's all about to starve and get thin. I doubt she weighs less than 2 tons now. 2 tons my ass. Dozens of times more. This little white tiger is too fierce. I suspect that the only one in the entire villa area that can withstand the ravages of Lu Yang is this little white tiger. I think this little white tiger can send Lu Yang flying out with a slap. The crowd chatted as they ate. And Lu Yang was going to venture outside today. After all, it is now the outbreak of the end times. The initial supplies are the most abundant time. When time continues to pass, the survivors can start to collect supplies after they gain a foothold. Then even if it is a dangerous supermarket, they will venture in. After all, under the leadership of the alien, the several hundred zombies inside the supermarket are not in insurmountable danger. Therefore Lu Yang prepared, in the early stage of the outbreak of the end times, collect more supplies, and in the late stage of the outbreak of the end times, you can enjoy your life in peace. And the collection of women must also be completed in the early stage. Otherwise the more to the later the number of women will be less and less. The number of yellow blossom girl that is even less. For there is a saying that women in times of prosperity are like gold and women in times of chaos are like grass. After the outbreak of the post-apocalyptic world, the status of women took a sharp turn for the worse, as it was by their own strength that they wanted to survive. The greater the power, the greater the chances of surviving, and the rule of the end times was that the strongest would be honored. Women are inherently less powerful than men, and they are naturally less competitive than men, so they are naturally exploited and bullied. A woman is considered lucky to be able to exchange her body for a day's worth of food, and more often than not, she is simply hoard out for nothing, and is not paid after the fun. Even if they don't give it to them they have no resistance and will even use the woman as a trade substance, used to trade for something wanted, the so-called women. In the midst of the end times it's no different than a bag of rice, a bag of fruit, a bag of seeds. As long as chastity is maintained, that's even more of a non-starter. Once you meet a tough guy, it's straight to strong-arm him, and kill him for meat straight afterward. So Lu Yang also had a sense of urgency. He had to find a way to collect more women and rescue them back to his villa right at the beginning of the outbreak of the end times before he could do so, because these are the capital to become stronger on their own. So after Lu Yang finished his breakfast, he was ready to go out directly, and at the same time, a small team in the midst of the Doomsday Bio Authority, receiving intel from a base that they had encountered an intractable horrible creature in the midst of the apocalypse, they traveled to the location where that base was located. Chapter 176 Squad Attack. When this squad from the Doomsday Biological Authority arrived at the location of this base, the people inside the base had already been waiting for a long time. The squad sent out this time was led by an S-class alien. 2 of them were also newcomers who had just recently joined the Doomsday Bio Authority. They're all A-class psychics, and also 2 big beautiful women. If Lu Yang met these 2 people will definitely not let them go, will definitely bring them back to the villa. As soon as we arrived at this surviving base, the leader of the survivor base immediately went up and said to the S-class alien Captain Wang Chen, Captain Wang, you're finally here. Our base has already lost 2 Ultrans and dozens of elite survivors. It's too scary. That monster is just too terrifying. My teammates, too pitiful. They died instantly, and their deaths were extremely miserable. Wang Chen said, take me to see their corpses. So led by the leader of the survivors, Captain Wang saw a sentence of corpses turned into charcoal. The corpse was black and no longer had any flesh and blood, only a charred skeleton remained, as if it was made of carbon, black in the paint, nothing left. That survivor leader said to Captain Wang, of the dozens of people, only this one skeleton remained, the others didn't. There were eyewitnesses who saw the other side, and they said it was someone whose whole body was burning with majestic flames. I suspect it was some kind of flaming creature. It's definitely not life that was originally on our planet. It must be aliens. Maybe it was a Martian. Captain Wang also revealed a somewhat difficult expression as he looked at the corpse. To be burned alive. This is an agony that simply makes one shudder to think about it. Horrible is just horrible. What kind of monster could burn someone like this? And what good does it do him to burn humans to death? Normally monsters attack humans in order to eat them. Does that mean that by burning them to death he gets nutrients as well? Can't figure it out. Captain Wang really can't figure it out. The two women next to them who were new to the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau were even more frightened and pale after seeing this corpse. One even covered her mouth and forced herself to vomit. They had all just joined the Doomsday Creature Authority and had never experienced anything like this before. This kind of monster injuring people and burning them to a dry skeleton was just too horrible. Is it possible to burn yourself like this if you're not careful? It's really scary to think about. I don't want to die without a body. So dead that I can't even tell who I am from my own mom. In the end, Captain Wang made a decision and spoke to the leader of that survivor base. Where were they attacked? Take us there. I want to see for myself what this one flame-type creature really is. Alright Captain Wang. I'll take you there now. That one survivor hurriedly said. Then led this one team from the Bathing Creature Administration to the location where his brothers were attacked in the first place. After coming to that one location, that one base leader hid in a high ground pointing ahead and said, Captain Wang is there. That's where my brothers encountered the attack. Look at the ground over there. There are still a few charred black corpses, but we don't dare to go over to collect their corpses, because it's too close to the monster's base camp. That big smoking hole next to it is the passageway to the monster's lair, and the temperature in there doesn't dare to imagine how high it is. Following the direction guided by the other party, Captain Wang looked over and immediately revealed a shocked expression as well. As expected, a large smoking hole appeared in his vision. The diameter of that one big hole was more than 2 meters, while hot air kept coming out, and even the air started to become distorted under the effect of the heat. It's as if there's a roaring fire burning underground. The body next to them was still emitting a burning stench that they could smell even from hundreds of meters away. Seeing this scene, Captain Wang all revealed a grave expression. A male team member next to him asked Captain Wang, Captain, what should we do next? Attack the monster's lair directly? The director of the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau was very concerned about this incident, so he sent an S-rank team to deal with this matter. And the captain of the team was an S-ranked alien, and the 4 team members next to him were all A-ranked. At the same time, there are 2 male team members who are veteran team members, possessing extremely strong experience. Add 2 more rookie women to the mix. It's all about getting better experience for the rookie women. But even if the newcomers had no combat experience, their powers were all A-ranked. This one configuration was already considered a top-notch configuration even among the Doomsday Bio Authority. There are barely a handful left to try to field a more powerful team, so to speak. Those are all-star teams, having much tougher tasks to give them to do. They can't find the time to bother with the little things. So Captain Wang said, we can only rely on us. Right now the manpower inside the Doomsday Biological Authority is tight. Especially after so many female members were taken away by Chief Captain Lord Liu Yang. The personnel tension is even more to the extreme. So, let's personally go and see what kind of monsters are in this cave. Chapter 177. Hearing that Captain Wang had said so, those team members had no choice but to nod their heads, although they felt very scared. Wasn't it some of these doomsday creatures that they dealt with every day in the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau? If even the Doomsday Bio Authority is too scared to strike, who will keep everyone else safe? So, when Captain Wang said that he was going to strike, the 4 team members also looked at each other with a determined expression on their faces. Then strike. But before that, we have to make a plan. This time, we're encountering a flame-type enemy, but we have Yutong with us, and our odds of winning will be greatly improved. That one female team member called Wang Yutong's small face reddened after hearing Captain Wang's words. She's just new to this one base. I'm afraid I don't have the ability to do that if I have to fight on my own. Captain Wang pondered for a while and said to a burly team member next to him, Old he, use your puppet ability to control a zombie. Let him go there first to scout the way. Yes, Captain. Lao he nodded, then immediately left the place and found a zombie in a building, utilizing its puppet control ability to control that zombie's actions, whereupon that one zombie began to mimic any of Lao He's movements. Captain Wang directly grabbed that one zombie and instantly exerted force on his hand. His entire body's veins rippled, and that one arm seemed to have skyrocketed twice as big in an instant. Then he threw it with force, and threw the zombie to the vicinity of that hole, a distance of only 10 or so meters. The 2 female team members both showed surprised expressions when they saw this scene. They hadn't seen Captain Wang make a move before. They didn't expect Captain Wang to be so powerful, being able to throw a zombie several hundred meters away. How much power did he have to possess? This Captain Wang's hands can be described as unicorn arms. Can't imagine how much power this hand could punch out with one punch. The walker didn't move a muscle after it hit the ground. As Lao He moves, he only begins to move, and with every step Lao He takes, so does the walker. And whichever way Lao He goes, the zombies will go in the same direction. In short, the zombie had become a mimic of Lao He, and he would do any action Lao He did. Very much like the shadow mimicry from Naruto. With Lao He's actions, The zombie walked forward a dozen meters or so and eventually walked outside that one hole. At this moment, there is nothing going on in the cave. It's hot. This heat feels like 70 to 80 degrees. Lao he was able to gain the touch and vision of the zombies, while controlling them. At this moment the zombies have just come to the cave entrance, and outside old he has already felt the hot air coming from his face. Keep going deeper to see what kind of enemy is inside. It would be great if we can figure out the strength of the enemy, Captain Wang said from the side. Yes, Captain. So Lao he nodded and went on in. As the zombies entered, some extremely terrifying roars began to come from inside the hole, like a beast trapped in the ground. Also, the more you enter the higher the temperature they feel. Just then, the walking zombies suddenly kicked a round stone, which immediately rolled forward and then heavily smashed on top of another stone. Pow! The crunching sound traveled especially deep inside the hollow cave, as if it possessed an unimaginable penetrating ability, penetrating every corner of the cave. Roar! Just then a fierce roar emanated from the depths of the cave, followed by several figures burning with blazing flames quickly breaking out of the cave. It looked like a four-legged beast burning with a blazing flame, and they were running so fast that they had reached that one zombie in an instant. Immediately after that, one of the beasts stretched out its front paw and slapped at the zombie. Boom! The zombie was instantly sent flying more than 10 meters away and heavily smashed on top of the cave wall, followed by flames starting to ignite on the zombie's body. In less than half a minute, that one zombie was instantly burned into a charred skeleton. See this scene. Old he was directly dumbfounded, and a bean-sized cold sweat broke out on his face. With a trembling voice, he spoke to Captain Wang. It was taken out too fast. The other party is so fast, nimble like a tiger, and as long as you are attacked by the other party, you will be ignited by the other party's flames, and it won't take more than half a minute for you to be burned into a skeleton. Until now, it's uncertain whether the other party is completely made up of flames or if they have a solid body and are just flames lit on their bodies. But what is certain is that the opponent's power and speed are both extremely strong, and I'm afraid that no one else within our squad can keep up with the opponent's speed except for you, Captain. After hearing Old He's words, the expression on Captain Wang's face became even more grave. Looks like this one monster is not a good one. Chapter 178 Frozen Zombie. After thinking for a while, Captain Wang thought of another method. He immediately grabbed another level 1 zombie. Immediately afterward, he spoke to Wang Yutong next to him. Yutong, use your freezing ability to wrap this one zombie in armor. Since the other party is a flame-type monster, using ice should be able to restrain them. Yes, Captain. Wang Yutong nodded, and then immediately began to unleash his freezing ability, instantly wrapping a layer of frozen armor around that zombie's body. And at this time, Wang Yutong's face also began to show a trace of pale color. Her freezing ability wasn't very strong, and wrapping a zombie thickly in ice had consumed quite a bit of his mental energy and would take quite a bit of time to recover. Take a sip of this potion. It will be able to restore your spiritual power as quickly as possible. Captain Wang looked at Wang Yutong's appearance and handed her a bottle of medicine. Thank you, Captain. Wang Yutong was not polite, and the bottle of medicine she directly received was brought to her mouth and took a sip. The taste is refreshingly cool and tastes a bit like mint lemon tea, but once you drink it in, it instantly made her feel an instant abundance of spiritual energy. She couldn't help but say, "It's amazing, my spiritual energy was immediately restored." What kind of medicine is this, Captain? This is our Doomsday Biological Administration and special recovery potion can restore physical strength, mental strength and power. It can be exchanged with military labor. And when you finish this mission you will also receive military labor and you will be able to exchange it for things inside our Doomsday Biological Administration. Captain Wang explained to the new team members. Those two new female team members both had a yearning expression on their faces after hearing those words. They had already heard about the very generous conditions inside the Doomsday Biological Authority long ago, and that was why so many strong people liked to join the Doomsday Biological Authority. Moreover, the Doomsday Biological Administration possesses the most powerful and advanced equipment and the most detailed Doomsday intelligence in the Doomsday. They had already begun to conduct research on the Altered before the outbreak of Armageddon. And after the outbreak of Armageddon, they had even conducted research on all the creatures in Armageddon. Has the advantage of being a first mover? This recovery potion didn't seem to be a very precious thing, and could be exchanged by any member of the team. This suggests that there must be something even more honorable among the Doomsday Bio Authority. Captain Wang then continued to say to Old He, "Wait a moment, you directly control this zombie to meet those monsters." Yes, Captain. So Captain Wang continued to lift that one zombie with one hand as he had done, then rotated his body and threw it with force. Even with the heavy ice wrapped around it, the walker was still thrown 300 meters away from him. The power was truly shocking. After the zombie landed on the ground, Lao He continued to start maneuvering the zombie into the inside of the cave with his puppetry. But this time, instead of letting the zombie accidentally kick a rock, he took the initiative to punch the cave wall in front of him. Boom! The crisp sound instantly spread throughout the entire cavern again, followed by a monster's roar from the depths of the cavern. Roar! With this roar came three fierce beast figures burning with blazing flames darting out once again. The beast slapped a paw at the walker. Boom! The claw sent the walker flying a few meters away again, luckily with the counterweight of the ice. This time the event wasn't on the moving arm that flew across the room, and merely retreated a few meters and got back on its feet. At the same time, the place that had just been slapped by the flame monster's palm revealed a deep palm print, a reaction that appeared from the melting of the ice, and it was still smoldering. But it's a good thing the flames didn't burst into flames. As expected, the frozen armor could restrain these flaming beasts. See this scene. A look of surprise appeared on Old He's face. He couldn't help but say to Captain Wang next to him, "Captain is useful." This time the zombie didn't get burned. This freezing skill of Yuton can restrain the opponent. Captain Wang also revealed a happy expression and said, "Very well. Next control the zombies to launch an attack on the other side and test their strength." "Yes, Captain." So the Old He continued to control the zombie rushed to the flame monster. The flame monster saw the zombie by his own slap. Body actually did not have any burning, and his own palm above the flame light, but on the contrary, also dimmed a few points, then also revealed a hesitant look, as if also thinking about what just now is why, and the flaming beast is somewhat repulsed by being near a frozen walker. It seemed that the moment he got close to the frozen walker, the flames on his body would also decrease. The Old He saw the other side retreat, then more arrogant, directly step by step to the other side, then clenched that frozen fist. A fist blasted at one of the flaming beasts. Boom! A loud bang came from the flaming beast that was actually sent flying a few meters away by this zombie. Old He's power wasn't covered either. Otherwise how could he call himself an A-class alien? Under the control of puppetry, the zombie is the incarnation of Lao He, possessing Lao He's abilities and powers. After this punch sent the flaming beast flying, the zombie's frozen fist also began to melt and drip down without stopping. That water droplet instantly made a squeaking sound as soon as it landed on the hot ground, followed by green smoke, and was directly vaporized. Chapter 179, Ways of Dealing with It. Not only did the ice in his fist instantly melt, a large portion of the ice on that one zombie's entire body was melting non-stop, and he was able to leave water-stained footprints on the ground with every step he took. But the good thing is that the burning monster that was knocked away by a punch at this moment, whether also scrupulous about the freezing on the zombie, some dare not, close to only be able to distance apart, a few meters away at him, kept sending out angry roars. Lao He struck while the iron was hot and got right down to business. He leapt forward and leapt a few meters away. The one zombie followed his movements in the same way, leaping a few meters forward in a fish leap and lunging once again at the flaming monster in front of him. This time, he didn't throw a punch. Instead, it was a straight bear hug, allowing the walker to hug the one flaming monster. Zip zip zip. After the zombie hugged the flaming monster, the squeak of water being vaporized kept on going. Old He then saw that the flaming monster's size unexpectedly began to get smaller and smaller, obviously as the moisture evaporated. The heat taken away has reduced this one flame monster's strength by a large margin. Seeing this scene, Old He also revealed an expression of surprise. Effective. Frozen walkers work wonders against these flaming creatures. As long as there were enough frozen walkers, it was perfectly possible to extinguish these flames. So Old He continued to start maneuvering the frozen zombies to attack the monsters that were burning with blazing fire. It continued to pounce on one of them, and this time, instead of staying where it was stupidly, that monster that was burning with a blazing fire started to run away. They're scared. Seeing this scene, a look of excitement appeared on Old He's face as he continued to speed up his pace and rush towards his opponent. So a very amazing scene appeared inside the hole in the ground. A fully frozen zombie ran at three monsters burning with blazing fire, while the monsters began to keep running away. Lao He, on the other hand, was getting more and more excited and kept charging at his opponent. It was a pity that the speed of the flame monster was too fast. Old He wasn't very athletic in controlling the puppet zombies, so he hadn't caught up after half a day of chasing. But it was at this time. Suddenly the three flame monsters stopped in their tracks. Old He had a happy expression on his face. Too tired to run at noon? You can't run anymore. So now it's my turn. Be a good boy and go out completely in my arms. Saying that, he directly maneuvered the frozen Deathstalker and rushed towards the other party. And at this time that flame monster unexpectedly advanced instead of retreating. It directly pounced on Old He's zombie. Seeing this scene, Old He revealed a somewhat surprised expression. He manipulated the zombie's vision to take a look, only to realize that just now, in the midst of running, the top-produced freezing shield had melted due to the temperature inside the cave being too scorchingly frozen. No wonder this flame monster was not afraid. Just before he could react, the fire shadow monster had already pounced on him. It was a headbutt tearing at the zombie, and the zombie's body instantly burst into flames. Lao He also hurriedly cut off the puppet manipulation of his superior. "How's it going?" Captain Wang asked to Lao He. "The freezing is effective, but the temperature inside the cave is so high that the freezing melts quickly." They didn't dare to approach the zombie while it was wrapped in freezing, but once the freezing melted, they immediately started to counterattack. That zombie was instantly burnt to a crisp. Old He answered him and said. Upon hearing that one sentence, the captain's face took on another thoughtful expression. After a few minutes of thinking, he finally made his decision. "Very well. Since this other party is afraid of ice, let's rush in together. Have Wang Yutong wrap a freezing shield around all of us, and once we're in the middle of the cavern, have her use her spiritual power to maintain our freezing shield all the time. In which case the melting of the freezing shield will be slow, if not non-melting. Captain Wang, although your proposal is quite good, I'm afraid that my spiritual power is not enough to maintain a shield for so many people," Wang Yutong said with some lack of confidence. Captain Wang laughed a bit and pulled out several more bottles of energy recovery liquid from his own bosom, handed it to Wang Yutong and said, "Take it and drink it. When your spirit power is depleted, immediately drink this to replenish your spirit and treat it like water. This stuff is nothing precious at all amongst our doomsday biological authority. Take as much as you want." Seeing these bottles of energy recovery liquid, Wang Yutong then revealed a relieved expression and said, "All right, Captain. Then I'll do my best. As long as I have an ounce of spirit left, I will fight to secure your shields. And before that, let's connect the fire hydrant and pour water into the middle of that cave to cool down that cave star, so that we can destroy the origin of those flame monsters at that time. And we can also lower the temperature inside to make it harder for the ice to melt," Captain Wang said. A confident look came over his face. According to Old He's intelligence, the flame monster inside this cave was a simple flame mutation. It has the attribute of flame. Fear of ice is also fear of water. In that case, first fill the hole with water. Maybe they don't even need them to strike him. Just use water to destroy it. Chapter 180, Death to All. Thus, the gazes of the squad members instantly became resolute, and they immediately began to take action. They quickly left the observation site and, with hurried steps, ran directly toward the vicinity of that cave. After finding a hydrant that still had water, everyone was busy connecting to the water hose, and Lao He carried the water bag tightly and came to the cave entrance in a hurry. As soon as he arrived at the entrance of that cave, he instantly caught the attention of those flame monsters inside the cave. Roar! A loud bang came out, and the flame monster roared out furiously as it rushed outside with its teeth and claws open. Immediately afterward, an extremely terrifying high-temperature air current violently rushed out from the depths of the cave. Old He, who was close to the cave entrance, instantly turned pale, and his eyebrows were scorched. Damn! What a high temperature! These monsters sure are scarier than when they tried it with walkers. He shouted in exasperation as he hurriedly rushed the water onto his body, wetting his clothes and hair, before aiming that one water gun steadily at the hole. Immediately afterward, he gritted his teeth and pushed hard as he kept pouring water in. Ho ho ho! Once again, the monster's angry roar came from inside the cave, and this time the monster appeared even angrier. It was clear, though, that the angry voices were traveling farther and farther away. This meant that the monster inside was afraid and was retracting back into the depths of the cave. That means the act of filling the cave with water is completely valid. Inside the cave, white water mist began to emerge non-stop. Obviously the water flowed into the extremely hot cave and began to be evaporated into water vapor. Even Lao He, who was outside the cave, could feel the heat of that water vapor coming from his face. His entire body was sweating like a pig, his clothes tightly clinging to his body, but he was still holding the water gun with a death grip, an excited expression on his face as he realized that this one plan was working. It wouldn't be a problem to exterminate this flaming monster. As long as there was enough water, it might be possible to drown it directly with water, without them having to make a move at all. Brush brush brush. The water flow was pouring in non-stop. Under the suppression of the water flow, the flame monster inside didn't dare to rush out at all, and the roars inside slowly disappeared. Captain Wang frowned and asked Old He eagerly, "Does that mean that monster is dead?" "It's possible, Captain. This method of yours is just too useful. Those monsters didn't dare to come out at all and were completely suppressed by us," Old He said cheerfully, the wrinkles on his face squeezing together. "It's your ability to manipulate walkers that's good. If it wasn't because you manipulated the zombies to spy on the monster, how could we come up with this method? This time you are the big credit. The same goes for Yutong. Her freezing ability also helped a lot. Take the second credit. Don't worry, when we return to the Doomsday Biological Administration, I will definitely report your merits, and your rewards won't be small this time," Captain Wang said with a smile, his eyes full of appreciation. "Then thank you, Captain." Old He's face had already smiled into an old chrysanthemum. His eyes narrowed into a slit. thinking to himself, "It's good to follow Captain Wang. If it were any other captain, maybe all the credit would have been taken by the captain." They filled the cave with water for an hour, and no more movement came from inside the cave. Looks like the effect has been achieved. They've been pretty much wiped out. Next we can go in and find out what's going on, Captain Wang said confidently, clasping his hands in front of his chest. He also nodded repeatedly. "Yes, Captain. I think these fires have been pretty much doused, but if you want to go in next, let me control a zombie to take the lead first. You guys follow behind. If there's any danger we can also evacuate." "Good." Captain Wang nodded decisively. Then He found another zombie and concentrated on maneuvering that zombie. However, since He manipulated the zombies, he would only be able to control the zombies to walk outside as they would follow any of his movements. So He and the zombies couldn't enter the cave at the same time. But He's ability was to manipulate the zombies, and even if he went into the middle of the cave, it wouldn't do much good, and he wasn't a strong fighter in person. So with one walker taking the lead, Captain Wang led the rest of the team carefully into the cave. That one zombie went in first at a distance of 50 to 60 meters ahead, and Captain Wang and the others only followed 50 to 60 meters behind. They had been several hundred meters deeper into the cave and hadn't found any abnormalities yet. His anxious voice came from the intercom. "Captain, it seems that our ploy is really very effective. There aren't any monsters found inside the cave at all, and the temperature inside the cave is also much lower than the first time we came in. Underneath the wrapping of utons freeze. Basically this high temperature won't affect us." Captain Wang nodded his head and spoke into the intercom he was talking to with a relaxed expression. "Not bad. It looks like we'll be able to complete the mission easily this time." Yutom also said with a happy face. "If it's just this temperature, then I'll be able to keep controlling the freezing shield and not let it melt. The amount of mental energy consumed is still acceptable. I just need to drink a bottle of energy recovery liquid for half an hour." Captain Wang nodded. It seemed that everything was going in a good direction. Very good. So they continued to go deeper, and it was at this time the foremost zombie, however, suddenly caught sight of a cluster of flames. He saw the scene through the eyes of the zombie and revealed a puzzled expression. His brows furrowed, muttering something like, "There are still flames? Does that mean it hasn't been completely doused with firewater?" He was about to report this to the captain. Instead, that cluster of fire faces suddenly and violently grew in size. Boom! The entire cave instantly turned into a sea of fire as if a flame explosion had occurred, and the flames instantly spread to the outside of the cave. Even He who was outside the cave felt the fierce heat and turned pale, while Captain Wang's men inside the cave had been completely engulfed by the sea of fire, and the one zombie who had taken the lead was instantly surrounded by flames, and the frozen shield on his body quickly melted before he was directly roasted. An ancient and majestic voice. It came from the depths of the cave. The voice was indistinguishable from male or female, young or old, but it was filled with a gut-wrenching aura. "All of them must die." Chapter 181, The Captain's Ability. Hearing this voice, Captain Wang's entire body was struck by lightning, and he was directly startled. His body couldn't help but tremble a little. At this time, He had completely broken the connection with the cave, and the zombie he used to scout the way was instantly roasted into charcoal by the flames. Captain Wang and the others were also mercilessly surrounded by flames. But fortunately, with Wang Yuton's full concentration, she kept using her powerful spiritual power to fully maintain the frozen shield on them. So far, they had not been affected by the raging flames, and were still barely able to accept the suffocating temperature. Captain, are you guys okay?" He was so anxious that he screamed at the intercom at the top of his lungs. "It's not looking good. Requesting backup. He. Request support from the general team immediately." Captain Wang's anxious voice came from inside the intercom. At this moment, all of them were trapped in the surroundings of the blazing flames, and the depths of the cavern also came out that a voice full of threats. All the people's hearts were like carrying a small rabbit, 7 up and 8 down without a bottom. Although under the protection of the freezing shield, they could not feel the high temperature that was enough to melt people for the time being, but being in the midst of this blazing fire that seemed to be able to devour everything, surrounded by a raging sea of fire, anyone would be panicked in their heart and their legs would go weak. After all, the fear of fire is innate in all animals, even humans. "No problem, Captain. I'll contact the general team immediately now. You guys hold on." Bean-sized beads of sweat kept rolling down on He's forehead. He took out his cell phone directly with his hands in a frenzy, and his fingers trembled as he dialed the general team's number. And inside the cave, within that sea of fire, there began to be a shocking change. Several flaming monsters were like demons from hell, jumping out directly from the sea of fire in one long leap. They were over 2 meters tall and looked like giant bears burning with flames. Imposing. When they opened their big mouths and roared, they could spew out hot air with a temperature of thousands of degrees. as if they wanted to burn everything to the ground. At the same time, their bodies were not only as strong as a small mountain, they were also very athletic and agile, and were even able to casually weave in and out of the flames like a fish out of water. This is the flame monster that old he was talking about, isn't it? It sure is terrifying. According to old he, you can suppress your opponent with freezing, and even make their flames go out, making them smaller and smaller. I'll try their abilities. Captain Wang's gaze was like a torch as he took the lead and charged straight out without hesitation. As an S-class alien, although Captain Wang's ranking wasn't particularly high, he could definitely be considered an outstanding leader among the aliens. As an S-ranked alien, he possessed complete self-confidence and amazing strength. Even in the face of such a ferocious flame monster, he did not flinch and went forward. Seeing Captain Wang's heroic actions, Wang Yutong and another female team member, whose eyes were filled with adoration, couldn't help but cast an admiring gaze at Captain Wang. Worthy of a Captain Sama, it's really fierce. These two girls had never been on a mission with Lord Captain before, and they were joining this squad for the first time, so far, they didn't know what exactly Captain Wang's supernatural ability was, but judging from this forward-looking aura of Captain Wang, it shouldn't be weak. Thus, Wang Yutong, along with another female team member, filled with curiosity, eagerly asked to the older team member next to him, "Senior, what is Captain Wang's special ability?" Faced with so many ferocious flame monsters, he also dared to directly rush forward to fight the other side. It's also too powerful. A confident and proud smile appeared on that old team member's face as he slowly said, He. Captain Wang is one of the few S-class alien in our Doomsday Biological Management Bureau. Chief Captain Liu Yang. You should have heard of his legendary deeds, right? Of course I've heard of it. It's said that the Chief Captain Sama is the strongest of all the exalts, an existence like a god. Every woman regards him as her dream lover now. As soon as the two female members heard Liu Yang's name, they immediately came into the spirit, dancing with excitement and said with an excited glint in their eyes. That old team member continued to say unhurriedly, "Of course, Chief Captain Liu Yang is the strongest, but our Captain Wang is by no means weak either. Chief Captain Liu Yang is an S-class alien, and our Captain Wang is also S-class. The two of them are on the same level, so now you should know how powerful Captain Wang is." Awesome! So it's on par with Chief Captain Liu Yang's strength? Our Captain Wang is also too strong. The two girls instantly had stars in their eyes, revealing the eyes of a nymphomaniac like infatuation. The old team member waved his hand and said with a serious expression, "I wouldn't dare to say that it's not comparable. After all, Lord Chief Captain is the first ranked in the S rank, but our Captain Wang also possesses 70% to 80% of his strength. 70 to 80% is already impressive as well." The two young girls were still filled with adoration, and by this time, Captain Wang had already fought fiercely with those flame monsters. Seeing that Captain Wang was tightly wrapped by the frozen shield, the high temperatures of the flaming monster could not do any damage to him, which made him even more unscrupulous in launching a fierce attack on the flaming monster, only to see Captain Wang take a deep breath and fiercely blast out a fist. Boom! With a loud bang, like a thunderous explosion, the monster was instantly blown out more than 10 meters away by Captain Wang. His fist was like a powerful cannonball, unstoppable and powerful. The flames on the monster's body instantly dimmed a bit after it fell to the ground, and its arrogant aura was also extinguished quite a bit. Seeing this scene, the two young girls once again let out a shocked scream. Captain Wang's punch is too handsome, right? What exactly is Captain Wang's special ability? The old team member finally deciphered for them and said, Captain Wang's nickname is called the Relentless Iron Hand. His supernormal ability is above his hands, and he possesses the strongest and hardest hands in the world. Our Captain Wang can do hand-catch bullets. Even gripping a grenade in your hand and letting it explode can leave you unharmed. His hand had not been tested for the upper limit so far, and he didn't know just how much immense damage it could take and how indestructible it was. When it was first tested, a 20-ton hydraulic press couldn't crush his fist. With one punch, he could knock a walker into a bloody mist. Known as One Punch Man, he is also the only one in our Doomsday Biological Authority. He is also the only alien who has reached the S-class level just by virtue of his physical strength. So even if his fists weren't encased in freezing, he wouldn't be afraid of that heat, and you could try to unfreeze his arms. That old team member said to Wang Yutong with great confidence. Chapter 182 Flame Monster Leader. Is it really possible to lift the freeze? Wang Yutong's willow brows slightly knitted, revealing a somewhat doubtful expression. At this moment inside the cavern, burning fiercely to the extreme high temperatures, the temperature of the air alone had already reached a staggering several hundred degrees. If it weren't for the cooling protection afforded by her powerful freezing ability, these people would be able to suck blazing hot air into their lungs with every breath alone, instantly burning through their fragile lungs. Exposed to this kind of air, it won't take more than a few seconds for the skin to be directly roasted. After all, The ordinary oven temperature is only 200 or 300 degrees, but can bake a delicious cake, baked chicken legs, baked attractive baked fish. Now that they were in this cave, it was no different from being in an oven. If the frozen shield above Captain Wang's fist was lifted, would Captain Wang's fist turn into a burning fire fist all of a sudden? Wang Yutong's heart was filled with worry. Don't worry, the relentless iron hand is not a cover. So far, something that can harm Captain Wang's hand has yet to appear, that old team member said with a firm gaze and confidence. Thus, Wang Yutong gently nodded as a thought flashed through her mind, and the freezing wrapped around Captain Wang's hand instantly disappeared without a trace. On one hand, she could see if Captain Wang's hands were as powerful and unrivaled as the legends, and on the other hand, lifting the freezing could also save herself a little bit of precious mental energy. As expected, exactly as that old team member had said, after Captain Wang's hand was released from the frozen wrapping, he surprisingly didn't feel any discomfort, and even became more courageous and fearless as he threw heavy punches at the monster. Boom! Boom boom boom! Those few monsters were like fallen leaves swept by the gale, constantly being hammered away by Captain Wang. At this moment, Captain Wang had truly transformed into an unrivaled one-punch Superman, and there was no obstacle under his mighty and incomparable fist. Even the terrifying flaming monsters were unable to resist. Ha ha ha! Fighting! Yes! Captain Wang's face was filled with excitement, and his eyes were burning with a stirring fighting spirit, as if nothing in this world could stop him. Those few flame monsters seemed to be somewhat deterred by Captain Wang's heavy fist strikes. The flames that were originally burning on their bodies extinguished quite a bit, and they no longer revealed their hideous and horrifying expressions like they did in the beginning. At this moment, they seemed to completely understand that Captain Wang's strength is far beyond their imagination. The other party's pair of iron fists are not at all afraid of the high temperature of the flames that they are proud of. Can't fight. Simply can't fight. Even if he tried to launch an attack on his body was tightly wrapped in a solid freeze. Their flame attacks were completely blocked by the icy shield, and they couldn't find any way to break it at all. And just when these flame monsters were retreating a bit, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the depths of the cave. Under this roar, the few flame monsters instantly began to retreat deeper into the cave like startled birds, no longer daring to launch an attack on Captain Wang, who froze in place, because this roar made him feel like his soul was trembling involuntarily. It's just horrible. Along with the roar came a rolling heat wave, which was like a surging tsunami that covered the sky. Under this wave of heat, the frozen shields on everyone's bodies seemed to be melting at an extremely fast rate. Wang Yutong had to clench her teeth and gather all of her mental energy, trying her best to maintain the frozen shield, but immediately afterward, lava that was hot to the core began to gush out from the depths of the cave, spreading uncontrollably and incessantly on the ground. Instantly the men's feet were drowning in lava, and the depth kept increasing. First the insteps, then the ankles, and now it's starting to submerge up to the belly of the calves. Seeing this scene, Wang Yutong's originally white face instantly lost its blood color, revealing an expression of extreme fear. Although it was protected by the freezing shield, the consumption of this boiling hot magma on the freezing shield was extremely terrifying. Her mental power was also draining away as fast as the water from a dike, and she had to hurriedly pull out a bottle of energy replenishing liquid from her backpack and gulp it down to recover her almost depleted mental power. Captain, this isn't quite right. Could it be that there are even more powerful flame monsters in the depths of the cave? Wang Yutong's voice trembled, a terrified expression on her face as she asked Captain Wang. It should be their leader. Seeing that those few flame monsters fell to the ground fighting me, their leader has been unable to resist coming out to make a fool of himself. Everyone be careful. Next is our real challenge. Captain Wang's face also revealed an expression of unparalleled gravity at this moment, and said to his teammates in a serious tone. The remaining 3 teammates also revealed grave expressions when they heard Captain Wang's words, and one by one, they were all on guard, fully focused and ready to meet the huge crisis that was about to come. Finally, deep in the cavern a hot, glowing, fiery creature began to run through the lava without stopping, approaching at lightning speed. It came to them in an instant, and it was only at this time that Wang Yutong and the others finally got a good look at the true appearance of this monster. Too scary. Is this the leader of these monsters? So scary. The crowd's cries of alarm rose and fell, only to see that the monster in front of them had a body as huge as a mountain, and the flames burning around it were like the fires of hell, exuding a chillingly high temperature. Its hideous face looked as if it had come out of its worst nightmare, and every detail was creepy. The huge fangs flashed with a cold light, as if they were able to tear a person's body apart in an instant. The fire that shot out from its eyes seemed to be able to scorch one's soul. In front of this terrifying monster, everyone felt an unprecedented pressure. The air seemed to freeze, and every breath became incomparably difficult. Chapter 183, All Caught. When this hideous monster leader appeared in front of everyone, all of them couldn't help but show a terrified expression. And the two fledgling female team members were even so frightened that they were shivering and couldn't help their teeth from chattering. This was their first mission, and they didn't expect to encounter such a terrifying monster on their first time. Would Captain Wan's awe-inspiring, merciless iron hand be a match for this monster? Of all the people present, the only one who could fight this monster was probably the upright and valiant Captain Wang. Everyone pinned their hopes on Captain Wang with hope, but every cautious glance at the creature lowered their confidence by 1 point. Because this monster is just too scary. The entire monster was composed entirely of hot, fiery magma, and its body exuded an unbearable heat, as if it could scorch the air around it into a twisted deformation. His body can morph into anything it will, like a fierce and incomparable beast, like a sinuous and swimming snake, like a bird of prey that spreads its wings and flies. The magma on his body was slowly writhing unceasingly, creepily like countless poisonous snakes spitting out their letters as they crawled unceasingly. Eventually the magma took on a human form. Maybe it was because he saw Captain Wang and the others, so he transformed into the same shape as Captain Wang and the others. This humanoid was over 3 meters tall and voluptuous. It was the shape of a woman with extremely proud and magnificent breasts, and extremely firm buttocks. The body proportions could be said to be impeccably perfect, and that slender waist seemed to be unmanageable. She took one slow and heavy step towards Captain Wang and the others, and said in her inaudible male and female, divine yet incomparably cold voice, "You are the first intruders inside this deep, dim cave of mine. What courage! Humans, you are the most advanced creatures on this world, so I am learning your forms, habits to adapt to this planet. You're good subjects. I'll torture you first, learn from you, and then melt you. Learn from you and then finally melt you. Make you part of me." As soon as the words fell, she had already stretched out her big hand, and instantly the magma in her hand soared out like a stray arrow, directly surrounding the crowd like a burning rope, wanting to tie them up securely. "Look out everyone!" Captain Wang exclaimed, and then without hesitation, he blasted out with a punch. Boom! His iron fist, which was not wrapped in a freezing shield, struck directly on top of the opponent's boiling hot magma. In an instant, the hot magma water column shot out by the other party was dispersed, turning into countless hot magma flying foam. But Captain Wang's fist was unharmed, just a little bit of green smoke if any. At this moment, it was as if Wang Yutong and the others saw a glimmer of hope in the darkness, and said with some surprise, "Captain Wang is awesome. This fist is really the legendary ruthless Iron Hand." Another female team member also said excitedly, "Captain Wang really deserves this title of One-Punch Superman." However, they couldn't be happy next, because the magma that had been dispersed by Captain Wang quickly gathered again and turned into a huge burning hand that directly grabbed at them. It seemed that the body of this one magma monster could not be beaten to death, and even if it was broken up, it would regroup again. Doesn't that mean the other person is no different from a perpetual motion machine? Then sooner or later Captain Wang will get tired this way. But this monster will never dissipate. Sooner or later, they still have to die. Why don't we retreat? That experienced male veteran member said to Captain Wang with a nervous expression. Hearing this suggestion, Captain Wang nodded gruffly. He also understood that trying to finish off this magma monster was an unrealistic fantasy. I'm afraid, the opponent's size was simply too large, his abilities were simply too bizarre, and his body, which was as changeable as water currents, could never be killed. Okay, you guys retreat first, I'll break the back. Captain Wang clenched his teeth and said firmly. The team members immediately cast an adoring gaze at Captain Wang. Even in such a dangerous situation, Captain Wang was still thinking of breaking his own back. Such a captain was simply too admirable. Following such a captain is the most promising. Wang Yutong and another newly joined female team member were even more moved to the point that their eyes began to redden, tears welling up in their eyes. When they joined the Doomsday Biological Authority, they originally just wanted to become official members, to be able to have better treatment and have access to more rewards. With military honors, they could exchange some things that other exalted could never access in their entire lives. However, they also knew that once they joined the official authority, then in the future, they were afraid that they would fulfill the arduous tasks assigned by the officials and might encounter unimaginably great dangers. They had long been mentally prepared for the danger they would encounter, even prepared for it. Worst-case scenario of being injured or even sacrificed during the mission. But now that they saw that Captain Wan was so self-sacrificing and loved them as team members so much, they instantly felt very relieved. Even if they were to die in battle with Captain Wang in this flaming cavern filled with heat and danger, they felt it was worth it. So the three team members began to slowly exit the cave at the back, while Captain Wang was at the front against the stormy attack of the magma monsters. Unfortunately, it hadn't even stepped out a few dozen meters yet, but that magma monster had already let out a shuddering, grim cold sneer. Ho ho ho, into my territory and still want to run? Oh you guys, Having become the first batch of invaders, do you still want to be the first batch of prey to escape from my hands? You are greedy, little ones, but how could I let that happen? As soon as the words left his mouth, he only saw that flaming monster's big hand open. Brush! All of the magma on the ground began to surge madly and non-stop as if it had a life. Immediately afterward it began to spread upward without stopping along their feet. Zip! 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 The frozen shield that encased his feet began to make a creaking, shrill sound as it kept beginning to erode from the lava. Wang Yutong had to focus all of her mental energy and began to do her best to maintain the shape of the frozen shield, and bean-sized cold sweats began to break out on her glossy, white forehead. But immediately afterward, the magma instantly wrapped around their bodies like an impenetrable net, binding them so that they couldn't move. They were all caught mercilessly. Chapter 184, quickly requesting support. Seeing this scene, the faces of all the team members were instantly taken over by fear, which was as thick as a haze, causing their faces to become distorted. This lava monster is just too scary. At this moment, they were all tightly wrapped by the net made of magma, like prey entangled by a giant python, ruthlessly bound in place, unable to move even a single finger. Even Captain Wang, who possessed a merciless iron hand, was struggling under the wrapping of this magma network at this moment, but he was still unable to break free. A hint of panic couldn't help but flash through his originally determined eyes at this moment. Moreover, all of their bodies began to emit a squeaking sound, which was sharp and ear-piercing, as if it was the prelude to death. The magma began to corrode the frozen shield on their bodies, and the ice on the shield melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into a wisp of white steam that rose up. Wang Yutong's face was as pale as paper at this time, and her originally pink and nice and attractive lips had become bloodless, as if she had lost her vitality. It was important to realize that the freezing shields on all four people were maintained by her mental power alone. Originally, when dealing with the high temperature of the air, she could still barely accept it with her tenacious will and strong mental strength, and was able to barely hold it together. But now, the head-on contact of the lava made her feel as if she was in hell and struggling to move. After all, the temperature of this magma was hundreds and thousands of degrees, and solid head-on contact is more conducive to temperature propagation, which will cause the ice to melt geometrically. Team, Captain, I'm afraid I won't be able to hold out much longer. My body is bound. I can't move. I can't even drink the energy replenishing potion, and my mental power can only last for 10 minutes at most. Wang Yutong's voice trembled with deep despair and fear. Hearing this sentence, all the team members' faces changed, and that expression of fear instantly froze on their faces, as if time had stopped. The moment their frozen shields disappeared was the moment they were roasted to a crisp by these roaring flames. No one can survive inside such a flame. If someone could really take a bath inside several hundred degrees of lava, they would really be transcendent and become a god. Captain Wang's hands could be safe and sound in the lava, but the rest of his body couldn't withstand such high temperatures. Feel the despair. Little ones, the freezing shields on you are not bad, surprisingly able to resist my heat, but let's see how long you can resist. Sooner or later, you'll all be melted by the magma and merge into it. I will be able to directly access the nutrients in your bodies, and even gain the abilities in your bodies. I'll be more human-like and stronger. The magma monster's voice echoed in the cavern, each word hitting the hearts of the crowd like a heavy hammer. Hearing these words, everyone became even more desperate. This lava monster still has access to our powers? Then if he melted Wang Yutong, wouldn't he gain the ability to freeze, frozen in lava again? This is just horrible to the extreme ice and fire. Then you also get Captain Wang's ruthless iron hand. What a creepy monster. After saying those words, the magma monster, like a ghost, directly retreated back into the depths of the cave, not caring about Captain Wang and the others, because it firmly believed that inside the magma, Captain Wang and the others would never be able to survive. It will only slowly be melted into it, becoming its own sustenance, its own fodder for enriching its own abilities. Only after seeing that lava monster leave did the crowd's faces show a slight hint of relief, but it was only as fleeting as a flash in the pan, because the crisis is far from over. In 10 minutes, they'll be completely melted by the lava. It's your turn to make a move, Captain Wang said to the older member, a hint of eagerness and expectation in his voice. The veteran member replied, "Yes, Captain." Afterward, he only saw his eyes glaze over as a thought flashed by. The energy supplement that Wang Yutong had placed in her pocket unexpectedly floated directly from inside her pocket in mid-air, and then slowly moved until it reached her mouth. Seeing this scene, Wang Yutong revealed a shocked expression, those wide eyes filled with disbelief. That old team member, however, said, "Don't be nervous, this is my ability, the ability to control objects. It's just a pity that my ability isn't very strong and I can only control some relatively small objects, but it can also make bullets change their trajectory in the middle of a battle, and it can save lives when necessary." He then controlled the bottle of energy supplement and carefully poured it into Wan Yutong's mouth. After drinking this bottle of energy replenishing liquid, Wan Yutong then felt that she had recovered some of her mental strength, and her pale face gradually gained some blood color. She gritted her teeth and continued to maintain the freeze shield that was their last hope for survival. And Captain Wang has already said to Lao He inside the intercom, "How's it going? Did you ask for backup? What did the bureau say?" Old He's anxious voice came through. Said the captain, "Captain, I've already requested for backup, but the director said that the bureau doesn't have enough manpower right now, and that it will take some time to transfer the S-rank teams over, as they are also on their own missions. Let's hang in there for now." Hold on with what? Now that we've been contained by the magma monster, once the freeze shield breaks, that's when we die. Keep calling the bureau and tell them to speed up, otherwise it will be too late to even collect our corpses, Captain Wang said with some exasperation, his voice becoming a bit hoarse from fear and anger. His heart was really full of fear. This was the first time he felt so close to death, so close that he could smell it. Okay, Captain, now I'll immediately request backup again. Lao He hurriedly dialed the general administration side again, his fingers trembling slightly from nervousness. And just at this time, a figure flying at great speed in the sky swept through the sky above this place like a meteor. Lu Yang came out to search for supplies today and just happened to fly over here. The rolling white smoke coming out from inside the big hole in the ground caught Lu Yang's attention. A puzzled expression appeared on his face as he muttered to himself, "Why is there suddenly smoke in this broad daylight? Could it be that the survivors are having a big battle with the entire zombie population? Go down and take a look. There might be beautiful women present." With a hint of curiosity and anticipation, Lu Yang directly flew over at breakneck speed in the direction of the white smoke, and the speed was so fast that it seemed like it was going to tear through the void. Chapter 185, It's good that the chief captain is here. Lu Yang landed on the ground from the sky. Take a look after you land. It turned out to be a huge cavern, in which white smoke was billowing out nonstop and a heat wave was rolling in. Does it mean a roaring fire burning underground? A strong man next to the cave entrance was instantly startled when he saw Lu Yang descending from the middle of the sky. Originally still talking on his phone, he froze in place after seeing Lu Yang, but soon he recognized Lu Yang. The expression on his face changed from shock to surprise. He hurriedly walked to Lu Yang's side and said loudly, "Lord Chief Captain, you are here. Did Lord Director ask you to come?" Originally, Lao He thought that he would wait a long time for his call for help to be responded to, because the director had said on the phone to let them hold on for a while. But he didn't expect that so soon. The Lord Chief Captain would come to provide support. It was simply divine speed. With the help of the Chief Captain Sama, we'll definitely be able to defeat the underground flame monsters this time. Lu Yang also didn't expect the other party to recognize him and call himself Chief Captain. That should be someone from the Doomsday Biological Administration. So Lu Yang asked at him, "You're from the Doomsday Biological Authority? What are you doing here? Why are you the only one? Don't people from your authority go out in teams?" "Ah, Lord Chief Captain, aren't you here to support us?" A puzzled expression appeared on Old He's face. He thought that the General Directorate side had sent the Chief Captain over to help, but who knew that the Chief Captain just happened to be passing by and didn't even recognize himself? No, then if that's the case, can one still call on the Chief Captain for help? "Lord Chief Captain, it's like this. We received a distress call from a nearby survivor base saying that there's a flaming monster underneath this place that regularly kills survivors, and that as an official organization, it's our duty to protect the safety of civilians. So we came here to take a look first, ready to take out this flame monster. But who knew the other side was too strong? Our squad leader entered the underground with 3 members, but now he has been captured by the other side, and now he can't get out. He needs support urgently. Please save us, Lord Chief Captain." In one breath, Lao He finished all the information here and told Lu Yang, hoping that Lu Yang could help him. His heart was also a little apprehensive. It is said that Lord Lu Yang is very busy, very strong, but also has a very strange personality, and usually does not go out and take on quests. Even the chief can't call him. It totally depends on the mood, and he is just an honorary chief captain. He can enjoy the benefits of a chief captain, but he doesn't have to carry out the responsibilities of a chief captain. Therefore, Old He was not sure that Lu Yang would definitely help himself. There are flame monsters underground. What kind of flame monsters? Lu Yang came interested and asked at Old He. Hearing this question, Lao He instantly felt that this time it was a sure thing. Since Lord Chief Captain was interested in that monster, it meant that Lord Chief Captain would most likely help us kill that monster. So Old He hurriedly said, "Lord Chief Captain, it's like this. There is a monster underground whose entire body is made up of flames. All survivors who pass by here will be captured and killed by them. The temperature of the underground is very high. Once caught inside, it won't take long for them to be roasted into charcoal. Now our captains have been captured. But it seems that one of the female team members has freezing powers and can cool down the other team members. But it's also very mentally draining for her to control the freezing, so she might not last long. Oh, is the female member controlling the freeze good looking? How old is she? Got a boyfriend yet? If he can control freezing, doesn't that mean he can control body temperature? Liu Yang was instantly interested. Would love to get in there. Old, he hurriedly replied. That female team member is named Wang Yutong. She is very pretty and has a very good figure. She just joined our team not long ago, and she hasn't heard of any boyfriends. It was still very hot underground, and this cave wasn't 0 degrees, it could only keep the temperature off the crew. It couldn't keep the temperature down throughout the cave. Chief Captain, if you go in there, make sure she puts a freeze shield on you as well, or you might get roasted too. Good looking, no boyfriend, and a very good body. Then this Wang Yutong will join my team. I also want to try out a woman with the ability to freeze. Let's see if it's able to make a person's heart soar through the cold. So without saying a word, Liu Yang directly drilled into the cave. Going into a hole or something was as familiar to Liu Yang as going home. What hole had he not tried before? What can a mere flaming hole do to him? Lao, he hurriedly said into the intercom. Captain, there is help, there is help. We are saved this time, resources have come, and it is the Chief Captain Lord who has come to support. Hearing this sentence, Captain Wang revealed a surprised expression. This old, he really can be relied on. He asked him to request support. I did not expect him to directly invite a chief captain. That's a little too fierce, isn't it? Everyone was very clear about the strength of the Chief Captain Sama, which was a godlike existence among the Xenos. As long as there was a chief captain, there was no enemy that could not be defeated. And this flaming monster would just wait to tremble and fight at the feet of the chief captain. Great, old he, you really are reliable. When we get back, we'll definitely apply for a first-class merit for you, Captain Wang said excitedly. It's not my credit. It's the chief captain who just happened to pass by here and came down to check the situation. So I called him out. It's our luck. Lao, he was not greedy for credit and said truthfully. It doesn't matter. It's good that there's support coming, and the chief captain will definitely succeed in his endeavors. So we're really saved this time. Captain Wang's tone possessed a pressing excitement within it. Chapter 186, Humans Seek Death. And Liu Yang quickly entered inside the cave. His figure was like lightning as he traveled through the darkness. This cave, although it had been filled with firewater, was still very hot, and the smoke inside was so thick and full of diffused water vapor that the whole cave seemed to have turned into a huge steamer. However, Liu Yang was not the least bit intimidated as he instantly wrapped himself in a layer of sturdy and incomparable steel armor. It then flew at supersonic speed directly through the cavern, so fast that one could only see a silvery shadow of light speeding through the cavern. In less than half a minute, he had arrived at Captain Wang's side of them. When he stopped beside Captain Wang and the others, he was instantly shocked by the sight before him. The ground was full of flowing magma, and Captain Wang and the others were also bound by the magma, which formed a tight net, wrapping them all tightly. Although they have a freezing shield, but the magma is still constantly corroding their shield, emitting a ZZ sound, as if the devil's low laugh. Seeing Liu Yang appear, Captain Wang was so excited that his voice changed tone and shouted, Lord Chief Captain, you are here. It's really our luck to meet you. Otherwise we would 100% die here. Wang Yutong and another female team member had just joined the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau not long ago. They had never seen Liu Yang before at all, and now that they saw Liu Yang for the first time, they were immediately shocked. Cool. It's just too handsome. Is this the legendary Master Chief? This silver glittering armor refracted a brilliant light under the magma, as if it was metal from the stars. This tall figure was like an upright pine, straight and majestic. This lanky appearance was full of power, as if it could carry the entire world. This five-featured and resolute appearance, as if it was a masterpiece carefully carved by a master sculptor. Every line was full of charm. There was also a stern look in his eyes, as if he was able to penetrate through all the fog and go straight to the essence of things. Every part of his body reveals the aura of a strong man. Is this the legendary absolute strong man? That was awesome. Moreover, after watching the other party just now inside the cavern was actually rushing by flying, and the flight speed was also extremely fast. They heard the sound of an explosion that broke through the sound barrier, which meant that the flight speed of Lord Chief Captain Liu Yang had already surpassed the speed of sound. It's just too fierce. No wonder he was able to become the Lord Chief Captain. And he was still so young. At first glance he was young and promising. His future was unlimited. Previously rumored, it was the ideal of every female member to be able to join the Chief Captain Sama's general team inside the Doomsday Bio Authority. Previously, the two of them still felt a bit puzzled. Isn't it just a general team? What's so good about joining? But now after seeing Liu Yang, they finally understood why those women were fighting to join Liu Yang's team. To follow such a powerful chief captain, it would be like picking up military honors. And there's absolutely no danger in following the chief captain. If there's a problem, he'll just go ahead and do it himself. What foe could flaunt his presence? Even the most powerful enemy will be defeated by the chief captain at once. That is to say, as long as the chief captain is out there is no enemy that can't be dealt with. They just need to touch the fish. Where is the need to be born and die like you join other teams, where your head is always on your pants belt and you could die at any moment? When we get out of this one, we'd like to join Master Chief's team. 2. Wang Yutong's beautiful eyes flowed, and those eyes were filled with admiration and anticipation. Hurriedly, he said, Lord Chief Captain, the temperature here is hot, so I'll put a layer of freezing shield on you to ward off the heat. After saying that, she looked at Liu Yang with one eye, and Liu Yang's body slowly began to form a thin layer of frozen shield, and that shield exuded a slight coolness, which really made Liu Yang feel a cool sensation. A happy smile appeared on Wang Yutong's face. That smile was like a blooming flower, brilliant and charming. Now he would instantly show off his strength in front of the chief captain, and would definitely leave a deep impression on Lord Chief Captain. This was called striking first. Preemptively, it had been a show in front of the chief captain. At that time, if the chief captain-sama really wanted to recruit another female member, then surely the first choice would be herself. The other woman revealed a somewhat helpless expression, one that held a few hints of loss and envy. One's own supernormal ability in such a situation cannot be useful. Want to show in front of the chief captain, have no way. All of a sudden by Wang Yutong this little wave hoof to compare it. Liu Yang nodded to Wang Yutong and said, yes, this freezing shield is good. It is similar to my steel shield. It's just a pity that your spiritual power is not enough. Otherwise this area of magma, how could it trap you guys? I'll come to help you guys. Liu Yang's voice was calm and strong, carrying a reassuring strength. As soon as Liu Yang's words fell, a sharp steel blade had appeared in front of his eyes, and the blade shone with a cold light, as if it could cut everything apart. He then waved his hand. Brush! The blade of steel instantly slashed through, carrying the sound of whistling wind, as fast as lightning. Cut the rope net made of lava from those crew members. What a powerful ability. This blade of steel is too fierce. Captain Wang, who had regained his freedom, couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes filled with admiration and awe. Although he himself was known as the relentless Iron Hand, possessing extreme strength, his hands possessed extreme hardness, but there was no way to break away from this magma network. He could feel the toughness and strength of that magma network, as if it was the strongest shackle in the world. But in front of Lord Chief Captain Liu Yang, it was unbearable. A light stroke seems to be cut off. The difference in strength is just too great. The moment the lava network was cut, an angry roar emanated from the depths of the cavern. Roar! Damn human! Seek death! The voice seemed as if it was going to collapse the entire cave, carrying endless anger and killing intent. Immediately after that, like a gust of wind, she hurriedly ran from the depths of the cave and instantly arrived in front of Liu Yang. The magma monster's figure was tall and terrifying, and the magma on its body tumbled as if it was burning hellfire. Her eyes shot out angry fire, staring dead at Liu Yang as if she wanted to burn him to ashes. Chapter 187 Magma Beauty? Looking at this one monster made of magma, Liu Yang's face revealed an expression of interest. His star-like eyes flickered with curiosity, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, outlining an unruly smile. Good guy. The monster composed of magma was actually in the shape of a woman. This waist was as slender as a willow, yet it contained endless power. As if gently twisting it could set off a storm of heat waves. This body was tall and graceful. Every curve was just right, emitting a deadly temptation. That full breasts, like a burning ball of flame, hot and tantalizing. This firm buttocks, round and elastic, as if it can absorb people's eyes. Definitely a super perfect sexy woman. What's going on? Does it mean that this lava monster is female? If it's a female, then it's just what I want. Liu Yang, under my Liu Yang's great berserk wind, even if you're made of lava, I'm going to give it a try. Lord Chief Captain, be careful. This magma monster is very powerful. It's not something to be messed with. And this cave is filled with hot magma. For this monster it's his home base and his home turf. It can have better play. It can control all the magma inside the cave. But it's very unfavorable for us. Why don't we just quit for now? Think about it in the long run? Captain Wang said to Liu Yang with a frown on his face full of worry. His originally resolute face was also covered with a layer of haze at this moment, and sweat slid down his forehead, dripping onto the hot ground and instantly evaporating. He was known as One-Punch Superman, but in front of this magma monster, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. After fighting this magma monster, he had seen the gap. There was also a great recognition of this magma monster's strength, so he thought that avoiding the front for the time being was the best choice. Wang Yutong and the other female team member heard that Captain Wang has 80% of the strength of Liu Yang's chief Captain Lord. Captain Wang can be said to be unbeatable in front of this magma monster. then I am afraid that the chief captain lord is not much better. So they don't have much confidence in Liu Yang. So they also said to Liu Yang, yes, Lord Chief Captain, why don't we retreat first, lure her out of the cave, and look for an opportunity to take her down again. Wang Yutan's voice had a hint of trembling in it. Her beautiful face was full of fear at the moment, her eyes filled with fear of the unknown. The other female team member was biting her lips tightly, her body involuntarily taking a small step backward. Hearing the words of the crowd, Liu Yang then said with a light laugh, what kind of monsters have I, Liu Yang, not seen before? What can a mere flaming woman do to me? His voice was loud and firm, echoing in this cave with incomparable confidence and dominance. You guys don't have to worry, today I'll show you how a truly strong person fights. Liu Yang clasped his hands in front of his chest, that upright stance standing like a mountain, his eyes revealing a fearless light. I will make this flaming monster beg for mercy at my Liu Yang's crotch. Liu Yang said loudly. The words seemed like a battle cry, impassioned and provocative. That flame monster. Although he said that he had just descended into this world not long ago and did not quite understand human words, he could also hear that kind of contempt in Liu Yang's tone. Her face made of magma instantly twisted, and she instantly revealed an angry expression and said, damn human dare to underestimate me. Let's see if I don't roast you into ashes. Her voice exploded in the cave like thunder, accompanied by rolling waves of heat sweeping in. After saying that, she opened her big hand and instantly the magma network attacked Liu Yang again. That magma network was like a burning python, whistling with the aura of destroying everything. Seeing this magma network, Liu Yang's face was a relaxed expression. He narrowed his eyes slightly and the corners of his mouth rose, revealing a disdainful smile. Too slow, really too slow. Such an attack also wants to deal with me. Liu Yang is simply a joke. With a wave of his hand, brush, a sharp blade instantly chopped over. That sharp blade flashed with a cold and chilling aura under the light of the fire, instantly chopping that magma network into pieces. Immediately after that, the sharp blade directly stabbed at that one flame monster. Its speed was so fast that it seemed to be able to cut through the void. Lord Liu Yang, he is made up of magma. Even if you pierce his body it won't be able to harm him. He can still reorganize. Captain Wang said eagerly to Liu Yang from the side. His fist could also hit the body of this magma monster, but it was useless. Even if it was pulverized, the other party could reorganize again. So he had to remind Liu Yang not to do useless things and waste his mental energy. Ha! I want to see how he reorganizes. Liu Yang laughed coldly. That voice seemed like cold ice from hell, making people shiver. That one sharp blade, however, had already pierced into the opponent's body. The flame monster gave a light laugh. Said the man, it's useless. These attacks won't work on me. Stupid humans, go to hell. Her laughter was sharp and piercing, full of mockery and disdain. She still wanted to launch an attack on Liu Yang, but she didn't expect that in the next second, the blade of steel that stabbed inside his body had instantly turned into iron, followed by a spherical shape that encased it. Although it was only a thin layer of iron, it was incomparably hard. The magma monster was actually trapped in the iron ball, and everyone showed a surprised expression when they saw this scene. Trapped, worthy of being the Lord Chief Captain. Captain Wang couldn't help but shout out, his face filled with excitement and admiration. But the temperature of the other party is so high that steel will be melted into iron by the other party. I'm afraid it won't be long before the other party can burn through the iron ball. Wang Yutong said anxiously, her eyes fixed on the iron ball, her heart filled with worry. No one can burn through my iron ball. Liu Yang said confidently, his voice firm and strong as if it could penetrate everything. In the next second, he clenched his hand into an instant fist. That one iron ball began to contract rapidly, constantly squeezing the magma monster inside. The lava monster began to wail. Oh, May, damn humans, get off me, get off me. If you have the guts, you can release me. I'm going to plunge your entire world into a sea of fire. I'm going to become the master of this world. I'm going to become the fire god of this world. I'm going to burn all of you to ashes. The magma monster roared madly, her voice filled with anger and despair. Damn you, how long can you control me with this steel orb? The day when I go out is the day you perish. Liu Yang thought it was hilarious to hear the other party's harsh words. How dare you talk tough? Humans have been able to manipulate flames since the age of primitive man. What makes you capable of standing on top of our human heads? Seek death. Liu Yang's eyes widened angrily as he loudly scolded. Liu Yang gave his hand a firm grip. Clack clack clack. That orb contracted extremely fast, surprisingly only about half a meter in diameter remained. And the flame monster inside the orb wailed even more. Eventually convinced to soften to Liu Yang kept begging for mercy. Lord, please let me go. I know it's wrong. I won't dare to be arrogant anymore. I can follow you forever. I didn't know that the humans in this world are so powerful. It's all my fault. I deserve to die. Hearing this sentence, the members of the authority squad were shocked. Lord Liu Yang is really fierce enough. The magma monster is unbeatable, but it will also beg for mercy? Wang Yutong, on the other hand, looked at the old team member with a look of contempt. You guys also told me that Captain Wang and Liu Yang adults are half a catty, but now the performance of the view. Captain Wang even to Liu Yang adult shoes are not worthy of it. Not even a hair compared to it. The gold content of the first place of S-class is really not just anyone can touch the porcelain. This strength is really too fierce. Chapter 188, Follow Lord Liu Yang. Liu Yang had directly subdued the flame monster with a single strike, even making the flame monster kneel down and beg for mercy. Such strength is just too shocking. All the members of the squad cast an adoring gaze at Liu Yang. Originally they were frightened by the attack of the flame monster and thought they were going to die. They didn't expect the appearance of Lord Liu Yang to reverse the battle at once. It was almost like a savior in the midst of despair that made people excited and thrilled. Wang Yutong directly stepped forward and said to Liu Yang, Lord Chief Captain Liu Yang, you are really too strong. We were the first to join the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau, and we had only heard of your legend before, and had never seen you strike, but now that we have been able to see it, it is simply true to its name. Too powerful. Liu Yang was attracted by Wang Yutong's words and his eyes were on the other party. Sizing up the other party and realizing that the other party was not only pretty, but also had a tall and plump body. There is not a single curve that should be on the body, so it can be said that it is extremely good, and the body is at the level of actresses, plus those stunningly beautiful features. To say that he is a goddess and has descended to Earth is an understatement. Is any random female member of this Doomsday Bio Authority this pretty? Director Chen Kuliang is also a treacherous person. Ah, there is such a beautiful female team member but did not notify me. Really damned. If I didn't happen to pass by here and find these people trapped, maybe such a beautiful female team member would have died in this underground. Wouldn't that be a waste? Liu Yang's eyes swept over the other party, nodded in satisfaction and then said, You're pretty strong too. Of course, I don't mean strength but figure. It's indeed very material. It's a good seedling for childbirth. Since I saved you afterward, you two female members will join my team. It's too dangerous to stay inside the Doomsday Life Authority. It's a strange shame for such a beautiful woman to die. Hearing this, Wang Yutong and the other female team member both revealed expressions of surprise. To be able to join Chief Captain Lord Liu Yang's team, that would of course be the best. With such a strong person protecting you, you wouldn't have to be afraid even if you encountered a more powerful enemy in the future. It's not like being in this team. Even the strength of the small captain is not good but also said that the same is the S-level alien with the strength of the chief captain half a catty. Now looks like this, where is half a catty? This is the difference between heaven and earth. People are S-ranked because the highest level is only S-ranked. You are S-ranked because your strength just touches the threshold of S-ranking. Can it be the same? Wang Yutong and the other female team member hurriedly nodded and said, Yes, Lord Liu Yang, but I'm afraid this matter requires the consent of Director Chen Kuliang. We have to go back and report first. Liu Yang shook his head and said, Report what? Reporting that I never had to go through Chen Kuliang to get people from the Doomsday Biological Management Bureau. Does he still dare to not give it to me? If I don't save you all, you'll all die. That Director Chen would love to have everyone from the Doomsday Biological Authority by my side. Hearing this, the two beautiful girls felt that there was some truth to it. Such a powerful figure. Even Director Chen Kuliang wouldn't dare to offend and it should be said not to say. This Liu Yang Chief Captain Lord is really too domineering. This temperament, this domineering president-like character is really inviting Look at a glance or about to fall. The future with the side of Liu Yang Chief Captain Lord. That is simply the greatest luck. It would be even better to be the woman of the Chief Captain Sama. Who wouldn't like such a powerful man? It's really something to think about and look forward to. The two women glanced at each other as if they could see what was going on in each other's minds. Instantly, their small faces blushed, revealing a somewhat shy expression. Alright, let's go out now. The air inside this cave isn't very good even though the flames are out. Liu Yang waved his hand and said to the crowd, the members of the Doomsday Creature Authority, along with the flaming monster. They nodded together. He then followed Liu Yang out of the cave. When Old He outside the cave saw Liu Yang come out with his teammates, a relieved expression appeared on his face and he hurriedly walked over to them and asked, Captain, are you guys alright? Thanks to Lord Liu Yang who just happened to pass by here otherwise I'm afraid you'd all be burned to ashes by the time official rescue comes here. And old Lord he really did strike with flying efficiency. This just went in and came out in not even 10 minutes. The captain of the squad said to Old He, thanks to Chief Captain Liu Yang that person came early. We are fine also thanks to you Lao He. If it wasn't for you, didn't give up on us, maybe we all died in the cave. This mission was successfully completed with the help of Lord Liu Yang, and we were able to capture this flame monster. Let's just wait for our squad to go back and collect our rewards. Old he listened to the words of the junior captain, and only then did he set his eyes on the flaming monster. It is a woman's appearance. And the body explosion. Just the whole body is burning with a blazing fire. Good, a flaming woman. Her features were not clearly visible under the burning flames, but just this delicate figure alone was able to make people overlook her appearance. What more do you need to see in the face of a woman of this stature? The prettiest face is nothing in front of an absolutely sexy body. Just ask you, if you were allowed to play, which one would you choose? The 20-something Jo Dongyu or the 30-something Yang? I'm afraid that anyone in their right mind would choose the latter. After all, I'm afraid there aren't many people who like airfields. Then let's bring this flaming monster back to the authority? Old, he asked tentatively. Let's see what Lord Chief Captain arranges. The junior captain didn't dare to speak. After all, to be able to catch this flame monster is Liu Yang's credit, and Liu Yang is still their chief captain. How to arrange this monster is naturally what Liu Yang said. Liu Yang shook his head and said, a few of you male members go back and resume your orders. Just say that the mission has been solved. The 2 female members will go with me. Liu Yang. And that this flaming monster also has me. Liu Yang. Handle it personally. You guys don't need to bother anymore. Hearing these words, an uncertain expression appeared on Old He's face as he glanced at the young captain. This Lord Liu Yang came to rob the team and also rob the flame monster with him so that they go back to how to deliver all? The junior captain, however, immediately said, alright, Lord Liu Yang will do as you say. We will immediately go back and resume our orders. I will leave the rest to you. In addition, the survivor base side needs us to go and inform them? They were the ones who reported the flame monster. Now that the flame monster has been taken out, naturally we need to explain it to them as well. The junior captain had seen Liu Yang's strength, naturally would not disobey Liu Yang. A survivor base? I'll go and take a look. I'll personally explain to them then. And by the way, I'll see if there are any beautiful girls. If there are, Liu Yang, wouldn't mind personally saving them. Liu Yang instantly said with a bright light in his eyes. Chapter 189, Your Excellency, take us away. Liu Yang finally arrived at that one survivor base under the leadership of the squad of alien powers. As soon as the people inside the survivor base took a look at the people from the Doomsday Biological Authority returning, a look of surprise appeared on each of their faces. The Doom Squad is back. So that means the monster has been taken out. The flame monster did not know how many survivors inside their base had been hurt. At this moment, hearing the news that the monster had been killed, some of the survivors were even moved to tears. Kneeling down directly in front of Liu Yang and the others, one of the big men knelt in front of Liu Yang and said to Liu Yang, my lords, thank you for avenging our deaths. Please accept my obeisance. My wife and I have known each other since elementary school, started our relationship in high school, and got married until after we graduated from college, and originally had a beautiful family. But when the apocalypse broke out and our children died in the mouths of the zombies, my wife and I depended on each other. But I never expected that when we were gathering supplies, my wife would be killed by a flaming monster. That flame monster didn't know how many of our survivors it hurt, and now it's finally been taken out by all of you adults. Our lost family members will be able to rest in peace in the 9 Springs. Another female survivor said, yes, my husband also died at the hands of that flaming monster, and now I've finally been able to get my revenge, so I'm really thankful to all of you, my lords. The Doomsday Biological Administration is simply a guiding light for all of us survivors, and we can feel the strength of the Dragon Kingdom in the midst of the apocalypse. It's a great feeling to have a strong motherland protecting us. Being underwritten by an official organization is so reassuring. My lords have worked hard. Tonight we will receive you all. Even though we are poor in material goods, we still have to ask all of you lords not to mind. One by one, the management of the base respectfully said to Liu Yang, while the other members of the base looked at Liu Yang with a face of adoration. Although they didn't know Liu Yang, they were able to feel that Liu Yang was the strongest among this Doomsday Creature Management Bureau squad. The 2 remaining women were pretty, but their auras were not as high as this man's. Next to a woman with flames all over her body was feared to be a fire attribute alien, although it looks frighteningly strong. But following behind Liu Yang with a respectful face, it is obvious that it is also Liu Yang's subordinates. Therefore Liu Yang should be the captain of this squad. As for where the 2 men went in the beginning, they had probably been taken out by the flaming monsters. I'm afraid this young man is the one who came to the rescue from behind. So this young man should be stronger than the 2 male members at the beginning. However, Liu Yang didn't do anything after listening to the words of this Doomsday Survivor base leader, but stood still and waved his hand at him and said, there's no need for a reception or anything else. This Doomsday base of yours has a lack of food. We can't even feed ourselves, so I won't ask you to break the bank. Introduce myself. My name is Liu Yang, and first Xenomancer as well as the chief captain of the Doomsday Biological Authority. This time I helped you guys to finish off the flame monster. and don't ask for some material rewards from you guys, but I need you guys to repeat. By from today onwards, this base will belong to me. Liu Yang's to my Liu Yang's command, and all the female members are for me. Liu Yang, to pick. Any of you have an opinion? Hearing this, everyone inside the base was shocked. Good lord, this is the official organization coming to rob the base. And S-Class first alien? Liu Yang, is he Liu Yang? The leader of this survivor base is also an alien. Naturally, he had heard of the power of the S-Class number 1. I've also heard rumors about Liu Yang, who is said to be a very young and handsome-looking man, and it also said that he loved beautiful women so much that even all the female members of the Doomsday Bio Authority were taken back as wives by him. Today's Doomsday Bio Authority is even jokingly referred to as the Monk Authority. Liu Yang is said to have hundreds of wives living in imperial life every day, so to speak, night after night without repetition. The leader of this base used to not believe in this, but now after seeing Liu Yang, he thoroughly trusts. This guy is for real. The good looks are real. It's also true that at the time, they liked beautiful women and were horny. Hearing these words, each one of those executives glanced at each other. None of them dared to say a word of no. S-Class first place is no joke. That Flame Monster had their entire base on edge and no one could defeat it. But Liu Yang defeated it in one shot. If they fought Liu Yang, they would have been killed in seconds. So who dares to have an opinion? Not to mention the fact that he was also the chief captain of the Doomsday Creature Management Bureau. Who dared to make an enemy of the official Doomsday Creature Management Bureau? Wouldn't that be looking for death? Therefore the base leader took the lead and said, no opinion, no opinion. I'm the first to have no opinion. I'll let Lord Liu Yang arrange it. The other senior officers also immediately took a stand when they heard that the chief had said so. We also have no opinion. Lord Liu Yuan, from now on this base belongs to you. We are all your little brothers. You can do whatever you want. And as soon as the other women heard that Liu Yang was going to pick them as women, this one of them showed an expression of excitement, without a trace of fear or resistance. With such a handsome face and such strength, who wouldn't want to be his woman? So those women also said to Liu Yang, Lord Liu Yang, we have no problem with it either. You can pick as much as you want. I am the first to sign up. I want to go with Lord Liu Yang. As long as I can follow Lord Liu Yang's side, even if it's as a maid, I'm willing. Me too, me too. I can still warm the bed for Lord Liu Yang. The women began to enthusiastically sign up, and Liu Yang's face revealed a satisfied expression as he placed his gaze on them, sizing up their appearance. Chapter 190, Look at the Deliberate Fist. The women inside this survivor base are young and beautiful indeed. There are quite a few, but in this there are still a few unsatisfactory looking. Liu Yang could not help but shake his head and said to them, those of you 18 to 28 who haven't had a boyfriend, stand over here. Those women who heard this sentence immediately began to think in their minds whether they meet the requirements. Those women who meet the requirements immediately revealed a surprised expression. Afterwards, according to Liu Yang's instructions, they stood on the side of the open space, and soon there were hundreds of women who stood over. There are more than 1,000 survivors in the entire base, of which more than 600 are women and 600 are men. And 100 of these 600 women meet the requirements. But not all of these 100 meet Liu Yang's requirements. Don't be in bad shape. Don't be ugly. Don't be fat. Liu Yang went up and pointed at them. You, and you, come out. You guys didn't grow on my Liu Yang's aesthetic, so you're passed over. This statement was made. The remaining women were relieved. Not being called out by Lord Liu Yang. Doesn't it mean that we have already been selected by Lord Liu Yang and we can go with Lord Liu Yang next? As soon as they thought of this, their faces instantly showed a happy expression. To be able to go with someone as powerful as Lord Liu Yang, it would be simply invincible awe. It's a life of eating and drinking in the future. No longer need to be afraid of zombies, or those mutated monsters. You see that flame monster in that hole in the ground within the range of all living things will be dragged into the hole in the ground and eaten by it. 8 An unknown number of strong men on the base. The base has also organized several crusade missions, all of which have ended in failure, and all of which have delivered rations to the other side. But then, as soon as Lord Liu Yang stepped in, he was immediately taken care of. This was enough to show how powerful Lord Liu Yang was. In the future, if you follow Lord Liu Yang, as Lord Liu Yang said, you will only have to eat that, and you will never have to suffer again. They made up their minds in their hearts that they must find a way to improve their skills, serve Lord Liu Yang well, and strive to land on Lord Liu Yang's side in the future. That way you can live your whole life without worrying about food or clothing and without fear of danger. And the most important thing is that Liu Yang's man is handsome. If an ugly-looking one, even if he was strong enough to take them away, I'm afraid that they would still feel a little bad in their hearts. But Lord Liu Yang was different. If he was as handsome as he was and as strong as he was probably the only one in the world. It's not a loss at all with him, it's a blood moneymaker. To be placed in the peaceful era, with a body like Lord Liu Yang's. Such an appearance to become a male publicist are the top kind. But then some of the women who were selected by Liu Yang instantly revealed desperate, angry, lost expressions. They originally met Liu Yang's requirements. Whether it's age or not having had a boyfriend, this condition is met. But I didn't expect to end up being stuck on looks and body shape. Some women revealed an expression of resignation. Their faces were full of loss. But some women were different. Perhaps because of their character or perhaps because they were pampered. They are used to the fact that the moment they fall out of the election, they immediately reveal an angry look at Liu Yang, and even directly begin to say to Liu Yang, "What's the big deal? I didn't really want to go with you in the first place." That's right, to be his woman think he is who really think is a male god In the end of the world, a little bit of strength is terrific, so you can do whatever you want, right? I don't want to be used to him. He said he doesn't have eyes on me. Even if he does, I won't go with him. Look at you. You're just an uneducated little golden needle mushroom. What S-class first place? What chief captain of the Doomsday Biological Administration? I poo. A body like mine is the perfect one. Okay? It's perfect for having kids. And even in the end times, I still weigh over 150 pounds. Which just goes to show that I have a talent for growing meat. It shows that I have a good body. Understand? That's right. You think getting a wife is a beauty pageant? What's the use of those skinny and pretty ones? It's the end of the world. But they still have a white and skinny aesthetic. It's shameful. Those women have accused Liu Yang. Each of them look crooked. Either the tiger back and waist cannot distinguish between men and women. Either it is oddly shaped like a gas tank. The first one is the mouth convex squinting eyes also buck teeth. A part of the girls directly resigned themselves to their fate after being passed over by Liu Yang. But this part didn't seem to intend to resign themselves to their fate. Instead, he started pointing accusing fingers at Liu Yang. Seeing this scene, Liu Yang directly frowned. On the other hand, Wang Yutong and the others beside him immediately showed angry expressions and pointed at those cursing Lord Liu Yang. What the are you women talking about? Talking to our Lord Chief Captain like that? Saying that our Lord Chief Captain has no aesthetics. You guys, nor do you look in a mirror to see what you look like. That's right, looking just like Phoenix. And blaming Lord Liu Yang for not choosing you, even in times of peace. You are the ugliest of the lot. Hearing the words of these two female members, those ugly girls instantly exploded. Loudly. Why are you official ones still cursing? I'm going to report you guys. It's just that there's no internet. Otherwise I'd have to post your faces on Little Red Book, so my sisters can see what kind of faces you official people have. That's right. I have more than 100 followers on Weibo. They all praise me for being cute. Unlike you official people, who speak nonsense with your eyes wide open. 150 pounds is called ugly? The ones under 100 pounds are either short or flat-chested. You two women are simply a disgrace among women. How dare you help a man? Do you know what it means for a woman to help a woman? I see that you are marriage donkeys. The same kind of useless women who think only of marriage, only of procreation, and only of dependence on men in times of peace. Seeing that those people are not willing to give in, Wang Yutong and the two of them wanted to continue scolding them, but they didn't want to be directly stopped by Liu Yang. Only Liu Yang's face showed a relaxed smile. He thought again of that one big fat guy who had boxed inside the infirmary and had been thrown to the walkers by himself. Now these crooked people were once again boxing with themselves. Then it's time to show them my Liu Yang's deliberate boom fist. Chapter 191, Ignorant. Liu Yang with a cold smile on his face looked up at some of those women who had just scolded him there. Those women saw that Liu Yang was still walking towards them step by step. Thinking that their tirades had played a role in making this Liu Yang lose his way and decided to take them away as well. They immediately said to Liu Yang with a condescending face, "Now you know it's wrong, don't you? We girls are the best. What's so great about that white and skinny aesthetic in the end times? Having meat on your body is capital. My weight of 150 is just right. That's just it. I'm 5 feet 5 inches and flat-chested. Not only can I save, but I can save resources. I can eat less. You'll make a lot of money by taking me away. But don't learn from the kind of lower-headed men who only look at the outside. Look at a woman on the inside. You know? Seeing as how you know you're wrong so quickly, we'll grudgingly forgive you." And those women spoke to Liu Yang one by one with arrogant expressions on their faces, as if Liu Yang had really been taken by them. Hearing them speak, Liu Yang's face revealed a cold smile. I didn't expect that after the outbreak of the end of the world for so long, there are still so many people, and it is a miracle that they can live until now. Liu Yang toward the 150 pounds of gas tank. Just this fat woman screamed the most. Came to him. Liu Yang directly reached out and slapped him. He also made a point of coalescing a steel glove with steel on his own hand before the fight. After all, he didn't want to slap up a handful of lard. Pow! The steel gloves were tough as hell, and with a slap to the face, The fat woman was instantly sent flying several meters away. Blood flowed out of her mouth. A few teeth were knocked out. But worthy of being a fat woman. The meat on this face is enough cushion. Even after being sent flying a few meters away, he did not faint. He looked at Lu Yang with a shocked face. Crazy yelled. How dare you hit me? How dare you? A lower head man. Hit me. You lawless people of the official organization? Officials beating civilians? I'm going to report you guys. Don't you have any regulators? Simply don't treat us civilians of the last days as human beings. I'm going to expose you. Sisters, expose him. This down-head man is so hateful. The other women also froze one by one when they saw that Lu Yang actually dared to make a direct move. But then they revealed an angry expression and pointed at Lu Yang and cursed. You officials have gone too far. Is the Doomsday Biological Administration's great? Is the chief captain terrific? Is the first place of S-class terrific? What right do you have to hit people? Not only is he a moralistic, downtrodden man who only judges people by their appearance, but he's also a domestic abuser who beats up random people. An emotionally unstable person like you is a scourge even if you get married, even in times of peace. You're one of those who can't find a wife. That is, the end times have given you the stage to perform. A guy like you would have been put inside a prison a long time ago in peaceful times. Damn if it were a peaceful time, I would have exposed you on Little Red Book and Weibo long ago all over the internet. Apologize to us, get down on your knees and apologize, or else we won't forgive you. Those who were selected by Lu Yang. Go out not in Lu Yang aesthetic on the women one by one directly exploded. After all, their leading figure gas canisters were knocked away. At this moment and then do not give Lu Yang's face to see Lu Yang is not to be lawless. They must unite together to resist this guy. Women are only as strong as they are united. Lu Yang still had a sneer on his face after listening to these people, but Wang Yutong and the others couldn't look on anymore and directly pointed at those women and said, "What are you women talking about here? You guys scolded Lord Lu Yang first. Isn't it normal to be beaten by Lord Lu Yang? Who asked you guys to scold Lord Lu Yang? This is our Lord Chief Captain. You insulting our Lord Chief Captain is tantamount to insulting our entire Doomsday Biological Authority. Let me tell you, our Doomsday Biological Authority will hold you accountable as well. This is the end times. Without us, the Doomsday Creature Authority, maintaining order. Without us, the Doomsday Creature Authority, to maintain order, to take out those powerful mutated creatures for you. Will you be able to stay alive in the end times? How many people did that flaming cave eat? You guys have any idea? If it wasn't for our Lord Lu Yang stepping in, your entire base would have been eaten up by him. You guys, if you dare to burst your mouth, said Lord Lu Yang again, I will just do it and tear your mouths out. Seeing Wang Yutong and another female team member being aggressive, those ugly women instantly froze. At first they were taken aback. After all, the other party is an alien. But then they thought that there are more than a dozen of us here. I don't believe that an alien can kill all of these dozen of us. Even if their official organization is more powerful, they can't just massacre civilians. As long as we are united, we won't say. There is a saying that the law is not against the people. We are now more than a dozen people, still can't handle a few of them? So those ugly women continue to speak aggressively to Wang Yutong and the others. What? Tearing my people's mouths off. Are you people from the official organization so powerful? Are you people from the official organization really lawless? Could you still kill all of the dozen of us? You guys are really too much. Don't know what's good for you. Lord Lu Yang saved you guys. You guys don't have a word of thanks even if it's not enough. But you also say that Lord Lu Yang is a lower head man. Really, your conscience has been eaten by a dog. Wang Yutong, along with another female team member, was simply exasperated. Not only are these people ugly, but they're also twisted on the inside. Normal people should be filled with gratitude when they're saved by someone else. But what about them? They'll just think it's not enough. Not only did Lord Lu Yang have to save them, he also had to take them away. And he had to feed them well. And he had to treat them as if they were fairies. And as if they were their licking dogs. This kind of woman is disgusting. At this time, Lu Yang had already walked towards the fat woman who had fallen on the ground. Chapter 192, Throwing Out. Everyone else looked at Lu Yang with a shocked face, not knowing what kind of things he would do next. That fat woman saw Lu Yang come to her front at this time. She also showed a fearful expression, without the arrogance she had at the beginning. What do you want? If you still dare to hit me, I'll definitely file a complaint against you. Is this Doomsday Creature Authority of yours marvelous? Don't we civilian survivors have any rights? Her head was dizzy from Lu Yang's slap. Her face was full of blood, and at this moment her face, which was already like a pig's head, was swollen even more like a pig's head. After losing a few teeth, she was now leaking air when she spoke. Now Lu Yang was walking towards herself again. Naturally, it made her feel very scared. Although he was hard-mouthed and said that he wanted to complain against Lu Yang, Although he was hard-mouthed and said that as long as the women were united together, no one else would dare to do anything to them. In fact, deep down inside he was still very afraid, because in front of them, Liu Yang is like a god of war. No one can be Liu Yang's opponent. The complaints that come out of their mouths are really just that. Nothingness. The Doomsday Bio-Authority is in charge of the entire Order of Doom, manages all the creatures in the whole of Armageddon. Complain about him? Where do I go to file a complaint? Who in this hall dares to sue me? Liu Yang came to the front of that fat woman and didn't talk nonsense to him. Directly grabbed the other party's neck with one hand and lifted his 150 pounds hard. And it was lifted with a single hand. This power shocked everyone. That fat woman was filled with fear at this moment. Her obese body was shivering, while the other women were also instantly dumbfounded when they saw this scene. One by one, they froze in place, not daring to make any more movements. Too strong. This hand is too strong. Liu Yang's arm powered up, and the muscle lines on his hand were on display. Veins rippling, thick and strong. Definitely a total slugger. No wonder people were able to become the chief captain of the Doomsday Biological Authority. This strength was indeed fierce. One-handed front plank for 150 pounds. Definitely not something humans can do. The ugly women next to them didn't dare to speak anymore, for fear that if they angered Liu Yang, the next one to suffer would be themselves. And at this moment, the fat woman who was lifted up was also full of fear of Liu Yang. The arrogance in his eyes at the beginning was no longer there, but instead it turned into a deep fear. She said to Liu Yang in a hard voice, "What do you guy want to do to me? Let go of me. Do you dare to kill? Even in the end times, killing is against the law. Kill you? Why should I kill you? I already said it at the beginning. From now on this base belongs to my Liu Yang management becomes my Liu Yang's assets. Those who don't listen will be driven out of the base by me. So, you are now a disobedient one who has been kicked out of the base by me," Liu Yang said with a sneer and then threw it with force. The woman literally looked like a gas canister that had been thrown over a 5-meter high fence and right outside the base. Pow! There was a crunch and the woman landed outside the fence with a wail of pain. Ah! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! It hurts! My foot is broken. Hearing this painful wail, Liu Yang all revealed a somewhat shocked expression. Good guy, was thrown out of my 5 meters high, but still did not fall to death. Not worthy of a big fat woman. Body fat played the role of buffer. It is estimated that in the moment of landing is still able to like a fat ball, bounce up a few meters high, but his screams also attracted the zombies near the outside of the base, and those zombies instantly pounced on the fat woman, who at this moment could not run at all with a broken leg. He used 2 hands to crawl on the ground, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. At this moment those zombies smelled the taste of blood all red-eyed, directly pounced on him at the fastest speed. Seeing this scene, that fat woman was directly scared pale. Help! 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 So many zombies. I do not want to be eaten by zombies. I do not want to be eaten by zombies to death. Please, who can save me? Liu Yang adults. I know wrong. I won't dare to talk about you anymore. You saved me back to the base. I won't dare to resist you anymore. I won't dare to say that anymore. Your words now. As long as you get me back to the base, I'm willing to do anything you want. Help! Help! However, Liu Yang was not moved. That fat woman crawling hard. In the last moment of life, he seems to have exploded his potential, with 2 hands to support his obese body, but also climbed fast. Soon he climbed up to the gate of the base and kept slapping it with his hand. Snapped. Help! 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 Open the door! Open the door! I know I'm wrong, Lord Liu Yang, please. Eventually the walkers pounced on the fat lady. Don't bite me! Don't bite me! Don't eat me, I'm so fat! I'm covered in fat, not good! Fatty let out a wail of agony outside the base, as countless zombies pounced on him, biting into his flesh, bite by bite. It took a few minutes for him to stop calling. The people inside the base were stunned. They had been inside the base for too long. They had been protected for too long. They had forgotten the danger outside. They had forgotten the horror of the zombies. And now this scream finally made them recall the horror of being dominated by the zombies. Liu Yang at this time turned back to look down on that just now also very arrogant, scolded him under the head of the man's ugly girl. Chapter 193, Who else has a problem with it? Who else has a problem with me? Liu Yang. Who else? Says I'm the lower head man? Who else wants to rebel against me? And who else wants to leave this base? Liu Yang's eyes indifferently looked at those people, asked at them. At this moment at the beginning of the ugly women who said that they wanted to unite together and resist the rumors, but one by one they did not dare to speak. The fat lady's death has brought the girls back from their own imagination to reality. It's no longer the peaceful times it used to be. They've gone from T0 to T5. The post-apocalyptic world has broken out and zombies are rampant. The strong men are the kings of this walker. It's no use for a woman to be able to rely on punching. Food is earned, taken from the mouths of walkers at the risk of one's own life, not by punching. The end times are brutal. In the midst of these brutal end times, no one is immune. They lowered their noble heads, not daring to look into Liu Yang's icy cold eyes. No one dared to speak again, but Liu Yang had no intention of letting them go. If you dare to call yourself a lower head man, you have to pay for what you said. What's wrong? Why don't you dare to speak? Weren't you all quite arrogant just now? Didn't you fight for your rights? Weren't you very powerful? Didn't you want to join forces to report me? Didn't you want to expose me? Didn't you want to let my entire online community die? Now what? Don't dare? Facing Liu Yang's rhetorical question, still no one dared to speak. Oh ho ho. They're scared. Now, all of you women get out of my base. Oh yeah, and the families of these women. You guys can stay in the base if you want to, but you must abide by my Liu Yang's rules. And if you don't want to stay in the base, then roll with those girls. If you guys don't want to roll again and don't want to abide by my rules, and even think about retaliation, then that fat woman is your downfall. Liu Yang said icily to some of the women he had kicked out. Originally, these women just weren't on Liu Yang's aesthetic point, and Liu Yang didn't do anything to them. It just wasn't going to take them, but they directly blew up. Instead, they accused Liu Yang of being a lower-headed man, saying that Liu Yang discriminated against women, and that couldn't be helped. Then my base is out of your hands. As soon as they heard this sentence, those women were directly stunned, leaving the base. Although these women say that women help women, women are self-reliant and women hold up a sky, but they are just shouting slogans. If you really let them get along with men as equals, go out together to look for food, go out together to be self-reliant, then these women don't know how many have to die. They just understand the truth that the baby that cries gets the milk. That's why they're mouthing off about equality between men and women. But really they just want equality of rights, not equality of obligations. When it comes to sharing food, you have to share equally, but when it comes to finding food, you go and find it. We do. We'll just wait at home. If you don't share equally, we'll charge you with discrimination against women for targeting women. Now, Liu Yang directly said a sentence to break their fantasy, directly let them leave the base, and in the future no longer be able to cling to men like assholes. Suck the blood of men, to find food on your own strength. Isn't that a death wish? One by one they were, great boxing skills, but, the ability to stand on their own 2 feet, so to speak, is completely lacking. So as soon as they heard Liu Yang's words, those women were stunned and hurriedly said to Liu Yang, "My lord, please, don't drive us away. We know we're wrong. Just now it's all because we're obsessed. We were all egged on by that one fat lady. That's why we said that kind of insulting words to my lord. We won't dare to be like that ever again. Don't drive us away. We'll surely die after we've been driven away." Yes, my lord, in fact those insulting words were not our intention. We did not even think of insulting my lord. We have always admired my lord. We said that kind of words also just to follow your lord. As long as we can become your lord's woman, let us give whatever we are willing. I am sorry. My lord, as we have thought it was the age of peace, thought the fight would be useful. We will never dare again. Facing the pleas of the crowd, Liu Yang did not show any mercy. Scram! Don't force me to throw you guys out. If I throw you over a 5-meter high fence and break a leg like that gas tank, then you'll really die for sure. Hurry up and scram! As soon as they heard these words, those women were instantly scared and trembled, remembering the scene where that woman, weighing 150 pounds, was thrown out of a 5-meter high fence by Liu Yang with one hand. This man is definitely the strongest of the strong, and does what he says. They didn't dare to resist Liu Yang. The zombies outside the base had just eaten a fat woman and were still gathered at the entrance to the base at this moment, surrounding the woman's skeleton. Lord Liu Yang outside is full of zombies. Aren't we bound to die if we go out now? Those women continued to say to Liu Yang. Ha! Liu Yang sneered and waved his hand, and the steel base door opened instantly. Those zombies surrounding the outside of the steel gate froze, then reacted quickly, rushed into the base hole. Dozens of zombies. Liu Yang once again waved his hand. Brush! A flying dagger instantly coalesced and shot out directly, instantly exploding the heads of those dozens of zombies. Now that there are no more walkers, get lost. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded, letting the zombies burst their heads through the air, controlling the flying daggers through the air. This strength is too strong. Right, the legendary immortal cultivator who can control the sword? The other survivors inside the base are all casting worshipful eyes at Liu Yang. After the base is under the control of Liu Yang, then our safety can be. We don't have to worry about it at all. Having such a strong man as a backer, it's simply awesome, okay? But those women who were going to be kicked out by Liu Yang were dumbfounded one by one. We are really Such a good piece of thighs. We even scolded him under the head of the man. Damn ah.